Effort may not always lead to success, but lying flat is definitely relaxing. You, a useless person who cannot cultivate and only wants to lie flat, were chosen by a senior sister who was unwilling to marry as a dual cultivation partner, and obtained the marriage blessing system. For each advancement in cultivation made by your partner, you will receive a tenfold return, allowing you to embark on the pinnacle of life and start cultivating while lying down to become stronger. Congratulations to Wang Mian, a male disciple of Luoxia Peak, and Zhang Xiao, a female disciple of Luoxia Peak, for successfully holding hands. With a shout from the elder presiding over the stage, thunderous applause erupted from the disciples below. This is the annual blind date event of the Yin Yang sect, where the sect will find suitable partners for eligible single male and female disciples. As long as the hand-holding is successful, they will be rewarded with 10 spiritual stones. At this moment, Han Feng is sitting in the male disciple's seat, idly playing with a jade pendant he just picked up yesterday. He is just a menial disciple who grows herbs, having been in the sect for 5 years without opening his spiritual veins or cultivating spiritual energy. He spends his days leisurely tending to his herb fields and enjoying life. As for finding a partner, he doesn't expect anyone to choose him. After all, he is just a useless person who cannot cultivate. The practice of the Yin Yang sect emphasizes the harmony of Yin and Yang, dual cultivation of men and women, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, the sect is particularly concerned about the lifelong matters of its disciples. Every year, they hold a matchmaking event. However, for Han Feng, dealing with weekends and such is so troublesome. He has to make girls happy, give gifts, spirit stones, and treasures. Where is the joy in that? Being free and at ease alone is better than dual cultivation, not even needing a dog. While lost in thought, his head was suddenly heavily patted, and his forehead hit the jade pendant in his hand. Feeling the pain, he turned his head and saw a smiling face, Wang Mian, who had just successfully held hands. Han Feng, your old man and I have successfully held hands. We can start dual cultivation soon. Hurry up and congratulate your old man. Seeing that smug face, Han Feng was speechless and said, Get lost, go cultivate with my daughter-in-law. Stop bothering your old man here. Ha ha, alright, good buddy. Wang Mian happily left with the blushing Zhang Xiao. Han Feng pursed his lips, turned his head, and suddenly realized, where is my jade pendant? I just found it yesterday. Damn it. It must have been snatched by Haodar and given to his Dao companion as a gift. Han Feng didn't care and continued to look across. Soon, the single men and women each chose their own favorite guest. At this time, there were only 3 people left on the stage: Jiangsu Rou, who was hailed as the #1 beauty of Luoxia Peak and possessed extraordinary talent; Yi Rong Yuan, who was hailed as the #1 handsome man of Luoxia Peak and came from a prominent background with exceptional aptitude; and Han Feng, a waste servant with an unremarkable appearance and inability to cultivate. Jiangsu Rou's reputation did not match her appearance. She had no trace of softness or gentleness. With her delicate features, bright eyes, and white dress, she looked like a flawless piece of art. The indifference and aloofness in her eyes, combined with her flawless beauty, did not detract from her charm but instead made her more noble and unapproachable. She was to be admired from afar, not to be profaned. In anyone's heart, Jiangsu Rou and Yi Longyuan are naturally a pair. And Yi Longyuan has indeed pursued Jiangsu Rou for many years, but Jiangsu Rou has always refused. Now, they are both 18 years old. This is also Jiangsu Rou's last chance to choose a partner. If she does not choose again, the sect will forcibly assign a partner for her. The elders left Jiangsu Rou to the end, just to give Yi Longyuan a chance. The only option is Yi Longyuan. Jiangsu Rou has to choose even if she doesn't want to. Oh, right. There is also a Korean style as a foil, just to appear a bit fair. At this time, the elder asked, Well, there is only one female disciple left on the stage, Jiangsu Rou, but there are still 2 male disciples, Yi Longyuan, Han Feng. I ask you, are you willing to choose Jiangsu Rou as your partner in the Tao? Upon hearing this, Yi Longyuan first looked at Jiangsu Rou and said, I am willing. I have deeply admired Sister Jiang for 3 years. In this life, I will only marry Sister Jiang. If Sister Jiang is willing to be my partner, I will spend my whole life protecting her and giving her the best things in the world, everything she desires. With these words, the surrounding disciples applauded and cheered, but Jiangsu Rou on the opposite side sneered disdainfully. Then the elder asked Han Feng, Han Feng, are you willing? I am willing. Han Feng replied lazily. After all, the other party was the #1 beauty. If he answered no, it would be too abrupt, and he was afraid that a lot of disciples would find trouble with him, coming over to ridicule him, tease him, and interrupt his happy lying life. Instead, he said he was willing, and then Jiang Zuoro chose Yi Longyuan, and there was no shame in losing to Yi Longyuan. and no one would laugh at him. He also knew that he was sitting here today, just a sidekick, so he was in a good frame of mind. According to Han Feng's vision, the next plot was that Zhang Zero chose Yi Long Yuan, holding hands successfully, and he went back to continue lying flat. All is well. The elder looked at Zhang Chuiro again and said, Zhang Zuero, please choose your beloved disciple. Remember, this is your deadline. Zhang Shiro glanced impatiently at that old man, then swept her gaze over Yi Long Yuan and Han Feng as she slowly opened her mouth and said, I choose. All the disciples held their breath and looked at her without blinking, and many of them were even ready to clap their hands and applaud, cheering for her and Yi Long Yuan. Han Feng. A nice voice came out of Ginger Crisp's mouth. The disciples who were about to applaud were all frozen in place. Even Han Feng, his eyes widened. No, what do you mean? Pretty girl, are you blind? Why did you choose me? I'm not interested in you. I just want to lie down. Yi Long Yuan is so good. He's been in love with you for years. Why don't you choose me instead of him? This is good. Look at the expression of Yi Long Yuan next to me who has eaten 20 years of cellar rats and is sure to hold a grudge against me. How am I supposed to keep laying down? But Han Feng had already said he was willing just now, so it wouldn't count if he refused at this point. Right at this moment, in Han Feng's mind, a clear female voice appeared, like the voice of a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Congratulations to Han Feng, first time as a Taoist couple, obtaining the blessing of marriage and activating the cultivation return of the physique. From now on, the cultivation gained by the Tao couple's cultivation will be returned to Han Feng tenfold through the marriage blessing, and the merits, aptitudes, and treasures gifted by Han Feng to the Tao couple will also be returned to Han Feng in accordance with the value of the treasures gifted to the Tao couple tenfold. Any item gifted by the bestowal of blessings cannot be transferred by Han Feng to anyone. The multiplier of the return will increase as Han Feng's realm rises. Please remember the motto of the good Taoist couple. Love your wife. Love your wife. Be a good and good man. As long as everyone gives a little love, the world will become a better earth. Chapter 2 Tenfold Return. Han Feng frowned, not knowing what the voice in his head meant, but it always felt like something unimaginable. Where did that come from? Suddenly, Han Feng had a flash of light. That jade tablet? Yes, the jade token was in his hand just now, and he was slapped by Wang Coronet. Then his head touched the jade token, and then it disappeared. But what the hell is this blessing by marriage? What do you mean by loving your wife? You want me to be a lickspittle? You're giving me back my cultivation, so you're telling me to work hard? So troublesome. Tao couple who love to want who want. Cultivation who love to cultivate who cultivate. Or lay flat. Interesting. Suddenly, a thud came from his side, startling Han Feng. Only Yi Long Yuan stood up and said angrily, Senior Sister Jiang, what do you mean by that? Seeing him fuming, the elder grimaced and droned. Yi Long Yuan, pay attention to order. No shouting. Fate is determined by God. Everyone has the right to choose. Respect each other. At those words, Yi Long Yuan tried to restrain his anger and clasped his palm, saying, Elder Feng, disciple is just puzzled and confused. Disciple has been working hard for 3 years. I've liked Senior Sister Jiang for 3 years, and she should have seen my infatuation with her during these 3 years. But she chose someone else. It's not that I can't swallow this breath. I just want an explanation. So please ask Senior Sister Jiang to explain. Upon hearing this, the elder also looked at Zhang Chuiro and said, Zhang Zuero, since Yi Long Yuan has doubts, you should answer them for him. Yi Long Yuan's qualifications are heaven-defying. His family lineage is also good, and his appearance is also good. So I think that everyone is also very puzzled. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zero coldly looked at Yi Long Yuan and said, You talk a lot. When these words came out, all the disciples were shocked. It seems to be Zhang Zero is a famous high-cold beauty. It is difficult to see her speak on weekdays. This conference, from beginning to end, she said a total of 8 words, and Han Feng was even more desperate, saying only 3 words, which is like Yi Long Yuan. Little mouth blah blah blah. The elder sighed and advised that Crispy Roa, think clearly. Han Feng is a wastrel who can't cultivate. Even after you double cultivate with him, he won't necessarily be able to open his spiritual veins, so it won't help you in any way. How about you reconsider? It's not too late to regret. The elders will do it for you. No regrets. Ginger Crisp said faintly, unable to do anything else. With all eyes on him, Elder Feng couldn't say anything else, and could only helplessly announce that all right. I announce that Han Feng, the miscellaneous disciple of La Capique, and Zhang Zero, the outer disciple of La Capique, have successfully held hands and become Tao couples. When this statement was made, there was an uproar below, and many people shouted that the flower had been stuck on cow dung. Han Feng frowned. Why don't you ask her if I regret it? What? Wastes don't have human rights, do they? Alas, In the future there will be a Taoist couple. The troubles are going to be constant. And the bestowal of blessings is coming over. And the happy days of lying flat are gone. Ha! Wait, like I'll get stronger if she practices? In that case, I don't have to work hard? I can just keep lying down. Forget it. Han Feng got up and left, ready to go back to his happy farming and sunbathing. Aga, come back. Elder Feng hurriedly called out to Han Feng. What? Looking at Han Feng's confused expression, Elder Feng was dumbfounded as well. You're Dawei couple. Ah, exchanging love tokens. Not only is this guy a loser, I'm afraid he's a fool, right? Han Feng had no choice but to walk up to the stage, and Zhang Ziro also walked over, took out a bottle of elixir, handed it to Han Feng, and said, Qi condensation pill. Han Feng thought for a moment, pulled a rusty dagger from his back waist, handed it to Zhang Chuiro, and said, inferior grade spirit weapon. This is the only thing of value I have on me. I plowed it out of the medicine field. This statement was met with laughter from the stage. Lower grade spirit weapons were the lowest level of treasures. Han Feng even took such trash to give to the fairy like Zhang Chuiro. Really not ashamed. Han Feng couldn't do anything about it. All he had on his body were his clothes, underwear and this dagger. It wasn't quite appropriate to give away the first two, was it? He took the Dan bottle and Zhang Zuoro took the dagger. Inside Han Feng's mind, another voice came. Han Feng gifted a couple with a lower grade spiritual weapon, and received a tenfold blessing return, a middle grade spiritual weapon, and a cold ice dagger. Do you want to receive it? Han Feng's heart stirred when he heard the words. Good lord, this thing is telling the truth. He chose to hold off on receiving it. After placing the Qi condensation pill in his arms, Han Feng hugged his palm toward Zhang Chuiro and turned to leave. As for whether Yi Longyuan would find trouble with him, looking at the other party's thousand killing eyes, he should be. As for how to solve it, Han Feng hasn't thought about it yet. So what the heck? Go back and keep lying flat. The disciples watched as Han Feng left Zhang Chuiro alone on the stage, and didn't hold hands or go for double cultivation. Then saw, again, Ginger Crisp following him over. At this moment, an emotion called jealousy appeared in the hearts of all the male disciples. After arriving at an unoccupied place, Han Feng turned his head and said to Zhang Chuiro, okay, no need to send. You go back. Zhang Ziro frowned at his words, then sneered and said, aren't you curious as to why I picked you? Are you blind? Han Feng asked tentatively. Me. Zhang Chuiro's beautiful eyes were slightly surprised, and then she collected her expression, lowered her eyelids, and looked disdainfully at Han Feng with disdainful eyes, saying, to tell you the truth, because my own qualifications are good enough. I'm a rare heavenly spirit root. I'm able to rely on myself and soar. I don't want to go relying on men. The Yi family is too powerful, and Yi Longyuan is an ambitious person. I am too constrained to be with him. And not only does he want to be my bisexual partner, but he also wants to be my man. So how can I give my body to a man casually? Choosing you is also just because the yin-yang sex yin-yang harmonization technique requires both men and women to practice together. And also because you're wasteful enough to not constrain me. Upon hearing this, Han Feng put his heart down now. This is right well. If the other party is really looking at their own, willingly and passionately with their own double cultivation, then there are only two possibilities. Either the other person has ulterior motives for them, like removing a few parts or something, or they're a stupid psychopath and not in their right mind. Either way, one has to run for it. As for the matter of being scolded as a waste, oh, after being scolded for so many years, I have long gotten used to it and have nothing to hang on to. Yin-yang sect basic gong method. Everyone who enters the mountain gate has to learn to cultivate, even though he did not open the spiritual vein and could not run the spiritual qi, but the way he would still be able to do it. And dual cultivation does not necessarily have to be intercourse, the two palms against each other, so that the aura in the two people's body to swim can also be dual cultivation. Just the effect of intercourse will be better. One of the reasons why Zhang Ziro was reluctant to choose Yi Longyuan was that Yi Longyuan not only wanted to double cultivate with her, but also wanted to have sex and do things with her. This is a woman with outstanding natural talent and high eyes. Yi Longyuan is strong. She does not like it, so she chose the weak Han Feng. Chapter 3, Heavenly Grade Wind Spirit Root and the Arrival of Trouble. So, from today onwards, you and I won't bother each other. You'll be your fairy and I'll plant my medicinal field, right? The color of hope appeared in Han Feng's eyes. You can do what you like as long as it doesn't interfere with me lying flat. However, Zhang Zuoro said, it can't be considered as not bothering each other. I'm using you as a shield, and I'm really giving you trouble. You work hard on your cultivation. After you open your spirit vein, you can go to me for double cultivation every 10 days. This will be beneficial to both your and my cultivation. Also, if Yi Longyuan comes after you, you can tell me and I'll clean him up. This is the reward spirit stone given by the elders. You and I will each have 10. All of them will be given to you. Zhang Shiro threw a storage bag to Han Feng, and then directly afterward, she flew away with her sword. Effort? Dual study? Those words sound like such a pain in the ass. Han Feng took the storage bag, sighed, and returned to his medicine garden to continue fiddling with the herbs. After Jiang Ziro returned to her place, she placed spirit stones all around her. This time, she was going to break through to the 7th level of the Qi practicing stage. Han Feng was holding the ice-cold dagger in his hand. This dagger was quite useful. After cutting down the mature herbs, it was able to freeze the breaks of the herbs, making the medicinal power not to be lost. Han Feng is quite fond of it. At night, Han Feng returned to his place, which was a double room with another good friend, Wang Coronet, but Wang Coronet hadn't come back yet, so he thought he was going to have sex with his little Taoist couple. Han Feng placed the dagger at the end of the bed and was about to undress and go to sleep when suddenly, a majestic aura suddenly appeared in his body. Han Feng's partner, Jiang Chui Rou, breaks through from the 6th level of the Qi cultivation stage to the 7th level, granting blessings to return 10 times the cultivation growth of the partner's breakthrough. The aura in Han Feng's body continued to grow, and he was so shocked that he hurriedly sat down on his knees, running the circumference of the sky and mobilizing the aura to cultivate according to the gongfu he had learned before. It's not possible to not cultivate such a majestic aura. If you don't channel it, you're afraid that you'll just explode and die. Soon, Han Feng's spiritual veins were opened, and a spiritual root appeared within his dantian, sparkling and extremely pure. Han Feng opens his spiritual vein and activates his spiritual root as a mutated heaven-level spiritual root. The wind spiritual root. Han Feng had entered the 1st level of the Qi practicing stage, but that wasn't the end of it. The 1st level of Qi cultivation. The 2nd level of the Qi cultivation stage. Tier 3. Within a short period of 1 hour, Han Feng's cultivation level had broken through to the peak of the 7th level of the Qi practicing stage. In the Qi practicing stage, each layer of cultivation was more robust than the one before it. But what Han Feng had gained was only 10 times the increase in cultivation that Jiang Zuru had gained from her breakthrough from the 6th to the 7th Qi practicing layer. Not 10 times all the cultivation in the entire 1st to 7th layers. The portion of the increase was multiplied by 10, raising Han Feng's cultivation directly from 0 to the peak of the 7th layer. Is this what it's like to have an aura? Han Feng felt the power in his body, and then suddenly remembered that he now had aura and was able to open his storage bag. He hurriedly dripped blood from the storage bag to recognize its owner, picked up the bag, and opened it up to see the 20 spirit stones inside. He took out a spirit stone and tried to absorb the aura inside, but he was unable to absorb the slightest bit. It seems that he really is still a waste that cannot cultivate, even if he has a spiritual root. At that moment, the voice came back in his head. You just can't raise your cultivation on your own. You need to rely on your Tao couple to raise it and raise it. Now that your aura is saturated, you can't absorb it. You need to consume it before you can absorb it, but you still can't absorb it after saturation. Hearing this, Han Feng understood that his cultivation realm was like a container. The aura was the water inside. The water could be refilled by pouring it out, but there was no way for him to expand the container by himself and fill it with more water. Just then, there was a sudden, guttural voice from outside that is Senior Han at home? At those words, Han Feng's eyes narrowed as he asked, It's Boss Ma? Yes, it's me. Come out here for a moment. I'm looking for you for something. This Boss Ma, the steward of the medicine nursery in their area, is considered Han Feng's top boss, with a cultivation of the 4th level of Qi cultivation, sinister and vicious, often oppressing the people below him, and Han Feng has been bullied by him in the past. Han Feng stayed mindful, took the dagger and hid it in his back waist, and walked toward the outside. Opening the door, he saw the large, familiar face, long as a horse's face. Boss Ma, what do you want to see me about? Boss Ma said with a leathery smile. Congratulations to Senior Brother Han. Today he even got married to our fallen Cloud Peak's senior sister Jiang. It's really enviable. It seems like flying high is just around the corner. After the successful handholding, you even got the spirit stone, right? Boss Ma is wanting my spirit stones? Han Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. However, Boss Ma shook his head and leisurely said, No, I don't just want your spirit stones. I want your life. You still don't know who you've offended today, do you? You're going to die anyway. There's no harm in telling you. What you've offended today is the youngest son of the Yi family, Yi Long Yuan. Do you know how powerful the Yi family is? That has the existence of a Jidan powerhouse. Just a finger can crush you. You say you, an invalid who can't cultivate. Good death to offend their family for what? So Yi Long Yuan sent you to kill me? No, 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 no. Senior Brother Yi said, let me torture you properly. First abolish your yang root. Let you become a eunuch. Aren't you senior sister John's dual cultivation couple? Then let you see and eat for the rest of your life. Then break your legs and torture you slowly. But I was afraid that if you went to the elders and complained, I would be out of luck again. So I just had to tell Mr. Yi that you struggled fiercely and I accidentally beat you to death. Got it? Understood. Han Feng nodded, while sighing in his heart. Ugh. He just wanted to go on lying flat. Why was it so hard? Boss Ma let out a sinister laugh and punched his palm toward Han Feng. Han Feng also knew that he had to kill the other party if he didn't want to die. He mobilized the aura in his body and pulled out the dagger in his hand. The aura poured into the ice-cold dagger, and in a flash, an extremely low temperature appeared, and Boss Ma felt his movements slowed down. In his eyes, Han Feng was as fast as a gust of wind, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of his eyes. Wind spirit was simply good at speed, and with Han Feng's strength far exceeding his, he was naturally too late to defend. And then, Boss Ma felt a pain in his chest, and when he looked down, a dagger had already gone as far as it could into his chest. How could you? How could you? Aren't you a loser? Boss Ma spat out blood from his mouth and looked at Han Feng in disbelief. Han Feng drew out his dagger and said blandly, yes, I'm a waste, but I'm a waste at the 7th level of the Qi practicing stage. And you, a waste who's only at the 4th level of the Qi practicing stage in his 30s. Han Feng was not complacent. Without the blessing of marriage, when he was in his 30s he would still be inferior to Boss Ma. Boss Ma crumpled to the ground, wide-eyed, and died on the spot. Han Feng sighed, got up and picked up the iron rowan, dug a deep pit in the medicine garden, threw Boss Horse's body in it, and his clothes were additionally burned, while burying the pit and planting herbs on top of it, destroying the corpse. He wasn't worried about being found out. Boss Ma's Taoist couple had disliked his poor qualifications and ran away with someone else 10 years ago. No one would care about a disciple at the 4th level of the Qi practicing stage, except for Yi Long Yuan. Chapter 4, A Little Fox Back in the House. Han Feng lit the candlelight and looked at his hands, only to realize that on his hands, there wasn't even a trace of blood. He picked up the frigid dagger again and looked at it, and there was no blood either. Curious, Han Feng took the lampstand and came outside to check the ground where Boss Ma had just died, and was surprised to find that there was no bloodstain either. He had originally planned to get some yellow soil to pad the blood, but now it seemed unnecessary. Back in the house, he thought about it and felt that it should be the power of ice and cold in the ice dagger, which froze the blood in the wound as soon as it pierced into Boss Ma's body, causing no blood to flow out. It seems that this dagger is still very good, at least killing without blood. Han Feng put down the oil lamp and lay down on the bed as his mind began to ponder. Because he had just used a bit of aura to kill Boss Horse, Han Feng now felt like he could absorb aura from the outside world to fill in the gap that he had just consumed. He pondered as he absorbed the aura. Right now, because of Jiang Zura's matter, he had completely offended Yi Long Yuan. Yi Long Yuan wasn't scary, just a small cultivator at the 8th level of the Qi practicing stage, but the family behind him was huge, and there was a Jiedan powerhouse present. Yi Long Yuan had already let Boss Ma take action, and if Boss Ma didn't kill him, he would definitely let other people come and find trouble with him in the future. Han Feng was now facing a crisis. But, what could he do? Effort? Stop it. He can't break through his cultivation even if he tries harder. He can't break through without Jiang Zuoro breaking through. Helping Jiang Cui Rota break through? Forget it, he's poor and has only a dagger left. How can he help? So, then lie flat, raise flowers, sunbathe, and live a beautiful little life. Han Feng was lying flat, but his mind was still thinking. Now that Boss Ma is dead, what if someone is really looking for him, even though the body has been buried? I heard that a strong foundation builder is able to scan with his divine sense, and he can see the sky and the ground in a circle of several hundred meters, buried in his own medicine garden. Fools can guess that he killed. It seems that it is still necessary to deal with and then dug up and thrown a little farther. As for whether Yi Long Yuan would take the opportunity to sue Han Feng for killing him, just kidding. How did you, Yi Long Yuan, know that Boss Ma was going to kill Han Feng and then was killed by Han Feng in return? Wasn't it you who ordered it? Don't talk nonsense without evidence. Do you really think that the sex law enforcement elders are eating their own food? Han Feng stood up, put on his shoes, and took the iron rowan and lampstand and headed outside. After leaving the door, he turned around and came to the edge of the medicine garden, and by the light of the moon, Han Feng stood frozen on the spot. All that could be seen was an additional pit on the ground, with a faint rustling sound coming from it. So soon? Han Feng took the iron rowan and tiptoed over. Looking down into the pit, the scene in front of him gave him the creeps. I saw a white, unknown animal, crouching over Boss Horse, with its head down, working away. What kind of animal eats corpses? Han Feng looked at it for a while before realizing that it was a small white fox. and it wasn't eating the corpse, but rather absorbing the residual aura from the corpse. A few moments later, the little fox finished absorbing all of the aura, raised its little face, and burped. One person and one fox. After looking at each other, the little fox was frightened and immediately exploded all over. It tilted its head and showed its fangs, its eyes flashing green as it stared menacingly at Han Feng. At the same time, in the big pit above, that in mid-air, there is a huge vague figure emerges. That shadow is like a small mountain size, the appearance of a fox, eyes blood-red brutality, pupils like the starry sky. There is a vast sea of stars, behind the 9 huge foxtails gently sway, as if it contains the energy of destroying the sky and the earth. It was a pity that at this moment, Han Feng was keeping his head down and didn't see the scene above his head, and that one shadow, after appearing for half a second, disappeared. Surprisingly, such a large shadow, such a terrifying might, was not detected by any strong person within the entire Yin Yang sect. Are you a spirit beast that ran out of Spirit Beast Peak? Han Feng asked curiously. No, I'm wild. Seeing that Han Feng didn't show any hostility, the little fox also put away that vicious expression and replied seriously. So what are you doing here? I'm hungry. The little fox jumped up from the side of the pit and squatted on the edge of the dirt, blinking its big round eyes at Han Feng. Aren't you afraid of me? Aren't you afraid of me? A man and a fox opened their mouths in unison and asked, why should I be afraid of you? Han Feng wondered. I'm a talking spirit animalug. What? So, Han Feng, the miscellaneous disciple, didn't know what it meant for a spirit beast to speak. Han Feng asked again, then why aren't you afraid of me? I've got an iron rowan in my hand, and I could slap you to death in a heartbeat. You don't have a killing heart or malice towards me. I can sense threats and malice in others. The higher the malice, the more sensitive I am, but not in you. When other humans see me, they want to kill me for meat or capture and sign a master-servant contract, but you don't, so I'm not afraid of you. The little fox's voice was as soft as a small child's. Han Feng smiled at his words. You're kind of funny. So are you full? No. I see you were just eating aura. Are you feeding on aura? Yeah, but absorbing heaven and earth aura is slow. That's why I'm here to absorb freshly dead corpses. Seeing the little fox's somewhat pitiful appearance, Han Feng took out a spirit stone of his own and handed it to the little fox. Seeing this, the little fox hastily took it, opened his mouth, and chewed and swallowed it into his stomach. This scene made Han Feng look dumbfounded. This was a spirit stone, something that was harder than a spirit weapon. Something that was said to be something that even a yawning old monster couldn't easily destroy away. The little fox just chewed it up? You got good teeth? Are you full? No. Can you give me another piece? Han Feng took out another spirit stone and handed it to the little fox. He had gotten 20 spirit stones today, but they weren't of much use to him. The little fox took the spirit stone and instead of eating it, he put it behind his back and burped immediately afterward. It looked at Han Feng's skeptical eyes, then twisted its head away sheepishly and explained that I'm afraid you won't give it to me if I get hungry again. Han Feng didn't say much. Being nice to this little fox just felt right for the eyes. He looked down at the bodies in the pit, sighed, and said, you even eat with take is happy. Is my body how to do by you planing all the blood? This if all the way back to go for fear is to drip a lot of blood The little fox looked at the corpse and then at Han Feng, and after hesitating for a moment, it took a laborious and violent breath before exhaling a white gas. The white chi came to the corpse, which dissolved at a speed visible to the naked eye and finally turned into a small red ball. The little fox jumped into the pit and brought the little ball up again, handing it to Han Feng. This is the essence of this person's blood chi. Eat it, it will help with cultivation. Han Feng took the small ball, and the thought that it was all filled with Boss Ma's flesh and blood made him retch. Moreover, he was a physique that couldn't cultivate, so it was useless to eat it, so he casually threw it to the ground. The small ball rolled underneath a medicinal herb, which then turned into dots of energy and was absorbed by that medicinal herb. Han Feng didn't see it. He picked up the iron rowan and filled the pit again, replanting it with herbs. This is so good that no one can find out. After doing this, Han Feng took the iron rowan and headed back, and the little fox said, well, trouble solved. Let's go rest. Chapter 5 Mutated 3-needle flower. Han Feng stopped in his tracks, twisted his head to look at the little fox, and slowly opened his mouth and said, guys? Or what? What are you following me for? Han Feng was greatly confused. So where am I going? The little fox's little face was confused. You go back to your house. Where do I have a home? I've been hiding all this time afraid of being seen and captured as a spirit pet It is rare to meet a big injustice. Good-hearted person who has no malice towards me and is willing to give me spirit stones to eat. Of course I want to go Did you just miss something? Han Feng was filled with suspicion. No, you heard wrong. The little fox was full of seriousness. Oh, you're so powerful. Eating spirit stones and refining corpses. Why would you be afraid of humans? Because I don't have a cultivation. You don't have cultivation. Why do you need to eat aura? I'll be hungry if I don't eat aura. Don't worry. I'm very well nourished. A good few days of eating a piece of spirit stone is enough. Han Feng thought about it. No cultivation. Equal to no threat. And still a small helper to dispose of corpses. It seems not bad. And raising flowers and pets in the future. It seems not bad. Alright then. You come with me. Back in the house. Han Feng took off his shoes and laid down on the bed. Then prepared to sleep. The little fox jumped to the end of the bed, too, and asked that hey, what's your name? My name is Han Feng. Why don't you kill me? Or force me to sign a contract to make me your slave? I'm lazy. After a good night's sleep, Han Feng only woke up the next morning and washed his face in a daze before going out into the yard, ready to lie down on a recliner and bask in the sun. He spends his days like this, other than tending to the herbs, in a recliner, an idyllic life, lying flat and carefree. Then he saw, on the chaise lawn, a little fox lying on all fours, basking in the sun, very comfortable. Han Feng walked over and picked it up, then lay down on the recliner, placing the little fox on top of him as they basked in the sun together. One man, one fox, began the morning laying flat. A moment later, the little fox yawned and said, Han Feng, I'm hungry, go find me something to eat. Han Feng was stunned at his words and said, didn't you have a piece of spirit stone that lasted for several days? Yesterday you just absorbed so much aura and ate a spirit stone. I also gave you a spirit stone. Why are you hungry again? I'm a little bored with idleness and want to eat something. Then go find it yourself. I'm lazy, the little fox said rightfully. A large and small group of people lying on a recliner, restful and comfortable. Speaking of which, I'm a little hungry too, so go make me a meal. Little fox. The little fox raised her little face and looked at Han Feng with a face full of shock. Big brother, I'm just a fox. What's the point of me raising you if you can't even cook? Han Feng stood up, carrying the little fox, and walked toward the medicine garden, preparing to pull a few spirit vegetables at the edge to cook. However, just as he walked to the medicine garden, he saw the crane-like wood spirit 3-needle flower in the medicine garden. While ordinary trilliums were at most a foot tall, the one in front of him was taller than his house. Han Feng is too familiar with it. The wood spirit 3-needle flower is the main material for refining the spirit restoration pills. The spirit restoration pills have the efficacy of increasing cultivation, quickly returning to the aura, and also have the efficacy of being able to heal the injuries, and it is matured once every 3 months. And this plant in front of me, I am afraid, to have 30 years of medicinal age, right? Can he still be unfamiliar with the herbs in his own herb garden? This 3-needle flower definitely appeared out of nowhere last night? Suddenly, he thought of the small ball of chi and blood that he had casually thrown away last night. Was it just absorbed by this 3-needle flower? Good lord, Boss Ma is in his 30s and the flowers cultivated by his chi and blood are also 30 years old in medicinal age? So fucking amazing. Is this the little fox's natural talent? It must be delicious. The little fox craved both eyes and pounced over to eat the flower, and Han Feng grabbed it into his hand. He suddenly thought of a way to maximize his benefits. That is, give this flower to Jiang Zuero, and then the in-laws blessed him with the return of a 3-needle flower of 300 years of medicinal age. Wouldn't that be a great deal of money? Just the thought of going to face Jiang Zuero's smelly face suddenly left him unmotivated. Never mind. Let's just lie flat and give it to her next time we get a chance to see her. Han Feng took out his cold ice dagger and, under the little fox's grudging gaze, cut down the 3-needle flower and put it away in his storage bag. It's not good for this plant to be seen by others, who will surely be suspicious. Then in the little fox's grudging gaze, he casually cut off an ordinary 3-needle flower and threw it to it. The little fox bit the flower hatefully, as if taking it out as if it were Han Feng. Then, Han Feng took the little fox and lay back on the recliner. The little fox ate and drank and curled up on him and fell asleep. A big one and a small one, followed by a tanning lay flat. Just then, a silhouette came outside and ran toward Han Feng in a hurry. Han Feng, don't fucking sleep. Your father. I'll tell you something powerful. Wang Coronet ran to Han Feng's side and said with a face full of excitement. Guess what I learned this morning? You've learned about the joy of double cultivation? Know how soft Nico is and how fragrant Zhang Xiu's body is? Han Feng looked at his best friend with a look of disgust. Are you damn? You old widow and orphan. Are you envious that your father I have found a Taoist couple? Then why are you still staying here? Other Zhang Xiu is an outer disciple and has a separate place to live. Why don't you quickly move in with them? When you break through to the 5th level of the Qi practicing stage, you can also become an outer disciple. I'm not back to move. No, that's not what I was going to say. Wang Coronet said with an excited look on his face. I heard that at yesterday's matchmaking meeting. At the end of the day, there were only Jiang Zuru, Yi Long Yuan, and a miscellaneous disciple left. Everyone thought that Jiang Chui Ro would choose Yi Long Yuan, but guess what? She chose that handyman. Ha 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 ha, that's a good laugh. Han Feng looked at him expressionlessly. You don't know that person is really a big ingrate Jiang Zero doesn't like Yi Long Yuan, that's why she chose him as a shield. Yi Long Yuan had put out harsh words to make that handyman disciple look good. To Jiang Chui Ro's character. Certainly not with a handyman disciple double cultivation This grudge seed is the Taoist couple did not get, but also offended the Yi family. Dead ha ha ha. Han Feng continued to look at him expressionlessly. Why aren't you smiling? Were you born without a smile? Wang Coronet looked at Han Feng's expression and finally realized that something was wrong. The smile on his face faded into shock. Wait, that miscellaneous disciple. Shouldn't be you, right? Chapter 6 Friend Wang Coronation's advice. Looking at Wang Coronet's eyes that had changed from elation to shock, Han Feng coldly said, It's not me, it's your father. After blinking his eyes, dry rubbing his hands, and laughing awkwardly twice, Wang Coronation suddenly rejoiced again and said, Brother you can really pick up the treasure That Jiang Chui Ro is the first beauty of our Sunset Peak Fairy down to earth in general, admirers countless, but also extremely rare heavenly spiritual root. The future is unlimited. You kid earn a lot of in the future, but can eat on the soft rice. When you later developed, do not forget the brother go rich and noble, do not forget each other. Han Feng snorted and said leisurely, but that's not what you just said. You said I was a big wrong seed. Ugh, no way. Absolutely not. Wang Crown laughed dryly, then sighed and said, Brother I just want to comfort you. Everyone knows that Yi Long Yuan has been falling for Jiang Zuoro for a long time, and this time when Jiang Zuoro chose you, he will definitely harbor a grudge and take revenge on you. Yi family the family is big, and there are still Jiadan elders in the family. Although the elders of the Yi family will not necessarily retaliate against you because of this kind of thing, but that is, after all, the Yi family, and Yi Long Yuan will surely be able to take action against you in the dark. Brothers, listen to my advice. Run away. Go outside as a casual cultivator. It's also better than being here at the end of the day. Life is more important than anything else. Upon hearing this, Han Feng lightly laughed and said, I've thought about what you've said. If I go outside the sect, then the Yi family will be able to kill me without fear. Inside the clan, there is the law enforcement hall. They still dare not do anything to me on the surface. After all, that law enforcement hall master Tai Lian elder of ours, but it is famous for its iron face, and it is also a Yuaning cultivation. Even if it is the Yi family, it cannot afford to be messed with. As for the backstage, it's just a matter of seeing what happens. In short, it is unwise to leave the clan. So you're just going to stay here all the time? Don't forget, if you can't open a spirit vein, the 5-year period will be up in another month, and you'll still be kicked off the mountain, even if you have a dog. Unless you go and beg Jiang Zero to use the power of the Jiang family to help you mix up the status of an outer disciple so that you won't be kicked down. Moreover, outer disciples are also better than journeyman disciples, and the law enforcement hall values them more. Otherwise, if you die as a journeyman, people don't care. Hearing Wang Coronation's words, Han Feng nodded. Indeed, he was in great need of an outer disciple status right now to protect him. Only, for this small matter, he didn't need to turn to Jiang Zuoro for help, because in order to become an outer disciple, one only needed to break through to the 5th level of Qi practicing. This was the reason why Boss Ma had remained a miscellaneous disciple for so many years. You're right. I'll do this today. By the way, what are you doing back here this time? Moving things? Right. Zhang Xiao is at the 5th level of Qi practicing stage. She has a special residence. I can move over there and live with her. And in a couple of months, I guess I will be able to try to break through to the 5th level of Qi practicing stage as well. And I will be an outer sect disciple by then. Only, I kind of don't want to go now. You're here alone. It's too unsafe. And you don't have any cultivation. If the Yi family kills you, you won't be able to fight back half the time. You're here, and you have the power to fight back? Han Feng knew that Wang Coronet was genuinely concerned about him from the bottom of his heart, and his heart warmed, but he didn't want to drag Wang Coronet down into harm's way because of himself. If you want to move, hurry up and move. I happen to be alone and quiet on my side. I've long been annoyed with you as a chatterbox. Hurry up and get lost. How cool it is for me to occupy such a big room all by myself. At those words, Wang Coronation was stunned and then smiled. Doggone it. If you're really in danger, remember to run up the mountain. I live in Zhang Xiao's, the outer disciple residential area, the 3rd courtyard in the 1st row of the A-word area. Remember. Wang Coronet patted Han Feng on the shoulder. and then suddenly saw the little fox on his lap and said, "When did you buy a scarf? It's quite white, but it gets dirty easily, so it's not convenient to wipe your ass. You're the scarf. Your whole family is the scarf. You're the one being used to wipe your ass." The little fox became furious and was about to punch Wang Coronet with open teeth and claws, but Han Feng tugged on his tail. Wang Coronet was first startled, then he was surprised. "Oh, this is a fox. So small, kinda cute. It's this fox that can talk. That's something. Where did you get it?" "Picked it up." "What's wrong with talking? Is it rare?" "Very rare. General spirit beasts can do will talk. Must be enlightened to do. Some spirit beasts enlightened early, so that the potential is also large. Very rare. Some spirit beasts are late to enlightenment, and even at the mighty realm they still don't know how to speak. This fox is definitely a treasure, but you have to return what you picked up to someone else. We can't steal from others. You fuck off. I don't have a master. I'm your master." The little fox tightened her little face and said seriously, "Are you saying that this little guy is actually still a treasure?" Han Feng picked up the little fox and looked at it carefully. "Definitely. Can sell a lot of spirit stones it? If I say, at least 300 spirit stones to start. $300? Hearing Han Feng's surprised voice, the little fox steeply became alert. "Han Feng, if you dare to sell me, I'll die with you." "You? Can you die with me? How much meat do you have on you? Then I'll tell someone what you did last night." "I never wanted to sell you. You're my best friend," Han Feng said righteously. "What did you do last night?" Wang Coronet narrowed his eyes and looked slyly at Han Feng. "Don't pry. It won't do you any good." "Okay, if you don't say it, I won't ask. But this little guy, now it's unowned. One day it runs out and gets caught. People can just dispose of it. It's my spirit beast. How can I let others do as they please?" Han Feng was surprised. Wang Coronet snorted and said, "It's yours if you say it's yours." "Ha? Got your name on it? Then I'll write my name." "It's useless for you to write it yourself. You take it, go to Spirit Beast Peak to register and certify it, and tie a collar to it, so that when others see it, they will know that it's an owner's spirit beast, and won't go to snatch it away and take it away. In that case, it is your private property, and the law enforcement hall protects the property of disciples." "Okay, I got it." Han Feng nodded. Wang Coronet patted him on the shoulder and went inside to pack his things. The little fox stood over Han Feng, her brows furrowed as she said, "I told you, I won't recognize anyone as my master, and won't sign any unequal soul master-servant contract. I know, it's just to take you to register. It's for your protection. I'm not going to let you recognize your master. We're best friends, aren't we?" After saying his words, Han Feng stood up, carried the little fox, and walked towards the mountain. Chapter 7, Dogs maximize my benefits. Upon hearing this, the little fox nestled in Han Feng's arms became even more suspicious. "What do you mean me and you are best friends? We only met last night. It hasn't even been 12 hours yet. How are we best friends? What do you mean by all this flowery talk to me? Is it to coax me and then sell me? You little guy, you're not too old, are you? Monkey mind. I'm just saying, don't get any ideas. It's not like you feel any malice in me." "Humph. This fox is the smartest of them all. Can it survive for so long under the siege of you humans without being smart? The human race is full of experts. How did you survive without any semblance of cultivation strength?" "Not telling you." The little fox was cautious, his two big eyes darting around, looking around warily. Within a short time, Han Feng carried the little fox to the top of Sunset Peak. He's here on a couple of errands this time. First of all, what he was going to was the bookmaking room, which was the place where all the disciples' information of the Lakha Peak was registered and managed. Miscellaneous disciples promoted to outer disciples needed to come here to assess and register. When he arrived at the bookmaking room, Han Feng saw that there were a few young men dressed as outer disciples inside, writing things in the counter. So he walked over and asked, Senior brother is courteous. May I ask where I should go to register for the examination to become an outer disciple?" The disciple, who was busy with his head down, didn't raise his head and pointed to a sign placed inside the doorway. Han Feng twisted his head to look, only to see that the sign read, "On the first day of every month, all disciples who break through the 5th level of the Qi practicing stage come to register for a unified examination to promote outer disciples." Han Feng's head was full of black lines and he sighed. These 5 years were just too much lying down. He didn't even understand this clearly, and Wang Coronet didn't give him a word. "Since you can't get promoted, let's go." At this moment, the disciple who had spoken suddenly raised his head, looked at Han Feng, and said, "Ugh, wait a minute, why do you look a little familiar to me?" Han Feng turned his head and asked, "You know me?" Oh, I remembered. Aren't you the one who took the dog luck yesterday?" and Zheng's senior sister married to the Taoist disciple. Well, what is the name to come? I forgot. By the way, haven't you been practicing for a few years, or are you still an invalid? Why do you want to come over for the test again? Did you break through to the 5th floor overnight? Upon hearing this, Han Feng laughed and said, "Which can I'm not a fairy. It's a fellow handyman of mine who was about to break through to the 5th layer and is in closed-door cultivation, entrusting me to come over to help ask and see which day he can be assessed. Since he couldn't be tested to become an outer disciple, it would be better to keep the matter that he already had a cultivation level out of the world and keep a low profile. Let him come when he's going to break through on the first day of the month. Thanks a lot." As Han Feng was about to leave, he suddenly turned his head and asked the disciple, saying, "This senior brother, do you know where senior sister Jiang Shi lives?" "You mean senior sister Jiang Chui Ro? What are you looking for her for?" Speaking of this, the disciple was dumbfounded and slapped his head, saying, "Look at me, this memory. Forget you are Jiang's senior sister Daomate. Go out and turn left. Go down the mountain to walk 2 miles. Is the outer disciple accommodation area? That area at the highest place. There is a 2-story small attic. White. There is Jiang's senior sister residence." "Thank you, senior." Han Feng clasped his palms before turning to leave. He had originally thought that he would be able to be safer by coming here to take the test to become an outer disciple. There were more people over there, and it was halfway up the mountain and close to the law enforcement hall, but now he had to wait for another half a month before he could do so, and during this half a month, Yi Longyuan would surely have to send people to find trouble with him again. It wasn't too safe for him to live alone in that courtyard in the miscellaneous disciple area. He didn't even know when someone else touched in and killed him while he was asleep at night. So he had to strengthen the protection of that medicinal garden before he could do so. To strengthen the protection, the best way is to buy a formation and set it up there to be able to block others from coming in and act as a precautionary protection. Just a formation was expensive. He had seen it before in the bazaar. A most ordinary spirit gathering formation without any defense or attack would require 100 spirit stones to buy, and that formation he wanted. He was afraid it would take thousands of spirit stones to do it. The only thing that was worth money in his hand now was a mutated 3-needle flower. A 3-year-old one could be sold for 2 spirit stones, and a 30-year-old one could be sold for at least 300 spirit stones. The older it gets, the more potent it becomes and the rarer it is, doubling its price. But 300 spirit stones weren't enough for him to use, and he had to find a way to maximize his benefits if he wanted to obtain more spirit stones. That is, give this 3-needle flower, give it to Zhang Zuero, and then have the in-laws bestow blessings to return to him a 3-needle flower that is more than 300 years old in terms of medicinal age. And such a plant, if sent to auction, would sell for at least 3,000 to 5,000 spirit stones. One must know that many very high-level pills use herbs that are over 100 years old to refine before they can be made. After he sold the herbs, exchanged them for spirit stones, and bought the formations, he would be able to lie flat at home without any worries. So, it's still a good idea to go to Ginger Crispy Zoe. Han Feng traveled all the way down the mountain and arrived at the halfway point, in front of a sunny hillside, where he saw a large residential area and a white 2-story attic building located on a huge rock. Only, at this door, he met the last person he expected to see, Yi Longyuan. He only saw Yi Longyuan standing at the entrance of the courtyard outside the pavilion, and was talking to the maid in front of the door. "Sir Yi, it's really not that the slave girl is trying to stop you. Miss has been in closed-door cultivation since last night. She said that before she comes out, she won't see anyone at all. She wants to make a breakthrough in one go. Please forgive me." The handsome Yi Longyuan was frowning slightly at this moment, seemingly annoyed that he couldn't see his sweetheart. "It's fine. Then I'll just wait here. I think it won't take more than a few days to break through the 7th level of a chi practitioner. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for understanding the slave girl." Yi Longyuan nodded and was about to turn his head to look at the scenery below the mountain. It didn't matter if he turned around. He saw a most annoying person. Yesterday, Zhang Zuro directly back to the closed door. He did not see, and today came again, is to want to ask Zhang Zuro, or he is not as good as that cannot cultivate the handyman disciple. As it turned out, today was a good day, and the wrong people ran into each other. "I can't believe you're still alive?" Yi Longyuan's eyes narrowed as he opened his mouth and asked. Han Feng sighed. This Yi Longyuan, empty of a good skin, just not very smart. If Boss Ma hadn't said anything yesterday, Han Feng wouldn't have known that it was Yi Longyuan who had tried to kill him. But it turned out that Yi Longyuan had opened his mouth like this without a fight. But Han Feng can't say he can't know that he was assassinated this matter, because if he knew, it would be the same as confirming that it was him who killed Boss Ma this matter. What kind of words is that, senior brother Yi? Senior brother, I'm alive and well I can eat and sleep, why can't I live? Chapter 8. Angry at Yi Longyuan. At those words, Yi Longyuan's eyes narrowed again. secretly said that the handyman found by his men is too unreliable. Maybe he rolled up the money and ran away, and even kept this guy alive until now. This was simply a shame for Yi Longyuan, because the principle he had always believed in was that hatred was not overnight, and he would report on the same day if he had a grudge. What are you doing here? This is the area of the outer disciples. It's not for you, a tiny handyman, to come over, Yi Longyuan said grimly. But there's no rule in the sect that the miscellaneous disciples aren't allowed to come to the outer disciples' residence, right? Even the inner disciple residences can go over to visit. Han Feng spread his hands and said with a face full of innocence, as for me coming here, that's naturally to look for my Taoist couple. Rather, senior brother Yi is wandering in front of my Taoist couple's door. Is there something going on? Your dogs. Hearing Han Feng say my Taoist partner, Yi Longyuan couldn't help but be furious. Is he trying to humiliate me? Is he deliberately picking on me? He knows that I've been pursuing Jiang Zuoro for years and treat her as a forbidden property. Yet he deliberately brings up this matter in front of me. As soon as he thought of this, Yi Longyuan clenched his fists and secretly gritted his teeth. He couldn't seem to restrain his anger anymore. Jealousy begets hate, to be precise. As for Han Feng, he didn't care about any of this because no matter what he did, he wouldn't be able to eliminate Yi Longyuan's murderous intentions towards him. The moment Jiang Chuiro chose him, he was sentenced to death in Yi Longyuan's heart. As for the matter of Jiang Ziro utilizing him, it also made him feel nothing good about Jiang Ziro, so now he was in turn utilizing Jiang Ziro, and didn't feel half guilty about it. What's more, his utilization, which was to deliver good things, was also beneficial to Ginger Crispy Zoe. Han Feng didn't bother to say too much more to Yi Longyuan, so he said directly, does senior brother Yi still have something to do? Please go back if there's nothing. Senior brother, I still have to go pay my respects to senior sister Jiang. What do you want with her? Yi Longyuan asked in a shady manner. Me? What could I possibly want with my dowager? I don't have much to do. Han Feng was full of innocence. He can't tell Yi Longyuan anything, but to Yi Longyuan's ears, what could be the matter of finding a Dao couple? It must be a double cultivation. Damn it! This bitchy thing, mud blood, maggot-like guy, wants to double cultivate with her? My goddess, can't be desecrated by you like this. Yi Longyuan was burning with rage as he gathered aura in his hands and was about to slap Han Feng to death. Han Feng was surprised to see this and pointed to the sky, saying, Senior brother Yi, the inner disciples of the law enforcement hall patrol the entire sect. Whenever there is a call for help they will fall and enforce the law impartially. Can it be that senior brother Yi is going to bully the small with the big and beat me? A small handyman disciple. For no reason? The law enforcement hall? You think I'll be afraid of them? Yi Longyuan gritted his teeth. Why don't we try? Han Feng yelled up to the sky. Law enforcement hall. There's someone here. You shut up. Yi Longyuan's face changed drastically, and he immediately shouted lowly. With you being a waste mortal who can't cultivate, I can kill you with a single strike. And the law enforcement hall, who can't possibly patrol the entire clan every now and then, can't possibly just happen to come across this place. Upon hearing this, Han Feng once again shouted, Law Enforcement Hall of Fame. You shut up, Deacon. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Yi Longyuan was furious and raised his head to look around the sky. He didn't see any Foundation establishment disciples from the law enforcement hall patrolling the area. Then he let go of his heart. But the good thing is, Han Feng doesn't scream anymore. Han Feng also raised his head to look at the sky, secretly saying that this law enforcement hall was unreliable. It had shouted twice, but it hadn't even come yet. If this is an assassination, by the time they get here, they'll be in time for the banquet. Yi Longyuan's face was gloomy as he said coldly, Little thief, don't think that my Yi family will be afraid of the law enforcement hall. I just don't want to cause trouble for senior sister Jiang, but I just don't want to kill you in front of senior sister Jiang's door. Today, I will let you off the hook for now, and allow you to live for a few days with a crippled life. Oh, Senior Yi wants to kill me? Why is that? I have no grudges against Brother Yi, and I've never met him, so why would Brother Yi want to kill me? Could it be that the Yi family is so big that they can kill innocent disciples at will? This sect, is it the Yi family's world now? Han Feng acted surprised as big hats were placed on the Yi family's head one after another. You asshole. Yi Longyuan secretly gritted his teeth. Right at this moment, the attic door in the courtyard opened, and Jiang Zuoro walked out from inside and looked over. Senior Sister Jiang has finished her seclusion? Congratulations to Senior Sister Jiang for breaking through to the 7th rank. Yi Longyuan immediately changed his face, smiling, very sunny and cheerful. Jiang Zira's eyes looked coldly toward Yi Longyuan and Han Feng, and she blandly said, What are you two doing here? While talking, he walked slowly towards the side. Yi Longyuan laughed. Senior Sister, Senior brother, I came to congratulate you. Wanting to say a few personal words to you, but I didn't expect to coincide with senior brother Han, with whom I had a good conversation and exchanged some cultivation tips. At those words, the maid on the side had an odd expression on her face. Do you really think I'm blind and deaf? Having witnessed the whole thing? Zhang Ziru looked at Han Feng and said, is he telling the truth? No, he's going to kill me, Han Feng said blandly. The moment these words came out, the three people present all froze and looked at him. Even Zhang Chuiro, who had always been calm and self-conscious and cool, had a flash of surprise in her beautiful eyes. No, are we being honest? It's fine to beat your brains out behind your back, but can't you be a little more polite and smooth on the surface and give each other a leg up? Isn't that etiquette among the great clans? However, Han Feng wasn't a great clan, he was just a handyman, and he didn't bother to give Yi Longyuan a step down. You're going to kill me, why should I give you back your face? Yi Longyuan narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Senior Han, speak with evidence. Okay, Ginger Crisp said blandly, since senior brother Yi has also congratulated you, please return. Senior sister doesn't have anything personal to say to you. Without waiting for Yi Longyuan to respond, Zhang Zero looked at Han Feng again and said, what are you doing here? Originally, Yi Longyuan was a bit annoyed when he saw that Zhang Chuiro wasn't treating him with any respect, but now that he saw that it was the same shit to Han Feng, he balanced his heart out a lot. It seems that she doesn't treat this Taoist couple very well either. Han Feng clasped his palm and said, without being humble, senior brother congratulates senior sister on her breakthrough, and in addition, there are a few words that I want to say to senior sister. Zhang Ziro instinctively wanted to refuse, but after glancing at Yi Longyuan, she secretly said that this was also a good opportunity to disgust him. So she said, well, come on in then. Thank you senior sister. Han Feng followed without looking away. Seeing this, Yi Longyuan was dumbfounded, followed by his eyes spewing out anger. He had waited for half a day, but senior sister Jiang wouldn't let him in, and this mudblood said one word, and he could enter her boudoir? It's really outrageous. It's too much of a bully. Chapter 9, The Return of the Taoist Couple. After arriving at the first floor of the attic, Zhang Zero sat down on a futon with a coffee table in front of her. She reached out with her palm and pointed to the futon across the coffee table, saying, Senior brother, please sit down. Han Feng sat on the opposite side of the table, and Zhang Ziro picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to Han Feng. Thank you senior sister. Han Feng maintained his politeness, and then, taking out his own ice-cold dagger, he said, Senior sister, senior brother was gifted a dagger by a friend last night. I don't know if it's good or bad, so I would like to ask senior sister to help me taste it. Han Feng did this because he wanted to see if his ice-cold dagger could still be used after it was in someone else's hands. After all, that in-law giver had said that anything given by the giver could not be transferred to anyone. Han Feng wanted to see if this inability to transfer the gift was something that couldn't be given to someone else, or if someone else couldn't use it after it was given to them. If it was the former, then his plan of exchanging 30 years of 3 needle flowers for 300 years of 3 needle flowers to sell for money would be in vain. After all, a thing that can't be given to someone can't be sold for money. If it was the latter, then he could find a way to disguise the operation to sell the spirit stones. Seeing this, Zhang Ziro took the dagger, while trying to input Reiki, and a moment later, the dagger did not change in the slightest. She shook her head. It's just a handful of mortal iron. It can't even hold aura. It's not half as useful as that rusty lower-grade spirit weapon you had yesterday, but the gift is light. After all, it's from your friend, so keep it. After saying her words, she returned the dagger to Han Feng. Han Feng took the dagger and put it away. That is to say, what he has, no one else has in their hands, and there's no way to use it. In this way, in the future, even if someone else robbed him, they would never want to take it and use it. Although the spirit weapon treasure is anyone can use, to the treasure level, you need to recognize the owner to use. Do not recognize the owner has no way to use, but there are still powerful people can forcibly erase the original owner of the treasure mark, and then recognize the owner to use. With this trick, no one will be able to take what he has been blessed with and use it in the future. This bestowal of blessings, it's pretty good. In fact, he should have taken it to Wang Coronet to try it out to be the best and safest, but he only thought of this after he came to this place, and he could only find Zhang Chuiro to try it out. Since things could be given away, he could exchange for the 300-year-old triple needle flower. Han Feng took out his storage pouch, and then with a light tap, a 3-needle flower as tall as a house appeared in his hand. What's that smell? It smells so good. The little fox that was sleeping on its back in Han Feng's neck immediately widened its eyes when it smelled the scent of the 3-needle flower and looked at the 3-needle flower with glowing eyes. Zhang Ziro glanced at the little fox, Just now she thought that it was a scarf around Han Feng's neck, but she didn't expect it to be a spirit animal. What a cute spirit beast. Can I hold it? No matter how high and mighty Jiang Zero was, she was still a teenage girl, and there was little resistance to a creature as cute as a little fox. Han Feng laughed awkwardly, placed the 3 needle flowers horizontally on the table, and said, "Elder sister, how about taking a look at this 3 needle flower?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhuo looked at it and then said blandly, "This 3 needle flower, it's the main material for refining the spirit restoration pill, right? Looking at the size, it should be a few decades old, and can be exchanged for a few hundred spirit stones." A few hundred spirit stones were nothing to Jiang Zhuo. She didn't care much. If it was a 3 needle flower that was hundreds of years old, it would still give her a sideways glance. In that case, then this flower will be given to senior sister. For me? Jiang Zhuo glanced at Han Feng in surprise, then said, 3 needle flower of several decades of medicinal age, still relatively rare, worth a few hundred spirit stones, not a small amount for you. What are you sending it to me for? Senior brother's qualifications are shallow. Using this flower would be a waste. Senior sister is gifted and knows the art of alchemy, so giving this 3 needle flower to senior sister would be considered a good use of the resources. Senior brother is a handyman who grows medicinal herbs. There's nothing that can be taken. I'm grateful for senior sister's love. I hope that senior sister will take it. Jiang Ziro is not a character who likes to whore out others for nothing, but thought that some owed Han Feng. If he rejected a piece of his heart, it would appear that he was unsympathetic as a Taoist. After all, she had caused Han Feng to now suffer from Yi Lon Yuan's cynicism and murderous intent. Well then, I do need this herb for my alchemy, so I'll take it, but can't take something from you for nothing. I can buy your 3 needle flower at 12% of the market price. It's worth 300 spirit stones. I'll give you 360. No. Between Dao couples, it would be out of place to talk about money, and it's true that I don't need spirit stones. Senior brother, Han Feng couldn't use spirit stones? He could use it too much. But he can't sell it to Ginger Crispy Zoe. This is because the blessing can only be returned if it is gifted to a Taoist couple. Selling it to a Taoist couple, Han Feng didn't dare to bet that it would still be returned. Jiang Shiro glanced oddly at Han Feng. This guy, it can't really be that he thinks of me as a Taoist couple, right? Well, then, it's really a bit inappropriate to talk about buying and selling. Let's do it this way. I'll also give you a treasure back. From her storage bag, Zhang Krizuo took out a jade pendant and handed it to Han Feng, saying, "It's my fault that you're now in Yi Lon Yuan's thoughts. I'll deal with this matter through the family as soon as possible. During this period of time, you have to protect your own safety. This is a protective jade pendant, which contains the power and spell formations stored by my family's elders to be used as protection, able to withstand 3 attacks below foundation establishment. It only needs to be activated by inputting aura." Right, you have aura now, don't you? I see you can even open the storage bag. I can. Last night I ate the chi condensation pill given by senior sister, and I've already gathered aura, so I can cultivate. Han Feng was lying. He was still a waste who couldn't cultivate. That's good, but if you're willing to give me that little spirit beast, I can give you another better spirit treasure. Ginger Crisp's gaze fell on the little fox. That look, with a hint of fondness and pampering. When the little fox heard this, his fur exploded as he stared at Han Feng and said, "And you said you didn't come here this time to sell me out? I'm really not trying to sell you. So you're giving me away? And I'm not giving you away. If you dare, I'll scratch your face and show you what I'm made of." The little fox waved its little paw majestically, proving that it was very powerful. Just that childish voice and serious tone, this sense of contrast, it appeared even more cute and adorable. Looking at Ginger Crispy, Zoe liked it even more. "Senior sister, I'm sorry, I've kept this little fox for many years and have a deep affection for it. There's really no way to give it away. Sorry, it's okay, it's me being abrupt. I'm cold on my side. It would be nice to have a little spirit pet to talk to me, or not." Chapter 10, Come to the auction house to sell your stuff. Han Feng smiled and didn't say anything, although he was also curious to know what kind of spirit beast that in-law bestowed blessing would return to him if he gave the little fox to Jiang Zhuo. But this little fox was quite cute, and its nature was quite compatible with his, both of which liked to lounge around and lie flat, so he was still a bit reluctant to part with it. What's more, what if he sends the little fox out and redeems a more powerful and ferocious spirit beast that doesn't recognize him and then eats him? Han Feng took the piece of jade pendant and hung it around his waist, and Jiang Zhuo also picked up the 3 needle flowers and put them in her storage bag. She accepted it and took it before the gift was complete. A voice also appeared in Han Feng's mind. Han Feng gifted the Taoist couple a 35-year-old 3 needle flower, and received 10 times the blessing back, a 350-year-old 3 needle flower. Do you want to receive it? This tenfold return is in accordance with the thing sent out 10 times the quality of the return, not 10 times the number. Just like the previous thing, that dagger. The return of 10 times the quality of the middle grade spiritual weapons, not 10 broken daggers. It was the same this time. A 350-year-old 3-needle flower was definitely worth more than 10 35-year-old 3-needle flowers. Upon hearing this voice, Han Feng was satisfied. Then he got up and clapped his hands and said, "Senior sister, senior brother, things have been done. First, farewell. In the future, if you get another exotic treasure, we'll still send with senior sister. Hope senior sister do not excuse. Farewell." "Well, take your time and be careful on the road," Zhang Zero replied politely, only that there was still no smile on her cool face. Looking at Han Feng's figure as he turned away without hesitation, Zhang Zero's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. She was a little confused about Han Feng. Originally thought, Han Feng came over because he wanted to double cultivation with her to grow his cultivation. She was still quite repulsed by this kind of double cultivation, even if it wasn't to do that kind of love thing, but it was still to have skin to skin with a man, which she didn't like too much. But I didn't expect that when Han Feng came over, he would really just send her flowers, nothing else, and keep his mouth shut about dual cultivation. Wait, flowers? Ginger Crisp's eyes narrowed slightly. He just said that he would also send me something in the future. It's hard to believe that this kid is trying to find a way to please me, win my heart, and then finally propose dual cultivation? Oh, then I'll take whatever you send me and keep it for you for now, and see how long you can hold out to bring it up. Han Feng made his way down the mountain and returned to his place before realizing that one coronet had already left. By now it was getting late in the evening. Han Feng is going to do 3 things today. One thing was to become an outer disciple, but the time didn't fit and it didn't work out. The second thing was to go to Jiangchui Row and exchange the 3 needle flowers for better ones, then take them to the market town under the mountain and sell them for a formation to come. The third thing was to get an ID for the little fox. To do the identity for the little fox you have to go to Spirit Beast Peak, and Spirit Beast Peak is still resting on a mountain in the middle of Falling Cloud Peak. The Yin Yang sect was located in the middle of the mountains, with disciples and elders living on the several peaks, and many market towns and towns under the mountains and between the mountains, inhabited by all the major clans, small forces, and mortals dependent on the Yin Yang sect. Where there are people, naturally there will be trade. Han Feng took out the 3-needle flower after arriving at his residence at the bottom of the mountain. This one, a 3-needle flower, was almost twice as long and much thicker than the previous one. As soon as that 3-needle flower appeared, the little fox's eyes immediately glowed, pouncing over and about to nibble on it. "Get your ass over here." Han Feng held the little fox in one hand and said, "You feel if there is any medicinal power in this 3-needle flower?" "There is. I can feel the majestic aura and medicinal power, as well as the vitality from a long distance away." Han Feng wondered, why was this thing not in his hands and still useful? "Then try holding it." The little fox rushed over to hold the 3-needle flower, then took advantage of Han Feng's inattention and bit down hard on the 3-needle flower's branch. The branch was thicker than even it was, and it bit down just a little bit. "Is it potent?" Han Feng asked. "There is ah." The entrance is instantly melted. The majestic medicinal power fills the whole body. "Ha! This big mouthful should have replenished my aura and medicinal power ah. How come I don't feel anything at all ah?" The little fox was puzzled, so he asked for another bite. Han Feng lifted it as soon as he could, then took the 3-needle flower back into his storage bag. Now he understood that the returned spiritual treasure, he could use it in his hand, and others could not use it in their hands. This was good. At least the enemy didn't have the means to kill him after robbing his treasures. He could take the opportunity to kill back. Returned herbs. The medicinal power has always been there. He ate, it works. Others eat, cannot absorb the medicinal power. Although he couldn't take medicine to raise his cultivation level, he could heal his wounds and stimulate his combat power, restore his aura and whatnot. This is the blessing. Return cannot be transferred to another person, because giving it away doesn't work. If it could be transferred, then Han Feng could go to Jiangchui Row and brush the treasures infinitely. Return one to give one, return and give again, and brush infinitely. Obviously, that in-laws bestowed blessings and wouldn't give him that chance. Now that Han Feng had figured out this rule, he settled down and could implement his plan. Night was a time for mortals to rest, but for cultivators, there was almost no distinction between day and night, and the night was just as lively and easier to hide. With a bucket hat on his head and a black scarf to cover his face, Han Feng put the little fox into a bag and instructed it not to speak before leading it toward the outside. It's better to be careful in extraordinary times. "What are you going to do?" the little fox in the pack behind him asked. "Sell the flowers." "But that flower has no medicinal properties. Isn't it a lie to sell it?" "You're a bad person. Sell it for spirit stones for you to eat." "You're such a great guy. After exiting the miscellaneous disciple area, Han Feng entered the gathering place at the bottom of the mountain, where there were many scattered houses, and the closer they were to the center, the more prosperous they were. Han Feng walked along the way, checking out his surroundings, originally thinking that his appearance would be a bit abrupt, but along the way, he encountered quite a few people dressed in the same way as him, wanting to do unseemly deeds. Han Feng had heard people say that there was an auction house in the market town under the mountain, where there were auctions every night, as well as a workshop that sold their respective treasures and spiritual treasures and formations, and he had come down and wandered around in the past, but being shy, he wasn't qualified to go to the auction house, so he didn't know where it was. After inquiring, Han Feng finally found the gentleman's auction house. That's a very gentlemanly name. Arriving in front of the gate, the boy at the door looked at Han Feng, didn't look down on him because he was dressed shabbily, nor did he get curious because he was dressed mysteriously. People have seen a lot of him like this. Guest, are you buying or selling? Buying requires a deposit of 5 spirit stones, which can be refunded if you don't buy anything. The boy came up smilingly and asked. Sell something. Selling something requires an appraisal fee of 5 spirit stones. No refunds or exchanges. Please follow me. The boy led Han Feng into the auction house and walked around the main door toward the inside. Han Feng glanced at the auction house and saw that there were quite a few people sitting inside, bidding fiercely. Following the boy, he went around to the back door, and when he entered, he saw a small room. Equation is appraising someone inside. You can go in when the person inside comes out. Thanks a lot. After the boy finished speaking, he left. Chapter 11, Riches and Risks. Han Feng was vigorously recalling information about Ji Huijuan in his mind, only knowing that the other party was a Jiedan powerhouse with countless treasure appraisals and a very accurate eye. Nothing else is clear. He, the herb, is not afraid to give identification to the other side, because the medicinal effects are all true. As for the buyer buying it away and then refining the elixir that doesn't work, that's none of his business. After all, it's your own alchemy that fails. But this kind of thing, once or twice is okay. The next time you sell something people buy back does not work, you have to reveal. Soon, a person came out from inside, smiling happily, looking like he had appraised a good price. Next, a gentle voice came from inside. Upon hearing this, Han Feng pushed the door and walked in. In a room with elegant and antique decorations, Han Feng saw a young cultivator sitting behind a table. The young cultivator, looking about 30 years old, with a gentle jade-like face, a warm smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, and a bushel fan in his hand. Greetings to Senior Ji Huijuan. Han Feng clasped his palm and said, Fellow Daoist, please sit down. Ikajin reached out his palm and pointed to the chair. Han Feng said as he sat down, Senior, I want to sell a spirit herb. First time, right? Ji Huijuan smiled and looked at Han Feng. Well, how did you know? Those who come often will have placed the 5 spirit stone consultation fee here before I even speak. Upon hearing this, Han Feng was embarrassed for a moment and hurriedly took out 5 spirit stones and placed them on the table. Only then did Ji Huijuan say, Unusual spirit herbs can be bought and sold in the bazaar. What can make little friend come to me to sell? I think it's a more rare spirit herb, right? It's the wood spirit 3-needle flower. Such a common herb can be found everywhere, so I guess the vintage must be very high, right? Well, 350 years old medicinal flower of 3 needles. Upon hearing this, Ji Huijuan frowned slightly and said, Who would keep such an ordinary 3-needle flower for 350 years? Is little friend not teasing me? Han Feng looked at the house and felt that he could almost put it down. So from his storage bag, he took out the 3-needle flower. The 3-needle flower just appeared across the entire room, causing even Ji Huijuan to be slightly surprised. Seeing the other party's surprise, Han Feng used the wording he had thought of to explain. I found this 3-needle flower by accident. You don't need to tell me where this came from. The auction house has rules. The first time you come, I'll explain it to you once. First, treasure doesn't ask where it came from. It's just treasure. Secondly, sellers don't ask for identity. And although I can tell what my little friend looks like with a sweep of my divine sense, I won't go so far as to do so. Thirdly, any item, after being appraised by me, will be handed over to the auction house for auction, and all consequences thereafter will be borne by my auction house, with no further involvement with the seller. Late generation understands. Thank you, Senior, for clearing up the confusion. Han Feng said gratefully. He was smart, but too shallowly experienced to know many things. Ji Huijuan nodded and picked up this 3-needle flower, his eyes gazing intently as he carefully appraised it. Well, the medicinal power is abundant. It hasn't been more than a day since it was picked, and it hasn't lost any of it, so it's really more than 350 years old. This one 3-needle flower was capable of refining at least 300 restoration spirit pills. or several restoration spirit pills capable of repairing the injuries of a Jiedan powerhouse. Ha! Why is there a bite mark here? When it's really a waste, it's good that it's so small that it doesn't affect much. Ji Huijuan put down the 3-needle flower, looked toward Han Feng, and said, "This item passes acceptance. It is indeed a rare item and can be auctioned. I'll give my little friend 2 choices. First, 2,500 spirit stones. This item is sold to our auction house. A one-time payment, and no more business with you. Second, the auction, 2,000 spirit stones to start. The final price of the transaction is anyone's guess. To the final price of the transaction, we split 30% to 70%. Little friend can personally go and watch the auction process, to ensure that there will be no fudging." Han Feng calculated that with a 37 split, this 3-needle flower would have to be sold for more than 3,600 spirit stones before he could get more than 2,500 spirit stones. Would anyone spend so many spirit stones to buy this one 3-needle flower? Just as Han Feng was about to play it safe and go with the guaranteed 2,005 spirit stones, a clear and nice voice suddenly came from the room. "What are you afraid of? Rich and powerful. Let's go to the auction. We'll definitely be able to sell more spirit stones." The voice came from behind Han Yun, and there was no need to ask who said it. Ikejin smiled. "Have you thought it through, little friend? If you can't choose, why don't you listen to that little spirit beast of yours?" At those words, Han Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, then the auction. Good. Someone, send this item to the auction as today's finale." A man came in at the back door and collected the 3-needle flowers and walked out. Little friend can now enter the auction house directly through the back door to watch the auction without having to pay the deposit. "Thank you, senpai." Han Feng stood up and was about to take his leave when he suddenly turned around and asked, Senior, I take the liberty to ask, you are a hallowed Jiedan powerhouse. Do you still need to rely on these loose spirit stones from treasure appraisal to make ends meet?" Ji Huijuan smiled and said, "This auction house, it's mine. In the future, if little friend still has this kind of treasure, you can still send it to our auction house. We are always welcome." "Thank you, Elder." Han Feng walked out, secretly saying that when they realized that they had been punked, they were afraid that they wouldn't welcome themselves here. He exited the treasure appraisal room and headed toward the back door of the auction house, and on the way, he whispered viciously to the little fox that if you lose money, I'll sell you for spirit stones. And no more talking. After arriving at the auction house, Han Feng casually found a corner seat and watched the auction take place. Here, Han Feng saw quite a few people from the clans and the elders of the peaks, and it was clear that quite a few people had come to pick up the pieces, hoping to find some good things here, but it can only be picked up. After all, this auction is conducted every day. Han Feng had seen quite a few exotic treasures, but unfortunately, he was too shy to buy anything. After a few more rounds of auctioning, the auction drew to a close and it was finally Han Feng's turn for the 3-needle flower. The presiding old man on the stage exclaimed, "Gentlemen, next up is our grand finale for this auction, a 3-needle flower." At this statement, the following appealed, and the crowd said, "What is so rare about 3-needle flowers?" The old man went on, smilingly, "As we all know, the 3-needle flower is an important material for refining the spirit restoration pill. And the spirit restoration pill is a life-preserving item that can quickly recover from injuries and aura. So the importance of this is self-evident. And the longer the medicinal age of the 3-needle flower, the best effect of the recovery spirit pill that was refined. And this plant, the 3-needle flower, had been personally identified by Ji Huijun as having a medicinal age of 350 years. It can be imagined how majestic its medicinal power is. And this 3-needle flower, picked less than a day ago, was personally sealed by Ji Huijuan to seal the break. The medicinal power won't be lost, so everyone can rest assured to call the price. Chapter 12. I'll take this flower for my Yi family. When these words came out, the crowd below was shocked. 350 years old 3-needle flowers? One should know that 3-needle flowers were extremely common herbs, and herbs that were more than 300 years old were not rare. But who has nothing to do will not put 3-needle flower, such worthless herb, to cultivate more than 300 years off. This is not for nothing to occupy the spiritual land medicinal field. This has led to the fact that 3-needle flowers that are more than 300 years old are extremely rare. At this moment, a young cultivator stood up and said, "Host, you're not wrong, are you? A 300-year-old 3-needle flower? How is that possible? Who would be so bored to cultivate a 3-needle flower for so many years? Which old monster has nothing better to do? Oh, maybe it's wild, or maybe. Of course, this is our personal identification. If you don't believe it, we welcome supervision. Anyone who questions it can come up and personally test it," the old man said with a smile. "Then I'll test it." The youth stood up and said, with a square palm clasp, "My name is Zhao Huayun, a top-grade Dan master of Dansha Peak. And for the record, it's not that I can't trust Elder Ji Huijuan, but it's really just that I'm excited to see the hunt, and I haven't seen a three-needle flower that's been around for so many years, so I want to take a look at it, and get a long view of the world. With Jun Ji Hui and Dan Master Zhao as endorsements, we naturally trust them, so please go and see. Dan Master. Yeah, we're all waiting for the results. The crowd screamed. Top grade Dan Master Zhao Huiyan also walked up and presided over taking out the three-needle flower and placing it on the table. The crowd also gasped at the sight of such a large three-needle flower. Zhao Huiyan first looked, then smelled, then touched, and finally inputted his spiritual qi to feel the medicinal power inside that one three-needle flower. After a moment, he nodded, and indeed it is over 350 years of medicinal age. This is too rare. Presiding officer, how much is the starting price of this three-needle flower? I, Zhao Huiyun, will take it. I want to personally refine it into a spirit restoration pill, and practice the most perfect spirit restoration pill. I'm going to use this Dan to advance to the Grandmaster realm. When these words came out, the crowd below was surprised. Everyone knew that Dan Masters were categorized into the lower, middle, upper, master, and Grandmaster realms, and likewise the pills that were concocted were graded in the same way. Within the entire Yin Yang sect, there wasn't a single Grandmaster level Dan Master, only 3 Grandmasters, and Zhao Huiyun, who was known as the pretty Chu of the young generation of Dan Dao, and the young heavenly pride with the most hope of striking the Grandmaster level. With this three-needle flower, he might actually be able to refine pills that could utilize 10% of their medicinal power and breakthrough to become a Grandmaster. People are very favorable to him. Only Han Feng secretly muttered in his heart, he has not pitched an innocent victim. The host laughed. Zhao Dansher, don't worry, please sit down and bid. The auction house, naturally the highest bidder gets it. As it should be, it is I who have taken the liberty. After saying his words, Zhao Huiyun returned to his position, but his eyes were still fiery. The host laughed. The old man announces that the starting price of the three-needle flower is 2,000 spirit stones. Each increase shall not be less than 100. The bidding begins. I'll give you 2,500. Zhao Huiyun was the first to step forward to bid, showing his determination to win. But he was obviously not the only one who wanted this treasure, and immediately there were quite a few people who followed suit. Even if they didn't know how to make pills, they could still find a familiar alchemist to make them. I'll give you 2006, 2007. I, the Zhang family, offered 2018. I, the Fu family, offered 2009, 3000. My Yi family is offering 3000. Who dares to compete with me? Hearing someone from the Yi family shouting, Han Feng couldn't help but raise his spirits as he gazed at the Yi family man. That should be an elder of the Yi family. After all, it's impossible for someone's family head to personally come over and participate in the auction every day, right? I, Zhao Huiyun, offer 3001. Zhao Huiyun was clearly in a hurry, and was calling out his name. Obviously the price of this three-needle flower had exceeded its original value, and no one else was calling for much, but he still wanted it. 3002 of my Yi family, 3003 of my Ginger family. Those 3 are the only ones left calling the shots now. Elder Jiang, do you have to go against me? That elder of the Yi family was obviously anxious and pointed at the Zhang family. That elder of the Zhang family sneered. What do you mean against you? My niece, Zhang Zuro, has recently gained much insight into alchemy, and is about to be promoted from medium to top grade. So when she is promoted, I will take this three-needle flower to her as a congratulatory gift. Can't I? Han Feng's head was full of black lines. This flower is going back to Zhang Ziro's hands again? If she knew that her elders were spending thousands of spirit stones to buy a useless flower, would she be anxious? 3005 for my Yi family, 3006 for my Ginger family then. I, Zhao Huiyun, bid $3,800, 3009 of my Ginger family, 4,000 for my Yi family. I, Zhao Huiyun, am 4003. Seniors, sell me Zhao Huiyun face. This opportunity, it's important to me. Zhao Huiyun clasped his palm towards those 2. The elder of the Zhang family laughed. Since Master Zhao Dan has opened his mouth, then my Zhang family will sell you this face, and I hope that in the future, Master Zhao Dan will guide my niece more. I'm sure. Zhao Huiyun exulted. Han Feng secretly encouraged in his heart, and then proceeded to raise the price. 4005 for my Yi family. Sure enough, the Yi family lived up to Han Feng's expectations and immediately raised the price. Humph, that Zhang Ziro of your family, in order to avoid choosing a Taoist couple, she even chose an odd job disciple to be her Taoist couple. It really makes people laugh. That little odd job man won't be able to sit on the cold bench every day. The face of your Zhang family is considered to have been disgraced by her. The elder of the Zhang family immediately retorted with a sarcastic remark. Our Jiang family's daughter. We can choose whoever we want. Just be happy. We don't know your set of marriage union. Only strong yourself is really strong. Sacrificing the happiness of our children to fight for power and profit. That's called a shame. Since she's the one who chose her Dao partner, that's a waste. And our Jiang family respects her choice and can train that waste into an elite. Han Feng was touched by what he heard, but it was a pity that it was useless, and there was no way to cultivate him anymore. At this moment, Zhao Huayan sighed and was about to raise the price again when the Yi family elder laughed and said, Master Zhao Dan, let us have this herb. Let us have the Yi family. I promise you that after I auction off the herb later, I'll directly give it to you to be refined by you. The pills you make, you take the best one for promotion, and the rest, give all of them to our Yi family to use. Now that's a win-win for both of us. What do you think? At those words, Zhao Huayun's eyes lit up. This was great. He didn't have to spend any money. He could still be promoted. And the Yi family also got the elixir. It was really the best of both worlds. Good. A deal is a deal. So thank you, Daoist Yi. Seeing this, Han Feng secretly said that it was a pity that he could have made more money, but he froze and was stirred up by the Yi family. Ha! And so on. The elixir was made for the Yi family? As soon as he thought of this, Han Feng's feeling of guilt for pitting people was much smaller. Han Feng didn't realize that the hole he was casually digging now would viciously pit Yi Longyuan on the first day of the next month. Chapter 13, Flying Sword with Wind attribute. In the end, both parties to the transaction closed the deal, and with Ji Huaijuan and Zhao Huayun as endorsements, the Yi family did not doubt the authenticity of the herbs in the slightest. Instantly read to make the deal. The 3-needle flower was returned to the Yi family, and 4,500 spirit stones were delivered to the auction house. And then the auction ended. Han Feng was led by the boy and went forward to the account office to settle the spirit stones. The bookkeeper took the abacus and snapped a calculation before saying to Han Feng, 4,500 spirit stones, divided 37, you get 3,150 spirit stones. This is your spirit stone, please count it clearly. The bookkeeper handed Han Feng a storage bag, and then went to work on something else. Things like storage pouches weren't exactly rare, and the auction house would usually give one away for transactions over 1,000 spirit stones. The person who counted the accounts only needed a sweep of his divine sense to be able to count the spirit stones in his storage bag. Unfortunately, Han Feng wasn't a foundation establishment powerhouse and hadn't produced a divine sense, so there was no way to go for a divine sense sweep in style. But in order not to show his cowardice, and also believing that people with such a big auction house would not go to screw him, he took his storage bag and went out directly. After coming outside, he dropped blood to recognize the storage bag like last time, and then he opened it and saw the dense spirit stones inside. And he couldn't count how many there were at one time. Little Hansy, getting rich, how much of these spirit stones are you going to share with me? The little fox's voice came from his ears, and Han Feng twisted his head to look, only to see that the little fox had already climbed out, its little head poking over his shoulder, blinking its big eyes as it looked at the storage bag. I'm going to go shopping first, and when I'm done there's leftovers for you to eat as you please. Then you can't spend all of it. Remember to leave some for me. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be able to earn so many spirit stones. The little fox was overjoyed. Originally Han Feng could only earn 2,005 spirit stones. Now he earned more than 3,000. And the extra, it was all its credit. I know. Just stop talking and don't let anyone find out. Han Feng put away the storage bag and pressed the little fox's little head back inside the bag. And then, he squared the bucket hat on his head and walked towards the front, looking behind him from time to time as he turned the corner, fearing that someone was following him. Sneaky doesn't look like a good guy. Based on the location of the memory workshop, Han Feng turned a few corners and arrived in the middle of this workshop dedicated to cultivators. After all, there were still quite a few mortals living between these mountains, and the large base of these mortals also provided the Yin-Yang sect with a source of disciples. As for Han Feng, he was also a member of the mountain village under the outskirts of the Yin-Yang sect, living in a farming family as a child, plowing the fields with his parents every day and occasionally reading some books. His days were happy and lazy. Later, when he was 13, his parents emptied their savings and bought him a place as a journeyman disciple, and then they both disappeared. He searched for his parents for a long time then, going down the mountain whenever he had a vacation, but he just couldn't find them, and his own yard and fields were deserted. Then he gave up, plus he had been unable to cultivate, so he planned to wait for the expiration of the 5-year period, go back to his hometown to continue farming and sunbathing, and live a life of lying flat and carefree. But not anymore. He was hated by Yi Longyuan. It was safer to stay in the sect. He was going to get a protective spell to go back and secure the small yard and then lie flat. This defense formation was not too demanding. Just be able to hold out until he shouted for the law enforcement team to come over. Han Feng arrived at the largest treasure pavilion in the market town and stomped in. Fellow Daoist, please come inside. What type of magic treasure do you need? I can introduce it to you. In front of the door, a young cultivator greeted him, wearing clothes with the store's logo. I want a protective formation. Where is it please? Han Feng asked politely. The formation is on the second floor. Please follow me. That guide cultivator introduced himself to Han Feng as he walked. On our side of the treasure pavilion, there are many treasures that have been transported from all over the world. And there are also quite a few magic treasures, spirit treasures and formations that have been refined by our sex weaponry array peak disciples and elders, guaranteeing the best quality at a good price. Dao friends can buy with confidence. The Yin Yang sect weapon array peak, which Han Feng was aware of, was known for refining weapons to carve arrays, just like the Danxia peak, which was known for refining pills. Most of the herbs in Han Feng's medicinal fields were provided to Danxia peak. Of course, among the major main peaks of the Yin Yang sect, basically all of them were cultivation-oriented, and even the alchemy of Danxia peak and weaponry array peak were just aids. As a disciple of the Yin Yang sect, Han Feng could of course go to the weapon formation peak and purchase items directly, and the prices were quite a bit lower than over here. But the weapon formation peak needed to register his name in order to purchase magic treasures, and since he was now considered a celebrity in the Yin Yang sect in large and small ways, Han Feng really didn't want to be noticeable. As he followed the man forward, Han Feng's gaze, too, had been scanning the magic treasures on this side of the first floor. He passed by counter shelves displaying sword-type treasures. The shelves dazzled him with a wide array of sword types. The cheapest is the outermost spirit weapon sword class, which is the worst, and further on is the spirit treasure. Spiritual treasure-type treasures were more powerful than spiritual weapons. And as for the more powerful Dharma treasure-type weapons, none of them were displayed here. Every weapon here is exquisite. As he walked, suddenly a light blue sword caught Han Feng's attention. The sword emitted a faint blue light, with traces of rune formations engraved on it, and its body was streamlined and very nice to look at. There's a label written underneath. Lower grade spiritual treasure, the Royal Wind Sword. Do you have your eye on this flying sword? That guide monk explained with a smile. This flying sword, which came from outside, is a lower grade spiritual treasure. Using this sword to fly on the wind, the speed far exceeds that of ordinary flying swords. If a cultivator with a wind spirit root were to use it, it would fit even better, and would be able to better mobilize the wind attribute aura, which would be very powerful in terms of both speed and power. It was only a pity that wind attribute spirit roots were too rare, so no one had ever come to buy this sword. If you want it, the original price of this sword is 2,000 spirit stones. I can make a 10% discount. 1,800 spirit stones to sell to you. What do you think? Han Feng couldn't help but think of yesterday when he parted with Zhang Chuirou. Zhang Chuirou's gesture of flying away with the imperial sword. If he also had a flying sword, and then learnt the art of imperial sword, then even if he was being chased, he would be able to do a quick escape. Moreover, he was the wind attribute heavenly spirit root, and this sword fit him exceptionally well. Wait, if we buy this sword, give it to Zhang Zuero, and then bestow the blessing to return it, wouldn't it be a mid-grade spiritual treasures wind attribute flying sword? Medium-grade spiritual treasures, worth tens of thousands of spirit stones, but Han Feng only had over 3,000 spirit stones now, and he still had to buy the array formation. Having no choice, Han Feng gritted his teeth and said, "It's better to check out the formation first." Chapter 14, Bargaining for the Price. Yes, please follow me, fellow Daoist. The guide smiled faintly and led Han Feng toward the upper floors. In the large area on the second floor, there were all sorts of formation diagrams arranged in categories. There were only diagrams. The seal-engraved formations were not placed on them, and after the guests picked them out, someone would go fetch the formations and send them over. There were spirit-gathering formations, defense formations, teleportation formations, attack formations and spirit-practicing formations and so on. The list was endless. Fellow Daoist, this side is the area for protective formations. See if there is anything you like that is suitable. You can pick it out to your heart's content. Han Feng's eyes swept the rows of formations. The top row he did not even look at. Those are Jiedan cultivators can only lay out this approach. Often tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of spirit stones selling price is not something he can think about. Moving on down the list, they are in the 5,000 to 10,000 bracket. Don't look. The 3,000 to 5,000 bracket is not to be looked at. Only look under 3,000. Do you want a formation that pursues the ultimate defensive power? Or one that is capable of both offense and defense, defending against enemy attacks while still being able to do a certain amount of counter-injury? Or one that brings with it a number of other roles, such as spirit gathering, teleportation, etc. What else could it do? That's natural. Let's say you look at this. The 5-tiger anti-injury formation. Using the power of the roaring tiger spirit as the formation, and using the 5 positions of the 5 elements as the guide, it forms a 5-element formation that is impenetrable and unbreakable, capable of attacking and defending, and when the enemy's attack strikes it, the formation absorbs a portion of it while also being able to counter a portion of it to the other party. You can look at this again. The blood armor teleportation formation. Using the blood of a foundation establishment spirit beast as a guide and combining it with the power of teleportation. In terms of protective effect, it is not as good as the 5 tigers anti-injury formation, but it comes with a teleportation effect. If the enemy breaks the protective formation, then when the formation breaks, it can activate this teleportation formation and teleport immediately. But this is a one-time thing. After all, the formations are broken, and the teleportation is random, so we might be teleported somewhere. Han Feng looked at the 2 formations in front of him. One was the kind that could protect and still counterattack the other party, but when it was broken, it could only be broken with its hands tied. The other is able to teleport straight away to escape when it breaks, but it's not certain where it will teleport to. These 2 additional effects, which were life-preserving divine techniques for others, were drawbacks for Han Feng, because if he was besieged, he definitely had to put on a weak stance in front of the law enforcement hall, and if the law enforcement hall came, he was unharmed and his enemies were bruised all over, and he would be the one who was captured. As for the other teleportation, the hell knows where it will be teleported to. The cultivation world is so chaotic. The outside world is very dangerous. If it is teleported to the side of a certain demonic cultivator, or in the lair of the demonic beasts, that is not to give people food? Just then, the little fox behind him spoke again. What are you afraid of? Rich and powerful. If we want that one that can teleport, the big deal is that we will run away and go as casual cultivators. Han Feng's head was filled with black lines. You really think so? The main thing is that that one is cheap. It's only 15,000 spirit stones. The first one is too expensive. It costs 2,005. The little fox said with a hefty grin. After saying half a day, it wanted to keep more spirit stones for itself. What realm enemies' attacks can these 2 formations withstand? Han Feng asked the most crucial question. Below the foundation level depends on the time and when it wears off bad. Above the foundation level, the former can block at least 3 full force attacks, and the latter can also resist 2. Once it's set up, can you move it if you change places? Of course, the flags and materials are movable. Just pull them off. The materials are all inside the formation. The enemy can't pull them off. Han Feng rubbed his chin and said, 1,500 for this? Yes. That sword down there is 1,800? It adds up to 3,003. Cheaper and cheaper. A discount. I'll buy both. How about 2,005 spirit stones? Han Feng gritted his teeth, intending to cut a good deal with the other party, because he only had 3,100 spirit stones. That guide was also confused. This was the first time he had encountered such a cut price. The price they marked on this side are the original price, but the proprietor said, they can depending on the situation. A 10% discount. In fact, this 10% discount is that they are all in the original price, marked a little higher. Just want to slaughter the wrongdoer. But to Han Feng this kind, all of a sudden cut into 75% discount. So ruthless, or the first time to see it. Fellow Daoist, the price I'm talking about is already discounted. The Wind Spirit Sword is 1018 after the discount because that one doesn't sell well. This blood armor teleportation formation, there's no way to discount it. But seeing as you're buying 2 pieces at once, I'll cheapen it by up to 100 more spirit stones. 3,002. What do you think? Look, you've said that that sword isn't selling well, and it just so happens that you've come across me who likes it and wants to buy it. So why don't you sell it to me? If you don't sell it and leave it there, it won't turn into a spirit stone. It's useless. Sell it to me and you'll still get the spirit stone, and you'll still be able to bid on a piece of unsellable junk. And this big formation, it's disposable. It's no more when it's broken. After I'm done with it, I'm sure I'll have to come back to you to buy it. If you give me a painful discount this time, I'll come back to you next time, so that you can take the drawbacks. Don't you think so? 3001. Can't go any lower. 2018. No more. I don't have that many spirit stones left. 3001. 2008. I'm not a shopkeeper. There's no way I can give you that much cheaper. Well, you could have asked the shopkeeper. Okay, wait for me. The guide finished his sentence and walked away with a sigh. He'd never met such an unpleasant and stingy customer. Han Feng proceeded to look at other formations. Soon, that guide came back and said to Han Feng, fellow Daoist, our shopkeeper said, make a friend. 3,000 spirit stones. Not even one less, because this price, is already equivalent to the price that Weapon Formation Peak sells weapons for. If you can buy in the Weapon Array Peak, you will not come to our treasure pavilion. We are just picking up the leakage to do business. We cannot lose money to do business. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Weapon Formation Peak and check this price. Their side of the business, mainly doing business with the scattered cultivators and clans outside, as well as some exotic goods that could not be bought by the Weapon Formation Peak. The ordinary Yin Yang sect disciples were less likely to need to come to them to buy the Yin Yang sect's Weaponry Array Peak stuff. On the other hand, was only sold to their own disciples and elders, not to the public, so they often used various means to get goods from the Weaponry Array Peak. Let's say that some refiners practiced their weapons and did not hand them over to the sect, did not record them, and secretly got them to sell them down there. Sort of smuggling. Han Feng tried. 2009? You are welcome to come back next time, fellow Daoist. 3,000 is 3,000. Deal. The 3,150 spirit stones that Han Feng had just gotten his hands on hadn't even been warmed up before he gave them away again. Chapter 15, Assassination. Again he handed over the spirit stones, and the Taoist handed him the wind spirit sword and the formation materials, along with instructions on how to set up the formation. A simple formation that didn't require a specialized formation master to set up. Han Feng collected his treasures and exited the treasure pavilion, heading straight for Spirit Beast Peak. He planned to take the little fox to register his identity now, so that the little fox would become his private property, and after protecting its safety, he would let the little fox go and give the sword to Jiang Zero tomorrow. After all, this sword was now a lower-grade spiritual treasure and could be used by anyone who got it. If he gave it to Jiang Zhuo and replaced it with a middle-grade spiritual treasure and only he could use it, he would be able to get a better weapon and no one else would be able to use it even if they took it. Wouldn't that be nice? Han Feng recognized the road to Spirit Beast Peak, and at this time, he was as fit as a fiddle, quickly running towards Spirit Beast Peak. Alas, it would be so nice if I knew the art of sword riding, flying directly over there, saving time and effort. During the latter part of the night, he arrived at Spirit Beast Peak, went up to the peak, and found the registration office. Most of the world of cultivators didn't have the saying of closing at night, and at this time, the registration office was also brightly lit, with all sorts of spell formations and night pearls for lighting, illuminating the room brighter than the daytime. Senior brother has come to register the spirit beasts. Han Feng came to the counter and while talking, he took down the bag behind his back and pulled out the little fox. The disciple, who was meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and glanced at Han Feng before saying blandly, "Which senior brother's side raised the spirit beast? Why didn't he come with you to register for the handover?" "It wasn't fostered. It was picked up and adopted because I saw how poor it was." "Adopted? That's fine. As long as it's registered it's in compliance." "Been tested for species blood?" "No." "Well, the cultivation and species of the spirit beast say something." "Foxes. No cultivation." Upon hearing this, the disciple looked at the little fox suspiciously and said, "A fox without cultivation? That's damn well called a beast, not a spirit animal. Are you making fun of me? You're the beast. Blah blah blah." The little fox bared his teeth and made a face to prove his awesomeness. "Yo, can talk? Enlightenment quite early look a bit like the psychic jade fox. Should be it, for you to register." The disciple nodded, and then continued. "Master's name, identity, and cultivation. Han Feng, miscellaneous disciple of Lok Ha Peak. No cultivation. No cultivation? Hey, a savage with a beast." The disciple snorted. He hadn't seen such a strange combination before. "Alright, the registration is complete. Now this one Tongling Jade Fox is yours. As for whether you signed a master-servant contract or a life and death contract, that's none of my business. Bring this in its neck and brand your soul imprint. Then only you can open it." That disciple took out a small, slender collar and handed it to Han Feng. Han Feng took the collar and put it on the little fox's neck, causing the little fox to be unhappy and beak. It was a good thing that Han Feng hadn't signed any contract with it. It was completely free and unrestricted. Otherwise it would have tickled Han Feng long ago. After doing so, Han Feng walked out. That little collar is just an ID tag. No other restraints. After he went out, that disciple crossed his legs, took out a piece of sound transmission jade slip, and leisurely said, "Second brother, that Han Feng, the miscellaneous disciple who robbed your Dao couple 2 days ago, just registered his spirit beast on my side and is heading down the mountain." He was masked in a black scarf, wearing a bucket hat, and holding a Tongling Jade Fox. Just find someone to get dead. Don't do it yourself. For this kind of garbage is not worth dirtying your hands. You are the proud son of our family. Don't get your hands. After saying his words, he put away the voice transmission jade slip and turned to continue cultivating. For this kind of thing, it was good enough for him to say a word. It was impossible for him to personally get his hands dirty to kill a regional handyman disciple. He's a member of the Yi family. Han Feng held the little fox in his arms and walked toward the mountain under the cover of the night. When they were almost at the foot of the mountain, Han Feng asked, "Little fox, are you a psychic jade fox?" "No. So what kind of spirit animal are you?" I forgot. I can't remember." The little fox's little face, full of seriousness and disbelief, said squarely, "I don't know who I am, what species I am, what spirit animal I am, or even where I came from, but I'm just able to eat spirit stones, and I'm very full afterward, and very hungry if I don't. But I vaguely feel that I'm not a psychic jade fox. I've seen psychic jade foxes. Their bloodline is just too low level. My bloodline is much higher than theirs." "Oh, looks like your bloodline is worth a lot." "Ha, why don't you use the word noble to describe it, instead of the word valuable? What do you want?" "Nothing, I'm not going to sell you. Do you want to keep me to sell blood? Is your blood worth much?" "Worthless and worthless. I'm just a beast." The little fox twisted her head away sheepishly. "By the way, how many spirit stones do we still have? You loser spent 3,000 at once. There's 100 more, I think. How are you going to support me if you're so poor? Did I say I was going to feed you? Does it matter to me if you starve to death? You're such a negative person. You call people good friends during the day and now you've become." Suddenly, the little fox's face changed drastically, and she drank. "Duck, there's malice." Upon hearing this, Han Feng immediately flashed sideways to the side without hesitation, and a flying sword appeared steeply, flashing past where he had just been walking. Han Feng, who was scared out of his wits, couldn't help but be a bit thankful that this ability of the little fox to sense malice was really useful. Suddenly, two black shadows, flashing out from the bushes, each holding a sword, swiftly killed toward Han Feng. "Little fox, go find the people from the law enforcement hall to save me." Han Feng's face suddenly changed as he immediately took out his wind spirit sword and slashed at the fastest rushing enemy. He didn't know what the other party's strength was, but it was a dark and windy night, and there weren't many people around, and it would be hard for him to run away when he was facing two enemies who could use the sword art. The little fox immediately jumped off Han Feng's shoulder and ran off into the distance with a whoosh. Needless to say, the little fox was still fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, he arrived on top of a huge boulder in the distance. But then it suddenly stopped moving and stopped on the boulder, blinking its big eyes as it watched Han Feng take on the enemy. Han Feng slashed out with his sword. That assassin obviously didn't take Han Feng seriously. He didn't dodge or avoid facing the attack of an invalid. He let that sword stab on himself and went to slash at Han Feng as well. However, in the next second, his eyes widened in shock. It was only after Han Feng sidestepped his sword and dodged it, that wind spirit sword in his hand easily pierced through his chest. "How can you break my defense?" Chapter 16, My Brother-in-Law? The other assassin was shocked, but Han Feng didn't hesitate, so he directly churned his opponent's heart with a force. He knew that cultivators in the Qi practicing stage had a physiological structure similar to that of mortals, and that they would die if they stabbed their hearts. By the time you get above foundation establishment, you can't die if your dantian and head are fine. After dryly finishing off this assassin, Han Feng twisted his head to look at the other one. That assassin looked at this scene in shock before his eyes narrowed slightly and he turned around and ran without hesitation. He wanted to run, but Han Feng didn't want to let him go yet. Han Feng didn't want to attract the law enforcement team for a short period of time because he didn't want to expose the fact that he had cultivation. If he Long Yuan knew his true cultivation, then he would send stronger assassins to kill him in the future, and he would be more dangerous. Of course, when it really came to the point of not being able to fight, it was still up to the law enforcement team. Han Feng stirred the aura in his body and immediately chased after him. At this time, his wind attribute heavenly spirit root played a big role. The wind attribute was just good at speed. Han Feng was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he killed the assassin's back and directly slashed out with his sword. When that assassin heard the evil wind coming from behind him, he didn't hesitate to turn around and slash out his sword, colliding with Han Feng's wind spirit sword. Only hearing a dang sound, the violent sound of gold and iron clashing came. Han Feng took 2 steps back, and the assassin was also directly cleaved out. Han Feng felt that the other party was at most a 5th level of the Qi refining stage, and with his spiritual roots and realm, he was able to easily defeat the other party. However, that assassin didn't want to fight Han Feng anymore and directly threw out the sword in his hand and floated into midair before leaping up and jumping onto the sword in a single leap. So he was going to fly away with his sword. Not good. Han Feng was shocked. The other party would be able to use sword art and be able to fly, but he couldn't fly. But again, he couldn't let the other party escape, or else there would be constant trouble behind him. Right at this urgent moment, the little fox in the distance suddenly leapt up and jumped in front of that assassin. starlight dots appearing in his eyes as he looked at that assassin. Immediately after that assassin saw those starlight, he felt an intense dizziness and couldn't control his flying sword, falling directly to the ground, and the little fox fell flat on its face and lay on the ground. Ouch! And screaming, Han Feng seized the opportunity and leapt up, catalyzing his wind attribute aura, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the assassin's side and cut him down. After killing the assassin, Han Feng raised his head and saw two long rainbows flying in the sky to the north. Someone was flying towards his side with a sword. It wasn't known if it was an assassin or the law enforcement hall, or if it was just passing through. No matter who it was, Han Feng couldn't let the other party discover him. He immediately grabbed the assassin's body and stowed it in his storage bag, and then dashed to the other assassin's side and stowed it as well. The storage bag couldn't hold living things, but it was still possible to collect corpses. After doing so, Han Feng quickly ran to the little fox, grabbed it up and rolled it among the rocks, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. In the sky, those two silhouettes stopped and hovered in the air. They both wore light blue robes, and on their left breasts, a symbol of some sort. That symbol, a sword standing up face down, and on the hilt, a rod with two dots on either side. That's the scale. This is the symbol of the law enforcement hall. The scale represents fairness and impartiality, and also represents that in the heart of every law enforcement hall disciple, there should be a scale to enforce the law without bias and impartiality. The sword, on the other hand, represented judgment and punishment, the majesty of the law enforcement hall. The country-faced disciple looked at Han Feng's tossing and turning distant back and suddenly laughed and said, "This kid, dry enough? Ah." Facing the siege of two assassins, counterkill no more than a few breaths of time, collect the body and run. It's decisive enough that it doesn't drag on. The pointy-faced disciple on the side frowned. Senior brother Jiang, but he killed someone. Aren't we going to arrest him? Humph. If he killed a disciple, then naturally he should be arrested. But he killed a sneaky assassin, and I don't know which family raised him, without a proper identity, so it's fine to kill him. Brother, as a disciple of the law enforcement hall, you should have a scale in your heart. Our disciple was assassinated. All the more reason for us to go and help him. And now that the enemy's strength is not good enough to be killed by our disciple, we still want to arrest our own disciple, don't we? It's just that if you invite the master over, his old man will say, "Good kill." The kind of dog that sends assassins to kill fellow disciples is the one that deserves to die out even more. Alas, I do think that this kid is quite interesting and decisive, suitable for our law enforcement hall. Let's go. Follow him over there and see what his status is. Pay more attention to him in the future. And if he's innocent, try to suck it up. Okay, senior brother. I'll listen to you. Han Feng ran all the way at breakneck speed, and after arriving at the workshop at the bottom of the mountain, he traveled all the way around in a hurry, finally arriving at the bottom of the mountain on the west side of the Sunset Peak, in his own little house. If it wasn't for those two law enforcement hall disciples keeping an eye on him from above, they really would have lost him. Han Feng sat on the bed, panting heavily as he sat down on his knees and took out spirit stones to replenish his strength and aura. That battle just now hadn't actually consumed too much of his aura and physical strength, mainly because he had dashed all the way back and consumed too much aura and physical strength. He's in very bad shape at this point and still needs to recover as soon as possible. The little fox also looked tired and shriveled, sitting on the sideline squinting his eyes, holding a piece of spirit stone and placing it in his own mouth to chew gently. On the sky outside the door, the two law enforcement hall disciples, led by senior brother Jiang, looked at that ordinary small courtyard, as well as the almost identical small courtyards around it. And senior brother Jiang frowned and said, "Isn't this the residence of the miscellaneous disciples?" The pointy-faced senior brother nodded his head and said, "Yes, it seems to be a piece of spiritual land area responsible for cultivation for the residents of the handyman disciples. Everyone has a piece of land they are responsible for, right in their own courtyard. This is yard number 8 in the first row. Well, we'll just go back and check it out." Okay. The two law enforcement hall disciples quickly flew towards the main peak of Sunset Peak and came to the side of the law enforcement hall branch of Sunset Peak, and asked for the information of the miscellaneous disciples from their fellow disciples. There are two people living in the 8th courtyard, Wang Coronation and Han Feng. Han Feng? This name is so familiar? The pointy-faced disciple said as he looked towards senior brother Jiang. The disciple of the law enforcement hall of the Sunset Peak on the side laughed and said, "I'm not familiar with it. It's your brother-in-law, Jiang Huayang." "What, my brother-in-law? Where did I get a brother-in-law?" Senior Jiang was surprised. "Just the day before yesterday during the daytime. Your sister Jiang Zero and this Han Feng got married. Didn't you know?" "I'm not really sure about that, but these are the two people living in this yard right now, correct?" Jiang Huayang asked with a straight face. Chapter 17, Some wonderful misunderstandings. After thinking about it, The disciple of the law enforcement hall of the Sunset Cloud Peak said. No, today the outer disciple's side seems to have sent a registration saying that one coronation, with his Taoist partner Zhang Xiu, moved over to the outer disciple residence, and that Han Feng is the only one in that house right now. What is this Han Feng's cultivation level? Cultivation? He has a fart of cultivation far and near the famous waste, into the mountain door for 5 years have not practiced out of the aura. The entire fall of the peak of the first waste, would have been next month to be driven out of the clan. The results of the dog luck, so that your sister chose to become a Taoist couple. This is a matter for you Jiang family to operate, and he's designated not to be driven away. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Huayang nodded and said, alright, that Han Feng, does he have a white spirit fox? Who knows? I'm not going to pay attention to a miscellaneous disciple when I have nothing to do. Alright, thank you senior brother, I'll take my leave. No more deliveries. Jiang Huayang and his sharp-faced senior brother left Sunset Peak and flew straight towards Spirit Beast Peak. Sharp-faced senior asked, elder brother, that kid is an invalid who can't cultivate? That's not bullshit. That kid killed the 5th level of Chi cultivator in seconds. At least must be 7 or 8 levels of cultivation. At his age, practicing Chi at the 7th or 8th level, he's considered to be in the well-qualified category anyways. I also feel that this matter is a bit unusual. This kid has piqued my interest. Now let's go to Spirit Beast Peak and ask. We'll be able to be sure. Jiang Huayang's face was as normal as ever as he arrived at the Spirit Beast Peak's registration office and walked straight in. Inside sat the same Yi family disciple. Yo, senior brother of the law enforcement hall. What's up? The Yi family disciple hurriedly stood up and asked. Jiang Huayang asked. Is there a disciple who brought a white fox to registration today or recently? Jiang Huayang had seen Han Feng's assassination at the foot of Spirit Beast Peak, and an Outer Peak disciple who came to Spirit Beast Peak shouldn't have anything else to do other than purchase registered spirit beasts. The Yi family disciple's heart trembled, but he hurriedly said, yes, isn't it a coincidence that just half an hour ago, there was another disciple who came over to register a Tonling Jade Fox. Oh, what's the name? Let's see. The Yi family disciple pretended to open the booklet, and after reading it for a while, he said, called Han Feng. Oh, it's called Han Feng. Jiang Huayang nodded blandly without the slightest expression of surprise, and as he turned to leave, he suddenly turned his head to look at the disciple and said, what's your name? The disciple was stunned at his words and said, my name is Yi Longquan. The Yi family? Yes. Good. Jiang Huayang walked out. It was now certain that the disciple who had just countered the assassin was Han Feng. He entered the sect 5 years ago. At the age of 18, he had always been a handyman. Yet he had a cultivation of the 7th or 8th level of the Chi practicing stage. And judging by the speed and the control of the aura when he struck out, he must be at least an upper-grade spiritual root or above, or maybe even an earth spiritual root. But why didn't he go and become an outer disciple? Why was an odd-job disciple who could only grow medicinal herbs so decisive and dry when it came to killing? Where did he get that very powerful sword? There's a big secret in this kid. It seems my sister chose him not out of gambling, but out of discernment. It's getting more and more interesting. Since Crispy Soft understands him better than I do, I'll just leave it for now and observe more, so that I can train a strong person for the family in the future. He explained to his senior brother not to tell anyone about this matter, and then returned to the law enforcement hall. After he left, the Spirit Beast Peak disciple named Yi Longquan was not come. Jiang Huayang didn't know him, but he knew Jiang Huayang, the famous law enforcement hall Heavenly Pride. He had just informed Yi Longyuan to send someone to assassinate Han Feng on the front foot, and then Jiang Huayang arrived on the back foot and asked him if he was from the Yi family. Okay. What about me? He called out to a senior brother and came over to take his place. While then he executed the royal sword technique and quickly flew towards the falling cloud peak. After arriving at Yi Longyuan's residence, he went straight in and met the other party. Second brother, have you sent someone to assassinate Han Feng yet? Sent? Why? Yi Longyuan frowned. It's bad, so get in touch with the people who were sent out to see if you can still get in touch. Upon hearing this, Yi Longyuan immediately took out his voice transmission jade slip and called out several times, but there was no response. His face, also gloomy, looked at Yi Longquan and asked, what's going on? Tell me. Well, not much time passed after I informed you, and just now, Jiang Huayang of the Zhang clan came to me. Jiang Huayang? Senior sister John's brother? What is he looking for you for? First he asked me if I knew who it was that brought the fox to register today, and I said it was Han Feng, and then he nodded and asked me what my name was. And I said my name was Yi Longquan, and he said that I was a member of the Yi family, and then he left. Yi Longyuan frowned and immediately said, Jiang Huayang has discovered something. This is pointing you. Unsurprisingly, The person I sent out to assassinate should have been killed by Zhang Huayang, and the mission failed. But he didn't have any evidence to prove that it was someone I sent. So he specifically went over to Spirit Beast Peak and hinted at you, which is a warning to us, to get our Yi family to tighten up. That's not true at all. Brother, I think the Zhang family must be protecting that Han Feng right now. Otherwise how could Zhang Huayang go so fast? Maybe Han Feng has already been saved. Brother, we have to be careful in the future. This kid has embraced the Zhang family's thighs. At those words, Yi Longyuan coldly snorted. Humph, what about the Zhang family? My Yi family is not afraid of them. To let me swallow this breath. That's impossible. The obvious cannot come to the Yin, so that he cannot take any evidence. He can do anything to me? It's just that the Zhang family is indeed a nuisance, and I don't want to damage my image in senior sister John's heart any further. This kid, let him bounce around for 2 more days. Han Feng didn't know that because of this evening's events, some wonderful misunderstandings had arisen in the hearts of several people. By mistake, it was only at dawn that Han Feng finished his mediation and restored his aura and physical strength to their peak state. And the little fox, too, burped. Han Feng asked curiously, how many spirit stones did you eat? Nope, didn't eat much. The little fox twisted her head away sheepishly. It's fine, just eat. You help me fight. It's only right for me to give you spirit stones to eat. You can't ask a horse to run and not give it grass. Han Feng asked. You were pretty fast last night, obviously without cultivation. How were you able to burst out so fast? Faster than me. Talented instincts, I guess. So what happened when you looked at that guy yesterday and the guy planted himself on the ground? I don't know. It's a natural talent too. Chapter 18, You're a dog licker. Han Feng looked at the little fox with a head full of black lines, and the little fox looked at him with big, innocent eyes. One man and one fox looked at each other without words. So, although you don't have a realm or combat power, you have a lot of natural instincts, such as being able to sense malice in your surroundings, which prevents you from being assassinated. It's also able to move fast, just like lightning, and it's also able to confuse and stun enemies. Oh yeah, and there's also a skill that's able to absorb the aura from a dead person's body, and turn the dead person into a small ball of blood aura. The living can suck it too. The little fox said playfully. You can still suck the aura of the living? Han Feng immediately widened his eyes. Yeah, except it's easy to get beat up. And then I stopped sucking the living. That must be easy to beat. Who would idly let you suck in aura? Han Feng picked up the little fox and went outside to the hall, saying, Here, now use your natural instincts and help get rid of these 2 bodies. Han Feng took out 2 corpses from his storage bag and threw them to the ground. The little fox frowned at this and said, That's disgusting. I don't like that. Disgusting my ass. The things you spit on, but it's also a great loss to my aura. This matter, it's very difficult for me. Looking at the little fox's treacherous face, Han Feng's head was filled with black lines and said, 5 spirit stones. Deal. The little fox smiled with joy and opened his little mouth and got ready to work. Han Feng suddenly reached out and took away the storage bag pawned on those 2 corpses as well as the sword held in his hand. The little fox sucked in a fierce breath and spat it onto the 2 corpses, which quickly dissolved into 2 little balls of chi and blood. This stuff was helpful for cultivation enhancement, but it was a pity that Han Feng couldn't enhance his cultivation on his own. He took 2 small balls of chi and blood and buried them under one of the most expensive white ayahuasca flowers in the medicinal field. It was thought that it wouldn't be long before he would be able to harvest a many-year-old white ayala flower. Back in the house, Han Feng opened the 2 storage bags, which contained some chi condensation pills and wound healing pills, a few upper and mid-grade spiritual weapons, and 30 to 40 spirit stones. In the absence of anything else, it was obvious that an assassin going out to assassinate would not carry something that could prove his identity. Han Feng gave the little fox 10 spirit stones. Yo, so generous? If you don't have anything to offer, you're either a thief or an adulterer. So tell me, what kind of dirty work do you need me to do to kill people and get rid of goods? The little fox said with an old godly voice. Han Feng took a storage bag and hung it under the little fox's collar, laughing. This storage bag is yours. You can use it after you drop blood to recognize its owner. Giving more and more. What the hell is it going to be? Come on. This girl has principles. Girl? You're a female? Han Feng was surprised and picked up the little fox, about to look between her hind legs. Let go of me. You stinking rascal. Denizen. Is there something to just look at? The little fox was furious, and there was a burst of shadowless kicks at Han Feng that didn't hurt the enemy in the slightest. You're a spirit beast and you still care about this? Alright, down to business. Do you still remember the way to Jiang Chui Ro's side? Remember. Why? Then you deliver this for me. Han Feng took out his wind spirit sword and placed it on the table. Wind spirit sword? Wasn't this the one you bought for 1018 spirit stones only yesterday? Such an expensive item. You're giving it to that woman? The little fox was shocked and suddenly came to a realization, pointing at Han Feng and saying, very loudly, oh, I see you're a licking dog. What licking dog? Talks so hard. It's called loving your wife. Loving your wife, being a good man. Get it? Han Feng said with a head full of black lines. In fact, he didn't have much feelings for Kong Crispy Zoe, and he wouldn't even bother to send her anything if it wasn't for the fact that he was trying to get a better one. Being a lickspittle? Not in this lifetime, okay? He's not Elong Yuan. Then why don't you go yourself? Wouldn't it be more sincere and pleasing to her to go by yourself? Because she likes you a little better. You're so cute and well-spoken. You're sure to pull this off. She'd be too embarrassed to take it if I had to go. Alright then. I know. I'll put in a good word for you more often. Well, if she wants to ask where this sword came from, just tell her that I sold some of the medicinal herbs I've accumulated over the years, exchanged them for spirit stones, and went to the treasure pavilion to buy this sword. This sword has been sitting there for a long time. Many people should have seen it. This can't be hidden. When she's happy, just mention it in passing and say that I watched her flying with a sword and felt so powerful. If only I could fly with a sword too. Why is that? Don't you care? Just say it. Han Feng couldn't take the wind spirit sword and exchange it with Jiang Chui Ro for the sword art, because the blessing said that he had to gift the couple's item in order for it to be returned. And if he asked for it directly, it would be a trade, and trades aren't returned. But if he gifted Jiang Ziqiu flying swords, Jiang Ziqiu gave him back the sword art. This will not affect the return. If he could, Han Feng even wanted to give Jiang Ziro all of the formations and all of that loot in one fell swoop and return even more. But that does not work. For one thing, people Jiang Ziro does not lack these. The family is a big gold lady. And secondly, Jiang Ziro is a cold character. Sen more than certainly annoying. If they all refused to accept it in the future, he wouldn't be able to change his supplies. And there was no way for him to explain why he had so much stuff. After hearing this, the little fox put the wind spirit sword into its storage bag and bounced away from the mountain, darting towards the outer disciple area on the mountain. Looking at the little fox's back as it left, Han Feng smiled in satisfaction. Humph, that Chi Fu wanted him to be a licking dog? He directly treats both Chi Fu and Jiang Chui Ro as tool people. As for Jiang Zero himself, he cannot see the trouble, or lie flat and happy. Han Feng took out the formation he had bought yesterday and arranged it around the courtyard according to the instructions. This formation was a formation that could be hidden, and would only activate when an outsider stepped in or attacked. After arranging the array, this courtyard would truly be Han Feng's private territory, and he nodded in satisfaction as he moved his recliner and lay down on it, basking in the sun while huffing and puffing his way to sleep. The sky is the biggest. Lying flat is the biggest. You can lie down comfortably. He was comfortable, and his little pet was still working his ass off to help him. The little fox smoothly came to Jiang Chui Ro's residence, a leap to the courtyard wall, looked and found that Jiang Chui Ro is on the second floor by one of the windows. Cross-knee meditation it. Sister Crispy Zoe. The little fox stood on the courtyard wall and gave a sweet cry. Jiang Ziro opened her eyes and twisted her head to see a little fox that was so cute that it was shaking its little paw at her. On her cool face, Jiang Ziru put up a smile and beckoned, saying, "What brings you here? Little one, come on in." Yeah. The little fox jumped over in a single leap and managed to pick up the eaves of the window, but failed to get a good grip and panicked that he was going to fall. Chapter 19, The Little Fox Who Talks Like a Fox. Seeing this, Jiang Ziro immediately raised her hand, waved out a spiritual chi, and lifted the little fox up, then gently got it out of the window into the house and put it on her lap. Looking at the little fox's panicked and adorable appearance, her heart was going to be adorable. Jiang Ziro gently stroked the fur on the little fox's body. The white fur was so comfortable. Don't be afraid, little fox. It's not like you can die from a fall on the second floor, but it's going to hurt. Falling on your butt hurts and hurts and hurts. The little fox tilted her little face up and said seriously, "Oh, that's cute. You came to see me? What's the matter?" Ginger Crisp asked with a smile. She never smiled at anyone. She didn't fake it with anyone but this cute little fox who was her favorite and didn't mince her words. "Sister, you look so pretty when you smile. You should smile more often. People must be happy to see you smile. It's not like my sister is selling jokes. It's you, little guy. You're so delightful." The little fox hemmed and hawed, then jumped onto the tea table in front of Jiang Chui Ro, stood upright on its front hooves and waved its little paw and said, "I came to see my sister today for two things." Looking at the little fox's serious and adorable expression, Jiang Zuoro dragged her chin with one hand and leisurely laughed. "Go ahead. What's up?" "The first thing is that I miss my sister, and I want to come over to see her, and I want to stick and hug her." "Oh, what a sweet little mouth." Ginger Snap snorted and reached out to rub its little head. "And then what? What's the second thing?" Looked at Jiang Zuro that happy look. The little fox, heart pleased, secretly really should let Han Feng, that big fool, over to see. Learn how to coax girls happy. All day stupid when licking dog. Send a gift, do not dare to personally come to send. According to you, when will you be able to hold Missy's hand? The second thing is that there is a gift for my sister. The little fox patted the storage pouch under her neck. Then a light blue flying sword appeared on the table. A sword? What are you giving me a sword for? Zhang Ziro picked up the sword and placed it in her hand, inputting her aura to feel the quality of the sword. And then, with her beautiful eyes slightly surprised, she said, "This is a handful of spirit treasures. Ah, it should be like a lower grade spirit treasure. It's quite valuable. Where did it come from?" Spiritual treasures were indeed very valuable, and some of the poorer foundation establishment cultivators didn't even have spiritual treasures yet, and could only use spiritual weapons. Only those with large families like Zhang Chuiro could afford to use spirit treasures, and spirit treasures were also the main backbone weapon of the middle-tier cultivators in the entire Yin-Yang sect. As for the magic treasure, that is even more. Every piece is expensive to the sky. The whole Yin-Yang sect does not have much, are in the hands of the elders, each one is a treasure. Ginger Crispus certainly didn't either. Her own original weapon was only a mid-grade spiritual treasure, and at this time, she was naturally very surprised to see the little fox give herself a lower-grade spiritual treasure. The little fox explained, "Han Feng bought this last night and asked me to give it to you for him." Han Feng bought it? This handful of lower-grade spirit treasures is worth at least 2,000 spirit stones. He's just an odd job disciple. Where can he afford such a spirit treasure? Ginger Crisp doesn't believe it. It's not 2,000. It's 1,018. I bought it in the treasure pavilion at the bottom of the hill. Really? I went with him to buy it. Sister, don't distrust people. The little fox frowned and beamed. I don't distrust you. I'm just curious. Han Feng has been working as a handyman for the past few years and has no cultivation. Where did he get so many spirit stones to buy a handful of spirit treasures? Zhang Ziro put down her sword, then picked up the little fox. The little fox said seriously. Han Feng said that this was the reward seeds he had gotten for himself over the past 5 years, secretly planting some medicinal herbs under the mountain and exchanging them for spirit stones. He hadn't been able to cultivate before, so he hadn't exchanged those accumulated herbs for spirit stones. Last night, he took those herbs and exchanged them for spirit stones, then cut the price for half a day and took the sword for 1,008 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zuoro was a bit moved. Her eyebrows gently raised and she said, 1,018 is not a small amount for me, and it is not easy for him to save so much, but if that is the case, I can't take this sword. It is his hard-earned money that he has saved for 5 years, all his hard-earned money, and I have done him no favors, and he does not owe me the slightest thing, and it is better for you to take it back without merit. The little fox sniffed and said, he said that he's just an odd job disciple, fortunate to have Zhang's senior sister's favor and become a Taoist couple. He hasn't given Zhang's senior sister a gift yet. This is considered a meet and greet gift. Please accept it with a smile. These words, Han Feng hadn't taught them at all. They were all spoken by the little fox with her own intelligence. But I've only known him for 3 days, and he gave me a lower grade spirit weapon on the first day, a 35-year-old 3-needle flower on the second day, and a lower grade spirit treasure on the third day. That's called not having given me anything? But you gave him so much back, too. But I'm still curious. How can he give away so many good things when he's just a journeyman disciple and doesn't have much cultivation yet? The first time I met him, he said he was penniless. Ginger Crisp said as she stroked the little fox's fur. You also know that he is just a miscellaneous disciple with little cultivation. The little fox's eyes rolled back in his head, and, in a calculated manner, he said, think about it, sister. He's an odd job disciple with no cultivation, yet he possesses such a good lower grade spiritual treasure. If others knew about it, they wouldn't come to grab it? It's a piker's fault, but it's not a piker's fault. What's more, he had offended the Yi family now. If the Yi family knew that he had such a good treasure, they would surely work harder to try to kill him and rob him. With his strength, there was no way for him to utilize the function of this spiritual treasure. Now this spiritual treasure, instead of being a good thing for him, was still a liability and a calamity. Sister, big deal. You'll go ahead and put it away for him, won't you? Hearing the little fox say that, Zhang Zuro also hesitated a bit, looking at the sword in front of her, thinking about whether or not this sword would really harm Han Feng. No, why did she even care about that little handyman? Seeing that her heart was moved, the little fox struck while the iron was hot, put on a pitiful look and said, this is the task he set for me. If my sister doesn't accept it, then I won't be able to complete the task. When I go back, he will definitely punish people. He will beat their little butts. He will withhold their meals. It's too brutal. What? How dare he hit you? Jiang Chuiro's beautiful eyes shrunk slightly as a murderous aura appeared from her eyes. Ha! Isn't that going too far? I'm here to help him woo a goddess, so I can't affect his impression. Chapter 20, Jiang Zuoro, I'm really not a human being, the little fox said in a hurry. Not really, that's how he scares me. He doesn't want to hit me, he loves me the most. He gives me good food, he gives me fun, he sunbathes with me, and we're best friends. Humph, it seems to me that he's not treating you well at all, so I'll go to him later and ask him to give you to me, or sell you to me as well. In my place, you'll have countless heavenly treasures to eat. I'll get you the best nest, and find you spirit beast best friends. How's that? Ginger Crisp is still eager to take the little fox for herself. The little fox sighed and asked that sister, do you have a family? Any parents? There is. Any siblings? I have a brother and a sister. Why? Do you have a good friend? Yes, I have 2 or 3 bosom friends. You have a lot of suitors. Right. And a lot of cultivation resources to take. And you're still a heavenly pride in the outer sect, aren't you? Yeah. What are you getting at? Ginger Crystal looked at the little fox in disbelief. The little fox sighed and said, but he doesn't have anything. He only has me. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Zuoro was stunned in place, and a strong sense of guilt swept through her entire heart. Yes, he is just a handyman disciple. No father, no mother, no friends and no resources. There is a Taoist couple who is also famous but not real. He has nothing, just a small pet for companionship. But me, I can't believe I'm even trying to take away from him the only thing he has. I'm so not human. Alas, that's fine. He's also weirdly pathetic. He has nothing. You're also quite good. He has nothing. And you're still willing to follow him. I really envy you guys. Hearing Ginger Crispy Zoe's words, the little fox hemmed and hawed. In fact, it also knew that Jiang Zuro's side would have a better environment and loved it, compared to Han Feng's side, which was poor and shabby and always made it work. But Han Feng and Jiang Chuiro were different. Jiang Chuiro only treated it as a pet, while Han Feng was treating it as a friend, an equal relationship. If the little fox was able to accept itself as a spirit pet, it wouldn't have to hide around and keep picking up corpses' aura to eat. Any human it saw wanted to tame and take it in, and it was only after meeting Han Feng, the one who lazily lay flat, that it gave it a sense of affection and was willing to protect it, treat it as an equal, as a friend. Ginger Crispin picked up her sword and said, then, since it's not good for him to have this in his possession, I'll keep it for him for now, and return it to him in the future when he's strong enough to manage it. It's just that he gave me such an expensive gift again. What should I give him in return? Alas, any more gifts and I'll be so poor I won't have a gift to give back. There's no need to give it back. We're all Dao couples. What's a family talking about 2 families? The little fox said, quaintly, but Han Feng often says in front of me that the first time he saw you, you were so handsome and valiant when you flew on your sword. It would be nice if he could fly on his sword as well. Sister, why don't you give him a royal sword technique, so that he can fly too, and take me along for the ride, okay? The sword royal technique isn't a profound spell. Every outer disciple can go to the Zun Jing Pavilion to exchange for it by virtue of their merits. Almost everyone knows it, and giving this back is a bit out of hand. How about this? I have a family heirloom divine ability here. It is considered an advanced version of the sword royal art. It is faster and more powerful than the sword royal art. It can be used to fly or to fight against the enemy. It is a Xian grade middle grade divine ability. This divine ability is called Soughing Wind Flying Feather. So help me pass it on to him. Zhang Krijuo took out a jade slip from her storage bag and placed it on the table, then said, with the royal sword technique, it won't work without a flying sword. He's poor and has nothing. Give him another flying sword. Zhang Ziro took out another spirit weapon flying sword and placed it on the table. The little fox, with stars in both eyes, said, wow, sister, you're so nice. You're really the most caring and good sister in the whole world. Han Feng can have a Dao partner like you. It's simply the blessing of 8 lifetimes. It's too much for the fox to envy. Really good. You tell him that this divine ability, which can swing several wind blades forward against the enemy, is very powerful, so that he can practice diligently, and will be able to exert the power when he reaches the 5th level of Qi practicing. Aha, remember. The little fox nodded his head in a hurry. Then, it played with Jiang Crispy Row for a few more moments, and then took its flying sword and jade slip to bid farewell and leave. After the little fox left, Jiang Zuro looked at the wind spirit sword in front of her. The corner of her mouth hung up with a playful smile, and she leisurely said, can you give gifts every day and put in so much blood and still be able to sink your teeth into not mentioning the double practice? Little handyman. A bit of fun. She put away the wind spirit sword and continued to meditate with her eyes closed, absorbing spiritual Qi and consolidating her 7th level of Qi practicing stage in preparation for her breakthrough to the 8th level. In fact, with Jiang Tsuero, Yi Long Yuan and other heavenly spirit root heavenly pride. Cultivation is very fast, but they are still practicing chi stage until now, not because their qualification is not good, but before the age of 18, you cannot cultivate too fast. For one thing, the body does not develop enough maturity, and the second is that the foundation must be well established. The 2 stages of practicing chi and building the foundation were the largest number of cultivators, but they were also the most important stages for laying the foundation. If you don't have a solid foundation, you won't be able to build a building from the ground up. Once you pass the age of 18, you can pick up the pace to seek a breakthrough, because the body has been conditioned all right. Han Feng, who was lying on a chaise longue in the small courtyard under the mountain, was sunbathing prettily when, suddenly, a voice appeared in his mind. Han Feng gifted the Tao couple with a lower-grade spiritual treasure, Wind Spirit Sword, and received a tenfold return, and a middle-grade spiritual treasure, Wind Spirit Sword. Do you want to receive it? Hey, 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 hey. Han Feng was delighted in his heart and immediately said, pick up. Immediately afterward, in Han Feng's hand, an azure-colored flying sword appeared. This flying sword, which was a little more slender than the Wind Spirit Sword from before, but also more delicate, had the Tao rhythm formations in its patterns, sealed on it, and glittered in the sunlight. He had 2 weapons now, a middle-grade spirit treasure's Royal Wind Spirit Sword and a middle-grade spirit artifact's Cold Ice Dagger. Cold Dagger doesn't seem to have much use other than cutting herbs, does it? After Han Feng happily finished putting the Royal Wind Spirit Sword away for a while, he put it away and continued to lie back and bask in the sun, letting his thoughts wander. His thoughts were all over the place, drifting to the clouds, thinking about everything, and thinking about this in-law blessing came to him. Truly, he had been so busy these past few days that he hadn't had time to think carefully about what this in-law blessing was all about. But now that I think about it, this thing is able to return cultivation and magic treasure again. It's simply a divine tactic. Chapter 21, Call Me Xan. Zuhan Feng had heard before that there were people whose family elders were great powers, and they were able to raise their cultivation for their juniors by using the infusion Dhamma to forcefully raise their cultivation, even though there were drawbacks. But that's only possible with the help of a great power. You don't have anything, you just have something in your head. Not only could it raise his cultivation out of thin air, but it could also conjure up treasures out of thin air for him. That's pretty bizarre. What the hell is this thing? Where the hell did it come from? Why is it in my head? What purpose does it serve in helping me? Han Feng vaguely remembered that this in-law blessing seemed to be able to communicate in dialogue, right? He coughed dryly, and asked, mentally Lord Gifted, are you there? I'm here, please get down to business, the voice in his head replied. The voice was cool with a hint of liveliness, like a person and like nothingness. I take the liberty of asking the late generation, who are you? Are you a human or an immortal? Being a man, or an immortal, or a god, or a will? I am but a single being, and I can be in any form. Han Feng's head was filled with black lines. What does that mean? Can you say something I can understand? You can understand that I'm here to help you because you can't cultivate and raise your cultivation on your own, so you need the marriage blessing to help you raise it. And how did you get into my head? Because you picked up that jade pendant. That is a rule, a permission. I am not in your mind. I just can communicate with you at any time to communicate with you, to be able to monitor your state at any time. You have a piece of my consciousness in your mind only. Alright. It seems that you must be a mighty one as well. Then I would like to ask. The late generation is not related to you, just a handyman. Why do you want to help me? The voice, after a moment of silence, said, you have the capital of the deceased and the blood of the deceased. Who is your late friend? Unspeakable. Well then, surely you're not helping me out so much without a purpose. What do you need me to do in return for training me up? Unspeakable. That late generation has an unkind request. You are so divine. Then do you know? Where are my parents? Han Feng sat up straight and asked very seriously. He is a desireless lying flat character. There are only 2 existences in this world that he cares about the most. One is his own life and the other is the whereabouts of his parents. Originally, he thought that this mighty man would definitely be able to help him find his parents. However, the other party replied that, unspeakable. Han Feng slumped back into his chair like a deflated leather ball. I can't ask anything. I'd better go on lying down. One last question for you. What is your name? The voice was silent for a moment before saying, call me Shinzu, heart, Rup, Xin of Xin, Zhu of Zhu. Remember this name. You alone can know it, and if in the future you see my name somewhere else, don't tell anyone. Well, if there's anything you don't understand in cultivation, just ask me. If there's nothing, don't bother me. I'm busy. I'll broadcast when I need to bestow blessings. Han Feng nodded and said no more. As long as he knew that the other party was in existence that could communicate some humanity, he was afraid that it would be something weird that would take over him in the future. And that wouldn't be fun. Now it seemed that with this ancestor's position, he should not be able to look at him. As he was drifting off to sleep, Han Feng suddenly heard an ouch. When he opened his eyes to look, he saw that his best friend Wang Coronet was standing in the doorway, rubbing his nose and looking curiously at this large formation in front of him, with the back of the little fox's neck in his hand. With a wave of his hand, Han Feng maneuvered the grand formation to open the entrance, allowing Wang Coronet to enter. Han Feng, you kid has gotten better. Such a big formation. Did you make it? King Coronet just hit his nose. From Ginger Crispus, to protect me. Han Feng casually lied. She's so good to you. It's so enviable. If I had a Taoist couple like that, I could wake up smiling in my dreams. I came looking for you, and met the little fox halfway, and brought it along for you. The little fox jumped down from Wang Coronet's hand and hopped onto Han Feng, lying flat together in the sun. What do you want with me? Han Feng asked. Wang Coronet sat down on a stone bench to the side, and with a tap of his storage pouch, he took out an azure-colored robe and threw it onto Han Feng's body. It covered the little fox directly underneath, and the little fox stomped in anger. Damn! How dare you interfere with its sunbathing? Han Feng picked up this robe and asked, what are you doing? To send you a new piece of clothing. You see this robe on you have worn for how many years? Washed white all. Or when the handyman when the issued clothes it. Shame or not? Upon hearing this, Han Feng laughed and said, yo, this person who eats on soft rice is different. Talk is hard. The several tales of silver robe said to give. Pull back. It's not worth as much as a piece of spirit stone. A piece of spirit stone you can buy half of a merchant's store. But to say the least, Zhang Xiu is really nice to me, giving me spirit stones, giving me pills, helping me cultivate, and giving me a house to live in. To say the least, it really moves me. Looking at Wang Coronation's smug little white face, Han Feng snorted a laugh and didn't say anything. The little fox, however, came on strong, tapped his storage bag, took out a jade slip and a flying sword, put them on the table, and said smugly, and we have them too. They were given to Han Feng by Sister Crispy Zoe. We're no worse than you. Humph. Wang Coronet looked at the table in surprise and said, this is a spirit weapon flying sword? What's here? Avatar? Oh, this is giving away treasures and aptitudes and formations. It's really a case of people being more angry than people. This gingerbread meat in your house is so good to you. There are no words. Ginger crispy pork? Han Feng's face colored oddly. What? Don't you think pastries and soft pastries are similar? Yes, really like. And I think the little crisps sound good too. Han Feng cried and laughed. TSK, small words are added. Okay. I came over just to give you a piece of clothing. On the first day of next month, it's the ancestor sacrifice ceremony. Even though it's once a year for the clan, but for us, it's once in a lifetime. How can you also have to wear a good-looking point? You wear this clothes on the body. Do not give you shame, also give your family Jiang senior sister shame it. Ancestor sacrifice? Han Feng's brows furrowed slightly, and he immediately thought about it. The ancestor ceremony was a ceremony to worship the immortal Tao ancestor. Every year, on the first day of May, the day of the immortal Tao ancestor's birth, the clan would organize for 18-year-old disciples to go to the ancestor ceremony to hold a bar mitzvah. Everyone has only one chance in their life to participate in the ancestor sacrifice, where they can more or less get blessings from their ancestors. The good ones can obtain very powerful aptitudes, or awaken their bloodline, or their cultivation will increase greatly, and the poor ones can also wash their meridians in marrow, so that their cultivation will be refined a bit. And Han Feng and Wang Coronet are both 18 years old this year. It's just that every year's ancestor ceremony is a dragon fight and a bloody storm. Chapter 22 Zofling Fei, you what? You're going to this ancestor sacrifice ceremony? Han Feng asked. Wang Coronet looked at Han Feng in surprise and said, brother, you have a fever? That damn is the ancestor ceremony. A lifetime can only participate in the great opportunity. Cannot get good things, all depends on that time. Who will not participate in And that's an ancestor. Immortal Tao ancestor. Supreme sage ancestor. The old ancestor of all cultivators. The first person of the immortal Tao. If you don't go to the ancestor sacrifice ceremony, that's disrespectful to the ancestor. And if the elders know about it, flaying you would be a light matter. Okay. We'll just go together then. Han Feng said impatiently. The first day of next month. What a coincidence. he was still planning to go to that day to assess to become an outer disciple. The assessment of a month is just that one day. However, compared to the examination, the sect must have attached more importance to the ancestor sacrifice ceremony, and there would be countless people visiting, so perhaps the elders in charge of the examination would all be there visiting. He could also only go to the ancestor sacrifice ceremony before going to the examination. Wang Coronet continued, but it's not just the two of us going together. There's also Zhang Xiu, there's also your senior sister Jiang, and there's also Yi Long Yuan. All of these people are 18 years old this year. That's a dragon fight. If you ask me, Yi Long Yuan will definitely take that opportunity to deal with you openly and honestly. When the time comes, you stay close to me. I'll protect you, and we'll quietly blend through the ancestor's sacrifice. Is it dangerous? Han Feng only knew that it was possible to kill there, but he didn't know how gruesome it was. It's definitely dangerous. There are hundreds of thousands of people in our clan, and every year, there are 1 or 2,000 people who are just 18 years old. These 1 or 2,000 people, all of them entered the inside of the ancestor sacrifice mystic realm, and then grabbed the immortal edge, killing each other in fighting for it. The more fairy karma you grab, the higher the probability of being able to redeem the goodies. There is also a layer of purpose that is, to fight with each other, so that the immortal Dao Ancestor Master can take a look and understand the qualifications and talents of these young disciples. Then surely the better the performance, the more the Ancestor Master favors. Do you think people can't fight and rob each other? If it weren't for the fact that killing isn't allowed, at least a half a dozen people would die every year. Speaking of this, Wang Coronet also palpitated and patted his chest, as if it looked like he had experienced great fear. Han Feng nodded his head and said, then, according to you, it's really dangerous over there. That's true, and Yi Long Yuan can use that opportunity to beat me up openly and honestly, and he still doesn't have to be afraid of the law enforcement hall. Right, he's got a big family and money, and he can even call a bunch of guys to come over and beat me up. Makes sense. Then why am I following you? You can protect me? I might as well go follow Jiang Zero. She's much stronger than you. Listening to Han Feng's cold and heartless words, Wang Coronet said that his heart was hurt. Han Feng said blandly, okay, what's done is done. I know, and you need to stop coming my way and stay away from me in the future. Wang Coronet's face changed. Then he sighed, patted Han Feng's shoulder, and said, damn, motherfucker, your father I still don't care about you? Let's go. Go back and hug your daughter-in-law. After saying his words, Wang Coronation waved his hand in a dashing manner and turned around to walk towards the outside. Wang Coronet had known Han Feng for 5 years, so how could he not understand what he meant? Han Feng had now offended the Yi family, and with the Yi family's size and strength, it was too easy to pinch Han Feng to death. And Han Feng had asked Wang Coronation to stay away from him and not to come and go because he was afraid that he would be dragged into it. It was the fear that while the Yi family retaliated against him, they would even clean up Wang Coronet as well. After Wang Coronet left, Han Feng picked up the flying swords and jade slips on the table in front of him. That flying sword was just a top-grade spiritual weapon, and after taking a look at it, he received it directly into his storage bag, and after that, he picked up that jade slip and placed it on his head to read the contents inside. After all, in most of the month, it would be the first day of May, the day of the ancestors' ceremony. At that time, it was impossible not to go, and if you went, you would have to face Yi Long Yuan's hostility. Still need to hurry to learn this imperial sword art. At that time, by virtue of their own wind spirit root, can't they still run away if they can't fight? He just keeps running so the enemy can't catch up. As for going to fight and grabbing the immortal destiny or whatever, it was so troublesome to think about it. He just wanted to lie down and not make any effort. He didn't have divine sense now, so he could only place the jade slip on his brow to read it. Inside is an avatar. Ha! Soughing wind flying feather? What divine ability is this? Don't I want the sword royal art? Han Feng was surprised. Sister Crispy Zoe said that this is an even more powerful sword royalty. Not only can it fly, but it can also be used to fight. Yo, that's pretty impressive. I'm going to have to take a good look at that. No, you should praise me first. This time I've helped you give away the spiritual treasure, and it's a good meal to praise you. And I've also brought you some Xian level divine abilities. Xian level divine ability, alas, it's worth as much as your handful of lower grade spirit treasures. You won't lose out on this wave. The little fox stood up triumphantly and asked Han Feng for credit. Aha, you're the best. I've known for a long time that you're the most reliable, letting you go on an errand with half the effort. You're the #1 contributor. After Han Feng complimented the little fox, he studied that divine ability. The divine ability, Soughing wind flying feather, was a divine ability that was naturally suited to the wind attribute, but because there were so few people with the wind attribute, other people who practiced it were also able to use it. only it was more suited to the wind attribute. Han Feng was born with the wind attribute and was most suitable for such wind attribute divine abilities and spirit treasures. This aptitude, able to fly and kill enemies with a sword, able to wield 3 wind blades to attack the enemy, can hit 1 person or 3 people? The wind blades are very powerful. It is a unique aptitude of the Zhang clan. Even the Yin Yang sect's Zun scripture pavilion doesn't sell them. Han Feng spent the afternoon learning to know this divine ability. After learning it, Han Feng took out the top-grade spirit weapon that Zhang Chuiro had given him to test this divine ability. He first attached the spirit weapon and maneuvered it to hover and fly in front of him, and then flicked his fingers, and the flying sword followed his swing and waved in all directions. Very agile. And then, he picked up the little fox and leapt up to the flying sword, flying suspended in the courtyard. He flew so low that the surrounding miscellaneous disciples didn't see him. Whoa! Fly cluck! Fly cluck! The little fox waved his little paws happily, enjoying the feeling of flying. It was a good thing that this formation of his, which came with a soundproofing effect, did not allow outsiders to hear it. After testing the Imperial Sword flight, Han Feng felt that his speed was not a bit faster than the assassin he encountered last night. It was a bit faster because he had a higher cultivation level and he also had the wind attribute and was naturally good at speed. After testing the Imperial Sword flight, Han Feng tested that wind blade attack. The wind blade was feather-shaped and attacked straight ahead. Han Feng didn't have divine sense. There was no way to maneuver that wind blade around corners. He could only attack forward. Chapter 23, Brother-in-Law? Han Feng looked at the 3 pits that appeared on the ground, and was not able to estimate the power of this attack. So he had to bury those 3 pits and get up to go cook. For the next few days, Han Feng was planting herbs, cooking and eating, sleeping, and sunbathing, with the occasional fight with the little foxes and not going out much. The little life was lived to the fullest. Because Boss Ma had died and a new steward hadn't come to their side for the time being, there was no one to place another handyman disciple in Han Feng's mansion. Moreover, Wang Coronet hadn't broken through the 5th layer yet and was still hanging on to his status as a handyman. So theoretically this place still belonged to him and Wang Coronet. That's why Han Feng now lives comfortably alone. He had already thought about it. When he became an outer disciple, he would have a separate residence that belonged to him. When that time came, he would move there, continue to plant medicinal herbs in the courtyard, and then lie flat and bask in the sun every day. After a few days of uneventful days, Han Feng seemed to have forgotten about Yi Long Yuan's threat. Until one day, late night, Han Feng was sleeping in the house when suddenly the little fox yelled that there was malice. A loud bang came immediately afterward, waking Han Feng up. Han Feng immediately rolled over and got up, taking out the sword that Zhang Ziro had given him and looking out the window, only to see that outside the gate, there were 2 black-clothed men, who were looking at their formation with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Han Feng saw that one of the black-robed men took out a voice transmission jade slip and quickly said, "Gongzi, it's not good. There's a protective grand formation in his house. We just crashed headfirst into it. It hurts so much. There was no telling what came back over there." And the man in black said, "No, just now I tried. This formation is very solid and has the ability to counterattack. It's impossible to break it in 1 time. The 2 of us are not strong enough. Copy that. We're pulling back." After saying their words, the 2 black-clothed men were about to flash away, but suddenly a voice came from inside the house. "You too, in such a hurry to leave? What are you doing?" Han Feng turned off the erase soundproofing function and hugged the little fox as the 2 goods yawned and walked out, looking at the 2 black-clothed men with a smile. It was obvious that these 2 were again sent by Yi Long Yuan to assassinate himself. To be honest, Han Feng admired Yi Long Yuan's spirit of perseverance. Once it doesn't work twice it doesn't work 3 times. It's the 3rd fucking assassination. Can't wait? Han Feng took his sword and walked outside. Once these 2 people saw Han Feng come out, they instead didn't hurry to leave. "Look at this kid's stance. He's going to fight us. So since he's going to fight, he's definitely going to have to come out or remove the formation to do so he can kill this kid in seconds." The man in black said to the voice transmission jade slip, "My lord, the boy is out. We can kill him." Han Feng's head was filled with black lines. "Brother, you said so. Can I still go out? What did I buy this big formation for? Isn't it to protect me?" Han Feng was weighing the pros and cons. If he killed them, then Yi Long Yuan was a fool and could guess that he had killed them. That way, in the future, he wouldn't send this kind of rookie over to kill himself. He'd send an expert. It's a lot of trouble. Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly saw 2 long rainbows streaking across the sky, which emitted light, allowing him to see the symbol of the law enforcement hall on it. "It's better to come early than late." Han Feng immediately shouted, "Help! Someone's killing someone! Someone over here is trying to kill someone." Those 2 long rainbows immediately killed over this way after hearing the sound. The 2 men in black, on the other hand, turned pale and immediately dispersed and fled to the sides. Those two law enforcement hall disciples, one on the left and one on the right, spread out and chased after the two black-robed men. The man in black, who had just spoken, said quickly to Jade Jane that my lord, the law enforcement hall is here. We can't run away. After saying his words, he turned around and stopped as he crushed the jade slip. Zhang Huayang landed in front of him and raised his hand to grab at him. Suddenly, the exposed bit of skin of the man in black turned purple to the naked eye, and then collapsed to the ground. Zhang Huayang's face turned blue as he crouched down and pulled off the black-clothed man's veil. Shit! Seeing that the other party was dead, Zhang Huayang cursed angrily, ruthlessly dropped the veil in his hand, grabbed the black-clothed man's body, and flew off into the distance. After he arrived in front of the door to Han Feng's small courtyard, the sharp-faced senior brother also flew over, carrying a corpse in his hand. Senior brother. This kid took poison and killed himself. The pointy-faced senior brother threw the body to the ground and said with a face full of helplessness, normal. This kind of person is the dead soldiers trained by the family. Once the mission fails to escape, they will immediately take poison and kill themselves, and they can't find out any clues from them. Zhang Huayang didn't even look at the corpse on the ground, turned his eyes to Han Feng in the courtyard, and after reaching out and knocking on the formation, he laughed and said, Senior brother Han, we are disciples of the law enforcement hall. Could you open the formation and let us in to talk? Okay. Sifu. Han Feng opened the formation. If they hadn't just chased down those two assassins who had taken poison and killed themselves, Han Feng really wouldn't have been able to trust them in the middle of the night. Zhang Huayang and the pointy-faced senior brother stepped in, while saying, open and close the formation again. Han Feng was stunned when he heard the words, and then he obeyed and did as he was told. He felt a majestic and powerful aura from these two. The other two should be Foundation Establishment cultivators. Zhang Huayang was in front of Han Feng, standing straight, his hands behind his back, and leisurely said, Senior brother Han Feng, right? Introduce yourself. I'm Zhang Huayang. This is my senior brother Lu Yufa. We're both disciples of the Main Peaks Law Enforcement Hall. Well, senior brother pays his respects to the two senior brothers. Please come inside and talk quickly. Han Feng brought the duo into his house. His house, a single room with two beds on either side, a table in the center, and a few stools. It could be said that the most valuable thing in Han Feng's house was the recliner outside. Zhang Huayang looked at the room and leisurely laughed. You've got a place where thieves have to leave you 2 bags of rice crying when they come. Han Feng scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. The humble abode is simple, making the two senior brothers laugh. But it's not simple, not even a tool to make tea for the guests. The two sat down on a stool, and Han Feng asked, how do you two senior brothers know senior brother's name? Lu Yufa laughed. We've heard so much about you. Who doesn't know? I'm Ginger Crispy Zoe's brother. Before Lu Yufa finished speaking, Zhang Huayang interrupted him and leisurely said, kiss my brother. Ha? Han Feng was stunned at his words and blurted out, great uncle? Zhang Huayang's head was filled with black lines. You kid. You're quite good at climbing relatives. It's only been a few days since you tied the Dao couple with my sister and you're calling out for a great uncle? Han Feng hemmed and hawed, and after realizing that the other party was one of his own, he stopped being formal and sat down directly. Chapter 24, Great Uncle who was good at making up things. Although with this great uncle's identity, he was designated to look down on himself as an invalid, but looking down is looking down. After so many years, Han Feng had long gotten used to being called a waste. Zhang Huayang said, business before personal, business first. These two assassins who came to assassinate you, do you know what their identities are? Then it must be sent by Yi Longyuan. I've offended him alone. Who else could it be but him? I also heard that black-clothed man saying something about a prince or something like that, so it should be Yi Longyuan himself. Han Feng told it all, just like the last time Zhang Ziro asked him, and he was straight up honest. There was no need to give Yi Longyuan face. Zhang Huayang nodded his head and said, well, when you say that, do you have any evidence to back it up? If I had proof, I'd go straight to the law enforcement hall. Han Feng laughed. Well, has there ever been a similar situation before? A stabbing kind of thing. That's not true. It's the first time and it scared me. Han Feng was smiling and looked honest, without changing his color. Zhang Huayang said blandly, is that so? But a few days ago, the two of us saw with our own eyes that you killed 2 cultivators at the 5th level of the chi practicing stage in 2 moves, so you were dry and decisive. As soon as these words came out, Han Feng's face suddenly changed, his eyes exploding with light as he looked toward Zhang Huayang. Zhang Huayang smiled leisurely. Senior Han, to popularize a piece of knowledge for you, after a cultivator reaches Foundation Establishment, he opens up the Sea of Sense, and with his divine sense outwardly released, he will be able to detect other people's cultivation. as long as they are in a lower realm than his own, or not much higher. You're 18 years old, at the peak of the 7th level of Qi practicing stage, a bit higher than my sister, and a bit lower than Yi Long Yuan. It looks like your qualifications are still very good. After all, both of them can be heavenly spirit roots. Han Feng was dumbfounded and said, "It seems that it's still impossible to hide it from senior brother Jiang. There's no need to hide it. Any interested party with a foundation establishment cultivation level will be able to know your cultivation level with a casual probe. With your cultivation, you must have already broken through the 5th level of the Qi practicing stage, right? You've been on the mountain for 5 years and have always been a handyman. Why don't you want to go and become an outer disciple? Pull back. I was a wreck the other day." After pondering for a moment, Han Feng said, "Trees attract the wind. Senior brother just wants to live a peaceful and calm life. Well, the heart is good. Young age, good qualifications, but do not openly show off. Just want to be incognito, peace and quiet. This point, in the cultivation world is too rare. Know a lot of celestial pride. Are too young to show off. Offended the enemy. The result of the death of halfway. It is a stifling sigh. Elder brother is flattered." Han Feng laughed. "It's a pity. You wanted to hide and didn't want to offend your enemies. But unfortunately, the heavens were not in your favor. And you were still discovered by my sister, who found the flashpoint and discovered your qualifications and excellence, making her willingly give up Yi Long Yuan and choose you. I have to say, my sister has a good eye. So many people didn't realize how good you are, but she unearthed it. It's just a pity that you also offended the Yi family because of this and got yourself killed. Brother-in-law, do you have some misunderstanding?" Han Feng was 100% certain that Zhang Ziro had chosen him only because she hated Yi Long Yuan and had no other choice. He had no halfway decent cultivation at that point, so he had a shitload of sparkle. But Jiang Huayang didn't think so, and the more he looked at Han Feng now, the better he looked at him. Good qualifications, good state of mind, but also calm and steady enough. If this is properly cultivated, their Jiang family can have another heavenly pride. "Does Crispy Zoe know you were stabbed the other day?" "No, I didn't tell her." "Well, not bad. A man. One man's job. Not letting a woman follow and worry. You're a good boy." Jiang Huayan looked at him more smoothly. "Elder brother is flattered." Han Feng sweated. Was this misunderstanding getting bigger and bigger? "Alright, since you and my sister have already become Dao couples, then you and her are also considered family. You have your own plans. I don't care, and I don't ask. You guys can just take care of yourselves. After all, the day is their own life. The family's daughter is also sooner or later to be married. I won't tell her about today either, to save her worry. Thank you, senior brother, for understanding. This great formation of yours, where did it come from?" Jiang Huayang suddenly asked. Han Feng laughed. "Under the mountain treasure pavilion to buy. After all, offended people always have to do something to protect. Tonight is not someone to assassinate me. This one big formation has to be quite a few spirit stones, right? You're an odd job disciple. You have that much money? These years quietly saved some, are smashed into this. After all, life is important. If that's the case, why don't you go to the Jiang family? The protection of the Jiang family is much better than your side." Jiang Huayang asked. Looking at Han Feng's embarrassed face, he suddenly realized and laughed. "And oh, I see. Don't want to be pampered. Don't want to be poked and prodded. Right? Right. After all, a responsible man. I understand your feelings. But now this matter, only I know. In the future, if my father, or other Jiang family elders know your qualifications, will certainly give you resources to let you cultivate. After all, you are my sister's Dao partner, is also considered to be half of the family, but you have your own considerations, so I'll keep my mouth shut, and as always, you two are on your own. Thank you, senior brother, for understanding." Han Feng really liked Jiang Huayang's ability to brainstorm himself too much. Jiang Huayang looked at the sword in Han Feng's hand and said, "This fiber hunting sword, I remember I gave it to my little sister on her 15th birthday. Oh, senior sister Jiang gave it to me a few days ago. If senior brother wants it back, feel free to take it." Han Feng placed the sword on the table. "See what you say. Am I Jiang Huayang so shameless? If she gave it to you, it's naturally yours. If she can give you something, she naturally has you in her heart. So how can I go against her wishes again? This little sister of mine is not like her big sister. She is cold in nature, not good at speaking, and hides everything in her heart. But she is also competitive and not willing to be left behind. To put it bluntly, it's just a strong nature. It's not easy to communicate. I, as an elder brother, still hope that you can take care of her more. Definitely. I'm the same as senior sister Jiang. Both are a character who likes to be quiet. It's also very good to not disturb each other during the weekdays and cultivate separately. Jiang Huayang nodded and said, speaking of which, the matter of you being assassinated by Yi Long Yuan's grudge is all because of little sister alone. This is our family that put you in harm's way. So naturally it is our family that should take up the responsibility. Give me your voice transmission jade slip. I will leave a mark for you. And if you encounter danger again in the future, immediately give me a voice transmission, and I will come over to save you. In public, I am a disciple of the law enforcement hall and have the responsibility to protect the disciples. Selfishly, what happened to you is all because of our family, and I should protect you as well. Chapter 25, Ginger is still hot. Many thanks, Senior Brother. Senior Brother is grateful. After Han Feng finished speaking, he rubbed his hands together and said, Senior Brother, Senior Brother is just an odd job disciple. All the money saved over the years was taken to buy formations. There is no sound transmission jade slip on my body. You don't even have a sound transmission jade slip? Alas, all these years, it's really bitter for you, obviously having such a good qualification. But you've been working as a handyman and being poor. Jiang Huayang took out a voice transmission jade slip from his storage bag and handed it to Han Feng, saying, let me give you this jade slip. I happen to have an extra one on me. Just input your aura to activate it. There is my divine sense imprint inside. You can talk to me directly. Many thanks, Senior Brother. Senior Brother will return the favor and pay you back in the coming day. Han Feng received the voice transmission jade slip. What do you mean by money or not? We are all on our own. How bad is this small amount of money? Okay, I should also go back to resume orders. Assassin this matter. I will sooner or later find evidence. Ruthlessly punish Yi Long Yuan and Yi family. Gone. Jiang Huayang stood up and walked out with Lu Yufa. Elder brother, take care. The two took the assassin's body and went back to the law enforcement hall headquarters. Han Feng played with the jade slip in his hand before receiving it into his storage bag. Laid down on the bed. Sleep. The night's fiasco passed like this. And tonight was just a minor episode for Han Feng. And the only gain was probably that his great-uncle looked at him favorably, thinking that he was well qualified and had a steady hand, and was very fond of him. But it's no use. Han Feng doesn't even bother with Zhang Chuiro, let alone this cheap brother-in-law. Han Feng slept soundly, but for someone, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. In the Yi family's ancestral home, Yi Long Yuan sat on his bed, holding the jade slip, struggling in his heart for more than an hour before he finally made up his mind to find his father to confess about this matter. After all, he used the family's dead soldiers, not his alone. Dead soldiers are important property in the family. For dead, he did not have an explanation is not acceptable. Confession is lenient. Resistance is strict. If you turn yourself in, you can still be less guilty. Yi Long Yuan left the room, walked over to the master bedroom, and knocked on the door. It's Yuchi, come in. A voice came from inside. Yi Long Yuan pushed open the door. Inside in the center of the main hall were two futons with two people sitting cross-legged. A middle-aged cultivator and a good-looking woman who looked like she was only in her 30s. The flavor is still there. My child pays his respects to his father and mother. Yi Long Yuan clasped his palm and saluted. His dad opened his eyes and asked, what is it? Coming over in the middle of the night to disturb my cultivation? Yi Long Yuan knelt down and said, my child begs pardon from my father. Plead guilty? You're a kid. You've always been steady. You don't get into trouble. What did you do? What did you do to deserve this? The thing is like this. Father, child is not on the Zhang teacher sister fall in love for a long time. The pursuit of many years well. A few days ago on the matchmaking conference. The child to buy through the elders. The operation of a number of. At that moment, Yi Long Yuan said all the things he did. One by one. Everything. Every bit of detail. After hearing this, his father's face, gloomy, said, so, not only did you kill the 4 dead soldiers in your family, but you also attracted the attention of the law enforcement hall and offended the Zhang family at the same time? Yi Long Yuan was so scared that he was sweating profusely and knocked his head on the ground, saying, I know that I have sinned deeply, and I am willing to go to the ancestral shrine to be punished, so I ask my father to chastise me. Chastisement? After committing such a big offense, a chastisement is not enough to beat you to death. Father Ye's eyes exploded with a stern essence. At this moment, Yi mother immediately opened her eyes and said, you old fool, what do you say about my son? He just made a little mistake. As for beating him to death, if you beat him to death, watch me beat you to death first. She walked over to Yi Long Yuan and pulled him up, saying, son, quickly get up and sit down. Not much of a thing this matter you are not right. The fault is your useless old father. Early let him go to the Zhang family to propose marriage he did not go. Now make so many things to. All blame him. Father Yi helplessly glanced at his Taoist and sighed with hatred. Loving mothers have many children. Ye mother is also a spirited nature, pointing at ye father and said, "Shut your stinking mouth. He is your son. He is still small. He is only how old? Things certainly will not be everything. He has difficulties. Certainly first look for you as a father. If he meets the matter, even his father did not look for. Can only say that you as a father is too much of a failure. Are you? I am angry at him for making a mistake. I'm mad at him for not being able to do even such a small thing. The fact that the district had tossed around a miscellaneous disciple for several days and hadn't gotten him killed was a problem with his ability. How can such a person inherit the family business in the future? How can I be allowed to compete with my elder brother for the position of the future head of the family?" Speaking here, ye father's anger subsided a little, and then said, "In this matter, the only redeeming feature you did was that you didn't personally go to kill that Han Feng, and didn't let the law enforcement hall get the evidence, otherwise no one could protect you. Tai Lian that old thing, but he doesn't give face to anyone, and he is iron-faced and selfless. Well, my son, do not worry. Not just the Jiang family, our Yi family is not afraid of them. It's just this way you do things that father needs to talk about." The child is all ears. Yi Longyuan said in a hurry. "First of all, to deal with a man, to destroy him, it is not necessary to kill him in order to relieve him of his hatred. There are too many ways to make him beg for his life and for his death. If you want to personally take out your anger, at the ancestors' sacrifice ceremony on the first day of next month, you can go and clean him up in a fair and square manner, waste him, let him become an invalid, unable to cultivate for the rest of his life, and only then will you be relieved of your anger." After thinking about it, Yi Longyuan said, "Father, he would have been an invalid. You still can't handle one invalid 3 times? Father Yi glared at him angrily, then said, "Even if he's an invalid now, that doesn't make it any better. He was able to use the law enforcement hall to deal with you. Can't you use the law enforcement hall to deal with him? What does he do for a living? Can't you think for yourself how to capitalize on that? In the law enforcement hall, it's not like there aren't any of our people. If he refuses to confess, can't we use torture? Beat him half to death, get a disability, expel him from the sect, outside. Don't you want to kill as much as you want?" Upon hearing this, Yi Longyuan came to a sudden realization and hurriedly clasped his palms and said, "Father, your move is really high. My child has realized. My child understands it all. Thank you, Father. Okay, go back. The matter of the death of a few dead soldiers. For Father to make a false account, just say that the mission went on the line." Yi Father waved his hand impatiently. The child excuses himself. Yi Longyuan immediately held his palm and went out. Looking at Yi Longyuan's departing back, Yi Father shook his head and said, "Still a bit too tender. Still need more experience." Chapter 26, Fighting the Enemy with Wisdom. Woke up early in the morning to pick up manure, came back and didn't see me woman in the sunny morning. Han Feng took a hoe and cultivated the medicine field, and the little fox sat on the eaves of the house, watching Han Feng work. "It's so hard for you to sing. Can you stop?" The little fox spoke up. "So you'll sing me a good one?" Han Feng said smilingly. The little fox was about to speak, but suddenly her face changed slightly and she said, "No good. There's malice." Han Feng's heart fluttered when he heard this. This had come to assassinate only last night, and then again this morning? Just then, a voice came from the door. "And is Senior Han here?" "Who?" "I'm the new handyman steward. I'm now in charge of your area. Today is April 15th. It's time to turn in the herbs. I've come over to collect the herbs." "Got it." Han Feng put down his hoe and walked over to open the door. Although he knew that the other party had come with malicious intent, Han Feng couldn't not open the door. After all, they were on official business, so he could only keep an extra eye out. When he opened the door, outside was a young disciple wearing a handyman's uniform and a smile. "This senior brother, I haven't seen you before." Han Feng frowned. "Oh, I'm the handyman steward over at Danxia Peak. The previous steward on your side, surnamed Ma, disappeared, so the elder transferred me over as a steward. We'll be colleagues from now on, so I'll ask senior brother Han to take care of us." Looking at the other party's polite expression, Han Feng almost really thought the other party was a good person. "Well, what's your name?" "Senior? My name is Zhang Xiang." "All right, senior brother Zhang, please come in." When the two entered the courtyard, Zhang Xiang looked at the herbs in Han Feng's yard and laughed. "Senior brother Han, these herbs are growing very well. Each one of them is in high spirits, not withered at all. It seems that senior brother Han takes care of them with great care on weekdays. Senior brother Zhang is too kind. But none of these herbs have matured yet, so I'm afraid senior brother Zhang will have to wait another month before he can come and pick them up." Han Feng was unwilling to let the other party take the herbs. Who knew what the other party was going to pull off? As for next month, he's already an outer disciple, and he's worried about this stuff? It's fine. It doesn't matter if the medicine isn't old enough, just take more or less. so that I can go back and deliver. After all, this is my first day on the job, and if I return empty-handed, the elders should scold me." As Zhang Xiang spoke, he walked towards the medicinal field by himself. Seeing this, Han Feng hastily stopped him and said, "I'll do it." As he spoke, Han Feng took out his ice-cold dagger and cut off a few four-leaf orchids, handing them over to Zhang Xiang. The other day the white ayahuasca flower that had absorbed more than 30 years of qi and blood had long since been cut off and put away by him. That thing could not be seen by anyone. Zhang Xiang received those four-leafed orchids, then took out a book, and then recorded it. April 15th. Take away 5 plants of the herb four-leaf orchid planted by Han Feng. Senior Brother Han. See if I've written it correctly. If so, please have Senior Brother Han sign his name. Collecting medicines and signing them, responsibility to the person. This is the rule, and Han Feng is aware of it. There is not a single problem with the other party's paperwork. However, Han Feng laughed and said, "Senior Brother, you've just come to our Sunset Cloud Peak, so you might not be too clear about the rules over here. So Senior Brother will dare to give you a word. The people on our side who take away the herbs have to personally check the potency of the medicine, confirm that it's correct, and then sign and draw a signature before they can take it away." "Ha? That much trouble?" Zhang Xiang was puzzled. "Yes, after all, this program, everyone is responsible for it, all for the safety of our disciples. This herb was given to you, you definitely have to check it yourself. The unqualified ones have to be returned to me and replaced with qualified ones." "I see, I get it. We really don't have this rule over at Dansha Peak." "Ha ha." Zhang Xiang smiled, and after inspecting the 5 four-leafed orchids, he wrote on the paper again. April 15th collects 5 plants of the herb four-leaf orchid planted by Han Feng and confirms that the medicinal effects are correct. Zhang Xiang. He tore off the piece of paper and handed it to Han Feng. "That's always good, isn't it? Haven't fingerprinted it yet. How do I get my handprints?" Zhang Xiang was puzzled. "Just bite your finger and press it." "That brutal? Who told you not to bring the sealing clay?" "I don't have that here either," Han Feng said smilingly. Zhang Xiang smiled, didn't say anything, and directly bit his finger, pressed his fingerprint on his name, and handed it to Han Feng. "Okay, then if there's nothing else, I'll leave. There are others over there who are confiscated. Senior Brother, take care. Remember to bring sealing clay next time." Han Feng waved goodbye enthusiastically. After the man left, Han Feng sat down on the stool, looked at the piece of paper in his hand, and said to the little fox that now I'm certain that the man was coming for me and didn't even go to another person's house to collect herbs. "How do you know?" "Because we simply don't have the rule on our side that we have to write receipts and fingerprints even to collect herbs, and if he has been to other houses, he should say how other people don't have to fingerprint on their side." At these words, the little fox was alarmed and said, "In that case, wouldn't this person be a fake? He's here to cheat you out of your herbs." "Humph, these 5 herbs, if you take them and sell them for money you can sell them for several spirit stones. What a pity, why are you so stupid?" Han Feng glanced at the little fox with the gaze of a fool and said, "First of all, the identity plate hanging on his waist is not fake. He is indeed a handyman steward. Secondly, if it's true that I'm cheating a few herbs to sell them for money, then I'll save myself the trouble. What could possibly go wrong? Let's say, take my herbs, refine them into pills, and then say that my herbs are not of good quality, or are poisonous, causing serious consequences, to plant evidence to frame me. I've offended no one but the Yi family, and the only ones who can deal with me are the Yi family. That's why I had to ask him to write a receipt to confirm the efficacy of the medicine. This Zhang Xiang, if he is not the new handyman steward, then he is not qualified to collect my herbs. The note I signed will not stand. I can say that the herbs are not mine. If he's really the new steward that the Yi family has arranged to come over, then I can speak with a note and say that he's the one who switched my herbs. After all, he personally confirmed that my herbs are effective." At these words, the little fox's 2 eyes glowed and said, "Wow, you're still good, yo. I didn't realize you were so smart for a licking dog. I'm not a fucking dog licker." Speaking of licking dogs, Han Feng suddenly had a bright idea and said, "But just having a note isn't safe. I don't know how to make pills after all. I need someone who knows how to make pills to prove it for me. This way, if anyone wants to take me away, you go to Jiang Chui Ro and say that I've been framed and that the Yi family is out to get me, and I hope she can help prove my innocence. Got it? Foxy copy." The little fox immediately said solemnly. Chapter 27, Has the presiding elder become a prisoner? This time, by asking Jiang Chui Ro for help, Han Feng would have another reason to give something away, and was worried that there was no reason to give away that 30-year-old white ayala flower. This flower will be given away and exchanged for another flower that is more than 300 years old in medicinal age, and then taken to be sold. It can be exchanged for quite a few more spirit stones. Hey hey hey, Han Feng fell asleep while lying in the sun with the little fox. By the afternoon, a loud cry suddenly came from outside Han Feng's door. The Han Feng, wake up and come with us. Han Feng opened his eyes and looked outside, only to see a law enforcement hall disciple with his feet on a flying sword and a cold face looking at him. So it's a senior brother from the law enforcement hall. I wonder what senior brother has committed to be taken away. Han Feng stood up and asked. The herb you paid for, after refining it into a qi condensation dan, was consumed by a disciple and went off the deep end. Yuan Qi has been greatly injured. Now the injury in the body is very serious. You need to go with us to the law enforcement hall to make a trip, to confront each other in court. Alright, I understand. But first things first, I'm not going anywhere but the law enforcement hall. Han Feng held the little fox and walked out of the house, then threw the little fox to the ground, and the little fox immediately ran away. The law enforcement hall disciple looked at the little fox and didn't say anything, turning to Han Feng with puzzled eyes. He didn't understand what Han Feng was reaching out to him for. I can't fly. Why don't we climb the mountain and walk up? Han Feng said smilingly. The law enforcement hall disciple helplessly bristled as he pulled Han Feng up so that he could step on his flying sword and fly toward the mountain. On the way, Han Feng quietly took out his voice transmission jade slip and sent a message to Zhang Huayang, saying that he had been falsely accused by the Yi family and asked him to come to the law enforcement hall to help with the trial. After arriving at the law enforcement hall branch of Sunset Peak, he brought Han Feng down and headed inside. Inside the law enforcement hall, an elder sat on top, flanked by law enforcement hall disciples, and 4 people in the center. Han Feng saw 2 familiar people, Yi Longyuan and Zhang Xiang. Disciple Han Feng, greetings to the elder. The elder of the law enforcement hall, who was sitting at the top, slammed the table and drank. Bold Han Feng, why don't you tell me the truth? Han Feng asked, with a confused look on his face. Dare I ask, elder, what did I do that I confessed? The elder snorted coldly and said, today, Danxia Peak alchemist Yi Longzhao came to this elder's side to complain, saying that the pills he made were consumed by Fallen Cloud Peak disciple Yi Yuntang, and Yi Yuntang immediately suffered a disturbance in his spiritual qi, damage to his dantian, and injuries to his meridians all over his body, which appeared to be an indication of going off the rails, with a great deal of damage to his vitality. After alchemist Yi Longzhao examined it, it was one of the medicines in the potion that had gone wrong, and it was none other than the 4-leaf orchid. After he brought Yi Yuntang to Elder Ben personally checked Yi Yuntang's injuries and found that it was indeed as he said. And then, this elder personally went to Danxia Peak and investigated the herb exchange records. After finding the record, it was recorded that it was the herb sent by Zhang Xiang, the handyman steward of Laka Peak, who in turn had a note proving that it was the herb planted by Yu Han Feng, that was given to him, which he in turn brought to Danha Peak and entered the storehouse. Right or wrong? Han Feng clasped his palm and said, without being humble, this elder, this morning, I did hand Zhang Xiang 5 4-leaf orchids. It's good that you've admitted it. Come on people, send Han Feng to the prison on the charge of poisoning the herbs and plotting to kill his fellow disciples, and he'll be tried on a later date. At those words, Han Feng's expression went cold. It looks like this elder, too, was found by the Yi family. The Yi family is playing and refereeing again, right? Just then, a voice came from outside the door and our law enforcement hall. When were we able to indiscriminately arrest people directly? Han Feng twisted his head to look, only to see Zhang Huayang and Zhang Tsuero, who was holding the little fox, walk in, and Zhang Huayang was still holding a jade slip in his hand, pointing it at the law enforcement hall, seemingly recording it. Behind him was a group of law enforcement hall disciples. Zhang Huayang, this is my law enforcement hall of Sunset Peak. What are you doing here? That elder said with a gloomy face. Zhang Huayang smiled faintly. I pay my respects to Elder Yi. I remember. My law enforcement hall master, Elder Tai Lien, personally set in the rules, saying that any trial in the law enforcement hall is fair and transparent, and that anyone can come and watch it, and question it as much as they want, in order to protect the fairness of the trial, right? So what if it is? Then there is nothing wrong with disciples coming to watch, is there? Humph. Look all you want, but don't disrupt the trial. It's you who disrupted the order of the trial. Elder Yi, Zhang Huayang snorted coldly. First, according to the regulations of the law enforcement hall, in order to take an erring disciple into custody, the disciple needs to confess to the offense and sign and draw a pledge before he can be taken into custody. This is just the beginning of the trial. There's not enough evidence, and Han Feng hasn't begun his defense, much less signed a pledge, yet you're openly trying to take him into custody, and it's you, Elder Yi, who's breaking the law. Secondly, the law enforcement hall stipulates that when a trial elder encounters a case of kinship, he needs to avoid suspicion and may not try the case in person, and that the trial elder should be free of blood relatives and mentor/apprentice relationships with both the plaintiff and the defendant in order to do so. This is the second law you have broken. Thirdly, every law enforcement hall disciple has the right to arrest anyone who breaks the law. Elder Yi, everything you just did, the disciples have all recorded it. You know the law and break the law. You are guilty of an additional offense. Men, arrest Elder Yi and send him to Elder Tai Lien, who will personally judge his sins. Yes. A crowd of law enforcement hall disciples immediately surged over to arrest Elder Yi. Elder Yi burst into a rage and drank. This elder is a Jidan powerhouse, a judgment elder. Who dares to arrest me? Resisting arrest is an additional offense. Zhang Huayang sneered. What? Do you want me to apply for a Jidan elder to come and arrest Elder Yi? Elder Yi's face changed and he coldly snorted. Humph. With the fault of the old man, at most it'll be a fine. You guys wait for me, and you, Zhang Huayang, you and Han Feng are also related by kinship. You're not qualified to participate in the trial either. There's no need for Elder Yi to be concerned. Disciple is just spectating. Zhang Huayang sneered and waved his hand as a group of Foundation Establishment disciples took Elder Yi away. A Foundation Establishment disciple capturing a Jidan elder. This was something that other clans would not dare to imagine. Nor was it in line with common sense. The Yin Yang Sect's law enforcement hall dared to do so, entirely because they had an upright and unselfish iron-faced Tai Lien elder. Yi Longyuan is a bit dumbfounded. He originally thought, quick and easy to Han Feng trial arrested. After the formalities directly tortured to force confessions, smoked him half dead. But he didn't expect that the Zhang family's people would come so quickly and arrest their family patriarch in the blink of an eye. Has the presiding judge become a prisoner? Yi Longyuan's face darkened, not realizing that he had failed to punish Han Feng and had even gotten an elder on board. Blood loss. This time, when I go back, I'll get a lecture again. However, the good thing is that this time, the evidence is solid. The chain of evidence is perfect. Han Feng can't get away with it. It's just a trial for a different person. Chapter 28, Law Enforcement Hall fights after Elder Yi was captured. Another disciple went to ask another elder to come here to judge. In between waiting for the elders to come over, the lobby was suddenly quiet, and the silence was a bit awkward. Yi Longyuan, Yi Longzhao, and Yi Yuntang stood on the left, while Han Feng, Zhang Xiao, and Zhang Huayang stood on the right. Zhang Ziro looked up and down at Yi Longyuan and asked, Yi Longyuan, what are you doing here? Yi Longyuan said with a smile, if I remember correctly, this is the first time senior sister Zhang has taken the initiative to speak to me, right? Cut. Zhang Ziro looked at the other party's dog-licking face and rolled her eyes greatly, not bothering to take care of him. Yi Longyuan continued to say in a self-satisfied manner, in fact, this matter has nothing to do with me. I just came to listen to it. After all, Yi Longjia Yi Yuntang too, are my brother? They are refining a serving Dan out of the matter. Certainly looking for refining responsible. Are their own business? I will come over to take a look. On the contrary, you, senior sister Jiang, what are you doing here? This matter doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? Zhang Ziro is a cool temperament. A word is lazy. Just talk to Yi Longyuan, but also just know that this time it is he framed Han Feng. See him even more bad eyes. When she didn't speak, Zhang Huayang spoke directly instead. Han Feng is my sister's Taoist partner. If something happens to him, my sister naturally has to come and help. After all, my sister has just found the man of her dreams by 1,000 choices, so she can't be planted by a villain. Hearing the words Rui, Yi Longyuan and Zhang Chuiro both widened their eyes. Zhang Ziro was surprised that it was obvious to everyone that she was forced to choose Han Feng. So how did it become her own choice when it came to her own brother? Yi Longyuan, on the other hand, was surprised as to why Zhang Huayang was so optimistic about the district's miscellaneous disciple, who was also an invalid. You are Zhang Chuiro's own brother. Ah, just you so a brother. Brother should not be protective of the younger sister. Have a natural hostility to the brother-in-law. How to look at it is not good. You've been looking at me all these years, and now you're looking at Han Feng? Zhang Ziro is still young, so it's okay to have a poor vision. But you, as an older brother, are in your 20s, and you also have a poor vision? Yi Longyuan took a deep breath and leisurely said, as a disciple of the law enforcement hall, Senior Jiang has to speak with evidence. Who is the villain? Who is a villain who is clear in his own heart? Is not a villain of the people, also not here to pick up curses. How? I scolded the villain, but not you Yi Shidi. It is hard to not. Is Yi Shidi do bureau in framing my brother-in-law? Zhang Huayang said in a conspiratorial manner. There are villains open and honest competition for a couple. Competition is not. Then use all kinds of dark and despicable means. 3 times to assassinate people, and now see that the assassination cannot be. and then changed to use intrigue and trickery. It is really a dog's meat cannot be on the right seat. Ah. It's a shame. It's a real shame. At these words, Zhang Chuiro stood up in a flash and asked angrily, "Brother, what did you say? He sent someone to assassinate Han Feng? And 3 times? Zhang Huayang and Han Feng glanced at each other, and their hearts thumped. Crap! Revealed. Han Feng hurriedly said, Senior sister is not anxious. It's just some small things. In total it's only twice. It's all because senior brother Jiang helped me to block it down. Senior brother Jiang has a great grace for me. Ah yes. It's all my help. After all, my own brother-in-law." Zhang Huayang patted Han Feng's shoulder and laughed. He knew that Han Feng didn't quite want Yilong Yuan to know about his strength yet. Looking at the two of them as if they were talking and laughing easily, Zhang Zuero was a bit shocked. When did these two get so close? While Yilong Yuan sneered in a sweeping manner. "Humph. Don't talk nonsense about things without evidence, or else the people you've wronged can sue you for false accusations. Let's not mention what happened before. Let's talk about things this time. My clan brother used the herbs that Senior Han planted to make pills, and then let my other clan brother eat them. And I don't know if he was injured or poisoned. I'm afraid this responsibility has to come from Senior Brother Han, right?" Han Feng sneered. "Yi Senior Brother is wrong. The herbs I gave are not half bad. The medicinal effects are good. They were personally checked by this Zhang Xiang Senior Brother, and a note was written indicating that there were no problems before they were taken away. What's going on here has nothing to do with me. Who knows if your alchemists are not well trained in their art, and they dare not eat the pills they make. So they test the pills on their relatives. And when something happens, who can blame them?" At this moment, a law enforcement hall elder walked in from the back hall and said as he walked, "My name is Wang, and as the presiding judge of this incident, I heard all of your conversations just now. Now, bring up all your evidence for this elder to see." That elder sat directly on the main seat. Yilong Zhao immediately walked forward and placed 3 notes and a bottle of pills on the table, saying, "Elder, please take a look at this. This is the slip for Zhang Xiang's collection of Han Feng's medicinal herbs, and it has Han Feng's handwritten signature on it. This one, the certificate of entry from the Danxia Peak Herb Room, stated that the herbs came from Han Feng. This one, the disciple's slip for receiving herbs from the herb room, had the signatures of both the disciple and the disciple in charge over there. The evidence was overwhelming. This herb, it was Han Feng who planted it, and those 5 4-leaf orchids, a total of 5 qi condensation pills were refined. 1 was taken by Yi Yuntang, and the remaining 4 are all here." Han Feng saw the other party place the note, the elixir, and all of it on the table. "What a great piece of evidence. That's a perfect chain of evidence. You guys went to a lot of trouble to set me up." That elder looked at the note in front of him, nodded, and then said, "That Han Feng, where's your evidence?" It was at this time that Han Feng brought out his note. To be honest, Han Feng wouldn't have taken out that note before Zhang Huayang arrived on the scene because he was afraid that the elders would collude with the Yi family to destroy the evidence. What he expected was right. That elder, indeed, was someone from the Yi family? Fortunately, he had kept his hand in. Han Feng put the note on the table and said, "Elder, this is the note that senior brother Zhang Xiang wrote when he took away the herbs. It states that he personally inspected it and that there is no problem with the medicinal effects. And he also signed and pressed his handprint." Elder Wang nodded and looked at Zhang Xiang again, asking, "Zhang Xiang, did you write this note?" Zhang Xiang hurriedly stood up and said, "Back to Elder. The note was indeed written by a disciple, and the herbs were also collected by a disciple and sent to Danxia Peak." The elder nodded and said, "In that case, it will be able to prove that Han Feng's medicinal herbs are problem-free and tested." No, Elder. At that time, disciples did not test the medicinal properties of the herbs. Zhang Xiang suddenly said loudly. Han Feng's eyes narrowed instantly. Chapter 29 Zhang Zi Robot Man. "This is to pull me down, not hesitate to blow himself up." Sure enough, Zhang Xiang continued, "Elder, when I was at Danxia Peak, I also collected herbs, but there was never any such thing as having to ask the collector to check the efficacy of the medicine. I came to serve at Sunset Peak today and went to collect the herbs, but Senior Han said that he still needed me to personally test the efficacy of the medicine. But the disciples would only manage the handymen. Where would they check for any medicinal effects? They didn't know anything about herbs at all. The disciples' first day to serve in the Sunset Peak, the task is to collect the herbs. This is not to be collected and to be chastised. Do not check the Han master brother and will not give me herbs. So I had to go along with his intentions, pretending to check the herbs and write a note. And then, the disciple went to ask the other handyman. And there was no such thing as asking the collector to check the potency of the medicine at all at Sunset Peak. Senior Han was clearly trying to shirk his responsibility. bullying me for being new and unknowledgeable, and dumping the black pot on my shoulders. Elder disciple is innocent. Senior brother Han is blackmailing me. That elder Wang grimaced and said, since you didn't check, you shouldn't have gone to write to say you checked, which is also a crime of deception and malfeasance. Yes, yes, yes. Disciple recognizes the punishment. Disciple recognizes the punishment. Zhang Xiang said in a hurry. Han Feng clasped his hands and said, Elder, every time a disciple is confiscated herbs, he will have the confiscator check the writing receipt. Before it was always written by Boss Ma. Then Boss Ma disappeared and was replaced by this senior brother. Elder, disciples believe that checking the potency of the medicine is a must and a responsibility that the collector should take up. After all, the disciple had given him the herbs. What if he took them, switched the good medicine for a rogue one, passed them off as good, and then took the good medicine to sell for money? Or what if he took it and poisoned the herb to frame the disciple? After all, it's not up to us growers to decide what becomes of the herb once it's taken away. Like this time, after he took it away, he poisoned the herbs, or the alchemist himself, who had not learned his craft well, came to trouble his disciple. This sin, then, the disciple denies. After all, the disciple has proof that he personally inspected it and wrote the note. Zhang Xiang sneered. Humph. It's not for you to say whether to recognize or not, and the rule of whether there is an inspection or not is not for you to stipulate as a mere journeyman disciple. Our clan doesn't have that rule at all, so the note I wrote, which is non-compliant, I disown. Elder Wang interrupted and said, Alright, you've all defended yourselves and produced evidence. Now, it's time for this elder to personally check if this elixir is poisonous. After saying his words, he opened the Dan bottle, poured out a pill, and directly swallowed it in one gulp. Han Feng's head was filled with black lines. Such a raw and primitive way of testing? After a moment, the elder nodded and said, It is indeed poisonous. At those words, Yi Yuntang jumped up at once, pointing at Han Feng and cursing. Han Feng, you son of a bitch, dog thief, what else do you have to say? It's your herbs that are poisonous and you want to get me killed. 5 herbs? Ah, can make 5 pills. You're going to harm 5 people. Elder, I implore the disciple to apprehend this thief and torture him severely. This kind of person, who has evil intentions and harms his fellow disciples, is guilty of an additional crime, and should have his cultivation wasted and be expelled from the sect. Elder Wang mused, pondering what to do with the case, and at that moment, Zhang Zuoro stepped forward and said, Elder, disciple is also a mid-grade alchemist, and is skilled at refining qi condensation pills. As far as I know, this qi condensation pill, there are 3 kinds of prescriptions that can be refined, and the one that requires the use of the 4-leaf orchid is 1 plant of the 4-leaf orchid, 1 plant of the golden ice flower, 2 tails of the qi-seeking roots, 5 coins of spirit grass ash, and 1 plant of the policy orchid. 5 herbs are needed for this, so how can one be so biased as to determine that it's the 4-leafed orchid that's the problem? And even if the problem with the 4-leaf orchid was established, then the herb, too, had passed through 3 hands. First, it was in Han Feng's hands, then it went to Zhang Xiang's hands, then it went to Danxia Peak's herb room, and finally it went to Yi Longzhao's hands. Any one of these joints could be poisoned to destroy the effect of the medicine, so how can we be sure that Han Feng did it? If you want to arrest them, you should also arrest and investigate everyone who handled them, including this alchemist. This is still within our own clan. There are fewer procedures. If you buy herbs from a stall outside and something goes wrong, you can't even find the person. Who else are you going to arrest? The disciple thought that the only way to do this kind of alchemy was to go to the most downstream supplier. That is, the alchemist. As an alchemist, the pills that are made are for people to eat, and in itself, one should shoulder the responsibility of making sure that every single pill is effective. In itself, one should check each herb for problems before going to refine it. It is like eating in a restaurant and having problems with the food. Instead of looking for the responsibility of the cook and the shopkeeper, you have to go after the one who grows the food. Is there any justification for this? The grower sells the dish to the restaurant and the transaction is complete. Then the dish has nothing to do with the farmer. And if there is a problem with the dish, the restaurant shouldn't take it. Now that Yi Longzhao had problems with the pills he had refined, instead of looking for himself, he was looking for the person who had planted the herbs. It was really a travesty. If Han Feng is sentenced to punishment this time, then in the future, shouldn't our disciples who grow herbs start at home, keep an eye on each herb, send it to the herb room, have it taken by the alchemist, and then watch the person who is taking it take it to make sure it's okay before they can leave? Every participant in this process has to go and keep a personal eye on it. If this is the case, how much manpower and resources will be wasted? Everyone should not do anything. A group of people will just keep an eye on the person who bought the elixir. If he takes it in a month, just keep an eye on it for a month. and if he doesn't take it until 10 years, just keep an eye on it for 10 years. Isn't that the truth? Elder Wang was dumbfounded after hearing that. This is not nonsense, but this is something that can't be helped. Unless it is stipulated that the person who collects the herbs at each step has to personally check the efficacy of the medicine, and after confirming that it is correct, he or she assumes the responsibility for that step, so that it is just a matter of directly looking for the final alchemist. And even being an alchemist isn't the final step. What if said person who bought the potion took the poison themselves and planted it on the alchemist? Elder Wang said, there is no way to prevent the wickedness of people's hearts. So, when an alchemist makes a potion and people have problems eating it, instead of looking for the responsibility of the alchemist, they have to look for the responsibility of planting the herb. Isn't that too funny? If it's really the responsibility of the planting of the herb, then everyone in this supply chain has a greater responsibility, because none of them bothered to check the potency of the herb. If you want to say that herb collectors don't understand this, don't alchemists understand it too? Zhang Ziro had some eloquent reasoning logic, listening to the people present dumbfounded. Chapter 30, You're Behind the Dog. Zhang Huayang was surprised. Can little sister? Usually see you silent. There is something this mouth is really able to come on for your wonderful brother-in-law. Ginger Zizu gave him a big blank stare. After pondering for a moment, Elder Wang said with a straight face, this disciple, what you have said makes perfect sense, and this case is also typical in the sense that it has not appeared before. This elder needs to report back to Elder Tai Lian, and discuss with the head of Dansha Peak to revise the regulations. This elder believes that this entire supply chain should really be held accountable at every step of the way in order to make sure that it doesn't implicate anyone else, and that if the collector is responsible for it, then the side of the miscellaneous disciples won't be responsible for it, and it won't be such a hassle. Whichever part of the process goes wrong, just go straight to whichever part of the process. For this elixir, I will hand it over to the elders of Dansha Peak to identify which herb is wrong or whether the proportion of the alchemy is wrong. Or is it the fire or something like that? This elder doesn't know about alchemy, so he can't jump to conclusions. However, even if it is detected and determined that it is the problem of the four-leaf orchid, that does not prove that it is Han Feng's responsibility. Because of this, after too many hands, each of which may be poisoned, and there is no evidence to prove who is poisoned, in line with the principle of the benefit of the doubt. In this case, Han Feng was acquitted. In addition, as the terminal of the supply chain, the alchemist Yi Longzhao refined out the pills and gave the disciple Yi Yuntang to eat out of the problem. Then the alchemist Yi Longzhao has an unshirkable responsibility. Firstly, Yi Longzhao will be detained, and after finding out the truth, then do the trial. When these words came out, the three members of the Yi family were dumbfounded in unison. No, this wanted to frame Han Feng. This folded in a Yi family elder is not enough, but also folded in a Yi Longzhao? Upon hearing this, Yi Yuntang hurriedly stepped forward and said, Elder, this is Han Feng's responsibility. Han Feng has a beef with our Yi family. He must have wanted to poison us. Oh, is that so? Then how does Han Feng know that this herb, which will definitely be sent to Dansha Peak, will definitely be claimed by your Yi family for alchemy and then eaten by the Yi family? Or is it that you, the Yi family, directly took control of these 5 herbs from the beginning and were able to let Han Feng's herbs fall right into your hands as a way to frame Han Feng? Elder Wang narrowed his eyes and asked in a shady manner. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuntang hurriedly explained. No, disciple is just making a wild guess. A wild guess with no evidence. Without evidence you are talking nonsense. Planting evidence? I see that you are alive and kicking, and you don't look like you are seriously injured. Yi Long Yuan, who was on the side, kept making eyes at Yi Yuntang. Yes, disciple is not injured, not poisoned. Don't arrest Yi Longzhao. He is innocent. Yi Longyuan covered his forehead with a headache, itching to give Yi Yuntang, this idiot, 2 kicks. Yi Longzhao did likewise. This fucking plebeian dumbass brain just sucks. Sure enough, Elder Wang slammed the table fiercely and said, if you're fine, why did you sue? Why did you falsely accuse Han Feng? Say, what are your intentions? Yi Yuntang's jaw dropped, not knowing what to say for a moment. Elder Wang continued. Also, this elixir has been personally taken by this elder, and it is indeed poisonous, but that toxicity has no effect on this elder's jidan cultivation. That's all. Yi Longzhao refined pills do have problems, and you, capricious, and false accusations and perjury, and no evidence of nonsense. I see you also suspect a lot. You and Yi Longzhao together with the detention of hearing. Retreat. After saying that, the disciples of the law enforcement hall then directly went forward and escorted Yi Longzhao and Yi Yuntang down. Yi Yuntang, this idiot, is still screaming, Yuchi, save me, Yuchi save me. Yi Longzhao did not say a word, because he knows that it is the herbs that have problems, not the alchemy techniques that have problems. At most, it is just to cure him of a lack of scrutiny. Pay some spirit stones and let it out. Instead, it was Yi Yuntang, this idiot, who shouted and screamed, complicating things aura. Now it was no longer a matter of alchemy accidents, but a matter of planting evidence and false accusations. I can't say it's a good hand to play a bad hand, but it's also that the ending wasn't that bad, and it was hard to be messed up by Yi Yuntang. Everyone in the lobby went out, and Zhang Xiang hugged his palm toward Yi Longyuan and hurriedly ran away as well. Yi Longyuan's face was incredibly gloomy. His dad nudged him and gave him a bag of tricks, the result of which was, in one fell swoop, to pit in 3 of the family's men. Father Ye's brilliant plan to secure the world, compensating the elders and folding the juniors. At this moment, Yi Longyuan's lungs were about to explode with anger, and he didn't have a good face when he looked at the 3 people across from him, especially Han Feng, this doggone miscellaneous disciple, clearly just a waste of space. He had struck out 4 times with heavy losses, not to mention that he hadn't been able to injure the other party in the slightest. At this time, he looked at this dog handyman, from the initial displeasure, to the envy, and now he was already hating it. He sneered and said, Senior Han is brilliant. Last time you had senior brother Zheng to help you. This time you have senior sister Zheng to help you. What about next time? What about the next time? I'll see how many more people can help you. A man like you had better sleep with one eye open as well, and call for a companion when you walk at night, or else no one can be sure which will come first, the morrow or the accident. Han Feng sneered. I'm sorry for senior brother Yi's concern. Senior brother, I'm alive and well, but it's you, senior brother Yi. You'll be killed if you do more than one thing. When you walk at night, you must be more careful too. It's easier to capsize at night when it's dark and windy and in the gutter. Good, then let's just wait and see. By the way, in half a month, it will be the ancestor sacrifice ceremony. I'm very much looking forward to what kind of great creation senior brother Han will be able to obtain at the ancestor sacrifice ceremony. Just that place is dangerous. When the time comes, senior brother Han must remember, just hide behind the woman and cry quietly. Don't risk your head. Otherwise, humph. After saying his words, Yi Longyuan was ready to go, but then he stopped and looked at Zhang Chuirou. His face softened and said, Zhang senior sister, I won't give up on you. You have a Taoist couple. I can wait for you to break up. Even if you get married, I can wait for you to merge. Cultivator life is long. I can afford to wait. Sooner or later, one day, Zhang senior sister will see my true heart. I, Yi Longyuan, am the best good man for you. Ginger Crispin rolled her eyes. You line up behind the dog. Yi Longyuan's face steeply turned black and blue. After enduring it, he didn't have a seizure, and with a cold snort, he turned around and left. After he left, Zhang Huayang and Han Feng laughed. Ginger Crispberry gave them both a blank look and said, What's so funny? This Yi Longyuan is obviously eyeing you. We have to find a way to fix him up a bit. Chapter 31, Failure to trick the little fox. Zhang Huayang laughed. Rectify? How? Like Han Feng said, let's find someone to assassinate him too? That's not realistic. First of all, Yi Longyuan was at the 8th level of the Qi practicing stage, and secondly, as a direct descendant of the Yi family, he must have quite a few defensive treasures on his body, and behind his back, he might also have an expert cultivated by the Yi family to protect him. If it was an assassination, it would have to be a speedy kill, and in order to kill an 8th level Qi practitioner full of defenses in seconds, even a 9th level Qi practitioner wouldn't be able to do it, and it would have to be a foundation establishment cultivator. However, if a foundation establishment cultivator made a move, the aura fluctuation was too great, and the law enforcement hall elder was very keen and could immediately detect it. With the foundation assassination, the ones who will be deployed to enforce the law will inevitably be Jiedan powerhouses, and our assassin will surely die. To die a precious foundation establishment cultivator for the sake of a Yi Longyuan, and it's not certain that he can be killed. The family won't agree to do that. Ginger Crispin sneered. You're the one who wouldn't agree to do that, are you? A disciple of the righteous law enforcement hall? Zhang Huayang grinned and said, Yes, and I will not agree to do so, and I will not allow anything that breaks the law. For the sake of today's plan, if you want to take revenge, then there is only one chance to beat him up openly in the ancestor sacrifice ceremony. The Yi family's people will definitely join forces, and there are also large and small forces in the clan, a families, a masters, a peaks, and so on. It's rare to go it alone. At that time, the 18-year-old young men of our Jiang family will also gather, so we will all twist together, and then enlist more of those other small groups, and just go together to deal with the Yi family. Ginger Crisp said, According to you, let's not talk about dealing with the Yi family. It's good that the Yi family doesn't wipe us all out. Won't they find another small group to get involved? It won't. If it really develops into a group fight with hundreds of people, the clan won't ignore it. And the Yi family won't come to tear our Zheng family apart over a few grandchildren. The best outcome would still be for our Zheng family's juniors to fight with the Yi family's juniors, or not fight at all. After all, Yi Longyuan's target is Han Feng, not our Zheng family. Hearing Zhang Huayang's words, Zhang Zura thought for a moment and said to Han Feng, Han Feng, when the time comes, you'll follow me and go wherever I go. I'd like to see if that Yi Longyuan dares to make a move against me. Many thanks to senior sister for her protection. Then this ancestor sacrifice ceremony. We'll have to rely on senior sister a lot. Han Feng clasped his palm and laughed. There's no need to say much. All the calamities you're experiencing now are all due to me. So I'll naturally be responsible for you to the end. During this period of time, you should also seize the opportunity to cultivate. After all, to participate in the ancestor sacrifice ceremony, strength is the king. I also have to go back and hurry up my cultivation, striving to break through to the 8th level of the Qi practicing stage within this half a month, so that I can be more confident in facing Yi Longyuan then. After saying her words, Zhang Zuro intended to leave, and Han Feng hurriedly said, Senior sister, I have 2 things. What is it? Ginger Crisp looked at him and asked. From his storage bag, Han Feng took out the white ayahuasca flower and handed it to Zhang Tsuero, saying, This is a white ayala flower that is more than 30 years old. Senior brother, I don't know how to make pills. Senior sister knows how to do this. Why don't you give it to senior sister? It would be good to increase your cultivation for senior sister. You're giving me herbs again? I can't take it. You've given me enough. If I ask for more, I won't have anything to give you back. Ginger Crisp shook her head. Senior brother doesn't know how to make pills. This good herb, left in my hands, is also eaten directly, like a cow chewing peony. A waste. Senior sister will refine it into a pill and take it. After Han Feng finished speaking, Zhang Ziro still wanted to refuse. Zhang Huayang directly took the flower and stuffed it into Zhang Ziro's hands, laughing and saying, Brother-in-law give you will receive. The family said what 2 families say. He is planting herbs. You are alchemy. In the future you lack what herbs? Directly on his place to get on the line. It's so simple. Really. I'm embarrassed to see you 2 pushing and shoving. Won't you be able to protect him better when you're stronger? Zhang Ziro looked at the white damask flower in her hand, nodded, and said, Alright then, I'll take it then. This white ayala flower is the main refining of the bloodthirsty pill. Although it's useless for cultivation enhancement, it can drastically increase combat power in a short period of time, and it's also a good choice when fighting against the enemy. She put the white ayahuasca flower away in her storage bag. Han Feng's mind also heard Xin Zhu's broadcasting voice. Han Feng gifted the Taoist couple with a 38-year-old white ayahuasca flower, blessed with a 10-fold return, and a 380-year-old white ayahuasca flower. Do you want to receive it? Hold off on picking it up, Han Feng said in his head. Zhang Ziro was about to leave again when Han Feng called her back. Senior sister, wait a moment. What's up again? Senior brother is 2 things. This second thing, this little fox of mine, shouldn't it be returned to me? Han Feng said as he looked at the little fox held in Zhang Ziro's arms. Zhang Shiro blushed slightly in embarrassment and gave Han Feng a big blank stare as she shoved the little fox back at him. Take it, take it. I'm not trying to hog your spirit pet. You lie. You just want to hog people. The little fox spat out her little tongue quaintly. You guys? Ginger Crisp glared at it and swung her fist. Slightly. People aren't afraid of you. The little fox laughed happily. Zhang Ziro guffawed and turned around to fly away with her imperial sword. The plan to trick the little fox failed again. Han Feng knew that Zhang Ziro loved the little fox and was still bent on getting it away, and he also knew that by giving the little fox to Zhang Ziro, the bestowal of blessings back might give him a better spirit beast. But in his eyes, the little fox was his friend, not a pet. It was a being with flesh and blood and a spirit, not one of his private possessions. He respected the little fox's choices, and would not go making any deals with it. Zhang Huayan looked at Han Feng and laughed. Kid, have you thought about it? Do you want to expose your strength and go to our Zhang family to cultivate? In the Zhang family, no one would dare to assassinate you. I'd rather not. I'm used to being free on my own. Han Feng shook his head and politely refused. He was a heavenly spiritual root, or a rare wind attribute. The Zhang family would definitely give him resources to cultivate him, but that was useless. Han Feng couldn't cultivate on his own, and whether or not his cultivation increased all depended on his Taoist couple, so it was useless to give more resources. And it's so tiring to practice and stuff. It's better to lie flat and be comfortable. If he goes to the Zhang family, people give resources to cultivate. He cannot use it, not to mention, but also tied to the Zhang family, eat people's mouths and take people's hands short. Han Feng also do not want to involve too much karma, owe too many favors, or else he lies flat hard is difficult to rest. After Jiang Huayan left, Han Feng also returned to his residence. Chapter 32, The Loophole of the Return of Blessings. Little Fox, do you think it's better to sell this 380-year-old white ayala flower for spirit stones? Or is it better to go find an alchemist to refine it into a potion and keep it for the ancestor sacrifice ceremony? Han Feng asked. The little fox looked at the white damask flowers that almost took up the room, and after a moment's contemplation, said, "Tell me first, where did you get another herb that's over 300 years old?" Han Feng said, "Right now I don't really need the spirit stone, and it's not much use. If I can refine it into an elixir, then my trip to the ancestor sacrifice ceremony in half a month's time will be somewhat secured. Or at least I can be somewhat self-protective when I face Yilong Yuan." Little fox, I understand all the reasoning. The key question is, where the hell did you get such a herb? Last time you suddenly took out a 300-year-old three-needle flower. I was surprised. Han Feng, if I were to look for an alchemist and go to Dansha Peak, they wouldn't necessarily help me, and I wouldn't be able to afford the cost of alchemy, and the cost of the other auxiliary herbs. Little fox, this is a medicinal herb that is more than 300 years old. It is very rare in this small place. You are only 18 years old this year. Could it be that you have been planting it since your last life? And this life still has the memory of your last life? Han Feng, but I've heard that there are alchemy rooms over at the bottom of the mountain that provide their own materials to find an alchemist to make pills, and they can do so without taking any money. But they have to give the alchemist a share of the pills they make. Little fox, but the question is, where did this come from to be so many years old? Can you answer my question positively? Han Feng, but I don't even know the prescription. Why don't we ask senior sister Jiang? She definitely knows this. Or should I just send this to her to refine as well? That won't work either. Can't explain the origin of this herb. Little fox, and you know you can't explain the source clearly? Why don't you first explain clearly to me where this herb came from? You're a journeyman disciple. A poor man. Where did you get such a good herb? Han Feng, but if we don't look for Jiang Chui Rou, then we won't be able to figure out what herbs are needed for the prescription, and my side won't know what herbs to pick over. Seeing that Han Feng has been looking at the right and left, and the mane hit a reed mess back, the little fox was furious and directly opened its little mouth to gnaw on that herb. Han Feng was quick on his feet and lifted it up as he asked, "What do you want? What for? Are you even listening to me?" The little fox was furious and waved her claws and teeth, using another shadowless foot attack on Han Feng. Too bad the legs are too short to hit. Han Feng smiled and said, "Just don't ask too many questions. I've got secrets on me." "Of course I know you have a secret on you. Otherwise, why have you been hiding your cultivation for so many years?" The little fox jumped onto the table, his little face full of foxiness, but with a wise gleam in his eyes, and the old god analyzed. "And last time, you gave Sister Jiang a 30-year-old three-needle flower, and then at night, you turned out another 300-year-old three-needle flower and took it to sell for money to buy formations and swords. Today, she was given a white ayahuasca flower that was 30 years old, and in the blink of an eye there was another white ayahuasca flower that was 300 years old. I get it. I get it all." Looking at the little fox's look of confidence, Han Feng sighed and said, "Well, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. You're still pretty smart. I'll be honest. The truth is, you don't give Sister Ginger anything good. All you give is bad. You keep all the good stuff for yourself. You don't love her at all, do you?" The little fox was so proud of himself that he thought he was practically a sleuth. Han Feng's head was filled with black lines, and his gaze fell into a daze. "You fucking old god got in half a day to analyze. Is to analyze this Han Feng thought that in the future, he might still need the little fox to help deliver things to Jiang Chui Rou, and since he lived with it, he couldn't hide any good things from it, so he might as well tell the truth. Save yourself the annoyance of always pressing him later. Little fox, didn't you find out last time that the 300-year-old three-needle flower I had last time actually had no medicinal effect at all? Yeah, it seems like it. This one is the same. This one doesn't have any potency either?" The little fox was so alarmed that he immediately went up and took a bite, swallowed it, and realized that there was no medicine. What's going on here? Because it's not that it's not potent, it's that it only works on me. After Han Feng hesitated for a moment, he said, "The thing is, I picked up a treasure pot. It can bestow blessings on me. Whatever gift I give to my Taoist partner, it will give me 10 times as much, 10 times the quality, not 10 times the quantity. Got it? There's still this kind of good stuff? You send a herb that's 30 years old, and that thing gives you one that's 300 years old." The little fox got smart this time, and immediately thought of a possibility, saying, "So if you give this to her again, do you get a 3,000-year-old plant? Give her another 3,000-year-old one for a 30,000-year-old one. Ha! Got rich, got rich. The little fox's eyes lit up. Han Feng smiled bitterly and said, apparently, the treasure pot has also thought of this for a long time. So there's another rule, which is that what it returns to me cannot be gifted to anyone, including a Taoist. Gave it to her and it won't return anything to me. The return is something that only I can use. No one else can use it. So this herb, it's not that it's not potent, but it's only potent if I use it. Got it? I see. There doesn't seem to be a way to brush indefinitely. The little fox said in a lost voice. There is still a way. Let's say, I take this herb, sell it for spirit stones, and then take the spirit stones to buy something of equal value, and then give it to her, and then return 10 times better, and then take it again, and then sell it for spirit stones, and then buy something better to give to Zhang Zero, and then return. Yeah, that's a way to go. It's a little bit of a pain in the ass, but a good one. That's not a good idea. Han Feng continued. Firstly, as the things I sell become more and more expensive, people will definitely scrutinize them, and they will slowly find out that the things I sell can't be used at all. And when that happens, I'll have stirred up the public's anger, and I'll be hunted down by many great powers in a joint effort. This kind of thing, do it once or twice is okay, do it more often. Fools can find out I'm not right. Secondly, that is, there is actually no way for me to cultivate, and this bestowal of blessing return, also not only returns the gift, but also returns the cultivation of the Taoist, which is also currently tenfold. The treasure pot has a limit. If I have been so shameless to brush the spirit stone brush gift, maybe overdraft. We have to progress gradually. The accumulation of less into more. I've been an invalid for 5 years, and now that I've managed to find a way to improve myself and be able to have the strength to defend myself in this chaotic cultivation world, I don't want to lose it again. So we can't take the risk of doing that. Understand? Chapter 33, Finding Someone to Make Pills After Some Thought. The little fox said, that is, that strange thing you call the polyjuice bowl of blessings actually has a personal emotional will present. Not just a rule, but a very powerful being manipulating it. Yes, it should be. Then why did it help you? I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm an invalid. The purpose of that bestowal is to help me become stronger, not to let me use it to make money all the time. After all, an existence like that must not be short of money. I have to be clear about the other side's intentions in order to know how to use it all the time without offending it. Alright, I get it. And I also understand why you don't take this herb and sell it for spirit stones, but instead, you're going to exchange it for pills. Just that auction house. If you go there one more time, people should feel that something is wrong. After all, how can anyone take out herbs that are hundreds of years old one after another? And they don't even work. Han Feng nodded and said, yes, in fact, the safest method is still to refine the pills myself. I can buy the pills and give them to Zhang Zuero, and then exchange them for better pills to refine. But I don't have a foundation, and alchemy isn't something I can learn overnight. And with the ancestors' sacrifice ceremony looming, it's better to find a way to refine this flower into an elixir first. After thinking about it, the little fox said no, I think you're just lazy and want to lie flat and not learn alchemy. No, I'm not lazy. No, you're lazy. I'm laying flat, not posing. Laying flat is leisurely enjoying life. Planting herbs is also enjoyable. Alchemy is also enjoyable. Just be able to get pleasure from it. And lazy is swinging for the fences and not wanting to do anything. Understand? Count your blessings. The little fox gave him a blank look. Han Feng was lazy. Not much motivation, but not lazy. He took good care of every herb in his medicinal field because he relished in it. Enjoying this feeling of farming. What I need now is the prescription for the bloodthirsty pill. This Zhang Zuro has it over there. I'll ask her. Han Feng took out the voice transmission jade slip, but only then remembered that there was no imprint of Zhang Zuro in it, so there was no way to contact her. So he looked to the little fox. And you say you're not lazy? She likes you. You communicate well with her. Go on. 5 spirit stones. $1. 2 errands this time. $2 twice. Deal. The little fox took his voice transmission jade slip and put it away in her storage bag, exited the door and ran quickly towards the mountain. Han Feng put away the white ayahuasca flower and walked outside, lying down on a recliner and continuing to bask in the sun. After half an hour, the little fox returned. Here, the quest is complete. The transmission seal is branded in. And there's the formula for the bloodthirsty Dan. Sister Crispy Zoe said that the bloodthirsty pill requires 1 white ayahuasca flower, 3 coins of cold tree grass, 1 tail of soft armor shell, and 1 coin of pyrrole stamen. If the white ayahuasca flower is more than 30 years old, the other herbs cannot be less than 1 year old. According to this ratio, to be able to refine 5 bloodthirsty pills, if it's more than 300 years old, the other herbs can't be less than 10 years old, and it's able to refine more than 10 high-grade bloodthirsty Dan. Okay, I have all of these herbs over a year old on my side. As Han Feng spoke, he walked toward the medicinal field. But your herbs are more than 300 years old. You need other herbs that are more than 10 years old to be able to do it. Soon, Han Feng said blandly. He went to the field of herbs, picked a portion of all of them as required, put them on the table, and said, send these to her. I see. You want 10 times the return, right? That would give you 10 years of medicine. Brilliant. I'm on my way. The little fox was very diligent and then went to look for Zheng Chui Ro again. Anyway, I don't know how it communicated with Ginger Crispy Zoe or gave the herbs away. Inside Han Feng's mind, the sound of a blessing broadcast was heard. Han Feng gifted Dao couple 1-year-old cold tree grass with 3 coins, soft armor shell with 1 tail, and pyrrole stamen with 1 coin, and received a 10-fold return on the above herb quantities of 10 years old. Han Feng collected the herbs and received them into his storage bag. When the little fox returned, the 2 loads proceeded to sunbathe together. There's no rush on this. It's too comfortable to sunbathe. Wait until nightfall when it's dark to find someone to make the elixir. This kind of thing, you can only find people who don't know to trade, and it has to be an outsider. The clan can't do it. People take the pills and once they don't work, they still have to come looking for Han Feng's trouble. When it came to the evening, Han Feng put the little fox into a bag after some disguises and took it out with him. After descending the mountain, Han Feng finally found a suitable alchemist after asking around. This person's name was Bai Nuo. He was a middle-grade alchemist. He was once an alchemist in Dansha Peak. Because he always took kickbacks when he made pills for other disciples in the sect, he was reported and expelled from the sect. After leaving the clan, he went down the mountain and came to the market town to do some business of helping people with alchemy, to make a living. Later, after making pills under the mountain and withholding herbs, he was honest after having his leg broken. Han Feng chose him because this person was at the cheat practicing stage. There was no way for divine sense to scan his looks and there would be no subsequent trouble. After making 7 turns in the large market town, Han Feng stopped in front of a house in a small alley and knocked on the door. Is Master Bai Dan at home? A moment later, the door opened and a disheveled young man walked out, looking at Han Feng and asking, alchemy? Aha. Bring your own herbs and split it 28. 2 for me and 8 for you. Okay, come in. Baiano limped in, and Han Feng followed. After coming inside, Baiano sat down in front of the alchemy furnace and said, what potion? Bloodthirsty Dan. Herbs out. Han Feng slapped his storage bag, and a set of medicinal herbs was placed on the ground. Oh, such a big white ayahuasca flower. It has to be over 300 years old, right? 380 years. At your level, can you refine it? Han Feng asked blandly, assuming the posture of a superior. Baiano snorted and said, fellow Daoist, you can question my character, but you can't question my alchemy. I've already been a top-grade alchemist for a long time. I'm just too lazy to go back to the clan. There are too many rules in that pussy of a place for my liking. After saying his words, he then directly reached out his hand, and a flame appeared from his hand and entered the alchemy furnace, igniting the inside. And then, while inputting his spiritual chi to maintain the flame, he put in the herbs one by one, the white ayahuasca flower, in 10 installments. He refined all of that herb and extracted the medicinal power, while later fusing it together with his aura, controlling the fire and slowly warming the elixir. Han Feng had been watching with his own eyes, and the other party really hadn't withheld the herbs. It did seem that after breaking a leg, the other guy was honest. Chapter 34, Cultivation Breakthrough. Ancestor Sacrifice Ceremony. This Bai Nuo. It really was as he said. The level of alchemy was very high. A portion of herbs capable of refining 10 pills, and not divided, not batch refining, directly all thrown into the refining, 10 pills at a time molding, each round and full, emitting a dark red light. Han Feng's eyes lit up when those 10 bloodthirsty pills were placed on the table. Baiano said blandly, these herbs of yours are too good, and the ones you refined are all high-grade bloodthirsty pills with better medicinal effects, capable of raising the strength of 1 to 2 minor realms. According to the rules, if I refine pills, I'll split it 28%. You take 8 and the rest is mine. Bai Nuo let Han Feng take it first, also proving that every single one of the pills he had refined was effective. Thanks a lot. Han Feng divided out 8 pills and put them away in his storage bag. Don't you even have a Dan bottle? Without a Dan bottle the potency will be lost. With those words, Baiano took out a Dan bottle and handed it to Han Feng. Sent you. Thank you. No need to thank you. Next time you have a need, just come and find me again. What I am best at refining is the foundation building Dan. If you don't know the formula, you can come and find me. After I tell you, you go and prepare the materials and I'll refine it. But the division of the foundation building Dan is 50-50 and the others are 28, which means that you'll need to prepare 2 copies of the materials to make it work. Okay, I know. I'll come if I need to. Han Feng clasped his palms before going out and leaving Bai Nuo's house. After he left, Bai Nuo took out his voice transmission jade slip and said, "Hey, surnamed Ji, the high-grade bloodthirsty pill that you asked me to find last time has now been refined. Come over and pick it up when you're free." Han Feng left the market town and made his way back to his home without incident. When he goes back, he sleeps. For the next while, Han Feng had nothing to do, and Yi Lan Yuan didn't come back to trouble him again. Jiang Ziro closed her door to cultivate. After she refined the bloodthirsty pill, she went back to the house, took out a lot of spirit stones, and dived in to exhale and cultivate. She had only broken through to the 7th layer some time ago, and logically she shouldn't have broken through to such a fast pace, but now that the ancestor sacrifice ceremony was imminent, she also had to hurry up more and try to break through another layer, so that she would be more certain against the battle to grab the immortal edge. In this way, during this half-month, Jiang Zero diligently cultivated, not daring to slack off even for a moment, very hard. Han Feng, on the other hand, every day planting flowers, raising grass, nothing to tease the little fox. A person and a fox every day lying on the chaise long sunbathing, live a relaxed and leisurely. If Jiang Chuiro saw Han Feng so comfortable, she would probably be furious and hit someone. Han Feng beautifully enjoyed a half a month of good times. Nothing to do, just lying looking at his wife. Too comfortable. On the day of April 30th, Jiang Zuro sat in her attic chamber, looking at the spirit stones piled up all over the ground, her eyes gradually becoming firm. After half a month of diligent cultivation, coupled with her heavenly spirit root qualification, she had finally managed to come to the peak of the 7th level of Qi practicing, and the next thing she had to do was, in one fell swoop, break through to the 8th level. The breakthrough of the Qi practicing stage was still relatively easy for those with good qualifications, and the further one went, the harder it became. Jiang Ziro ran her gong method with all her might, and the spirit stones within the secret room, the spirit Qi within them unexpectedly turned into a white mist, which could be seen by the naked eye as it entered Jiang Ziro's body, impacting the shackles of her realm. Finally, after half an hour, when the aura within those spirit stones was about to bottom out, Jiang Ziro violently opened her eyes. An even more majestic aura erupted from within her, sweeping across the entire chamber. She broke through. She managed to break through from the 7th level of the Qi practicing stage to the 8th level of the Qi practicing stage. Jiang Zhuoro looked at the ball of aura that had coalesced in her hand and muttered, "Not bad. Finally rushed to break through on this day. I don't know if that Han Feng has cultivated hard enough to break through to the 2nd level of the Qi practicing stage. I heard that he will complete the 5-year period next month, although he has already opened a spiritual vein. But at the age of 18, he has not yet become an outer disciple, and it will be difficult to achieve in the future. If you really can't, ask the family for some resources and pluck him up a bit." Han Feng's partner, Jiang Chuiro, breaks through from the 7th level of the Qi cultivation stage to the 8th level, granting blessings to return 10 times the cultivation growth of the partner's breakthrough. As soon as the words fell from Han Feng's mind, an extremely majestic aura appeared within Han Feng's body. Han Feng sat up with a carp, grabbed the little fox and ran inside. Then sat on the bed, crossed his knees and practiced, running his aura. With so much aura, if he didn't run his gong methods to channel it, he would really burst his body. Han Feng ran his aura, and soon, his realm broke through from the extra 7th layer of the Qi practicing stage to the 8th layer. But that wasn't enough to play with. His cultivation was still growing rapidly. At this moment, his dantian, like a vessel, was constantly growing and growing, able to hold more and more spiritual Qi, and his realm was getting higher and higher. Soon after, he broke through again and came to the 9th level of the Qi practicing stage. The elevation of this realm began to gradually slow down, and only stabilized when it had been elevated to the peak of the 9th level of the Qi practicing stage. The cultivation level that Jiang Ziro boosted, after 10 times, would only allow Han Feng to raise his cultivation level from the peak of the 7th level of the Qi practicing stage to the peak of the 9th level. Congratulations to Han Feng on his successful breakthrough. Current cultivation level, 9th level of Qi practicing stage. There are a total of 9 levels in the Qi cultivation stage, and the next step is to condense Qi to build a foundation, to condense the gas aura in the dantian into a solid abutment. At that time, the cultivation and combat power would soar, and he would also be able to step into the air and fly, as well as open his divine sense. The benefits are simply overwhelming. Han Feng was happy in his heart, looking forward to the scene of his own foundation building when Jiang Chuiro broke through to the 9th level of the Qi cultivation stage. The little fox felt Han Feng's majestic aura and was surprised. "Aya, what about your breakthrough? How many layers did you break through to?" "Little peak 9th level of Qi practicing stage. Not worth mentioning." Han Feng carried the little fox toward the outside and continued to bask in the celestial sun. Sure enough, So powerful. I said I feel that your whole temperament is not quite the same. It turns out that it's not as lewd as it used to be. Shut up. I don't call that creepy. At best I used to be less confident and reluctant to interact with people. Han Feng laid down on the recliner and continued to bask in the sun. Bah! That's just obscene of you. You don't even dare to personally go and give gifts to your Taoist couple. Nor do you dare to go and find your Taoist couple for double cultivation. What is it if it's not obscene? Shut up and blah blah blah, kick you out. That said, after practicing Qi comes foundation building. You don't have foundation building pills and you can't cultivate on your own. So can you still build a foundation? Definitely can. I don't even need to cultivate here. As long as the Tao couple breaks through. I can break through. Water to water thing. As long as Zhang Ziro breaks through to the 9th level of Qi practicing stage again. I can directly build the foundation. Han Feng is full of confidence, not realizing that reality will give him a resounding slap in the face in the future. Chapter 35 Immortal Tao Ancestor Han Xianzuan 1st of May. This day was considered the most lively day in the Yin Yang sect, and it was also the biggest festival in the entire Yin Yang sect, even more grand than the New Year, because this day was the birth anniversary of the Immortal Tao Ancestor. During this day, the statue of the Immortal Tao Ancestor that was enshrined in the Yin Yang sect would open the Ancestor Sacrifice mysterious realm, allowing disciples who had reached the age of 18 to enter it and compete for immortal fate and obtain the creation. Holding the little fox in his arms, Han Feng waited at the entrance at the foot of the mountain, and soon, he saw Wang Coronet coming down. Other people Zhang Xiu can fly by sword. You also don't say that you will step up your efforts and break through to the 5th level of Qi practicing stage as soon as possible, and also take me to fly a bit. Han Feng looked at Wang Coronet and laughed. Wang Coronet snorted coldly. Che, it's not because of you. I also let Zhang Xiu take me to fly. It's not to see that you want to walk over. I rejected Zhang Xiu's good intentions, specially come to accompany you to walk up the mountain together. Hearing Wang Coronation's words, Han Feng was dumbfounded and said, Ha, I thought you were going to walk up the mountain, so I came over to accompany you. Otherwise I would have let Zhang Zuo take me up the mountain. The two men stared at each other for a moment, silent, and then, after cursing a cheap bastard in unison, they walked together towards Yin Yang Peak. Yin Yang Peak was located in the middle position of the 12 peaks of the Yin Yang sect, not too far and not too close to Sunset Peak. As the name suggests, Lakha Peak is the westernmost and the easternmost is Chaoha Peak. The ancestor ceremony didn't start until noon, so they had every time to walk there. The little fox sat on Han Feng's shoulder, not caring if Han Feng would get frozen shoulder after sitting for a long time, but it was very comfortable to sit anyway. On the way, the two of them chatted as they walked, and it wasn't boring. Coronet asked, Han Feng, how much do you know about the immortal Tao ancestors? Me? I don't know shit. I don't leave the house. I don't run around every day like you do. Wang Coronet was waiting for this, and when he saw that Han Feng didn't know, he said smugly, You see, I would know a lot. This mighty one is a big deal. According to ancient history. You've read a shitload of ancient history. That's hearsay for you. According to others to see the ancient historical records, in 10,000 million years ago. So this world, there is no immortal practitioners exist. The human race are practicing martial arts, but practicing martial arts to the highest place, can also fly to the sky and burn mountains and boil the sea. That immortal Tao ancestor, also said to be surnamed Han, was called Han Xianzuan, implying the first ancestor of the immortal Tao of the ancient world. In that world of practicing martial arts, he uniquely opened up the way to cultivate immortality, became an immortal, and became the first cultivator of immortality in the world, which is awesome. After he became a mighty one, he swept through the martial arts world, unified the 9 realms, popularized the immortal laws, and rigidly changed a world of martial arts practice into a world of immortal cultivation. All the cultivators we have now, all the immortal cultivators, originated from that one. With his own power, he changed the entire structure of the world and changed the cultivation system so that everyone could cultivate and live forever. Therefore, he was called the ancestor of the immortal way, the most holy ancestor, and was revered by all cultivators. Every cultivator, you can disrespect your teachers, your seniors, and even rebel against your ancestors, but you can never disrespect immortal Han. If anyone dares to disrespect immortal honored Han, they will be hunted down and killed by all immortal cultivators because immortal honored Han is the common ancestor of all immortal cultivators. Hearing this, Han Feng nodded and said, Yo, this immortal Han and I are still in the same family. Crap. You shut up. You fucking really dare to say anything Not afraid of being cut to death Wang Coronet hurriedly looked around and didn't see anyone before continuing. That is Han Xianzuan and your family? That is you and other people Han Xianzuan original family. But the original family cannot be said. You let's climb the high branch. The world's surname Han a lot of go. Ha ha ha, I don't care. I'm just better than you. Han Feng laughed out loud. When good friends get together, they always make nutrient-less jokes to have a good laugh. Get it how you want it. Wang Coronet smiled back and continued. Then do you know that there are so many sects and forces in the whole world? Too many to count. All of them worshipping immortal Han. Why is it that the statue of our Yin Yang sect is the only one that is able to open up the secret realm and obtain the blessing of the ancestor? Why? That's because only our Yin Yang sect disciples can practice Yin Yang harmonization of Qi Gong. Yin Yang harmonization of Qi Gong is our Yin Yang sect's basic technique. Every disciple knows it, and dual cultivation is greatly beneficial to cultivation. I've heard that this Yin Yang harmonization technique was created by immortal Han himself. So it's not that only disciples of the Yin Yang sect can enter the secret realm to obtain the bestowal of blessings, but only disciples who have cultivated the Yin Yang harmonization technique can enter. Got it? Han Feng nodded his head as he came to a realization. Oh, I see. So this Gong method was created by the immortal Dao ancestor. We are practicing such a powerful Gong method. With an evil smile on his face, Wang Coronet said, it seems that this immortal Han is not a decent person either, to create such an evil technique. Ha 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 ha. Wang Coronation was laughing when a voice suddenly came from Han Feng's head, the cold voice that Shinzu had bestowed blessings on. Immortal Han is a supreme deity, a great supreme saintly being who is omnipotent, and a savior who has saved this world, the greatest guardian of this world, the creator of the immortal path, and no one is qualified to slander and denigrate immortal Han. Just kidding, why take it so seriously? Well, Shinzu, calm down. Han Feng hurriedly responded in his mind, but in his heart, he was secretly muttering, this Shinzu looks like he cares very much about immortal Han's reputation. Joking along the way, they arrived at the summit of Yin Yang Peak. Yin Yang Peak was the main peak of the Yin Yang sect. The sect master and many powerful elders lived here. And in front of the grandest main hall at the top of the mountain was a large square. And in the middle of the large square, a very tall and majestic statue was erected. The statue was carved in color and stood 100 feet tall. That was the appearance of a young man. That young man wore once white clothes, full of long black hair floating with the wind, handsome and soft appearance, slender figure, slightly slimmer, gentle gaze, the corner of the mouth also hung a touch of amicable smile, like a respected elder patiently teaching his juniors. The statue's left hand is behind its back, its right hand is forward, and it also holds 8 beads in its hand. Those 8 beads, all different colors. This was immortal Emperor Han, the immortal Dao ancestor of the 9 realms, the most sacred ancestor, the common old ancestor. When Han Feng saw this statue, for some reason, a feeling of reverence and worship rose from his heart. In terms of the other party's status, it was very great, but Han Feng didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he felt incomparably affectionate, wanting to kneel down in front of him and listen to his teachings in general. Wang Coronet looked at the statue and laughed. This is immortal Han. In the past on Sunset Peak, I was always able to see it from a long way away. Today I can finally be there to take a good look. Chapter 36, Why are you so close? Han Feng, let's go. Let's squeeze forward and take a look together. King Coronet said back. Don't. You'd better stay away from me. Han Feng shook his head and said, there are too many people here, so keep a good distance from me and go find Zhang Xiu. And after you enter the secret realm, don't go looking for me either. See where I am and stay far away, so that the Yi family doesn't notice you. Han Feng had offended the Yi family, who wanted to deal with him in the secret realm, and he didn't want to involve Wang Coronet. Wang Coronet sighed and said, what about you? What about you? I've got the Zhang family. Aren't the Zhang family better than you? Surely they can protect me. Han Feng laughed. Alright then, your kid has sort of embraced the big leg this time. It's just a pity that my strength is too low to help you much. You'd be doing me the biggest favor by protecting yourself and not getting dragged down by me. Han Feng patted Wang Coronet's shoulder and turned toward the crowd. On the other side of the crowd, Han Feng quickly found where the Zhang family members were, and after walking over, he met Jiang Cui-ro. Sorry, senior sister Jiang. I'm late. Han Feng laughed. The surrounding 18-year-old children of the Zhang clan all looked toward Han Feng, their gazes scrutinizing and sizing him up. Is this the same handyman waste that gave away the most beautiful flower of our Zhang family? What are you doing here, with your not-so-handsome skin, or with your useless qualifications that can't cultivate? At this moment, not only the Zhang clan's children, but all the disciples around them cast envious and jealous gazes at Han Feng. Zhang Ziro was the goddess of Sunset Peak, but her reputation did spread throughout the Yin Yang sect, and everyone knew that this absolute beauty was a standard iceberg beauty that could only be viewed from afar, but not desecrated. Many people regarded her as the goddess of their dreams, Except that Yi Longyuan of the Yi family had been pursuing Jiang Chuiro in a high-profile manner. And those secret admirers could not help but feel ashamed of themselves after comparing Yi Longyuan's appearance, family history and qualifications to their own. Jiang Ziro is very pretty, but when pursuing something like a Taoist couple, you can't just look at the other person's looks. You also have to look at your own looks. Regardless of whether it is Yi Longyuan or Jiang Zuiro, it is enough to make everyone feel inferior to the extreme. In the eyes of outsiders, these two are simply a pair of golden children, a match made in heaven. No matter whether it is the appearance of the family's qualifications, they are extremely well matched, and people also think that the two of them will definitely be a couple. But no one expected that on that day at the beginning of last month, at the blind date meeting, at the last minute, Jiang Chuiro would choose that unimpressive Han Feng. There's really no justice. I don't know if God is blind or Jiang Ziro is blind, but letting that wasteful handyman pick up a big advantage, the goddess of their dreams, so arched. To be honest, there was no shame in losing to Yi Longyuan. After all, people's conditions were laid out, but unexpectedly lost to Han Feng. This who can accept but any man with a handle, even if it is the spirit beast peak of the spirit beast, then this kid, right? Jiang Shiro naturally removed the little fox from Han Feng's shoulder and held it in her arms, as if she was very skillful, stroking the little fox's fur while blandly asking, "What took you so long? The ceremony is about to begin." Climbing a mountain. Always have to be a little slower. Not as good as you guys flying with your swords, Han Feng said smilingly. Just say the word and I'll bring you here. Ginger Crisp softly said, "It's better to forget about it. Look at those eyes around me. They're about to eat me alive by 1,000 cuts. If I were to come over with you on the Imperial Sword again, then these people wouldn't be able to tear me apart alive." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zuiro snorted a laugh, not even looking around as she continued to fiddle with the little fox. Han Feng stroked the little fox's little head and asked, "Is it also able to enter the secret realm?" "Of course we can. How else would Spirit Beast Peak's disciples participate?" This action caused the surrounding disciples to fall over, and ghosts cried out in their hearts. Just now, Senior Sister Jiang even laughed. Senior Sister Jiang, who was always as cold as ice, was actually made to laugh by this punk, and the two of them were even so intimate as to pet a pet beast. That favored beast was originally on Han Feng's shoulder, and now it was in Senior Sister Jiang's arms. Was this something the two of them had raised together? No. What gives you the right? Just because you're her partner? Oh, that's all right. No, neither can a dog. What makes you a dog? Those male disciples had 1,000 thoughts in their hearts, hating Han Feng's death by 1,000 cuts. The one who wanted to eat Han Feng alive even more was Yi Longyuan, whose fists had been clenched not far away in the Yi family camp. Ever since Han Feng appeared, Yi Longyuan's gaze hadn't even left Han Feng by an inch. Before Han Feng came, he didn't even look at Jiang Chuiro much, but after Han Feng came, his gaze was always on Han Feng. Is this love? It certainly isn't. It's jealousy. It's naked hatred. It's biting hatred. Yi Longyuan's emotions towards Han Feng started out as jealousy, envy, and contempt, and then he was repeatedly planted in Han Feng's hands, causing the family to lose troops and suffer back-to-back defeats, and he was chastised by the family one after another. He blamed Han Feng for all the pain he had suffered, believing that if it wasn't for Han Feng, he wouldn't have been so unlucky and disgraced in the family. His hatred for Han Feng had surpassed his love for Jiang Chuiro. His desire to take out Han Feng was no longer to reclaim Jiang Zuru, but to take revenge. This was already a grudge between him and Han Feng, and it had little to do with Jiang Chuiro. But at this moment, he didn't go over to mock Han Feng verbally, and even though the disciples around him, that mocking gaze would glance at him if at all, he also pretended to turn a blind eye to it. After a series of events, he had become much more stable, and he knew that going over to verbally mock a few words now would not be half as effective as making himself look like a clown. It would be better to come into the secret realm and defeat Han Feng openly and honestly, waste him, beat him up, and let all the disciples outside take a good look at it. The situation inside the secret realm. There will be a projection outside. This is the biggest event of the year. The people who participate are just a few. The people who watch the battle that is called a lot. Most of the disciples in the sect will come over. When the time came, he would defeat Han Feng fair and square and wipe out his former shame. It makes your blood boil just thinking about it. Han Feng didn't bother to look at Yi Longyuan, but instead teased the little fox with Jiang Siru, not even bothering to greet the Jiang family. He knows those people despise him, so why bother to put a hot face on a cold ass? However, this action of his made the Jiang family even more dissatisfied, thinking that this Phoenix man was too arrogant, obviously a waste of space, and still not lowering his stance. It's getting hard to watch him. Finally, with the sound of a bell ringing, all the disciples in the room quieted down and looked in the direction of the main hall. the Yin-Yang sect's headmaster came out. Chapter 37 Entering the Ancestor Sacrifice Mystic Realm. The Yin-Yang sect's headmaster doesn't look old. The appearance of a middle-aged cultivator, with a slim figure, wearing a Taoist robe and a fairy-like appearance. There was a group of elders behind him. When the sect leader came out, the disciples clasped their palms and bowed. Greetings, Master. Be excused. The sect leader flew in the air, looked down, and said, smilingly, they are all good children. When I see you, it is as if I have seen myself in my youth, and I am as vigorous as you are. You are all the young generation of our clan, representing the newborn power. Because of you, our clan can keep passing on the legacy from generation to generation. Today, it is the birth anniversary of the immortal Tao ancestor and the opening of the ancestor's secret realm, the most important day for our Yin-Yang sect. When you go in, you will see a statue of your ancestor, similar to the one before you. In the secret realm, there will be some randomly generated immortal spirit crystals that you can loot, and there are also many illusory spirit beasts, randomly spawned, with varying strengths, most of which are below the foundation establishment strength. And occasionally there are illusory spirit beasts of the lower foundation establishment tier that appear. This is the time for you to unite. Slaying spirit beasts is also able to produce immortal spirit crystals. These immortal spirit crystals are of no use for cultivation, as everything there is false. But of course, the injuries caused by your snatching and fighting with each other, and the attacks of the illusory spirit beasts on you, are real. After entering, you can go and kneel in front of the Ancestor Master and pray according to the amount of immortal spirit crystals you have collected. And the Ancestor Master will bestow blessings upon you. The bestowal of blessings is completely random, and what the ancestors will give you is anyone's guess. It could be a divine ability, it could be a technique, it could be a bloodline, it could be a direct cultivation enhancement, and it could even be a secret treasure yet. The more immortal spirit crystals you collect, and the better you perform in battle, the higher the probability of obtaining goodies, all in your own performance. However, there are a few rules that should be stated up front. You can fight, but you are not allowed to hurt people's lives, and if you encounter someone who intentionally kills someone, then the law enforcement hall will severely punish them. Also, if you are in the middle of a fight and you feel unbeatable, or if you have completed your prayers and have been blessed, you can shout quit and you will be immediately teleported out. Remember, there is only one chance to pray for a blessing. This process, we will supervise the entire process, and Elder Tai Lien, the head of the law enforcement hall, will enforce the law impartially. As soon as the sect leader's words fell, a black-faced old man flew out behind him, a face that was cold and unruffled. His gaze coldly swept across the bottom, and he droned, saying, "Don't think I don't know what's in your hearts. Those who have personal grudges and want to take this opportunity to go in and take revenge can. But if someone dares to hurt someone's life, don't blame me for killing them with my own hands. This is a special moment. It is even more important to enforce the law harshly, as an example to others, and in the case of death in battle, the murderer will be killed directly without asking the reason. So, all of you be honest, the entire clan, who all know the old man's temper. No matter if you're the children of a big family, or the disciple of some Yuaning big brother, the old man doesn't care. Shoot on sight." Elder Tai Lien truly lived up to his name of Iron Face, and with a statement, he scared the disciples below to death. Yin-Yang sex culture as a whole is quite good. At least there is nothing particularly obvious bullying, beating new disciples to death and other things. All thanks to this elder. With his own power, he suppressed the entire sect's evil ways from daring to show their heads. Han Feng had offended the behemoth that was the Yi family and still dared to stay in the sect because of this elder. Put it in other sects, he would have been fucked to death 100 times already. The headmaster took over and said, "Alright, this seat announces that the ancestor sacrifice ceremony officially begins. All disciples, along with the old man, kneel down and worship the ancestors." As soon as these words came out, all the disciples knelt down in unison, and even the elders flying in the air above all descended to a position lower than the statue's head, kneeling down in midair towards immortal Emperor Han's statue. After kowtowing, Han Feng stood up with the other disciples, and then he saw the 8 beads in the hands of the immortal Tao ancestor, shining brightly, and then flowing down a curtain barrier of light. All disciples, quickly enter the barrier and teleport into the secret realm. The sect leader shouted, and the disciple in front of him immediately flew forward and entered the light curtain, disappearing. At the same time, the 8 beads sent light upwards, and a projection appeared in mid-air. Han Feng saw that in that projection, there were many landscapes and meadows, wooded hills, and quite a few disciples appearing there. He whispered to Ginger Crisp, asking those 8 beads in the old ancestor's hand, "What kind of goodies are they? Are they magic treasures?" "It is rumored to be the original treasure of the old ancestor. condensing the essence of the origin of all things in the universe and becoming a unique ancient artifact all over the world. And isn't there any fear of losing such a nice thing on a statue? Upon hearing this, Zhang Zuro looked at Han Feng as if he were a fool, and said with slight disdain, "You don't think that such a powerful ancient divine artifact is worthy of being possessed by a tiny yin-yang sect of ours, do you? That's fake on the statue. It's just a shape, and inside the 8 beads is the spell. It was just carved in the likeness of the old ancestors' original divine artifact." Han Feng nodded. Yes, their yin-yang sect was just a small sect on the fringes of the heavenly star continent. If they really had the treasures of their old ancestor, they were afraid that on the day the news spread out, they would have been destroyed and snatched away directly by countless great powers. "Let's go! Don't freeze!" Zhang Jira shouted out to Han Feng, and their Jiang family members walked forward with the flow of people, directly into the light curtain. The scene in front of them flashed by, and Han Feng arrived at a clearing with green grass under their feet, and woods and hills in the distance. Wow! It's so beautiful, and there are cranes in the sky. If you catch them and roast them for dinner, they'll be delicious. The little fox pointed up at the sky. Happily, Han Feng looked up and saw a black and white crane flying through the sky. However, before he had time to take a closer look, he saw a flying sword go straight up into the sky and directly cut down that immortal crane. The one who struck was none other than Zhang Zuoro. That dry and sharp sword directly shattered the crane, which turned into a bit of streaming light and disappeared. And then a golden crystal with some red threads of energy fell towards the bottom. When the other disciples saw that it was Zhang Chuiro who had killed them, they didn't fight for it and turned to fly off into the distance, looking for immortal spirit crystals. This process is called robbing the immortal destiny. Zhang Ziru reached out, took the immortal spirit crystal, and after looking at it, directly handed it to Han Feng, saying, "Take this piece first, lest you end up without a single immortal spirit crystal to offer to the old ancestor and not even receive the blessing." Chapter 38, the aggressive Yi Long Yuan. Listening to Zhang Chuiro's seemingly icy and mocking words that were actually slightly caring, Han Feng smiled faintly and said nothing as he took the immortal spirit crystal. Zhang Ziro was an ice-cold character, and she didn't know Han Feng before she became a Taoist couple with him, but because of her, placing Han Feng within danger had always made her feel guilty. After that, he even gave Han Feng a protective magic treasure, stood up to help him testify when Han Feng was falsely accused, and came to this ancestor sacrifice mystery realm and had to protect him. If she really was a vicious character who really disliked Han Feng and mocked him, then she wouldn't have bothered with Han Feng at all, let alone protect him. It's just that she's too icy to show concern, and has some problems expressing her tone of voice. Han Feng knew her nature, so he didn't mind. The little fox looked at the immortal spirit crystal in Han Feng's hand and directly jumped away from Zhang Chuiro's arms and came into Han Feng's arms, his eyes shining as he said, "Come on, give me a bite. Let me taste it." "What's there to taste? This stuff is fake and illusory. It won't do you any good if you eat it." Han Feng put the immortal spirit crystal into his storage bag. "Humph, you're a bad person." It was the vilest word the little fox could think of for cursing. "Let's go. Let's proceed to search for immortal spirit crystals." After Zhang Ziro finished speaking, she led the group towards the front. The little fox had been unhappy, pouting, annoyed that she hadn't eaten the delicious immortal spirit crystals. This secret realm was huge. Han Feng didn't know how big it was, but it was definitely bigger than the yin-yang sect's sphere of influence. There were all kinds of landforms inside, but he didn't see where the ancestor statue was, and when he asked Zhang Chuiro, she said it was in the deepest area. As for them, all of them were randomly teleported in according to small groups, and there were only 20 or so 18-year-olds in the Zhang family's generation. While slowly searching, the little fox suddenly jumped out from slamming on Han Feng's shoulder and whooshed to the open space in front of him, then ran on all fours, and in the blink of an eye, arrived at the top of the opposite hill. "It's unimaginably fast. Foxy, where are you going?" Han Feng shouted, only to see the little fox pick up a piece of immortal spirit jade with its 2 little paws and said happily, "Look, this immortal spirit jade was found by me." After saying his words, the little fox opened his little mouth and crunched it in 3 or 2 times, and after eating it, he wiped his little mouth. A look of intent. "Ate the immortal spirit crystal? What kind of spirit beast is this? Surprisingly so raw? No, this stuff is still edible?" The disciples of the Zhang clan stared at this scene in disbelief. In the past, the secret realm had been opened for an unknown number of sessions, and each session's disciples had collected immortal spirit crystals and sacrificed them to the old ancestors, requesting for blessings, fearing that the sacrifices would be less and they would receive something poor. Occasionally, there were disciples who secretly hid a piece or two, but when they went out, the immortal spirit crystals directly disappeared. Everyone just defaults to the fact that this stuff is unreal, but I didn't expect this little fox, but it directly ate the immortal spirit crystal. It was the first time they knew that the stuff was edible. Suddenly, the little fox glanced at the other side of the hill and was so frightened that he immediately ran toward Han Feng in their side, shouting as he did so, "And it's bad. The bad guys are coming. There are so many bad guys coming." The little fox swished into Han Feng's arms. Han Feng and the others looked up, only to see a group of people flying with swords behind the hill, more than 50 of them, and the person in the lead was none other than Yi Long Yuan. Han Feng and Jiang Chui Ro's faces became a bit ugly, not expecting that the other party would come to their door so quickly and bring so many people with them. Yi Long Yuan brought more than 50 people and flew towards this side, and the Jiang family members immediately drew their weapons and stood on guard. Jiang Shiro took a step forward and blocked in front of Han Feng, saying, "Hide behind me." That unwavering tone, that not quite upright but very delicate figure, and that sentence about hiding behind me moved Han Feng. Is this what it's like to be a soft touch? So annoying. But what happened to being a little touched? Yi Long Yuan flew down and landed on the ground. Looking at the group of people in front of him, he smiled and said, "Senior Sister Jiang, it's been a long time, don't come back. Fart, no fart, get out." Jiang Shiro said in a cold voice, and at the same time, she took out a sword in her hand, a light blue one, the one that Han Feng had given her. Yi Long Yuan's face was stunned for a moment, and having been humiliated by this, he stopped pretending and looked directly at Han Feng, sneering and saying, "Hey, that soft coward who hides behind women, get yourself out and fight me one-on-one. The one who wins can be Senior Sister Zhang's Dao couple. Do you dare?" Jiang Shiro immediately whispered to Han Feng, "Try not to fight at this time. We don't have the advantage at this time. Wait until the end. They're used to running roughshod over us. They'll definitely fight other teams. We'll fight them when they have less people." Han Feng nodded at his words and looked at Yi Long Yuan and smiled. "Why would I fight you one-on-one? Senior Sister Jiang was originally my Dao couple. If I fight you, I won't get anything if I win, and I have to compensate my Dao couple to you if I lose. How in heaven can there be such a good thing? Are you stupid for practicing?" It was true that Han Feng didn't want to fight with the other party at this time because there were so many of them, but it didn't mean that he was going to swallow his breath. He had never held back in the face of Yi Long Yuan, and he should have disliked them directly. Is it possible that the other party will not be hostile to him in return for holding his tongue? Naturally not. In that case, why should he tolerate it? If he really wants to fight, he will catch Yi Long Yuan and beat him up first, and fight to the death. Yi Long Yuan sneered. "Humph. I knew you were a waste of space and didn't dare to come out and fight me squarely." Yi Long Yuan, open your dog's eyes and see clearly. There are hundreds of thousands of people watching outside right now. As you know, I'm a loser. I'm an invalid who can't practice. And you, Yi Long Yuan, heavenly spirit root qualification, the proud son of the Yi family. It's funny that you're fighting me. Even if you beat me, will others think highly of you? Instead, others would think that you were bullying a miscellaneous disciple, bullying an invalid who couldn't cultivate. Not only that, but you have to cross the line and be the third party, interfering in other people's families' love and snatching other people's Dao couples. Sister Jiang and I are the registered couple of the clan, but you want to be the third party to intervene. It's really funny. Is this the kind of disciple the Yi family teaches? Relying on his high cultivation realm, he wantonly oppresses fellow disciples and has to be a mistress to pursue a female disciple who already has a Taoist couple. It's not your face you've lost. The entire Yi family's face has been lost to you. Han Feng's mockery infuriated Yi Long Yuan, who was red in the face and immediately about to strike out at him. Chapter 39, Scumbag. However, Yi Longquan, who was on the side, pulled him back and said in a cold voice, "Second brother, don't be fooled. Our purpose is to provoke this kid and make him fight with you one-on-one, not to go and fight with the Zhang family in a firefight. This time has just begun. A firefight doesn't make any sense. The Zhang family's strength is still there. Even if we annihilate them as a group, our own side will have to drop a little fewer people. How else are we going to compete with the other clans for the immortal spirit crystals? First, we'll collect immortal spirit crystals, and then finally block the sight of the ancestor statue before we beat up this kid." Yi Longquan's analysis is still relatively calm. Now the secret realm is not just their two gangs of people, but there are many large and small groups of forces. There are also many disciples who act alone. They all need to compete with others for immortal spirit crystals. It's not worth it to fight the Zhang family to the death right now. Yi Long Yuan's face was grim as he nodded and said to Han Feng, "Han Feng, my target has always been you alone, not the Zhang clan. I have no grievances or enmity with the Zhang clan. I just want to face off against you. Just because Zhang Ziro is willing to protect you doesn't mean that the entire Zhang family is willing to protect you. And you, if you're still a man, don't drag the Zhang family into this. Just come over here and fight against me, lest because of you, All of the disciples who came in this time from the Zhang clan are harmed. Before Han Feng could say anything, Zhang Zuro said, "First of all, Han Feng is my Taoist partner. Then he is half of the Zhang family. Our Zhang family has always been united. If we don't help him today, then if the other Zhang family members are in trouble tomorrow, will we still help? Don't you dare sow discord here. The unity of our Zhang family is not something you can break. Secondly, even if our Zhang family lost the fight, it was also your Yi family that fought. You let's divert the conflict. We don't hate you abusers. Do we want to hate the victims who are the same as us? In the end, even if there was no Han Feng, could it be that you wouldn't have made a move against us when we competed for the immortal spirit crystals afterward? The result is the same. You just prefer to shift the conflict to Han Feng and want us to hate him. What a sinister and cunning villain. Do you really think that our Zhang family will fall for a scumbag like you?" Zhang Ziro's words instantly awakened the people of the Zhang family, letting them know that they had nearly fallen for the other party's evil trick. Even if they looked at Han Feng with disdain, even if this person Han Feng was no longer useless, he was still a person on their side, and now that the enemy was trying to bully their people, if they were to give Han Feng away, how would the Zhang family still be able to gain a foothold in the sect in the future? Wouldn't it be a laughing stock? Outside the secret territory, on the clan square, most of the people were looking at the part of the Zhang family and the Yi family. These two clans were both prestigious and loud clans in the sect, and now that the first one was pitted against each other, coupled with the hottest hotspots of last month's hotspots of Goddess Zhang choosing a handyman and Yi Tianjiao's painful loss of a Taoist couple, it was enough to attract most people's attention. After all, who doesn't love to gossip? They were all curious to see how this would end up. On the seat of the Zhang family, Zhang Zuoro's parents sat together, flanked by Zhang Zuoro's brother and sister. Ginger Crisp's father looked at the scene, nodded, and said, "Zoe, this girl, usually do not love to talk, but clear thinking, talent, the key moment, that mouth is really able to come on, but also know to protect their own people, unity and unity of reasoning, did not get on that villain's when, this point is really good." Ginger Crisp's mother also nodded and said, "Yes, Rower, this girl handled this time quite well, did not let our Zhang family lose face. Before I also quite optimistic about the Yi family, that kid. Now it seems that the kid's heart is also too vicious. This kind of method of sowing discord all make out. Really a villain. It's a good thing my daughter didn't choose him, or this life would be over." On the side, Zhang Zuoro's sister sneered, "Then choosing this handyman disciple is the right choice? A wastrel who can't cultivate. Who knows how to hide behind a Taoist couple to show off his mouth? What kind of talent can he have?" At those words, Zhang Zuoro's father coldly snorted. "It's good that my daughter is happy. When you chose your Tao couple, I didn't intervene half as much, letting you pick your preferred husband." Sister Ginger Crispin smiled and said, "That's natural. My father is the best father in the world. But the Taoist couple I chose, they are also a top-grade alchemist with an earth spirit root. Much better than this handyman." Ginger Crisp's father sighed. "When this ancestor sacrifice ceremony is over, bring that kid to the house. Let me personally give him a look, get some heavenly treasures, elixirs and medicines, and improve his physique. My daughter's Taoist can't always be an invalid. He cultivates more to improve, and dual cultivation with Rower is helpful to Rower as well." Jiang Huayang, who was on the side, snorted and said, "Father, you don't have to worry about that. This kid, will definitely surprise you." "Oh, does this kid have any hidden flashes of brilliance that I haven't noticed?" "It's okay, just keep reading. What's the rush?" Jiang Huayang smiled faintly and sold the story. The Secret World. Yi Longyuan's face became even more gloomy after being choked by Zhang Chuiro. He ignored Zhang Zuro and sneered at Han Feng. "Han Feng, I'll say it one last time. My target is you. Come out on your own and everyone looks good for everyone. It doesn't matter if you don't come out. I remember. You still have a good friend, called Wang Coronation, right? We have known each other for 5 years. We love each other like brothers. He also came to the secret realm this time. You could have hidden behind a woman and not come out. Let's see you come out after I catch your friend. Oh yeah, by the way, just to remind you, I'm at the 9th level of the Qi practicing stage, so I can catch a 4th level handyman." After saying his words, Yi Longyuan waved his hand and left with the Yi clan's people in imperial sword flight. Han Feng's face became steeply gloomy. He had always told Wang Coronet to stay away from him, but fear of what would come. Yi Longyuan still wanted to go after Wang Coronet and use him to blackmail him. He thought calmly, even if he went to fight Yi Longyuan single-handedly right now, even if he could defeat Yi Longyuan, the 50 or so people of the Yi family would still surround him. The only way for him now was to leave the people of the Zhang family and go to Wang Coronet alone. Find Wang Coronet before Yi Longyuan, take him to the bestowal of blessings, and then leave to exit. Only then can the crown be preserved. The other Jiang family members still had their own matters to attend to, and had to look to grab the immortal spirit crystals, so it was definitely impossible for them to join him in looking for one coronet. And just because the Jiang family would shelter him, it didn't mean they would shelter his friends. After all, one coronet had nothing to do with the Jiang family. He acted alone and wasn't afraid of the Yi family's people discovering him. After all, the peak of the 9th level of the Qi practicing stage, coupled with the wind-attributed heavenly spirit root, was enough to make his speed stand out in this secret realm. If you can't fight, you can't run? If he wants to run, no one can catch up with him. Chapter 40 Shock. Han Feng could actually fly. After thinking of this, Han Feng made up his mind and wanted to find an opportunity to quietly slip away. At this moment, Zhang Zuro said to Han Feng, "Don't be afraid of him. If he really threatens you with your friend, we'll fight him. This kind of scumbag, everyone will be punished." Han Feng's heart warmed as he smiled and nodded. However, a Jiang family disciple on the side said blandly, "Forget it, I think it's better not to fight if we can. There are many of them. There's no need for us to get tough with him. We're here to pray, not to fight with the Yi family. Of course, if they bully us, then just pretend I didn't say that, and go on if you need to. There are no cowards in our Jiang family." With these words, he was nudging Han Feng, implying to him that the Jiang family could protect him and help him, but they wouldn't fight the Yi family for his friends. This reasoning, Han Feng also understood. He did not have the slightest intention of complaining about the Jiang family. They had already done a good enough job. This was his trouble. Wang Coronet was his friend, and now that his friend was in a crisis because of him, he should be the one to save him as well. Alright, let's all cut the crap. There's no one else in this area. Let's spread out to look for immortal spirit crystals and go to the next place after we're done searching. After Zhang Ziro finished speaking, she also reminded Han Feng not to go far. Han Feng nodded. The group spread out and searched for immortal spirit crystals in this area. Han Feng held the little fox in his arms and also pretended to look for it, deliberately moving toward the woods as he did so. After entering the woods, Han Feng immediately took out his bucket hat and veil from his storage bag, brought it over his head, covered his face, and carried the little fox in his arms as he ran quickly toward the distance. It was only after going over a hill that the little fox asked that what are you going to do so mysteriously? Is it to take me to find delicious immortal spirit crystals? Han Feng took out his bag and put the little fox in it while saying, "We have to go find Wang Coronet. We have to find him and protect him as soon as possible. Yi Long Yuan is obviously rushing towards him. Both he and Zhang Xiu might be in danger. Oh, that's something I should go look for. But on the way to him, can you help me look for the immortal spirit crystals on the way? I'm able to sense the location of the immortal spirit crystals." "We can't. We have to find the crown first." Han Feng carried the little fox behind his back, took out a sound transmission jade slip, and transmitted a message to Zhang Chuiro. "Elder sister, I have to go find Wang Coronet. Yi Long Yuan went to capture him. I can't let him fall into a crisis because of me. Don't worry about me. I can protect myself." After saying his words, he put away the jade slip and headed into the distance. On the other side, Zhang Zuoro took out the jade slip, and after listening to it, her face changed drastically, and she immediately transmitted a voice that Han Feng, "Come back here. You don't have any cultivation at all. Letting Yi Long Yuan find you isn't looking for death? Hurry back." Outside the secret territory, in the square, Han Feng acting alone caused an uproar among the disciples outside. No one could figure out that Han Feng, such an invalid, would dare to leave the Zhang clan's team and go searching alone for his best friend. Isn't this a death wish? When Zhang Ziro's parents saw this scene, they were also shocked, and they straightened their backs and looked at the projection. Ginger Crisp's father frowned. This Yi Long Yuan, he's also too despicable and shameless. If it's a foreign enemy, it's just a matter of time. But this is a fellow disciple. He even wants to go and capture Han Feng's best friend to threaten him. The Yi family even raised such a villain. It's really a shame to be in their company. And then there's this Han Feng, who actually went looking for a friend alone. For the sake of a friend, it's still considered righteous and sentimental, but it's really too impulsive. He doesn't have the strength. How can he fight against the Yi family? The boy has a good heart, but he's just too impulsive, and he'll get himself killed that way. On the side, Sister Jiang Chuiro, the woman with the flirtatious imperialist temperament, immediately said, "See, I told you, he's not a good person. He doesn't deserve his little sister." Jiang Huayan laughed. "Big sister, that's a bit premature. Let's wait and see." Ginger Crisp's father sighed and said, "Forget it, this kid has a conscience. He doesn't want to involve the Jiang family or his friends. He is forced to make this decision. In the final analysis, it is still because Zoe chose him. He was targeted by Yi Long Yuan, but he did not complain, nor was he afraid. And even more so, He did not want to dissolve the relationship with Zoe's Tao couple. Met the matter of their own shoulders. Is a man. No one can die here. And if you meet danger, the big thing is to yell quit and just come out. After coming out, our Jiang family cultivate him well. Although he is not qualified, but at least his character can be. Wait, this kid is flying up on his sword? How can he fly that fast? The Han Feng in the projection, with a bucket hat on his head and a veil over his face, and an extra azure-colored flying sword under his feet, whooshed off into the distance. This scene caused hundreds of thousands of disciples below to be in an uproar. No one had expected that the invalid, who had always been considered by them to be incapable of cultivation, would be able to fly with a sword, and at a ridiculously fast speed. Zhang Zirou's father was a Jiedan powerhouse with an extremely sharp eye. At this moment, his eyes gazed at the projection, and he quickly and calmly analyzed that royal sword art is a spell that can only be practiced at the 5th level of the Qi practicing stage. This speed of his, at least less the 7th or 8th level of the Qi practicing stage. The specific strength is not easy to estimate. Need to wait for him to make a move in order to know. However, for him to have such a cultivation level at the age of 18 is already rare, at least exceeding more than 80% of the people in the mysterious realm. He's not an invalid. We were all wrong about him. Zhang Huayan laughed. That's why I said, wait and see. When this kid killed the 2 assassins sent by Yi Longyuan in the past, it was a clean cut. 1 sword in 1 direct cut. Oh, he's actually this powerful? Then why does everyone else think he's an invalid? Has he been in disguise? Trees attract the wind. He's a heavenly pride with no background. He had to be careful. Father, if he hadn't offended the Yi family this time, I think he might have to continue his disguise and muddle through in the secret realm as well. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zuorou's father nodded his head in deep thought and said, I misunderstood him. He wasn't being impulsive. He probably really had the strength to do it. This kid, his character is okay, his heart is good, he has qualifications, strength, and he knows how to hide his disguise, suitable for survival in the cultivation world. Such a good seedling. Our Jiang family must not let it go. It's my little sister who has a good eye for his sparkle. We didn't even notice. Then why did Zoe say that he was an invalid with no cultivation? Could it be that Zoe doesn't know his strength either? Zhang Huayang had originally thought that Zhang Zuru had discovered Han Feng's cultivation and qualifications before choosing him, but now it seemed like there was some kind of misunderstanding. Wasn't there? Because of Han Feng's act of flying with his sword, the disciples outside were surprised and almost all of their gazes were on him. Chapter 41 Han Feng's overbearing favors. Han Feng carried the little fox on his back and flew with his feet on the royal wind spirit sword royal sword, not flying too fast or too high because he needed to properly search for Wang Coronet. At this time of disguise, there were no disciples with foundation establishment cultivation inside the secret realm, and no one could discover his appearance. He had flown a long way, but this secret realm was just too big, so Han Feng could only take his time searching for it. Wang Coronet didn't have a voice transmission jade slip either, so Han Feng had no idea where to find him. Just as Han Feng was searching, there were 2 disciples not far away, fighting an illusory spirit beast. The 2 of them combined their efforts and killed the spirit beast, which dropped an immortal spirit crystal. The little fox behind Han Feng immediately smelled the immortal spirit crystals, and with a whoosh, jumped out from behind Han Feng's back, transforming his body into a residual shadow, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of those 2 disciples, snatching the immortal spirit crystals into his hands. Where did that spirit beast come from that dares to act wildly in front of me? Those 2 disciples were furious and immediately raised their palms and slapped them towards the little fox. Foxy, what are you doing? Han Feng was in a big hurry and immediately rushed downward. His speed was so fast that he hugged the little fox before the attacks of those 2 disciples reached the little fox and blocked those 2 attacks with his own body. Seeing this, those 2 disciples sneered and said, Humph, so there is a master dare to rob our Fawn US immortal spirit crystal. Then you are considered to have kicked. Han Feng twisted his head and slashed out with his sword, a sword blade of wind appearing and slashing into those 2 disciples. Those 2 disciples immediately resisted, but to no avail. A sword split on them, and the 2 directly spat blood and flew out a long way, falling heavily on the ground, unable to get up for half a day. Kicked what? Kicked cotton? It's not your turn to lecture my spirit beasts. Han Feng let out a cold snort, hugged the little fox, exerted his fastest speed, and flew away with a whoosh. He quite spoiled the little fox and didn't allow others to bully it, but that didn't mean he could always indulge it. After arriving at the unoccupied area, Han Feng grabbed the little fox, who was shocked at the sight and thought that Han Feng was going to rob it of its immortal spirit crystals, and immediately stuffed the immortal spirit crystals into his little mouth and crunched and chewed on them. You guy, what the hell are you doing? I've told you that we're going to save Wang Coronet. Why are you still looking for trouble and inviting others to grab the immortal spirit crystals? Don't you think we have enough enemies? Han Feng looked at the little fox menacingly. The little fox lowered his head in aggravation and whispered, I'm sorry, I first encountered something that could enhance me. I just couldn't help it. This immortal spirit crystal, after I ate it, although I still don't have a bit of cultivation fighting power, but it can increase my speed, increase my perception, and increase the strength of my flesh, which will allow me to run faster, find danger earlier, and be able to take a beating. These are all life-saving abilities. After all, your human world is too dangerous. I am really scared of being beaten. Don't be angry, will you? I'm not going to rob you. I'll never trouble you again. Looking at the little fox's pitiful watering eyes, Han Feng's heart instantly softened and his anger dissipated. It was so weak and pathetic. It had been hunted by humans who wanted to take it in or kill it. It had been hiding for so many years. Its fear of humans had long been engraved into its bones, and eating spirit stones could only keep it alive. Now that it had easily come across something that could make it a little bit stronger and better at keeping it alive, it definitely wanted more. How inhuman of myself to be so mean to it. Han Feng sighed and said, forget it, there's no destination anyway. We're going to look for it all the way anyway, so why don't we just look for the immortal spirit crystals while looking for the king's coronet? And once we find it, let's hurry up and pray and then go out. On this journey, use your perception more to discover the immortal spirit crystals. Pick them up when you come across them, and if you can't pick them up, then rob them and rob those disciples. Is it really okay? Aren't you afraid that those disciples will come after you? The little fox said playfully as she tilted her little face up with two big teary eyes. Han Feng rubbed its little head and said, as long as you like, then rob them. What are you afraid of? Besides, if you can't fight, you can't run? With my speed, who can catch up? I'm a wind attribute heavenly spirit root, and I'm at the peak of the 9th level of the chi practicing stage. Looking at the entire secret realm, is there anyone faster than me? Okay, let's go. Rob them, damn it. The little fox was energized and combative, jumping onto Han Feng's shoulder with a fighting spirit. Looking at the little fox's gleeful appearance, Han Feng always felt that he had been fooled. Just now this guy was pretending to be pitiful, right? You get back in the pack and step on my shoulders. People will know who I am before you even show up. Got it. The little fox entered inside Han Feng's bag again, outside the secret territory. In the square, all the disciples were in an uproar. They had just seen with their own eyes that the fox was ridiculously fast and snatched Feng Yu's immortal spirit crystals, and they had seen Han Feng defeat those two with a single sword strike. Wait, what do I see? Isn't that Feng Yu? That's our senior brother Feng Yu from Kaaha Peak. Senior brother Feng Yu is the only heavenly spirit root chi practicing stage disciple in our Kaoyangxia Peak. At the 8th level of chi practicing stage. A star-crossed existence. The male god in the hearts of many female disciples. He was defeated by his sword just like that? 8th level of chi practicing stage. The one beside him is Master Lu, who is also at the 6th level of chi practicing stage. The two together can't block a single sword from Han Feng? This Han Feng is too powerful. Who said he was an invalid before? And said he couldn't cultivate? If he's a loser, then we're all losers among losers. And we don't mind being ashamed to put these two words on Han Feng? Wait, look, his speed. He's gone in the blink of an eye. What kind of speed is this? Is this the kind of speed that a chi practicing stage can burst out with? This kid can't be a foundation establishment, right? That's too fast. Keep it down. He's talking to his spirit animal. Listen to what he's saying. Overbearing. Really fucking overbearing. Good line as long as you like. Let's go and rob them. Depending on the thousands of disciples is nothing. Love. This is what kind of favor. Just a favored beast sentence like, he is willing to be the enemy with the entire secret realm of all disciples. That if their own Dao mate, that still do not have to be favored to the sky. In the past, I envied this brat for being able to find a good Dao couple like senior sister Jiang. Now I envy senior sister Jiang for being able to find such a domineering and sweet man. Knock. I'll knock on this pair. Are you kowtowing to Han Feng and Zhang Chuiro, or Han Feng and Little Fox? The disciples murmured. However, right after Han Feng finished his last sentence, all of them fell silent. If just now they were just surprised, eating and gossiping, then now, they were just really shocked and shaken beyond words. Chapter 42 Peak Chi Practicing. The entire clan was shocked. Just as everyone was shocked, a disciple blurted out. What? Did I hear it right? Is he a heavenly spiritual root? Or a rare mutated wind spiritual root? Or is he at the peak of the 9th level of the chi practicing stage? Is there really such an amazing person in the world? Wind spiritual roots. There aren't many of them in our entire clan. And there aren't even any wind attribute heavenly spiritual roots. The key is that he's at the peak of the 9th level of the chi practicing stage, the strongest in the entire secret realm, and he's only 18 years old. How is it possible? He's an odd job disciple, has no resources to cultivate, he can't even receive a spirit stone, he relied solely on his own to exhale spiritual chi, and cultivated to the peak of chi refining in 5 years? What kind of heavenly pride is this? This trash Yi Long Yuan. How dare he still have the face to mock Han Feng for being a wastrel and mocking him for being a loser. He's only just broken through to the 9th level of the chi cultivation stage, right? How many resources does his family give him? But he, Han Feng, is just a handyman. Yi Long Yuan wanted to pinch a soft persimmon this time, but he's kicked the iron plate. I'm really looking forward to Yi Long Yuan fighting Han Feng. I want to see which one of them is stronger. The disciples were shocked, and one of them gloated. When the Yin Yang sect leader saw this scene, he immediately said to the Lok Ha Peak sect leader at the side, "See you. How did you become the headmaster? Wind attribute heavenly spirit root. What kind of good seedling is this? It comes along once in 1,000 years. How is it that in your place, you can only be a handyman disciple? Such a good disciple. How come you didn't realize it and just let him get buried?" The palm seat of the Sunset Peak was a slender beauty with a luo skirt on her body, and when the wind blew, it showed her mature and charming lines, but no one had ever seen her face, because her face, forever hung with a white veil, revealing only a pair of peach blossom eyes that tantalized the heart. There is speculation that it is Siyu Palmseed who has a good figure and good eyes, but not a good face, nose and mouth, so she has to deliberately cover it up to hide the imperfections. Others said that the Siyu Palmseed's appearance was too flawless, and that there were too many suitors to be annoyed, so they covered up their faces. It was worth mentioning that Siyu Palmistress had joined the Yin Yang sect halfway through the journey, and had been a Yuan Ying stage powerhouse when she arrived, so she hadn't been forced to choose a Taoist couple at the age of 18. After hearing the words of the sect leader, Siyu sect leader nodded slightly and said, "Sect leader, this person, Han Feng, I've never heard of him before, and he's also always been a journeyman disciple, well hidden. No one knows his cultivation or qualifications, so this seed doesn't know either. I have tens of thousands of disciples at Sunset Cloud Peak. It's impossible for this seat to go and personally inspect each and every one of them. Dereliction of duty is dereliction of duty. Such a good piece of diamond in the rough, almost buried. The palmist sighed. Upon hearing this, the Siyu patron's beautiful eyes glared and she drank, saying, "Gold will always shine." Right now he's still only in the chi practicing stage. It's not too late to cultivate him. You old dang. If you beep again, I won't blame this seat for smacking you. The headmaster's face was embarrassed for a moment, and he hurriedly whispered, Fine, let's not talk about you. There are so many people. You don't give me, the sect leader, any face at all. After this ancestor sacrifice ceremony, you can accept him as a disciple. After all, he's a good seedling for your Sunset Peak. If you don't want it, look at the other peaks' palms. Each one of them is salivating, so be careful of being snatched away by others. Let them try grabbing one. It's mine, no one can take it away. When he comes out, this seat will personally test his qualifications for him. If it really is a wind attribute heavenly spirit root, this seat will naturally accept him as an outer disciple, and then accept him as a personal disciple after he builds his foundation with his own skills. Also, it's not your turn to worry about the affairs of our Sunset Peak. Cuyu's disdainful and haughty words were arrogant, but they did not cause any dissatisfaction among the other palms. There is no other reason. This bitch strength is really strong. Can't fight. Inside the Yi family area, Yi Long Yuan, his father, had a face that was gloomy to the extreme. Fooled. This kid is trying to play pig in a poke. He's trying to pet Yuaner a bit. This Han Feng, this trashy handyman, actually had such strength and qualifications? Once he showed his face this time, he was considered to have shown his face in the eyes of all the strongest people in the entire sect, and the sect would surely vigorously cultivate him. It will be hard to deal with him later. The beautiful woman at the side of the room anxiously said, You still have the mood to care about the future. Hurry up and think of a way to inform Yuaner. This kid is very strong. Yuaner can't suffer. Yi Long Yuan's father said helplessly. What kind of fart are you playing? This is the ancestor sacrifice ceremony. The sect masters are all there, and it's two different spaces. How can you transmit sound? No one can enter at this time. Besides, I also gave Yuaner a lot of body protection magic treasures. Those are magic treasures that can withstand a single full strength attack from a foundation establishment powerhouse, letting a chi practitioner stage attack. How many hits would he have to take to break it? Wasn't this period of time enough for Yuchi to kill him back as a poor boy? We don't have to worry about it in the future. Although this kid has good qualifications, there are not a few cases of heavenly prides dying young. A heavenly pride is just a heavenly pride. Before it grows up to be strong, it can only be considered as a weakling within the area of the Jiang family. When the Jiang family members saw that Han Feng had such qualifications, all of them were in high spirits and looked at Han Feng carefully. Ginger Crisp's father looked at the projection and leisurely said, looking away, ah, peak of the 9th level of Qi practicing stage, wind attribute, heavenly spirit root, 18 years old. When these words are combined together, in the entire clan, it would be a phoenix, and by the look of him, he already knew his qualifications. Anyone who thought this kid was a wreck mocked him and insulted him recklessly, but he never refute. Do not argue, do not fight with people brave and ruthless, young but not angry, with great skills but willing to hide in the dust and smoke. It would be understandable if he had messed with some great enemy from outside, but he was innocent and had always been in the sect. So, it's really rare for him to have this kind of heart at such a young age. It doesn't fly, it flies. It's not a hit, it's a hit. He chose to display his qualification talents in the spotlight of the ancestor sacrifice ceremony to draw more attention to himself. Jiang Huayan, who was on the side, said with his head full of black lines, Father, I still think that if it wasn't for the Yi family, this kid, would definitely still continue to hide it. He's been hiding for so many years. Why would he still need to show his strength? Wasn't it because his friend was in trouble, or because he didn't want to involve the Jiang family? He hid for so many years, for the sake of his friends, for the sake of righteousness. Once broken, such a person, I think highly of him. I would like to be his brother. Luckily, he's my brother-in-law and I get to be his brother. Ha 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 ha. Ginger Crisp's father laughed. You child. It's also my fault that I haven't looked squarely at this son-in-law once. If I had seen him once in person, I would have been able to discover his strength and qualifications. He's a good match for Zoe, and Zoe doesn't suffer. Chapter 43, Don't Want Billion. Han Feng didn't realize that the outside world had already created a furor because of him, because he had always thought that that projection could only play images, not transmit sound yet. Who would have thought that this thing is so advanced that it can broadcast every move and every word of the thousands of people inside? So when he was talking to the little fox, he subconsciously assumed that it was just the two of them here, and that no one outside could hear them. One could only say that poverty and weakness had limited Han Feng's insight, as well as lying flat. But he would not have made this mistake if he had traveled around more to find out more about the ancestor sacrifice ceremony. At this moment, Han Feng, carrying the little fox on his back, was wandering aimlessly through the secret realm, searching for Wang Coronet's whereabouts. There are immortal spirit crystals. The little fox bellowed, whooshed and jumped down, immediately picking up a piece of immortal spirit crystal from the ground, cradling it in his hands and gnawing on it. However, while it was eating, it suddenly clutched half of an immortal spirit crystal and ran toward Han Feng, shouting as it did so, and with malice. As soon as it spoke, an illusory spirit beast in the shape of a scorpion suddenly jumped out of the ground. The scorpion was bigger than a man, and with open teeth and claws, it came whistling toward Han Feng. The little fox jumped onto Han Feng's shoulder and quickly said, Finish it off and we'll have immortal spirit crystals to take again. However, Han Feng said, We need to conserve our aura now. We still have to fly next. We still have to find Wang Coronet, and we still have to grab immortal spirit crystals. Killing spirit beasts consumes too much aura. Oh, well then, let's go. What's the point of walking away? I've got it covered. After saying his words, Han Feng held the little fox in his arms and flew low, luring the scorpion spirit beast toward the three disciples in the distance. Fellow Daoist, help! Han Feng shouted. Those three disciples' eyes immediately lit up when they saw that someone was being chased by a spirit beast. The disciple in the lead sneered. Useless waste, can't even beat a spirit beast, roll aside. What a waste, to be chased by a spirit beast, still masked. Are you afraid of being embarrassed if you're seen? The three disciples sneered at Han Feng while killing the spirit beast. The three of them were on fire, beating up that spirit beast, and in just a minute's time, they blew it up. After the spirit beast was killed, a piece of immortal spirit crystal was dropped, and Han Feng immediately exerted his fastest speed, taking the immortal spirit crystal into his hands as soon as he could and escaping. Just kidding, flying consumes much less aura than fighting, alright. Dog thief, how dare you rob our immortal spirit crystals? Take your life. The three disciples were furious and fought to chase Han Feng, but Han Feng quickly disappeared. He turned a deaf ear to the insults behind him and acted as if nothing had happened. After all, in here, things where fellow disciples attacked and fought over each other were everywhere, and he was only making small use of the other party. And it was already merciful that he didn't go out and beat them up to extort their immortal spirit crystals. This scene froze the disciples outside. Crap, bitchy or not, you clearly have the strength to be able to defeat the spirit beast yourself, but you want to lure it to the side of your fellow disciples. He himself doesn't make a move in order to save his aura. so he lets others help him fight. And he sits back and reaps the benefits. He doesn't have any face at all. He snatched several immortal spirit crystals along the way, all of which were hard fought by others. And then he went and snatched them away. Quickly look, that's a few people from Dansha Peak's Lug 1. They just defeated a spirit beast, and in the blink of an eye, it was snatched by Han Feng. The key is that this guy is really fast. No one can catch up. That fox is fast too, and it can smell the immortal spirit crystals from miles away. Then let Han Feng snatch them. This pairing is a perfect match. Shame on you. Can you fight it yourself? What kind of hero is it to rob someone else? Although we are all fighting to grab, but if you beat each other to grab the success, that strength is not unquestionable. But the key is that he does not even fight. Directly robbed to run off. Han Feng. Not Billion. Don't Billion. No Billy. The disciples outside were furious, each shouting that Han Feng was shameless. But there weren't many who were truly angry, and almost all of them were playing along with the stunt. After all, this kind of thing is really funny. The ones who were truly angry were the disciples who had been robbed of their immortal spirit crystals. Sister Zhang Ziro's face was full of suspicion and disdain as she looked at Zhang Huayong. Her eyes seemed to be saying, "Is this the brother-in-law with the extremely good character that you guys are talking about?" Zhang Huayong smiled awkwardly and said, "Secret realm snatching. It's supposed to be every man for himself. Han Feng is alone. So naturally, he shouldn't go and fight hard against so many people on the other side, but rather maximize his advantages. Snatch it with his speed, and leave after taking it. Build on your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. That's the way to win." And he's not robbing it for himself. The immortal spirit crystals he robbed all went to his little pet beast, which is also love and justice. Bah! Don't Billion. Whatever he does is good in your eyes. In the secret realm, Han Feng had just robbed another 5 disciples of 2 immortal spirit crystals and turned around to run. One of the disciples didn't know what kind of magic treasure he was using, chasing after Han Feng, and his speed was only not much slower than Han Feng's, chasing him out for 2 miles. "Shameless dog, give me back the immortal spirit crystal. Give it back," that disciple hissed angrily. Families who understand and a few close friends worked hard to kill a spirit beast of the 8th level of Qi cultivation. A rare drop of 2 pieces of immortal spirit crystals is rejoicing. Suddenly came over a bandit. "Take away and run. I've never been wronged like this in all my life." Han Feng turned around and shouted at that disciple, "Big brother, you do not want to chase. Do people know the reason well? If I will return you, why go to get low? You shut up, you son of a bitch. Give me back my immortal spirit crystal." Han Feng flew in front of him, and that disciple chased after him for another 2 miles. He kept yelling and screaming, causing the disciples below to look upwards, seriously affecting Han Feng's plan to grab the immortal spirit crystals, annoying him to no end. Wait, just one? Han Feng suddenly stopped running and turned back to slash out with his sword, directly spitting blood out of that disciple as he flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Han Feng left leisurely. Damn it, a guy who dares to chase me. He really doesn't know what he's doing. Ugh, so annoying, just struck out again and wasted a bit of aura. Han Feng shook his head inside while holding the little fox and continuing to fly forward. Alas, little fox, you've eaten 20 pieces, right? How do you feel? Did you become much stronger? Yeah. It did get stronger. I'm able to sense malice faster and more sensitively now. The little fox nodded adorably. And can you sense the location of the crown? I can't. I can only sense malice, not divine scanning. Chapter 44, being robbed backwards. Han Feng's cultivation was less than foundation establishment, so he had no way to scan with his divine sense, while the little fox was even worse than him, with no cultivation at all. There was no way around it, so Han Feng could only go on with his search. He was in this area, searching aimlessly for a whole day, feeling like he had turned over the entire secret realm, and even found the ancestor statue, but he did not find Wang Coronet. It wasn't surprising. Although the space in this place was limited, everyone was moving around. Whether it was the Yi family or the Zhang family or Wang Coronet, everyone was moving around. It was normal for Han Feng to rummage around and not be able to find it. Maybe he had just left on the front foot and someone he knew came to that area on the back foot? This whole day, other than robbing a few hundred disciples of their immortal spirit crystals, he had almost nothing to show for it. Han Feng had no choice but to continue searching. He moved away from the statue of his ancestor and searched back and forth for most of another day. When suddenly, the little fox said, "There's an immortal spirit crystal on the ground in the woods below. I saw it. Okay, let's go pick it up. You hide in the bag and don't move. I'll go pick it up and give it to you." Okay then. The little fox was obedient. Han Feng landed in the woods and saw a piece of immortal spirit crystal on the ground, so he bent down and picked it up. Suddenly, the little fox behind her suddenly said, No good. There is malice. Such strong malice. Han Feng was startled when he heard the words, and from the tree beside him, a silhouette suddenly jumped down, along with 5 white spirit beasts. I'm sorry, the piece of immortal spirit crystal that your excellency is holding in your hand was put down by us. Seeing this, Han Feng also knew that this was a trap and immediately prepared to run away. But he suddenly saw the looks of the visitor and immediately stopped and didn't run any further. For this man who came, he had seen him before. Seen it twice. The first time he had seen it was when he was registering the identity of the little fox at the Spirit Beast Peak. And this person in front of him was the one responsible for registering him. The second time was the day before yesterday, when he encountered Yi Long Yuan. This person was following Yi Long Yuan. It was obvious that the other party was from the Yi family. Han Feng also wanted to understand. At first he obviously hid his tracks very well, but why did he encounter an assassination as soon as he got off the Spirit Beast Peak? And how did the enemy manage to know his location so quickly and accurately? Now he understood it all. The disciple who registered him was someone from the Yi family, and it was this person who betrayed him. That disciple sneered. This senior brother. Introduce yourself. I am Yi Longquan, a disciple of the Spirit Beast Peak's register-making room registry. During the course of this day, I've been hearing that a Spirit Beast Peak disciple, masked with a bucket hat and carrying a white spirit beast, came and went without a trace, robbing at least hundreds of disciples of their immortal spirit crystals. No, I used a mere piece of immortal spirit crystals to hoist senior brother out. I'm sure that senior brother must have a lot of immortal spirit crystals on him. Solitary happiness is better than crowd happiness. You and I are the same Spirit Beast Peak disciple. I think senior brother will definitely help each other. How about you share half of your immortal spirit crystals with senior brother? And how about you and I head to the ancestor statue to pray together? After the completion of the incident, I also do not inquire about the identity of senior brother. You and I as if we have not seen. Grudges are written off. The next day to meet on the Spirit Beast Peak. Senior brother, if you are willing to tell the identity of the senior brother, junior brother will be prepared to a pot of wine. And senior brother as a brother. If senior brother is unwilling to reveal his identity, then let's pretend that it didn't happen. I don't know what senior brother would like to do. When Han Feng heard this, he also knew that the other party didn't recognize him. He sneered, and said, in a hoarse voice, that the sounds like Shifu is trying to rob me. Ha! Robbery doesn't dare to be. It's just a matter of showing senior brother a clear path. You've already offended many disciples now, and they're all banding together to find you. The secret world is so big, how long can you hide? There's always a time when you go to pray, right? Others just have to keep watch. At this time, only our Yi family can protect you. They dare to make a move against you. They don't dare to make a move against our Yi family. Taking out half of the immortal spirit crystals in exchange for this time when the secret realm is safe and sound is still a good deal. Han Feng sneered. Oh, and what if I don't give it? Yi Longquan's mouth hung a sardonic smile and said leisurely. Then senior brother is just refusing to eat the wine. Since senior brother can't reason with senior brother, then senior brother also has some slight proficiency in fists and kicks, and 5 spirit beasts at the 7th level of chi practicing stage for company. It's just that in that case, all of senior brother's immortal spirit crystals would be mine. Oh, well, I robbed so many people, and now in the end, in turn, I want to be robbed. Really, heaven is good reincarnation. Oh, in that case, senior brother is figured out? This is the right thing to do. We are all brothers of the same sect. Harmony is the most important thing. Yi Longquan's face raised a confident smile. I'm paralyzed with you. Han Feng cursed angrily and lifted his sword before violently chopping toward Yi Longquan. Yi Longquan was shocked at the sight and immediately drew back. But the sword on still ruthlessly crashed into his body. A stream of light first appeared on his body, then immediately shattered. And the sword aura left a deep bloodstain on his body after it chopped his protective artifact. Yi Longquan's eyes narrowed slightly. His eyes filled with shock, and he drank. What is your cultivation level? When did our Spirit Beast Peak's 18-year-old disciples have someone with such strong individual combat power? As he spoke, he maneuvered the 5 spirit beasts that looked like white wolves around him toward Han Feng. The Spirit Beast Peak's beast tamers were not strong in single combat. What was strong was the spirit beasts, which were their companions and their weapons. After all, they were beast tamers, and with the resources they had, they basically fed them to the spirit beasts in addition to their own daily cultivation, and didn't have too many resources to get towards themselves. That was why, after seeing the little fox's speed that came and went without a trace, others would subconsciously assume that Han Feng was a Spirit Beast Peak disciple. Those 5 white wolves tore toward Han Feng, while their mouths also spewed out icy cold breaths that swept toward Han Feng, as if they wanted to freeze him. This sudden attack was basically a way for other disciples to tie their hands, but Han Feng was different. He was ridiculously fast, only to see him dodge directly, dodging the 5 wolves' chilling attacks, and then quickly arrived behind a wolf, and slashed out his sword fiercely, directly splitting that spirit beast into 2 halves. This powerful sword startled Yi Longquan and showed him that with the speed and strength of the other party, it was impossible for his spirit beast to beat it. Isn't it true that those people just said that this person is just fast, and doesn't he know what speed secret treasure is used? The strength itself is not strong, and even dare not to make a move? Son of a bitch, net pit old me, no wonder I dare to go alone to rob so many people. That dam is really strong. Yi Longquan immediately let the spirit beasts go and surround Han Feng, but he himself immediately flew with his sword. Chapter 45 Han Feng's ruthless and brutal side. Yes, Yi Longquan was going to fly away with his sword. He was quite decisive and figured out Han Feng's strength after 2 exchanges. He knew that the other party was at least at the 9th level of the Qi practicing stage, while he was only at the 7th level of the Qi practicing stage, and the few spirit beasts under his command were like that as well. If he fought any longer, he'd have to lose his entire army, and he'd have to fold up here himself. Although the spirit beast is the heart of every beast tamer, but at this time, it is better to lose it than to be caught and beaten and wasted, right? He only needed to let the spirit beasts hold back this powerful enemy and then quickly notify Yi Longyuan and the others to come over. Then he would be able to kill this person back. Of course, not to kill, but to disable and snatch his storage bag. This person was so powerful, he must be very rich. As long as they were able to snatch his storage bag, then the goodies and immortal spirit crystals inside would all be theirs, and would be able to make up for the loss of the 5 spirit beasts. Just as he flew up, he immediately took out a sound transmission jade slip and was about to send a message to Yi Longyuan. However, before he could activate the jade slip, 3 feathery wind blades suddenly flew underneath him, directly shooting through his stomach and ankles, and he fell down with an unsteady stance. Han Feng grabbed him and ruthlessly dropped him to the ground, before violently stomping down, crushing Yi Longquan's transmission jade slip, along with the hand. Ah! Yi Longquan hissed and shouted in pain. Han Feng took the opportunity to pierce his dantian with a sword, causing him to be unable to raise his aura. He pierced the other party's dantian and didn't waste it, and when he went out, Yi Longquan could still take elixirs to recover. Now it's just a matter of disarming him. Immediately afterward, Han Feng made a series of strikes and swung out several wind blades, killing all 4 of those white wolves. Only after doing so did he slowly walk over to Yi Longquan's side. The moment he saw Yi Longquan, instead of choosing to flee, he chose to expend his aura to fight with the other party. He made up his mind. He wanted to use Yi Longquan to blackmail Yi Longyuan. Didn't Yi Longyuan like to use his friends to blackmail him? Then he would do the opposite. Blood for blood, teeth for teeth. Yi Longquan covered his dantian with his only remaining left hand as he stared angrily at Han Feng, his eyes full of resentment as he said angrily, "Dog thief, do you know who I am? I am a member of the Yi family. You dare to kill my spirit beast and break my dantian. Let me tell you, you are wasted. The Yi family won't spare you. In the future, you will not be able to move an inch within the sect. You will definitely die without a body. Your Yi family, you still like to engage in assassination tactics to deal with fellow disciples. And do you know who I am?" Han Feng took off his bucket hat and removed his face scarf, revealing himself. Yi Longquan's pupils shrunk violently, and he exclaimed, "You are Han Feng? Aren't you an invalid? How can you be so powerful? An invalid?" "Yeah, I'm an invalid. So what are you? Not even an invalid?" Han Feng sneered, crouched down, reached out his hand and slapped the other party's face, saying, "If it was someone else who came to rob me, I might have defeated the other party and left, but you happen to be a member of the Yi family, a brother of Yi Longyuan, so you'll just consider yourself unlucky, and if you want to blame it on that brother of yours, Yi Longyuan. Right, Yi Longyuan is your cousin, right? Why should I tell you?" Yi Longquan pooh-poohed it. Han Feng sidestepped and dodged it before slowly taking down Yi Longquan's left hand and placing it on the ground. Lifting his foot, he stepped on it. Little by little, Han Feng stomped Yi Longquan's wrist and palm to pieces. Yi Longquan hissed miserably for a moment before he slowed down, panting and drinking. "And Han Feng, you dare to do this to me? Are you going to be immortal with our Yi family? Immortality? What a laugh." Han Feng said leisurely, "From the time your Yi family sent people to assassinate me 3 times, came to frame me once, and tried to put me to death 3 times, aren't we already immortal? For the first time, on the very same night that senior sister Jiang chose me, Yi Longyuan sent Boss Ma to kill me, and Boss Ma told me himself that Yi Longyuan sent him. According to the rules of the clan, those who kill a fellow disciple are killed in return, and the murderer is not guilty, so I killed him. The second time, it was when I brought Little Fox to the Spirit Beast Peak to register my identity. I had just gotten off the Spirit Beast Peak when I was assassinated by 2 assassins, and at that time, I was still curious as to how the Yi family could know my location so quickly. Now that I've seen you, I understand that the disciple who registered me was you, and it was you who told Yi Longyuan my location so that he would send someone over to kill me. Am I right? Do you think you're innocent? At those words, Yi Longquan's face changed slightly, but he still talked tough and said, I don't know what you're talking about, so don't you plant evidence here. Han Feng didn't know that the people outside could hear the people inside, but Yi Longquan knew, so Yi Longquan can't admit it. Admitting it is admitting guilt. Neither he nor Yi Longyuan can run away. Then tell me, what makes Yi Longyuan know my location so quickly? It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Anyway, your Yi family is a nest of snakes and rats, and you like to do those things. For the 3rd time, your Yi family sent 2 more people to assassinate me directly at my residence, but they were discovered by the law enforcement hall senior brothers, and the 2 assassins committed suicide. 3 assassinations, 5 assassins. Your Yi family really looks up to me. It's really trying to kill me. Now, you still have the face to say that your Yi family is immortal with me? Yi Longquan stared angrily at Han Feng. He didn't want to be humiliated by Han Feng anymore. He wanted to quit. He opened his mouth and shouted that I return. However, before he could finish shouting, Han Feng broke his jaw with a punch, and his teeth directly bit off his tongue. It's too late to quit, don't you think? Han Feng picked up the half-tongue and put it on Yi Longquan's face. Yi Longyuan wants to kill me, and I will naturally find a way to kill him back. And you, as his accomplice, are also in mortal enmity with me. You should be thankful that killing is not allowed here, or else you'd be a corpse by now. Yi Longquan's eyes were filled with fear, whimpering and making noises. He seemed to have a premonition of how he was going to be tortured. However, Han Feng said to himself, as if he was chatting with him, I'm an odd-job disciple, and my greatest wish is to plant flowers, raise grass, and live a peaceful life. But on that particular day, Sister Jiang chose me. Is it wrong for her to choose a Taoist couple? No. The clan stipulated that the choice had to be made on that day. So I'm at fault? I'm not, am I? I didn't do anything. And who's at fault? Tell me, who is at fault? It's Yi Longyuan who's wrong, isn't it? I don't even know them, and he tried to put me to death 3 times out of his own jealousy. He is the lofty Yi family's heavenly pride, while I am just a small handyman disciple. He crushed me as easily as he crushed an ant. But do ants deserve to die? Should the handymen deserve to die? Do the bottom disciples of the sect deserve to be killed by people from your great families, casually killing people at random? Chapter 46 Anger and Scolding of the Yi Family. Han Feng looked at the miserable Yi Longquan, but he still had unfinished words. You say you Yi family, 3 times to assassinate me cannot be, openly cannot come to the Yin. I am a disciple of planting herbs. You arrange a large group of people. The implementation of conspiracy and trickery said that my herbs have problems, from those who collect the herbs, to those who refine the pills, to those who take the pills, to those who judge the elders, all of them are from your Yi family. Your family is both the plaintiff and the judge, and you're planning to take me to jail after one set of procedures. If it wasn't for the timely arrival of the law enforcement hall senior brothers, who discovered your favoritism and invited other trial elders to discover the loopholes in the herb system, I would probably have died in an unjust manner by now, wouldn't I? This is the 4th time. The 5th time. It was coming to this side. You still wanted to kill me. You found more than 50 people to fight me one-on-one, and you had to threaten me with my friends. That's 5 times. 5 times you've tried to put me to death in just 1 month. Yes, I admit, I am not as good as your Yi family. Your Yi family has a big family. You have strong people and resources, but as a great clan, shouldn't your family be more responsible for defending the clan and upholding the law? But why did you guys, in particular, come to persecute me, a journeyman disciple, 3 times? Obviously I didn't do anything. Obviously I'm not at fault, because I'm weak. I deserve to die, right? Han Feng's words caused all the disciples outside to ponder. If anything, at first they were shocked at Han Feng's ruthlessness, thinking that he had gone too far against his fellow disciples like this. Now then, after hearing Han Feng's words, they began to sympathize with him. After all, within this sect of hundreds of thousands of disciples, the number of children of great clans was indeed quite large, but more, still like them, no background qualification general ordinary disciples are. It was also because of such a large population base that the Yin Yang sect was supported, allowing the Yin Yang sect to continuously emerge as a heavenly pride and become strong, passing on from generation to generation. They, all of them, are just like Han Feng, ordinary people with no power or influence. But as Han Feng said, even if they are not at fault, simply because they have no power, simply because they are weak, then they just deserve to die? This is everyone's Yin Yang clan, not the big clan's Yin Yang clan. At this moment, a disciple, who was hot-blooded, stood up and shouted angrily that shameless Yi family, get out of the sect. This sentence of his stirred up the fervor of most of the disciples, and as soon as he called out, countless people soon followed and chanted, shameless Yi family, get out of the Yin Yang sect. This is our clan, not the Yi families. The Yi family persecutes and assassinates its disciples. The whole family will be killed. Too many disciples have been persecuted. Han Feng was the first to speak out. He is our hero. Protect Han Feng. The great clan, get out of the clan and return us to a clear sky. Yi family, get out. Yi family plead guilty by themselves. The crowd was angry and cursing. The faces of the Yi family members below were already hard to see. They didn't expect that a mere Han Feng, an odd-job disciple, would have so much energy and be able to stir up the emotions of the entire clan. In fact, Han Feng was just a fuse. He just triggered the resentment of all the disciples who had been oppressed by the big clans for years. Han Feng was just a role model, representing hundreds of thousands of ordinary disciples of the Yin Yang sect. Everyone's eyes were looking at Han Feng. Yet it could be said that if Han Feng met with any accidents in the future, then everyone would think that it was the Yi family that did it, not them as well. Seeing the group's anger below, the sect leader immediately droned. Silence. Above the ancestor sacrifice ceremony, there shall be no loud clamor. Right and wrong shall be determined by the clan. You may rest assured and proceed to watch the grand ceremony take place. When the headmaster spoke, the disciples sat down and said no more. They didn't say anything, but the Yi family was anxious, especially Yi Longchuan's father. Yi Longchuan's father was the third in line, and was a blood brother to Yi Longyuan's father, while Yi Longyuan was the second in line in the family, so Yi Longquan called him second brother. At this moment, Yi Longquan, his father, immediately flew up and came in front of Elder Tai Lien, and said loudly, Elder Tai, that Han Feng is treating my son like this. It's no longer a fair competition for him to do so. It's abuse. It's sadism. Just now, my son has shouted to quit. He should have teleported him out, and then caught the little Han Feng thief out and put him on the spot. Doesn't the law enforcement hall care? My son is about to be killed by him. Upon hearing this, the palm seat elders in the sky above looked at him with eyes like those of a fool. Your Yi family has caused public anger at this time, and you are still clamoring here. Really have no eyes at all. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, the disciples below shouted again. Yi Longquan had it coming. If he hadn't harmed Han Feng, would Han Feng have treated him like this? Han Feng is just returning the favor in the same way as he did. You all want to kill Han Feng's life, but you still won't allow Han Feng to beat your family members? The Yi family is too overbearing. Yi family, get out of the clan. Han Feng didn't kill him. Han Feng didn't violate the rules. Han Feng is innocent. The Yi family are all villains. Dog thieves. How could our clan have assholes like you? Garbage. Yi family, ICNM. I'll fuck the Yi family's 18 generations of ancestors. The entire Yi family shall not die. The crowd of disciples were furious, as if they had a blood feud with the entire Yi family. In fact, the Yi family was just a typical example that was pushed out and used to vent their grievances. Did the entire Yi family deserve to die? That's naturally impossible. There are good people and bad people everywhere, and it's impossible for everyone in the Yi family to have committed a capital offense. But the disciples didn't care about that. They didn't know what the name of the person who jumped out was. They only knew that the other party was from the Yi family. Then just cursed the Yi family. The Jiang family members on the side, as well as the people from other families, saw the Yi family being humiliated and berated in this way, and each of their faces were happy. In particular, Jiang Chuiro's sister was overjoyed, saying, curse, curse hard, curse those sons of bitches of the Yi family to death and drive them out of the clan. Ha ha ha. Ginger Crisp's father gave her a blank look and said, pay attention to your image. You still have the face to smile. Han Feng has been assassinated and persecuted 3 times because of Zoe's involvement, and that's all within a month's time. That's because our Jiang family didn't protect him. We should reflect on our responsibility. The Dog Day Yi family is so despicable and shameless. It wasn't just Yi Longyuan alone that was bad, but the entire Yi family. This account is written down. This beam, we, the Jiang family, and their Yi family have formed a bond. Sister Jiang Chuiro, who was on the side, also immediately said, yes, our Jiang family isn't afraid of them. Those who dare to bully us like this, we want them to have a good death. Chapter 47. Han Feng's monstrous wrath. Elder Tai Lien glanced at Yi Longquan, his father, while then said to the following disciples, all be quiet and stop clamoring. After the ancestor sacrifice ceremony, this seat will personally send someone to thoroughly investigate Han Feng's case and return justice to Han Feng. The disciples quieted down and resumed their seats. Elder Tai Lien's prestige was simply too high. It was because of this iron-faced elder's presence that they dared to insult the Yi family in a loud voice. If it was any other clan, who would dare to mess with the great clan? Die without knowing how. However, the degree of unity of those sects was naturally not as good as the Yin-Yang sect, because the disciples are holding on to their grievances. And then, Elder Tai Lian said to Yi Longquan, his father. First of all, Yi Longquan didn't say the word exit. If he did, the secret realm would naturally teleport him out, which is something that I can't manipulate. Secondly, Han Feng didn't kill Yi Longquan, so it's not a violation. If Han Feng had killed someone, then the old man would have killed him with his own hands and would never show any mercy. The opposite is also true. If your Yi family dares to kill someone, Lao Fu will also kill your Yi family. Han Feng has not violated the law. You immediately stand down, and if you disturb the order of the grand ceremony again, you will be taken down and arrested in the prison first. At those words, Yi Longquan's father's face changed, and he helplessly sat back to his position. No matter how powerful the Yi family was, there was no way to fight against the 12 Peaks headmaster, much less the law enforcement hall master whose status was even higher than the headmaster's. Inside the secret realm, Han Feng finally finished pouring out his words. When he said these words, they seemed calm and indifferent, but they contained endless anger and resentment within them. He's only saying all this to vent his grievances. After Han Feng finished speaking to Yi Longquan, he wouldn't say anything to Yi Longyuan. He had to find the crown, save him, and then pray for the crown to quit afterward. Han Feng would try to find Yi Longyuan and beat him up if he could, and just quit if he couldn't. The premise of everything is to ensure the safety of the king's crown. Han Feng picked up Yi Longquan's storage bag and placed it on his brow, saying, "Release the seal." Yi Longquan whimpered and didn't know what he was saying, but it obviously wouldn't be wishing Han Feng good health. "If you don't cooperate, I'll break your legs and feet again. Step on them little by little and crush them into slags. If you can bear it, then let's try." Yi Longquan's eyes became terrified, and after a moment, he nodded in resignation. Han Feng took the storage bag and recognized it as his own before looking inside. Yi Longquan was quite rich. There were many pills, spiritual treasures and auras, spirit beast fodder in his storage bag, as well as more than 2,000 spirit stones, and more than 20 immortal spirit crystals. Han Feng poured out all of the immortal spirit crystals and gave them to the little fox. "Go ahead and eat all of these. I'll just get a piece for the crown." Maybe he didn't even find one. "Where's the good one? You take it, take it." The little fox happily hugged the immortal spirit crystal and nibbled on it. After the little fox finished eating, Han Feng put it back inside his bag and planned to set off with Yi Longquan. However, just as Han Feng was about to plan to go on to find Wang Coronet, the voice transmission jade slip within his storage pouch suddenly transmitted a realization. He took out the jade slip, and Jiang Chui Ro's voice came from inside. "Han Feng, where are you? Yi Longyuan has captured your friend and is now blocking us on this side of the ancestor statue. You mustn't come over here. Not towards the statue. We'll fight them on our side first. Try to get your friend out first. If you can't, quit on your own first. Remember, don't come over." Han Feng's face was steeply gloomy to the extreme. Afraid of what's coming, Wang Coronet was still caught by them. The good thing is, he's got the other guys hostage, too. Han Feng put away the jade slip, put on his bucket hat and veil, lifted Yi Longquan, and flew up with his sword. "Little fox, this fight, it had to be fought. Wimp out. Rich and famous. Fuck with them. We'll make another fortune. Okay? Fuck them." Han Feng's gaze became extremely determined. He had only one goal in mind, the statue of the ancestor in the far north. His speed was extremely fast, and with a target in mind, he flew over to the ancestor statue after a tea time, and in that place, a battle was breaking out. Han Feng saw the Jiang family's people, who were being surrounded by the Yi family's people, who were in a defensive formation, forming a circle and struggling to fend off the Yi family's attacks. He saw that Jiang Zero was being constantly attacked by Yi Longyuan. He also saw that Wang Coronet was being held by two men, with swords at his neck, lying on the ground dying. He immediately discerned the situation. On Jiang Zero's side, she could still resist, while Wang Coronation had to be treated in a hurry. Han Feng hung Yi Longquan on his flying sword, and after soaring around in the sky, he circled around behind the statue of the ancestor and quietly arrived behind the Yi family disciples, behind the two men who were holding Wang Crown hostage. Han Feng's eyes and hands were quick, and immediately two wind blades were swung out, heading straight for the backs of the two disciples. He avoided the heart vitals and just pierced their stomachs. Those two screamed miserably and collapsed, and Han Feng immediately rushed over and grabbed Wang Coronet with one hand before flying straight up. Han Feng grabbed Wang Coronet with his left hand and Yi Longquan with his right, and with an incredible speed, he rushed toward Yi Longyuan. And at this moment, Yi Longyuan had just cleaved through Jiang Zuero's sword. and then stabbed his sword towards Zhang Zuorou's face. Zhang Ziro tried to turn back to dodge, but behind her were the disciples of their Zhang clan, and she was blocked. With this sword stabbing up, coupled with Yi Longyuan's aura damage, even if he couldn't die, he might injure his brain or disfigure his face. Just in the nick of time, Han Feng arrived. He didn't have a weapon in his hand, but he had Yi Longquan in his hand. He swung up Yi Longquan and then smashed down hard towards Yi Longyuan. When Yi Longyuan heard the bad wind in his ears, he immediately closed his sword to block and slashed, directly chopping off the right leg of Yi Longquan, who had no way to operate his aura. Woohoo! Yi Longquan was tearing his heart out in pain, but he couldn't cry out because his mouth was all full of blood. Han Feng kicked again, sending Yi Longyuan flying and landing himself in front of Zhang Chuirou, setting the two in his hands down. Ginger Crispin was shocked. She didn't know who this powerful person in front of her was and why he wanted to save her. Yi Longyuan stood up and looked at Han Feng and shouted angrily, "Who are you, daring to meddle in our Yi family's business? I think you want to die. You Yi family, you're really used to being overbearing. You're going to kill people if you don't move, aren't you?" Han Feng sneered. Suddenly, a disciple in the distance shouted that I've seen him before. He's that powerful spirit beast peak disciple who robbed us of a lot of immortal spirit crystals. Yeah, that's him. Damn it, how dare you come here. Chapter 48 Blood for Blood. A tooth for a tooth. Those disciples were furious. They were the ones who prayed in front of the statue of their ancestor, and they didn't expect to meet Han Feng here. The group was so angry that hundreds of them wanted to come together to beat up Han Feng. When Han Feng saw a group of people surrounding him, he immediately lifted Yi Longquan and drank, saying, "Come over here if you're not afraid to die. I'll see who wants to end up like this man." The moment these domineering and incomparable words were spoken, they immediately caused the entire room to be shocked. When those people saw Yi Longquan's painfully open mouth, with no tongue left in his mouth, his body covered in scales, with blood still bubbling out from his dantian, his two hands crushed and fractured, and the miserable appearance of a missing leg, they were all shocked. Indeed, a group of them could certainly defeat the robber. After all, two fists can't beat four hands, but that robber was too strong. And if he couldn't beat everyone, couldn't he beat the first few who rushed up to him? Whoever goes first gets a beating. For the sake of a mere one or two immortal spirit crystals, it wasn't a deep grudge. It wasn't worth it to go and fight for your life like this. Who hasn't been robbed of immortal spirit crystals? Who hasn't robbed others? Those disciples sprouted a sense of retreat and backed away. Zhang Ziro looked at Han Feng in a daze. Although the other party was so brutal, she surprisingly didn't hate it. Instead, she felt that the other party was very strong, and the demeanor of drinking back hundreds of disciples with a single word was very domineering. Women are all strong, and Zhang Zuorou is no exception. She also had some admiration for seeing someone her own age being so strong and dominant. They're gone, and the Yi family is furious. The Yi family recognized that what the robber was carrying in his hand was Yi Longquan. Yi Longyuan was furious when he saw his cousin, whom he grew up with, beaten into this miserable state, and pointed at Han Feng, saying, "Kid, who are you? Do you know who you are holding in your hand? That's someone from our Yi family. If you dare to offend the Yi family, you will not be able to move an inch within the sect. You will surely die without a burial place." These words, "This man in my hand," said them too, and sadly, this is what he has become. Han Feng said coldly, "Who the hell are you?" Yi Longyuan's eyes narrowed slightly, always feeling that Han Feng's voice was somewhat familiar. "Oh, haven't you been looking for me? Haven't you always wanted to fight me one-on-one? What? Now that I'm standing in front of you, you don't recognize me?" Han Feng took off his bucket hat and took off his face scarf, revealing his true face. "Han Feng? Han Feng?" Yi Longyuan and Zhang Chuirou shouted out in unison, and the crowd of disciples on the side were all dumbstruck. What's the situation? The powerful robber who robbed hundreds of disciples. The powerful cultivator who kicked Yi Longyuan and drank away hundreds of disciples with a single word. How could it be that trashy handyman Han Feng? Is heaven and earth upside down? Is the Big Dipper upside down? What's going on here? The hundreds of disciples around them, along with the people from the Zhang Yi family, felt like the world had turned upside down. Who would have thought that such a powerful person would be that Han Feng who made everyone look down on him? Zhang Shiro frowned at Han Feng, her cool, pretty face filled with disbelief as she said, "Han Feng, is it really you? What's going on with you? How did you get so strong?" "Elder sister, this matter, I'll explain it to you when I go out. For now, you first help me look at one coronation. Do you have any healing pills on you?" "Yes." Zhang Ziro squatted down and carefully examined Wang Coronation's injuries, and when she saw the dantian that had rotted away, she exclaimed, "Not good. His dantian is completely ruined." Han Feng was struck by lightning and looked toward Wang Coronet. whose eyes were already filled with pain and helplessness, and said with wide eyes, "What does it mean to be completely wasted?" "It means that his dantian is completely wasted. Not injured. It's already useless. His cultivation is completely wasted, and there's basically no hope for a cure. He has no way to practice again in this life." Jiang Zuoro took out a pill and fed it to Wang Coronation. "Sadly, I'm sorry, I can only use elixir to hang his life. He can still move freely in the future. But he is also an invalid who can't cultivate." The invalid who can't cultivate. Han Feng's eyes were filled with tears as he looked toward Wang Coronet. In his mind, he recalled a scene where he had once spent time with Coronet Wang and bragged together. "Han Feng, your father. I'm going to be an absolute powerhouse in the future. I'm going to become an elder. I'm going to cultivate hard and live a long life." "Han Feng, you can't cultivate." "It's fine. I can. When I build my foundation in the future, I'll cover you. No one can bully us anymore. How about we beat up Boss Ma first? Let you do it." "Han Feng, we are almost 18 years old. The last matchmaking conference. No one hit me. Next time we'll definitely be able to. I also have to cultivate hard. Cannot be too bad. Otherwise in the future with the Taoist couple dual cultivation, people can not mind." "Han Feng, go turn the ground. I'm going to cultivate. How can I protect you if I'm not stronger?" "Han Feng, I had a dream last night that I became immortal." Han Feng knew how hard Wang Coronet practiced. Unlike him, a lying invalid, Wang Coronet was very diligent. He also knew how much Wang Coronet longed to become stronger, how much he longed to become a strong man, because both of them were equally powerless, and both of them were equally bullied. Wang Coronet didn't want to be bullied anymore, nor did he want Han Feng to be bullied. But now, it's gone. It's all gone. The dantian is completely rotten. With Jiang Chui Ro's insight, she couldn't even find a way to recover. From then on, the path to immortality was broken. King Coronet, for the rest of his life, is going to be immortal. Han Feng's tears, flowing down, fell onto Wang Coronet's face. He removed the rope that bolted Wang Crown's tongue, and Yilong Yuan was also afraid that Wang Crown would shout out the word quit. Wang Coronet looked at Han Feng and said with difficulty, "Windy, don't cry. Run, run." Fast. Han Feng held his hand and said, "Wang Coronet, in the future, I'll support you for the rest of your life. For now, I'll avenge you first." Han Feng picked up Wang Coronet and handed him over to one of the Jiang family's children, saying, "Brother, take care of him for me first." That disciple nodded and stepped back. Han Feng twisted his head, and at his feet was Yi Longquan. On his face, he was tear-stained, and his eyes were filled with bloodthirsty hatred. "Yi Long Yuan, I arrested Yi Longquan because he helped you kill me in the first place. But Wang Coronet, who has no grudge against you, why are you doing this to him? Why? Why don't you ask yourself? If it weren't for you, would he have ended up like this?" Yi Long Yuan sneered. "Kid, I advise you, hurry up and let my brother go. You can still leave a whole body for you later." "Stop it. What are you doing?" Yi Long Yuan's face changed drastically before he could finish his words. Only Han Feng picked up the royal wind spirit sword and pierced through Yi Longquan's dantian with a single stroke. And then, with a forceful twist, he stirred up Yi Longquan's dantian before fiercely picking it. A fist-sized dantian was then picked up by Han Feng. This dry and ruthless scene shocked everyone present. Han Feng, picking out a big living man's dantian hard? It's atrocious. Chapter 49 Battle of Mortal Enemies, Han Feng vs Yi Long Yuan. Whether it was inside the arena or outside, everyone was dumbstruck when they saw this scene. The vast majority of people in this clan have never killed anyone. Even if someone had killed, it was a dry kill, not as brutal as this. Picking out a person's dantian, alive, especially those chi practicing stage disciples. They had experienced the most intense battles, the battles in the ancestor sacrifice ceremony's secret realm, and that was just defeating or being defeated. There was nothing to talk about deep hatred, and Han Feng's move was undoubtedly a blood feud. Cutting off a person's path to immortality is like killing their parents. Yi Long Yuan abolished Wang Coronet. People and gods were furious and everyone spat on him. But Han Feng's hand did not cause scorn, because when people see this scene, what they feel is not anger, but fear. A big living man just hardened his dantian. It's too bloody and brutal. This scene left an indelible shadow in the hearts of many disciples. Outside the arena, Yi Longquan's father lost his mind and roared in anger, yelling at Han Feng that this was murder. But Yi Longquan didn't die, and Han Feng didn't violate the rules. Han Feng slammed the dantian picked out from his sword onto the face of the dumbfounded Yi Long Yuan, and then, with his eyes red, he said, word for word, "Yi Long Yuan, the road of cultivation is long. The days to come are long. I, Han Feng, and you, will not rest in death." Yi Long Yuan's handsome face was covered in blood from the fall, and at that moment, he also came back to his senses. Watching his close cousin being victimized like this, he hissed in rage, "And Han Feng, you dare to do this to my brother. I want you dead. I want you in pieces." A cruel sardonic smile hung at the corner of Han Feng's mouth as he said, "Yeah, regret? When you did this to Coronet Wang, did you ever think that you would also receive such retribution? You just said that it's all my fault that one Coronet is in that state. Then it's you who caused Yi Longquan to become like this." After saying his words, Han Feng fiercely kicked up Yi Longquan and slammed him hard into Yi Longyuan. Immediately after that, he flew up and chopped his sword towards Yi Longyuan. Yi Longyuan caught Yi Longquan as soon as he saw Han Feng slashing his sword towards him, and fearing that Han Feng would harm Yi Longquan, he immediately turned around and blocked that full-force sword for Yi Longquan with his own back. When only a loud sound came from Yi Longyuan's body as a curtain of light appeared on his body, blocking Han Feng's attack and deflecting the majority of the damage for Yi Longyuan. Yi Longyuan staggered a bit, handed Yi Longquan over to a Yi family disciple and said, "You hold on to Longquan, shout exit, and let the teleportation array take you out with him." "Got it." That disciple hugged Yi Longquan and shouted up to the sky, "I quit." As soon as the words left his mouth, a teleportation light appeared abruptly, taking him and Yi Longquan out together. After they went out, Yi Longquan's father rushed to pick up Yi Longquan. Seeing that his son's tongue was broken, his dantian was gone, and only one of his limbs was left with a leg that was still good, Yi Longquan's father was heartbroken and angrily cursed Han Feng while holding his son and rushing home to heal his wounds. Inside the secret realm, Han Feng and Yi Longyuan had already fought together. When Zhang Ziro saw Han Feng, she didn't have the time to ask Han Feng what was going on with this cultivation realm. It was obvious that Han Feng was already the strongest person on their side, and against Yi Longyuan, who was the strongest person on the opposite side. Then they had to hold back the other disciples of the Yi family so that Han Feng could have a battle with Yi Longyuan to his heart's content. But they were so this side, obviously too few in number, surrounded by people watching. None of them came over to help. No one was willing to offend the Yi family, so Han Feng appeared to be fighting with Yi Longyuan, but in reality, he was under siege. Han Feng originally didn't want to fight. He only wanted to find one coronet and take him out with him. After all, the Yi family had a lot of people, so it would be a disadvantage to fight. At that point he was still sensible and focused on preserving himself. But after seeing Wang Coronet's tragic situation, he was really angry. He couldn't do it without fighting. Even if he was outnumbered by the enemy, he had to fight hard to avenge Wang Coronet's death as well as his own. Han Feng stepped on the flying sword that Zhang Chuiro had given him, and with the Royal Wind Spirit sword in his hand, he launched a fierce attack toward Yi Longyuan. After sparring for dozens of rounds, Han Feng flung his flying sword in his hand and 3 feathery sword-ons killed towards Yi Longyuan. The protective artifacts on Yi Longyuan's body lit up, blocking all of Han Feng's attacks. As for Han Feng's body, he only had a body protector artifact given to him by Jiang Zero that was able to withstand 3 attacks below the foundation establishment level, and it had long since been dry-shattered by Yi Longyuan's 3 strokes. Now, Han Feng had to face Yi Longyuan's attack with his own flesh and blood. Those 3 feathery sword awnings failed to help Yi Longyuan, only weakening the power of his protective artifacts. Yi Longyuan let out a cold laugh before lifting his sword and killing towards Han Feng once again. This time, he exerted all his strength and slashed his sword toward Han Feng, vowing to defeat him in one fell swoop. Han Feng didn't dodge and didn't let go, and similarly raised his wind spirit sword, condensing the wind attribute aura in his body, and chopped out a sword toward Yi Longyuan with an extremely harsh and domineering aura. Dang! The ear-piercing sound waves emanating from the loud noise caused everyone present to cover their ears, while Han Feng and Yi Longyuan also flew out backwards in unison, falling heavily to the ground. After Han Feng fell to the ground, he planted his feet on the ground and skidded backward for 2 meters before coming to a steady stop. Yi Longyuan, on the other hand, fell a dog-eat and smashed heavily to the ground, and the body protector spells on his body flashed a few times before shattering away with a bang. Yi Longyuan climbed up with difficulty, covered in woe. Han Feng sneered, "Yi Longyuan, your protective artifact is gone. Let's see how you can still fight me." However, Yi Longyuan did not panic in the slightest, and with a tap on his storage bag, he took out another body protection artifact from inside and put it on his chest, saying leisurely, "Han Feng, you poor bastard. You wouldn't think that, little master. I only have one protective artifact, would you? Yes, I admit it. You're good, and I can't beat you in a pure power and speed match, but don't forget, I'm a Yi family member, and you're just a poor man, a mudblood, a dirtbag. I have a lot of protective spells and a lot of help. You break one, I can still get a bunch out. You beat back one of me, and I have a bunch of help. That's the difference between a poor man and the son of a great clan. Get it? the one who loses in the end, will still be you. Yi Longyuan waved his big hand and drank. Get on me. Fight together and waste Han Feng. Yes. The dozen or so Yi family disciples were ordered in unison to pick up their weapons and kill together toward Han Feng. Han Feng had no choice but to take care of these Yi clan disciples at the 6th or 7th level of Qi practicing stage first. Chapter 50, Yi Longyuan. Shameless. The disciples outside the field, seeing that scene and hearing what Yi Longyuan said, had their lungs explode. Isn't the ancestor sacrifice ceremony a fair competition? What kind of good man is a group of people fighting one? You still want to perform in front of the ancestor master with this? This isn't a fucking performance. It's bullying. The ancestors won't reward you with goodies. Not strong enough to win by having more magic weapons. Why don't you find a bastard shell to get into? Asterisk 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 s. If you can't beat them, call them, and if you are afraid of being beaten, you can pile them up with spells. So what are you still coming out for? Stay at home and sleep. How good. Before, I said that people Han Feng is not a man if he doesn't fight you one-on-one, but now that he's here, you're going to fight him one-on-one. Facing a love rival, you still don't dare to fight one-on-one. If you really win against Han Feng with your skills, the other Jiang senior sister might even think highly of you? Eggless goods. Try to bully others when you see them weak. Call out when you see them strong. Practice more if you're a vegetable. Don't play if you can't afford to lose. Ye family people will use some despicable and shameless means of stealing chickens and dogs. Assassination and group beating. Really shameless. This is our heavenly pride disciple? This is the heavenly spiritual root disciple? Shame on you. It's embarrassing for me to be in the same sect as him. I declare that I will cut ties with Yi Longyuan from now on. I don't know him. Yi Longyuan. Shameless. There was a lead shout, and the rest all followed. Yi Longyuan. Shameless. Yi Longyuan. Shameless. Soon, deafening cries rang out. For one thing, it was because Yi Longyuan's despicable and capricious behavior had ruffled the feathers. Secondly, it's because it rhymes, it's catchy, and it's shouted in the middle. The palms in the sky above all watched the scene with headaches. He had been the sect leader for more than 100 years and had presided over more than 100 ancestor sacrifice ceremonies. And in the past, there had been hoots and hollers, but they had all been to applaud the disciples for their wonderful performances. How can it be like this one, which has caused public anger 3 times, with hundreds of thousands of people denouncing a person or a family? That's a situation that hasn't come up before. Silence, silence. If you disturb the order again, this seat will turn off the projection and won't let you watch. Facing the group of angry disciples, even the sect leader did not dare to say too many harsh words. The law is not against the will of the people. The crowd of disciples outside denounced Yi Longyuan, and Han Feng inside was also fighting extremely hard. The dozen or so disciples came together to surround him, and Yi Longyuan even gave him a cold shot from a distance from time to time. And soon, injuries appeared on his body. Han Feng secretly gritted his teeth, his anger attacking his heart. It looked like there was no way to deal with Yi Longyuan without taking care of these bedbugs first. Han Feng saw his chance and looked toward a disciple of the Yi clan who had rushed the closest and immediately rushed over, grabbing the other's collar with his left hand as his right hand pierced through the disciple's dantian with a sword. Han Feng picked up that disciple with his sword and angrily shouted, Laozi's opponent is Yi Longyuan. Whoever rushes forward again, Laozi will first waste his cultivation, so that he will be an invalid for the rest of his life. I'll fight for my life. I'll waste all of you. I'll quit after I can't beat you. Let's see who's ruthless. As the disciples of the Yi family looked at the disciple who had been pierced through his dantian, each of their faces changed and their hearts palpitated. Together, they might be able to defeat Han Feng, but Han Feng had clearly gone insane and had laid down his killers without mercy, directly aiming to abolish his cultivation. Whoever went first would have to have their cultivation nullified, and none of them wanted to be nullified. At this moment, a disciple of the Yi family came forward and said, Han Feng, give us back the one you're holding. We won't get involved in the matter between you and Yi Longyuan anymore, now that he's still saved. If you waste him, you'll be forcing us to put our lives on the line together to waste you. It's impossible for you to seek revenge on Yi Longyuan again. You give him to me. We won't fight you. You and Yi Longyuan will settle this on your own. Yi Wen, what are you babbling about? Yi Longyuan's face suddenly changed and he roared loudly. You shut up, you bastard. Isn't it enough that you victimized the Yi family's children? After Yi Wen yelled at Yi Longyuan, he reached out toward Han Feng again and said, Han Feng, give him to me. After Han Feng thought about it, he drew his sword and threw the Yi family disciple over to Yi Wen. However, after catching that disciple, Yi Wen casually threw his hand back and said, quit yourself. And then, surprisingly, he quickly bullied his way forward and stabbed at Han Feng's dantian with a sword at lightning speed. Han Feng was shocked. No matter how fast he was, The other party's sword had already arrived in front of him, and it was too late for him to dodge it completely. He could only try his best to dodge to the right, and managed to dodge a few centimeters away from the other party's sword, which pierced through the left side of his dantian, and the tip of the sword pierced through him from the side of the dantian, without injuring the dantian. The intense pain of that body being pierced through caused Han Feng to stifle a cold snort. Seeing this, Yi Longyuan's eyes lit up and said, Yi Wen, good job. Together, fuck him up. After saying his words, Yi Longyuan led the disciples around him and killed them together toward Han Feng. The disciples in the plaza outside the secret territory were originally holding their breath as they watched the battle on the projection. When they saw that Han Feng was willing to exchange the disciple for the other Yi family members not to make a move, they didn't scold Han Feng for being a wimp, because it was the most correct choice. Han Feng's desire was to fight Yi Longyuan in a dignified manner, and being surrounded by those disciples was too much of a distraction for him, and there was a possibility of losing the fight. Originally, they thought that the deal would go smoothly, but they didn't expect Yuan to go back on his word and take the opportunity to sneak up on Han Feng. At that moment, the anger of the crowd was once again ignited. Yuan, this son of a bitch, even used deception to sneak attack Han Feng. Out and out villain. Shameless man. So many people fighting one. And they even cheat and sneak attack. Are all Yi family members such bastards? What I just said is not wrong at all. All the people in the Yi family are despicable and shameless. None of them are innocent. A nest of snakes and rats. How can there be such a vile and shameless family in the world? Ah, does vileness run in their blood? Really is a family In the future with the Yi family people work together. Have to guard against them. This family is bad. Each 800 hard eyes. Maybe backstabbed. You're still thinking of working with the Yi family? I'll draw a line with the entire Yi family in the future. I don't even dare to eat the pills made by the Yi family. I'm afraid of being poisoned to death. Competing in the same sect. Bullying the few with the many. And cheating and sneaking. Why don't you guys go to hell? Seeing the group's anger, the headmasters simply didn't care. Love it or hate it. The main thing was also that the Yi family was too uncompetitive. An ancestor ceremony, one after another tawdry maneuver, so that their entire family's reputation hit rock bottom, and became a street rat that everyone shouted at. Chapter 51 A hunting moment belonging to Han Feng. On the side of Jiang Chui Ro's father, gritted his teeth and said, I really didn't expect the Yi family that has worked together for so many years is such a nest of snakes and rats. Han Feng, this is bad. He's going to be rounded up. So many people are beating him up. How can he carry it alone? Hurry up and quit. Zhang Huayang shook his head and said, Father, in all fairness, if your best friend had been victimized by an enemy in that way, you wouldn't have quit before you had avenged your best friend's death, would you? Han Feng was now filled with rage. He wouldn't quit, at least not before defeating Yi Longyuan. Alas, it's a good boy. And it's my fault that I didn't discover the talent early enough to give him the resources to treasure it. Right now, his opponent had body protection spells, healing elixirs, attacking spells, and so many helpers. But he has nothing. How could he have more of these things, when even Zoe didn't have much on her? If he had all that, he wouldn't have to face such an unfair fight. Hearing his father's words, Zhang Huayang also sighed. It's my fault too. I actually knew he was gifted for a long time. I was the one who didn't say anything. When you go back, go kneel in the shrine for 3 days by yourself and ask for forgiveness. Me? Han Feng was in intense pain as a dozen or so swords around him stabbed violently towards him. Dao sword-ons, whistling toward him. Han Feng couldn't hesitate in time and immediately drew back, pulling that sword out of his body. And then dodge as fast as you can. But how fast that sword blade was, it still came before his eyes. Suddenly, behind him, the little fox violently leapt out and blocked in front of Han Feng. And the dozen or so sword slashes all slashed at the little fox's body. The little fox screamed miserably, spitting blood from its mouth as it was slammed into Han Feng's arms by the impact of the sword. Han Feng held the little fox in his arms and looked at it while flying quickly to pull away. Seeing the little fox's blood-spitting, injured and weak appearance, Han Feng's heart ached to the extreme. You little guy, you don't have any cultivation. Why do you want to block for me? You'll die, don't you know? Han Feng said with anxiety and heartache. The little fox looked at Han Feng morosely and said, It's okay, you're my best friend, the only human I've ever met, who doesn't harbor ill will towards me, and for your sake, I'm willing to fend off attacks for you. I'm fine, you don't have to worry. When I go back, I can recover by eating 50 spirit stones. Don't worry, from now on, all my spirit stones will be given to you to eat. Han Feng was heartbroken. Okay, it's a deal. No backing out. The little fox whooshed to its feet and jumped onto Han Feng's shoulder. Han Feng looked at its lively appearance, which looked like it was injured. Bah! What an act! The disciples outside the arena, did they show their smiling faces and laughed into a ball, all saying that this little fox of Han Feng's was just too quirky, mischievous and adorable? The little fox stood on Han Feng's shoulder and quickly said, "You listen to me. You need to play to your strengths. There are so many of them that fighting them hard is the stupidest way to go. You are fast. No one can catch up. But the other side of the cultivation level varies. There are fast and slow speed. You just need to pull away. The opposite side of the slow also all pull away. You don't care about the fastest Yi Long Yuan. Use your fastest speed. Catch a single one and directly dry waste it. Then run and fight again. It won't take more than a few rounds. You'll be able to dry waste several of them, and the rest of them will run away in fear." Makes sense. Little fox, you can be wise. Han Feng immediately did as he was told and led a group of Yi clan disciples in circles around the area. As the little fox had said, there were fast and slow speeds of these people, and within a short time, each of them had pulled a distance of several hundred meters from each other. Behind him, Yi Long Yuan, who was the closest, was still shouting insults, but Han Feng turned a deaf ear and circled around, observing the battlefield. Suddenly, his speed erupted abruptly and he immediately pounced towards the center to kill towards a Yi family disciple. Han Feng's speed was ridiculously fast, and he killed in front of that disciple in almost the blink of an eye. That disciple was overjoyed in his heart and immediately shouted, "Han Feng is here, come and beat him up." However, it was at this point that he realized two things. First, the disciples around him were all too far away from him, and the closest ones were several hundred meters away. Second, he was only at the 6th level of the Qi practicing stage. With a thunderous, mountain-shaking crash, Han Feng ruthlessly slammed his head into that disciple's body, causing him to spit out blood, but he didn't fly backwards, because Han Feng caught him. Han Feng grabbed the opponent's neck with his left hand and held the sword in his right hand, stabbing through the opponent's dantian with a single stroke, and then churning the opponent's dantian with a vicious twist. Dry waste 1. The disciple was horrified and immediately shouted, "I quit." In the sky, a teleportation array appeared, coming towards the bottom at great speed. Han Feng immediately dropped his opponent and drew back. He didn't want to be teleported away along with the other party. The teleportation array teleported that disciple away, and the Yi family members outside rushed to catch and rescue him. Han Feng, on the other hand, was observing the battlefield and saw that the disciples around him were surrounding him, but it would take a little while for all of them to arrive, so he still had time to finish off one more enemy. He immediately flew towards the Yi clan disciple on his right, and both he and that person flew towards each other so fast that they collided in the blink of an eye. Han Feng grabbed the other party as he did, and stabbed his sword toward the other party's dantian. However, on the opponent's body, a curtain of light appeared, blocking his sword. "I didn't think so. I have a body protector." With a cold laugh, that disciple raised his sword and slashed toward Han Feng. Han Feng's anger rose from his heart as he first chopped away the opponent's sword, then raised his sword and ruthlessly chopped 3 times on the opponent's body with full force, shattering the opponent's protective artifacts, and without giving the opponent the time to retake the protective artifacts, he stabbed his sword towards the disciple's dantian. The disciple was horrified at the sight, and immediately shouted that "I quit." A curtain of light appeared steeply in the sky, coming downward. However, Han Feng was even faster and pierced through the other party's dantian with a single sword, and before the curtain of light landed on the other party, he twisted it fiercely, inputting a spiritual qi that churned the other party's dantian to pieces. The curtain of light carried that disciple and disappeared along with his miserable screams. This scene frightened the Yi clan disciples who were chasing after them. They knew that Han Feng was ruthless and did not expect that he would use such a way to deal with them. Han Feng looked at those people and sneered, "Still chasing? Ah, I warned you guys, if you don't want to be wasted, get out of the way. But you went back on your word and persisted. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. You guys keep chasing. Whoever chases is ruined. You're all screwed in this life." Chapter 52. Yi Long Yuan in trouble. After saying his words, Han Feng immediately turned around and left, continuing to rely on his speed to kite the enemy. Yi Long Yuan was already going crazy with anger. Originally this time he came to the secret realm. He had made sufficient preparations. He had already inquired long ago, and there were only about 20 people on the Zhang family side, and Han Feng couldn't rely on anyone but the Zhang family. He called out to the Yi family's 24 people. Both of them are large families, extremely populous, countless side branches. The first line of the concubine are many. Every year in the 18-year-olds, you can always find a dozen or 24 of them. In order to be on the safe side, Yi Long Yuan also used his family's relationship. Those who were elders in their families, they all had disciples, calling on the disciples who were of the right age to be able to enter the secret realm, making up more than 50 people. It's a sure thing to beat the Kong family, but he didn't expect that he would keep losing troops non-stop, and the Yi family disciples had already lost 4 of them. Of these 50 or so people, not all of them were from the Yi family. Those other disciples, people could help him fight, but they couldn't possibly help him fight for his life. The only ones who would really come to help Yi Longyuan hunt down Han Feng were from the Yi family's own family. After all, the opportunity to enter the secret realm to obtain the blessings of the ancestors was only once in a lifetime, and anyone would cherish it in case they were able to obtain something good. Anything less would be an increase in cultivation, or an improvement in qualifications. People don't need to go and fight for their lives with that lunatic Han Feng. But then, the only ones who would be damaged would be the Yi family. This time, letting so many people in the Yi family lose their qualifications to pray for blessings. Yi Longyuan had already thought of what kind of chastisement he would suffer when he returned. At least, his third uncle, Yi Longquan's father, would hate him to the bone. If he defeated Han Feng and made Han Feng pay that price as well, avenging his other brothers, he would be able to explain himself a bit better when he went back. But if he was defeated again, he would face even greater punishment when he went back. Of course, Yi Longyuan didn't know at this time. The outside had been furious. Because of him, the Yi family had simply become a street rat, and the elders of the Yi family had already begun to discuss how to punish him. As for his father, because of him, the good oldest son, there was no hope of competing for the heir to the head of the family completely. It's a real puddle. However, as the house was falling apart, just as Yi Longyuan was about to lead his men after Han Feng, a direct disciple of the Yi family said, "Yi Longyuan, we have helped you enough. The family has damaged quite a lot of manpower. The rest is up to you. This is ultimately your matter. It's better for you to deal with it on your own. They're all from the same sect, so let's have a fair duel." After saying his words, he turned around and flew towards the bottom. "Don't go. Come back." Yi Longyuan looked at them and cried out anxiously. There was one and then there was a group. The others followed and left, leaving only one disciple of the concubine side branch, grinning at Yi Longyuan and saying, "Yuchi, it's okay, I'll even help you." He was trying to take advantage of this time to show his loyalty and climb up the relationship with Yi Longyuan. After all, he was only a concubine and the resources he got were not the same as a full-blooded family like Yi Longyuan. "Good brother, though I don't know your name, you'll be my blood brother from now on." Yi Longyuan was touched. That disciple also nodded his head repeatedly. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from his dantian. He looked down incredulously, only to see that a sword blade had emerged from his dantian, which twisted fiercely and churned his dantian to pieces. Behind him, came the ghostly voice. "Like to play the hero? Ha! You should really be glad that killing isn't allowed around here." Han Feng, long ago, had quietly circled around behind him. He flung his sword violently and threw that disciple down, landing heavily on the ground. "Yi Longyuan, you've already turned against your family. Those brothers of yours, they've been wasted. Now, it's your turn." Han Feng snorted coldly, raised his sword, and killed towards Yi Longyuan. Yi Longyuan's face was so ugly that he didn't even look at the blood brother below and directly fought with Han Feng. Those Yi family disciples who had left earlier were secretly glad that they had done the right thing after seeing this scene. That Yi clan disciple who was the first to leave came down and said to the other Yi clan disciples and accomplices, "Okay, all stop." Those disciples who were surrounding the Zheng family members immediately drew back, but did not disperse the encirclement. He said to Ginger Crispin, "Our two families, there's no need to fight anymore. This is ultimately a personal grudge between Yi Longyuan and Han Feng, so let them settle it on their own. It has nothing to do with you anymore. Now, if the Ginger family wants to go and pray or quit and leave, we won't stop them, but you can't go and help Han Feng. Likewise, in exchange, we won't help Yi Longyuan. But if you guys want to keep fighting, we don't mind continuing the fight. And what Han Feng did to our family, we'll do to yours. After all, you don't have the advantage in terms of numbers, and you're all badly injured." Indeed, after the fierce battle just now, the Zheng family members, who did not have an advantage in numbers, were losing the battle, and each of them carried injuries on their bodies, so it was indeed unsuitable for them to fight any longer. Moreover, because Han Feng and Yi Longyuan had started the fight, the cost of the battle had risen to the point where there was no hope for the immortal path with all of their cultivation lost. In the past, the most that could be done was to rob the immortal spirit crystals after defeating them, and no one would put anyone to death, not to waste someone's cultivation. After all, there was no deep hatred. But now, more than one person in a row had already had their dantian wasted. If they really got mad, the Yi family members and the Zheng family members scrapped each other's dantian. Then it would be an undying hatred between the two families. This reasoning was understood by the Zheng family, and the Yi family as well, and all of them knew what the cost of doing so would be. Fighting to the point where no more fighting is the best possible ending. After thinking about it, Ginger Crisp said to the person behind her that take turns going to the prayers while the others keep watch. Don't leave yet after the prayers. Come back and keep watch. Zhang Zero couldn't trust the Yi family and was afraid that the Yi family would sneak in. Yes. The crowd immediately nodded. However, Zhang Shura was also uneasy about Han Feng, who was now fighting Yi Longyuan, who had quite a few pills and protective spells on him, while Han Feng had nothing on him. It's a losing battle to fight like this. After thinking about it, Zhang Zero looked at that direct disciple of the Yi family and said, "Do you dare to make a bet with me? What's the bet? I'll fight you. If I beat you, I'll go help Han Feng. If you beat me, you can go help Yi Longyuan too. How about it?" Hearing this, that Yi family disciple snorted a laugh and said, "Senior sister Jiang, can't you see that we're afraid of Han Feng?" What? Zhang Chuiro's beautiful eyes were surprised. Han Feng's fighting style is too shameless. He's fast and strong. He keeps running and catching us alone. We can't utilize our numbers to our advantage. We'll only be broken by him one by one. Chapter 53, The Pit Buried in the Past. Pit Yi Longyuan. So, even if I defeat you, I won't be able to help Yi Longyuan. So in that case, why would I bother to fight you? That Yi family disciple thought clearly and analyzed the situation. After thinking about it for a moment, Ginger Crisp said, "Then you guys aren't afraid that after Han Feng defeats Yi Longyuan, he'll come back to trouble you all?" Of course I'm not afraid. Han Feng was able to defeat us based on us going after him. If he comes to beat us, a group of us will be passive and defensive, and a wave of us will be able to blast him to death. Han Feng isn't a fool. He won't come to fight all of us Yi family members. The only person he hated was Yi Longyuan alone. So, let the two of them settle their matters. As a disciple of the Yi family, the only thing I can do is just to help Yi Longyuan hold your Zhang family at bay. We don't have any deep hatred between our two families, so there's no need to hurt each other again. Of course, if senior sister Zhang has to make a move, our Yi family doesn't mind destroying the flowers with a hot hand. The other Zhang family members will have to follow your bad luck. Then why don't you use us to threaten Han Feng? Since you guys are so powerful. Ginger Crispin sneered. That Yi family disciple smiled faintly and said, "As I said, there's no need for our two families to hurt each other. And we, the Yi family, are not all despicable people." Using others to threaten fellow disciples was something Yi Longyuan could do. Deceitful sneak attacks were something that Yi Wen could do. But these things, I can't do. What's your name? Yi Wulong. A disciple of Yin Yang Peak. Okay, I'll remember you. Zhang Ziro glanced at him before turning her head to look at Han Feng's part of the battlefield. Now, she could only silently pray that Han Feng would be able to defeat Yi Longyuan. She couldn't lead the Zhang clan disciples to fight hard against the Yi clan anymore. Han Feng was all alone. But she had the clan behind her. Though, she would love to help him. She's tried everything she can think of. If she went up, then the Yi and Zhang families would break out into another war, and they would be at a disadvantage. Still unable to help Han Feng, Yi Wulong's words caused the disciples from the outside world to slightly improve their feelings towards the Yi family. They understood Zhang Chuiro's current predicament and what she was doing, but they also knew that the Yi family's failure to help Yi Longyuan was based on Han Feng being too fast. If they were able to catch up to Han Feng, they would definitely not hesitate to fuck up Han Feng. On the battlefield, the fight between Han Feng and Yi Longyuan had entered a white-hot stage. Even though Yi Longyuan had quite a few protective spells, and even though the Yi family was a large family, Yi Longyuan was just one of the children, and it was impossible for him to have too many resources that didn't match the realm. The two fought very intensely, and Han Feng wasn't stupid, no longer fighting hard with Yi Longyuan, but relying on his speed to flexibly position himself, dodging Yi Longyuan's attacks and also attacking Yi Longyuan while doing so. Basically, if Yi Longyuan could attack Han Feng once, Han Feng could attack Yi Longyuan 3 times. Both of them were at the chi practicing stage, and they couldn't execute too powerful divine techniques, and they fought in a rather primitive manner. Yi Longyuan kept leaving wounds on Han Feng's body, while Han Feng also broke one after another of Yi Longyuan's protective spells. After the two had fought furiously for 3 hours, they were both battered and bruised, and their auras were insufficient. Finally, Han Feng managed to shatter Yi Longyuan's last protective artifact. Both fell from the sky to the ground, both panting and exhausted. Han Feng sneered, "You still continue to take it? How many other protective spells do you have? Run out, right?" Yi Longyuan leaned on the ground with his sword and leisurely said, "Yes, my protective artifacts are, indeed, used up, but if you want to think that I've lost because of that, then you're very wrong. Now, how much aura do you have left to use? How much longer can you carry the injuries on your body?" Han Feng shot back, speaking as if, "How much aura do you still have? So what if your injuries aren't as heavy as mine? I can hit you, you can't hit me, and in the end you're the one who loses." No, 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 no. It's still the same thing. You can't wear me out. Poor man. From his storage bag, Yi Longyuan took out a Dan bottle and explained towards Han Feng with interest. There is a bottle of elixir here called the Restoration Spirit Pill, which has the effect of quickly recovering from injuries in aura. And this bottle of Spirit Restoration Pill was a top-grade Spirit Restoration Pill, refined from a rare 350-year-old 3-needle flower as the main medicine. It was even handmade by top-grade alchemist Zhao Huayun. This 3-needle flower alone cost a full 4,500 spirit stones, and with the other supporting accessories, the herb alone cost more than 5,000 spirit stones. Just this one elixir can restore all my injuries. Do you understand? Poor bastard. After saying his words, Yi Longyuan took out an elixir and put it into his mouth, letting out a loud laugh. Han Feng's face was gloomy to the extreme. The other party had pills that could restore his injuries in aura, while he didn't. And if he fought like this, his advantage would become smaller and smaller. Suddenly, Yi Longyuan, who was laughing, stopped laughing, looked at the bottle of elixir, and wondered, why isn't it working? As he said that, he poured out another capsule in disbelief and ate it, still without any effect. Han Feng suddenly understood, and he remembered something. Last month, he took a 350-year-old 3-needle flower returned from the bestowal of blessings and went to the auction house, where it was finally bought by the Yi family at a high price of 4,500 spirit stones, and then allowed Zhao Huayun from Danxia Peak to refine it. And the elixir that Yi Longyuan was currently holding in his hand happened to be a hole that Han Feng had casually dug last month happened to pit the current Yi Longyuan. The former him fired a shot and the bullet hit the current Yi Longyuan. Han Feng's eyes flamed as he looked at the bottle of pills in Yi Longyuan's hand. It didn't work for the other guy. It worked for him. Han Feng immediately swept out his sword, and the sword blade instantly struck Yi Longyuan's right hand, injuring his right hand and shattering the bottle of pills in his hand. The remaining 5 pills of rejuvenation pills fell to the ground. Yi Longyuan was furious and didn't care about the pills on the ground. They didn't work anyway, so he immediately killed towards Han Feng. As soon as Han Feng pulled out the little fox, he threw it next to those pills and went to stall Yi Longyuan himself. The little fox was first confused for a moment, looking at the pills on the ground and remembering that Han Feng had told it that the things he returned were only for him to use. The clever little fox instantly understood everything and immediately picked up the Spirit Restoration Pill on the ground, leapt up, and came to Han Feng's chest, secretly placing the pill into his arms. This small action, because it was blocked by its own body and because Han Feng and Yi Longyuan were in the middle of a battle, no one noticed. Pretty, my little fox. Han Feng was overjoyed in his heart and immediately maneuvered those pills into his storage bag. Then while fighting, he brightly took out a pill from his storage bag and took it himself. Chapter 54 Yi Longyuan. Defeat. To the outside world, anyone would think that this pill, which Han Feng had taken out of his own storage bag, would not think that it was Yi Longyuan's pill. After Han Feng took the elixir, the majestic medicinal power immediately flooded his entire body along with his aura, restoring his injuries while restoring his aura. The high-grade elixir refined by the top-grade master really isn't a blow. The effect is really good. The injuries on Han Feng's body were healing almost as if they were visible to the naked eye. Feeling the gradually filling aura in his body, Han Feng, who had received the blood and blue recovery buff, was so energized that he fought with Yi Longyuan with more strength, and directly pressed Yi Longyuan to fight. The more Yi Longyuan fought, the more he struggled, and the more Han Feng fought. Finally, Yi Longyuan couldn't take it anymore and put his best foot forward, slashing at Han Feng with his sword and forcing him back. Taking advantage of this time, he immediately took out another elixir from his storage bag and gritted his teeth, saying, Han Feng, do you think that without the Spirit Restoration Pill, I don't have any means? Look closely at what's this in my hand. This is called the Bloodthirsty Pill. It can quickly increase combat power tremendously in a short period of time. It was a high-grade bloodthirsty pill, refined from several hundred-years-old herbs. This is my last resort. This time, it's either you die or I die. After saying his words, Yi Longyuan swallowed the bloodthirsty pill in one gulp. Seeing this, Zhang Chui rode below. Her face changed greatly. She knew too well the efficacy of the bloodthirsty Dan. Right now, although Han Feng was able to barely gain the upper hand, but once Yi Longyuan took the bloodthirsty Dan, his fighting strength and speed would soar in a short period of time, and Han Feng, whose aura had been depleted, was bound to lose quickly. She herself had taken the white ayahuasca flowers that Han Feng had given her and refined a few bloodthirsty pills, but hadn't given them to Han Feng because she hadn't even thought about letting Han Feng fight before. She immediately took out a bloodthirsty pill and tossed it toward Han Feng. Han Feng, catch! However, just as she threw that pill out, it was directly shattered by a sword aura. The one who struck out was Yi Wulong, senior sister Jiang. As I said, it's better not to interfere. But Yi Longyuan has pills and Han Feng doesn't. Ginger Crispy Zoe said angrily. That's none of my business, and I'm not going to go offering any help to Yi Longyuan. Let's be fair, Yi Wulong said leisurely. Damn, Yi family are all despicable people. Ginger Crystal gritted her teeth and cursed angrily. On the other side, Yi Longyuan laughed openly, thinking that he had already won, but laughing, he stopped laughing. Ha, how come it's not working again? These treacherous merchants, these alchemists fooled me with fake stuff. They all deserve to die. Yi Longyuan's face was hard to see. Twice, he swallowed the elixir, expecting to be able to turn the tide of the battle, but both times he lost his big face. Han Feng's face, it got a little odd. It wouldn't be such a coincidence, would it? The bloodthirsty pill that Yi Longyuan ate, could it be one of the 10 that Bai Nua had refined? This thing, I think I have 8 more of these myself, right? This mindless act has pitched Yi Longyuan twice? In the future, this kind of thing should be done less. Always walk by the river. There is no such thing as not wet shoes. One day we'll be caught by others. But once he thought that the other party was Yi Longyuan, Han Feng didn't feel embarrassed. No guilt at all. Instead, I thanked my wise and undiscerning self for last month. Han Feng sneered and took out another elixir bottle from his storage bag, directly pulling the bottle open and pouring a bloodthirsty elixir into his mouth, so that people outside couldn't even see what the elixir was. After putting away the bottle, Han Feng angrily shouted, Yi Longyuan, don't underestimate people. Do you think you're the only one who has pills? I also have them, although I'm not as good as yours, but it's still something I saved up hard for myself to buy. It's better than you, a foppish waste of a man who takes everything from his family. I eat pills, I admit it, unlike you, a despicable villain, eating pills and pretending that they don't work, and scolding others for being alchemists, really putting up the bowl to eat and putting down the bowl to scold your mother. Are all of you Yi family such shameless villains? After some confusion, Han Feng immediately rushed up and launched a fierce attack towards Yi Longyuan. Yi Longyuan was shocked at the sight and immediately crossed his sword to parry. However, how could he, who was overly injured from aura depletion, be a match for Han Feng, who had recovered from his aura injuries and had substantial battle power enhanced by the bloodthirsty pill? What's more, Han Feng already had the upper hand against him. Han Feng's sword directly blasted Yi Longyuan to the ground. Yi Longyuan slammed heavily on the ground, his body broken in bones and tendons, as if he was going to die. Immediately afterward, Han Feng swooped down and raised his sword again. First 3 feathery wind blades slashed down, hitting Yi Longyuan's left and right arms, causing him to be injured even further. Before ruthlessly slashing his sword, Yi Longyuan hurriedly flew up and crossed his sword to parry, and Han Feng's powerful sword slashed heavily on Yi Longyuan's sword. A shocking sound came from the sky, and a large gash appeared in Yi Longyuan's hand before the sword came out of his hand. Yi Longyuan himself, a hideous and gruesome wound appeared on his chest, deep enough to be seen on the bone. He flew backwards and hit the ground hard, smashing a large crater in the ground. Yi Longyuan was spitting blood from his mouth, and his injuries were so severe that he couldn't even stand up. Seeing this, Han Feng immediately flew over, and this time, the tip of his sword faced downward, aiming at Yi Longyuan's dantian. This was the final blow. He wanted to abolish Yi Longyuan in one fell swoop. Han Feng wouldn't be merciful, nor would he make the mistake of the villain dying of too many words. However, Yi Longyuan was sober. He knew that he couldn't beat Han Feng anymore, and with Han Feng's character, he was bound to waste him and torture him in 100 ways. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Yi Longyuan science shouted, "Quit!" In the sky, a curtain of light descended and carried Yi Longyuan upwards. Han Feng's face changed drastically, but it was too late at this point, and his sword only cleaved off Yi Longyuan's left paw. Yi Longyuan left a paw behind and the man still escaped. Ah ha ha ha! Han Feng growled and roared in unwillingness as he ruthlessly slashed his sword on the ground, splitting the foot into crushed mud and leaving a gully on the ground. He was not willing to do it. How could he miss such a good opportunity? He had wasted quite a few Yi family members, but all of them together were not as important as one Yi Longyuan. Yi Wulong, who was in the distance, said immediately after seeing Yi Longyuan leave, "All Yi family members exit. Quit." All the Yi family members shouted in unison as they all left. In the 3 hours just now, the Yi family and the Jiang family had all finished praying. Jiang Ziro immediately flew towards Han Feng and held him up, seeing his scars all over his body as well as his remorseful and unwilling eyes. "It doesn't matter. It's just that we can't kill him even if we waste him anyway. Let's wait for the future. And when we have the chance, we'll kill him with our own hands." Jiang Shiro comforted Han Feng. Han Feng nodded. He understood Jiang Ziro's reasoning. "How are you? Are you badly hurt?" "He's badly hurt, dying of serious injuries." The little fox jumped out and said, very seriously and anxiously, that it takes a dog's kiss to get better. Chapter 55, Prayer, the Hope of the King's Crown, huh? Jiang Ziro was stunned for a moment, her expression a bit dumbfounded. Then her face flushed red and she gave the little fox a hard knock on the head. What are you babbling about, you little one? Her pretty face was flushed. This little guy, he even asked me to kiss Han Feng? How could I possibly get off in front of all these people? No, that's not the point. The point is, how can I kiss Han Feng? It's not like he's mine. Ha? It seems like he's really my dog. That's not right. Since when did I start accepting this? I seem to care about Han Feng. How could I care about him? Well, it must be because I'm the reason he's even like this, that I'm concerned about his well-being, not that I care about him from the bottom of my heart. That must be it. Jiang Ziro explained to herself in this way, while adjusting her mind to stop blushing so much. Han Feng had also regained his composure at this time, having eased up from the unwillingness he had just felt. It doesn't matter. If it can't be abolished, it can't be abolished. If it really has to be abolished, Yi Long Yuan, he won't go out in his life, and it will be difficult to kill him. If he was not abolished, Yi Long Yuan, who had cultivation, would sooner or later have the time to leave the clan, so he could secretly find a chance to kill him. It's an undying hatred. If the previous Han Feng and Yi Long Yuan were love rivals, then after the early experience of Yi Long Yuan sending people to attack and kill and waste one coronet, Han Feng wasting Yi Longquan and other Yi family disciples, the two were mortal enemies. In the future, Han Feng's enemy would no longer be Yi Long Yuan alone, but the entire Yi family. He had wasted so many people in the Yi family this time. For him to live would be a great shame for the Yi family, who would definitely try to kill him by all means, but he didn't regret it, and even felt it wasn't enough. Thank you, senior sister, for your concern. I'm fine. How are you? Are you seriously hurt? Han Feng looked toward Zheng Chuiro and asked with concern. I'm fine. A little internal injury. Take the pills, will soon be fine. It's you. The injury is really too heavy. Take the pills first. Zhang Shiro took out the spirit restoration pill and gave it to Han Feng. After Han Feng took it, he directly swallowed it. He couldn't say that he had picked up Yi Long Yuan's spirit restoration pill. Thanks to senior sister Jiang and the brothers of the Zhang clan this time, I've caused you trouble. One of the Zhang family's children laughed. Hey, it's all going to be family, so what's the point of talking about two families? Han Feng's display of fighting strength and ruthlessness had successfully convinced the Zhang family disciples that such a celestial pride would surely have high achievements in the future. So could he not bow to them properly? Han Feng wasn't the same trash that was disliked by millions before. How's the crown? He recovered a little bit of his injuries. But Dantian is basically hopeless. I'll go check on him. Han Feng flew up with his sword and arrived in front of Wang Coronet. At this moment, Wang Coronation was leaning against the statue of the old ancestor, half sitting down. Coronet. Han Feng squatted down, his eyes full of heartache. Wang Coronet grinned and said, It's okay, Feng Zi. I saw all that fight you just had. Your kid is not an invalid. You're awesome. When I go out in the future, I'll be able to brag to people that I have a heavenly pride brother. Wang Coronation. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for causing you harm. It's all my fault. Don't say that. It's Yi Long Yuan who harmed me, not you. There's a right to be wronged. You've also killed a number of people surnamed Yi. We are not only enough, but also blood money. The Yi family will not think that Yi Long Yuan harmed them, and I will not think that you have harmed me. However, let's talk about it first. I'm now an invalid. I can't cultivate, so I'll count on you to protect me in the future. Windy, you have to live, even if it's for me. Han Feng solemnly nodded his head, and then set up Wang Coronet's arm and helped him up, saying, Brother, you haven't prayed yet, have you? Come on, let's both pray to the old ancestor together, so that the old ancestor will manifest his spirit and help you heal your injuries. Han Feng supported Wang Coronation and knelt in front of the ancestor statue with a thud before taking out 2 immortal spirit crystals from his storage bag. These 2 are all that's left. One was given to me by senior sister Jiang, and one was snatched from the mouth of the little fox. One for each of us. Good. One is enough. This little fox is just greedy. Ha ha ha. Wang Coronet smiled brightly. The duo placed the immortal spirit crystal on the ground and prayed reverently. The two spoke together. Ancestors above, descendants of future generations below, I beg you to help. Show us spirit. Take my brother Wang Coronation's injuries. Think of a way to treat them. The path of cultivating immortality. It's really too important for him. Ancestor statue. The descendants of future generations are here to ask for your blessing on Han Feng, so that he can live a safe and good life. The 2 of them were praying at the same time, but the disciples around them, and those outside the secret realm, heard them clearly. Everyone, without fail, was moved. The ancestor ceremony, a once-in-a-lifetime prayer ceremony, was a rite of passage, a sign that represented a formal entry into the path of cultivation, and a crucial moment to obtain a chance for the first time. This is the most unforgettable moment in everyone's life, and the only chance to gain opportunities without looking at background, family, qualifications, or resources. It was their chance to determine the upper limit of whether or not they were able to build a good foundation when they were in the chi practicing stage. But these two people, coincidentally, chose to use this one opportunity to bless each other. Such a friendship, touching the heavens and the earth. This is brotherhood. This is true friendship. At this moment, the friendship between Han Feng and Wan Coronet touched countless people. The ancestor statue was the same as the one in the outside world, with the same face and 8 beads in his hands. The beads lit up with light and passed down, landing on Han Feng and Wan Coronet's bodies, a scene that most people had experienced and seen many times before. The light of the king's crown disappeared 3 seconds after entering the center of his brow, pretty much the same as most people in multiple situations. Grant you the ancient innate external body refining technique, immortal Vajra skill, no need for a dantian, quenching the physical body, using the physical body to absorb spiritual chi in the meridians, blood and muscle, transforming it into innate internal force, strengthening the tendons and bones, which can develop the physical body to the extreme. Vajra is indestructible. The physical body will not be destroyed, and it will not be killed or extinguished. Wang Coronet opened his eyes, and although his body wasn't half as injured as it should have been, his eyes were shocked and slightly elated. He recalled a legend that before the immortal Tao ancestor created the path of immortal cultivation, this universe was a world of martial arts, and by practicing martial arts to its peak, one could become a saint in the flesh. Could it be that this ancient body refining technique was the one that the immortal Tao ancestor had purposely chosen to pass on to him from that period of time? He twisted his head to look at Han Feng, wanting to share his joy with him, but he realized that the beam of light that had been transmitted to Han Feng had not disappeared. On the contrary, Han Feng closed his eyes as if he was oblivious to it, and his body gradually soothed and flew along with the light. This scene stunned everyone, and for the first time, they knew that the ancestral radiance could even hold someone up and fly. Chapter 56, Supreme Technique, Sundowner Technique. Han Feng's body gradually flew up. He could not perceive any sounds or scenes from the outside world, as if he was in a heaven and earth where he was the only one. An authoritative yet gentle voice came. Observing that your innate wind spirit root is suitable for wind attribute aptitude techniques, I grant you the aptitude of the technique, the first chapter of the Sundown character technique. A perfect yet ponderous gong method instantly filled Han Feng's mind. Is this a prayer? Rumor has it that praying can obtain magical powers and techniques, or increase one's cultivation, or something like that, but it turns out to be true. But this Sundown skill, is it a divine ability or a feat? The Gongfu is the cultivation method, and the aptitude is the skill, or defense or attack or assistance or whatever. It is not the same thing. A old ancestor. Of course, Han Feng wouldn't question the old ancestor with his own meager insights. However, the voice wasn't finished, and went on to say, observing that you possess this ancestor's bloodline and are a descendant of this ancestor's direct bloodline, I hereby awaken your bloodline and grant you an innate wind body. Child, cultivate well, and cultivate the way of the wind, to the extreme. The ancestor was succinct, and added a final admonition. Immediately afterward, Han Feng felt intense pain all over his body, and every inch of his flesh and blood and skin was strongly crying out the word pain, as if he was being cut by 1,000 knives. Is this the awakening bloodline? But why would the old ancestor say that I have his bloodline? Shinzu, blessed sinister ancestor, are you there? Disciple has something he doesn't understand. At this time, Han Feng was still unable to maneuver his body, and with puzzlement in his heart, he could only turn to that Xin ancestor who had blessed him. Finally, the familiar voice, the one that sounded like a 15 or 16-year-old girl, came to his mind. I'm in. Xin Zhu's voice was still as good as ever, but her tone was still cold. Did you see all this just now? Can you hear what the old ancestor said to me? What are you wondering about? 2 things. What's that Sundance trick? It doesn't sound overbearing at all, does it? The simpler the name, the more it contains, the more powerful it is. You may not know that Immortal Han is using the art of Bagua to understand the supreme law of the universe. The 8 trigrams of the 8 trigrams, representing the 8 cosmic supreme foundation origins, are the most powerful feats, and all feats and magical powers are based on the kind of attributes of the 8 trigrams to extend the derivation of the 8 trigrams. As for the Sundance technique, it is one of the supreme rules of the universe, and after you cultivate the Sundance technique, you will have the basic aptitude attached to the Sundance technique, which can be cultivated for advancement. But what you got was only the first chapter, the chapter below the Immortal Way. So perhaps Immortal Han thinks that you're not qualified to obtain the complete Sundowner's secret yet. Then if I give this Sundance technique to my Taoist and get a tenfold return, will the return be the complete Sundance technique? Han Feng immediately caught the loophole. That Shinzu's voice was silent for a moment before it finally came out. Theoretically, it's useless for you to ask for the complete Sundance technique now, but I made the rules, and I have to abide by them. So if you give it to your Dao couple, I will return the complete version of the Sundance technique for you. Thanks a lot. Han Feng forced himself to endure the excruciating pain in his body and then asked. Second question. What happened when my ancestor said I had his bloodline? Because you're the descendant of immortal Emperor Han. What's so strange about his last name being Han and yours too? But why am I still a farmer's boy when I have such powerful ancestors? Do you know that immortal Han was born hundreds of millions of years ago? Hundreds of millions of years. His descendants have given birth to offspring, and his descendants are endlessly scarce, and his descendants have long since spread throughout the 9 realms, and any descendant of the Han clan could be a descendant of immortal Emperor Han. The difference lies in whether or not one is able to awaken the Han Shinzuan bloodline. So I'm awakened now, right? After all, it was the old ancestor's blessing himself that awakened me. Yes, after awakening the Han immortal dignity bloodline, the benefits are that battle power soars, the bloodline is the most noble, suppression of all races and demonic beast bloodlines, faster cultivation speed, qualifications become better, etc. The benefits are endless. The bad thing is, if others know that you have awakened the Han immortal exalted bloodline, there will be countless great powers that will eat you alive and snatch your flesh and blood. After all, your bloodline, to them, is far superior to all elixirs. So I'm still in danger? Then never let anyone know about this matter of my bloodline. Right, Ancestor XIN. So now that I've awakened my bloodline, will I be able to cultivate on my own? You can't. You've only acquired an innate wind body and awakened your ancestor bloodline. It doesn't mean you can cultivate anymore. You're still unable to cultivate and raise your realm on your own. Waste. Those last 2 words could have been left out. Han Feng thought about it, and the odds were that he would, in the future, still proceed to lie flat. After all, if you can't practice, what else can you do if you don't lie flat? Then it's just a matter of raising flowers and plants, sunbathing, and keeping an eye on Yi Long Yuan. It's so nice to be able to lay flat again. As Han Feng thought about it, he suddenly thought of something, and immediately his eyes lit up and his heart pounded as he asked, Ancestor XIN, when I asked you earlier why you wanted to help me, you said that I have the appearance of a deceased person and the bloodline of a deceased person. Now, I've awakened the Han Shinzuan bloodline. So, is that deceased person of yours, Immortal Han? Han Feng's heart was beating rapidly. If this Xin Zhu really knew Immortal Emperor Han, then it meant that she and Immortal Emperor Han were from the same period of time, being able to live for more than 100 million years. A proper big shot. But on Shinzu's side, there was silence for a long time, and just when Han Feng thought that the other party had gone offline, Shinzu said, Now you don't need to know so much. Our level of things is not yet the present you are qualified to know. Will only bring you disaster. The enemy is everywhere and we must be careful. Remember, don't mention your bloodline to anyone. Don't mention me to anyone. If the little foxes know it, forget it, but don't let anyone else know it, or don't blame anyone if you die, and be kind to the little foxes. The voice disappeared without a trace after Xin Zhu finished speaking. Now Han Feng knew that the other party had completely gone offline. Han Feng stopped talking and silently accepted the bloodline awakening and body changes. The outside world, on the other hand, has long since exploded. Holy shit, I've been watching this for half a day. How long do I have to wait? What's going on? Everyone else's blessing is done in 3 seconds. Han Feng here has been 3 hours. It shouldn't be. Isn't there something wrong with the bestowal of blessings? Didn't the one who had the most time in the past only have 1 incense stick of time? Then that person became a supreme heavenly pride. Could it be that Han Feng received a better bestowal than any of us? On what grounds? He only sacrificed 1 immortal spirit crystal. Is there a possibility that Han Feng is performing too well? 1 person beat a group of people and won a devastating victory. There's also the fact that his friendship with Wang Coronet touched Immortal Emperor Han as well. Chapter 57, the end of the secret world trip. The disciples outside speculated about what exactly Han Feng was able to be blessed for such a long period of time. There were those who said anything. Some said that it was because Han Feng had not lost a single battle against the crowd of rats alone, making the immortal Dao ancestors favor him. Some say his affection for Wang Coronet touched the Grandmaster. Others say that both he and the Grandmaster had the surname Han, so the Grandmaster took extra care of him. This last speculation everyone scoffed. After all, the surname Han more to go, and is not a rare surname. The Yin-Yang sect to grab a large number. How did not see before the surname Han was extra care? Unbeknownst to me, this most outrageous answer is the closest to the correct one. Regardless of the speculations, people had concluded that Han Feng had gotten a great chance. People were looking forward to the fact that Han Feng would be able to tell everyone that he got them when he was done. Finally, after another hour's time, the tingling sensation on Han Feng's body only gradually disappeared, replaced by extreme comfort. It wasn't much more comfortable, it was just an ordinary state. But for Han Feng, who had suffered the ravages of 4 hours, this ordinary state was already the ultimate enjoyment. He felt that his body was much lighter than before, and he was more attuned to the wind element in the heavens and earth, and he was able to feel even the faint wind generated by his breath when someone around him spoke, and he was able to manipulate some of the power of the wind now. Is this the innate wind body? Awesome! Han Feng woke up, and the curtain of light, too, disappeared as his figure free fell toward the bottom. When he was about to touch the ground, Han Feng landed firmly on the ground. Han Feng, you finally finished. All of us were worried about you, Ginger Christ said with a frown. The Jiang family disciple on the side immediately said, Ugh, words can't talk nonsense. We're not worried. You're the only one who's worried. Ha 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 ha. The crowd laughed out loud, and once again, Ginger Zizu blushed. Wang Coronet was helped and came to Han Feng and said, Ugh, Windy, what did you get? I'm telling you, this time. Shut up and talk about it when you get out. Han Feng drank. Wang Coronet immediately understood and nodded. There are a lot of people here, and Han Feng doesn't want to say too much. By the way, where's Zhang Xiu? Han Feng suddenly asked. After coming in, Wang Coronation should have been with Zhang Xiu the whole time, and now that he only saw Wang Coronation and not Zhang Xiu, Han Feng remembered. Wang Coronet shook his head and frowned. I don't know. She and I had been searching for immortal spirit crystals before, and when Yi Long Yuan showed up with his men, he just grabbed me. Zhang Xiu and I don't have a voice transmission jade slip either, so I guess she's still looking for me right now. Say what you want. Just then, an imperial sword figure flew in from the distance, shouting out Wang Coronation. The crowd turned their heads to look, only to see an anxious-looking Zhang Xiu, who was slowly flying this way with his sword. Zhang Xiu was only at the 5th level of Qi practicing stage and flew very slowly. I'm here. Wang Coronation waved his hand toward Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu finally flew over, and looking at Wang Coronation's bruised appearance, she immediately wet her eyes and cried, saying, How did you become so miserable? Did those sons of bitches from the Yi family hurt you? How come the Dantian is all rotten? Go, let's hurry out and heal. Wang Coronet smiled bitterly and said, This, basically has no hope to recover. Sorry, Zhang Xiu, previously told you, cultivate together with the white head to grow old, cannot be honored. I'm sorry, what are you talking about? A day's husband and wife. Although we've only known each other for less than a month, we're still a Dao couple certified by the sect. Even if you're wasted, there's still me. I can take care of you. We're not afraid. I'll protect you. I'll feed you. Zhang Xiu. Wang Coronet was moved. The people next to the envy of the people. Husband and wife is the same forest bird. The great difficulties fly separately, but the affliction to see true love. The two of them are only 18 years old. No time is not long, but has such a deep affection. In the lifelong cultivation of the hopeless, Zhang Xiu is still on the Taoist couples do not leave each other, is really envious of the people. Coronet Wang, I failed to protect you. After you were taken, I've been looking for you everywhere. And on the southern mountain range, I met a senior sister who said that Yi Long Yuan was fighting with Han Feng on this side of the ancestor statue. So I rushed over. I flew too slowly and it took me a few hours to get here, but I'm still too late. Looking at the whimpering and crying Zhang Xiu, Wang Coronation reached out his hand to wipe her tears and laughed, saying, It's fine. Han Feng has already avenged me. He's dry-wasted several Yi family members. Say no more. Go and pray. And when you're done, let's go out. No matter how good this place is, it's not as good as our own home. Okay, wait for me. Zhang Xiu nodded and took out the 2 immortal spirit crystals he had found. Kneeling down to make an offering, a stream of light appeared and entered Zhang Xiu's brow, disappearing after 3 seconds. That fast? Han Feng was surprised. Wang Coronet rolled his eyes and said, Big brother, you're the only one who can bestow blessings for 4 hours throughout the ages, alright. Okay, let's get out. Han Feng personally carried Wang Coronet. Everyone in the Jiang clan and the 3 Han Fengs shouted together to exit, and the teleportation light screen brought them all out. There was a trance in front of them, and the scene shifted as Han Feng saw the hundreds of thousands of disciples and elders watching the battle outside, as well as the sect leader and peak leaders looking at them in midair. Han Feng! Han Feng! Han Feng! The disciples below shouted and cheered in unison, cheering for Han Feng. For one thing, Han Feng's performance was just too heaven-defying, whether it was a battle or a blessing, and for another, It was because Han Feng was an ordinary disciple without a background, and was more able to resonate with ordinary disciples. The current Han Feng was simply a benchmark for ordinary disciples to rebel against the oppression of the great clans. Han Feng was shocked when he saw the scene and didn't understand why all these people were chanting his name. The sect leader walked out, first stopping the cheers of the disciples, and then, with a kind smile on his face, he said to Han Feng, there's no need to be surprised, because the things you did and said in the secret realm impressed the disciples, and now, you're a well-known existence in our sect. What? I can hear what I'm saying inside. Outside? Han Feng was shocked. He had always thought that the people outside couldn't hear the people inside. That's why he was recklessly talking to the little fox about his little secret of the wind attribute heavenly spirit root. Of course I can. Don't you know? The headmaster was surprised. I don't know. Your old man didn't say. The disciples below laughed. Han Feng hurriedly thought about what he had said in the secret realm. Fortunately there were no embarrassing middle-aged words. Otherwise he would have had to die socially to the point of not being able to see anyone. Shame on you. Chapter 58 Bullying Beauty. See you palm seat. The headmaster waved his hand and said, alright, all of you, don't fly around in the sky. All of you follow the old man to the great hall. The sect leader led all the palm seats and flew towards the Yin Yang sect's main hall behind the statue. Han Feng didn't dare to disobey the order of the sect leader. He carried one coronation on his back and flew towards the main hall with Zhang Xiu and Zhang Crispy Row. The Zhang family disciples went to seek out the area where their family was located. The great hall of the Yin Yang sect, a place for discussing important matters and receiving foreign guests, was built extremely wide and ornate, and Han Feng felt that it was larger than even the palace's great hall, even though he had never seen a palace. After arriving inside the main hall, the palms sat down, and the headmaster waved his hand and said, bring a chair for disciple 1 coronation. The attendant outside the door immediately carried chairs over, and Han Feng made Wang Coronet sit on them, while immediately asking, sect leader, can you help to see if there's any hope of recovering from 1 coronation's injuries? The headmaster shook his head and said, if there's still salvation, why did you, Han Feng, go ahead and waste the other disciples' dantians? The implication was that wasn't Han Feng looking at the fact that he couldn't recover from the wasted dantian before laying his hands on those disciples? Han Feng understood the other party's meaning that 1 coronation's body was truly hopeless. Maybe there really was that kind of elixir in the world that could unconditionally restore all injuries, but it wasn't something he, Han Feng, could get his hands on, not even the entire Yin Yang sect. Elder Tai Lian, the head of the law enforcement hall on the side, said with a cold face, after this time, the ancestor sacrifice ceremony is going to have to add another rule. Not only can we not kill people, we can't invalidate them either. No one had ever struck so hard before, and there was no such rule. And this time Yi Longyuan and Han Feng had started off on a bad foot, and according to the rules, they hadn't violated them, so they weren't to be punished. But in the future, we can't do this anymore. If everyone is like the 2 of them, how many good seedlings will we have to scrap every year? The heads of the palms nodded, indicating that this resolution could be passed. Then, Elder Tai Lian looked at Han Feng again and said, as for you, Han Feng, this seat has 2 things to say to you. First, in the case of the Yi family's assassination of you, our law enforcement hall will investigate thoroughly to the end and return justice to you. And in the future, if someone goes to assassinate you again, you can call on the law enforcement hall for help. If you are able to defeat it alone, remember not to kill the assassin. Send it to the law enforcement hall. The old man will personally search his soul, and also come up with evidence to punish the Yi family, and will never tolerate the traitors. Han Feng's heart warmed as he clasped his palms and said, the name of Elder Tai Lian's iron face and selflessness is something that the disciple has heard about long ago, and I extremely respect it, and I also believe that the elder will give the disciple justice. Well, the second thing, this seat observes that you are ruthless and extremely sentimental, with righteousness in your heart, and your qualifications are also good. This seat is willing to accept you as a disciple, accept you into the law enforcement hall, and become a disciple of the law enforcement hall, to handle cases impartially and enforce the law. Before Elder Tai Lian could finish his sentence, a loud bang came from the side. The crowd twisted their heads to look, only to see Siyu, the head of the Sunset Peak, and the armrest on the right-hand side of his chair had shattered. Siyu Palmseat's eyes were icy cold as he stretched out his hand and threw the broken wood shavings in his hand to the ground, slowly saying, the chairs in this lobby are so unsturdy, it's time for new ones. The lobby was silent, looking at the domineering Siyu. Surprisingly none of the palm seats stood out to make a statement. The headmaster smiled awkwardly and said, Elder Taiya, Han Feng is after all a disciple of Sunset Cloud Peak. If you want to poach someone here, you also have to ask someone else first. See you palm leader, don't you? Elder Tai Lian stood up and angrily rebuked. Why should I ask her? Every disciple has the right to choose his own master, and the master has the right to choose his disciple. And the master-disciple relationship is only established when both parties nod their heads. Could it be that all the disciples from all the peaks have to worship the headmaster as their master? Then would my law enforcement hall still be recruiting disciples? Only then did Han Feng realize that it was his peak's headmaster who was angry when he saw that Elder Tai Lian wanted to take him as his disciple. It was no wonder that the qualifications and battle power he had shown were really good, and it was only right that the bigwigs would want to take on disciples. Just by the looks of it, this palmistress, she doesn't seem to have a good temper, does she? The headmaster waved his hand and said, "Sit down first. In the entire clan, you two are the ones with the hottest tempers. Of course, you're both qualified to take on disciples. So are the other palm masters. This seat is now asking, who is willing to take Han Feng as a disciple?" The palm seaters looked at me and I looked at you, and were about to raise their hands when palm seat Siyu suddenly let out a sound from his nose. This voice with a threatening intent scared the other palm seat holders, who didn't dare to raise their hands. Han Feng was shocked. Was his own headmaster so domineering? Is this young, pretty, well-built older sister so powerful? A cold snort that scared the entire sex headmaster so much that he didn't dare to open his mouth? It's a proper thigh. If you don't hug now, when will you? Elder Tai Lian frowned. Siyu, what do you mean? If you don't take it, you don't allow others to take it? Under the veil of Siyu's palm seat, her vermilion lips slightly opened, and she coldly said, "Did I say I wouldn't take it? And I didn't say you're not allowed to grab it. Who dares to rob you when you look like this? Blame me? You? It's hard for a woman to conspire." Click. The armrest on the left-hand side of Siyu's palm seat also shattered. She stood up and said, slowly, "To accept or not to accept, it's up to me. I have very strict requirements for accepting disciples, and those with poor qualifications definitely won't work." This Han Feng himself said that he is a wind attribute heavenly spirit root. How can the seat jump to conclusions when it hasn't been personally tested? After saying his words, Palmistress Siyu waved his hand toward Han Feng in a domineering manner. Han Feng hurriedly ran his ass over. "This bitch has a bad temper. Don't mess with her. Stand up straight and don't move." Siyu palm seat first stretched out that white jade-like flawless jade hand and placed it on the back of Han Feng's neck and touched it, and then placed it on Han Feng's dantian, inputting aura and releasing his divine sense to probe. A moment later, Palmistress Siyu said, "It is indeed a wind attribute heavenly spirit root, and the strength of the physical body is very high. The chi and blood are strong, and there are some active special spirit movements on the bloodline. I don't know what kind of bloodline it is yet, but it should be good. Well, still a virgin." Han Feng's head was filled with black lines. Did this last sentence have to be said? Palmistress Siyu looked toward Han Feng and leisurely said, "Previously, when my disciple Jiang Zuoro chose you, I was a bit puzzled, but I was too lazy to care. But now it seems that you can indeed be worthy of her. She has a good eye." Jiang Ziro's pretty face was slightly red. She had a F***king vision. She chose Han Feng purely because she had no choice at the time. It was down to a dog and a Han Feng. She couldn't pick a dog. But now it seems as if it's a real treasure to pick up. This Han Feng, the performance is really okay. Strange, he is as well qualified as Yi Long Yuan. Both can give me pressure. Why don't I hate him? Chapter 59, The Enlightened Jiang King Taro the Master asked. Then since Han Feng has good qualifications, would you be willing to accept him as a disciple? Palmistress Siyu looked toward Han Feng and said coldly, "Han Feng, would you like to worship the seed as your teacher?" However, without waiting for Han Feng to reply, Elder Tai Lian said, "Han Feng, this seed is also willing to take you on as a disciple. Think about it, in our law enforcement hall, there are many opportunities to make merit. You can also go out on missions in exchange for contributions, and within the sect, contribution merits can be exchanged for resources. If you follow old man, you'll get more than slave master Siyu." Upon hearing this, Han Feng looked toward Palmistress Siyu. "They've made an offer. Don't you want to tell me what you have to offer, so I can choose?" This feeling of being able to choose is so good. Unlike last month's matchmaking conference, where that elder only repeatedly asked Zhang Cui-ro if he was willing to do it, but didn't give him a second chance to say if he was willing to do it. Siyu gave Han Feng a cold look and said, "What are you looking at me for? Waiting for me to raise your price? There's basically nothing else going on at my place, other than the occasional instruction in cultivation. With your and Roar's qualifications, I think it won't be long before you can break through to foundation establishment, and at that time, you two heavenly spirit root disciples can become this seat's personal disciples. Other than the occasional instruction, the vast majority of you practice on your own with little to do." Nothing to do? This one's good. You can lie flat. As for those resources and whatnot that Tai Lian said, it was useless for him to ask for them, and he couldn't cultivate himself. Whether or not he could promote himself all depended on Jiang Zuru, and the other Jiang Zuru's back was against the Jiang family, so he wasn't too bad with that little bit of resources. Han Feng's eyes brightened up, and he increasingly felt that Siyu Palmistress was easy on the eyes. However, it was not good to offend people by rejecting Elder Tai Lian directly, and it was still necessary to give them a step down. So, Han Feng asked, Elder Tai Lian, I would like to ask, after joining the law enforcement hall, do I have to work every day? That's natural. Each and every one of our law enforcement hall disciples has to go out on inspections frequently to stop fights and other lawless incidents. This is a duty incumbent on every law enforcement hall disciple. Han Feng nodded and clasped his palms. Then, thank you Elder Tai for your favor. It's just that I'm used to being lazy. I only like the lazy days of planting medicinal herbs and sunbathing. If I have to do work every day, I'm afraid that it's hard to bear, and I'm a disciple with a low level of skill, so I really can't do anything about it. As a disciple of Sunset Cloud Peak, I still have a deep affection for my own headmaster, and as my disciple's Taoist is also the disciple of Headmaster Siyu, I would like to accompany my Taoist and pay homage to the master together. I hope Elder Tai forgives me. Han Feng spoke sincerely, and the crowd understood, nodding their heads. However, there are always surprises. Only to see the little fox on his shoulder in Han Feng's arms suddenly tilted his little face up and said seriously, he's talking nonsense. He just chose the other sister Siyu because she's good looking. The crowd was dumbfounded and looked at Han Feng in shock. Even Zhang Cui-ro, who was on the side, narrowed her eyes toward Han Feng, a dangerous light appearing in her eyes. Exasperated, Han Feng took the little fox and shoved it into his bag, gritting his teeth and saying, you're everywhere, so shut up and don't start rumors. Little crispy sister, he bullied me, Han Feng bullied me. The little fox cried out for help. As soon as she yanked the bag over, Zhang Jairu took the little fox out and cradled it in her arms and glared at Han Feng. You're not allowed to bully it. Elder Tai Lian, in a rare moment of dumbfounded laughter, said, yes, this seat does say that there's no way to attract young disciples without the beauty that other people Siyu Palmistresses are born with. You old thing, you're still the head of the law enforcement hall. Any more rumors and this seat will tear your mouth apart. Siyu gave him a cold look before saying to Han Feng, well, since you chose me to be your master, there is nothing more to do. When you go back, first go through the formalities to become an outer disciple. Choose a place to live, and after settling down, you can go to the top of Sunset Cloud Peak to look for me, and I will send you a gift for your meeting, so you can cultivate at ease in the future. Thank you, Master. Han Feng clasped his palm and bowed. After saying her words, see you left alone, said the Master. Alright, you guys go back too. The ancestor sacrifice ceremony will be over in one more day, and we, the old guys, have to continue to keep an eye on things. Sect leader, all the headmasters, Elder Tai, disciples and the others take their leave. After leaving the main hall, they met the Jiang family in front of the hall. Unfortunately, Han Feng only knew Jiang Huayan. Father, mother, you're here. Ginger Crystal opened her mouth to say hello. It was only then that Han Feng took a good look at them. Is this the old husband and mother-in-law? Then the remaining one, who looks like a slut and not like a good person, should be the sister-in-law, right? Ginger Crisp introduces Han Feng, this is my father. Jiang Qingtaru, this is my mother. Li Qin, this is my brother, who you also know. And this one who doesn't look like a good person is my sister. Jiang Yinin, you dead ninny. Just your sister I don't look like a good person right? Jiang Yinin walked over and tried to pinch Jiang Cui-ro's cheeks, but Jiang Cui-ro opened her hand, but with a smile on her face. It seems that the two sisters are still in good terms. Han Feng pays his respects to uncle and aunt, and to senior brothers and sisters. Han Feng was still carrying one coronet on his back, so he just clasped his palms in greeting. After all, they were only Dao couples, not yet married, and there was hardly any such thing as marriage in the cultivation world, without too many rules of the mundane world. Jiang Qingtaro walked up and said to Han Feng with a smile, Han Feng this time your performance is really good. Let our Jiang family, to you impressed I did not expect. We are on the peak of this sunset. There is still such a heavenly pride as you. Can see you? My heart is very pleased. Han Feng clasped his hands and said, thank you uncle for the compliment. This time, thanks to the brothers and sisters of the Jiang family, I managed to survive. No, it's not that the Jiang family has helped you, it's that you've helped the Jiang family. Jiang Qingtaro shook his head. Back then, at the matchmaking conference, if it wasn't for you, Roar would still have gone to choose someone else. Yi Longyuan would have made his move as usual, and in the secret realm, the Jiang family would still be at war with the Yi family. Because Zoe is the cause of this matter, and you, the fruit of this matter. There is a cause and there is a result. No matter who this fruit is, this matter will definitely happen. And anyone else, faced with such an offense from the Yi family, would not be able to resist it, because of you and only you. You managed to solve the Yi family's troubles and preserve the Jiang family's disciples. Of course, although this matter, all because of Zoe's choice of you, but I will not go to blame my daughter, because my daughter, have the right to choose their own partner. She does not like Yi Long Yuan, who cannot be coerced. She wasn't wrong for rejecting someone she didn't like. If you want to blame that Yi Long Yuan is small-minded, sinister, vicious, ruthless, and has no sense of shame. If I am to be blamed, I am also to be blamed for not discovering Yi Long Yuan's plot as early as possible, and I am to be blamed for paying too little attention to you in the past. But if I was able to see you in person once, I would also have been able to discover your talent long ago, so that I could make a strategy accordingly. Chapter 60 Ancient Body Refining Technique. Seeing that Jiang Ziru's father was so open-minded and didn't put the fault on himself or Jiang Ziru, Han Feng felt surprised. He felt that this old husband, sensible and protective, was able to distinguish between right and wrong, and favored his daughter. Jiang Qingtaro continued. Last month, I'd been busy outside, dealing with clan affairs, and I didn't come back until the day before the ancestor sacrifice ceremony, and only then did I find out about Zoe's and your affair. I was thinking that the ancestor ceremony is coming up, so I'll see you again when you're done. Now that I think about it, if I had met you before the grand ceremony and was able to discover your natural qualifications and give you enough spiritual treasures and elixirs according to your fighting strength, you wouldn't have had such a hard time against Yi Long Yuan. He had pills, protective spirit weapons, and a large group of helpers. The Jiang family has only held back a portion of the enemy, and there are still many disciples left that you need to face on your own. In this matter, it's all my fault for not preparing you guys, for belittling this ancestor sacrifice ceremony, and for underestimating the Yi family's ruthlessness and brazenness. Uncle, don't say that. These things are all unforeseen. After all, no one could have imagined that the Yi family would be so ruthless. From the beginning, I didn't want to fight with the Yi family. I only thought of coming out after the ancestor sacrifice. It's not just us. Anyone else wouldn't have expected the Yi family to do something like this. Han Feng explained. Jiang Qingtaro nodded and said, you can think so. I'm very happy. I'm worried that you have a lump in your heart. The words do not speak clearly. Let's talk about it. Everything is good. As you are Zwir's Dao couple, I should have met you in person to see how your qualifications and character are. But your performance in the secret realm makes me think that there is no longer a need for me to come and test you in person. You're good. Very good. This time, because of Zoe, I've caused you trouble, and you've helped the Jiang family, which owes you a big favor. In the future, if there's anything, come back home and just greet us. Just don't treat us as outsiders. On the side, Jiang Chuiro's mother gave him a blank look and said, look at what you're saying. Can't you come back home if there's nothing wrong? Han Feng is always welcome in the Jiang family. Han Feng grinned, his heart warming as he said, thanks, auntie and uncle. Jiang Qingtaro looked toward one coronet on Han Feng's back, sighed, and said, this child is also a good child, but it's a pity that he's been harmed like this. After I go back, I'll prepare a slight gift and send it to this little Taoist friend to apologize. Wang Coronet laughed. It's fine. It's all small. Uncle, don't worry. Ginger Crisp said. Father and mother, we'll go back first if there's nothing else. There's still quite a few things to take care of right now, and Han Feng still has to go pay respects to his master. Okay, you guys go on back and get some rest when you get back. Aha! A group of 4 people flew in the direction of Sunset Peak. While flying, Wang Coronet even cursed that you motherfucker Han Feng. You can fly without saying so earlier, causing me to climb and walk all the way up the mountain with you when I came here. Han Feng grinned and didn't say anything. They arrived at the outer disciples of Sunset Peak and came to Zhang Xiu's small courtyard. Most of the outer disciple areas are townhouses. Ordinary disciples can only live in ordinary courtyards, and those who have conditions at home, such as Jiang Zuero, have small buildings built at the family's expense. After arriving at Zhang Xiu's residence, he entered the room and placed one coronet on the bed to rest. Han Feng said, okay, now that there are no outsiders, you can just say what you have to say. I'll start. Holding the little fox in her arms, Zhang Jiru coldly looked at Han Feng and asked, shouldn't you explain what's going on with your cultivation first? What's going on? Aren't you an invalid? Where did you get your cultivation? Wang Coronet chimed in. Right, I also want to ask. You kid, 5 years, eat and live with me, never seen you seriously cultivate. How come you're at the peak of chi refining? Han Feng smiled and said, gifted. Then why are you disguised as an invalid? Ginger Crystal then asked. Han Feng looked at her and said seriously, because I'm not you. What do you mean? You're a heavenly spirit root and your qualifications are very good. But you have a big family behind you to protect you, so no one dares to touch you. But I didn't. I've got to keep a low profile. I've got to protect myself. The trees are big. Han Feng used that rhetoric again. But after you reveal your qualifications, you'll attract more attention, cause the sect leader to pay attention to you, and be able to give you better resources and protection. I don't want all those resources. I just want to live in peace. Just to live. That's all. I'm not interested in being the strongest king or being rich and famous. I just want to grow flowers, raise grass, bask in the sun, and live a carefree life. If I wanted resources or something, I should have just told your father that I wanted to join the Zheng family, and with my qualifications, the Zheng family would definitely focus on training me, but I don't want it. Upon hearing this, Zheng Zuoro looked at him for a long time and said, "Are you going to keep up the disguise without this incident? As a matter of fact, when I sneaked away from you to look for the king's coronet, I hadn't planned to reveal my strength. Just think of taking the crown and praying and then coming out and continuing to live a peaceful life. It wasn't until the little fox said she wanted to eat the immortal spirit crystal that I exposed my strength to snatch it. You're so good to me," the little fox said happily. "I can't imagine what you're thinking, Chesty." Ginger Crispus gave him a blank look. "Whether I crave for comfort or have no ambition, I just want to live a peaceful life. I don't want to offend anyone, and this time I made a move, but I was really forced by Yi Long Yuan." Han Feng glanced at Zhang Chuiro and laughed. "If I shine too brightly, won't I steal your light, my good senior sister? Ha, I'm rare?" Ginger Zizu turned her head away in a high-strung manner. "Alas, I'm sorry for the crown instead." Han Feng sat aside and sighed. However, Wan Coronation hemmed and hawed and said, "Windy, believe it or not, I can still cultivate and practice?" The three were greatly alarmed, and Zhang Zuoro immediately said, "Impossible. Your Dantian is ruined. Where are you going to store aura?" Wan Coronet smiled smugly and said, "And guess what blessing I got in the prayer? If you keep selling out, I'll crush your balls first." Han Feng gritted his teeth. "Ha ha, not to tease you guys, you should all know that this world of ours, before the ancestor master created the immortal Tao, was a martial arts world, right? In that ancient era, the martial arts were really practiced to the peak, and I heard that the strongest people were able to break the void with their flesh, comparing to saints. The blessing given to me by my ancestor is a volume of ancient body refining techniques called the Immortal Vajra technique. There is no need for a Dantian, only the physical body is refined, practiced to the peak. The physical body is immortal and strong." Chapter 61, What does Little Puffy Meat mean? When Wan Coronation said this, the three people present all froze. Han Feng was silent for a moment before saying, "Ancient body refining techniques? Meaning, give up cultivating immortality and train those martial arts that have been eliminated instead? Or a martial art that has been eliminated for hundreds of millions of years?" Ginger Crystal added. Wan Coronet gave a bitter smile and said, "Do I have any other choice now? The Dantian is ruined. There's no way to cultivate immortality. Perhaps the old ancestor saw me as pitiful and gave me a gong method so that I can cultivate again. Actually, I don't think practicing martial arts is so bad." When Han Xianzuan hadn't yet appeared, this world, wasn't it also a world of peak martial arts? At that time, people did not have the concept of cultivating immortality. Everyone practiced martial arts. There are also powerful people who can fly to the sky to escape from the ground, burn mountains and boil the sea, powerful and incomparable. And I think I'd be pretty good at practicing martial arts if I could make it. Let's say I do not have the cultivation of immortal cultivation, and when I fight with others, they have a sweep of divine sense. Yo-ho, is a waste of time. I ended up taking my opponent by surprise and punching him right in the face. Hey, didn't think so. Master is practicing martial arts. Ha 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 ha. Wan Coronet laughed out loud, not in the least bit bitter about not being able to cultivate immortality. Instead he even tried to comfort everyone. Ginger Crispin held the little fox and said leisurely, "But, the world is like a phoenix, and you don't have any foundation. Without a master to bring you, how can you cultivate by yourself if you're fumbling around? However, when it comes to the master, I seem to remember hearing from my father when I was a child that in our Yin Yang sect, there seems to be an old senior who, when he was at the Jiedan stage, fought against someone and had his Dantian wasted, and from then on, he lost all his cultivation. Everyone thought he was done for life and stopped paying attention to him. But I did not expect. He hid alone inside the back of the mountain, subconsciously practicing martial arts up, and then there was a time, about a few decades ago, the clan was invaded by a foreign enemy. The Cloud sect went on a rampage and attacked our clan. That battle was fought extremely fiercely. That old senior stepped in and directly disabled a Yuaning cultivator with a single punch. And after that, he even dragged down the three Yuaning powerhouses opposite him without losing the wind by virtue of his own strength. After successfully repelling the cloud-soaring sect, that senior also gained fame with it. Later on, we even joined with other sects to counterattack together, destroying the Cloudy Sky sect in one fell swoop. The headmaster invited him to come out as an elder. He didn't do it. And when he was given a reward, he didn't want it, so he hid in the back of the mountain and closed his eyes to cultivate. When some people saw that he was so good at practicing martial arts, they wanted to send their poorly qualified disciples to worship him, and he never accepted them. He was eccentric in nature and never took on disciples, nor did he have a Taoist couple. So he practiced martial arts alone in the back of the mountain. Because he's so powerful and has such a weird temper, we usually don't dare to go to that area. If we can persuade this old senior to take on a student, perhaps there will be hope for Wang Coronet to practice martial arts. Upon hearing this, hope flared up in the hearts of the people. Suddenly, Coronet said, "But, I'm just a poor boy. I don't have anything. What can I take to ask someone to take me in?" Han Feng immediately said, "In the past, there were many richer than you who paid their respects with rich gifts, and didn't he confiscate them as well? I don't care, we have to try. You lie here, they can take you?" Ginger Crisp nodded her head. "Too. However, we can seek Master's help to introduce us and ask him to take us there. After all, Master still has a lot of faith in the sect." Han Feng thought of that proudly built Master teacher and wondered, Master's face can make that old-timer accept one coronet? Not necessarily, but it will keep that eccentric old-timer from beating us to death. Or if he does, Master can help block it. The crowd was shocked and very emboldened. Zhang Xiu was not afraid of death and immediately said, "Then why don't we go and pay our respects to the headmaster first now? Master seldom sees anyone on a regular basis, and it's not good to go see him without a proper reason." However, didn't Master say so? After Han Feng completes the outer disciple formalities, he can go pay her a visit and she will give Han Feng a meet and greet gift. We can take this opportunity to meet him together. The big deal is that Han Feng doesn't want that meet and greet gift. In exchange for a chance for Master to help introduce him is fine. Okay, let's do it. Han Feng immediately nodded his head. Go. Ginger Crisp turned around and headed out the door. Wait, there's something else. Han Feng suddenly took her hand in his. This hand pulling caused both people to freeze. Zhang Zirou's fleshly cheeks slightly reddened, and Han Feng hurriedly let go of her hand. Ginger Zizu lost her heart slightly. Is this his way of disliking me? Once upon a time, the towering heavens remarkable fairy, Zhang Zuero, could never have imagined that when she faced a small handyman disciple, she would actually feel inferior and think about whether the other party disliked her or not. She is Zhang Ziro Ah. Thousands of young men in the heart of the high-cool goddess Ah. Of course, this thought was just a flash, and Zhang Zuero didn't take it to heart, and her eyes returned to their normal state. However, just as Han Feng was about to speak, Wang Coronet suddenly laughed and said, "Are Taoist couples? Pulling a hand is still shy on. Zhang Xiu and I sleep to a piece every day. Similar to the two of you, still have to go through the process of falling in love ah? When not I say you. You a big man. Also do not say initiative point brave point. People Jiang's sister is the most beautiful flower of our Lakha peak. Now give you the opportunity to you do not use ah. You have to grasp. Do not someday people do not want you. In the past, you could still use the excuse that you're an invalid who doesn't deserve people. But now you're so bullheaded that who in the whole clan doesn't know about you." The little fox also came to energy, and immediately poked his little head out of Jiang Chuiro's arms, saying, "That's right, Han Feng is a sissy, not active at all. Hurry up and sleep happily with little Crispy sister. I hope you're the one who sleeps in Sister Crispy's arms next time instead of me." "Shut up, both of you." Han Feng gritted his teeth and blushed. Ginger Zizu also blushed. Both of them were first-timers. Neither of them had any experience. Definitely blushing to be teased like that. But Jiang Crispy Ro didn't know Wan Coronation well and couldn't go and berate people. So the little fox became the punching bag. She grabbed the little fox's tail in her small hands and hoisted it up upside down, looking it in the eye and gritting her teeth, saying that explain to me first, what does crispy mean? Little crispy pork is a very delicious dish. Ah, choose to cut the meat into strips, coated with a paste made of flour and starch, and put it into a frying pan and fried until golden brown. After frying, then fish it out. Drop a bowl of soup, to salt and soy sauce, put the little crispy meat in the stew, and finally out of the pot, sprinkle parsley, and drizzle a few drops of sesame oil. The little kids next door are crying with gluttony, looking at the little fox that had already started drooling. Jiang Zuero, with her head full of black lines, drank and said, "Am I asking you that? I'm asking you why you call me Crispy. Because your name is Crispy Soft Ah, is not very similar to Crispy Meat Ah, so called to seem cute Ah." Chapter 62, the status is not what it used to. Beta Little Fox thought he had explained himself well, but after seeing Zhang Zuoro blaring again, he hastened to betray his accomplice. I didn't call you that first. It was Coronet One who first called you that nickname. Wang Coronet twisted his head away sheepishly. Han Feng hurriedly said, stop it for now. I have business. Elder sister, do you have that kind of blank jade slip that can record feats and divine power Dan formulas of sorts? Ah, I need one. Yes, these aren't worth much. Zhang Shiro took out a jade slip and handed it to Han Feng. Han Feng's divine sense couldn't leave his body, so he could only stick it to his head and replicate the initial chapter of the Sundance technique in his mind into that jade slip. The old ancestor didn't think he was qualified enough to cultivate the complete Sundance technique, and he had his own way of obtaining the complete one. After reproducing it, Han Feng handed the jade slip to Zhang Chuirou and said, this is a very powerful technique I obtained in the bestowal of blessings. It also comes with the divine ability of the first chapter. You can take it and cultivate it. It's very useful. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zuero was first surprised, then shook her head and said, the feats you acquired. Everyone knows you stayed in the process of bestowing blessings for 4 hours, much longer than anyone else, so you must have acquired something good, but the Palm Pilots don't say a word about it, just to protect you from this secret, because everyone knows that it must be very, very good. Now you're giving it to me, and it's too heavy for me to take. Coronet, who was on the sidelines, blurted out again, Ego, I really do not like you too. Between the couple so polite to do what really is a comforter sleep not two kinds of people these two people really raw. Big deal. Senior sister Jiang, you'll give Han Feng a share of the blessing you've obtained as well. One person, one divine ability. After sharing, both of you will be able to obtain 2 copies of the divine ability. How beautiful. I don't know why you're pushing back. You shut up. I can't give him my bestowal. Ginger Crispus once again blushed profusely, her eyes a little averted, as well as shy, and she stammered that it's not that it can't be given, it's that it can't be given yet. Not yet. She, who was always cool, suddenly reacted so greatly and showed a hint of shyness, which made the crowd even more curious as to what exactly was the blessing she had received. Zhang Shiro took Han Feng's jade slip and said, I'll take it for now, and I'll find a chance to pay you back for the rest later. It's okay, it's all our own. Just then, a broadcast voice came from Han Feng's mind. Han Feng gifted Dao Couple's Gongfu magic skill Sundowner, the first chapter, and received 10 times return, the complete version of Sundowner. Do you want to receive it? Hold off on picking it up. Han Feng planned to take a good look at this avatar after he finished dealing with Wang Coronet and moved himself. Next, Han Feng told Wang Coronation to rest at home while he went with Zhang Chuirou to go through the formalities of becoming an outer disciple. After leaving Zhang Xiu's house, the two of them flew up together with their swords, and suddenly, Zhang Zuero pointed to a single courtyard below her own place in the attic and said, no one lives in that courtyard, so you can stay there and be closer to me, but it's also temporary. You're now at the peak of the 9th level of Qi practicing stage. I think it won't take more than a year or two. You'll be able to build the foundation. After that, you'll be an inner disciple, or even a personal disciple of the headmaster, and then you'll have to move to the top of the mountain to live there. Okay? Thanks, sister. Han Feng doesn't want to live in Zhang Chuirou's attic. For one thing, it's someone's private property, and living in the woman's house is always a feeling of being a parasite and uncomfortable. Secondly, her yard was too small. The foundation below was still boulders. There was no place to grow herbs. The one below was quite nice. 3 rooms on one level, with a large, cozy yard. It's under that boulder in the attic. Han Feng and Zhang Chuirou arrived at the outer disciple registration office together and encountered the same disciple from last time. But this time, the treatment is really quite different. Isn't this senior brother Han and senior sister Jiang? Rare guest. Please sit down and have some tea. That disciple hurriedly and attentively moved chairs and poured tea for Han Feng and Zhang Chuirou. Last time I was here, the other side was sneering. This time, hate licked the chair clean. This senior brother doesn't need to be polite. The other party was older than him at a glance, but the cultivation world was dominated by the strong. So many people called Jiang Krizuo Jiang's senior sister. Was Jiang Krizuo really older than everyone else? And with Han Feng's cultivation and battle records, he could be the senior brother of the vast majority of the Yin Yang sect's Qi practicing stage disciples. Dare I ask, what is senior brother Han's purpose in coming here? Or last month that thing? Last time I was not able to become an outer disciple well, and then this side of the regulations, the first day of the month to unify the assessment. But on the first day of the year, because of the ancestor sacrifice ceremony, there was a delay of a few days and it didn't work out. So I don't know if it's still possible to do it today? Yes, sure. You have to be able to do it even if others can't, that disciple hurriedly said. Ginger Crispin frowned at her words. Wait, how come I didn't know that we still have to register as an outer disciple on the first day of every month on our side? Isn't it possible every day? Yeah, all the time. That disciple said in a hurry, and then walked quickly toward the door. That's not right. Last time I was here, that sign over there said, only the first of the month. Han Feng said as he watched the disciple, who had taken the sign into his storage bag. A sign? Where's the sign? There's no sign. That disciple said boldly and brazenly. Han Feng is full of black lines. Do you think we are all blind? Ginger Crispin snorted coldly. Humph. They're just trying to be lazy. The one in charge of checking cultivation is a Foundation Establishment Deacon disciple. He wants to free up his time for cultivation. That's why they've gathered all the people together to register on the first day of the year. Right? Senior Sister Jiang is not to blame. It's all our fault. They could only bully ordinary disciples like Han Feng. And they didn't care about the first few when the big clan disciples came over. That disciple took out some spirit stones pills, and 2 Dao robes, placed them on the table, and laughed. This is senior brother Han's monthly supplies. The outer disciple quota is 5 spirit stones and 10 Qi condensation Dan per month. This time I'll give you 3 copies of it. Don't blame it on me. Please let it go. Han Feng didn't think this was anything. If he really became an outer disciple last time, Yi Longyuan would be the same as knowing his strength and would send more powerful assassins to kill him. And he wouldn't have the chance to kill the assassins back. If you don't kill the assassin back, you won't have the 300-year-old white Ayala flower. And there's no way to pit Yi Longyuan against him later in the fight. Much less the later pretending to be a pig in a poke to clean up the Yi family. One could only say that there were no coincidences, and it was precisely because he didn't become an outer disciple last time that so many things came up later. So he didn't blame the disciple. After taking the items, Han Feng and Jiang Chui Ro went together to take Wang Coronet to his master. Pavilion Masters see you. Chapter 63 Master's Gift. Quan Xing Windwings is for the process that should logically check cultivation qualifications in order to register. Joking aside, with Han Feng's combat prowess in the secret realm, there was already no need for any tests. Those 2 pieces of Dao robes were the matching clothes of the outer disciples, except that not many people wore them, and the sect didn't make it mandatory to wear disciple Dao robes. Wang Coronet was barely able to walk off the ground after recovering from his injuries, but in order to save time, Han Feng still carried him on his back, and they all rode their swords up the mountain together, all the way to the main hall of the Sunset Peak. The residence of Siyu Palmistress was in the compound behind the main hall, and Jiang Zuoro led them forward with a light hand. Disciple Jiang Shuru, with disciples Han Feng, Wang Coronet, and Zhang Xiao, seeks to see Master, standing in the courtyard. Jiang Zuoro clasped her palms and said loudly, "Come in." The maid opened the door and a group of 4 went in. Han Feng saw that the large living room, the decoration is very elegant. Siyu Palmseat sitting on the chair inside, crossing his legs, the upper leg in the clothes at the fork exposed. That smooth and straight also does not bring a tiny bit of excess flab of the heavenly long legs, so straight hook naked in front of the eyes of the crowd. It made Han Feng and Wang Coronet look straight in the eyes. Eyes not wanted? Without even lifting his eyes, Siyu Palmistress said leisurely. The crowd hurriedly bowed their heads in greeting. Only the little fox did not know how to die and made a look of salivation, and said playfully, "Sister, your legs are so beautiful, like touching and licking them." Siyu Palmseat gave the little fox an odd look. If a male dared to speak to her like this, he would die without knowing how. But such a little fox in front of him, that colorful drooling look was really cute. "You little spirit beast, you still like these? Or just female spirit beasts?" All people love beauty, sister's beauty, regardless of gender and species. All like the little fox is so sweet-mouthed. Han Feng secretly praised it in his heart. No wonder it was so pleasing to Jiang Chui Ro. The little thing is so talkative. Siyu had a veil over her face, but she was able to see that her eyes were smiling. "Han Feng, this seat promised you earlier that if you become a disciple of this seat will give you a gift. This seat observes that the sword you use is quite good, but only one is still good. It should be a middle-grade spiritual treasure. If you use it against the enemy, you can't use it to fly. If you use it to fly, you can't use it to kill the enemy. You are very fast. The wind attribute itself is extremely good at speed, and this gift from this seat can make you a few more points faster." Only to see Siyu reach out and a pair of wings as thin as cicada wings appeared in her hand. That wing is very big, open enough, nearly 2 meters wide, shaped like a goose wings, indeed translucent. Above is the wing bone, below is the feather. That feather is like a sharp blade. Look very sharp. This is the spring-walking wind wing, obtained from the body of a Jedan stage ferocious beast. The wind-walking water goose, sturdy and durable, can fly, can be defended, and the feathers can also be used to kill the enemy. After refining it, it will be hidden in your body, and even if it is damaged, because it is a wing of a living spirit and not a refined magic treasure, when you heal your wounds, you can also restore it along the way. This is the first meet and greet gift for you from your master. It is a medium-grade spirit treasure. Take it. However, Han Feng clasped his palm and bowed. Many thanks to master for the gift of the treasure. It's just that I don't dare to accept such a valuable treasure without merit. If master teacher wants to help disciple, disciple has one thing to ask for, and I would like to ask master teacher to give a few moments. This good friend of mine, Wang Coronet, had his foundation wasted by Yi Longyuan in the secret realm, and has never been able to set foot on the path of immortality since, but he still wanted to cultivate. And since he couldn't cultivate immortality, he wanted to learn about the ancient times, the martial arts cultivation method. I have heard that there is an old senior in the back of the mountain whose martial arts are comparable to a Yuaning stage powerhouse, so I request that master to step in and take us to meet that old senior to see if that old senior is willing to take on a disciple. If you are willing to do so, this good friend of mine will be able to cultivate, and it will also be considered a fulfillment of my disciple's wish, and I will be able to dive into cultivation from now on. Siyu looked at Wang Coronet, then back at Han Feng, and sneered. So, are you trying to negotiate with this seat with the gift this seat gave you? This seat owes you? Han Feng immediately said. Disciple does not dare. Disciple is only worried about my best friend. I have no choice but to make this move. I hope that the master is not to blame. So you dare to refuse not to want the gift this seat is giving you? Jiang Ziro sniffed and immediately pushed Han Feng over. She can be too clear about her master's temperament. Eccentric temperament. Temperamental. To do something, no one can block. The same, to send anyone a gift, no one dares not want. Han Feng understood and immediately walked over to receive that springwalk windwing with both hands. Thank you, master. Okay, enough about you. Tell me about this friend of yours. Siyu looked at Coronet and said, you are also a disciple of my Sunset Cloud Peak, and also under the jurisdiction of this seat, so it's reasonable that this seat should be in charge of your affairs. This injury of yours can be recovered, but the spirit medicine needed for recovery is not something that our Yin Yang sect can find. And even if we do find it, we can't afford it. The clan can't afford to buy it. You and even more don't want to think about it. After all, Pan Shan, that old thing, if he had this elixir back then, he wouldn't have to run to the back of the mountain to practice martial arts on his own. It was then that the crowd realized that the old-timer's name was Pan Shan. But that old thing is of an odd disposition, not easy to communicate with. Temperamental. Well, just like me. You also know that your temperament is not easy to communicate. The crowd was full of black lines. In the past, many people went to him, wanting to ask him to take on disciples to practice martial arts, but they were all rejected one by one. The exotic treasures and spirit stones and treasures given were all thrown out. Anyone who comes to the door is blown away. He doesn't give face to anyone, not even the headmasters, let alone me. I can't say a few words to him without getting into a fight. You should have known something about it before you came here. So why be obsessed with meeting that weird old man again? After thinking about it, Wang Coronet clasped his palm and said, Lord Palmistress, from what you've said, that senior is indifferent to fame and fortune, not fond of possessions, and is dedicated to cultivating and pursuing the martial arts path with all his heart. There's nothing anyone else can do to impress him with a gift. So what if I have a volume of ancient body refining divine power? Palmistress Siyu sneered. Ancient body refining divine skills? Those things were lost a long time ago. Perhaps only those old antique forces that have been passed down for hundreds of millions of years will still have some in stock. And where did you get the so-called divine power? It was given by the bestowal of blessings. It has been lost for a long time. Just because other people don't have it, doesn't mean that the immortal Wei ancestor doesn't have it. His old man has existed since that era. He must have it. He gave me the body refining divine skill. Chapter 64 Grievances and Grievances. Meeting the Yi family again. Hearing Wang Coronation's words, Siyu then became solemn. She sat up straight and lowered her long, smooth and straight, contrary legs, covering them with her skirt, and frowned slightly, saying, that is that true? What is the name of that feat? Wang Coronet hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether or not to say anything. Seeing his hesitation, Siyu sneered and said, it's fine. It's still a bit of precautionary sense. Only, this seat won't go to rob your gongfu, and the news won't be revealed outwardly. Immortal and martial arts could not be practiced together. Even the ancestor of the immortal way back then had given up practicing martial arts before cultivating the immortal way. These are two completely different cultivation systems. Immortal cultivators also have the art of body refining, but with the martial arts, there is a world of difference. Therefore, even if this seat gets your gongfu, I won't practice it, because there's no way I'm going to give up my Yuaning cultivation to practice martial arts in a bitter manner, not knowing where the upper limit is. Upon hearing this, Wang Coronet hurriedly explained, No, Lord Headmaster misunderstood me. It's really that the name of this gong method, is too outrageous. Disciple is afraid that you won't believe me if I say it. In fact, Wan Coronation was afraid that the palm seed would grab his gung fu and leak it out. After all, there were still several invalidated people over at the Yi family, and they might want to practice martial arts as well. There's no way Wan Coronet would dig a hole for himself. Oh, what feats! How outrageous can they be? The name of this technique is called Immortal Vajra Technique. Practiced to its peak, the physical body is immortal and invincible. At those words, Siyu immediately snorted and laughed. Any gongfu cultivated to the extreme can be invincible, but how many people can cultivate to that point? However, this immortality technique of yours sounds rather like a technique that can enhance the strength and vitality of the physical body. In order to defeat the enemy, one must first be more resistant to beatings than the enemy, and consume as well as consume the enemy. Wine Coronation scratched his scalp and said, somewhat embarrassed, then do you think that this gong method of mine will be able to impress that old senior? I'm not sure. After all, I don't know martial arts either, but giving away martial arts techniques, you're still the first one, all the others are lost. With this old thing's nature of being addicted to martial arts, maybe it can really impress him. Siyu took out 2 blank jade slips and handed them to Wang Crown, saying, record your feats, respectively, inside these 2 jade slips, show him the first half first, and if he is willing to accept you as his disciple, you will then send him the second half. If he's not willing to accept it, he won't be able to practice that half of the technique, and you have nothing to lose. Okay, thank you, Master. Wan Coronet respectfully received the jade slips and followed Han Feng's example, sticking them to his eyebrows and replicating the feats he had memorized into each of the 2 jade slips. Siyu Palmistress stood up and said, for the sake of these 2 disciples of mine, I'll take you guys there once, but that old guy is not very communicative. If they beat you to death, remember to run quickly. I can still help you block it. These words made the crowd's hearts palpitate, but for the sake of Wine Coronation, the dragon's den had to be walked through. Han Feng carried Wang Coronation on his back, and several people followed the headmaster as they flew together toward the northern part of the Yin Yang sect. After arriving at a rather large mountain peak to the north, Han Feng saw that above the peak, there were many streams that converged towards a low pool of water that was next to a cliff, with a waterway that fell down the cliff, forming a magnificent waterfall. Siyu Palm Leader led them to the back of this mountain, and they saw that below the waterfall was a pool of water that had been created by the impact, which went north and formed a river that flowed into the distance. And underneath the waterfall, next to the water pool, there were 2 boarded-up rooms that looked quite simple. After all, the handyman disciple's room that Han Feng used to live in was still a brick house. Here, this is where that old thing from Banzan lives. Why is someone here? When the crowd looked, they saw that a large group of people, both young and old, were gathered in the open space in front of the 2 wooden-paneled houses. The old ones are all anxious, and the young ones have a big hole in their dantian. It looks extremely pathetic. As for where those large holes came from, Han Feng was all too familiar with it. They didn't land down, they just watched in midair to see what the Yi family members were going to do. Yi Longquan, his father, stood in front of the door of the wooden plank room holding his palm and said, Granite Mountain Old Senior, the late generation is a son of the Yi family. 100 years ago, you and my grandfather Yi Qingmei were close friends. Now the late generation has something important to ask for, and I hope that the senior will see you. A few moments later, the wooden door opened and an old man walked out from inside. The old man had a head full of long white hair and a long beard, a very scruffy look. He was only wearing an undershirt and shorts. His body was bursting with tendon flesh, very lean and brave look. His looks and figure were seriously inconsistent. That body of tendon flesh felt like it could kill 10 fine dogs like Han Feng with one punch. Banzan took a bamboo chair in his hand, put it in front of the door, sat down, and said, impatiently, that if it wasn't for your grandfather's sake, it would be hard for you to see me. So tell me, what is it? Yi Longquan, his father, hurriedly said, Elder, it's like this. A few days ago was not the ancestor ceremony, mixed in a villain. Our Yi family people did not recruit him, did not mess with him, just because he and a certain Yi family inferior disciple have a little bit of personal grudges. It is painfully ruthless. That shameless villain has wasted 5 of our Yi family disciples. All of them had their dantian shattered. No possibility of cultivating immortality for the rest of their lives, cutting off their path to immortality. Senior, you also suffered such pain back then, so I'm sure you must be able to empathize. Upon hearing this, Pan Shan looked at the 5 Yi family disciples, and seeing the miserable appearance at their dantian, he nodded and said, Indeed, they are shameless villains. All of them are so ruthless to their fellow disciples. Such a person should be struck down immediately to serve as an example to others. What happened afterward? Did the sect master kill that disciple? No, that disciple, although his character is despicable, his qualifications are good. The sect leader bailed him out, and he's still at large up to now. Humph. Blah, 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 blah. Death is not enough. Forget it, it's none of my business. Go ahead and tell me, what is it that you're looking for me for? Let me help kill that disciple? No, 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 no. How can I trouble you personally with this small matter? Senior, our Yi family did it on our own. Elder, these 5 children, they are all good children. Seeing that there is no hope for the immortal path, their whole life will be finished like this. We as parents, we really can't bear to see it. That's why I brought a generous gift and came to visit Senior, expecting Senior to accept a few of them as disciples for the sake of my grandfather's face, so that they can follow you to practice martial arts. Elder, they are all obedient and good children. Helping you with miscellaneous chores and picking water and chopping wood and cooking on weekdays is no big deal. You can do whatever you want them to do, as long as you teach them martial arts. They are all capable of suffering. After saying his words, Yi Longquan's father hurriedly urged the crowd to bring out the gifts, and that open space was immediately piled up with large and small gift boxes. Chapter 65, The Temperamental Banzan. However, Banzan didn't even look at the gifts, and impatiently said, "Are you done yet? When you're done, get out, take your gifts, and take your people with you." Yi Longquan his father heard, and immediately said anxiously, "Senior, late generation and others are sincere. They are all good children, they shouldn't have their lives ruined like this. I hope that Senior will be gracious, even if it's for the sake of the family ancestor's face, to give a few points of thin face, to guide 1 or 2 at will. If it weren't for Yi Qingmei's already dead old thing, you wouldn't even be able to see my face. Every year, there are dozens, if not hundreds, of disciples who come to me to learn from me, and have you ever seen me take one of them? Go away, and bother me again, and I shall not be blamed for being unkind." This, Yi Longquan his father saw this, his face was difficult, and several other people looked at each other. Divine sense transmitting sound how to continue to persuade this old senior. Panzan didn't bother with them, raised his eyes to the sky and said, "What are you doing up there with that annoying group of troublemakers?" At those words, Siyu led Han Feng and they flew down. The Yi family members turned their heads to look, and upon seeing Han Feng, they immediately gritted their teeth and showed hatred. However, with Elder Pan Shan and Siyu patron here, they didn't dare to say anything more and could only endure. After they flew down, before they could speak, that granite mountain senior suddenly looked at Han Feng and frowned, saying, "Ha, what majestic bloodline power, a wizard in practicing martial arts. Who are you?" Wang coronet on Han Feng's back thought that he was being asked, and hurriedly said, "Senior, the late generation is, didn't ask you. I asked about this backstabbing kid, looks like a no good guy, skinny as hell. Han Feng, what's wrong with me? Because I'm thinner than you?" Han Feng glanced at the Yi family and clasped his palms. "Shameless villains. You cursed me?" Pan Shan's eyes exploded with light. Senior is not scolding you. It's just a self-introduction. Senior is that one shameless villain in the Yi family's population. Those few disciples, they were all disabled by me. Yi Longquan gritted his teeth and said, "Dog thief Han Feng, you know you're a shameless villain too, don't you?" Banzan's face pulled down for a moment, and he grunted coldly, "And to do this to a fellow disciple, it is expected to be a ruthless and evil person. Since you sent the door, then I will clean up the door for the sect leader." After saying his words, he threw a punch toward Han Feng. In a blink of an eye, a titanic and majestic might swept over Han Feng, pressing him to the point where he couldn't catch his breath, and an early warning of a life and death crisis surfaced in his mind. At the critical moment, the Siyu Palmistress stepped in, only to see the Siyu Palmistress raise his hand. A curtain of water appeared in front of the crowd, dissolving the power of that punch into nothing. "There is malice, such strong malice," the little fox said in a hurry. "I'm afraid I'll be dead by the time you warn me." Han Feng ignored the little fox and clasped his palm toward Pan Shan. Is Senior going to listen to only one side of the Yi family's story and conclude that Junior's crime is unforgivable? Then if the Yi family says that the entire sect has revolted and are all trying to kill their Yi family members, and that only their Yi family is innocent, then is Senior also going to listen to only one side of their words and kill all the disciples of the entire sect? Banzan sniffed, withdrew his hand that was about to throw a punch, and grunted coldly, "How is that possible? That latecomer is also a disciple of the sect, and even the law enforcement hall knows that you have to be confronted in front of the court to distinguish between right and wrong in order not to wrongfully kill a good person. As an old senior of my Yin Yang sect, Senior is admired by 10,000 people, and once saved my sect from danger. Why would you now unjustly kill a disciple that you once swore to protect?" Banzan sat back in his chair and said, Oh, somewhat interesting. The world knows that the old man temperamental. You a small chi practicing stage disciple, but you dare to speak to me so unabashedly. No fear in the eyes, but also rare. Tell me then, what was the cause and effect of what happened? Of course, I don't mean to give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm just listening for the fun of it. Han Feng's head was filled with black lines. This old thing, temperamental is really C. The first second is still indiscriminate killing. The next second is smiling to gossip about other people's stories. This temper really cannot touch. Then I'll make it short. There was a disciple of the Yi family who pursued the disciple's Taoist mate, but the disciple's Taoist mate didn't choose him, but chose me instead. So he held a grudge and sent people to assassinate me 3 times, and planted evidence to frame me once, but they were all defused by me. After coming to the secret realm, when he saw that he couldn't help me, he grabbed my innocent best friend and wasted him like this. Han Feng put one coronation down and let Pan Shan look at the wound at his dantian, then said, that Yi Long Yuan, who dealt with me 3 times, kinda had a reason for what happened, and I'll admit it if I win or lose based on my own merits, but my friend has no grudge against him, and he is even a stranger, so he wasted my friend and injured him like this in order to threaten me. Elder is also a chivalrous person who is quick to take revenge, and I would like to ask you whether you will avenge your friend's death when the enemy has harmed your friend in such a way? Banzan said immediately. That naturally is to be avenged. It is not a gentleman who does not report his hatred, not to mention that his friend was still victimized like this because of you. If he does not take revenge, is he still worthy of being a human being? So, when dozens of them came to surround me, I wasted a few of them in passing. Han Feng pointed at the disciples next to him. Yi Longquan was furious and immediately pointed at Han Feng, saying, Han Feng, don't spit blood. Hundreds of thousands of people are watching. You guys can't get away with this? Han Feng said in a sardonic voice. Yi Longquan was dumbfounded. Indeed, this matter is ironclad. Hundreds of thousands of disciples witnessed the whole process. They really cannot rely on it. Pan Shan was temperamental, but he wasn't a fool and realized that Han Feng was telling the truth. With a satisfied nod, he said, well, not bad. Grudges are clear and revenge will be avenged, to the taste of the old man. Now that the story is over, you guys, what is it that you came to see me about? Han Feng hurriedly said, Senior, our purpose is the same as theirs. This close friend of mine, whose dantian is completely wasted and has no way to cultivate immortality, wants to ask you, Senior, to take him as a disciple and teach him the martial arts. Banzan asked, frowning. Practicing martial arts is a lot of suffering. Tempering the physical body is an extremely painful process. Unlike cultivating immortality, sitting on one's knees and cultivating aura can be done. This suffering, the average person can't afford it. The Yi family members on the side frowned, listening to Elder Pan Shan's meaning. He wanted to accept this one coronation. Wang Coronet hurriedly said, Elder, Senior can endure hardship, no matter how hard it is. I'm not afraid of it. Senior is from the bottom layer of farmers, and has suffered since childhood. It's not the same as those pampered disciples from the big families. Chapter 66 Wang Coronet's success in worship. The Yi clan's children on the side burst into a rage and glared angrily at Wang Coronation. Damn, it's about time, and you're still giving us the eyeballs, aren't you? Banzan nodded and said, okay, I understand, old man. Wang Coronet was overjoyed at his words, and hastened to say, so, is Elder agreeing to take me? Han Feng's few people followed suit. However, this Granite Mountain Senior, once again, let people know what it meant to be temperamental. All that was seen was a grin and hey, I'm not taking it. The crowd was filled with black lines, petrified on the spot. No, you don't want to take it. Then why do you keep blabbering? Pan Shan leaned toward the bamboo chair, raised his hand, pointed at Han Feng, and said, Kid, although I haven't personally probed your bloodline, your chi and blood are abundant, active, and your breath is majestic. A complete good seedling for practicing martial arts. If you want to follow me in martial arts, I can think about it and practice you for a while and see how you are. As for that kid, forget it. Where to go back to where? Like your situation? To worship a lot. This is not, next to a few, carrying gifts worth tens of thousands of spirit stones over to beg me. I do not accept. You want me to take you in with 2 empty lips? Is that possible? The few Yi family disciples on the side felt great joy. Their own bad luck was certainly heartbreaking, but to see their enemies follow them was very pleasing. Wang Coronet was in a great hurry and immediately said, Elder, what if I can come up with a gift that you can't refuse? You who? What kind of gift? And I can't refuse it? Old me has lived for hundreds of years, from practicing chi to conjugating Dan, then from conjugating Dan to invalid, and then recultivating martial arts, cultivating to a realm comparable to that of the Yuaning stage. What kind of heavenly treasures haven't I seen before? Wang Coronation glanced at the Yi family, and then said, Elder, it's not convenient to talk here, please talk in your house. On the side, the Siyu Palmistress also said, Old thing, just give me face, take a look, if you can't see it we'll leave, how about it? At that, Banzan hesitated for a moment, stood up, and walked toward the house. And if you fool me, you won't be spared, Siyu said to Coronet. Come on, I'll follow you in. The two of them followed. Outside, only Han Feng, Jiang Chuiro, and Zhang Xiu remained. The Yi clan and the others looked fierce as they glared at Han Feng, looking eager to try. Han Feng snorted and said, What? Want to bite me? Guess, is it you guys who are quick to strike? Or is it my Yuaning stage master who is quick to strike? Upon hearing this, the Yi family looked at the rune scornfully. Behave like a dog. Yi Longquan coldly grunted. Dog-fighting thing. Without the Jiang family and without Siyu Palm, you're nothing. Similarly, without the Yi family, I can crush you with one hand. What are you barking about? Han Feng shot back without mercy. House. Once inside, Palmhead Siyu casually waved his hand and laid down a soundproof boundary that also guarded against divine sense probing. Banzan said, Siyu, what kind of gift? Take it out. Wang Coronation took out a jade slip from his pocket and handed it to Elder Pan Shan. After Pan Shan received it, he swept his divine sense. He was only completely wasted in his immortal cultivation, but the power of divine sense that he cultivated back then was still there. He checked the gongfu in the jade brief. First he was careless, then he slowly frowned, then he was shocked, and finally he was full of excitement and his eyes were wild. This is like an ancient martial art. Where is this gong method from? Great. If I had such a divine gongfu back then, why would I bother practicing hard every day on my own and figuring out the martial way on my own? If I had this gongfu back then, I'm afraid that I'd be able to tough it out against Yuanshan stage powerhouses today. No, why only half? Where's the other half? Pan Shan was so excited that he was about to grab Wang Coronation, wanting to claim the second half of the technique. Siyu immediately stepped in front of him and sneered. Well, old thing, this gift, are you still satisfied? I'll just ask you, the latter half, is there any? If it's not there, then 10% of the power of this gong method can't be utilized. Pan Shan no longer has the calm and relaxed before. At this time, he is like a 300 years have not touched the female sex and the color of the hungry ghost. Suddenly saw a world-class beauty, but can only look at the food cannot eat the same. The second half, naturally, is there, but you have to promise to take him as a disciple and teach him wholeheartedly and without reservation before he can give you the second half. Otherwise, why should I give you an ancient martial arts technique for nothing? You're right, as it should be, taking on a disciple and obtaining an ancient martial arts technique. I'm not losing any money in blood. Kid, where did you get this technique? Who gave it to you? As far as I know, this kind of gong method has long been lost. Wang Coronet hurriedly said. It was given to me by the immortal Tao ancestor when I was inside the ancestor sacrifice mystic realm, probably because the ancestor saw that I had lost all my cultivation, and didn't want me to break my cultivation path, and took pity on me. It was only then that Panzan said, in a daze, that's right, just because other people don't have it doesn't mean that the ancestor doesn't have it. The ancestor is all-knowing and insightful, so it's normal for him to give you this. Kid, I'll take you as my disciple, and I'll teach you wholeheartedly in the future. So I'll do the ceremony today. In the future, how about you and I cultivate this immortal Vajra skill together, and I'll learn while I guide you? Wang Coronet was overjoyed and was about to agree when Siyu suddenly said, wait, you have to take the heavenly Tao oath to teach Wang Coronet wholeheartedly and unreservedly, and to protect him, and this technique, if you pass it on to someone else, you need to go through Wang Coronet's consent. I don't want to see that after you get the complete gongfu, you turn your head and drive Wang Coronation away and take his gongfu to teach others. Banzan said, in a burst of anger. Siyu, what do you mean by that? Am I, Pan Shan, such a despicable and shameless villain in your eyes? Siyu sneered. I call this a small man before a gentleman. What kind of temper you Pan Shan? You know in your own heart, I can't trust you. Moreover, this oath is not half bad for you. It's just a preventive hand. If you really teach him wholeheartedly, why do you have to worry about the heavenly Tao backfiring? Okay, I promise. Panzan drew a wisp of divine sense from his brow and said, I, Pan Shan, swear to the heavenly Tao that after Wang Coronation gives me the complete technique, I will certainly practice with him, teach him wholeheartedly, and protect him, and will not teach others this technique privately, and if I violate this oath, my soul will be scattered on the spot. Seeing that Pan Shan had sworn, Wang Coronation immediately took out the other half of the jade slip and handed it to Pan Shan with both hands. and then kneeled down and kowtowed 3 times, saying, "Disciple pays homage to master. Hey, hey, good boy, get up." Panzan smiled oddly, pointed outside, and said, "Apprentice, you have a grudge against those people outside. Do you want to take revenge?" Chapter 67, 10 slaps are really good. Ha! Revenge? Wang Coronation was first stunned, and then his face was wildly happy, and he immediately said, "Of course I want to. It's just that, killing violates the clan's rules. You have to pay for your life. Alas, look at your point of interest. Just know that killing, hostility should not be so heavy. Another way to let you out of anger revenge. The effect is not better? Don't have such a heavy resentment. Practicing martial arts. It's all about peace of mind and cultivating your body. Understand?" Wang Coronation's head was full of black lines. Just that temper of your old man. Does it really have anything to do with these 2 idioms? Walking out. Elder Pan Shan was obviously in a good mood as he opened the door and brought out Wang Coronation and Siyu Palm Seat. As soon as they came out, the gazes of everyone outside all gathered on them. Han Feng looked at Wang Coronet, who gave him a look that signaled that it was a done deal, and only then did Han Feng put his heart down. Pan Shan Shinshin sat down on a bamboo chair and looked at those Yi family members, saying, "The old man has suddenly changed his mind. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda." It was a bit of a shame that these kids, at such a young age, had their path to immortality broken. On account of the fact that I have a friendship with your family elders, the 5 of them, stay and be the old man's registered disciples, and I will instruct them in practicing their martial arts in my spare time. Yi family people heard the heart of great joy. Yi Longquan, Yi Wen and other 5 people immediately kneeled down, shouting that disciple pays homage to master. Han Feng's face was instantly gloomy. Now that Wang Coronet had been taken in, and these few people had been taken in as well, there were so many of them that they wouldn't be able to bully Wang Coronet to death in the future. As for the Yi family, they still don't know that Wang Coronation has been taken in, and one by one they gloat at Han Feng, Wang Coronation and the others, secretly saying that these people don't know what they said to Master Pan Shan, and as a result, they didn't succeed in stealing the chicken, but instead, they let Master Pan Shan take them in, and these people have really made a mess of things. Look at the face of the dog thief Han Feng, that face, gloomy to drip water. Cool, However, in the next second, Elder Pan Shan smiled and said, all right, get up all of you and salute your eldest brother." Pan Shan pointed at Wang Coronet and said. The 5 members of the Yi family's brains buzzed. What the hell? Big brother? What's the situation? This bumpkin, in a flash, has become our eldest brother? Master, isn't there some kind of misunderstanding here? How did Wang Coronation become our eldest senior brother? Yi Longquan asked in surprise. He is the first disciple this seat has taken in, and the only personal disciple. So how is he not your eldest senior brother? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Master, this Wang Coronation is just a bumpkin from the countryside. How can he be our eldest brother? Is he worthy? Looking at the clamoring Yi Longquan, Pan Shan's face instantly grimaced and coldly snorted. Are you questioning the old man's decision? Humph. Questioning your master and insulting your senior brother is an unpardonable offense. Wang Coronet, go and smack him 10 times so that he'll learn a lesson. Wang Coronation smelled the spirit of great vigor. Walking are not sharp, he, forced to take steps to go over, rolled up his sleeves, Caracal laugh, raised his hand as a slap on the face of Yi Longquan. Han Feng, who was on the side, saw this scene and laughed so hard that his stomach cramped. Yi Longquan's face changed drastically and he was about to make a move towards Wang Coronation, when Wang Coronation glared and said, I'm your big brother. Yi Longquan stared, his raised fist neither hitting nor not hitting. On the side, Yi Longquan's father frowned and said, Elder, what is the meaning of this? What do you mean? They have kowtowed and worshipped, then they are Lao Fu's disciples, and in Lao Fu's place, they have to listen to Lao Fu in everything. There are rules for the family and rules for the division, but no matter where you are, it's proper to honor your teachers, right? That being said, but this Wang Coronet has mediocre qualifications. What qualifications does he have to be senior's great disciple? Yi Longquan, his father, was puzzled. Banzan grunted coldly. That's old man's business. It has nothing to do with you guys. If you're not convinced, you can just take your gifts and get out. I'll give you one last chance. If you want to learn from a master, stay and listen to everything I say. If you don't want to worship, it's not too late to leave. There is a saying that I have said before. Practicing martial arts is not like cultivating immortality. Practicing martial arts is to harden the flesh. It is to suffer a lot. If you stay, and later feel you can't stand the pain and want to leave, I won't agree. Now, do you choose? A few of the Yi family's children all hesitated. Originally, When they came here, they were incredibly eager for Granite Mountain to take them in. But now that it was so hard to take them in, they had to be bullied and humiliated by Wang Coronation. In the future, he would be the eldest senior brother, a personal disciple, and they would all be senior brothers, named disciples, with different statuses, and they would surely be humiliated in 100 ways. But if they just go, they are not willing to. This is the only chance in their life. If they go, in other places cannot find such a great martial arts, can teach them to practice martial arts. This life is ruined. Compared to a little humiliation in the district and a lifetime of prospects, they were still able to hold it together. Yi Longquan said, Master, just now it was my disciple who slipped up. I am willing to accept the punishment. There are still 9 more slaps. I ask senior brother Wang Coronation to proceed to finish the slaps, so that I can learn a long lesson, and in the future, I will definitely respect my teacher. Wang Coronet sneered. Humph, that's what you said. After saying his words, he slapped Yi Longquan's face left and right without holding back. It's a great feeling to be able to beat up your enemy in a fair and square manner, and the other party doesn't dare to resist. After 10 slaps, Yi Longquan's face was swollen, so it was obvious that Wang Coronation really didn't hold back at all. After all, the Yi family's people hadn't held back at all when they had wasted his Dantian, and Yi Longquan hadn't held back at all when he had betrayed Han Feng's whereabouts to Yi Longyuan. After slapping him, Wang Coronation clasped his palm toward Pan Shan and said, Master, it's done. Aha. Pan Shan looked at those Yi family members and said, Okay, disciples and gifts stay. You go back, find some handymen over to this side and build a few more houses. A few of their disciples can't live in the wind. The kitchen thatched toilets and whatnot are covered up. Yes, we're sure we can do all the basic necessities. Yi Longquan his father hurriedly said, It's just that, elder, the late generation still expects you to ensure the safety of these children while teaching them. They are all good and innocent children. He also has a grudge against this one coronet, so I hope that you will help to take care of them, lest this one coronet take revenge for favoritism and harm their lives. This you can rest assured. Out of this valley, I don't care about anything. In this land boundary, my disciples, not a single one of them can die. Unless it's the old man who dies first. Chapter 68, You guys haven't double cultivated yet? After receiving Pan Shan's assurance, Han Feng and the Yi family let their hearts drop. They were all worried that the other side would take advantage of the situation to kill people on their side. Now that Han Feng wasn't worried about Wang Coronation, it would be hard for him to get into trouble with Elder Granite Mountain covering him. The Yi family members left their disciples and gifts behind and left, going to prepare the materials for building the house and contacting the handymen to come over to work. This kind of thing is not only for their children, but it is a rare opportunity to make friends with the rock, which in the past was a gift that people did not want. Han Feng asked Zhang Chuiro for a sound transmission jade slip and handed it to Wang Coronet, saying, Wang Coronation, from now on, you will dive into your training here, learn martial arts from the elders, and go to Laka Peak once every few days to keep Zhang Xiu company. If you want to go back, send me a message and I'll pick you up. Don't go back alone. It's a long way from here to Sunset Peak yet. The grass is thick on the mountain and below. All good places for assassins to ambush you. You're in a group with these Yi family members. They know a lot about your whereabouts. With the pissy nature of the Yi family, they won't let go of any chance to kill you and I. Be careful. Don't joke with your little life. Wang Coronation results in the jade slip and puts it inside the storage bag, and laughs. Don't worry. I can still be polite with you? From now on you're my horseman. You'll have to take me wherever I want to go. Ha 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 ha. Pan Shan looked toward Han Feng and said, That kid, since you're so close to him, why don't you stay a piece? Follow the old man to practice martial arts, and you can still protect him close by. Your bloodline power is extremely strong. Physical body, although a little thin, drill can still be practiced out. If you stay, the old man will also make you a personal disciple. How about that? Han Feng's head was filled with black lines, and he hurriedly said, Elder, Junior has good qualifications for immortal cultivation and has worked hard for many years. He doesn't want to give up on the immortal path yet and wants to continue cultivating. Then afraid of what? You only practiced Chi stage. Now waste cultivation is not a pity, and not cultivated for dozens of hundreds of years. You this good seedling, not to practice martial arts is too wasteful. Come and practice martial arts with me. Looking at the enthusiastic Pan Shan, Han Feng muttered in his heart, if practicing martial arts was so good, why did Immortal Dao's Grandmaster, Xianzuan Han, cultivate immortality in that martial arts world in the first place? Thank you senior for your kind words. Disciple is really lazy and accustomed to it. Can't stand the bitterness of practicing martial arts. Just want to sit quietly on my knees and meditate to cultivate immortality. I'm really sorry. Upon hearing this, Banzan then sighed, but urged that the day your cultivation is wasted. Remember to come and find me for martial arts training. Shut the fuck up. Han Feng gritted his teeth in his heart. Siyu said coldly, he is my disciple and can only have one master. Me. Alright, this matter is over. Let's go back. Worried that Pan Shan would pester him further, Siyu flung his hand and a wave of aura held Han Feng, Jiang Suiwei, and Zhang Xiu up, flying towards Sunset Peak. Panzan shook his head regretfully, looked to his disciples and said, what's the point of dawdling? No. Take your clothes off. Ha! One coronation 6 people were all startled in unison. Does Master have some kind of quirk? What are you thinking? Take off your shirt, bare your shoulders in horse stance, and start with the basics. Yes, sir. On the way back, see you. Without looking back, asked Jiang Suiwei and Han Feng, saying, it's been a month since you two became Dao couples. How many times have you doubled cultivated in total? Ha! The duo's reaction was exactly the same as one coronet's just now. Siyu, who was in front of them, did not see their expressions and went on to say, for the teacher to say to you, although double cultivation is good, but not greedy for more. You are young, it is the time of desire is strong, under the taste of the marrow, easy to overindulge in lust. It can also be counterproductive if not restrained. This kind of thing should not be done more than once a day, or better yet, once every 2 days. Although Master has not practiced the yin-yang sect's basic gongfu, nor has he ever practiced dual cultivation, he has studied this gongfu. You guys are still young, so you need to exercise moderation, lest you run out of freshness and get too lazy to double cultivate later. Understand? Ginger Crisp said with a big blush on her pretty face. Master, us? We haven't double cultivated yet. What? It's been a month, and you two haven't had a double dip? Palmistress Siyu frowned, and then said, come on, come back with me and talk. Looking at Master Siyu with an unkind tone, Jiang Chuirou and Han Feng both shrank their necks in fear. After arriving at the Palmistress residence, the 3 of them stood respectfully, and the Siyu Palmistress sat down on a chair and leaned back, her snow-white thighs crossing her legs again, the queen's dominance showing through. She looked toward Han Feng and Jiang Chuirou and asked, like a homeroom teacher, what's wrong with you two? Why haven't you double cultivated once until now? The sect gives you free cultivation techniques for you to practice. Do you know how many people from the sects outside want to come and practice the yin-yang harmonization technique? Do you know how many people out there want to come and practice yin-yang harmonization technique? How many people crave for our technique and fail to practice it? Now you are given free to come and practice, and you all don't go for double practice? Why was the yin-yang sect able to become the most powerful sect within a 1,000-mile radius of the east coast of the Heavenly Star continent? Relying on the fact that every disciple has a Taoist couple, they can all rely on dual cultivation to enhance their cultivation and improve their physique, achieving twice the result with half the effort. The sect is worried that you won't be able to find a Taoist couple, and also organizes a matchmaking conference every year to select a Taoist couple for you to cultivate. But what about you guys? Obviously both of your qualifications are not bad, and your cultivation is extremely effective. Why don't you dual cultivate? Crispy Zoe is a cold character. So can't you, Han Feng, be more proactive? Are you not interested in women? Then why do you keep looking at my thighs? Han Feng blushed profusely and hurriedly lowered his head. The little maneuver was discovered. Zhang Ziro lowered her head and didn't dare to say anything, but Han Feng, as a man, couldn't keep his mouth shut at this time. Met on a blind date. Don't know her well. No. Not familiar? How could Siyu Palmistress not expect that Han Feng would give her such an answer? And then she was infuriated and laughed. Ha! Ha! Not familiar? Many people who have just become Dao couples are not familiar with each other. Can't they cultivate their feelings if they're not familiar with each other? Can't we give each other gifts? Can't we go on a date in the woods together? Hold hands and kiss? Aren't feelings always nurtured? That Zhang Xiu. Tell me, have you ever double cultivated with one coronet? Zhang Xiu did not expect to stand here suffered from the disaster of the poolfish. Face red, but the palm seat asked also dare not return. Had to answer honestly, that except for menstruation. Once a day. Han Feng was shocked. Is the crown so hungry? Shut up. Speaking of your problems, people like Zhang Xiu know that they have to practice once a day. What about you guys? Obviously that good qualification condition. Similar age. And a Dao couple. But not dual cultivation? It's simply a waste. The 2 of you now go back and immediately go to double cultivation. And from now on, at least every 2 days without fail. Disciple obey. Chapter 69, Double Cultivation. Under order the 3 people left the room of the headmaster almost as if they were fleeing, and together they flew towards the mountain. That. Senior brother and sister. I'll go home first. You guys chat. Zhang Xiu slipped away. Han Feng and Jiang Chuirou were left. Standing awkwardly at a loss for words, Han Feng broke the awkwardness and said, I'll go ahead and move, and then I'll meet you afterward. Good. Ginger Zizu immediately went back into her loft. The little fox on Han Feng's shoulder mercilessly mocked. Goon. What kind of man do you count? Bah, really goon. His own Dao couple do not dare to go to pull hand in hand kissing mouth and mouth, but also the master forced to do it. Have not seen you so goon man. You shut up. Don't say another word. Say it again and I'll sell you. Han Feng rewarded the little fox with a headbutt before flying toward the mountain. Arriving at the small courtyard at the bottom of the hill, Han Feng first put away the precious recliner, then uprooted all the herbs in the courtyard and put them into his storage bag. These herbs Han Feng only had the right to manage them, not the right to own them. Theoretically they were all the herbs of the clan, but with his current position, embezzling some of them was not a thing. These were all cultivated by him personally. It was very emotional now. Then, he put away the protective array again and came into the house. Looking at the house that cloth coverlet cold as iron for many years, the child lying in the evil foot cracked a bed quilt. Han Feng also do not want. Now that we have money and a new house, we can make proper improvements. Han Feng decided to be extravagant and buy some furniture to go, lest he didn't have a place to sit when he had guests like the last time Zhang Huayan came. After all, living in a better environment, he can also lie flat a little more comfortable. Han Feng came to the bottom of the mountain and took 2 spirit stones and exchanged them for silver. A spirit stone could be exchanged for at least 1,000 taels of silver in the mundane world, but 1,000 taels of silver was difficult to buy a spirit stone. After having the money, Han Feng came to the furniture market, and the boy inside knew that a big customer had come when he saw that the visitor had flown in with a royal sword. Under the boy's hospitality, Han Feng bought a lot of furniture in a very generous manner. A queen-sized bed, respective table and chairs, futon, coffee table, tea set, and so much more. He even bought a very luxurious nest for the little fox to pick out himself. And then, he bought bedding, tea and so on, which is worthy of his identity as a heavenly pride disciple. After everything was ready, he brought the little fox to the large courtyard next to Ginger Crispin's attic. Han Feng was in a good mood. He had a new home, worshipped his master, and Wang Coronet was able to cultivate again, and his status was good, so he didn't have any troublesome concerns. You can happily lay flat later. He hummed a little song as he first set up the furniture in the house. The new bedding was put on, and the little fox himself went to work on his little nest, which was all cozy with fluffy cotton pillows. After getting the house done, Han Feng went back to the yard and set up the formation, then took the iron rowan and dug pits one by one, planting the herbs in one by one. He enjoyed the process with gusto. He loved gardening, and even more so, he loved the carefree time when he was tending to the herbs with his own hands. Soon, the yard was planted with herbs everywhere except for a few pathways. At this time, it was already evening, and Han Feng was busy. Next, comes one of the most ceremonial things of all, only to see Han Feng solemnly take out his recliner and put it on the open space outside the window at the entrance of the house and lay down on it. Ah, it's so good. Ah, a false suit. Han Feng and the little fox lamented together. It hadn't been so comfortable for a few days, and this familiar feeling of lying down on a recliner at this time was so nostalgic. One man and one fox lay like this, until the sunset, until the moon was clear, without the slightest thought of forgetting a very important thing. The little fox stretched and said, "It's getting dark, it's time to go to bed. By the way Han Feng, did you buy such a big bed? Do you want to sleep 2 people? Is it because you want to double cultivate in bed with your little crispy sister?" Han Feng said lazily. "Duel what duel? Don't get any ideas. Wait, crap, duel practice." Han Feng whooshed and stood up from the recliner. He had made an appointment with Jiang Krizuo in the afternoon to double cultivate together, and as a result, it was now dark, and he still hadn't gone yet. Forgot about it. The little fox remembered, too, and exclaimed that oh no, my sister is going to be angry. Go 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 go. Han Feng held the little fox in his arms and went straight out of the courtyard, flying up and landing on the large boulder. Arriving in front of Jiang Chui Rose courtyard door. "Senior sister Jiang, are you home?" Han Feng shouted. A moment later, a maid came out and said, "Elder brother Han is here. Our young lady said that she won't see any guests tonight. Please go back." "So, okay." Han Feng twisted his head and was about to leave, when the little fox immediately went to grab his face and whispered, "You give me back. Break in. If you leave at this time, this life will be finished. You this dead straight man. How this do not understand. She is angry. You go to coax just fine. This time to go. Do not want to have a good face to look at in the future. Makes sense." Han Feng was also inexperienced as it was his first time to fall in love. So after hearing what the little fox said, he turned his head to the maid and said, Isn't senior sister Jiang seeing any guests today? Yes it is. The maid smiled and replied politely. That's not a coincidence. I'm not a guest. I'm senior sister Jiang's Dao couple. I'm allowed to go in. The little fox smiled with satisfaction. Okay, this kid got the hang of it. That's a no-no. 2. The maid replied with a still polite smile. Han Feng sighed regretfully, and then suddenly surprised himself by saying, Senior sister Jiang, you came out. The maid looked back. There was no one there. Oh shit. Screwed. Suddenly a gust of wind skimmed by his side, and how fast Han Feng was. He had already arrived at the entrance of the attic and directly pushed the door open to enter, before the maid reacted by shutting the door and plugging it from the inside. After doing so, Han Feng hemmed and hawed and turned his head to look inside, only to see that Jiang Ziro was sitting on a futon meditating and practicing. Senior sister, I'm coming. Han Feng smiled and sat down on the futon in front of her. Ginger Crisp opened her eyes, gave him a cold look, and said, Who are you? Why did you trespass into a woman's boudoir and bully my maid? I could tell by the tone that it was angry. Han Feng laughed shamelessly. This is not the afternoon has been busy. Busy decorating the new home. Just busy. Immediately came over. Yeah, you don't realize, do you, that from this yard of mine, looking down, the scene in your yard is plain to see. My maid, however, watched you, lying from evening to evening, for 2 full hours. Since senior brother Han places so little importance on the matter of dual cultivation, then please go back. I'm sorry for not entertaining you. Chapter 70, Kissing as Jiang Ziro spoke. She fiddled with the teacup on the table and poured a cup of tea for herself, not for Han Feng. Han Feng was self-conscious and did it himself, pouring himself a cup of tea. Senior sister, don't be angry. We are not in the name of the master. To double cultivation together. This double cultivation is good for cultivation, isn't it? Han Feng didn't know what was going on, and gradually began to care whether Jiang Chuiro was angry or not. He had little interest in dual cultivation because he had no way to grow his cultivation on his own, and he could only grow if Jiang Zuoro broke through, returning tenfold. He wouldn't bother to do anything that didn't do a bit of good. As for coaxing Jiang Chuiro now, Han Feng didn't want to admit that he didn't want to make her angry, so he found himself a reasonable excuse. Well, helping her raise her cultivation is also for me to be able to raise it myself. After all, I can only break through when she breaks through, but that's a reason he can't even convince himself of. Because he's a lay about personality, and making him work hard or something is worse than killing him, Ginger Crisp said with a sneer, holding master over me. Ha, oh yes, you came to me for dual cultivation because of an order from master, not because you sincerely wanted to do so yourself. It's also true that Senior Han was originally forced to become a Taoist couple with me in the first place, forced to choose by me, and didn't choose me per se. Later, even though I said that I could come to me for dual cultivation every 10 days to enhance my cultivation, a month passed and Senior Han didn't mention it once. The little woman is stupid. Originally did not understand, but now also understand. Han's senior brother is not even look at the little woman. Well, it's my own fault. Since Senior Han doesn't want to double cultivate and doesn't have a crush on me, let's just get along. After we separate, Senior brother Han then go to find a good man, married to the Taoist couple. You and I are well. In the future, can also nod and say hello, better than looking at each other. Do you think so? Listening to Jiang Chuiro's conspiratorial words, Han Feng smiled shamefully and said, Why is this still a divorce? We've only known each other for a month. It's normal that we don't know each other very well. You and I are both quiet and slow to warm up. You know that, or you wouldn't have chosen me in the first place. Was I looking at you as a slow burner? That is to see that you do not have a background qualification mediocre. Will not affect my cultivation only, which had thought that you are also a heavenly pride disciple, or rare wind attribute heavenly spirit root. Cultivation is even higher than me. Humph. You can really hide it. Even I was fooled by you. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Looking at Jiang Shiro's slight pouting and angry appearance, Han Feng also knew that the other party's anger had subsided a bit and said with a smile, What? Is senior sister Jiang regretting it now? Worried that I'll steal your light in the future? But it's too late for regrets. The Dao couple has already been formed. It's not like you alone can just say you're leaving. Looking at the evil smile hanging at the corner of Han Feng's mouth, Jiang Chuiro gave him a blank look and stretched out her fist, then made a gesture to hit him. Of course, she didn't really want to fight. She just wanted to scare this shameless Han Feng. In the past, this was a scene of hands-on fighting, and it wouldn't have appeared at all on Jiang Chuiro's body. However, what Jiang Chuiro didn't expect was that what was even more shameless was yet to come, only to see Han Feng grab her pink fist that smashed over and then hold it in his hand. What are you doing? Let go of me. You're being rude. Jiang Shiro's pretty face was slightly red, and she fought to pull back her hand. But her realm was not as high as Han Feng's, and her strength was naturally not as strong as Han Feng's. Instead of pulling her little hand back after half an effort, the coffee table underneath was so overwhelmed that it simply shattered. You! Zhang Shiro blared angrily at Han Feng. However, Han Feng hadn't let go of his hand yet, but instead stood up and with a fierce push of his left hand, he pulled Zhang Chui Ro up from the ground. Zhang Ziro was originally in a cross-knee sitting position, but when Han Feng pulled her violently, her body involuntarily tilted towards the top and in front of her, plus the coffee table in front of her as an obstacle was gone, so she tilted into Han Feng's arms all of a sudden. Zhang Jiru was startled and hastily stood up to stabilize her body. However, just as she stood up, Han Feng's right hand wrapped around her slender waist and pressed her tightly against himself. Han Feng looked at the stunned look of the beauty in front of him, the shyness between her brows, and her big watery eyes, and felt a stirring in his heart, and under the ghost, his brain jerked, and he kissed at those two delicate red lips. At first, Han Feng kissed her lips and reacted himself, reflecting on whether he was too abrupt. But, if you've done it, you should just be abrupt to the end, because you won't lose out anyway. He clumsily pried the beauty's teeth open with his tongue and reached in, savoring the delicious, flavorful tongue. Zhang Ziro's brain buzzed and went blank. Since she was a child, she had never even touched a man's hand, let alone kissed it. This sudden encounter left her at a loss for words. She even forgot to resist. She could only let people invade and taste her flavor. Seeing this scene, the little fox on the side hurriedly covered her eyes and whispered, kissed and kissed and kissed and shamed, but it wasn't willing to miss such a scene. So it showed a gap between its paws and continued to peek at these two shamelessly kissing and mouthing. A moment later, Zhang Ziro finally reacted, knowing that the man in front of her was molesting her, and hurriedly tried to push Han Feng away. But the dog man was surprisingly strong and just wouldn't let go of her. Zhang Ziro's anger rose from her heart and her evil was born from her heart, so she bit down hard and bit Han Feng's tongue, who let go of him with a miserable cry. Zhang Ziro's face turned red as she pointed at Han Feng and drank. You! I can't believe you bit me. You're so bad. Han Feng was righteously wicked. This hand. Zhang Chui Ro were all confused. She first froze for a moment, then suddenly realized, gritted her teeth and said, you molested me first. It's only natural for me to kiss my own Dao couple. How can it be called molestation? Instead, it's you, biting my tongue. Are you trying to murder your own husband? Han Feng twisted his head away and defended himself sheepishly. Me? Murdering your own husband? You're still righteous? I'll beat you to death. You denizen! Zhang Ziro was furious, so she hammered toward Han Feng. Han Feng took a hard punch from her and took her into his arms again. Seeing that her fist of justice had turned into a throwdown, Zhang Crispy Ro immediately struggled and pounded Han Feng. Don't fight, and then I'll kiss you. Han Feng narrowed his eyes and threatened, a tone that looked like he was trying to scare a child. I'll hit you denizen. Can the high-minded and proud first beauty of Sunset Peak bear this grievance? Han Feng hugged her and barfed and kissed her again. Chapter 71, How can I double cultivate without taking off my clothes? Seeing that he was really serious, and that she was so limp from kissing that she couldn't lift her strength, Ginger Crispy Zoe muttered and begged for forgiveness. And let go of me. I won't hit you anymore. Let go of me. Only then did Han Feng release her red lips. Zhang Chui Ro's small face was flushed and she was panting heavily. Han Feng hugged her and laughed. TSK, TSK, TSK. No wonder it's called crispy soft. It's so soft and gentle. It tastes so good. And you say, you denizen. Zhang Chui Ro gritted her teeth in anger and wanted to hit him again, but she was afraid that this denizen would come back to kiss her again. So she had to do it, and fought to shake him off. While sitting down on the futon with an exasperated sigh, Han Feng laughed, took the futon and placed it next to her, sat down on his knees, reached out and wrapped his hand around her shoulders, and laughed shamelessly, saying, all right, my good senior sister, don't be angry. I'm not trying to make you happy. Have you coaxed people like this? You're blatantly taking advantage of me and molesting me. I should beat you to death. Zhang Shiro didn't struggle this time, allowing Han Feng to put his arm around her shoulders. Okay, let you hit okay, come on, smile, every day like an iceberg beauty. No one said you look good when you smile? I told you. The little fox popped over and happily took credit. Zhang Chui Ro smoothly embraced it and placed it on her lap, gently stroking its silky fur as she coldly grunted at Han Feng. That if you don't like me, aren't interested in me, and only came over to find me on the orders of your master, then why take advantage of me, hugging and kissing me? How do you expect me to get married in the future? You still want to marry someone else? And you don't like me, and you won't allow me to marry someone else? Ginger Zizu pouted slightly with an indignant look. When did I say I didn't like you? You just said those words yourself, alright. I didn't. I'm saying what's on your mind. Not at all. It's all your own wild guesses. You like to make wild guesses when you're angry. No, I didn't. You just don't like me. How could you come in the middle of the night if you like me? How could I be late? How could I be sleeping in your yard? So it's not good to do this kind of thing in broad daylight, is it? What kind of things? A double fix. Can't a double dip be done in the daytime? A double dip can still be done in the daytime? The two men looked at each other speechlessly, before skimming their heads in unison. Neither of them had ever double-crossed, and they weren't sure if such things could be done during the day. Anyway, you just don't like me. You seldom come to me on your own initiative. Ever since I became a Taoist couple with you, you've come to me once on your own initiative, or to bring me 3 needle flowers, and then not even once after that. You haven't come as hard as that son of a bitch surnamed G, who used to come every day. Oh, well, have you let him in yet? Han Feng's eyes narrowed into a dangerous slit. Seeing this reaction from him, the corner of Jiang Zirou's mouth hung up with a smug smile, and she leisurely said, "What? Jealous? You don't like me, so why do you care if another man comes to me? If I don't like you, why would I be jealous? On the contrary, it's you, senior sister, who cares so much about whether I like you or not." Han Feng stretched out his left hand and lifted her chin, making her look at himself, and leisurely said, "Do you like me, senior sister?" "Bah, I like you, big head," Ginger Crisp said seriously. "I don't believe it. And what would it take for you to believe that? I'll believe it if you give me a kiss." "Bah, you're trying to take advantage of me again, aren't you?" Jiang Zirou swung her fist and slammed into Han Feng again, but she was tightly yanked by Han Feng again. At this point, the little fox sent a divine assist, saying, "You two, obviously each other like each other, but you have to show off your words. You have to let the other person first say that you like it. It is really boring. Just hurry up and kiss your mouth off." "No, how can you say such icy words when your mouth has been kissed and you still have a hard mouth? When it's so soft, you shut up." The two chortled in unison. The little fox closed its mouth obediently and shrunk into a furry ball. Han Feng and Jiang Chuiro looked at each other for a while, and suddenly, Han Feng hugged and barred her and kissed her, then stood up and said, "Alright, don't be angry. Let's double cultivate. Practicing is the important thing." "Okay." Ginger Crisp nodded, strong and calm, blushing less after being kissed more. Han Feng stood up and then began to undress and unbutton. Dumbfounded and astonished, "Ginger Crispus, what are you doing? Isn't it going to be a duel?" Han Feng was dumbfounded. "What are you taking off your clothes for? Doubletree? How do you double up without taking off your clothes?" Only then did Jiang Jiru understand and come to a sudden realization, followed by a red face, red to the roots of her ears, pointing at Han Feng and gritting her teeth, saying, "Who told you double cultivation is to do that kind of thing? No wonder you have to come here at night. Is it that I said you were late and you still have a face of injustice? Do you think that double cultivation is to do that kind of thing, ah? Good you, Han Feng. I originally thought you were some kind of gentleman, but it turns out that you are also a lowly man who covets beauty and craves the body of others. You're cheap." Han Feng, who had been scolded with a split face, was confused and said, very innocently, "But isn't dual cultivation doing that kind of thing? Juan Coronet then often bragged to me about how he dual cultivation, and gave me so many postures. Ah no, knowledge. Bah, it's not. When double cultivation, the two people sit on their knees with their palms facing each other together, running the internal aura, forming a circumference inside the two people's bodies will be fine. So it's like the two people's auras are cultivating together, so there will be progress. The kind of thing you're talking about is just better with double crossing. So what's wrong with a better effect?" Han Feng was full of innocence. You. Well, you denizen, I can kind of see that you just want to come and sleep with me today, right?" Jiang Shiro pointed at Han Feng, shaking with anger. Okay, listen to you. Don't get mad. Just do what you say, okay?" Han Feng surrendered in a hurry, seeing that Jiang Chuiro was going to explode if he looked at her again, and that she was going to melt if she got a little closer. So he didn't want to coax her again after a long time. "Okay, come over here and I'll show you how to get it. Are you very experienced?" "No, it's my first time too, but do you have experience? I've never even held a girl's hand. And what did you just pull? A pig's trotter? I won't allow you to talk about yourself like that." "Damn Han Feng. Ginger Crisp is so angry this is about to explode. Come here and sit down." Ginger Zizu pointed to the futon in front of her. "Not going to bed? You still say that?" Jiang Ziro really wanted to punch this non-stop bitchy Han Feng. Chapter 72, doesn't this still involve undressing? The two sat down on the futon, and Ginger Crisp said, "First, calm your mind. Adjust your emotional state of mind. Let yourself ripple. and adjust your body to its optimal state. Then we'll run the yin-yang harmonization qigong together to find the connecting point of the circumferential cycle. Left is out. Right is in. Your left hand feeds your aura into my right hand. My right hand runs my aura around my body and feeds it into my left hand, which then enters your right hand, thus forming a cycle. One cycle is one cycle. 1 hour is a complete. And it takes a full time to finish. Understand? Understood. Wife. Han Feng nodded. What did you just call me? Ginger Crisp's eyes narrowed. What's wrong? Ah. Senior sister? Nonsense. That's clearly not what you just screamed. Little fox. What did he just scream? Ginger Crisp looked at the little fox and asked. The little fox smiled slightly and said, sweetly, he called you a kissing cute and invincible beautiful and gentle little baby. Ginger Crispin. Han Feng. Okay, to begin the duel, put your hands out, palm to palm. Jiang Shiro stretched out her hand, and Han Feng stretched out his hands and grabbed them. It's 2 palms against each other, not 10 fingers. And I'll kick you out if you take advantage of me again. No matter how the threat was made, Han Feng was finally honest, and the two of them double cultivated. Together, they mobilized their internal aura to wander inside their bodies, forming a cycle inside the two people according to the operation method recorded in the Gong method, and then constantly teaching and wandering, as a way to achieve the effective cultivation with twice the result with half the effort. At this time, their absorption of external aura was indeed very fast, and the aura that they had previously lost due to the battle was quickly replenished. Of course, this was also due to their low cultivation level and less aura in their bodies, so they recovered quickly. Soon, an hour passed, and all the auras in their bodies were restored. The two let go of their hands, and Jiang Zuero, with a slightly elated expression, said, cultivation has grown a bit. Not much, but it's obvious to feel the growth. I only broke through to the 8th level of the Qi practicing stage before the ancestor sacrifice ceremony, and now I'm already at the 8th level solidly, and I can make an impact towards the middle of the 8th level. I didn't realize that the effect of dual cultivation is so good. However, Han Feng gave a bitter smile and said, it's good that it's working. Why do you look unhappy? Didn't your cultivation grow? No, nothing works. How come? Let's see. Let's double up again. Jiang Shiro grabbed Han Feng's hand and ran her aura. This time, she probed Han Feng's cultivation in detail. It is indeed not half as different as it was just now. She was puzzled. She double cultivated with Han Feng for another hour. This time she had been carefully observing Han Feng's cultivation. Her own cultivation had been growing orderly and steadily, but Han Feng's cultivation, however, still hadn't grown at all. It could be said that other than replenishing his aura before, Han Feng's cultivation hadn't shown any signs of movement at all. What's going on? Ginger Crystal frowned slightly, and that frown looked good even when it was furrowed. I don't know. It's probably just a simple double cultivation like that. It really doesn't have a strong effect, but that's okay. It's good that you were able to enhance it. I've also practiced twice today. I'll come back in 2 days to find senior sister to practice. It's almost dawn. Senior brother will take his leave first. Han Feng held the little fox in his arms and waved his hand toward Jiang Zero with a smile before heading outside. Ginger Zizu's eyes struggled and hesitated, pondering and making hard decisions. Finally, a second before Han Feng was about to open the open door, she opened her mouth and said, wait, I have another idea. Oh, what's the solution? Han Feng twisted his head around and asked in confusion. Jiang Jiru stood up, came to Han Feng, opened the door to the room, took the little fox over, and said to the poor maid outside who had been blowing cold winds all night, Little Ring, you go ahead and play with the little fox. Get him something to eat, and don't let him in the house. As you wish. Ring rushed to pick up the little fox. The little fox looked confused, and then, Jiang Zuero closed the door, locked it, and turned toward the upstairs. Follow me, all the way to the upper floor. Han Feng saw that to the left of the stairs was a door, and inside the door was the secret room, and in the corner to the right was a large bed, which was quite nicely decorated with light colors, while further outside, by the window, there were tables and chairs and futons all over the place. Apparently the first floor living room and second floor bedroom were fairly well appointed for a girl living alone. After walking up, Jiang Zio stood at the edge of the bed, and then took a deep breath to relieve some of the tension in her heart, and then turned around and said, I also have a dual cultivation technique on my side. Didn't you ask me last time what the blessing I received from this secret realm prayer was? It's this Gong method. The dual cultivation effect of this Gong method is far superior to the yin-yang harmonization Gong, so you should learn it first. It's very simple. After saying her words, Jiang Zura took out a jade slip, reproduced the Gongfu recorded in her mind, and handed it to Han Feng. They weren't foundation establishment powerhouses yet, and there was no way for them to directly divine sense doc information. Han Feng was curious, and after receiving it, He placed it on his brow and read the information inside. After that gongfu was read, he was dumbfounded and looked at Zhang Cui-ro and said, "Isn't this a rooming house? Yes, this is the gong method that the old ancestor blessed me with. This was given to me by the old Han family, wasn't it? To help me push you down, right? The old man has treated me well." At this moment, Han Feng was incomparably sure that he was the descendant of immortal Emperor Han, and immortal Emperor Han must have known about him, which was why he gave him an assist. "So, does senior sister want to cultivate this technique with me?" Ginger Crispin's pretty face blushed profusely and she turned her head away and said, "After all, it's the gongfu given by the old ancestor. It's many times better than the sex basic gongfu. It's a pity not to cultivate it. I am not ready to give you my body, though, and our relationship is not as good as it could be, but I can't just stand by and watch you, not making any progress at all, nor can I keep on double cultivating. It's not fair to you that I keep on improving while you stay put, so it's better to practice this. Don't misunderstand me, I am doing this for the sake of cultivation, not for the sake of that fish in water. Okay, I understand. Then, it'll be a hard day's work for senior sister." Han Feng smiled faintly, his two large eyes smiling into a crescent moon. Ginger Crystal pouted. "You still laugh? Not allowed to laugh. You first go to take a bath. That secret room, there are bathtubs, surrounded by fire spirit crystals. The water is warm. You first go to take a bath. After washing, get in my bed again. Okay, senior sister. No problem, senior sister." Han Feng smiled happily and turned around to go to the secret room. After all the fuss, this double cultivation is not still need to take off clothes. Ginger Zizu, her face flushed, sat on the bed and sighed languidly. After confirming that Han Feng had gone to the secret room, she threw herself headfirst onto the bed, her face lying on the pillow. Shame on you ah. Chapter 73. Hey. Han Feng came inside the secret room, which had an alchemy furnace and a futon, and it was obvious that Zhang Zuru usually secluded and alchemized pills here. Further in there was a compartment with a very large tub in it. Above the tub, there is a bamboo tube that constantly drains water into it, and below the tub there is also a tube that drains to the outside, creating a long flow of water. The outside ring of the tub was filled with fire spirit crystals, providing heat so that the water in the tub would always be warm. Luxury, too much luxury. Wait, Han Feng suddenly thought of a problem. The water is spring water flowing down from the mountain, which is understandable, but where is the water discharged to? Is it possible that small streams of water have formed again to join the creek and flow down the mountain? I used to live at the bottom of the hill myself. Could it be that all he used to drink was Ginger Crispy Soft's bath water? He hurriedly opened the window and looked out, only to see that there was a well outside, and that the water flowed back into the well and not down the hill. Well, it's not bad. Our senior sister Jiang is still very qualified. Han Feng took off his clothes and jumped into the bathtub, which still had flower petals, and there was soap horn outside. So Han Feng took a bath in a beautiful way, focused on washing a certain area, ensure cleanliness and neatness. After taking a bath, Han Feng saw that there was a bath towel on the side, so he simply left his clothes on and directly wrapped the towel around his body, taking his clothes and walking outside. After coming outside, he put the clothes on the chair, and saw Zhang Zuru lying motionless on the bed. Her exquisite figure was revealed to the fullest, and her small buttocks were high, so she couldn't help but be playful. He crept up behind Ginger Crispus, bent down, and whispered that the sister? Jiang Shiro tilted her head up, and Han Feng reached out and slapped on that round and firm little ass. Hiss, feels so good in your hand. Q bounce and soft. Ah, how dare you hit me. Flames flared up in Jiang Crispin's beautiful eyes as she got up and was about to fight Han Feng to the death. As soon as Han Feng took him into his arms and wrapped his arms around that slender waist, he kissed him. Only this time, Han Feng's hands were not so honest. He wrapped his left hand around his waist, and his right hand crept down to the small, shapely buttocks, gently kneading them. Zhang Ziro made noises in her nasal cavity in protest, but Han Feng was not the least bit moved, and after struggling for a moment, she stopped struggling and let this dog man claim her. A moment later, the two loosened up, and Han Feng looked at the other's watery eyes with affection and smiled, saying, "Senior sister, you're beautiful." Do I need you to say whether I'm beautiful or not? I'm the #1 beauty of Sunset Peak, so I really let you pick up the slack. Ha ha ha. Yes, if senior sister hadn't chosen me in the first place, how could I have gotten such a beautiful senior sister? Bah, who said you got me? I only saw that you couldn't raise your cultivation level by normal dual cultivation, and only helped you in this way. Don't you think that I have fallen in love with you? I was pitying you. Yes, pitying you. Don't you think that you have got my heart? Looking at the iceberg beauty's shy and bashful appearance, Han Feng was so happy in his heart that he touched Zhang Zuoro's lips and said, "How can such a soft little mouth be so tough? Bah! Cut the crap and hurry up and double cultivate." Zhang Zuoro forced herself to be calm and put on a haughty demeanor, as if this kind of thing was just a rare and trivial matter in her eyes. "Yes, sister," Han Feng said softly, before reaching out his hand and gently pulling open Zhang Zuoro's belt. After unbuckling the belt, Han Feng opened the other party's tunic, and saw the pair of proudly erect curves through the lingerie, and was about to peel off the tunic when Zhang Zuoro shivered and hastened to say, "No, I'll do it, I'll do it, I'll do it, just turn around." She's nervous. It's her first time, too. Senior sister doesn't need to be nervous. Just close your eyes and leave everything to me. Are you very experienced? Ginger Zizu narrowed her eyes at him. "No, but you're a girl, so I can't let you initiate, can I?" Han Feng took off her coat and said, "Come on, senior sister, lie down. I'll just help you." That's fine." Zhang Zuoro sat on the bed and was about to lie down when she suddenly felt that something was wrong. I, Zhang Zuoro, am a high-minded and proud woman with a heart higher than the sky. How can I fall into this kind of thing and lie down to be slaughtered? How could I lose in the air? When she thought of her weak appearance just now, Zhang Zuoro felt a pang of chagrin, and she didn't understand why she had become like this. Obviously, when she had faced Han Feng before, her aura had always been condescending, so how come the further back she went, the weaker her aura became and the stronger the other party's aura became? Can I still be taken down by you? I can still be bullied by you? So Ginger Crispus got up again, topped her little belly band, and said, in a condescending manner, "Come on, beast, I'm not afraid of you." Ha! Han Feng was dumbfounded and unsure, but he still went up and down, first peeling off his belly band, then his pants, and in no time he had stripped the little beauty in front of him, even though she was naked. Zhang Zuoro was still proud of her aura and did not fall behind. Han Feng unwrapped the towel and tossed it aside, and Zhang Zuoro's eyes instantly grew wide. She looked up and down Han Feng's body. "This looks well, general. Its appearance is not good. Slightly clean only. Body well. A little thin, but not quite fine dog. Long years of labor in the fields, so that Han Feng's body to maintain the body is not bad. The place where there is meat. The place where the skinny show skinny, and even 4-pack abdominal muscles? Look further down. Can't look. Shame on you." Han Feng hemmed and hawed and directly pushed down the little beauty in front of him onto the bed. Zhang Zuoro didn't close her eyes, but instead looked at Han Feng in a slightly provocative manner, fighting to keep her aura intact. "Ha ha ha, I want a strong senior sister in my life." Han Feng bent down and gently scraped her small nose, then started to go up and down, stroking the indescribable places. Gradually, both of them were a little lustful, looking at each other. The more they looked at each other, the more they liked each other, and their eyes were dripping with strong love. Han Feng tenderly kissed Zhang Zuoro's small mouth before asking, "Elder sister, are you ready? Come on, I'm not afraid of you." "Good, so Shifu is here." Han Feng raised his spear and mounted his horse, and began to conquer the battlefield. "Hiss, hurts, will you be gentle? You don't pity me at all." The little beauty beneath him protested. "Yes, obey." The two milled around for a while, familiarizing themselves with each other, before they began their official encounter. In this great battle, both sides were fighting back and forth, fighting extremely fiercely. No one was willing to fall into the wind and admit defeat to the other side to surrender their weapons. Don't just focus on doing this. Hurry up and apply your energy to cultivate and raise your cultivation level. Okay, I've shipped it. Well, no, why should you be on top? Come down. I'm going to be on top and I'm going to let you bully me? Chapter 74, You want to recognize me as your father? This time, Han Feng knew how strong Zhang Zuoro's nature was, and even when she was doing this kind of thing, she had to have the upper hand to take the initiative. That snow-white body and the constant panting that came out of it made Han Feng fall in love with the senior sister from the bottom of his heart. If, at first, Han Feng and Zhang Zuoro had been forced to become Dao couples only out of necessity, then now, both of them, from the bottom of their hearts, had accepted each other and liked each other. Even, some fell in love with each other. They say that a double fix is the best medicine to enhance a relationship, and it really seems to be true these days. It was like the case of Wang Coronation and Zhang Xiu, who had not known each other for a long time per se, but had deep feelings. Even when Wang Coronation was invalidated, Zhang Xiu was not willing to leave him and abandon him, just because of the double cultivation every day, and the two of them were not separated. There was a time requirement for dual cultivation, and Han Feng and Zhang Zuoro cultivated for a full hour's time before they both surrendered and declared the battle over. The two were panting and sprawled out on the bed, the little beauty dripping with fragrant sweat, the sheets wet with dots of plummy blood. Senior sister, are you tired? Han Feng asked as he hugged Zhang Chuiro. Get away from me, it's hot. Zhang Zero said coldly and mercilessly, like a scummy man who puts on his pants and doesn't recognize anyone. Bah, scummy woman, ha ha ha. Han Feng smiled and hugged her over to him, pressing her tightly against his chest, feeling the soft sensation coming from his chest as he looked at the senior sister in front of him, liking her more and more the more he looked at her. Ginger Crispberry gave him a blank look and said, You still call me senior sister? I'm already your person here, can't you change your name to something nicer? Damn straight man. And what do you want me to call you? Wife? Daughter-in-law? Mistress? Which one do you think sounds better? None of it sounds good. Between cultivators you see who calls their Taoist couple this way. What's that call you? You idiot, what did my father call me? Can't you learn? The more Ginger Zizu thought about it, the angrier she became. Han Feng was filled with shock and said, This is not good, is it? What's wrong with that? Okay then, I'll call. Han Feng opened his mouth as if he had made a great determination and said, Daughter? Zhang Ziro's brain buzzed, dazed, before she opened her mouth and bit down hard on Han Feng's shoulder. Hiss, pain pain pain, let go, not you let me scream like this? I'm still wondering, don't you have a father? Why do you still want to recognize me as your father? What a strange fetish. I'll kill you. Zhang Ziro was on fire and was about to hammer Han Feng. Han Feng held her in his arms and laughed. Okay, I won't tease you. Look at you. You look exactly like the little fox when she's angry. I know, let me call you Zoe. I think Zoe sounds good too. When Zhang Ziro heard this, she let it go. However, Han Feng's next sentence drove her crazy again. But I still think that the little crisps sound best. Which one do you think? I feel your grandmother's leg. Ginger Crispy Rowe gritted her teeth in anger. And reaching out, she fiercely grabbed Han Feng's most vulnerable spot. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Han Feng coaxed for a while before Zhang Ziro slowly accepted the unpleasant nickname Little Crispy Meat. Han Feng picked up his storage bag and took out the Quan Xing wind wings given to him by his master, saying, This is our first dual cultivation. I should have given you a gift, but I don't have anything to show for it on me, so I'll give you this. You are a wood attribute spirit root and are not good at speed. With this Quan Xing wind wing, your speed can be greatly improved, whether it is chasing or escaping. It is very effective. Put it on and try it on. Zhang Shiro looked at Han Feng in shock and said, Such a good medium-grade spiritual treasure. You're willing to give it to me? What will you use it for if you give it to me? Then what's there to give up? I'm originally a wind attribute spirit root, specializing in speed. Inside the same realm, no one can surpass me. Using it won't have much effect. Zhang Jiro was touched in her heart and felt that Han Feng was really a good man, and that this dog man wasn't born specifically to piss her off. Still, she shook her head and I can't. It's a gift from Master. She'll be angry if she sees a gift for you that you've passed on to me. That CU Master of ours has a bad temper. If she gets angry, you and I will be punished. Quickly take it back. Double cultivation with you, this kind of thing. It is not I lose. My cultivation has also been improved. I have now been improved to the 8th layer of the middle of the Qi cultivation stage. A few more times and I guess I'll be able to raise it to the top. Really? A couple more times then. Han Feng had some regrets in his heart. If he couldn't give away this treasure, he wouldn't get a better one. In his opinion, the treasure was given to Zhang Zuoro, and he was able to get blessed with a better treasure. And one treasure became one for each of the two people, so the blood money was not lost. But he couldn't tell Zhang Zuoro about it either, because the Shinzu who had blessed him with a marriage wouldn't let him. Similarly, Han Feng felt that Xianzu's marriage blessing was much better than Immortal Han's secret realm blessing. Secret realm blessings only came once in a lifetime, but marriage blessings were available all the time. As he thought about this, he put away the spring walking wind wings, thinking that he would find a chance to give them away later, and then he rolled over onto his back and was ready to do it again. Ginger Crisp said, obviously a little flustered. Don't. Rest. Today the ordinary double cultivation has been twice. This kind of double cultivation also once. The effect has been saturated. You also let me rest. I've only just broken my melon and it still hurts. Looking at his little dainty wife's pitiful appearance, Han Feng's heart softened as well, and took out an ordinary spirit restoration pill from his storage bag and fed it to her, so that her pain can heal quickly. What he gave was a seized other people's spirit restoration pill. Not Yi Lon Yuan's high-level spirit restoration pill. The kind of spirit restoration pill that only he could use. After Jiang Ziro ate the elixir, she said, "You go back. I'll put this sheet away and throw it away. Get a new one, and consolidate my practice." Han Feng hugged her, stroked her little butt, and said, "It's so comfortable to hold. What if I can't let go?" With a gentle smile, Jiang Ziyo said, "Still cultivation is the most important. The days to come are long. Why care about this momentary warmth? It's not like I won't be able to practice dual cultivation with you in the future. By the way, have you grown in your cultivation?" Jiang Shiro placed her hand on Han Feng's dantian, inputting her aura to carefully observe, and frowned a moment later. "How come there's still no growth? What's going on here?" Han Feng shook his head and said, "It's fine. As long as I can let you raise your cultivation, it's okay for me to be a little bitter and tired, even if I can't raise it." Chapter 75, The Little Fox is the Nine-Tailed Heaven-Swallowing Fox? It shouldn't be. Why would there be no improvement? Obviously I've improved so much after so long of dual cultivation. Ginger Crystal's eyebrows were furrowed as she pondered the reason. Suddenly it dawned on her, and she said, wide-eyed, "That I know. You are now at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi practicing stage. You have already reached your limit. The next step is foundation establishment. You have not yet stepped over the threshold of foundation establishment, so naturally you will not be able to improve. Damn, why didn't I think of this before? You can't boost because your cultivation level is full. I hate you. I thought the ordinary double cultivation did not work. The result is just to sleep with you, you son of a bitch. You return my innocence." Jiang Jiru was furious and felt that she had lost a lot of money, so she threw up her small fist and wanted to beat Han Feng. "I didn't think of that either. It's okay, as long as you can break through. It's okay for me to be tired and pay more. And you're tired of paying more? Make it sound like you're taking a big loss. I'll kill you." Jiang Ziro no longer have half the temperament of the iceberg beauty, full of anger and chagrin shy. Han Feng took the little belly band and gently hugged her, dressing her, feeling the other party's gentleness. Jiang Ziro didn't get angry, and after giving him a blank look, she said, "You wear yours, I'll wear mine. You know how to take these clothes off, you can't even put them on. I'll do it myself. Yes, obey." Han Feng hugged and kissed her before jumping off the bed to put on his own clothes. After the two of them got dressed, Jiang Zhuo yanked off the sheets that were stained with water and dots of blood, and then stowed them away in her storage bag. "Give it to me, I'll take it and throw it away." Han Feng said, "Do you need to throw it away? Why? Do you want to keep it as a souvenir? It has my virginity on it. Are you taking it as a trophy?" "No, I didn't mean anything like that. Go away, go away. Don't disturb my cultivation. You go cultivate yours, I'll cultivate mine. Go away, go away. Seeing you makes me upset." Jiang Ziro pouted and was about to push Han Feng out. Han Feng smiled and hugged her, and then patted that little arse with intent before he went downstairs to leave. "Stinking hooligans." Jiang Ziro blushed and pouted, then sat on the futon with her knees crossed. The slight pain coming from her lower body made it impossible for her to calm down and cultivate. As soon as she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with that lingering and exquisite scenery. "Stinking men mess up my Taoist heart. No man in my heart. Draw my sword to the natural God, and meditate on my heart." After Han Feng went downstairs and opened the door to his room, he realized that the sky was already cloudy, and the poor maid, Xiao Wan, was holding the little fox and shivering in the cold wind. Seeing this scene, Han Feng felt guilty beyond words. He was happily playing upstairs, and people were outside in the cool breeze all night. "Miss Xiao Huan, I'm sorry for making you suffer." "None of your business." Xiao Huan sat on the rock, pouting, aggravated and on the verge of crying. This man, who had locked her out in the cold all night. "Little fox, it's so cold outside. You should have brought Miss Xiao Huan to our home to sit temporarily for a while first. There's a formation, can't get in." The little fox also commiserated. Was an oversight on my part." Han Feng hugged the little fox and took out 10 spirit stones from his storage bag, handing them to Xiao Huan, saying, "Little ring girl, this is for you to make amends." "Really for me?" Immediately, Xiao Huan smiled joyfully and hastily took the spirit stone, saying, "Thank you, auntie. You're really a good auntie. Our young lady is the best match for you. You're a match made in heaven. You'll grow old together." "Ha ha, thank you, go and rest. Senior sister Jiang is cultivating." "Okay." Ring ran happily into the house. Han Feng carried the little fox and returned to his home, then entered the little fox's imprint on the formation and gave it permission to open the formation on its own as well. Han Feng lay down on the recliner and enjoyed the gorgeous scenery of the sunrise. The little fox lay down on his body, and, after a sniff, said, You smell like your little crispy sister. Are you guys doing shy things? Kids don't pry so much. Shut up. No. I'm just asking. What does it feel like to be shy? Han Feng said lazily. Some other day I'll go to Spirit Beast Peak and find you a male fox. So you can go and shy away too. So you'll know what it feels like, lol? Which caused the little fox to burst into a rage, punching and kicking at him. The damn it. Those lowly demonic beasts with refuted and inferior bloodlines are worthy of mating with the noble me? I want to find even the noblest and purest males in the demonic beast bloodline in order to mate and give birth to the best bloodline inheritance. No. You always say how noble your bloodline is or something. What kind of species are you? Even Xin ancestors said for me to treat you kindly. I don't know. I lost my old memories. But I'm not a kid. I always feel like I'm old and I used to seem like I was good at something. I'm also curious to know who I am. And since that Shinzu knows me, she might even recognize me. So ask her who I am. Okay. I'll ask for you. Han Feng closed his eyes and called out in his head. The Shinzu, are you there? I'm in. Shinzu's familiar voice came. Do you know what species the kit fox is? What is it from? Nose. Han Feng waited for half a day, but did not wait for a reply. So he asked, is it off limits? No. You just asked me if I knew. You didn't request that I tell you. Han Feng's head was filled with black lines. Indeed. He had only asked if Shinzu knew. So the person must have said yes. Then you can tell me? It's fine. But you can't tell anyone but Little Fox, whose origin is enough to get your entire clan killed. That powerful? Then tell me about it. And I promise not to tell anyone. It is the nine-tailed sky-swallowing fox, the only remaining nine-tailed sky-swallowing fox in the world, and my deceased bloodline. Nine-tailed heaven-swallowing fox? I've never heard of it, but it sounds very domineering, so it should be a very powerful existence. So if it's so powerful, why has it been reduced to the situation it's in now? Unspeakable. You can find the answer by yourself, but the nine-tailed heaven-swallowing fox in the demon clan is also a taboo. Remember, do not divulge its name. It will cause great trouble. You must love it and protect it, and in the future it will reward you in ways you can't even begin to imagine. Okay, Shinzu. I understand, Shinzu. Han Feng hugged the little fox and said seriously. Ancestor Xin said that your name is nine-tailed sky-swallowing fox, but your name is taboo and must not be told to anyone, or else you will incur a killing curse. The little fox was filled with shock and said, "Ha? So, I'm a disaster?" Chapter 76, The 7 Realms of the Sundance Technique. Not really, right? Han Feng shook his head and continued. I guess since you have such a powerful bloodline, is there a possibility that you used to be a very strong powerhouse? It's just that because your bloodline was too powerful, so many people or demonic beasts tried to hunt you, and you were outnumbered and were heavily injured. Then he lost all his cultivation, and also lost his memory, and had no choice but to regress to his most primitive juvenile form, constantly feeding on aura. So although you have no cultivation, you still have a lot of natural skills. It is able to swallow spirit stones raw, sense malice, dazzle enemies with its eyes, and turn corpses into small balls of blood chi to increase one's cultivation, and catalyze herbs to increase their medicinal age. That's a lot of Benjamin. Ha! The little fox turned out to be so powerful. The little fox stood up, both hind legs erect, his front legs pinched, and his two big eyes shining brightly. Of course, I'm just imagining things. Maybe you're just a little kid, not long after you were born, and you haven't found a way to be able to improve your cultivation yet. But it's true that your bloodline is precious. But the little fox is called the nine-tailed heaven-swallowing fox. But I only have one tail, not 9. Tails aren't the point. Maybe when you grow up to maturity you can grow 9 tails? I think. The focus is on the word swallow the sky. Swallow the sky? Yeah, it's swallowing heaven. I think you can be awesome. You can raw swallow spirit stones, and immortal spirit crystals, and even raw swallow the aura of dead and living people. Maybe when you grow up, you'll actually be able to do everything you can swallow. Devour all things? The little fox's eyes were getting brighter and brighter, feeling more and more powerful. Han Feng didn't know that when he first met the little fox, he scared the little fox so much that a huge nine-tailed heaven-swallowing fox's silhouette appeared in the sky. And if he had been able to see the bloodthirsty brutality in that heaven-swallowing fox's eyes and the stars of the heavens that filled his eyes, he might have been able to know what heaven-swallowing meant. If you forget, you can go back to chapter 4 and read it. There's a description. So yeah, this matter of you being a nine-tailed sky-swallowing fox, make sure you don't tell anyone, or else you'll get into trouble for killing. After all, your bloodline is too precious. Han Feng earnestly urged. It's okay, I'm used to being careful. I'm just guarding against you. I always thought you were going to sell my blood. I'm not going to sell your blood. You swear. Get the hell out of my way. Han Feng lifted the little fox and threw it aside, then began to close his eyes and cultivate the sundance technique he had obtained. I was blessed with the full version of Sundowner yesterday during the day and haven't had a good look at it until now. The sundance technique was a complete set of techniques and supporting divine abilities. It wasn't like memorizing them and then being able to perform them. One still had to cultivate these divine abilities. According to the description of the sundown technique, its 7 great realms of divine abilities required a constant increase in cultivation to be able to execute them. These 7 realms, corresponding to the 7 divine abilities, also had nice names. Ask Sibei, ask the 9 heavens, ask the stardust, ask Xian Gui, ask the immortal K, ask the heavenly hub, ask God's holiness. Among them, only the first 3 were what the mortal realm could cultivate and cast, also known as the cultivator realm. After all, if you don't become an immortal, you're ultimately a mortal flesh, and can only be considered immortal. Only when one reached the immortal realm would they be able to execute the 4th divine ability, Ask Xian Gui. As for those realms behind Ask Xian Gui, those dazzling introductions alone had Han Feng confused, obviously recognizing every word, but combining them together they were all unrecognizable. Coupled with so many huge and complex Dao rhyme runes and whatnot, he said he couldn't understand it at all. To be precise, the only one he could read right now was the one who asked Qingfeng, borrowing the power of the clear wind and soaring through the 9 heavens, you will be faster and be able to utilize the wind generated by the enemy's attack to borrow and unload power. Any movement would produce wind, and any wind was able to be used by Han Feng, who had cultivated the sundown skill. The wind is gentle and supple, formless, yet extremely fierce and sharp. Wind swept, breaking force with wind. As for the sundown character technique given to him by the old ancestor, it was only the initial version, which contained only the one divine ability of asking for clear winds, without the 6 great realms behind it, which Shinzu's marriage blessing had made up for him. Han Feng had spent the past 2 days, other than taking care of the herbs at home, spending the rest of his time lying on a recliner, practicing the sundowner technique. He was a wind attribute heavenly spirit root, and after his bloodline awakened, he obtained an innate wind body, which was more attuned to the power of wind, and was able to feel the fluctuations of the wind element in the heavens and earth. The little fox was dismissive of this ability of his, believing it to be of little use other than being able to tell if the wind blowing today was east or west. After learning to ask Qingfeng, Han Feng didn't go out and rush to do experiments or anything. After all, what's the point of flying around? It's still comfortable to lie on a recliner. He had left Jiang Chui Ro's side in the morning, and by now, 2 whole days and 2 nights had passed. Early this morning, Han Feng got up from the warm and cozy big bed, sighing that the big bed and new quilt were so comfortable, and that it was worth the money spent. While walking out the door, ready to go and see how the herbs that he had transplanted were growing, which just stepped out of the room. Then he heard a ringing sound coming from the formation gently shaking. A hostile attack? Han Feng was startled and hurriedly looked up, only to see that Jiang Ziro was standing in midair outside of his courtyard, and then his face still had a sulky look on it. Apparently, she was also hit by the sudden appearance of the formation. Han Feng, open this broken formation for me, Ginger Crisp said in annoyance. Han Feng opened the formation and Jiang Chui Ro flew in. When she came in, she wrapped her arms around herself and looked at Han Feng with cold eyes. Seeing Jiang Shiro's imposing appearance, Han Feng smiled and explained, I forgot to tell you that I have a formation in my yard, or I bought it before, in order to protect against Yi Long Yuan's assassins. Last time this formation saved my life, blocking 2 assassins, who were killed by my great-uncle. Is that what I'm angry about? Ginger Crisp said coldly. Han Feng smiled and walked over to pull Jiang Chui Ro's small hand, but her small hand was pressed under her arm, not allowing Han Feng to pull it. So what are you angry about? Angry that I didn't go looking for you in the past 2 days? I knew that you were stabilizing your realm and cultivating, that's why I didn't bother you. Am I angry about this? Ginger Crispus snorted again. Han Feng's head is big, how can this woman be like this? If you're angry about something, just say so, and let him guess. The first time I tasted the bitterness of love, Han Feng did not know what to do. At this time it happened that the little fox jumped out. Han Feng hurriedly grabbed the little fox, to Jiang Chui Ro's arms. A plug. Coax your little Crispy sister. Sister Crispy is angry? Because of what? Is it because you haven't hugged the little fox in the past few days? Chapter 77, tricking Jiang Chui Ro into the bedroom seeing such a cute little fox. The corners of Jiang Ziro's mouth were also finally hanging up a smile, but she still pouted and said, don't sugarcoat it for me. You're in on this, too, ha? What happened to the little fox? The little fox commiserated. Jiang Shiro snorted coldly and looked at Han Feng and said, my maid tells me that you too, for the past 2 days, have been reclining in this broken chaise longue, sunning yourselves by day, sleeping at night. And doing nothing else, haven't you? No, yeah. We also planted herbs. Han Feng replied seriously. Zhang Jiru again felt that Han Feng was born to be used specifically to anger her. I mean, why don't you cultivate? After double cultivation, you have to meditate and cultivate to stabilize your cultivation and absorb auras. Only by cultivating can you progress. Cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't cultivate, sooner or later your enemies will surpass you and kill you. What's more, your enemy is still the so powerful Yi family. How can you protect yourself if you don't get stronger? Everyone is cultivating but you. You are the only one who sleeps in the sun every day. Why are you so lazy? No motivation at all. Only then did Han Feng realize that Jiang Zero was angry about this. He took Ginger Crispus by the shoulders and headed over to the chaise lounge, laughing as he did so. Who said I didn't cultivate? I've been cultivating all along. And I can't figure out why cultivation must involve sitting cross-legged and maintaining a posture in order to cultivate? Can't you cultivate while lying down? Reiki runs through the body anyway. No matter what position. As long as you can get it to run, it's fine. Don't you think so? Can this really happen? Zhang Zirou's face foxed in disbelief as she said. But, throughout the ages, everyone has cultivated by sitting on their knees like this. You say that you can cultivate by lying down. How can there be such a good and beautiful thing? Really? Try it if you don't believe me. Han Feng pulled Zhang Chuiro and made her lie down on the recliner. Zhang Ziro was half convinced, and after lying down, she began to apply her energy to cultivate. Han Feng moved a small bench, sat aside, and said, I am now at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi practicing stage. If I want to go further, I need to build a foundation to do so there is little effect from cultivating. This kind of thing is very difficult to break through without strange encounters. Moreover, what I cultivate is not the yin-yang harmonization technique, but the sundown technique, which refines the exclusive technique of the wind attribute. What is wind? Nothingness is the wind. Freedom is the wind. Doing what you want is the wind. And the Tao of nature is the wind. Therefore, the main point of practicing a wind attribute technique was to follow one's heart and be spontaneous in order to realize the true meaning of wind. So yeah, when practicing, it doesn't matter what posture you use. What matters is that there is aura running. When the two of us double cultivate, don't we still cultivate with so many poses? Bah! You're full of shit when there are little kids around. Jiang Zirou's pretty face slightly reddened as she stroked the little fox in her arms. Don't you care about it? It knows a lot. How is it? Have you ever felt an aura flowing and running in your body and practicing with ease? No. It's too awkward to lie down. There's no way to utilize your energy. It's better to sit cross-legged and meditate. Alas, it seems that you still can't do my kind of realm. You don't look at me as lying on a chaise lounge basking in the sun. That is picking the essence of the sun and the moon, realizing the vastness of the universe, and condensing the aura of the heaven and the earth in the cultivation of. You don't have the realm as high as me. So it's not like you're lounging around in a recliner? Ginger Crisp said half-heartedly. That's for sure. If you don't believe me, ask Wang Coronet. I've spent the last 5 years in this recliner. He meditates on his knees in the house every day. As a result, he had only cultivated to the 4th level of the Qi practicing stage before, and I, the 9th level of the Qi practicing stage. That's it. I'm still the one who does all the work of growing herbs, and he's not even as good as I am at practicing. What does that mean? It means your qualifications are good and you can cultivate with half the effort. This shows that it's okay to lie down and cultivate. Han Feng looked at Jiang Zero and stroked his chin before saying, maybe this recliner is too hard. It's really not very comfortable. It's hard for you to enter the state of immersive cultivation. How about this? Try the big bed in my house. I cultivate there at night. Okay then. Ginger Crisp stands up. Han Feng took the little fox and threw it to the ground, quietly pointing at Zhang Chuiro's yard. The implication is clear. Let it go over there and play first. How psychic the little fox was. He understood him at once, muttering something like daydreaming and running towards the loft on the boulder. And pure and kind and lovely and naive Lakha first beauty, at this time is bewildered and ignorant by a big colorful wolf lulled, took the initiative to walk into the dragon pool and tiger's lair. After arriving at Han Feng's room, Zhang Zero looked around and said, this room in your house is furnished, quite properly, sparrow and all. What your home my home, our home, my is not your well. Han Feng hugged her shoulders and laughed. Bah, you're you and I'm me. I'm not going to share a room with you. You'll have your yard and I'll have my room. Ginger Zizu grunted proudly and coldly while walking into the bedroom. The bedroom is also fully furnished and clean. I can't tell. You're quite clean for a big man. It's rare to see this house spotless. Just why don't you fold the quilt? Han Feng hemmed and hawed. What a dusty. There is dust as a wave of the hand thing. A gust of wind directly blew out. He is the wind attribute. What a pain in the ass it is to fold the quilt and lie down at night. You're just lazy. So why bother wearing it during the day when you have to undress to sleep at night? Then it's okay not to wear it during the day if you're around. Fuck off. All you know is flowery mouth. Ginger Crispin gave him a blank look. While sitting down on the bed and stomping off her white embroidered shoes, she then lay down on the bed and asked, Is that how it's practiced? Yes, that's it. Come on, lie down, arms down, relax, mobilize your aura to run and enter the cultivation state, Han Feng said as he snubbed Zhang Chuiro. Ginger Zizu obediently did as she was told, laying down flat on her back, putting her arms to her sides, taking deep breaths, and adjusting her state. Come, close your eyes. I'll massage your body, unblocking your qi and blood and adjusting your meridians. Zhang Chuiro closed her eyes. Han Feng smiled wickedly, and a pair of big hands were not honest, going up and down on Zhang Chuiro's body. He first massaged the pair of arms, touching them all over, then quietly undid her shirt, opening it to the sides, massaging her collarbone, chest, and dantian. Zhang Ziro felt more and more relaxed and comfortable, only that she was slow to enter the state of cultivation, but Han Feng's massage was still good, making her feel very comfortable. Chapter 78 Isn't foundation establishment behind the 9th level of Qi practicing stage? But gradually, Zhang Zuoro felt that something was wrong. Does this unblocking of Qi and blood require massaging the chest? That's for sure. The chest is the confluence of the body's 100 points. The center, the most crucial place. What is Qi and blood is aura and blood. All the blood in your body depends on the heart for its supply. How can you do this piece without massaging it? Okay, I get it. After a few moments, Ginger Crisp asked again. Do you have to take your pants off for a massage? That's for sure. Is that massaging your body through your clothes? That's called massaging the clothes. Take the clothes off so I can find the acupuncture points and meridians better. So I can give you a better massage? Ah, I see. So go ahead and massage. Good. After massaging those two white jade-like flawless slender legs, Han Feng picked up that pair of crystal jade feet and played with them. It had to be said that Zhang Zuoro's entire body was like a work of art. Whether it was her appearance or figure, every part of her body was so flawless and pleasing to the eye, and this feeling of being able to play with it was even more refreshing to Han Feng. After playing with the jade feet for a while, Han Feng's big, evil hands rubbed those two beautiful legs all the way up. Wait, so does need a massage there too? That's for sure. There's a lot to learn here. You stop it, and if you keep it up, I'll see how you're going to explain to me later where you learned all this stuff. Hey! Han Feng stopped speaking, and a moment later, the beauty on the bed let out a stirring and tantalizing sound. Han Feng also knew that the fire had arrived, so he directly got up, took off his own clothes, and rolled over to the bed. After he got into bed, he came to Zhang Chuiro's side, quietly lowered his head, looked at the delicate red lips, and was about to gently kiss down when the little beauty underneath him suddenly opened her eyes. With a playful and mocking look in her eyes, Zhang Zuoro leisurely said, Do you really think I'm a little kid who doesn't know anything and lets you just fool around? I knew what you were going to do from the moment you let me into your room. This pretend to give me a half-a-day massage. The last is not to double cultivation. Small man, you this little heart, really think I cannot see why flirt with me half the time when you can just proceed to the final step? Han Feng hemmed and hawed and said, Which can be, massaging the body before double cultivation, relaxing the mood, soothing the tendons and blood, helps cultivation it. Really? Then you'll have to give me a massage every time you double-cross me from now on to get in, but anything less than that, and you won't get in. Yeah, no problem. Han Feng laughed, looking at the little petite wife underneath him. He directly kissed it, and then pulled the quilt and stabbed it with his gun, only after another bout of being rolled over by the waves, causing the little beauty to gasp and beg for forgiveness in a small voice, did Han Feng end the fight. In the course of the morning, the two cultivated twice before giving up, and Zhang Zuoro's realm refined a little more. Wiping the sweat from her body, Zhang Zuoro put on her clothes and stood up, saying, Come on, go shopping with me. You're going to buy me new clothes, okay? Yes, my lady. The two of them went out the door, holding the little fox, and the imperial sword came to the bottom of the mountain. Shopping together, the two of them were holding hands, like a fairy couple, on a shopping date, and all the people on the road cast envious gazes at Han Feng. It couldn't be helped. His dog was just too pretty. Everyone has the Wei Wu legacy. I have to say, Zhang Zuru is really beautiful. Wearing any clothes look very beautiful. Other women are clothes set off people. To Zhang Zuru here, her appearance and body can set off the clothes extremely beautiful. Zhang Ziro also picked out several pieces of clothing for Han Feng. Her aesthetics was much better than Han Feng's, but for some reason, Han Feng was only fond of the sky blue color of the clothes, which might also have something to do with the one that Wang Coronet had given him previously. Han Feng had been wearing a gray handyman's robe that was so ugly that it had even washed and lost its color. And then one coronation gave him a celestial blue robe, which made him feel amazing and immediately fell in love with the color. When Zhang Chuiro asked him why he liked this color, Han Feng told him truthfully, which instantly caused Zhang Chuiro's bouts of blank stares, saying that he and wine coronation were the first love. And then, Han Feng also used the few spirit stones he had left to buy some spirit weapons with protection for Zhang Chuiro and gave them to her. Zhang Ziro also knew that he was poor, so she didn't mind the cheapness of the things he gave her. After all, he knew that the man, even though he was poor, had been doing his best to give her the only good things he had. 2 30-year-old medicinal herbs and a wind spirit sword with 1,800 spirit stones were almost all he could get out, but he gave them all to her. After obtaining the gungfu bestowed by the old ancestor, he also didn't hesitate to share it with her, and after that, he even wanted to give her the Quan Xing wind wings that his master had given him. How could she not be touched by this man, who had always done his best to send her the best? But what she doesn't realize is that this dog of a man sends her good things because he's able to get 10 times better things when he gives them away. Right now, for example, Han Feng looked at those returned piles of women's clothing, spirit weapons, and other things broadcast in the bestowal of blessings, and was a bit at a loss as to what to do with them. How exhausting it is to accompany a woman on a shopping trip like this is something that every man knows all too well. And it only took Han Feng an afternoon to go from being fresh in the beginning to being paralyzed with exhaustion at the back. When he returned home at night, Han Feng fell asleep. For the next month, Han Feng had nothing to do, in addition to occasionally taking care of flowers and plants. At other times, every 2 days, he went to find Zhang Chuiro to double cultivate for one night, and he double cultivated several times in one night. In the past, he felt that dual cultivation is not good, but also to coax the Taoist couple, but also to sell their strength, but also to bother to cultivate, which is not as comfortable as lying in the sun. Ah, the dog only dual cultivation. Now Han Feng, woof woof woof. After a month, Zhang Zuoro finally reached the peak of the 8th layer of the Qi cultivation stage, and I have to say that the dual cultivation technique blessed by the old ancestor is just as good and effective. Zhang Ziro closed her door again, not allowing Han Feng to disturb her. Han Feng was also looking forward to the fact that once Zhang Ziro broke through and he received a tenfold return, he would be able to break through from the 9th level of the Qi practicing stage to foundation establishment. It's simply beautiful. As we all know, the Qi practicing stage has a total of 9 layers, and the next step is the foundation establishment stage. Zhang Ziro closed her eyes for 3 days and managed to make a breakthrough, and Han Feng also received a massive amount of aura feedback and realm enhancement that night. However, after the realm breakthrough, Han Feng didn't realize that there was a foundation establishment abutment in his dantian, nor was there any divine sense that could be released from his body. Just as he was puzzled, the blessing broadcast came. Han Feng's Taoist couple, Zhang Chuiro, breaks through to the 9th level of the Qi practicing stage and receives a tenfold return of blessings. Han Feng's current realm, Qi practicing stage 11th level. Chapter 79, The Quest to Kill Evil Cultivators. The smile on Han Feng's face gradually disappeared. The original joyful mood due to the fact that he was going to build his foundation gradually sank to the bottom. He asked, wide-eyed and in his mind, Ancestor Xin, what's going on here? Isn't the Qi practicing stage only 9 layers? Where did the 11 levels of Qi practicing stage come from? Xin Zhu's voice was heard in his head. The blessing returns the host's cultivation, and after reaching the apex of each minor realm, if the returned cultivation can be broken through, it will break through to a higher realm. But the process of perception and breakthrough in every major realm breakthrough needs to be done by you. The bestowal of blessings is only responsible for returning cultivation. The elevation of the great realm requires your own efforts. Immortal cultivation has never been a process of piling up energy. If you can break through as long as you have enough energy, then what else do you need the laws of heaven and earth and the rules of the universe to sense the immortal way for? Until you break through, any excess cultivation in your current realm will continue to grow based on the return, but you will not break through the greater realm. So, for you to build your foundation, you still need to gather the abutment by yourself. If you keep on being so lazy, you will also most likely be at the 10,000th level of the Qi practicing stage, and can tear down Yuaning powerhouses with your hands, but you will still be at the Qi practicing stage. Han Feng was silent for half a day after hearing this. After all this nonsense, you still have to condense the foundation platform yourself to break through the foundation establishment stage. Practicing Qi to break through the foundation building. Both of these realms are basic realms. There is no need to perceive any laws. The foundation platform can be broken through after it is condensed. But breaking through was risky, and countless people were stuck in the Qi practicing stage, unable to break through to foundation establishment. If only there was a foundation establishment pill that could help him break through and increase the probability of foundation establishment success. It seemed that he had to ask Jiang Zero if she had the formula for the foundation building pill, and find a way to get some herbs to refine a foundation building pill as well. At this time, Han Feng didn't know the value of the foundation establishment pill. Han Feng lay on the bed and continued to rest, trying to coalesce the foundation platform. If he could coalesce it on his own, wouldn't he be able to save the money for a foundation building pill? After all, if he went to buy manhwa to refine the elixir, he still had to share it with him 50/50ths. However, he didn't know why. Perhaps because Han Feng couldn't cultivate. It was extraordinarily laborious for him to condense the abutment, and every time he condensed the aura in his dantian into a ball, it automatically dispersed. By mid-morning, Han Feng had to give up for the time being. It seemed that foundation building wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. He put the little fox on his shoulder, and carrying the hoe, he was going to organize the medicinal field and enjoy the leisurely idyllic life. However, he had just left his room when he saw Ginger Crisp and a young man flying over to his side. The youth was in his mid-20s, with a handsome appearance and a warm smile on his face. Han Feng opened the formation and invited the two of them in. "Senior sister, you're here. By the looks of it, you succeeded in your breakthrough," Han Feng said with a smile. Ginger Crispin nodded and said, "It's a successful breakthrough. It's now at the 9th level of the Qi practicing stage. Han Feng, let me introduce to you. This is Master's inner disciple, our senior brother, Gao Hai, who is at the foundation establishment cultivation level. Meet senior brother Gao." Han Feng put down his hoe and clasped his palms. "Meet senior brother Han." Gao Hai politely clasped his palm in return and laughed. "Senior brother Han is a heroic young man. Earlier in the secret realm battle, senior brother I also watched the entire battle. His battle prowess is unmatched. With senior brother Han helping out on this mission, I think it will be completed successfully." "Mission? What mission?" Han Feng was surprised. Ginger Crisp frowned. "And you don't know? Every disciple has to do at least one quest every month as well." "Still have to do quests? How come I haven't gotten a quest in the past 5 years? Hearing Han Feng's words, Jiang Zuero, her head full of black lines, said, "It must be to do the task otherwise the sect would raise these hundreds of thousands of disciples for nothing? Your previous task as a handyman was to grow herbs. Didn't you also turn in herbs every month? That was your task. Both elders and disciples in the sect are required to make contributions." The elders were also making a contribution by going on missions, and teaching their disciples was also a contribution. The disciples of Dansha Peak refined pills, the disciples of Weaponry Formation Peak refined weapons, and the disciples of Spirit Beast Peak raised spirit beasts. We, the disciples whose main task is to cultivate, also have our own tasks each month. Everyone dedicates their strength to be able to support such a large sect. Aha, I see. So what's our mission this time? Han Feng nodded. Jiang Zero looked at Gao Hai and said, "Please ask senior brother Gao to speak." Gao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice that the thing is like this. Our Yin Yang sect is not located in the southeast coast of Tianxing continent, thousands of miles around. Our Yin Yang sect's shelter area? We are cultivators. We should shelter the mortal people from the evil demonic and demonic paths. After all, with the people, there is a population base that can provide a source of excellent disciples. This morning, a disciple passed on the information that there was a city on Juming Island, 800 miles to the east, where an evil cultivator had gone, and that the evil cultivator was going to kill all the people in the city to refine the blood pills, and use tens of thousands of lives to help him break through the foundation establishment. As the immortal sect's righteous path, we are naturally duty-bound to resolve this kind of human and God's indignation of straw man's death. Han Feng frowned slightly at the words. You can still kill mortals to refine blood pills to break through the foundation? This is also a method, but it is too harmful to the peace of heaven. If caught, I am afraid that it will also be the same as now, sent by the sect to chase and kill it. Moreover, he was also a mortal farmer by birth. Really want him to do this kind of thing? He was afraid that he would not be able to overcome that hurdle in his heart. He nodded his head toward Takumi, and indeed, such a person deserves death by 1,000 cuts. Gao Hai nodded and said, Senior brother Han is all righteousness. Senior brother admires him. After this matter was reported to the sect leader's side, the sect leader gave this task to our Sunset Cloud Peak. When Master Cu found out, he asked me to lead 2 Qi refining stage disciples and go with them to deal with this matter. But there are only 3 of Master's disciples in the Qi practicing stage, so I have no choice but to come to Senior Sister Jiang and you. Well then, let's get going. The people will be dead if we go late. Good. Then we'll go now. And after resolving the evil cultivators, we'll return to the sect and receive hundreds of contribution points, which can be exchanged for something we want. At that time, Senior brother will share the contribution points equally with the 2 of you. After saying his words, Gao Hai flew up. Han Feng and Zhang Chuirou also flew up with their swords. The three of them flew with their swords and headed directly to the east. On the way, Han Feng asked, "Senior sister, how many disciples does our master have?" Ginger Christ said seriously, "Master has been coming to our Yin Yang sect for almost 100 years, and in these 100 years, counting you, she has taken in a total of 26 disciples, and at the moment, if we are talking, there are a total of 3 Jiadan disciples, 20 Foundation Establishment disciples, and 3 Qi practicing stage disciples. 3 people? And who's the other guy?" "Your old enemy." Han Feng was first stunned, then immediately said, "Yi Long Yuan?" Chapter 80 Evil Cultivator Blood Refining Pill. Takumi laughed. "Yes, Master Teacher almost seldom accepts disciples at the Qi practicing stage because, in Master Teacher's opinion, disciples at the Qi practicing stage aren't enough for her to personally cultivate, and it's not too late to carefully cultivate them when they reach Foundation Establishment. Moreover, as the head of the Master, the selection of disciples is extremely picky, for the qualification requirements are extremely high, either heavenly or earthly spiritual roots. Ordinary top-grade spiritual roots she does not want. The 3 of you were able to be accepted as disciples at the Qi practicing stage because all 3 of you are heavenly spirit roots and can be cultivated in advance. So that's how it is. Seeing as Yi Long Yuan is such a dish, I almost forgot that he's a heavenly spirit root." Jiang Shiro snorted and laughed, then gave Han Feng a blank look and said, "Okay, all know you are great, can it? So look down on others. Be careful of the gutter overthrowing the boat. That guy is still thinking about your Taoist couple. You have to seize the cultivation to improve and protect your Taoist couple. That's for sure. I'll definitely protect my Tao couple. I can't let the bad guys take it away. Che, just so you know." Looking at their lovey-dovey look, Gao Hai also laughed and said, "When you break through to become a Foundation Establishment, you'll be Master's personal disciple. Your status is much higher than mine. Those personal disciples of Master are all rare heavenly spiritual roots. An earth spirit root like me. I can only be an ordinary inner disciple. Ha ha, but it's too hard to build a foundation." Han Feng snorted, then smoothly asked Zhang Chuirou and said, "Senior sister, do you know the formula for the foundation building pill? Or where to sell it?" "Foundation building pill? You're still hitting on the foundation building pill?" Ginger Crystal was surprised. "What? Can't you eat the foundation pill?" "It's not that it can't be eaten, but it's too expensive. 100,000 spirit stones apiece, and it's still priced to sell. Every time it appears it's basically in an auction, and it's normal to speculate it to 100,000 to 200,000 apiece. 120,000 spirit stones? So expensive. Of course, after all, this is an elixir that can increase the chances of success in building the foundation. Once a person breaks through the foundation, their lifespan will be extended to 300 years. No one can resist such a temptation. The base building Dan is expensive. Not how difficult the Dan formula is, but in the scarcity of the material. The scarcer it is, the more precious it is. The scarcer it is, the less the alchemist refines it, and the success rate is very low. So an alchemist who can refine the base building Dan is very powerful and precious. It would be more prudent to have at least a top-grade alchemist with enough experience, or a master alchemist. In our clan, there are only 5 alchemists who are able to refine the Foundation Establishment pill. The sect's foundation building Dan are stored to reward disciples with great merit. Occasionally there is a flow out to sell, but also in the auction house. Once appeared, countless people crazy rush. There are plenty of those rich elders and big families. We, the junior disciples, can't even think about it. It could make Zhang Chuirou, who was born as a young lady from a large family, say that it was so expensive that she couldn't even think about it, not to mention a poor man like Han Feng. Right now, Han Feng was highly skeptical of Bai Nua's claim of being able to refine the Foundation Establishment Dan. The Foundation Establishment Dan was too precious to get his hands on, and since it would be difficult to build his own foundation for a while, Han Feng could only proceed to lie flat. Hiya, it's better to lie flat and be comfortable, but right now, they had to go and finish off that evil cultivator first. In this world, there are clans and there are loose cultivators. Clan disciples have big clans to shelter, safe and worry-free. Loose cultivators are free and easy, but precarious. It can only be said that both sides are advantageous and disadvantageous. Gao Hai frowned when he saw Han Feng and Zhang Chuirou flying so slowly and said, "Senior brother and sister, we need to step up our speed a bit. The people over there are still suffering. We need to hurry over there. Why don't I go first and you two take your time to catch up? By the time you get there, I guess I've already taken care of that evil cultivator as well. By then we'll just directly carry each other's heads back to report our merits. It's fine, senior brother. Just fly with all your might. Don't worry about us." After Han Feng finished speaking, he directly pulled Jiang Cui-ro onto his flying sword, and then unfolded the Quan Xing wind wings behind his back, put away his flying sword, and hugged Jiang Cui-ro with full speed, and quickly flew toward the east. Gao Hai saw that Han Feng's speed was not slower than his at all, and was vaguely a touch faster, and laughed. It's worthy of being a wind attribute heavenly spirit root, paired with this feathered spirit treasure. It's just fast. Since that's the case, let's move forward at full speed. The three of them flew towards the east as fast as they could. Han Feng was holding Jiang Cui-ro. The little beauty's arse in his arms was tight against his waist, soft and bouncy, and holding that slender, soft waist was really very enjoyable. Han Feng quite liked to hold Jiang Cui-ro from the back, and sometimes when the two of them were tired from double cultivation and slept and rested, Han Feng also liked to hold her from the back and sleep. After a month of double cultivation, the two of them had long since ceased to be in the same state of uncookedness that they were in before, and their feelings were getting closer and closer. They traveled all the way east, passing by quite a few small islands, and finally they arrived at their destination, Juming Island. According to the intelligence, the location of the crime was a little south of the center of Juming Island, an island that was quite large, or at least many times larger than the Yin Yang sex area. The island is inhabited by mortals, as it is not far from the mainland. They mostly make a living by fishing, and occasionally do business with the land. There is only so much of a city in the middle of this island, located between a basin. From a long distance away, the three of them, Han Feng, saw the great formation with a bloody aura. There is malice. What a strong malice! The little fox suddenly shouted. Look out! Han Feng nodded with a grave expression on his face, only to see that inside that large formation, there was a town where even the walls had shattered into rubble and the ground was filled with corpses. The blood chi of those corpses was being absorbed through the large formation, and it was constantly pouring inside a small ball of blood chi. The little ball of blood chi was still dripping and spinning, absorbing blood chi and gradually taking shape. It was thought that when this little ball finished absorbing the blood chi, it would be swallowed by that evil cultivator to break through the foundation establishment. It was just that Han Feng felt so damn familiar when he looked at that little ball of blood chi. He couldn't help but twist his head to look at the little fox beside him. The little fox would be able to directly absorb the corpse and condense it into a small ball of blood chi, allowing one to grow in cultivation, or to catalyze herbs. When the little fox saw the look in Han Feng's eyes, he was first puzzled, then he burst into a rage and said, "What are you looking at me for? Mine is different from his. His kind is too low level. It only refines blood chi. So much flesh and blood essence is all wasted, and it also wastes and depletes so much blood chi, killing tens of thousands of people to make such a blood elixir. If I were to, well, Han Feng hurriedly pinched its small mouth, killing innocent mortals to refine pills. That does not Xing do so at least cannot say so. This if the sense of justice of the high see no, afraid to first accept the two of them. At this moment, inside the big formation, that evil cultivator wasn't idling around either, but was fighting fiercely with a little girl. Chapter 81. The little girl with blue hair. That evil cultivator was wearing a gray hemp robe, with a scar on his face, bearded, with fierce and ferocious eyes, holding a scimitar in his hand, which was extremely sharp, and constantly chopping towards that little girl. And that little girl looks like only about 10 years old, thin and small, a head of blue long hair tied in a double ponytail, wearing a small blue dress, with some conch starfish jewelry, beautiful and delicate, like a big family's golden girl. This little girl, not to mention her young age, but she was very powerful, constantly fighting with that evil cultivator, although she fell into a disadvantage. But when she raised her hand and raised her foot, she released the water arrows, and also made this evil cultivator bruised all over his body. We're still too late. Everyone here is dead, Gao Hai said with a grimace. Han Feng immediately said, not all of them are dead yet. There's still a little girl. Hurry up and break the big formation to save this little kid. Ginger Crisp frowned, and the key question is, we must not judge people by their appearance. Is the evil cultivator the man? Or the little girl? Who cares? Let's break the big formation first and see which one is in a hurry, which one is the evil cultivator. After Han Feng finished speaking, the three of them immediately went to attack the formation with all their might. As soon as they struck, the large formation immediately shook violently, also drawing the attention of the people inside. The little girl, seeing that someone was coming from outside, hastened to call out that a few heroes, come and save me. When that man saw Han Feng's trio, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes as he pointed at them and drank. Who are you people? Mind your own business and get the hell out of here. If you attack my grand formation again, I'll let you all die here. Got it. Confirmed. The man is an evil practitioner. Gao Hai shouted angrily as he attacked the grand formation. Who are you? Why are you killing people here to make blood pills? Don't you know that this area falls under the jurisdiction of our Yin Yang sect? Immediately bind your hands and follow us back to the sect for trial and questioning. You guys are from the Yin Yang sect? The evil cultivator's face became steeply gloomy. It seemed that it was necessary to quickly refine the bleeding pill, or else, if they called out for more people, it would be troublesome. As a casual cultivator, the last thing he wants to mess with is those who are from the sects. Killing the small ones to come to the big ones, killing the big ones to come to the old ones, and he has been killing them all the time. Just by raising his hand, he chopped out a few blade-ons, which passed through the formation unimpeded and slashed toward Han Feng's trio. The three of them immediately swung their swords to block, splitting these slashes. Seeing this, the evil cultivator once again kept swinging out his blade awnings to hinder Han Feng's trio from attacking the formation. His purpose was simple, and that was to prevent these three from destroying the grand formation. Delay until the blood pills were refined. Take the blood pills, and leave without provoking the disciples of these great sects. The three of them, Han Feng, were tired of blocking each other's attacks, and it annoyed them that while the other party could hit them, they couldn't hit each other. The little girl with aqua blue hair inside, upon seeing this, gritted her teeth, turned her head and shouted to the trio outside, "And I'll be able to desperately pester him, but you guys have to hurry up and break the formation. You must not let his blood pills take shape. You must be quick." After saying the words, the little girl's body floated gently up, raised her two little hands, and cried out in a loud voice, "The thousands of years for the discipline. The sea silk is raised." Her hair, steeply transformed into strips of water filaments, which formed a curtain and wrapped around towards that evil cultivator. Seeing this, that evil cultivator immediately drew his sword and swung it at those water silk curtains. But water flows more when it is drawn off, and water can still be renewed even after it has been split. Those countless water filaments entangled that evil cultivator within it, wanting to bind him, but that evil cultivator was not a vegetarian, and with his excellent stance, he dodged back and forth to avoid those water filaments, and when he was about to be entangled, he immediately chopped it off. Regardless, the little girl had managed to stall the evil cultivator, and the three of them, Han Feng, had gained precious time to attack the grand formation. Quick, time is running out. Let's attack the big formation with all our might and break the formation open. The feet of this kind of big formation are all inside. We don't know about formations. There's no way to break the eye of the formation by trickery. We can only use brute force, Gao Hai said as he raised his sword and slashed heavily at the formation. The same was true for Han Feng and Jiang Chuiro. Han Feng looked at the little girl inside and marveled. What kind of person is this little girl? At such a young age she can fight back and forth with a cultivator at the 9th level of the chi practicing stage. And she can also send out a water arrow attack, and her hair can even turn into water. So powerful. After thinking about it, Ginger Crisp said, "It's probably a water attribute spirit root, but to be this powerful at such a young age is really rare." Gao Hai sighed and said, "Don't look. She's not human. She's a demon." Ginger Crisp is surprised. Demon? This little kid, a demonic beast? Why doesn't he have any characteristics of a demonic beast? Is it so good at transforming? Moreover, a demonic beast that can transform can basically crush our entire clan. Right. So why can't it solve the chi practicing stage? Then I don't know. The most I can do is to see that this little girl is a demon. Specifically what kind of demon can't be seen, because there are no human organs in her body at all. My divine sense probed out, regardless of whether it's a human or a demon. If she's helping us block the evil cultivators, then she's a good demon. Let's speed up. The three of them stepped up their speed, and all of them took out their best magic treasures, putting their best foot forward to attack this large formation. As they continued to attack, the cracks on top of this grand formation grew. I don't think it will take long to support it and break it open. The evil cultivator inside, seeing that the big formation was about to break open, was so anxious that he couldn't care about tangling with the little girl anymore, and he couldn't care that the blood dan hadn't been fully formed yet, and he immediately went to get that one blood dan, but the little girl obviously wouldn't just let him go and grab it, only to see the little girl chirp out, the water filaments on her body once again rushing towards the evil cultivator. When the evil cultivator saw this, he was furious, gritting his teeth and shouting angrily, "You made me do it." He picked up the knife in his hand, inputting his aura and his own chi and blood, sucking in the chi and blood that filled the air and entering the knife, about to execute a killing move to kill this little girl. The little girl puffed up her round little face, and in a milky, angry voice, she said, "I'm not afraid of you. Come on." Bearing the blessing of 1,000 years, gather all the elephants as dragons. The little girl condensed a large water ball in her hands, and then violently pushed forward. A huge watery blue dragon head appeared, wrapping the little girl in it, and then the dragon head opened its mouth, and a huge column of water rushed towards the evil cultivator. That evil cultivator shouted angrily and raised the blood chi scimitar in his hand, so he killed the little girl. He collided with the column of water and hardened himself against it, killing the little girl and slashing at that faucet. The dragon's head exploded into pieces, and both of them flew backwards, landing heavily on the ground. Chapter 82 Fighting Evil Cultivators. The little girl fell heavily and slumped to the ground, looking pitiful, trying to get up with difficulty, but couldn't get up. She was covered in bruises and cuts. Her little face was dirty, but there wasn't a trace of blood. This made Han Feng feel a bit strange. Even demonic beasts had blood, right? What kind of species is this little girl, anyway? Quick, break this formation. That little girl can't hold out much longer. Gao Hai roared loudly and desperately attacked that formation along with Han Feng Jiang Chui Ro. The cracks in the formation were getting more and more numerous, making clicking sounds, and it looked like it would not be able to hold on anymore. When that evil cultivator saw this scene, he gnashed his teeth in anger. His gaze was fierce, and he roared, "This is what you're forcing me to do," only to see that he immediately flew up in the air and arrived in front of the grain of blood Dan, grabbing it into his hand, and then, with his eyes reddened, he glared at the three people outside, gritting his teeth and saying, "This was originally commissioned by someone else for me to refine. A blood Dan for 50,000 spirit stones." Everything was going well, but out came this weird little girl, and out came the three of you. "This blood elixir, I won't sell it either, so all of you go and die for me." He only saw that he swallowed that blood Dan into his mouth as soon as he could, and then he immediately sat down on his knees and began to apply his energy. Not good. He's going to refine the blood elixir to break through Foundation establishment. Quick, break the big formation and stop him. Gao Hai became more and more anxious and began to disregard everything, even if he would be revolted by his injuries, to break the big formation. Finally, under the unremitting efforts of the three of them, that one big formation shattered with a bang, and a thick to the point of blood and corpse stench hit their faces, causing the three of them to nearly vomit. "Little fox, go check on that little girl and give her a restoration spirit pill. Let's go kill the enemy." Han Feng grabbed the little fox and threw it at the little blue-haired girl. Gao Hai led the two of them, Han Feng, toward the evil cultivator and then killed him. Their speed was so fast that they killed in front of the evil cultivator almost in the blink of an eye. The three of them raised their swords and slashed, but suddenly, the evil cultivator violently opened his eyes, which were filled with endless blood chi, as if there was a vortex. Immediately afterward, the aura on his body abruptly erupted out, and a wave of air swept in all directions, sending all three Gao Hai people flying. Ha 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 ha. The evil cultivator laughed loudly. "And so it's so easy to break through with the blood refining pill. My blood chi abutment is so much more powerful than a normal foundation building abutment. No wonder those moralistic hypocrites wanted the blood elixir so badly. Gathering the chi and blood of tens of thousands of mortals to build my blood-colored abutment. Ha 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 ha. You're all going to die. All of you." That evil cultivator laughed openly and wildly, and with the scimitar in his hand, he killed towards Gao Hai. Of the three Han Fengs, Gao Hai was the strongest cultivator at the lower foundation establishment level, and that evil cultivator naturally wanted to attack him first. As long as he could kill this foundation establishment, the other two chi practicing stage little caramels would all be a piece of cake. On the other hand, the little fox came to the little girl's side and struggled to pull her up, only to realize that he couldn't. The little girl was dying, pitiful, unable to move. The little fox was anxious, and said, "Missy, Missy, wake up, quickly eat this elixir." It took out a pill of restoration spirit pill that Jiang Zuoro had given it and fed it to the little girl. The spirit restoration pill instantly melted in the mouth and transformed into medicinal power that entered the little girl's body, but there was no sign of the slightest improvement in her injuries. The little girl, dimly conscious, murmured, "Water, water." The little fox was anxious. "And where am I going to find water for you here? And you can't drink seawater, so hang in there, and when they've finished off the bad guys, let them take you back to the clan to heal your wounds. We're all good people and good demons. Don't worry, Missy, water." The little girl doubled over and fainted. At this moment, Gao Hai faced that evil cultivator and unexpectedly fell into a disadvantage, being beaten back by that evil cultivator. This evil cultivator was a blood dan achievement of foundation building. The power of the blood-colored foundation platform was extremely violent, more powerful than ordinary foundation building, but the damage to oneself was also relatively large. After all, there was too much blood chi in the body that did not belong to oneself. It's a double-edged sword that hurts people, but there's no doubt that it's powerful. Even Gao Hai, who had long ago broken through the foundation establishment stage, was surprisingly no match for this evil cultivator who had just broken through at this time, and was beaten back, with injuries appearing all over his body. Seeing this situation, Han Feng also knew that he couldn't touch the fish anymore, so he immediately took his wind spirit sword and a sword blade transformed into a wind blade, killing the evil cultivator. the feathery wind blade stabbed towards the evil cultivator, who didn't take that Han Feng's chi practicing stage attack seriously, and didn't even block it, directly allowing the wind blade to stab his body. However, when the wind blade pierced through his arm, he realized that he had made a big mistake, underestimating this chi practicing stage disciple. He immediately turned around and swung his scimitar violently in his hand, slashing toward Han Feng. And at that moment, Han Feng, too, raised his sword and slashed down towards the evil cultivator, only to hear a loud bang. That evil cultivator slashed on Han Feng's sword. Both of them retreated. The difference was that evil cultivator only retreated a few steps and stabilized his body, while Han Feng flew out directly backwards. Han Feng's body was shaken and his chi and blood churned, suffering a slight internal injury. That evil cultivator looked at Han Feng and sneered. Good boy. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, right? That foundation stage I slashed down, he had to be injured, but you were unharmed. But you are clearly at the chi practicing stage, yet you are able to exert a power comparable to the lower level of foundation establishment, and you were able to take a sword from me. You kid is weird as hell. If I were to kill you as well and practice you as a blood elixir, ha ha ha, it would be extraordinarily delicious. After saying his words, he didn't look for anyone on the sidelines and directly killed toward Han Feng. Gao Hai and Zhang Cui-ro immediately killed towards that evil cultivator from both sides, but their speed was nowhere near as fast as that evil cultivator's. In the blink of an eye, the evil cultivator killed in front of Han Feng's eyes. Han Feng let out a cold snort and executed the divine ability of the sundown skill to ask for a clear wind, while his speed skyrocketed and he drew back, waving his hand as two small tornadoes appeared. Those two tornadoes, one after the other, blasted into that evil cultivator's body, knocking him back twice in a row. Taking advantage of these two repulsions, Han Feng pulled away from him, and Gao Hai and Zhang Cui-ro killed the evil cultivator before his eyes. The two swords slashed viciously towards the evil cultivator. That evil cultivator gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. First he took two of their swords hard and was pierced through his body. Then he slashed at Gao Hai, splitting a deep wound on Gao Hai's chest. Then he kicked Gao Hai away, and the curved sword in his hand slashed at Zhang Zuoro as fast as lightning. Chapter 83 Reinforcements? No! The enemy! Seeing this, Zhang Ziro was too late to dodge and immediately crossed her sword to parry the opponent's attack. Only a loud bang came out. The sword in Zhang Ziro's hand came out of her hand, and she suffered a strong concussion backlash, spitting out blood in her mouth, and flew backwards towards the back. Seeing this, Han Feng gritted his teeth in anger. Seeing that the evil cultivator was still going to go after Zhang Cui-ro, he immediately exerted his fastest speed and rushed over. A tornado struck out, sending the evil cultivator flying out, while he himself held Zhang Cui-ro in his arms. How are you doing? I'm fine. I'm a wood attribute spirit root. Although I'm not strong in combat, my vitality and recovery are strong. It's hard for him to kill me. Don't worry about me. Go fight. Zhang Ziro wiped the corners of her mouth. While taking out a whip from her storage bag, she lashed out at the evil cultivator. That evil cultivator was caught off guard and was viciously hit by Zhang Cui-ro's whip. Although that whip didn't cause any damage to him, the whip rapidly grew longer and longer with the naked eye, forming a vine that firmly bound that evil cultivator within. Seeing this, Han Feng and Gao Hai said that the opportunity was too good to lose, so they immediately rushed forward, one after the other, and stabbed the swords in their hands through the evil cultivator's chest. A smile appeared on their faces, thinking that with this, the evil cultivator would surely die. However, that evil cultivator let out a cold smile, as if he had no sense of pain. The wound was steeply filled with blood chi, and the whole person's aura was so great that a rigid and fierce blood chi violently erupted, sweeping to the surroundings, and rushing all the three people out. Han Feng only had time to hold Zhang Zuro and use his back to help her block most of the attacks. All three of them landed heavily on the ground. The whip vines that had bound the evil cultivator also broke inch by inch and shattered all over the place. Gao Hai stood up with difficulty and said with a grave expression on his face, "Not good." He burned his chi and blood to stimulate the power within the blood-colored abutment, and now his battle power has soared. Much stronger than all three of us. What then? Han Feng asked as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. We can only ask for help. When Gao Hai finished speaking, he suddenly looked to the west, and then exclaimed, "No need. Our reinforcements are coming." Han Feng and Zhang Cui-ro also looked back, only to see two long rainbows flying over from the west. Those two didn't have flying swords or flying spells, but they were able to fly in the air. Obviously strong foundation establishment people. Han Feng and Zhang Cui-ro didn't recognize the duo, but they put their hearts down when they saw two foundation establishment powerhouses flying in the direction of their clan. With the help of these two foundation establishment powerhouses, it was a sure thing to finish off that evil cultivator. Takumi waved happily and elders Yi Qingyun and Yi Luchuan, We're here, come and help us kill the enemy together. At those words, Han Feng's face steeply darkened. The visitor was surprisingly someone from the Yi family. Seeing the look on Han Feng's face, Zhang Ziro took his hand and said, "It's fine. This is a mission assigned by the sect. The Yi family won't dare to make a move against us at this time. Unless they kill all three of us. If they make a move against you, do you think senior brother Gao Hai won't sue them?" The visitors were two middle-aged cultivators, and Gao Hai called them seniors to honor how old they were, not how high their cultivation was. After those two Yi family members arrived, they stopped in midair and looked at the battlefield. Yi Qingyun sneered when he saw Han Feng. "Yo, isn't this the little thief who wants to be immortalized with our Yi family? What a coincidence to meet you in this place." Han Feng's face turned blue and he didn't reply. Observing the attitude of these two, Takumi frowned. "Both of you, this evil cultivator is extraordinarily difficult to deal with. Let's quickly make a move together to finish him off. It's good to share the credit equally when we return." "Noisy, yellow-mouthed child, who are you to speak here?" Yi Qingyun snorted coldly, then looked at the evil cultivator and leisurely said, "Where's the blood elixir?" The evil cultivator snorted coldly. "You guys came too late. They attacked too tightly. I couldn't beat them. I had no choice but to swallow the blood pill and break through the foundation establishment to hold on until now." The moment these words came out, the three of them, Gao Hai and Han Feng, changed their faces drastically. Takumi said incredulously, "Did your Yi family instruct him to refine this blood pill?" "Noisy." Yi Qingyun was furious and blasted his palm onto Gao Hai's body. Gao Hai spat out blood and fell heavily to the ground. Han Feng and Jiang Chui Ro immediately went over to support him. Yi Qingyun's eyes looked grimly at the evil cultivator and coldly snorted. "You dare our Yi family's blood pill to be swallowed? Our Yi family carefully selected such a place just to refine the blood pills for my nephew Yi Longyuan to break through the foundation establishment. This blood elixir that you risked so much to refine, you dare to swallow it?" The evil cultivator was also not willing to show weakness, and immediately flew up and shouted angrily that surname Yi. At that time, they had already broken the grand formation, and the blood pills hadn't been fully formed yet. "Do you think that with just me, a peak Qi practitioner, I would be able to beat this one foundation establishment and two peak Qi practitioners? If I hadn't swallowed the blood elixir, I would have been dead by now, and the blood elixir would have been snatched away by them, and you wouldn't even have gotten a single hair. I'll eat the blood pills myself this time. I don't want a penny of your payment, but the big deal is that I'll go to a farther place, make another blood pill for you, and then make a deal again." Yi Qingyun nodded and said, "What you say has some truth to it. It's us who came late and let these three little thieves stir up the matter. Let's do this. Let's finish off these three little thieves together first, and then we'll go together to find other suitable places to kill people for alchemy. They heard what happened to us, and they must not be allowed to leave alive. Fine. I want to kill these little thieves too." After saying their words, the three major foundation establishment powerhouses all looked intently at the three Han Fengs. The three of them couldn't defeat a single evil cultivator, let alone two other strong people of the middle level of foundation establishment. The three of them will die for sure. Seeing this, Gao Hai gnashed his teeth in anger and said, "When I was in the ancestor sacrifice mystery realm before, I felt that your Yi family didn't have a single good thing in them, and now you've gone so far as to kill tens of thousands of innocent people to refine pills, just to make a Yi Longyuan breakthrough to foundation establishment? Shameless. You and others are shameless to the core. Scum of the immortal sect. Humph. Kid, you are really naive. Don't you understand the reasoning of becoming a king or losing a bandit? Cultivation world. This is the weakest and the strongest. Only because Tai Lian, that old thing, protects you too well, let you think that the cultivation world is a paradise. This isn't good for you guys. Our Yi family has always believed that it's time all disciples knew the cruel side of the cultivation world in order for you to grow up." Gao Hai no longer cared about him, and as he grabbed one of the bronze mirrors on his chest and shoved it into Han Feng's hand, he quickly said, "Senior Han, you're fast. Quickly take senior sister Jiang and escape first. While escaping, call for help. There are recorded battles in here, and incriminating evidence of the Yi family. I'll stop them, and buy you guys some time." Chapter 84, Gao Hai explodes. "Enemies in pursuit," Han Feng said with great urgency. "Brother Gao, cut the crap. You two are only at the Qi practicing stage. Stay and we'll all die, and there's no way to report the Yi family's crimes to the clan. Senior sister Zhang's cultivation is the weakest. You can't bear to see her die here. Hurry up." Gao Hai fiercely pushed Han Feng and took out a bloodthirsty elixir, taking it himself before quickly drawing his sword and killing towards those three. Han Feng was moved and pained, emotionally telling him that he couldn't leave his comrades to escape on their own, but reason told him that if he didn't run, all of them would have to die here, and all of them would surely die, and even the Yi family's incriminating evidence wouldn't be able to be brought out. "Senior brother Gao, I'm sorry, If I am able to return to the sect, I will definitely avenge your death. Han Feng pulled up Zhang Cui-ro. His wings spread out behind him, and he quickly rushed into the distance. The little fox immediately jumped onto his shoulder, and Han Feng grabbed the little blue-haired girl with his left hand as he pulled Zhang Cui-ro with his right hand, and flew quickly toward the west. This little girl, whether she was human or demon, but she was kind. She was still so young. She shouldn't die here. Han Feng and Zhang Cui-ro both put their best foot forward and quickly ran away into the distance. Zhang Ziro took out her voice transmission jade slip while flying and quickly said, "Master, come and save us. The Yi family has mutinied. The blood pills were made by them. They want to hunt us down. Brother, come save us. The Yi family is killing people to make pills. They want to kill us to silence us. Father, come and save us." Zhang Ziro had sent letters to her master, father and brother respectively to ask for help, but she couldn't say when the reinforcements would be able to come. After all, this kind of thing, sound transmission, is similar to sending a text message. When the other party sees it, it all depends on randomness. On the other side, Gao Hai was also in a fierce battle with those three major foundation establishment powerhouses. Yi Qingyun said with an ironic expression on his face. Those two little thieves ran off with the evidence. We need to kill them quickly. Another foundation establishment powerhouse, Yi Luchuan, coldly snorted. Hanging them out to dry, they can't run far. Let's kill this kid first and then go after those two cheap practicing stages. This kid is the important one. If we don't care about him and instead he drills into the bottom of the sea and runs away, where can we go to look for him? If we want to kill, we should also kill the strong ones first. After saying their words, the three of them immediately charged towards Gao Hai and surrounded him. Although Gao Hai had eaten the bloodthirsty pill and was able to increase his combat power for a short period of time, what he was facing was an evil cultivator with a soaring combat power, as well as two strong people in the middle level of foundation establishment. The bloodthirsty pill did not erase the gap in this area. Gao Hai roared, making a desperate fight, itching to die with these three scum. However, two fists could not defeat four hands, and after only a minute or two, he was bruised all over, and even his heart was pierced through by Yi Qingyun's sword. Knowing that he would surely die, Gao Hai roared, "Division scum! I'll die with you." After saying his words, he, who was drenched in blood, mobilized all the aura in his body and directly detonated the abutment, instilling all the aura in his body into his meridians, and then detonated those raging auras. He turned back to the west and muttered, "Senior Han, I'm counting on you. Our clan will never allow this kind of scum to appear. Not good. He's going to blow himself up. Quickly dodge." Yi Qingyun roared and immediately drew back. The three of them immediately retreated as fast as they could, but Gao Hai still blew himself up. Only a loud sound came from the explosion, and a huge shockwave, carrying bits and pieces of flesh and blood, blasted into the bodies of those three people. The three were rushed backwards and flew out, smashing heavily on the ground, spitting blood from their mouths and suffering severe pain all over their bodies. That self-explosion didn't kill them, but it did injure them. Damn! Careless! Yi Qingyun gritted his teeth and angrily shouted, "Get up and go after those two little thieves. Don't let them get away." Without him having to say anything, the other two stood up and immediately chased after that Han Feng. Yi Qingyun said as he flew, "We have to hurry up, in case this kid sends a message to the clan. If a Jiedan or Yuaning powerhouse comes, we'll be screwed." The evil cultivator frowned as he said, "You mean to say that the strongest person from your clan will come?" "Yes, but we were able to kill those two boys before we got here." The evil cultivator immediately said, "Then you guys go after them. I have something to do. I'll leave first. If you want to find me, go to the usual place. I'll wait for you for 3 days. If you don't come in 3 days, I'll leave." After saying his words, he immediately turned around and flew towards the east. Yes, he was afraid. He didn't have any undying hatred towards Han Feng. It wasn't worth the risk of encountering an Yin Yang sect powerhouse just to kill him. He ran away. Although Yi Qingyun was furious and gnashing his teeth, he was helpless to do anything about it. The evil cultivators could not chase after Han Feng. They could not. After all, the sea is wide by the fish. The sky is high. The birds fly. That evil cultivator is a loose cultivator. The vast ocean randomly drilled. No one can find. But they were different. They still had their families inside the clan. They had to kill Han Feng and take back the evidence. They were, after all, foundation establishment powerhouses. And Han Feng was just as fast as he was. But he was still a chi practitioner, and even if he was a wind attribute spirit root, and even if he had feathered treasures, the absolute difference in strength was right here. Not long after, they had already seen the two Yi family members in the sky behind them. Not good. They're catching up. Senior brother Gao must have died in battle. Han Feng's face turned blue as he said. Just then, The little blue-haired girl she was holding woke up languidly and weakly, and said water. Water. Han Feng said anxiously. Don't you say anything, we'll give you water when we escape back. Throw me in the water. Throw me in the sea, quickly. The little girl murmured. Han Feng's brows furrowed as he heard the words. How could he abandon a small child in this situation? Ginger Crisp said suddenly. Quickly throw her down, since she's a demonic beast, and since all the neighborhood here is the sea, she must be a sea-born demonic beast, and being in the seawater will help her recover. The enemy is after us, not her, and won't go after her. Yes. Han Feng immediately swooped downward and landed some altitude before throwing the little girl into the sea. Without the little girl, they were going slightly faster, but the enemy behind them was getting closer, like it could kill them at any moment. Seeing this, Han Feng immediately took a plan, took down his feathered spirit treasure and put it behind Zhang Cui Ro's back, saying, quick, refine it and then use it to fly. It will make you faster. Zhang Ziro sniffed and immediately said, no, what would you use if you gave it to me? You're a wind attribute. This pair of spring-walking wind wings is more suitable for you. Cut the crap. I have a better one. So refine it. Han Feng roared. Seeing this, Zhang Ziro no longer hesitated and immediately refined the spring-walking wind wings. However, Han Feng took the little fox and that bronze mirror and stuffed them with Zhang Cui Ro as well. I'll draw them in. You run. Chapter 85, You're such a fool, Han Feng. Looking at Han Feng's righteous figure rushing back, Zhang Cui Ro hissed and shouted, her eyes instantly wet with tears. In times of trouble, Han Feng was able to kill those 3 foundation establishment powerhouses alone for her, defying the odds to fight for her chance of survival at this time of crisis. At this moment, Zhang Zuero's heart broke. She, who had always had a heart of stone, understood in this moment what love was. Hurry up. I'm fast. They can't help me. Hurry up and call for help. Han Feng's voice came and awakened Zhang Cui Ro's sanity. However, Zhang Zuero did not flee. I don't want to abandon anyone else and run away again. Ginger Crisp asked, looking at the little fox. Can you swim, little fox? Yeah. The little fox nodded repeatedly. Ginger Crispus shoved that copper disc at it, put it in a storage bag, hide under the water, and when our reinforcements arrive, you give this to them. Little fox, I hope to see you again in the future. After saying her words, she simply let go of her hand, let go of the little fox, and threw it towards the sea. The little fox panicked instantly, and cried out that the don't leave me behind. Puff! The little fox fell into the sea. Zhang Ziro gave a reluctant glance down below, and then without further hesitation, her eyes were firm as she carried her sword and followed Han Feng, killing towards the enemy. Han Feng gifted Dao couple with a mid-grade spiritual treasure, Quan Xing Wind Wings, and received a tenfold blessing return, and a top-grade spiritual treasure, Crane Hayes Curly Feather. Are you getting it? Pick up! Han Feng replied without hesitation. In a blink of an eye, a pair of pure white crane wings appeared behind Han Feng's back, and as the wings unfolded, streams of light emerged from within them, and the roots of the feathers stood upright, like sharp arrows. With a thought from Han Feng, those sharp arrows shot toward the enemy in an overwhelming manner. Seeing this, Yi Qingyun and his duo were shocked and immediately cast their body protection aura, resisting the attacks of those feathers while waving their swords in their hands to attack those feathers. But these feathers come from the Hoshi Precious Feathers, is a top-grade spiritual treasure, not to say indestructible at least it is not the foundation stage can be damaged. Han Feng maneuvered the feathers to attack while casting Ask the Clear Wind to enhance his speed while forming a tornado to repel these two. Just then, Zhang Zuero came to Han Feng's side and fought alongside him. When Han Feng saw that Zhang Zuero didn't leave, he was so anxious that he roared, "Why are you back again? Hurry up and go. I'm fast. They can't help me. Don't think that I don't know that you want to sacrifice yourself to save me. You are still strong but still at the chi practicing stage. How can you possibly beat 2 middle-level foundation establishment layers? To die together, I will never leave you to live. You fool." Han Feng was moved and anxious in his heart. "You're the fool," Ginger Crisp said softly. "Then let's fight together." Han Feng drew his sword and chopped toward his enemy, and when Yi Qingyun saw this, he directly drank. One at a time. Finish them off quickly. Yi Qingyun killed toward Han Feng, while Yi Luchuan raised his sword and chopped toward Zhang Cui Ro. Han Feng didn't fight them hard, and with a shock of his wings behind him, he pulled Zhang Cui Ro and flew toward the top, dodging the attacks of those two before deftly circling around to the back of the other party and chopping out with another sword. Those two sword-ons, which slashed at Yi Qingyun's duo's bodies, caused their body protection auras to be shaken. Yi Qingyun sneered, "Humph, kid, you're still a bit capable. It's just a pity that we can miss countless times. If you two miss once, you'll have to die." Yi Qingyun was right. The two of them were foundation establishment powerhouses, and they wouldn't be able to die even if Han Feng hit them 100 times. But as long as they were able to hit Han Feng once, it would be enough to hit him hard, or even kill him. After all, Han Feng was just a poor boy with little protective magic treasures, and his only characteristic was probably that he was fast enough. When Han Feng saw the other duo killing again, he immediately pulled Jiang Chui-ro with him to dodge. Both of them now had flying magic treasures. The two of them together were still faster than before, and the two of them were like two butterflies, deftly dodging and walking in midair to avoid the enemy's deadly attacks. Damn! These two little thieves are too fast. We can't drag this out any longer. If we do, the clan should come. Use the Xian Luo compass. Yi Qingyun suddenly from the storage bag took out a compass. After inputting spiritual chi on it and tapping it a few times, that compass burst into light all of a sudden. And after that, an 8 trigrams array appeared from the compass and unfolded in midair. That Bagua array was very large, a mile square, on which the Bagua runes flowed. Qian, Kuan, Li, Can, Jun, Burgundy, Sun, 2A8 kinds of runes, appeared in unison, lit up with light. The yin and yang double fish in the center slowly rotated, and a massive suppressive force appeared, rushing toward Han Feng and the two of them in a flash. The appearance of that mountainous suppressive force caused Han Feng and Jiang Chui-ro's speed to slow down all of a sudden, and their originally dexterous stances became difficult. The two men were shocked and knew they were in big trouble. Sure enough, Yi Qingyun and Yi Luchuan laughed and flew over. Han Feng, aren't you fast? Aren't you a good runner? Keep running. Inside this heaven and earth realm, even if you're a dragon, you have to coiled. Even if you're a tiger, you have to harbor. Humph. Originally, the two of us just came over to pick up the blood Dan, but I didn't expect to be spoiled by your kid. Some time ago, you also wasted several disciples of our Yi family. Now, new grudges and old grudges together. You brat will leave your life here for the old man. After saying his words, Yi Qingyun raised his sword and slashed towards Han Feng. Han Feng was now struggling to take a step, and it was difficult to dodge at all. And when he saw the other two attacking, he only had time to hold Jiang Zero and quickly said, "Wrap us both in wings." Jiang Zero immediately did as she was told, and the two of them used their wings to wrap each other up, and at that moment, the two attacks slashed into their bodies. Boom! Only heard a loud bang came. Han Feng and Jiang Chui-ro spit out bloodwant, flew out backwards, heavily smashed in this 8 trigrams array. Yo, surprisingly not dead? Let's see how many times you can carry me. Yi Qingyun snorted coldly and was about to kill again. Han Feng and Jiang Chui-ro had been severely injured by the other party's 2 sword chops, and at this time, their bodies were shaking with severe meridian pain. Suddenly, Han Feng saw that on the Bagua formation, over by the rune in the Sun position, there seemed to be a hidden wind attribute power calling to him. Among the 8 trigrams, Sun is the main wind. Maybe there's a silver lining there. Han Feng immediately hugged Jiang Chui-ro and quickly walked towards that Sun character position, and the two behind them were in hot pursuit. Luckily, Han Feng was now in the Ken position, just a step away from the Sun position, and he quickly arrived on the Sun side. After arriving at the Sun character position, a wind attribute power that was familiar to the extreme surged into Han Feng's entire body. Chapter 86 Is the little girl a sea spirit? After arriving at the Sundance position, Han Feng immediately performed the Sundance technique and his entire body merged into the wind. And even though the suppressive force was still present, his speed was much faster than before. Those two once again came towards Han Feng to kill, and Han Feng immediately borrowed the power of the Sun character position and swung out 2 tornadoes, knocking those two back. Run! We can still run! Ginger Crisp said in a weak whisper. I can't run away. Han Feng had something in mind. If he had been able to run, he would have taken Ginger Crispy Zoe with him when she came over to him. Their speed, which was not as fast as the other parties, could only rely on their feathered wings and perform more dexterous body techniques to dodge. The suppressive force on the Bagua plate was still there, and in the runes below, rays of light pips appeared, pumping toward the two of them in Han Feng's direction. Obviously, it was Yi Qingyun who wanted to bind the two of them and kill them with a single blow. Han Feng and Jiang Chui-ro attacked those rays with great difficulty, but the number of those rays was still too many, and as soon as they cleaved one, more would come at them, and in the end, even though the duo had excellent stances, they were still bound when faced with those dense rays. Those two disciples, eyeing each other intently, sneered as they approached. Han Feng gave a bitter smile and said, Senior sister, it seems that we still can't leave. If you can't escape, then you can't escape. The path of immortal cultivation is inherently full of dangers, and if you hear of the Tao, you can die at night. It's a blessing to be able to die with your beloved. In this life, we go hand in hand. In our next life, I hope we'll still be together. To be able to hear the word beloved from you, I have no regrets in death. Han Feng sighed and did his best to take Zhang Chuirou's hand. Yi Qingyun raised his sword high and prepared for the final execution. Two little thieves, go to the ground and be a bitter couple. However, just as that sword was about to slash down, a strange change occurred. Below, there was suddenly a wonderful, melodious singing voice. The song was a little girl's voice, la 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 la, singing very beautifully. A few people looked downward, only to see a wave lifting up from the ocean, lifting a little girl with a double ponytail and blue hair. The little girl is no longer dirty, covered with injuries and no trace. The little blue dress on her body is extraordinarily delicate. Big eyes and small nose with a round little face. Very cute. Yoo-hoo, welcomed by the sea. The little girl was holding the little fox in her arms, happily waving at Han Feng and Zhang Chuirou, smiling so hard that her eyes became little crescent moons. Little girl? She's back? Han Feng muttered. Humph. A little siren is just a little siren. Do you really think she can save you? Yi Qingyun coldly snorted. The little girl waved her hand, and all of a sudden, countless seaborne demonic beasts rushed out from under the surface of the sea. Sharks, tuna, starfish, conch, seahorses, octopus, devilfish, countless ocean demonic beasts, rushed out of the water in unison, each of them exuding an extremely powerful aura, all of them too much stronger than the cultivation of Yi Qingyun's duo. Any one of these ocean demonic beasts could easily take care of them, not to mention, there were tens of thousands of marine demonic beasts in front of them. Yi Qingyun and Yi Luchuan, dumbstruck and wide-eyed, looked incredulously at the countless powerful and terrifying demonic beasts around them. Fifth brother. So many demonic beasts. I'm afraid that destroying our yin-yang sect would be easy, right? Run! Run! Yi Qingyun tore his heart out and yelled, rushing towards the outside without looking back. The little girl waved her little hand and drank. Finish them off! In an instant, all of those sea-life demonic beasts rushed toward the four Han Fengs. Han Feng and Zhang Chuirou were both confused. No! Does that they include us? The little girl also reacted, and cried out in a hurry that don't hit those two. Those are the good guys. Hit the two that got away. The shark, which had already opened its bloody mouth and was ready to swallow Han Feng and Zhang Chuirou, was first stunned when it heard the little girl's words, then glanced suspiciously at Han Feng and Zhang Chuirou before going after the two Yi family members. However, because it attacked Han Feng, it caused a bit of a delay and couldn't make it, and in the end, the Yi family duo was swallowed by a dolphin in one bite, crunching it to pieces. The other sea-living demonic beasts hissed in unison in protest. The little girl covered her mouth and hemmed and hawed, saying, alright, thanks for the help guys, there's still a Scarface bullying me, so keep an extra eye out for him and kick his ass. The demonic beasts nodded their heads to her in a very spiritual manner, before returning to the seawater in unison. When the Yi family duo died, the Xian compass became ownerless and unmanned, so Han Feng hurriedly flew over and received the compass in his hands. You guys are injured. Let's go and heal your wounds. There is an island over there. Go to the island and heal your wounds, the little girl said with a smile. Thank you. Han Feng pulled Zhang Chuirou and together they flew toward the island not far away. When they reached the island side, they landed and the little girl was pushed by the waves to the shore, bouncing up to them both. Han Feng and Zhang Chuirou sat on a rock and took the spirit restoration pill. The little fox jumped up and said, happily, it's really good to see you guys are okay. I was so worried about you guys. You, little one, also have a great life. Zhang Zirou hugged the little fox and tenderly stroked it. It was wet with seawater. Han Feng clasped his palm toward the little girl and said, thank you for saving me, miss, I am grateful. Ha. You guys saved me too. It's called helping each other. We're good friends now. The little girl raised her two little palms and said, playfully, my good friends, come on, tell me what your names are. My name is Han Feng, and this is the bitchy ginger crispy, and our good friend little fox. What's your name, girl? Me, the little girl said, with some difficulty, after some thought. I have so many names. My good friends in the sea say I am the spirit of the ocean and call me sea spirit. The fishermen on land call me Poseidon, or sea goddess. My mermaid sister called me a little goddess. Sister dragon lady named me Anha fish and also likes to call me Anne. There are also some big demons who call me little girl. What do you want to call me? Han Feng said with his head full of black lines. Better call you Anne. Anne is nice. Yeah, you guys can just call me Anne. The little girl was so happy. Her innocent smile also infected Han Feng and Zhang Chuirou. And how come you can summon so many demonic beasts over to help you fight? Because they're all my good friends, the little girl said, triumphantly. The boat traveled beyond the waters of Fujian. The wind moored in the north of the sea and the south of the sky. I know each other all over the four seas, and I am also a fellow countryman for 10,000 miles. All the oceans in the world have my best friends inside them. Chapter 87 Kiyono's friendship is better than Pearl. You're pretty good then. Ginger Crispin pulled the little girl over, stroked her hair, and said, "You're so cute. What species of demonic beast are you?" "Ha, I'm a demonic beast? Am I not a god?" And was taken aback. She had always considered herself divine. He, you little fellow, where is a god so weak as you? You can't even beat a chi practicing stage? That's different. I'm weak on land and in the sky, but I'm ridiculously strong if I'm inside the sea, and I have a lot of good friends to help me, so no one would dare to bully me inside the sea, and I'm really a god. I won't lie to you. I'm the spirit of the sea, the will of all the oceans incarnate, with the power of the sea yet. Demonic beasts are animals that cultivate and become stronger to produce spiritual intelligence. I'm the ocean itself, and I'm a spirit. I'm weak on shore, but in the ocean, that's invincible. Looking at the complacent little girl, Han Feng thought for a moment before asking, "But you're still relying on other demonic beasts to help you when you deal with 2 foundation establishment stages? This, OMG, don't you care? I'm just awesome anyway, la." The little girl, Anne, was a little vain and embarrassed. You are indeed amazing and we are so happy to have met you." Han Feng laughed. The little fox also said in a hurry, "Yes, the little foxes love Miss N, and likes you too," and picked up the little fox and held it high in the air, happily circling the beach. "Anun, why are you inside that human city on Juming Island?" Hearing Jiang Zuoro ask this, Anan's little face fell down and hugged the little fox, saying, "And loves to make friends and play. The fishermen on the island treat An as a sea god, and An often goes to the shore to play with them. But this time, what about meeting the bad guys?" The bad guys showed up out of nowhere and set up a big formation to kill all the people. There's no way for An to go back to the sea, so she has to fight the bad guys in order to protect the people. But An was too weak to fight the bad guys on the shore and could only watch the mortals get killed by him. The mortals erected shrines and temples to me, enshrined my statue, and wrote verses in my praise. Shade of the southeast, spit 10,000 miles, the wind mooring flood waves, safety and security rely on. Those mortals believed in me, and I failed to protect them, and it's all my fault. Looking at the little girl's sad appearance, Jiang Zuoro hurriedly said, "And don't be sad, la. Those are all sins committed by bad people. Not your fault. Don't punish yourself with other people's mistakes. After we go back this time, we will report to the sect the sins of those culprits, so that the sect can come and punish them severely, and avenge the deaths of those innocent and tragic people." But the bad man who killed the mortals still escaped, and I have sent my good friends after him, and I must catch him and punish him severely before I do, and puckered her mouth and chirped. Ginger Crisp nodded her head. "And that's good then. Anne, would you like to play with us in the clan? Our clan is not far from the coast, just 100 miles inland. Our home is there," Anne said, shaking her head. "No, your human world is too dangerous. Many humans are greedy and arrogant. When they see me, they want to capture and kill me, though I do realize that there are good and bad people in the human race. I was too weak when I got to shore to avoid the strongest humans. You two are good people, but you're too weak to protect me. However, I would be very happy if you would come with me as my guests in the sea. I can take you to meet Uncle Shark, Elder Dolphin, Sister Mermaid, and Sister Dragon Lady. Sister Dragon Lady's home is huge. It's just a bit far away. Her home is in that area of the Demon Emperor continent. It's too far away from your heavenly star continent." Han Feng knew that the name of this world was called the Nine Realms. In a complete piece of the world, full of oceans, the oceans had 9 very large continents, distributed everywhere. The middle one was the largest, and the other 8 were in the 8 directions, just like the 8 trigrams. And their continent, Tianxing, is located in the southeast. Their Yin-Yang sect, again, was on the southeastern coast of the heavenly star continent, so it could be imagined how remote they were here. Literally the corner of the world. "Okay, thank you, Anne. We'll definitely look for you to play when we have time. And how will you find me?" And looked at Han Feng oddly and playfully. How about we stand on the beach and yell your name?" "That's definitely not going to work, and I can't hear you, so I'll give you guys a present." And unclasped a golden conch tied around her waist and handed it to Han Feng. Han Feng played with the conch in his hand and wondered, "What's this? Gold? It looks pretty valuable." "Well, not at all," and pouted. "Know that gold is not yet a treasure, but the friendship of machine and courage is more precious than pearls. This is my gift to you, a testament to our friendship in life and in death. Your bravery and kindness have been recognized by the ocean spirit, and you've gained Anne's friendship, so we'll be good friends from now on. If you guys want to find me to play, or if you need me to help you with something on the ocean, just blow this conch so I can hear it and come to you. Remember, all over the world, wherever there is an ocean, If you blow this conch, I will hear you and come out to see you immediately. Good. This gift is very precious. We accept it. Han Feng solemnly put the conch into his storage bag. That's good. And smiled sweetly and nah, it's a deal. And with the conch sound as a signal, the wish will be granted and the call will be answered. Don't be polite to me. I'd like to take you guys to play with my best friend. The mermaid sister and the dragon lady sister are both very good friends. Yo. Well, as promised, we'll be sure to come up to the ocean and see you play when we get a chance. Han Feng solemnly nodded and smiled sweetly and suddenly looked up to the west and said, Aya, your human powerhouses are here. I should go. Remember to come to me if you have difficulties. And jumped lightly as a wave picked her up and held her. She waved her small hand toward Han Feng and said, See you again at the end of the sea. Bye Anne. And followed the waves and hid in the middle of the sea. The ocean spirit is such a cute little creature. Han Feng smiled faintly. It does look cute. I like her a lot. Ginger Crispin chimed in. They twisted their heads toward the west, only to see a long rainbow that landed steeply beside them. It was none other than their master, the Cu Palmistress. Chapter 88. The Cu disciple who was righteously indignant after Palmistress Cu arrived here. He first looked around with a murderous look in his eyes before looking at Han Feng and Zhang Chui Rou. The two men rose and saluted. Greetings, Master. Where are the enemies? Dead. Han Feng said. Dead? Didn't you say 3 Tsukiji? Did you guys kill them? It was killed by a siren. Han Feng explained. Earlier, senior brother Gao Hai stayed behind to break the back in order for us to escape smoothly, and was killed by the enemy. Later, 2 Foundation establishment enemies came over to chase us, but on the way to the chase, they were eaten by a group of sea demons that suddenly appeared, so we hurriedly hid on the shore and escaped. Regarding the matter of Hai Lingenen, Han Feng didn't say anything about it. He felt that the fewer people who knew about this kind of thing, the better. He's also used to hiding secrets. Seeing him say that, Jiang Krizuo also understood what he meant and nodded along. Cu sighed and said, Pity that child Gao Hai, originally a disciple with good qualifications and excellent character, properly cultivated to become a strong person in the future, but it's a pity that he died halfway. Han Feng was also saddened. Although he hadn't known Gao Hai for a long time, this sunny and cheerful senior brother had left him with a very good impression, especially in the end when Gao Hai had sacrificed himself to block the thieves for them, which had made Han Feng extremely heartbroken and respect the other party. It could be said that if Gao Hai hadn't desperately blocked the enemy for a period of time, Han Feng and Zhang Chui Rou wouldn't have been able to hold out until Anan came over to rescue them at the end, and the two of them would have surely died as well. Both of them owe their lives to Gao Hai. Master, Gao Hai, any more family members? Ginger Crispin asked. Looking up, she owes people and wants to repay Takumi's family. Cu shook her head and said, Gao Hai was a child I picked up from the outside. He was only 3 years old at the time, an orphan, and he was all raised by me. It's my fault. I misjudged the strength of the other side. I should have sent more people. When I saw your plea for help, I came immediately, but I was still too late. And luckily, you two are fine. Han Feng's heart thumped. Gao Hai was an orphan who was raised by Cu Palmistress as if he were his own, and Cu Palmistress' feelings for Gao Hai must be very deep as well. Now that Gao Hai has died in battle, the Palmaster must be suffering in his heart as well. Before senior brother Gao Hai left, he gave us the evidence of the Yi family's crimes. We can use this to accuse the Yi family. Little fox, bring out the copper disc. The little fox hurriedly nodded and took the copper disc out of the storage bag. Cu took the copper disc, first scanned it with his divine sense, and then put it away, saying, This seat knows, let's go. First go retrieve Gao Hai's corpse. Yes. A group of 3 people flew towards Juming Island, and with Cu's help, they flew very quickly this time and arrived at that island. Unfortunately, they searched around and couldn't find Gao Hai's body. Cu looked at him for a moment and then shook her head. There are very strong residual fluctuations of aura explosions here, and there's no body of Gao Hai at the scene. He should have, in the end, exploded himself. Han Feng and Zhang Chui Rou both lowered their heads. They had thought of this outcome. They just hadn't said it out loud. The reality that the senior brother who saved them was now a corpse was really hard to accept. Alas, I am a rootless person, and now I have no roots to go to. Even if I want to return to my roots, I have no roots to find. It's just a matter of going. Cu Palmistress sighed languidly and flew toward the Yin Yang sect with Han Feng and Zhang Chui Rou. Upon returning to the sect, Cu Patriarch said, I'll go see Elder Tai Lian and submit the evidence to him first. Let's see how he judges it. The Yi family's actions are unconscionable, corrupting the clan's reputation, and the crime is unforgivable. You two go rest and heal your wounds first, and when the law enforcement hall summons you, you can go over to testify. Yes, Master. When Cu left, Zhang Zuoro said to Han Feng. I think that senior brother Gao can't just be gone for no reason. We should remember him, and although he doesn't have a corpse anymore, I want to build a closed grave for him, carve a tombstone for him, and pay proper tribute to him, as it should be. Let's go together. The two of them went to the market town under the mountain together. In the funeral store, bought a good coffin, asked the store to help carve the tombstone, and bought wreaths of incense and candles and paper money. Before returning to the mountain, they arrived at the inner disciples' residence on the top of Lak Ha Peak. The miscellaneous disciples were at the foot of the mountain. The outer disciples were halfway up the mountain, and the inner disciples all lived on the top of the mountain. And Gao Hai, as the inner disciple of the headmaster, lived with some other senior brothers. After they arrived, they met a few foundation establishment brothers. Senior sister Jiang, what brings you here? Those few senior brothers asked curiously. Zhang Ziro told the matter once and for all, and after those few senior brothers heard it, they were all filled with righteous indignation. The Yi family is too shameless, to kill so many innocent mortals to refine blood pills, and to kill and silence fellow disciples. Master Gao was even harmed by them to the point where his corpse was left intact. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? Let's go and exterminate the Yi family. Yes, call out those 3 Jiadan senior brothers and go together to exterminate the Yi family and avenge senior brother Gao's death. Damn Yi family, really is a nest of snakes and rats. There is not a single good thing. They should really be exterminated. This kind of clan scum, the entire clan's reputation has been tarnished by them. It pisses me off. Go and exterminate them. The disciples were filled with righteous indignation and were about to call out for people to join them to fuck the Yi family. Suddenly, a senior brother stepped forward and said, "All shut up." That senior brother let out a loud shout, scaring the many disciples who didn't dare to say anything. In total, Siyu Palmistress had 3 Jiadan disciples, 20 foundation establishment disciples and 3 Qi practicing stage disciples. Han Feng counted, excluding Gao Hai, who had died in battle, and Yi Long Yuan, who was not present. The other 22, all of them were present, and the ones who had just spoken were the 3 with the most powerful breaths, and the one in the center was clearly all Jiadan powerhouses. Those people came in front of Han Feng, and Zhang Zuoro introduced them. Han Feng, this is our master's chief senior disciple, Shang Yun, who is at the upper Jiadan cultivation level. These 2 are senior brother Lu Xing and senior brother Wang Dao, both strong at the Jiadan stage. Han Feng pays his respects to the senior brothers. Shang Yun nodded and said, "This is Master Han's newly accepted senior brother, right? The battle at the Ancestor Sacrifice Mystic Realm. Although I didn't go to see it, I have heard about it. This time, I've just heard what happened. I just have one question. Where did Master go now?" "The Master has taken the evidence to the law enforcement hall," Han Feng said truthfully. "Yes, even Master knows that this kind of thing should be judged by the law enforcement hall. But what about you guys? Are you all going to take your swords and fight with the Yi family?" Chapter 89, Plan to destroy the Yi family. Shang Yun looked at the 20 or so senior brothers and sisters and said in a cold voice, "First, within the clan, private fights are strictly forbidden, violators are heavily penalized, and killing is even a life sentence. Do you want to destroy yourselves for the sake of a bunch of rats like the Yi family? Master has only taken in 24 disciples in 100 years. Do you want her to become a bare-knuckle master all of a sudden? Do you want her to take the blame for raising a bunch of murderers? If she could do it directly, the master himself would have killed it, and she was a peak Yuaning powerhouse. Could she still not exterminate a small Yi family? Secondly, you guys shouldn't underestimate the Yi family. Yi family has developed for hundreds of years. Its family children flourish. At least there are more than 10,000 people, although most of them are practicing Qi stage. But which foundation disciples are also afraid of more than 100 people? Jiadan elders have a full 5. With just the 20 or so of us, it's delusional to want to exterminate the Yi family. A female disciple said unconvincingly, "Eldest senior brother, why are you growing others' ambition and destroying your own? Are you just going to let the Yi family slaughter a large number of mortals and let the Yi family kill our fellow senior brothers?" Previously, the Yi family had gone to assassinate this young senior brother of ours 3 times. That female disciple pointed at Han Feng and said. Shang Yun sneered and said, "That naturally won't be the case. If you dare to touch my Shang Yun's senior brother, I will have to make their entire clan perish. Otherwise it will be hard to get rid of my heart's hatred. However, if we act rashly, it won't work. Instead of getting revenge, we will harm ourselves. I've already thought of a way. There are many people here. Go and pack some clothes for senior brother Gao Hai. Make a closed grave and bury him. Let's go to the mausoleum and talk about it." When the disciples heard Shang Yun say this, they immediately became energized and looked up to their eldest senior brother. Together they went to Takumi's room and went to pack some clothes and personal items. Han Feng brought out the coffin. and the people put their belongings into it, carrying it all the way toward the mausoleum at the back of the mountain. There was a mausoleum at the back of each peak for burying dead elders or disciples. They picked a pretty good spot, dug a big hole, put the coffin in, erected a headstone, and put a wreath on it. Han Feng and Jiang Chui Rou squatted down and burned the paper money one by one. Shan Yun looked at the quiet mausoleum and said, "There are no outsiders here. Let's discuss in front of senior brother Gao Hai how we should exterminate the Yi family and avenge his death." Eldest brother, go ahead. We'll all listen to you. Well, according to senior sister Jiang and senior brother Han's descriptions, they, along with the three of them, senior brother Gao, traveled to an overseas island to investigate a massacre of a murderous alchemist and arrest that evil cultivator. As we all know the result, the Yi family duo arrived and senior brother Gao Hai sacrificed himself in order to cover the escape of the two Qi practicing stage brothers and sisters. Gao Hai did the right thing. As a strong person, serving as a senior brother, he deserves to protect his younger siblings who are weaker than him. He is great and honorable, and this evidence was also brought back by the two senior siblings who managed to defend it to the death. But have you thought about how Elder Tai Lian will handle it if this evidence is handed over to the law enforcement hall? A male disciple said. With Elder Tai Lian's iron-faced and selfless character, he definitely won't let the Yi family off the hook, and will definitely be judged harshly and punished severely. Shan Yun nodded his head. Good. Then the question arises, who is to be tried? The murderer has already been buried in the belly of a fish. There is no proof of death. Even if there is evidence that it was indeed the two of them who instructed the evil cultivators to kill and refine the pills, the Yi family can totally go ahead and say that it was all the personal behavior of the two of them. And what does it have to do with anyone else? What's it got to do with the whole Yi family? No matter where. Make a mistake is a person to do a person. Can't your relative killed someone? Then you also beheaded, right? Sit-in is not such a sit-in-law. Also simply cannot hurt the whole Yi family. So the final result of this matter, the probability is still dead and unproven. Unsettled. The Yi family is still at large. Just that the two dead people to carry the evidence of guilt is good. Han Feng put down the paper money and stood up, saying, "But Yi Qingyun clearly said that the blood pills that were refined were for Yi Longyuan to eat. What's the use? Didn't Yi Longyuan not eat it after all?" Yi Longyuan can also say that he's been in seclusion all this time, completely unaware of what's going on outside. It's all because his two uncles did it on their own. It has nothing to do with him. Shan Yun laughed bitterly, then said, "Why didn't I see before that senior brother Yi, who was so humble and respectful in front of us, would be such a despicable, shameless, cruel and murderous villain?" Han Feng continued. "Then what if we were able to capture that evil cultivator and have him come over to testify? What's the use? It was also the Yi Qingyun duo that butt heads with that evil cultivator. So how much can he know? He's just putting the blame on the Yi Qingyun duo. Is it hard for him to say that the entire Yi family of tens of thousands of people instructed him to do this? It's impossible and no one will believe it." A cold smile hung at the corner of Shang Yun's mouth as he said, "Still, punishing one or two people is not our aim. Our aim is to exterminate their entire clan, to take out all of the Yi family, so that this clan of snakes and rats will be completely removed from the Yin Yang sect. It's easy to do that, and that's to make a big deal out of it. We can't solve the conflict, then let the conflict intensify. Intensify to the point where it can't be cleaned up. Intensify to the point where the big man who can solve the Yi family has to step in, so that it works." Now the law enforcement hall had gotten the evidence, but the matter was so important that it would take several days to discuss and judge. And these days, that's our chance. Senior brothers and sisters, in these few days, we have to leave no stone unturned, inside and outside of the sect, and make a big fuss about the Yi family slaughtering tens of thousands of people on Juming Island to make blood pills, in order to allow Yi Longyuan to break through his cultivation level. Not only should the disciples in the sect know about it, but the regions and forces outside, as well as other sects, should be made aware of it. Get the public opinion up and making a fuss. In this way, the disciples and elders in our sect will be furious and demand that the sect severely punish the Yi family. The other big clans, the elders in high positions, would also join together to demand that the Yi family be severely punished, and that all of them be driven out of the clan. After all, with one less Yi family, they, the clans, would be able to obtain more resources and positions. Then there are the other sect powers that will also come forward and denounce our Yin Yang sect, rebuking us for our evil deeds. Outsiders don't care who in your Yin Yang sect did this. People only know that it was done by your Yin Yang sect. Likewise, in other clans, if there was someone so evil, we would go and scold that clan for how bad it is, rather than we would go and scold that person. Chapter 90, used to be quite cool. Why are you crying now? The more Han Feng listened, the brighter his eyes became, and he took over and said, "Eldest brother's good idea. In this way, the sect master will agree to expel all of the Yi family members from the sect due to internal and external pressures, as well as the reputation of the sect, and all the persecution from the entire sect. If he doesn't drive away the Yi family, we will lead everyone to continue to make trouble. And the more we make trouble, the more we will overturn the sky, and we are not afraid that the sect leader will not have pressure. After all, this clan, not the head of a person's clan, but has a lot of elders together as the main, encountered a major event is to discuss. Even the headmaster can't be dictatorial. What's more, I see that the sect master is not bad, so maybe if it doesn't get to that point, he'll just go along with it and expel the Yi family from the sect. Shan Yun laughed. Senior Han is really a bit thorough. That's right. According to the normal rules and regulations, the sect really can't do anything about the Yi family, but that doesn't mean that the sect leader and Elder Tai Lian don't want to punish this Yi family. Perhaps, they are also just lacking an opportunity? In these few days, I'll take the lead and form a Leaf Crusade alliance, gathering more men to come, plus the golden sign of you. Senior Han, thanks to your performance in the secret realm, the whole clan is now looking at the Yi family in a bad light, and they all think that you are a bitter master who has been persecuted by the Yi family. And with you as a signboard, and with your deep hatred for the Yi family that is known to all, you will definitely be able to encourage a lot of disciples to come and start a war with the Yi family. On the day when the entire Yi family leaves the clan, we will immediately kill our way out and officially start a war with the Yi family. There are tens of thousands of Yi family members. Out of these tens of thousands of people, only a few thousand of them are just disciples of our Yin Yang sect, and the rest of those, most of them are people below the 5th level of cheat practicing stage or mortals. After all, even though the Yi family was large, it was not possible for everyone to be well qualified and be cultivation wizards to be able to become disciples. At that time, when they leave the clan, we'll chase after them and kill them all. After all, killing a fellow disciple is a crime, but killing an outsider and killing a thief is not a crime. The Yi family is a big family, rich in financial resources. When the time comes, do not even need us to shout more people. Those other big families will not let go of such a big piece of fat meat. What awaits the Yi family will surely be a disaster of destruction. Shang Yun is right. The Yin Yang sect has hundreds of thousands of disciples, but the population under the mountain and the surrounding population is in the millions, and the population within a 1,000-mile radius of the sphere of influence is even more in the hundreds of millions. The Yi family had a population of tens of thousands, and it was impossible for them to account for 1/10 of these hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Yin Yang sect. Otherwise the Yi family would be the god of the Yin Yang sect. It was true that, as Shang Yun had said, money moved people's hearts, and the pressure of public opinion coupled with the Yi family's abundant family wealth and resources was enough to move other high-powered families. As long as the Yi family could be driven out of the sect, then what awaited them would inevitably be death without burial. Shang Yun looked toward Han Feng and continued, Senior Han, you don't need to do anything these days, just stay at home and show up less. Leave everything to senior brother for me to organize and arrange. When the law enforcement hall notifies you of the start of the trial in the hall and asks you to testify in the trial, you immediately tell me, and I will tell everyone to notify all the disciples to gather around and make trouble together. Elder brother, I know quite a few big families, so I can give their family heads a heads up in advance, so that they are ready to divide up the Yi family, and then I can help speak up at the trial. In this matter, senior sister Zhang's Jiang clan also needs to make more of an effort to do so. Ginger Crispin immediately nodded her head and said, well, when I get back, I'm going to go to my dad and my grandpa and tell them about it. Good. Shang Yun walked over to Han Feng, patted his shoulder, and said seriously, Senior Han, I understand how you feel. Senior Gao Hai died to save you all. You must feel guilty in your heart. However, as long as we are able to eliminate the Yi family, it will be the same as removing a large tumor for the clan and for the earth. And senior brother Gao will not have died in vain. He died a good death. He died an honorable death. And he is a hero. Eldest senior brother. Don't worry, this matter is not only to avenge senior brother Gao, but also to avenge myself and the tens of thousands of innocent and tragic deaths of the people. Han Feng walked to the tombstone, knelt down, and kowed out 4 times, his eyes solemn, saying, Senior brother thanks senior brother for saving his life. Senior brother in heaven and watch. Senior brother will surely handily kill the people of the Yi family to avenge you. At this scene, the other senior brothers nodded their heads as they watched. This Han Feng, he is a good senior brother who knows how to repay kindness and has feelings. Through this incident, Han Feng also got to know this group of senior brothers and sisters, and also learned that they were all good people who were united in their love for each other. It seems that the master's eye for choosing disciples is still good. As for Yi Lan Yuan, before he dealt with Han Feng, who could believe that this elegant, easygoing and humble fluttering gentleman would be such a sinister and cunning villain? Of course, if there was no Han Feng and Yi Longyuan managed to get Jiang Chui-ro, he might also be a decent person. Sunny and cheerful, trying to get ahead. A model in the hearts of countless people. And he might also be loyal to the sect and be a good person. It was only because of Han Feng that he was overcome with jealousy and completely blackened. Han Feng had changed Yi Longyuan's character. And Yi Longyuan had changed Han Feng's character. Han Feng is a desireless lying flat character. Who does not want to offend? Just want to live a beautiful idyllic life. And now, his bitter hatred was all forced out by Yi Longyuan. In that case, it's immortal. Everyone dispersed to do something. Han Feng and Jiang Chui-ro also returned to the small attic, sat down together to run the power to heal the injuries, served the restoration of the spirit Dan. After all, the two of them, both of them were quite badly injured and in extremely poor condition, and they had been forcibly enduring their injuries before. After taking the elixir, it took a long time before the two of them gradually calmed down. Jiang Chui-ro sidled her head toward Han Feng and sighed languidly. Oh Han Feng, I realized that I really don't know you well enough, especially in the past, when I only thought of you as being a timid and cowardly commoner. After all this, I realized, yeah, you're still pretty brave. You dared to leave our Jiang family's army alone for the sake of Coronation Wang to look for him. In order to avenge his brother's death, he dared to challenge a large group of enemies alone. This time, you gave me your own feathered treasure for my sake, so that I could escape on my own and take on two foundation establishment powerhouses on my own. You are, on the surface, a lazy guy, but in reality, you're braver than anyone else. For once, you really got me. You were good too. Didn't you end up coming back to fight alongside me instead of running away on your own? It's just a bit silly. You should have run. You're the stupid one. Zhang Jiru looked at Han Feng in a daze, and 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, and as she hugged Han Feng, she leisurely said, Han Feng, thank you. It's good to have you. Han Feng hugged her and looked at her as she shed more than a few tears, knowing that she was actually still moved by her actions and saddened by Gao Hai. He wanted to comfort her and didn't know where to begin. After thinking about it, he stretched out his fingers, picked up her chin, and, with a deliberate gesture of complacency and haughtiness, teased her by saying, Yo, wasn't this chick pretty cool before? Why is she crying now? Are you in love with me? Chapter 91 First visit to the Jiang family. Jiang Chui-ro, who was wooing, was a bit confused by Han Feng's sudden move. That's not all. The little fox on the side also jumped onto the table and stood upright. His left paw pinched at his waist and his right paw stretched forward, following Han Feng's example and saying smugly, Yo, this young lady wasn't so high and cold and ignoring people before. Why is she calling now? Is she in love with this fox? Looking at the two of them, Jiang Zuero broke into a smile and opened Han Feng's hand and rolled her eyes, while then grabbing the little fox and rubbing its little head fiercely. Do you follow this bad guy's example and bully me too? Don't you? Why are you only bullying the little fox? Is it because little foxes are easy to bully? The little fox protested loudly. After a playful scene, Jiang Zuero's mood improved a lot. She stood up, went to wash her face, and adjusted her mind. Let's go. Go up to my house. Meet my father. Tell him about this matter. And let the Jiang family make more effort as well. And try to make the Yi family's reputation a little bit more infamous. Ha? Going to your house? Han Feng said with some haste. What? Nervous? No. It's the first time I've been to your house. I have to bring something. Isn't it not good to go empty-handed? After all, the first time he went to his wife's mother's house, according to Han Feng's philosophy, it was really not good to go empty-handed. Ginger Crispin sneered. What? Are you treating me and you like 2 people now? Or what? Aren't we? So who has 2 families who don't even live together and live apart? Ha? Our yards are just a wall apart. That's 2 places too. Alright then, you can pack up and move in with me tomorrow. Then why aren't you the one moving in with me? I can't spare my herbs. Then I can't afford to part with my loft. The 2 men, wide-eyed and in unison, said, that's all for now. Then, in the end, Han Feng went back to his mother's house with Jiang Chui-ro empty-handed. Jiang Ziro's home was below Yinyang Peak, in the middle part of the entire clan's under-mountain area. A large mansion with the Jiang family's plaque hanging in front of the door. This place Han Feng had passed by a few times before and knew that it was Jiang Chui-ro's home. After arriving at the Jiang family, many of the Jiang family's children greeted the two of them. After all, Han Feng had greatly won the hearts of the Jiang family with his battle in the ancestor sacrifice mystic realm earlier. The young sons of the Jiang family now regarded Han Feng as a role model for the younger generation. The Jiang family was a large family with many people living in it, and Jiang Zuero's home was in the second compound to the west. Father, Mother, I'm home, Ginger Crisp shouted from the yard. It was already dark at this point, and this day, they had really experienced too much. However, there was not a single response from inside. Just then, a Jiang clan disciple ran over. Someone Han Feng had seen before. That disciple gasped and said, "Zhou Mei, I said I saw you just now and always felt that I had forgotten something. Your father, your mother and your brother and sister-in-law, they all went out to save you." "Ha? Save me?" Jiang Chuiro was shocked and hurriedly took out the voice transmission jade slip, and found that it contained quite a few voice transmissions from her father and brother, all asking her where she was. Counting the time, she should have still been in the middle of a fierce battle at that time, so it's normal that she didn't see it. And the family must have been so anxious to see her never return that they went out to find her and rescue her themselves. She rushed to reply, "One by one. I've already been home for a long time, so come on back. I'll be waiting for you at home." After saying their words, the two of them pushed their way inside and came to sit and wait inside the living room. I'd forgotten that when I asked for help before, I didn't just ask for help from my master, but also from my father and brother. They've been unable to find me and don't know exactly where I am, so they must have been looking for me forever, and I forgot about it. Hearing Jiang Chuiro's words, Han Feng laughed and said, "It's nice to have family that cares. By the way, Han Feng, after knowing each other for so long, I haven't asked you about your life. Did your parents and family members die in immortality? Or did they go somewhere else?" "I don't know. My family is a farmer in a small mountain village not much farther west of the Fallen Peak. When I was 13 years old, they emptied their savings and helped me buy a place as an odd-job disciple, so that I could come to the Sunset Peak to cultivate. After a month I went home on vacation to check on them, only to find the house empty and quite dusty, so it was obvious they had been gone for quite some time. I asked my neighbors and they didn't know where my parents had gone. Until now, I've never seen them again and have no idea where they've gone." Han Feng paused as he said, "Alive. I think. Looking at Han Feng's appearance, Jiang Zuro felt some heartache and took his hand, saying, "I understand how you feel. It's normal for you to be insecure after losing your family and living alone in this large sect. It's also bitter that you don't dare to reveal your qualifications even though they're so good and only want to preserve yourself. Don't worry. From now on, I'll protect you." Looking at Jiang Shiro's understanding and heartbroken look, Han Feng couldn't help but cry and laugh in his heart, which is what he is holding back. He was really a complete and utter waste before. "Good, then you'll protect me from now on." Han Feng smiled and rubbed Jiang Chuiro's little head. That doting tone made Jiang Chuiro's heart flutter. After half an hour, a few people from the Jiang family returned, and Han Feng met Jiang Chuiro's parents, brother, sister, and sister-in-law. Jiang Jiru's father, Jiang Qingtaru, was still relatively stable and nodded toward Han Feng, but Jiang Jiru's mother had only her daughter in her eyes and pulled Jiang Jiru anxiously and said, "Zoe, how are you? Are there any injuries? Quickly let mother take a look." Seeing this scene, Han Feng felt warm in his heart. Kindred spirits. It's been years since I've tasted them. I'm fine. Mother, if it wasn't for senior brother Gao Hai and Han Feng's desperate attempts to save me, I wouldn't have been able to come back. I'm now well. Don't worry about it. Oh Zoe, what on earth is going on? Quickly tell us. Jiang Qingtaro sat down on the main seat and asked in a rather dignified manner. Jiang Ziro first told the whole story, and after Jiang Qingtaro and Jiang Huayang heard it, they cursed the Yi family for being shameless and brutal, slaughtering mortals and brutalizing their fellow disciples. Jiang Qingtaro's face was gloomy to the extreme, and he angrily slapped the table and said, "This matter must not be let go. Those two Yi family members, even if they die without proof, our Jiang family must not let the Yi family go. Dare to touch my daughter's son-in-law, and also kill fellow disciples. My Jiang family will not rest until they are dead or alive with their Yi family. Father, we already have a way to deal with the Yi family, and we've already started implementing it. It was our eldest senior brother Shangyun who came up with the idea. We want to create public pressure to put pressure on the sect leader and the sect." Chapter 92, A Stone Stirs Up 1,000 Waves. Ginger Zizu went over their plan. After listening, Jiang Qingtaro nodded his head and said, "Not bad. It's a good plan. It not only avoids fellow disciples fighting each other and being punished by the law enforcement hall, but also able to annihilate the Yi family in order to eliminate future troubles. This is a good plan. Our Jiang family should also contribute, and we should contribute the most. In this case, early tomorrow morning, I will go to the family inner hall and gather the elders and seniors and tell them what they should do, so that all the Jiang family disciples will do this. When it's time to hunt down the Yi family, our Jiang family will come out in full force to kill him. Good. When the time comes, Han Feng and I will go over there as well, to personally take revenge." Hearing this, Jiang Qingtaro glanced at Han Feng and said, "Don't worry. When the time comes, Yi Longyuan will definitely be left for you to kill with your own hands, so that you can finish off this enemy with your own hands." "Thank you, uncle." Han Feng stood up and clapped his hands. "Have a seat." Han Feng, in these few days, We have to keep creating public opinion. But the Yi family's people aren't fools. They're bound to harbor a grudge against you, wanting to take out the two witnesses, you and Zoe, to prepare for the courtroom later. In these few days, the two of you should not go back to Sunset Peak first. Just stay in the Jiang family for a while. The Jiang clan has the Jiedan elders, and I'm here to keep you all safe. Han Feng clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, uncle, for your kind words. It's just that I think that it's better for us to stay at our home in Sunset Peak." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingtaro frowned and said, "What? Do you think the Jiang family is bad? Or is it too restrictive to live here?" Han Feng shook his head. "No, uncle. I was thinking that if the Yi family really sent someone to kill me and my senior sister, it would be a good thing instead, just so we can get more incriminating evidence against the Yi family and create a bigger public opinion to accuse the Yi family. I once fought with 2 middle-level foundation builders. Not that I was being arrogant. Although I couldn't beat a foundation builder, it was impossible for a foundation builder to try to kill me in seconds and then get away with it. As long as I can hold on for a moment, the Jiedan elders and Master Siyu on the mountain will immediately be able to sense the aura fluctuations of this battle and come over to rescue and capture the assassin alive. I think the Yi family should not be able to sacrifice a Jiedan powerhouse to come over and assassinate us. If we really can't, we'd also like to borrow a protective formation or something from Uncle. As long as we can block a Jiedan strike, and then return it to Uncle after we've dealt with the Yi family's affairs. You have a point. It's good to use your body as bait to attract the Yi family to make another mistake. I'll personally set up the formation for you too, but don't say anything about borrowing it or not. You're a kid. You're good at everything, but you've never treated the Kangs as your own people or as your own family. Your heart, character, and qualifications are all excellent, and as I said, I will not be wrong about anyone, and we have long treated you as if you were our own child. This time, when you sacrificed yourself for the sake of others, letting Zoe escape and going to fight to the death to stop the disciples by yourself, I knew that you are a true man. And it was right to entrust Zoe to you. One family should stop talking about 2 families. Go. Jiang Qingtaro stood up and took the Jiang family members and Han Feng with him as they flew towards Sunset Peak. When they arrived outside their loft and courtyard, Jiang Qingtaro asked, "Is this your yard?" "Yes, uncle. I grew all the herbs in there myself." "No, I mean, you two haven't lived together?" "Dad, what are you babbling about?" Jiang Zirou's pretty face slightly reddened, and she drank delicately. "We don't need you to mind our business. We're happy on our own." Fine. I don't care. Right. Did you two receive the monthly resources that the Jiang family gave to the first-line disciples last month? Upon hearing this, Jiang Suero gave Han Feng a blank look and said, "All received." The last time the Jiang family sent resources, Han Feng couldn't shrug it off, but turned around and gave it all to Jiang Suero. In those resources, there were pills, spirit stones, and items with special attributes such as fire spirit crystals and water spirit crystals. Han Feng gave these to Jiang Zuro because he didn't want to owe too many favors to the Jiang family, and secondly, he was able to get a 10-fold return on what he gave to Jiang Zuro. He is still in the hands of the Kong family, Kong Crispy Zoe, and he has been given all his things by the giving blessing. Because he and Jiang Chui Ro were together for a very short period of time, the relationship had only just evolved into love, not yet evolved into affection. There was nothing like a family, and he had no concept of being a family with Jiang Chui Ro. After all, falling in love and getting married are 2 different things. He didn't know that in fact, Jiang Ziluo's things are his things, and his things are also Jiang Ziluo's things. Jiang Jiru didn't want her family to know that Han Feng had given her all the resources, otherwise Jiang Qingtaro should feel that Han Feng didn't treat them as his own people again, adding to the divide. Jiang Qingtaro was very careful to make a large formation to protect all of Han Feng and Jiang Suero's small courtyard. When Han Feng saw that he had a better large formation, he put away his blood armor teleportation formation that he could randomly teleport to, saving it for when he went out in the future. After doing so, the Jiang family members all went back, and Zhang Huayang even took Han Feng by the shoulders before leaving, exhorting and praising him for a while before he left. I have to say that my great uncle, as a person, is extremely nice. After going back, the sky was also bright. Han Feng and Jiang Chui Ro, who had been busy for a day and a night, had consumed enough mental energy. After all, the things they had experienced this day were just too much, and they also needed to take a good rest. The 2 of them lay on Han Feng's big bed and fell asleep in each other's arms, while the little fox also dragged her own little nest outside, which could be comfortable in the sun. They fell asleep and the whole clan blew up. The events that happened yesterday, after a lot of people who had the intention to make it extremely dramatic and spread it, soon spread throughout the entire sect. For a while, all the disciples and elders, even the people in the towns under the mountain and the surrounding area, all knew about it. Yi family people are heartless, slaughtered tens of thousands of people to refine blood pills, to be used for a disciple of the Yi family called Yi Long Yuan to break through the cultivation, that tens of thousands of people's lives in exchange for Yi Long Yuan to build the foundation. After being discovered by the great and righteous Gao Hai, Han Feng and Zhang Chuirou, they went so far as to brutally kill and exterminate each other. And in the end, Gao Hai was outnumbered and killed by his fellow disciples. Han Feng Zhang Chuirou, under the cover of the high sea, desperately killed the siege and escorted the evidence to escape back to the clan, dying of serious injuries, killing people to make pills and maiming fellow disciples. Each of these is an unforgivable crime. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the entire sect was filled with righteous indignation for a while, all discussing this matter. The disciples thought that the Yi family had corrupted the Yin Yang sect's reputation, causing their prestige to fall to pieces, and they had become the object of everyone's criticism in the outside world. There were even Yin Yang sect disciples who went to the towns below the mountain and met the people, and they were all met with scowls. After all, the people were mortals, and the group most capable of empathizing with those slaughtered mortals. Today you can kill tens of thousands of mortals to make pills. Should you kill us tomorrow? Chapter 93 aimed at Baiyal. Crusade against the Yi family in the eyes of the mortal people. Those cultivators, each one of them flying in the sky and hiding in the earth, just like the immortals, should have been sheltering them. But now, these people were actually trying to kill them, slaughtering so many people just to refine an elixir. A minion's life is also a life, and should ordinary mortals be slaughtered, it will buy you powerful beings as if they were livestock? The people were furious. They had no way to appeal. They could only write a joint letter of 10,000 people, each person stained with blood, and wrote his name, kneeling in front of the mountain gate of the Yin Yang sect, begging the Yin Yang sect to severely punish the Yi family as a murderer. With the push and pull of those who had the intention to do so, the news spread more and more widely, and even other sects knew about it. The other three major clans that were also the four major clans of the Min Kingdom, as well as the Min Kingdom's royal family, had also exerted pressure on the Yin Yang sect. The Min Kingdom was a large country in the southeastern part of the Heavenly Star continent, 10,000 miles wide to the north and south, and also 8,000 miles wide to the east and west, a vast area. And within the country, there were four of the largest immortal cultivation sects. They were the Southeast Yin Yang sect, the Northeast Xian Tian Sword sect, the Northwest Myriad Sound Valley, and the Southwest Blood Cloud Palace. In the center is the royal family of Min. All four of them were famous, orthodox immortal cultivation sects, and although they had some friction and open battles with each other, they were still on the bright side, and worked together with the royal family of the Min Kingdom to fight against the forces of evil. Now that such an evil family had appeared in the Yin Yang sect, those three families would definitely not let go of this opportunity to put pressure on the Yin Yang sect, even if it was just to watch and be disgusted by the Yin Yang sect. As a result, the three of them transmitted their voices to the Yin Yang sect's sectmaster, sternly rebuking the Yi family's behavior. The royal family of Min even sent an official letter requesting the Yin Yang sect to severely punish this evil cultivation family and restore the reputation of the immortal cultivation sect among the people. After all, when something like this happened, it wasn't just the Yin Yang sect's family whose reputation would be damaged, and even the entire cultivation world of Min State would be implicated. A prestigious family slaughtering mortals for alchemy? And have any of you other prestigious sects ever done this kind of thing? There's also the fact that the people of these regions and seas are the people of the Min Kingdom. And if your Yin Yang sect's people killed tens of thousands of people, can the royal court just ignore it? Forced by the pressure from both inside and outside, the Yin Yang sect's headmaster could only announce that the case would be tried publicly in 3 days, and that he would definitely return justice to everyone. And he also sent people to keep an eye on the Yi family members, and until this case was heard, none of them were allowed to leave the clan in case they escaped the sanction. The sleeping Han Feng, however, didn't know that the outside world had blown up and all eyes were focused on them. Overworked, he and Zhang Chuirou, cuddling together, slept for an entire day and night. It was not until the next morning that he opened his eyes and stretched. Han Feng, who was in a daze, turned around and hugged the perfect curves around him, using his entire body to feel the curves and warmth around him. Our little crispy body. It's so soft, it's so comfortable to hold. Han Feng comfortably rubbed his nose on the back of Zhang Chuirou's neck, and then, he saw that Zhang Zuoro was holding a jade slip and listening to the transmission. Okay, brother, I know, we won't be going out for a few days. Everything will wait until 3 days from now. Well, you guys keep an extra eye on the Yi family. Don't let them run away or transfer their property. Don't worry, Han Feng and I aren't kids anymore. Ah, he's awake. Rubbing his nose behind him. You shut up for old age. It's none of your business if we slept together or not. Zhang Shiro put down the jade slip in a huff before turning around and hugging Han Feng. What did my great-uncle just say? He said things went a lot better than expected. And it's only been a day and a night that's gone by and the news is all over the country. Now the disciples and the sect were furious. The mortal people went to the 10,000 People's Book and demanded that the Yi family be severely punished. Even the other three great sects and the royal family of the Min Kingdom demanded that the sect leaders severely punish the Yi family. Kick this scum family out of the ranks of decency. Now that there is a lot of noise outside, the sect leader is pressured to announce that in the early morning of 3 days, the case will be tried in front of the statue of the immortal Tao ancestor in the square of the main hall of the Yin Yang Peak, and all disciples and people from other clans were invited to come and watch. At that time, not only would all the disciples be there, but even the other three great sects and the royal family would send messengers over to watch. This matter is both small and big, mainly because it's too much of a big deal. The public pressure is too great, and the reputation of all of our famous sects is at stake. That's why the other forces are so concerned, and are putting joint pressure on our sects. Han Feng, do you think we've gone a little too far this time? Looking at Jiang Zuro's slightly frowning expression, Han Feng reached out and smoothed her brow, saying, "It's not excessive at all. I even think it's not enough. This matter, if it's handled well, instead of weakening, the clan's reputation will be taken to the next level. As long as the sect leader can make a firm determination to severely punish the Yi family and drive them out of the sect, so that the outside world can see that our Yin Yang sect will never tolerate traitors and is determined to get rid of devils and defend the Tao. Other people will in turn think that our Yin Yang sect is a truly prestigious and upright sect that doesn't take sides with those who have made a mistake in their own family. Who wouldn't want to come and join such a rigid and good clan? Alright then, as long as we can settle the Yi family, this scum family, has pestered us long enough, it's time to make them pay. I'm also looking forward to the day when I can avenge my own death." Han Feng laughed. Ginger Crispberry gave him a blank look and said, "Are you looking for revenge on the Yi family? You're looking for revenge on me, aren't you? Where are your hands touching again without being honest?" Han Feng smiled badly and said, "How can you call this revenge? It's called loving you. Understand? What do I have against you? I have a big grudge against you. In the past, I was high and cold to you. You must be harboring a grudge, and in your heart, you think that in the future, someday, you must bully me and ravage me, to avenge the revenge of me being high and cold to you. Isn't that right? Heck, I know it all in my heart." Han Feng laughed out loud and said with a stern face, following the expression and tone of the other party when he and Jiang Ro met for the first time. "Hey, your name is Han Feng, right? I only chose you because you're just a loser and can't give me any pressure. Here, this is the spirit stone from the last blind date. It's all for you. From now on, this fairy will allow you to double cultivate once every 10 days. Remember, this is this fairy's reward for you, so don't be ungrateful." Ginger Zizu snorted and laughed, and hit him hard with a ba. "Where did I go so far as to say that? You must have held a grudge at that time, right? You're just waiting for this time to get back at me, right? That's not true. I'm going to get back at you in different ways. Bully you hard. Come on, good girl, open your mouth. My husband will teach you a new position today." Ginger Crisp is surprised. "Ha? What do you mean? No, this won't work. Get lost." Well, Chapter 94, the others who painfully cultivate in Han Feng who lies flat. Jiang Zero never dreamed that she would one day be bullied by a man like this. Panting and sweating profusely, she couldn't care less about being tired and grabbed the tea on the side and rinsed her mouth violently. She didn't choose Han Feng in the first place because she liked him, it was just because she hated Yi Long Yuan. Every time Yi Long Yuan looked at her, although his eyes were warm and respectful, Jiang Ro could still see that desire and lust for her body in the other party's eyes. She hated this. The full version of not wanting to have skin to skin with any man. Choosing Han Feng was only because Han Feng was a waste of space and had no background, and was not associated with the word strong, and would not use his status as a Tao partner to force her to do the kind of things that men love to do. For the first month, it was really quite good, too. I didn't realize that a month later, it changed. She looked away. This man, not a loser, was well qualified, much better than even she was, and loved doing sex with her. This did also even if. But I did not expect. This looks naive and honest coy with a little boy like the guy, but also plays so flower. Damn it, looked away, fell for it, got on the wrong side of the boat. But at this point it was too late to regret it. And looking at the smug-looking guy on the bed, he couldn't wait to give him 2 punches in the bonbon. After rinsing her mouth, Jiang Ro gave a cold snort and silently put on her clothes, a white dress that was as snowy as a fairy's descent to heaven. She sat at the window in a cool and indifferent manner and began to cultivate with her knees crossed. After all, that's her persona. Han Feng was admiring the beauty of the nymphs while chatting with his good brother, Wang Coronet, with a sound transmission jade slip. Just now when he was passionate, Wang Coronet had sent him a voice transmission, and he hadn't had time to listen to it yet. Holy shit bro, what's the situation? I heard that your side was assassinated by the Yi family again? Or at sea? What's the situation? Are you dead yet? Hearing this, Han Feng rolled his eyes and replied, I'm not dead yet. Your father. So shut the fuck up. I've heard that all the disciples outside are now crusading against the Yi family. I've also heard about you. This motherfucker Yi family is really not something even slaughtered so many mortals for alchemy, just to let that dog thief Yi Longyuan break through, really kill 1,000 knives. I'm so angry. I really want to scrape the entire Yi family alive. Alright, less bitter and hateful here. Just don't worry about these things. How are you practicing martial arts now? More than a month has passed. Has there been any progress? Then I've made a lot of progress. I'm telling you, this gong method given by the ancestor master is just too powerful. Master, his old man, said that it's simply the world's #1 martial arts art. As long as you're willing to take the pains, the rewards will definitely not be small. I'm a 9th grade martial artist now. I'm so powerful. I can break a boulder in half with one punch. My master said that my qualifications for immortal cultivation are not good, but my qualifications for practicing martial arts are good. So as long as I cultivate diligently, my future achievements won't be lower than his. Hearing this, Han Feng was relieved, but he had always felt very guilty about Wang Coronet's hopelessness in cultivating the immortal path. That's good. How are you doing over there now? Do you want to come back? I'm still going to pick you up to come to Sunset Peak. No need. This is a sensitive time. You have stigmatized the Yi family this time. The Yi family hates you to the bone. During this time you and I had better not go out. Hide first. Wait for things to pass and then say something else. Otherwise it wouldn't be a good idea for both of us to go out and get slapped to death together again. Ha 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 ha. As for how I am here, don't you understand? Every day just do 4 things. Eat, sleep, practice martial arts, and bully a few grips surnamed Yi Longquan, those 5 guys. Every day I was trained like a dog, picking water, chopping wood, cooking, cleaning, a little bit of disobedience I hit hard to beat them. I was taught by my master's devotion. Together with the gong method, I cultivated very quickly, and I'm already a 9th grade martial artist, and the 5 of them are still not in the top class. I can beat up the 5 of them alone who dare not raise their heads. Plus, with master backing me up, I'm living a fast life. That's fine, but there's no need to bully too hard. In a few days it'll be the trial of the Yi family. According to our plan, the Yi family will be expelled from the clan, and at that time, all of us will go out to hunt down the Yi family. Those few Yi family members will have to be killed piece by piece as well. Then according to this, I have to bully them even more. If they die, I won't have anything to bully. Ha ha ha, I have to hurry. But Feng Zi, the Yi family has a population of tens of thousands, most of which are mortals. Should those mortals also be killed? At those words, Han Feng sneered and said, by all accounts, none of the Yi family deserve to die, since the culprits of the massacre of the mortals are already dead. But now that you've struck, you've got to kill them all. If you don't get rid of the grass, it'll grow again in the spring. Who is not afraid of mercy? Let go of some of the Yi family. The future out of a great pride to kill back to revenge. Everyone understands the reason. Not you and I can control. Those big families will not be merciful. What's more, the Yi family killed tens of thousands of mortals. Shouldn't this debt be paid with their Yi family's human lives? There was a half a day of silence on Wang Coronet's side before he replied. That's right. You've got a point. Let's do it. I'll be there then. Even if I can't do it myself, I'll let Zhang Xiu lead me and take a look from afar. Okay, enough of that. It's practice time. I have to go practice my martial arts. Han Feng put away the jade slip and came to Zhang Ziro's side, looking at her eyes closed and sitting on her knees as she tried to cultivate. Her long eyelashes under the sunlight were like a work of art, so people couldn't help but be mesmerized. Han Feng gave the little beauty a kiss on the corner of her mouth before carrying the little fox back to his yard to bask in the sun. What's more comfortable than lying flat? On the other side, Wang Coronation collected the voice transmission jade slip, picked up the whip, and then viciously lashed a few times at the several Yi family disciples who were chopping wood, and walked towards that waterfall amidst the wailing of those disciples. Yi Longquan's eyes were filled with resentment as the several people looked at this big senior brother, and in their hearts, they had already thought of countless ways to get the other party killed, but they didn't dare to make the slightest move, so they could only hold their breath. This is outright bullying and abuse by Wang Coronation. Who doesn't see these guys as human beings at all? If an unknown person saw this scene, they would definitely want to kill Wang Coronation by 1,000 cuts. But wasn't it these people with the surname Yi who turned Wang Coronet from a sunny and cheerful boy into a vicious bully and villain? They just had it coming and deserved it. Wang Coronation walked underneath the waterfall, bare-chested, revealing his strong muscles, and let the huge impact of the waterfall hit him and wash over his body. The intense pain was excruciating. he gritted his teeth and held on. Because, if not strong, then even in the time of revenge, he can only watch from a long distance. Chapter 95 Envoys from the three great sects. 3 days flashed by and no one came to assassinate Han Feng, because it is said that the Yi family has long been internal quarrel, deliberated for 3 whole days, but also sent to a lot of elders to go to other families and elders, send a thick gift, just begging for people to be able to help to say a good word. It was finally the day of the trial, and early in the morning, countless disciples and elders gathered again in the main hall square of Yinyang Peak. This kind of pomp and circumstance was only once a year in previous years, and that was the ancestor sacrifice ceremony. This year was different. This time was even more lively than the previous ancestor sacrifice ceremony. Not only did all the Yin Yang sect disciples and elders come, even the people at the bottom of the mountain had formed a delegation and started climbing the mountain last night, making sure to see the sect punish the Yi family with their own eyes. The other thing is that all the other powers are going to send people too. One must know that the Yin Yang sect's ancestor ceremony was such a grand event that other forces, and even the royal family, had never sent anyone over to observe the ceremony. But this time, they were going to send someone over to listen to this trial. You can imagine how seriously the families took the event. The trial hadn't started yet. Han Feng sat on the Jiang family's side, coldly looking at the arrivals from the major powers, observing these people, and fearing that he would have to deal with these outer sect powers quite a bit in the future. The first to arrive was someone from the Xian Tian sword sect. The Xian Tian sword sect was full of sword cultivators, mainly practicing the way of the sword, and every disciple had an innate sword, which they brought around with them from a young age to cultivate the sword spirit and cultivate their own attunement with the sword, to reach the realm of the unity of the human sword. It was also the strongest of the 4 great sects and the most skilled in the way of attack. The sect master had been in the square, and when he saw the foreign sect's envoy land, he clasped his palm and said, "Fellow Daoist heavenly swordsman, goodbye." The elder at the head of Xian Tian sword sect was a middle-aged cultivator with a slim figure, carrying a sword on his back with a righteous look, and a dozen or so people followed behind him, looking like there were elders and disciples. Heavenly Sword pays his respects to sect leader Duanmu. Tian Jianzi smiled faintly and clasped his palm towards sect leader Duanmu. The headmaster said politely, "Fellow Daoist heavenly swordsman is able to come to our Yin Yang sect, making us fluffy, pomp and circumstance even if it, after all, we are to see you disgrace. Not. See how the Duanmu sect master impartial law enforcement. I and others are also good to learn. Go back to learn the same as your clan is a serious rectification of the clan. Did you just miss something? No, you heard wrong." Tian Jianzi had a righteous face, and then, pointing to a Qi practicing stage disciple behind him, he introduced himself to the Yin Yang sect master and said, "Duanmu sect leader, to introduce you, this is the old man's new personal disciple. This year is only 18 years old. Is the metallic heavenly spiritual root, is more innate sword Dao body innately suitable for cultivating the sword Dao. Progress is rapid His original name was Fan Jin. After the old man detected his qualifications, he personally changed his name to Fan Jian, hoping that he will abide by the sword way and cultivate hard in the future. Originally didn't want to bring him here this time, but this child insisted on following him over, wanting to come to your sect to see the world. No, after begging the old man for 3 days, the old man reluctantly brought him here, hoping that sect leader Duanmu would not be blamed. The sect master's head was full of black lines. This grifter was clearly here to show off. Innate sword body how come our clan does not have such a good seedling? The handsome and martial-looking Fan Jian came forward, clasped his palms and bowed his head and said, "Fan Jian pays his respects to sect leader Duanmu. Good seedling. Fellow Taoists of the Xian Heavenly Sword sect, please take your seats." There were quite a few seats prepared in the middle of the square, all of which were for the head seat, the elders, and the ambassadors from the outer sects. Originally, this matter was a family matter of the Yin Yang sect, but because it was too big of a mess, the outer sects also took advantage of this time to want to see a lively scene. This is not the case. All the families have sent people. They all want to see the Yin Yang sect lose face. This matter had become so big that the Yin Yang sect itself had already lost face. After a short while, 2 more groups flew by. The people from the Myriad Sound Valley and the Blood Cloud Palace had arrived together, and had met at the west side of the Yin Yang sect, so they had come together. Greetings to sect leader Duanmu. The leader of the Myriad Sound Valley is a young woman-like woman, showing her charm between her knitted brows and her smile, and the several people behind her are also women. After all, Myriad Sound Valley was a sect that only accepted female disciples. The leader of the Blood Cloud Palace, on the other hand, was a hazy-looking old man, belonging to the kind of looks that were not good at first glance. "Fairy Myriad, Zen Master Jiao Luo, welcome to our Yin Yang sect. the headmaster said with a smile. The beautiful young woman, mythical fairy, also smiled and responded. It's been a long time, sect leader Duanmu. When will you also come to our Myriad Sound Valley as a guest? Sister Qingxia is teared up about you every day. When the disciples around them heard this, they were instantly energized. Well, there's a melon, or a big melon for the master. Eat it up. The headmaster blushed in embarrassment for a moment and said, next time for sure, next time for sure. Have a seat. Don't I came this time. Just want to ask you on behalf of my sister Qingxia. You this negative man just like this has been to our sister Qingxia ignore. This is not in line with your yin and yang sect advocated the spirit of love and care of the Tao couple. What? Is sect leader Duanmu going against the spirit himself? It's also good that today is a judgmental assembly. So why don't we judge sect leader Duanmu along with you? Don't you think so? What's wrong with me? You stop it. So many disciples are watching. Not ashamed at all. Such a big old man. The sect master repeatedly urged the Myriad Valley's people before they made it to their seats. However, a young female disciple behind the Myriad Fairy kept looking at the Xian Heavenly Sword Sect's Fanjian. The look wasn't one of adoration, but of provocation and scrutiny, and Fanjian wasn't willing to show weakness. Looking at his opponent with the same provocative look, Han Feng and Zhang Ziro, Wang Coronet and Zhang Xiu over at the Zhang family's seating area also watched the scene with great interest, happily eating melons. When Han Feng didn't understand something, he asked Zhang Chuiro what was going on. Ginger Crisp said, our master Dao couple died early, and then did not renew. In the hundreds of years ago, met the Myriad Valley's Qingxia. The two feelings are very good. It is considered to be a love match, but because of the two sides of the forces, one to be the yin-yang sect master, one to be the Myriad Valley master, no one could leave the clan behind to follow the other side, and Myriad Sound Valley doesn't accept male disciples or elders, so that's why it was delayed. So none of the women in the Myriad Sound Valley look for a Taoist partner? Fine but they only accept female disciples. Men over there can only practice as a Dao couple. No Dao couple can't enter the clan, and the status of men is relatively low. Which man with strength is willing to suffer this aggression? After sending off Myriad Valley, the sect leader was about to greet the people from the Blood Cloud Palace when that Jiao Luozhenren directly said, Old Duanmu, you and I have known each other for hundreds of years, so there's no need to be polite. For just one question, that bitch see you. When are you going to hand it over to us? Chapter 96, The Five Sons of Min's Heavenly Pride. The people on the yin-yang sect side, when they heard the people from the Blood Cloud Palace insulting their headmaster in such a manner, their faces immediately turned gloomy, and each of them looked at the other party with righteous indignation. As for the yin-yang sect master, on such an occasion, he naturally would not allow outsiders to humiliate his own family. Without waiting for Siyu to get mad, the sect master immediately said, Fellow Taoist Jiao Luo, if you come to our yin-yang sect as a guest, our yin-yang sect welcomes you to the utmost. But if you're here to look for trouble, to publicly humiliate our family's headmaster, then you're an enemy of our yin-yang sect, and we're sorry for not entertaining you. So go back from wherever you came from. Enemies are not welcome in our yin-yang sect. Jiao Luozhenren smiled grimly and said, Duanmu sect leader, what's the point of being more serious? The old man is just a momentary slip of the tongue. After all, it's not like you don't know about our Blood Cloud Palace's grudge with Siyu. I don't care what kind of grudges you had in the past, but Siyu is now a member of our yin-yang sect. If you speak out of turn again, I won't blame me for turning the tables. Just this once and never again. Have a seat. Hey. Seeing that the sect leader had such a strong attitude, and that he had only cursed a bitch before the other party flipped out in a rage, Jiao Luozhenren could only let out an awkward laugh before sitting down in their place. But his sinister eyes were still fixed on Siyu. Siyu didn't even look at him and sat proudly. Han Feng asked again, Little crispy meat, what grudge does our master have with the Blood Cloud Palace? It's not clear. We don't even know where the master is from. We only know that 100 years ago, Master Siyu was chased by all of the Blood Cloud Palace, and was injured so badly that he fled to the yin-yang sect. Rescued by the sect master, the Blood Cloud Palace demanded that we hand over the person to them, but the sect master disagreed, and after some mediation, the Blood Cloud Palace retreated unwillingly. But in these 100 years, the hatred between the Blood Cloud Palace and our master has not dissolved, and from time to time, they want to find trouble with our master. So the two sides should be deadly enemies. I know. Han Feng nodded. On the other side, the elders of the three great clans didn't say anything, but their disciples went head-to-head first. Fanjian of the Xian Tian Sword Sect, and that high-cooled female disciple of the Myriad Sound Valley, as well as that unimpressive youth of the Blood Cloud Palace, both were looking at each other with what seemed like sparks flashing in their eyes. But the three people are obviously stuffy. No one said anything, just like that looking at each other. There is a big talk will be out of the situation. Han Feng also knew the identities of these three people from the whispers of the people around him. It turned out that each family had a Heaven's Pride disciple that had been introduced, and in each great realm of each generation, there was a marked figure known as the eldest senior brother. This kind of person, with excellent qualifications, is basically the most powerful Heavenly Pride in the sect, and everyone is convinced to respect them, which is basically the face of the sect. Such a Heavenly Pride's future was also unlimited, and with the four great sects plus the royal family, there were a total of 5 young celestial pride, known as the 5 Sons of Min. Fan Jian of the Xian Tian Sword Sect, the body of the innate sword Dao, is a rising star in these 2 years, very powerful. The Myriad Sound Valley's Raccoon Creek was extremely adept at music, and her qualifications were top-notch in that Myriad Sound Valley, which cultivated the way of music as well as spiritual power. The King Ai of the Blood Cloud Palace was ruthless and murderous at a young age, having grown up in battle and being very bloodthirsty. Of course, it is impossible for him to kill civilians, and basically the people he kills are the guilty ones. It's just that killing is not forbidden in the Blood Cloud Palace, and from time to time, disciples perish in a fight, and as long as the murderer has a justifiable reason, he will not be punished. It was completely at the opposite extreme from the Yin Yang sect's strict sect rules. It could be said that if Han Feng was in the Blood Cloud Palace, he would have been fucked to death many times over. But the Blood Cloud Palace was just as brutal as it was. It wouldn't go for something like slaughtering mortals to make pills. These 3 were the 3 who had put sparks in their eyes in front of them, together with the Yin Yang sects by Lingyu, and the 4th princess of the Min Kingdom's royal family, Fang Yuanxin. These 5 people were all at the peak of qi cultivation, and were also known as the 4 people who had the most hope of becoming great powers in this generation. Even though the heavenly spirit root disciples such as Han Feng, Jiang Chuiro, and Yi Longyuan were famous, they were still far from Bai Lingyu, the qi practicing stage eldest senior brother and the sect leader's personal disciple. It's just that Bai Lingyu didn't come today, still in closed-door cultivation. A few moments later, another group of people flew over, led by an old man wearing a 4-clawed dragon robe. Sect leader Duanmu, long time no see. The old man clasped his palms and laughed. I've met King Jing, and it's been years since you've seen me, fellow Daoist. The elegance is still the same. This old man was a royal king, and an old ancestor-level powerhouse of the royal family. Style dare not be, mainly because His Majesty pays extra attention to this matter, urging the old man to come over to watch in person, and also hoping that Elder Duanmu will be able to give an explanation to the people who died unjustly. King Jing, don't worry, I will definitely enforce the law impartially. At this moment, a beautiful woman in a fancy dress came up, gave a million blessings, and smiled gently. And Genshin has met sect leader Duanmu. On this side was what was called the most outstanding princess among the young generation of the Min Kingdom's royal family, the heavenly pride that overwhelmed all the royal sons and daughters, Fang Yuanxin. This side is Princess Genshin now, isn't it? What a woman. Please have a seat. The royal family sat over as well. Fang Yuanxin looked at the other 3 with sparks in their eyes, smiled sweetly, winked playfully at them, and said, Gen Xin has met several senior brothers and sisters. Stretching out their hands, the 3 also sat down and clapped their hands. Meet Princess Genshin. A few of us. This is the first time we've arrived, right? It's a pity that we're missing senior brother Bai Lingyu. This is when we've all arrived at his clan, and he didn't say he'd come out to meet us. Why don't we pay a visit to senior white brother together after we're done this time? Wang Ai sneered. Such a big thing. So many people. People Bai Lingyu don't even say come out to see. As at Yin Yang sect's signature disciple, foreign guests visit. It should be the elders receive the elders, disciples receive the disciples. The 5 sons of Min. All 4 of us are here. If they don't come, it's clear that they are looking down on us. So why put a hot face on someone else's cold ass? Fang Yuanxin beamed and said, Don't say that. Senior brother Wang. Senior brother Bai, he's probably practicing hard in seclusion. It's not like there's anything wrong with people practicing diligently. Humph. There's no need to defend him. He should have come out and explained himself if he really meant it. Senior Wang is right. I really should have come out on my own. Only a white-haired, white-clothed figure appeared in the main hall of the Yin Yang sect and landed on the ground. That disciple is tall, handsome. A head of white hair is scattered with the wind, showing the posture of an immortal. The moment he appeared on the scene, he attracted the attention of all the female disciples. That's a proper man of the world. Bai Lingyu clasped her palms and said, Sorry, gentlemen. I just came out of seclusion before I heard about this and immediately rushed here. I hope you'll forgive me. Introduce these clans and these 5 heavenly pride. Not water word count the back to be used. Introduced in advance, to leave an impression. The back does not need to be introduced. These 5 people are very important. He. Tomorrow it's time to clean up the Yi family. begging for praise and collection. Chapter 97, Commencement of the Trial by Lingyu. As a male god-level character, within the Yin-Yang sect, that was overpowering the previous Yi Longyuan. Yi Longyuan was only famous on Sunset Xia Peak, counting as a handsome man and a heavenly pride, and when put into the entire sect, at most, it was considered that everyone knew that there was this number of people. Bai Lingyu, on the other hand, was the well-deserved senior brother in the hearts of the Qi practicing stage disciples of the entire Yin-Yang sect. After Bai Lingyu greeted the other four sect heavenly prides, she turned around and sat behind the center row of seats, not bothering to talk to those people much in the slightest. Wang Ai scoffed at this kind of behavior. Fan Jian did not move, and Rumpelstiltskin blinked and did not say anything. Only that little princess, Fang Yuanqin, looked at Bai Lingyu with big blinking eyes, her eyes full of adoration. Alright, don't look. Basically everyone above the age of 18 in the Yin-Yang sect has a Taoist couple. A royal family member on the side whispered. Fang Yuan's heart snorted in a small voice. Humph, damn Yin-Yang sect. Why do you force the disciples to choose their Tao couples on a blind date? Can't you let the disciples choose according to their own wishes? I don't believe that Brother Lingyu has a Taoist partner too. I'll go ask him later. Alright, then you cheer up and strive to enlist this Yin-Yang sect's heavenly pride to our royal family. But we can't hitch you. The royal family's heavenly pride. To the Yin-Yang sect. Blah blah blah. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the Yin-Yang sect's headmaster stood out and said loudly, "Thanks to the love of other friendly clan envoys and the royal family for coming to our clan to attend the meeting, regarding the case of Yi Qingyun and his duo slaughtering mortals to make blood pills, which has received widespread attention. This clan, in accordance with the will of heaven above and the hearts of the people below, has decided to openly try this case, and also invites all sectors of the community to supervise it. We will certainly deal with the matter impartially and do justice to the victims. Next, we will ask Elder Tai Lian, the head of our sect's law enforcement hall, to preside over the trial." After saying his words, Elder Tai Lian came out with a black face and looked at the crowd and said, "This matter, the cause of the matter, is that one of our disciples received a transmission from a close friend of a loose cultivator on Juming Island, saying that there are suspected evil cultivators there who kill people to make pills, and asked our clan to go over and investigate. After receiving the news, the elders sent it to the mission hall, which gave the mission to Lak Ha Peak, and Lak Ha Peak's headmaster, Cu, ordered his disciples, Gao Hai, Han Feng, and Zhang Chui Rou, to travel to Jiaming Island with all due speed to investigate and support. After arriving at Juming Island, Gao Hai turned on the video compass and began to record everything that happened next. Now, rumors are flying around outside, but no one has ever seen this precious piece of evidence. As a sign of fairness and transparency, this piece of evidence is being played for all to see right now. Tai Lian took out that compass, and after inputting his aura to activate it, he maneuvered it to start playing the contents. A huge projection appeared in midair. This is Takumi's first view. Through his perspective, people saw that island, full of corpses all over the place, and a little girl with blue hair was fighting fiercely against that hemp-clothed evil cultivator yet. If it isn't the sea spirit. The heavenly sword son of the Xian Tian sword sect was very knowledgeable and immediately recognized Inan. That's right, it's the sea spirit that the coastal fishermen offer to the sea. I've seen her before and talked to her. A cute and kind little kid. Even Hai Ling couldn't defeat that evil cultivator? Sea spirits are weak on shore, only strong in the sea. Stop talking and keep looking. On the screen, under Gao Hai's perspective, he and Han Feng Zhang Chui Rou were desperately attacking the big formation, while the little girl Inan was also being beaten by the evil cultivators without any power. In the end, they broke the big formation, and that evil cultivator, in desperation, swallowed the blood elixir and broke through the foundation establishment, fighting against the three Gao Hai. After a short while, the Yi family duo came, and that conversation all appeared. People had seen the brazenness of the Yi family. Not only did they want to kill people to make pills, but they also wanted to kill people to kill them. In the end, Gao Hai handed the compass to Han Feng, telling him and Zhang Chui Rou to run quickly and go back for help. The scene, too, ends abruptly here. Seeing this scene, countless disciples were enraged and roared in anger. Punish the Yi family severely. Destroy the Yi family. Avenge senior brother Gao Hai. Those people who died unjustly are too miserable. The Yi family is a nest of snakes and rats. Tarnish the reputation of the clan. Destroy the Yi family. Murder pays for murder. Kill people to pay for their lives. Count how many people have died and make the Yi family pay back by the head. The lives of the people are also lives. Everyone's life is only once. The lives of the cultivators are no more valuable than the lives of the people. Looking at the clan disciples who were not moving in a group, the headmaster also felt a pang of heart fatigue. More than a month ago, the ancestor sacrifice ceremony was in the same situation. All of them were cursing the Yi family. This Yi family, it really invites hatred, Elder Tai Lian said in a cold voice. In this case, the main culprit is dead, but the case is not over. The mastermind, the accomplices, and the beneficiaries, all still have to be investigated. Next, call Yi Tang, head of the Yi family, and the beneficiary presented in this evidence. Yi Longyuan, you too, come to the center at once. In the crowd, the aged old men Yi Tang and Yi Longyuan flew up and landed on the ground. A wave of curses and spit came from the crowd. When Yi Tang saw this scene, he secretly sighed in his heart. The Yi family is afraid that they really can't get along in the Yin Yang sect. It's really causing public outrage. Greetings to the sect leader. Greetings to Elder Tai. The two clasped their palms and saluted. Yi Tong stepped forward and said, Elder Tai, in this matter, our Yi family is innocent. Don't open your mouth before you've been asked. Tai Lian gave him a cold look, and then continued. In this incident, there were a total of 3 witnesses. Now that Gao Hai is dead, the only witnesses left are Han Feng and Zhang Chuirou. Below, please ask these 2 disciples to come out and testify. Han Feng and Zhang Chuirou sniffed and stood out as well. Flying this way. Han Feng, Han Feng, Han Feng. The disciples shouted Han Feng's name in unison. Clearly his previous performance at the ancestor sacrifice ceremony had won him many hearts. Han Feng Zhang Chuirou landed on the ground and clasped his palms in salute. Yi Longyuan, who was on the side, cast a sinister and venomous gaze toward the 2 of them. How could he not expect that 2 months ago, he was still known within the sect as a heavenly pride and handsome man, enjoying the respect of 10,000 people, but just 2 months had passed. He, along with the powerful Yi family behind him, had become a street rat that everyone was shouting at, and this once weak stinker in his eyes had possessed such a high reputation. Everything he suffered now was all because of this little thief, and he hated to eat his flesh and swallow his bones. Han Feng gazed at Yi Longyuan, his eyes filled with hostility and hatred. The 2 of them, they've long been an immortal blood feud, Tai Lian said. Han Feng, the evidence was gone by the time you guys left. What happened back there? Tell me about it. Chapter 98, Wang Ai. The clown. Yes, Elder. Han Feng clasped his hands and said, what happened after that was fairly simple. I used the feathered treasure that my master gave me to take senior sister Jiang and fled all the way towards the western sect, asking for help as I fled. After those 3 foundation establishment powerhouses killed senior brother Gao Hai, the evil cultivator was nowhere to be found, and Yi Qingyun's duo began to come after the 2 of us. After all, the disciple was only at the Qi practicing stage. His speed was not as fast as that of the mid-foundation establishment stage, and after being caught up by it, he had no choice but to tangle with it for a long time. The 2 of us were bruised all over, and when we were in danger, a sea demon suddenly appeared and swallowed the 2 of them into its belly. So the 2 of us were able to get out of danger, and it wasn't long after that Master Siyu Palm arrived. When these words came out, before the bystanders could speak, Wang Ai, a disciple of the Blood Cloud Palace, snorted and said, just now you said that the 2 of you've been tangling with 2 middle stage foundation establishment for a long time? You're a small Qi practicing stage, but you weren't killed by a foundation establishment? You don't even brag about it, do you? Han Feng's face clouded slightly as he said, of course. It may not have been a long fight. After all, that time while it was very tense, a phrase like years would not be an exaggeration, but I certainly couldn't beat it, and in the end I was almost killed by the enemy. Han Feng was just being casual and perfunctory, but I didn't expect this Wang Ai to have his mouth shut again, and then mocked. If you can't beat them, just say you can't beat them. No one will laugh at you if your strength is poor, but you have to say that you've been stalking them for a long time, and to put gold on your own face. That's what's wrong with you. A man of clay still has to have 3 points of fire, let alone Han Feng, who never lowers his head in the face of his enemies. You guys laughed at me when I was an invalid, and you guys still laugh at me now that I'm a Heaven's Pride. So isn't this Heaven's Pride a waste of time? Han Feng immediately disliked him back. Yes, my strength is very poor. It's only that much stronger than you. Put in your Blood Cloud Palace. Your strength can be a big senior brother. Put in our Yin Yang sect. My strength can only be an ordinary junior disciple. Ha 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 ha. The surrounding disciples laughed. Originally, seeing the aggressive attitude of this Blood Cloud Palace disciple made them very upset. And at this time, Han Feng's unflinching dislike, mocking even Wang Ai with the Blood Cloud Palace, was truly a relief. Han Feng himself had been looking at the Blood Cloud Palace in a bad light, and as soon as these people came over and scolded his master Siyu Palmistress, he was holding fire in his heart, and now he dared to come and find trouble with him. He really thought he was made of clay. He is a character who likes to lie flat, but not a character who likes to meet. He pursues carefree, but how can he be carefree when others are going to bully him? The more I think about it, the angrier I get is more like it. Wang Ai's face instantly clouded over, his eyes hazy as he looked toward Han Feng and snorted coldly. Kid, dare to talk to me like that? I'd like to see if your fists are as hard as your mouth. I'm also eager to see if your Blood Cloud Palace has come to our Yin Yang sect as a guest or to declare war. Han Feng coldly snorted. Just because our Yin Yang sect is hospitable doesn't mean that guests don't have to follow the way of being a guest. We're trying the case, presenting the facts, and you, Wang Yi, interrupt us again and again. What? Are you trying to stall for time? Delay the trial process, and defend the criminals? Do you know the Yi family? Does the Yi family's slaughter of mortals for alchemy have something to do with you as well? Wang Ai didn't expect Han Feng to be so sharp-tongued that he was able to link him to the Yi family massacre. Something that was out of the question. What are you babbling about? Don't spit blood here. Wang Ai, don't care to do such a thing yet. It has nothing to do with having anything to do with the Yi family. Han Feng bellowed. Then why have you been here to disrupt the trial? If not to exonerate the criminals. I can't watch you brag, whether I am bragging or not. Naturally I have my law enforcement hall master to tell the difference. What does it have to do with you? What right do you have to question me here? You, Wang Ai stifled his speech for a moment, not knowing how to retort. A large chorus of hoots and hollers rang out from the surrounding disciples. Ginger Crisp advised in a small voice that forget it, don't bother with this kind of person. It's better to judge the Yi family, it's better to offend a gentleman than a villain. Be careful of him holding a grudge against you. It's fine. What can an outer sect person do to me? Han Feng smiled faintly and comforted Zhang Chuiro. Elder Tai Lian said coldly. Alright, all stop disrupting the order. This seat has questions for Han Feng. Hall master please. You said that a siren appeared and ate the people of the Yi family. Then why did that siren only eat the people of the Yi family and not you? Hearing this, Yi Tang also immediately said. Yes, this brat is clearly lying. Why didn't the siren eat him? Only our Yi family members? It's obvious that he's the one who victimized our Yi family members. Han Feng sneered. Oh, could it be that in the eyes of Yi family master? I already have the strength to kill 2 foundation establishment? It's simply ridiculous. Of course, not to mention that I don't have that strength. Even if I did, I wouldn't hesitate to finish them off and kill these 2 criminals to avenge the deaths of senior brother Gao and tens of thousands of people. As for why the siren only ate the Yi family members, as you all saw just now, the Yi family members beat up the sea spirit, while I was on my way to escape. I saved the sea spirit and put it into the sea. Wasn't it only natural for the sea spirit to hold a grudge against the Yi family members and manipulate the siren to swallow them? If it doesn't eat the Yi family members, is it going to eat me? Its savior? Tai Lian nodded and well, it's all clear. Han Feng didn't lie. It was indeed the Yi family who massacred tens of thousands of people. Do you have any questions about this matter, Yi family master? Of course I questioned it. Yi Tong said with a terse voice. Elder Tai, don't move and say that it was the Yi family who massacred the people. Whoever did it, that's who did it. This matter is all the work of the Yi Qing Yun Yi Luchuan duo. What does it have to do with the Yi family? Yes, they're both surnamed Yi, but no matter where, there are good guys and bad guys, right? My Yi family is so big and has so many clansmen that it's only natural that there will be 1 or 2 scum. Who can guarantee that all the people in their family are good people? This matter, which was entirely the personal behavior of the Yi Qing Yun duo, had anything to do with the entire Yi family? Can't it be that if the 2 of them kill someone, they want our entire Yi family to go with them? Can it be that if one disciple of the clan did something bad, the whole clan should be punished together? In my opinion, this matter should end here now that the first villain has been eliminated. When the old man knew about this, he was still wondering. The 2 of them couldn't possibly tell me if they were doing this kind of thing. If I had known that they were going to do this, I would have gone back and tried my best to stop them and admonish them, and I would never have allowed them to do such a thing. Elder Tai, I hope that when you speak, you can uphold a fair attitude, and don't bring up the tempo by saying that Yi Qing Yun is Yi Qing Yun, and don't say that it's some kind of Yi family member, making it seem as if everyone thinks that all of us in the Yi family did it together in this matter. Why don't you say it was the Yin Yang Sex Foundation building disciples who did it? Chapter 99, Sentence Pronounced. Yi family expelled from the clan. Tai Lian didn't pay any more attention to him and turned to Yi Long Yuan and asked, Yi Long Yuan, Yi Qing Yun said that the blood pills were refined to be used for you to break through the foundation establishment. Do you know anything about this matter? Yi Long Yuan immediately clasped his hands and said, Elder Tai, my disciple was injured by Han Feng after the last battle in the secret realm, and when I returned home, I've been in seclusion to heal my wounds, not asking about the world until 2 days ago, when this matter was rumored, and then my family's father woke me up to tell me about it. The disciple was also shocked and extremely indignant when he learned of this, and it was really outrageous for the 2 uncles to do such a thing. This is something that the disciple is completely unaware of, whether they are doing it for me or not. I don't know. Maybe they want to give it to their own children but instead they want to plant it on me? Things came to a standstill at this point, and the Yi family was dead set against admitting that this matter had anything to do with them. However, it was at this point that the reversal was ushered in. Only Yi Wulong stood out, pointing at Yi Longyuan and shouting angrily. Yi Longyuan, my father, he helped you to kill people and refine pills, and in the end, his body died, and when it came to you, it's just that you don't think of gratitude, but you even say that you don't know about this matter, and that my father's refining of the blood pills was for me to eat? Do you still want to be shameless? Yi Wulong was the one who had led the Yi family disciples to abandon Yi Longyuan in the secret realm, and had prevented Jiang Zuoro from participating in the battle. Yi Tang's face changed drastically when he heard that, and he immediately said, "Shut up, what are you babbling about? Back off." Yi Wulong did not retreat in the slightest and said in a cold voice, "Don't blame me for being unrighteous if you guys are unkind. Earlier, we agreed that everyone would just pretend not to know, but what does Yi Longyuan mean by this? My father for his sake, instructed evil cultivators to kill people to refine Dan, just to give him a breakthrough, but in the end, it became for me to eat, this pot to buckle on my head, then I will not blame me to turn my face." Yi Longwu took a big step forward and clasped his palm to Tai Lian. "Hall Master Tai, disciple is willing to be a witness. All of the Yi family's top brass have a hand in this matter. After the battle in the secret realm, Yi Longyuan lost miserably and threw a tantrum at home, clamoring to break through the foundation establishment and seek revenge on Han Feng. Yi family members also couldn't swallow this breath, and met overnight to finalize the matter of killing people to make pills to help Yi Longyuan break through. This matter was left to my father, Yi Cheng-yun, and my sixth uncle, Yi Luchuan. When my father came back here and told me about this, I advised him at the time that this kind of thing can't be done, and if it is to be done, it should be done by Yi Longyuan's father. So why should our family be allowed to do all the dirty work, and their family be allowed to get all the benefits? But my father wouldn't listen, saying that Yi Longyuan's qualifications were good and that he should tilt his resources to train him. Elder, I'm guilty, I admit it. I knew and didn't report and caused those tens of thousands of people to die. I am now willing to be the tainted witness to testify against all the Yi family's top management of foundation establishment and above, including Yi Longyuan, who plotted this whole thing. They are all guilty. You shut up, you rebellious son. Yi Tang was furious and immediately wanted to raise his palm to slap Yi Wulong to death. Elder Tai Lian was the first to slap out a palm, sending Yi Tang flying, who fell heavily to the ground, spitting out blood. What? Want to kill the witnesses to silence them? Tai Lian sneered. Yi Longyuan gritted his teeth and glared angrily at Yi Wulong. Yi Wulong coldly snorted. Yi Longyuan, aren't you just holding a grudge that I didn't help you in the secret realm and made you lose to Han Feng, wanting to put pots and pans on your body? Then you're delusional. My father is dead. I have no family left. You won't let me live. You want me to be an outcast? Fine. Then destroy them together. Yi Wulong, can what you said be taken seriously? Everything you say will be used as evidence in court. Tai Lian asked. Yi Wulong immediately said, "What disciple said is true. Said if you don't believe me, you can search your soul, disciple even if your soul flies away, but also to make these outlaws of the Yi family pay the price. Avenge those mortals and senior brother Gao." Everyone knew that he was trying to avenge his father and himself, not the people or the high seas, but it was enough for him to come forward and identify himself. When the disciples saw the evidence, they immediately shouted, "Kill all the Yi family members. The Yi family members are all sinners. None of them are innocent. Let the Yi family kill for their lives. Execute the Yi family. Execute the Yi family. All of the Yi family deserve to die. Today they can kill people to make pills. Tomorrow they can kill us to make pills. I don't want to become Yi Longyuan's aura. Death to Yi Longyuan. Clan scum. Yi family get out of the Yin Yang sect." Yi Tang stood up with great difficulty and clasped his palms towards the sect leader and said, "Sect leader, this is all Yi Wulong's side of the story. He's lying and trying to pull the entire Yi family down. Sect master, the trouble is not as bad as our family. The first evil has been removed. We are not guilty. Today, if it's because one Yi family member made a mistake, the entire Yi family will be punished. So tomorrow, because one clan disciple made a mistake, the entire clan will be punished?" The sect master stood out and first waved his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet, and then looked at Yi Tang and said, "This seat thought that the premise of woe is not as good as family is that the benefit is not as good as family. The disciples of the Yi family have enjoyed so many resources of the Yi family, and now that the Yi family is in trouble, it is only natural that they should also bear the corresponding price. As for what you said about the cost to the clan, because of what you Yi family members have done, the clan's reputation has been greatly damaged. The disciples are centrifuged. The people no longer believe in us. The other friendly clans have accused us. And the royal family is even more enraged and rebuking our clan. People outsiders won't say that it's your Yi family's fault. They'll just say that it's the Yin Yang sect that killed someone. Is the price paid by the clan still small? If you are not severely punished, will my sect still have a reputation? How can it still convince the public? The sect leader looked at the elders seated below and asked, "Alright, now that the evidence is conclusive, it's time to close the case." And with so much at stake, all the elders raised their hands to vote. Raise your hand if you agree to kill everyone in the Yi family. Not a single hand was raised down there. Obviously, everyone knew that if the Yi family members were executed, the Yi family's property would have to be returned to the public, and they wouldn't be able to share half of it. But if the Yi family is expelled, they can openly go to conquer these outsiders and sinners, and the stolen property will be all theirs. The master asked, once again, "Then, raise your hands if you agree to expel the entire Yi family from the sect." This time, a large portion of the elders raised their hands. Alright, with more than half the votes, the resolution is passed. Effective immediately, expel the Yi family from the sect. Yi Tang, the head of the Yi family, is the mastermind and abolishes his cultivation. Yi Wulong, a disciple of the Yi family, was meritorious in testifying and was exempted from his offense and could remain in the sect. Give the Yi family 1 day to leave the clan by noon tomorrow. This case is closed. All the Yi family members, their faces steeply turned snow white. They knew that everyone was salivating over their family's resources. Being expelled from the clan, without the clan's shelter, was no different from being exterminated. Chapter 100, The Yi family's time to die has come. Yi Longyuan's face turned pale and his eyes widened in disbelief as he first looked at the sect leader and then at Han Feng. His face twisted as he gritted his teeth and pointed at Han Feng. "It's you. The reason for all this. It all started with you. You're the one who deserves to die. If it wasn't for you, robbing my beloved senior sister Jiang, I wouldn't have gone to assassinate you 3 times. And our Yi family's reputation wouldn't be in tatters. If it wasn't for you defeating me, I wouldn't have gone and sent people to slaughter the mortal realm to refine blood pills, wanting to break through to Foundation establishment. If it weren't for you, my Yi family wouldn't be in this situation. It's all because of you. You're the one to blame. You're the one who got those mortals killed. You're the one who deserves to die the most." Yi Longyuan's shameless logic left the surrounding disciples dumbfounded. In all my years of living, I've never seen anyone so brazen. After all the bad things you've done yourself, you're blaming it all on another victim. It's really all about victim guilt. For a while, the crowd was furious, and countless people loudly cursed Yi Longyuan. The people from the other 4 families all had playful expressions as they watched the hilarity. After all, they had come to the Yin Yang sect this time. Supervising was fake. Watching the fun was real, and they had come to see the Yin Yang sect lose face. Han Feng looked at Yi Longyuan and laughed coldly. "Yi Longyuan, you really are able to keep refreshing the lower limit of shamelessness. I originally thought that it was shameless enough for you to mutilate your fellow disciples and slaughter mortals, but I didn't expect that you would have to dump the black pot onto me. You assassinated me 3 times. I could only passively defend myself, and you fought against me in the secret realm, with a dozen people beating me up. You kill people to make pills. I'll investigate the truth. From start to finish, it's always been you who did the bad things. I've made no mistakes whatsoever. In the end, in your eyes, it becomes my fault instead. It's you who destroyed yourself. You destroyed the whole Yi family by yourself. It was your jealousy and resentment and contempt for me that ruined everything for you. You are the lofty Yi family's pride, backed by the mighty Yi family, with no one in sight and no one to look down on. I'm just a journeyman disciple with no identity or background. You've never put me in your eyes before. But now, what else are you better than me? You beat me to the punch with your proud credentials. That powerful Yi family behind you has also become a target. You've become a lost dog. And behind me, there are hundreds of thousands of clan disciples supporting me. I just want to destroy everything you have, make you lose everything, and then kill you in the end in order to relieve my heart's hatred." Han Feng. Yi Longyuan gritted his teeth, his crimson eyes itching to tear Han Feng alive. Yes, as Han Feng had said, everything he had been so proud of had all gone to waste at the moment. He's like a gambler who loses everything. Han Feng, on the other hand, is a winner-take-all. He had the Yi family's sky-high tree behind him, and at this moment, it was pushed over by a tiny mole cricket. Self-inflicted. Han Feng had long since hated Yi Longyuan, and not only did he want to kill the other party physically, but before that, he wanted to destroy him mentally as well. Once Yi Longyuan was so high and mighty that he didn't give a damn about Han Feng, but now that he was a lost dog, Han Feng was going to pay him back for everything he had done to him. Blood for blood, teeth for teeth. It has always been Han Feng's style. Yi Longyuan incomparably wanted to kill Han Feng, but in the end, he didn't do it. For one thing, he couldn't fight. And for another, once he did, those people around him would immediately have a reason to kill him. Yi Tang was abolished by the sect master himself and thrown to the ground. The Yi family members who were present carried Yi Tang back to their homes amidst the spitting and cursing of countless people. Along with them, there were many elders and disciples, all staring at them, all waiting for them to move, all waiting for the moment they left the Yin Yang sect. Han Feng didn't walk away and turned to the sect leader, clasping his palms and bowing. Disciples thanked the sect leader for upholding the law and redressing the wrongs of the people who died in vain. The sect master looked at Han Feng, sighed leisurely, and said, "When they leave, are you still going to go after Yi Long Yuan?" "Yes, sect leader. Disciples have long said that they will not rest in death with him," Han Feng said blandly. "Alas, it is not a good thing to be young and have too much of a murderous heart. Learning to let go, learning to forgive, and letting one's heart become softer and more forgiving is sometimes a good thing. Now, the statue of the ancestor is here, and you are also surnamed Han, so you are considered a descendant of immortal Emperor Han. Can't you be like your ancestors, with a heart for the world, a teacher and compassion?" Hearing the words of the sect master, Han Feng laughed and said, "Ancestors above, forgiving Yi Long Yuan is a matter for the ancestors, and my task is to send him to the ancestors. What's more, disciples have heard that immortal Emperor Han is also a resolute and decisive person. When one person offended him, he would go and exterminate the other person's entire family, cutting off their roots and their 9 clans. Before the human race ruled this world, there was a powerful foreign race that fought with the human race for countless years. After achieving immortal exaltation, Immortal Exalt Han became the strongest person in the world, and with the lift of his hand, he exterminated all the living beings of that race, leaving none of them behind. Disciples, they are just following the will of their ancestors. Alas, forget it, just decide for yourself. Killing intent is too heavy. It is indeed easy to breed a heart demon, but if the mind is not clear, the heart of the accumulation of depression, but also may not be able to cultivate well, go on fire into the devilit. After the Yi family left the sect, they will have no connection to our sect, so you guys can do whatever you want. Thank you, Master. After Han Feng clasped his palm, he was ready to leave. Suddenly, Wang Ai of the Blood Cloud Palace, who was on the side, stood up and said, "Hey, that Han kid, didn't you say before that you were a little bit stronger than me? At this time, you've also finished your trial, so it's only right that you and I, as disciples of the 2 clans, should play a friendly match and spar, right?" The faces of the Yin Yang sect's people on the side were all slightly unhappy. This Blood Cloud Palace's people were also too aggressive. Han Feng didn't even look at him and directly walked outward, leaving a sentence behind. "No time, I'm going for revenge now." Looking at Han Feng's departing figure, Wang Ai sneered and shouted, "Kid, you won't be able to run away. If you don't fight me this time, you'll definitely have to participate in the 100 Pride tournament of manhwa a month later. With your qualifications and battle prowess, there's no way the Yin Yang sect won't send you, and when the time comes, you and I will fight it out." Han Feng lazily ignored this idiot and flew with Jiang Chui Ro toward the Yi family's side of the mountain. However, Wang Ai's words just now caught Han Feng's attention. He asked Ginger Crispy softly, "What's that men's 100 Pride tournament for?" A competition held once every 10 years by the royal family of the state of Min, which takes out many generous rewards to inspire young people to participate, aiming to screen out the best young monastic wizards in the entire country. Chapter 101, The Yi family preparing to run away. The royal family takes out rewards for the young disciples? What's the point? Han Feng wondered. Ginger Crispberry gave him a blank look and said, "That's definitely for the sake of cultivating and absorbing more young disciples. To keep there always being fresh blood within the force. This tournament was to cultivate young people. All of them participated at the Chi practicing stage and foundation establishment stage. Once every 10 years, it is divided into Chi practicing stage tournament and foundation establishment stage tournament. Usually, the Chi practicing stage is held first, and then the foundation establishment stage is held 3 months later. The so-called 100 Pride tournament was for selecting the top 100 ranked young people. This competition, which was open to everyone, not only people with big powers, but also other small clans or casual cultivators, or people from other countries, could come and participate. If they performed well in the competition, they would be able to gain the favor of the 5 major powers, and in turn become disciples of the 5 major powers and obtain better resources. So for this kind of competition, it wasn't just the royal family that contributed money and effort. The other 4 clans also contributed. Only the royal family dominated. And since it was open to everyone and there was no threshold, so in fact, the disciples of the 5 major powers would also participate and use this competition as a platform to fight for glory and prove who was the #1 heavenly pride of the Min Kingdom. Therefore, in the 5 major forces. They will also select outstanding disciples to participate. And there are also those who are not outstanding and want to go in to mix up the rankings and take a chance to get a reward. And they can also enroll themselves. But this kind is relatively rare. After all, the other loose cultivators sign up because they want to join the 5 major forces, while we, the disciples, are ourselves from the 5 major forces, so not many of us sign up. After hearing this, Han Feng sort of understood all this and asked again, so how does the match compare? 1-on-1? Of course not. How long would it take to compete? It's a specially selected area. Everyone is thrown into it, and then it's a fight. And whoever survives longer will be ranked higher. Hearing this rule, Han Feng felt a wave of headache and said, isn't that bullshitting? Since it's a competition, there has to be fairness. Right. A bunch of people thrown in to fight. So who can fuck with these 5 powers? The 5 powers have more resources and more people. And with a group hug, how many loose cultivators can't beat them? Well, there must be a limit to the number of people. And there must be rules. But it's different every time. And I don't know what the location and rules are this time. Anyway, our clan will definitely have to send people. And all peaks will have to select outstanding disciples to participate. And right now, there are some peak chi practicing stage 1s on the Sunset Peak. But the probability is that the master will still choose you and me, plus some other senior brothers. I'm not going. Whoever likes to go, Han Feng said without hesitation. Just kidding. He doesn't want to do the thankless thing. What's the use of giving some rewards? He can't use it. Why don't you spend your time at home lying down? Why go and fight with a bunch of people you don't know and have no grudges against? Ginger Crisp looked at him and didn't say anything. The two made their way to the Yi family at the bottom of the mountain. The Yi family's territory was at the bottom of the Yin Yang clan's mountain leaning to the south. And at this time, everyone in the entire family was hanging their heads, not saying a word as they packed up their luggage and furniture and whatnot. The Yi family was large and had many people, occupying a large area, even larger than the Jiang family, and the clansmen were spread over a wide area. While looking at the gawking disciples and elders outside, the Yi family members packed up their things with a sense of compassion, and in their hearts, they cursed Yi Longyuan and Han Feng countless times. Some were even cleaning up when suddenly they had a nervous breakdown and sat down on the floor bawling their eyes out. Pack what pack? All packed, go out or let people rob, let people kill, for nothing to others. I'm not cleaning up, I'll just lie here and die. Whoever wants to come and kill me can do so. You murderers, I've done nothing. What have I done wrong? Just because someone else made a mistake, just because my last name is Yi, you're going to put me out of business? You murderous, conscienceless sons of bitches, you shall not die. This phenomenon is not an exception, and many people curse it. Among them, the ones that cursed Han Feng were the most numerous. Even Han Feng's 18 generations of ancestors that he had never met were cursed in. Han Feng turned a deaf ear, and his eyes were fixed within the courtyard where Yi Longyuan was. At Yi Longyuan's home, none of his older siblings were willing to take care of him, and they were all silently preparing their weapons and defenses for battle. Yi Longyuan's father called him over and put a bead into Yi Longyuan's hand. Dad, what is this? You honor this time, our Yi family planted. In the future, there is no way to protect you anymore. You must protect yourself. Yi Longyuan said anxiously. Father, we can contact other clans, such as the Blood Cloud Palace, or the Xian Tian Sword Sect. Wouldn't they be willing to shelter us? We are a clan with great strength. Joining whichever side will give them a great increase in strength. It's useless. You're too high on our Yi family. A few Jedan cultivators are nothing in the eyes of a big clan. What's more, this time, our Yi family's reputation is so bad that several other families have openly accused us and sent people over to watch the trial. The Yin Yang clan is strong enough to expel us to preserve its reputation. Do you think that a few other families would be willing to damage their reputations for our sake? Our side has just been kicked out, and the other clans have admitted us. Then everyone in Min will curse that clan even more than they cursed the Yin Yang clan. No one is willing to risk universal condemnation to accommodate us. We've discussed this with the family head, and tonight, we'll leave the clan and run southeast. Although there are no more continents to the southeast, there are vast oceans and islands. We are located in the southeastern corner of the Heavenly Star continent, and running in several other directions will be intercepted by other sects, and the road is too far to run away. Run for the sea, spread out, and maybe some of them will be able to escape with their lives. Yi Longyuan lowered his head as he sniffed and said, I'm sorry, father, it's my fault. Son, father doesn't blame you. A loss is a loss, and a loss has to be paid for. But the rest of the clan blames you, the rest of the family blames you, and everyone wants to kill you. But you are the best qualified person in the younger generation of our Yi family. You can't die. You are the hope for the continuation of our Yi family. You honor, remember, before you grow up, don't think about revenge. Run as far away as you can and hide as long as you can. This bead, the only aqua pearl in our family, will allow you to survive underwater for a long time and be faster. Remember, as soon as we've escaped to the sea, we get into the sea. Swim downstream. Swim forward. Remember, to live is everything, and in the coming days, make your enemies pay again. Chapter 102, The Chase. Yi Long Yuan. The wings behind Han Feng's back had already unfolded, and so had Zhang Cui Rou on the side, both of them unfolding their feathered wings and floating in the air, not hiding their killing intent in the slightest, ready to fight at any time. Both of them had white feathered wings, and when they opened them, they looked like a pair of angels, and the groom was so beautiful that people couldn't help but look at them a few more times. So, what's the name of this wing of yours? Zhang Shiro asked as she looked at the feathers behind Han Feng's back. Suruhi Curly Feather. Han Feng said. It seems like it's better than this spring walking windwing. It should be a top-grade spiritual treasure. Right. So, with her arms wrapped around her, Zhang Ziro looked at Han Feng with a scrutinizing gaze and said with a haughty expression, "Are you still going to explain to me where this top-grade spirit treasure of yours came from? From a higher power. Where's the tall man from? Who is it? Don't recognize it. People don't know you, so why should they give you such precious treasures? I'm good-looking." Han Feng was talking nonsense in a serious manner. Zhang Ziro was all pissed off and laughed, grabbing his ears and saying, "If you give me any more nonsense, honestly, where did you get it? Not only this feathered wing, but also that flying sword. It should be a mid-grade spiritual treasure too, right? It's hard for an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator to want a spiritual treasure. They are all extremely precious. Where did you get the money to buy so many good things for a tiny cheap practicing stage who works as a handyman? Tell me, what have you been doing behind my back? I rely on my handsome face to sell my sex to other female cultivators to get the treasures. Just you? You don't have a mirror in your house to pee in? Don't you know what you look like?" Ginger Crystal was filled with disgust, with Han Feng's unimpressive looks, which can't be found when thrown into a pile of people. Who would spend money to buy his colorful face? Unless one is blind. If you won't tell me, I'll ask the little fox. He's with you every day. He must know a lot. Zhang Shiro took the little fox out from behind Han Feng and asked, "Little fox, do you know where all of Han Feng's treasures came from?" The little fox said seriously, "I know." After waiting for a while and seeing that the little fox didn't say anything more, Zhang Ziro was puzzled and said, "Go on. Say what? You only asked me if I knew. You didn't ask me to tell you. Why would I ask you if you knew if I wouldn't let you tell me? Then why ask me if I know when you just let me say the answer? So you won't tell me if I don't ask you directly? If you don't ask me, how do I know if you want to know?" Ginger Crisp, you two were born just to piss me off, weren't you? She asked as she grabbed the little fox's ear with her small hand. "Help! Help!" The little fox ran into Han Feng's arms and said seriously, "This bitch is too unreasonable. We won't play with her. Women can't be reasoned with." Zhang Shiro looked at the gag between Han Feng and the little fox and suddenly thought in her heart, Han Feng's body, perhaps, had secrets, but they couldn't be told, which was why he rebuffed her in this way. Forget it won't hurt anyway, he's an adult and will take care of things on his own. By midnight in the evening, the Yi family had finally packed up their things, and tens of thousands of people had gathered around their house. Although the Yi family also had tens of thousands of people, these people were not all cultivators. A large portion of them were mortals. The mortals went out first and headed west. The Yi family's aim was east, and there was no way for them to take the mortals with them, so they had to flee separately. The west side is land. The Yi family can only go to the west. Even though those people were all mortals and the cultivators were too lazy to chase them, many of the mortal people at the bottom of the mountain were still taking it upon themselves to go after them. After all, in their opinion, how many mortals the Yi family members had killed? They had to pay for it with how many human lives, and it was an unchanging truth that murder pays for life. If this family was not exterminated, then there would be other cultivators to slaughter mortals in the future, and no one would dare to guarantee that the next one to be slaughtered would not be themselves, so it was necessary to make an example out of them. The cultivators of the Yi family, one by one, flew up and headed towards the southeast. As soon as they moved, the yin-yang sex cultivators followed suit. It even surrounded them going southeast. The yin-yang sect stretched all the way to the coast, and the sect itself was on the beach. Entering the sea meant going out of the clan's range. The yin-yang sect's people trailed them all the way, and Han Feng's gaze was fixed dead center on Yi Long Yuan. Finally, they flew all the way off the coast and into the air above the sea. Out of the clan. Kill! I don't know who shouted, but those tens of thousands of cultivators immediately killed towards the Yi family's several thousand people. A chaotic battle is about to break out. Han Feng immediately charged towards Yi Long Yuan. However, At this moment, Yi Longyuan was being protected by a group of people, so Han Feng was unable to approach at all. Immediately he exclaimed, Senior brothers, the culprit is Yi Longyuan. The Yi family members are going to escort him to escape. Let's go kill him. Don't be anxious. Senior brother Han is here. Shanyan came to Han Feng's side and said, Don't worry, Yi Longyuan is reserved for you, and I'll help you with the bedbugs around him. With those words, he led the other disciples of Siyu Palmistress and charged forward. With the help of these people, the people around Yi Longyuan were immediately entangled, and Yi Longyuan fell alone. When he saw Han Feng killing toward him, he immediately rushed out of the crowd and fled toward the distance. Han Feng and Jiang Chuiro held hands and unfolded their fastest speed, killing towards Yi Longyuan. The two of them were much faster than Yi Longyuan, and after chasing out 2 miles, they were very close to each other. Yi Longyuan, you can't run away! Han Feng shouted as a sword blade chopped out, hitting Yi Longyuan squarely in the back. Yi Longyuan screamed miserably and fell down towards the sea on his back. Han Feng, I will definitely come back and will cut you into 1,000 pieces. Flayed to death. Puff! Yi Longyuan fell heavily into the sea. After them, Han Feng and Jiang Chuiro's wings flapped behind them, following headlong into the sea. Since it was the middle of the night, visibility was poor and it was even darker inside the sea. Han Feng and his duo had aura in their bodies, so they could hold their breath in the seawater for a long time. But in the vast ocean, where should he look for Yi Longyuan? Han Feng and Jiang Chuiro searched aimlessly in the sea for a quarter of an hour, but they couldn't find where Yi Longyuan had gone. The duo surfaced, only to realize that they were too far away from the main battlefield. Ginger Crisp frowned and what to do, letting him get away again. This kind of person's ghost is still lingering, and he still hates us to the bone. If we don't kill him, I'm afraid that there will be endless troubles in the future. Han Feng sighed and said, Looks like we'll just have to ask her to help. Chapter 103, Throw me a wooden peach and I'll return it with a qiangyao. Invite who? Ginger Crisp asked curiously. It was only when she saw Han Feng take out that one conch that it dawned on her. I see. You're going to ask Heling for help, aren't you? Well, didn't Hai Ling say that if there's anything, you can ask her for help? So if we ask her to help us this time, we'll figure out how to return the favor later. After saying his words, Han Feng put the conch to his mouth and gently blew it. The sound of the conch traveled out, like there was a tune, toward the sea. Jiang Ziro also prayed silently in her heart, hoping that Hai Ling must come. Sure enough, not even a minute later, a wave rose from the sea, and out of it emerged a little girl with blue hair and a blue dress, laughing happily, and yo-ho, welcome by sea. The little girl's clear and cheerful voice caused smiles to appear on both Han Feng and Jiang Chuiro's faces, and came to them with a joyful tread on the waves, with her little legs wide open, and said, Happily the precious boat has traveled 7 times across the heavy ocean, and the sound of the Tsanglong waves has crossed for 100 years, and we meet again this day. Friends from afar, you've come to play with and so soon, and is so happy. Han Feng, his head full of black lines, said, You've got a set of little words in your little mouth every day. Who taught you that? Hey, don't underestimate Anan. Yo, and stretched out her 2 little hands and the little fox jumped right over them. Ha. The little fox is so cute. Anne, we're looking for you because we have something we want to ask you a favor. No problem. Go ahead. And would love to help. Anne smiled sweetly. It's like this. The real culprit who massacred the mortals on Juming Island last time. We've found him. Ha? Is it that Scarface? We've been looking for him too, but unfortunately he's probably hiding on land and we haven't been able to find him yet. It's not Scarface. Scarface is just an enforcer. The real mastermind behind this is a person called Yi Longyuan, killing people to make pills, and also to raise his cultivation. We're hunting that family now. Look at the fight going on in the distance. But that Yi Longyuan ran into the sea, don't know where to go. We can't find him. See if you can help to find him out. You're a sea spirit. You must have a sense of the sea, right? That's for sure. There's no one I can't find as long as they're in the sea. That bad man is so hateful to slaughter fishermen who believe in me. I'll make him pay. When Anne finished speaking, she opened her arms and chanted to the ocean. Han Feng didn't know what she was singing. Anyway, it was just la la and ah, but the tune was nice. At the end of the song, Anne said, Well, I've notified all the sirens in this sea. That guy won't be able to get away. He'll be sent here soon. Han Feng clasped his hands and said, Thank you so much for pouring your heart out. Anne, however, suddenly covered her little pocket, and said in alarm that what? You can help each other. It doesn't say dumping no taking my little bejeweled ones. The little beads? Zhang Ziro was surprised and looked at Xiaonan, not knowing what it meant. Little Anan took a bead out of her little pocket and said, An's favorite thing about sparkling round beads is that I feel they are the most beautiful treasures in the world. I've even been known to break open sea mussels and shells to remove their pearls. An's favorite. There's nothing in the world that's a more beautiful treasure than beads. So you like these? So you like beads on land? Jiang Zero took out a fiery red bead and held it out in front of An. An's big eyes became bright all of a sudden, and by the look of them, they were about to drool. Wow! Red beads, ugh! Inside the sea, red beads are the least. Is this for me? Of course it's for you. This bead can also form a shield that can withstand enemy attacks. It's very useful. It's for you. Thank you, beautiful Missy. An politely opened her hands backward and bowed to Jiang Zero to thank her, and took the beads, put them on her head, turned them in a circle and said, "Well, am I beautiful? Beautiful. Throw me a wooden peach and I'll return the favor. You guys give me gifts and I help you out. That's being a good friend." As An was talking, suddenly, the waves not far away tumbled, and a group of gigantic sirens appeared, while crashing out several people at the same time. That was Yi Longyuan and a few Yi family disciples. It seemed that Yi Longyuan wasn't the only one who wanted to escape from the sea. Others had thought of it as well. Yi Longyuan panicked and cried out that what's going on? How come there are so many sirens attacking us? Yi Longyuan, I told you, you can't escape. Han Feng's face became gloomy and he killed towards Yi Longyuan. I'll take this one, and you guys can split the others however you want. After saying his words, he killed towards Yi Longyuan with a sword. Missy, are they all bad people? And asked to Ginger Crispy Zoe. Why are you calling me Missy? Because you're beautiful and noble. You look like a lady from a big family. What's not a big lady? Ha, you're so cute. Han Feng has gone to kill the bad guys. I'm going to go help too. You and little Fox can just wait here. Ginger Zizu stroked An's little head. Don't underestimate Ananyo. Anan is great. Anan can fight too. In the ocean, Anan hasn't been afraid of anyone yet. Well then, stupid fairy, watch yourself. No one is going to care about you when you do it later. It's just a small storm. Missy, you're not concerned about me, are you? Humph. Jiang Chuiro snorted lightly and raised her sword to kill a few other Yi clan disciples. Han Feng, it's you again. What makes you able to manipulate the sirens? Yi Longyuan roared in grief and anger. Families who understand. It was so hard to escape and dive headfirst into the middle of a vast ocean. The bottom of the sea was vast and dark, and from then on the sea was wide enough for the fish to jump, and he, Yi Longyuan, could go wherever he wanted. He even felt that he, Yi Longyuan, was a submerged dragon in the abyss, and that the sea was his auspicious place, and he was planning to develop in the sea in anonymity. When he cultivated to the Yuaning stage, or became a stronger big brother, he would kill back to the Yin Yang sect and ruthlessly destroy it, avenge his hatred, and then cut that dog thief Han Feng into 1,000 pieces. But I didn't expect to get far out yet. Suddenly, a large group of sirens then killed towards him. The group of sirens didn't kill him, they just played against him one at a time, hardening him to the surface. Chapter 104 Revenge in the most brutal way possible. He had been wondering about it, but when he saw Han Feng waiting for him on the surface of the sea, he understood it all. The sea, not his way out, was Han Feng's home turf. This guy, he was actually able to manipulate the sirens. No, if you have this ability, why are you still a disciple? Take the great demons in the sea and kill them directly to the Yin Yang sect. Wouldn't it be good for you to be the head of the sect yourself? With the strength of a great demon in the sea, not to mention the sect leader, the old ancestor of the Yin Yang sect would have to kneel down for you. At this time, even though Yi Longyuan had thousands of unwillingness in his heart, he had to fight with Han Feng. Han Feng killed in front of Yi Longyuan and slashed his sword down towards him, a sword blade quickly slashing into Yi Longyuan's body. The clothes in front of Yi Longyuan's body cracked, revealing a soft armor inside, which was extremely defensive, and Han Feng's sword unexpectedly did not hurt the slightest bit. In the end, it's a disciple of a big family, so there's a lot of protective spiritual treasures. Learning from the experience of the last time he fought against Yi Longyuan, Han Feng immediately exerted his fastest speed and dodged to Yi Longyuan's side, making an iron mountain lean and slamming into Yi Longyuan's chest, stiffly resisting one of Yi Longyuan's sword chops on himself, while he reached out and grabbed violently at the same time as he slammed into Yi Longyuan, yanking down the storage bag at Yi Longyuan's waist. This guy's protective spiritual treasures and elixirs were just too much, and without grabbing the storage bag first, he would end up in a war of attrition. Yi Longyuan, his father, must have given him countless treasures to defend himself in order for him to be able to escape successfully. Han Feng stuffed the storage bag directly into his arms and once again killed toward Yi Longyuan. Dog thief! You're shameless! It was only at this time that Yi Longyuan realized that his storage bag had been snatched by the other party, and he immediately became furious. lifting his sword and chopping angrily towards Han Feng. Han Feng didn't panic in the slightest and drew back, followed by Ask Qingfeng, who had executed the sundown technique. Asking Qingfeng was much more effective when it was cast on the sea. Two tornadoes appeared steeply, lifting up monstrous waves and rushing towards Yi Longyuan with pitch-black seawater. In the darkness of the night, the sea was as black as ink, and it seemed impossible to distinguish the boundary between the sky and the sea. With only one aura exerting a divine ability, emitting light and illuminating a bit of the darkness of the night, Yi Longyuan roared angrily and slashed towards those two tornadoes. He knew that he wouldn't be able to run away today. This Han Feng in front of him was stronger than him, not to mention the fact that there were so many sirens around him eyeing him. Even if he was able to defeat Han Feng, he would still be killed by the sea demon. Then since that was the case, it would be better to pull Han Feng, an enemy, to be buried with him if he was going to die right or left. The tornado and Yi Longyuan collided steeply, and the protective spiritual treasure Yi Longyuan wore on his body shattered open steeply, while the two tornadoes, whose damage had also been cancelled out, brought with them seawater from the sky, pouring down like a torrential downpour. It drenched everyone in the room. Yi Longyuan's protective spiritual treasure broke, leaving him with a soft armor to protect his body, and the pills and spiritual treasures were all snatched away by Han Feng. At this moment, he already had a will to die in his heart, and charged toward Han Feng once again. Han Feng, you die for me! Only to see Yi Longyuan roar in fury as he leapt up with his sword held high and slashed toward Han Feng. On the cloudy sky, a thunderbolt suddenly exploded. Lightning cut through the sky, and Han Feng saw Yi Longyuan covered in water, his face grimacing as he roared and slashed his sword down at him. That aura was like trying to cut through the sky with a sword. Han Feng laughed coldly in his heart, no longer relying on his speed to tangle with the pair, instead choosing the most straightforward approach. Hard knocks, completely defeating Yi Longyuan in absolute strength. Han Feng raised his sword, mobilizing his cultivation of the 11th level of the Qi practicing stage, and chopped down his royal wind spirit sword with all his might. As the wind power around him surged towards him to be used by him, driving the monstrous sea waves behind him, and destroying Yi Longyuan's sword with a devastating chop. Only a loud bang was heard as the flying sword of the lower-grade spiritual treasure in Yi Longyuan's hand was directly cut off by Han Feng's sword. Immediately after that, the sword went unabated and directly slashed at Yi Longyuan's chest. That soft armor didn't know what it was made of. It was incredibly tough, and this wasn't even splintered. However, the immense power generated by the strong cultivation realm still passed through the soft armor and caved in Yi Longyuan's chest. Yi Longyuan's entire body smashed heavily on the back of a huge whale like a cannonball and rolled several times before coming to a stop. Han Feng landed on the whale's back and walked toward Yi Longyuan. Yi Longyuan stood up with difficulty and said incredulously, "How is it possible? How could you suddenly become so strong within a month? You used to be at the 9th level of the Qi practicing stage, and you're still at the Qi practicing stage. How could you be as strong as if you've crossed a large realm?" Indeed, the previous Han Feng, like Yi Longyuan, was at the 9th level of the Qi practicing stage, and he was only slightly stronger than Yi Longyuan, and the two fought back and forth. However, right now, Han Feng was destroying the world, and he had heavily injured Yi Longyuan with a single sword strike. One must know that although Yi Longyuan was at the 9th level of the Qi practicing stage, he was by no means an ordinary 9th level of the Qi practicing stage. He was a heavenly spirit root, a heavenly pride generation that had enjoyed countless resources from the Yi family to cultivate. But it was such a strong person who was still defeated by Han Feng with a single sword. This was Han Feng's strength at the 11th level of the Qi practicing stage, destroyed in one in a crushing fashion. Han Feng walked to Yi Longyuan's face, and with his left hand, he threw an underhanded hook that hit Yi Longyuan's chin, directly shattering it. Yi Longyuan's brain buzzed with chaos, and he almost fainted. Han Feng grabbed Yi Longyuan and yanked the piece of soft armor he was wearing right off, storing it in his storage bag. Yi Longyuan was lying on the back of that whale, his breath swimming. "Yi Longyuan, there's no teleportation spell to allow you to escape this time." Han Feng picked up the royal wind spirit sword and pierced through Yi Longyuan's dantian with a single stroke, churning his dantian viciously. The dantian, where the blood was flowing, became a puddle of rotten flesh. Yi Longyuan had completely become an invalid. This sword was stabbed on behalf of one coronation. "You wasted his dantian. Now, I'll personally avenge him and waste your dantian as well." Han Feng looked at Yi Longyuan, his gaze grim and with a hint of cruelty. In the face of this beast, any cruelty would seem merciful. Han Feng, I won't let you go even as a ghost." Yi Longyuan's jaw and teeth were broken. His speech was gulped, but there was still endless indignation and resentment in his eyes. "If I am not afraid of you alive, why should I be afraid of a dead ghost?" Han Feng once again slashed his sword down, cutting down Yi Longyuan's left arm. This sword is to avenge my first revenge. When you sent Boss Ma to assassinate me, that beast who only bullied the disciples was dead that night, and you'll be able to see him soon too." With those words, Han Feng slashed down with his second sword, slashing down Yi Long Yuan's right arm. Chapter 105, Yi Long Yuan. Death. This sword is revenge for the second time. That time, I took the little fox to the Spirit Beast Peak and registered it, but Yi Longquan reported my movements to you, and you sent 2 assassins to kill me. Han Feng told himself, followed by a third sword chop, split Yi Long Yuan's right leg. This sword is the third stab. Yi Long Yuan, everything you've done to me, I'm going to get it back from you. Han Feng's fourth sword chopped down, and Yi Long Yuan's left leg was also cleaved off. His whole being, he turned into a human swine. This sword, for the fourth time, you wrongly accused me of having a problem with my herbs and tried to put me in jail. At this moment, the resentment in Yi Long Yuan's heart had turned into fear. He knew he was bound to die, and he wasn't afraid of it. But now, death might even be a luxury. Han Feng made it clear that he was going to torture him ruthlessly, making his life worse than death and making him beg for death. Unfortunately, there's only one head left on you, not much else to cut. Your limbs, plus your head, are exactly 5 parts, corresponding to the 5 times you tried to kill me. In the past, when I faced you, I could only be passive and defensive, worrying every day with fear and trepidation about when you would come to kill me. Now, the offense is changing places. You've attacked me 5 times, and all have failed. I only counterattacked once, but I won. Thanks to you, the Yi family is gone. Han Feng squatted down and looked at Yi Long Yuan and asked, "Tell me, are you happy?" The battle on the sidelines was over a long time ago. The few Qi practicing stage disciples in the area, under the siege of Jiang Crispin and many sea demons, all of them died and became the dish food of the sea demons. Jiang Ziro stood in the distance, quietly watching Han Feng go crazy. She understood Han Feng's feelings. Han Feng was just a small handyman with no background. Having offended that behemoth of the Yi family, he must have been on edge every day during that period of time, spending his days as if they were years. At that time, she was so focused on her own cultivation that she completely forgot to care about Han Feng. She had the Jiang family at her back, so she naturally had no fear of the Yi family. But now that I think about it, how helpless and terrified Han Feng was at that time, faced with an incredibly strong enemy, assassinating him over and over again. He is alone and helpless while trying to find ways to defuse the danger. In the past, Jiang Zero felt that Han Feng was quite smart and powerful, but now it seems like who would want to go and be smart about something like this if they didn't really have no choice, if their lives weren't in danger. Therefore, at this moment, when she saw that Han Feng could finally humiliate Yi Long Yuan fiercely as the winner, even to the point of having a bit of a seizure, she instead felt even more heartbroken for Han Feng. How much resentment and aggression had this accumulated before it was finally released at this moment? As for Yi Long Yuan's downfall, that could only be said to be self-inflicted. Jiang Ziro has the right to choose her own Dao partner. Yi Long Yuan can compete fairly if he is not convinced. If he is not thinking of killing Han Feng will certainly not go thinking of killing him. If he wanted to blame, it was Yi Long Yuan who, from the very beginning, hadn't looked at Han Feng as a person. It was an ant, a maggot, a punching bag to vent his anger, an existence to be crushed and thrown away. And now, this mole, biting him to death, and also biting the huge tree behind him. Yi Long Yuan is dead, died of his arrogance and jealousy. His head was cut off. Han Feng avenged the 5th time and also split Yi Long Yuan into 6 pieces with 5 swords. Looking at Yi Long Yuan's headless corpse, Han Feng suddenly felt tired, disgusted, and despondent. He waved his hand and a gust of wind blew over, blowing Yi Long Yuan's body into the sea and feeding it to the sirens. And then he sat down on the back of that whale and let the rain from the sky fall on him. He just sat, transfixed. Ginger Crisp came and sat down with him. Little Hai Ling also hugged the little fox and sat across from him, blinking her big curious eyes at him. "What's on your mind?" Ginger Crisp asked gently. "Didn't think anything of it." Han Feng smiled and said, "It's just that suddenly it feels kind of awkward. Something that's been tormenting me for a long time. And suddenly it's resolved. And suddenly I don't know what to do. That feeling of not having a goal, I guess. Although I killed Yi Long Yuan and took revenge, I don't have any joy of still taking revenge. Instead I feel empty in my heart." Ginger Crispin smiled and said, "Bitch is just pretentious. No more enemies and you're still not happy. You can live a peaceful life in the future. No longer need to worry every day, and no longer need to think about how to deal with the enemy. The heart are a big stone put down. Behind it should be peaceful to enjoy life. You're right. I'm just being pretentious. Ha ha ha. You don't know. These past 2 months or so, the Yi family is like a big stone pressing on my heart, making me a bit breathless. That's the Yi family. For a little disciple like me, It's a behemoth. At that time, the two of us, Wang Coronet and I, didn't dare to meet much, and I repeatedly said to Wang Coronet, stay away from me, don't let the Yi family set their sights on you. At that time, he went to Zhang Xiu's side, and I lived alone at the bottom of the mountain, except for the little fox who accompanied me every day to chat and talk. It was, alas, a really lonely time. Zhang Ziro had already imagined that in that month before the ancestor sacrifice ceremony, Han Feng was living alone in a small courtyard for handymen at the bottom of the mountain, with no friends or relatives, terrified every day, and with only a little fox by his side. At that point, she wanted to have the little fox over, but the little fox said to her, in all seriousness, you have everything, but I'm all he has. He only had one little fox left, and instead of helping him, she tried to go and snatch it from him instead. She's so not human. I'm sorry, Ginger Crisp whispered. What are you sorry for? Han Feng was surprised. It's okay. Ginger Crisp twisted her head. Well, now that everything is settled, from now on, we can enjoy our lives at home in peace and enjoy being with you, every day, sunbathing, planting flowers, raising grass, carefree and beautiful. Awesome. Han Feng stood up and stretched in the torrential rain, a bright smile lifting up on his face. Are you guys going back? So when are you guys coming back to play with An again? The little sea spirit asked as she stood up. Han Feng erected both of little Hai Ling's armpits with both hands and lifted her up, laughing. Lovely Anne, I think we will have many opportunities to meet in the future. I promise, whenever I come to the sea from now on, I will definitely come to play with you, okay? Good a promise is a promise yo. Mermaid Sister is also almost closed out. I bring her together to find you guys to play Chapter 106 Visiting Wang Coronet. Han Feng wanted to put the little sea spirit down, and the little sea spirit hurriedly said, don't put me down. Lift high, and likes to lift high. Looking at her adorable appearance, Han Feng smiled heartily as his wings flapped behind him, lifting her up and flying. Anne's two little arms were raised high in the air, and she cried out happily, the yo-ho, fly, lift high. Han Feng flew around with her, but it made little Hai Ling so happy. She was able to swim freely in the ocean, but she couldn't fly on her own. Even though the waves were able to hold her up in the air for a good long while, she still couldn't fly. So, she loved the feeling of flying. Han Feng flew around with her several times before diving headfirst into the sea, then leaping out of the water and onto the whale's back. Oh, that's so much fun. Anne is so happy. Anne, we have to go home now. We'll catch you later. Han Feng waved at her. Yeah, anytime, good friend. And remember my name. I'm Anne Hebfish. And waved enthusiastically while taking a plunge into the water. All those sirens also entered the water and disappeared. Go home. Han Feng pulled up Jiang Chui Ro and flew toward the west. On that main battlefield, the battle had also ended. A few thousand cultivators could not hold out for long against the siege of tens of thousands of people, and were all wiped out. The people involved had more or less shared some of the Yi family's resources and property. And this kind of thing that could make money while ridding the people of evil was something that anyone would be happy to do. Not only that, those big families also divided up all of the Yi family's business in the first place. The Yi family, which had flourished in the Yin Yang sect for a while, had also removed its name and disappeared. Shang Yun and the others enthusiastically asked Han Feng if he had killed Yi Long Yuan, and after receiving Han Feng's affirmation, they all smiled in relief. Everyone knew how deep the grudge between Han Feng and Yi Long Yuan was, and this time, it would be a quick thing for Han Feng to kill Yi Long Yuan with his own hands and take revenge. The crowd returned to the Yin Yang sect together. The people from the other few clans had already left long ago, and the Yin Yang sect had regained its peace. Han Feng and Jiang Chui Ro returned to that small two-story attic, and the two had been soaking in the sea for quite some time, and their bodies were stained with some sea odor, so they definitely needed to take a shower and change their clothes. It was still early in the morning, and there was still some time before dawn. Ginger Crisp said, I'm going to take a shower first, and you can do it after I'm done. No, I'll wash first. Han Feng said seriously. That's my tub. Where's your face? What do you need a face for? It still needs to be washed. That won't work. I'll wash first. The water's dirty when you're done. Doesn't the water get dirty after you wash it? Humph. This girl is a fairy. Since you and I can't argue, why don't we each take a step back and wash together? Han Feng smiled a bit deviously. Ginger Crispin sneered. Humph. Showing your fox's tail? Ha, ha. The little fox was taken aback and looked at his tail, wondering what it meant. Hey, what do you think of this offer? Fairy sister. Han Feng rubbed his hands together and laughed awkwardly. Not really, I'll wash with Foxy, you go in the back row. The little fox was overjoyed, And that means I can see little crispy sister's delicate jade body? Who did you learn to be so horny from? You little guy? You go to the back row too. That's right. You move back in line. Han Feng carried the little fox and threw it downstairs. The angry little fox cursed Han Feng for forgetting his friends at the sight of sex, and being a big bad guy. Zhang Ziro took the opportunity to rush into the secret room and was about to close the door when Han Feng swished in. Hey, did you forget how fast I am? Looking at his smug look, Zhang Ziro pursed her lips and skimmed him, saying in a conspiratorial manner that I hope you'll be that fast when you're not honest in a while. That won't work. That won't go fast enough. The two were finally honest with each other and got into the tub together. Ah, comfortable. After soaking in the cold ocean water for so long, getting into the warm tub is just a treat. Han Feng's back was turned to the little crispy meat, and he leaned against someone else's body like a soft cushion. Comfortable. Get out of my way. The tub is this big and you're squeezing me. Do you still want me to wash? I'm so tired after fighting for so long today. Come massage my husband's shoulders. Han Feng closed his eyes with a face of enjoyment. A cold voice came from behind him. And you can take your sword and help you take your shoulder off so you don't feel bad. Look at you. So brutal. Han Feng also stopped bullying her and turned around, looking at her face to face, looking at the water droplets hanging on her body, the blooming beauty that looked like a lotus flower, and the delicate skin, a burst of heart and soul. Crispy, you're beautiful. Ha, use your words? Don't I know I'm beautiful? How did you say such a shameless thing in a serious way? Learned from you and the little fox. Ginger Crystal blushed proudly and gently washed her skin. Han Feng laughed and pulled her into his arms as he laughed and said, just love it when you're all high and mighty. It's adorable. Han Feng pulled her so that she rode on his waist, and Zhang Ziro instantly panicked and what are you doing? Don't mess around. Not here. Her resistance had no effect, and Han Feng pressed her down. Somehow, the water in the tub kept spilling out in a stream today. For the next 2 days, Han Feng resumed his usual life, raising flowers and planting grass every day, and spending the rest of his time cuddling the little fox in the sun, and occasionally going to accompany the little crispy meat that was submerged in cultivation. Little life is beautiful. The years are quiet. The ancient well is not wave. There is no enemy. There is no pressure. 3 or 2 close friends. A beautiful Taoist couple. Han Feng feels that he is the happiest man in the world. And this is the kind of life he will live for the rest of his life. Until the day he lives out his life. Happily ever after. On the 3rd day, Han Feng watered all the herbs. Then holding the little fox, he greeted Jiang Chui Ro and flew towards the back of the mountain area. It's also time to see how the crown is doing now. Anyway, idleness is idleness. Han Feng brought the little fox and arrived at the bottom of that waterfall, just in time to see Wang Coronation and Pan Shan in one piece, lecturing the 5 young disciples. Now he was curious. Didn't Elder Pan Shan never accept disciples? The Yi family's Yi Longquan guys were all killed 2 days ago, so how come he recruited a few disciples now? After Han Feng landed, he stood to the side without saying anything and quietly listened to them. Still sitting on that small bamboo chair, the old god, Pan Shan said to those few young disciples, several of you, all of you are here today on the first day. In the past, the old man I was too lazy to take on disciples and teach others in order to have a quiet life. But now, the old man somewhat figured out, after all, is the clan elders it, more or less should take up some of the responsibility of the elders. That's why you guys were chosen out of a million. Chapter 107, The King's Coronation Battles Han Feng. Thank you, Master. Those 5 young disciples clasped their palms and bowed in excitement. Old me is very busy with cultivation on weekdays, so most of the time, I let your eldest senior brother teach you. If he doesn't know what he doesn't know, let him come over and ask me. You guys don't have anything to bother me. Alright, let your elder brother arrange for you to practice your basic skills first, and after you've practiced them well, I'll teach you the martial arts techniques that I've researched myself. And in the future, if there's anything that comes up, just listen to your elder brother all the time. Greetings, eldest brother. The 5 of them once again saluted the king's coronation. Wang Coronation, with his head held high and a look of a big brother, nodded and said, everyone start practicing from the very basics first. Some of you can't cultivate immortality because your qualifications are too poor. Some of you have no hope of immortality because you've been injured. But the strength of your physical body is poor, so you need to build up your body first. Let's tie up the horses for 2/4 of an hour. Then we'll switch to another program. Yes, sir. Those 5 disciples hurriedly went to tie up their horse stance, and one coronet gave them a demonstration to correct their posture. Han Feng smiled and walked over and was about to greet one coronet when Pan Shan said to Han Feng to each other, alas, you kid came at the right time. One Coronation is now just 1 step away from breaking through to the 8th grade. You kid accompany him to practice and go and beat him up hard. This kind of thing, martial arts, is to be quenched in getting beaten up. Jade is not cut into a weapon. It's just right to also show you Wang Coronet's current strength, so that you won't go out and say that my old man didn't teach with all his heart. When Han Feng heard this, he wondered, Gramps, isn't this a bit too bullying? Panchon glared angrily and drank. And what do you mean? Are you looking down on the disciple taught by the old man? How can that be? I mean, isn't this a bit too bullying for me? I'm just a tiny chi practicing stage disciple. Going into close combat with a martial artist is too bullying, isn't it? Han Feng's words turned Pan Shan's anger into joy. Count on your kid to talk. Don't worry, the 9th rank can't hurt you yet. Unless he's the 8th rank, then he'll have the strength to fight you. Now is the time for you to beat him up and help him break through. Disciple obey. Han Feng nodded helplessly. Coronet, who was on the sidelines, laughed. Windy, come on, let's show you how powerful little master is. After saying his words, he stormed up with a fist and slammed it toward Han Feng. Han Feng listened to the whistling, air-breaking fist winds, and then raised his hand, condensing his aura to receive Wang Coronation's punch hard. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard as Han Feng took 2 steps backward, while Wang Coronet was recoiled back several steps before stabilizing himself. Han Feng was only passively defending while Wang Coronet was actively attacking, and in the end, it was Wang Coronet who was countered. Han Feng's strength is naturally too much stronger than Wang Coronation, but under Wang Coronation's close quarters and full-force punch, he was able to make Han Feng take 2 steps back, which was certainly due to Han Feng not going all out, but it was also not easy. Again, Wang Coronet bellowed, his toes violently stomping on the ground, his knees directly storming up and slamming toward Han Feng's chin. This is a deadly move, and if it's a match between 2 parties of equal strength, this move can directly break the enemy's jaw and cervical vertebrae. Of course, the reason why Wang Coronet dared to go all out was because he knew that he wouldn't be able to beat Han Feng even if he went all out. Han Feng, on the other hand, didn't dodge and directly slapped his palm toward Wang Coronet's knee. He drew back while slapping down Wang Coronation's knee, and then leapt forward and was about to send Wang Coronation flying out with a kick when Wang Coronation suddenly changed his stance in midair and slammed a heavy fist onto Han Feng's shoulder. Han Feng's figure was still in midair at this point, neither spreading his wings nor utilizing his royal sword art, and he was directly blown to the ground by Wang Coronation's punch, smashing into the gravel beach. Wang Coronet arrogantly laughed. Ha ha ha, Windy, show me your true strength and have a good time with me. That's what you forced me to do. Watch the move. Han Feng's speed skyrocketed as he revved up the wind around his body and punched toward Wang Coronet. The two fought extremely fiercely, punching and hitting each other. The little fox clapped his hands as he watched. Han Feng had been fighting Wang Coronet in close quarters, sort of using his own shortcomings to attack the enemy's strengths. He could of course dodge sideways with his speed, fly up in the air and attack Wang Crown remotely, and use the power of the wind to leverage his strength and knock back Wang Crown's attacks, even as long as he was willing. Even if he didn't need to fly, Wang Crown would never want to touch him for a moment, but he didn't even bother to do it. Instead he deliberately suppressed his power and fought with Wang Coronet. He was here to accompany Wang Coronation to practice, only controlling his power to be a bit stronger than Wang Coronation to slightly suppress his opponent. Too strong for straight seconds won't work, too much and no chaperone. Wang Coronation's strength lies in the flexibility of that various martial arts moves, often hitting Han Feng by surprise. This wonderful duel was so exciting to watch that the 5 disciples around them who had just started practicing martial arts were mesmerized. Only then did they realize that practicing martial arts could really make them stronger, and that they could also fight with immortal cultivators. That's senior brother Han Feng, the peak of chi refinement of the heavenly spirit root, all fighting so fiercely with senior brother Wang Coronation. It seems that practicing martial arts is really useful. As for Han Feng, he was also gradually all being figured out by Wang Coronation's routine. The more he fought, the more he struggled, the more he was surprised, and in the end, he even used 50% of his strength in order to barely suppress Wang Coronation. In the end, the two fought hard and both fell to the ground. Standing up, the two of them didn't fight and walked over with a smile. Tired, take a break. Wang Coronet smiled and walked to the edge of the water pool, took off his shoes, and dipped his feet into the water pool. Han Feng also sat down and laughed. You kid can At first I hit quite easy. This is the more back is the more strenuous Had to make all the strength to beat you to do so. Alright, don't say such things if you're your own brother. You know yourself how much power you used, and I know my own strength very well. I guess I can only beat the average chi practicing stage 4th or 5th level disciple, with the kind of level I used to have, and that's still in close quarters. However, martial arts is just like cultivating immortality. Each major realm is a watershed. If I can cross over to the 8th rank to go there, my strength will definitely be able to soar. Wang Coronet said smilingly. Han Feng nodded. I can see that you've made a lot of progress. You must have suffered a lot. But I feel like, you should practice more martial arts with high explosions, because I think that if you fight a fairy cultivator, they might not give you a second chance to strike. This reasoning, Wang Coronation also understands. The most he can do is sneak attack. Once a move can't kill the enemy directly fly up and hit him remotely with his divine ability. How can he be consumed alive? Chapter 108, Han Feng being held by master teacher. So yeah, I'm practicing high jumps now when I have nothing else to do. And when I can jump as high as I can fly, I'll be able to hit people. Ha ha ha, but I've heard that when you cultivate to the 3rd grade, you're able to fly for a short period of time. That way I won't be afraid. Might as well get a flying magic treasure, or a flying spirit beast. That's right, there's always a way. I'll practice resisting punches more. It'll definitely help. I've heard that there are elixirs on the market that can enhance the strength of the physical body. So when I make some money from my future missions, I'll buy more. Plus I practiced the immortal Vajra skill. My skin is so thick that it's hard for others to kill me. Haven't you noticed we've been fighting for so long and I'm not even hurt? At those words, Han Feng was surprised and said, I did just realize. Can you? All practiced a little. That's a must. I'm a rare martial arts prodigy. Wang Coronation smiled and then asked, by the way, are you going to participate in the 100 Pride tournament next month? Han Feng said without hesitation. I'm not going. What's the point of bothering? Fighting with a bunch of people I don't know. What's the point? I've heard that a lot of people die every time. I don't want to go and lose my little life. It's so hard to destroy the Yi family. There's no more big enemies. I have to keep my little life and continue to enjoy life. What? You want to go? I'll go my ass. I won't even go if you do. How dangerous is that place? I'll go there to get beaten up? I'm just curious. Do not go on the line. Dangerous things we do not do. Honest cultivation. Save the life of the good. You see Panshan seniors, so many years, have been practicing martial arts here, is not also quite strong. Well, by the way, how many ranks of martial artist is Elder Banzan? 3rd grade. Sooner or later you'll be a 3rd grade. Ha 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 ha. The two of them talked and laughed, but suddenly, Han Feng took out a sound transmission jade slip, and Jiang Crispin's voice came from inside. Han Feng, Master has summoned us for something. Come over here. Got it. Han Feng replied. Wang Coronet rolled his eyes and said, it's been so long and you still haven't changed your name to husband? You're not well trained. What did Zhang Xiu call you? Forget I said that. Doggone it. I'm outta here. Han Feng got up and called out to the little fox, his wings spreading out behind him as he flew towards the side of Sunset Peak. After he left, Wang Coronet looked back at the waterfall again and muttered, but yeah, I have to fight. I'm already a loser. I can't keep relying on you and dragging you down in the future, right? You can't keep getting too much worse than you in the future. That way, I'm afraid I won't even be friends. He stood up, stepped on the ground of the water pool, and walked towards that waterfall step by step, with a firm gaze, with determination and perseverance, and stood underneath the waterfall, letting the water of that waterfall wash over his body. He's Coronet. He's no worse than anyone else. Han Feng quickly flew to the top of Sunset Peak and came inside that main hall. This time, Master Siyu was not in his own quarters, but was sitting on a chair in the center, with a few elders sitting next to him, and a few disciples standing in the middle, including Jiang Zuro. Disciple pays homage to Master. Han Feng stood next to Jiang Chui Ro, tucked the little fox behind his back, and clasped his palms together. Siyu spoke slowly and said, since everyone is here, then this seat will speak straight. I'm sure you've all heard about the 100 Pride tournament next month. What the sect master means is that this time, our Yin Yang sect's reputation has been damaged a lot because of the Yi family's incident. So in this 100 Pride tournament, we must get a good ranking, preferably 1st place, to make up for this time's reputation. In the past, our Yin Yang sect was indifferent to fame and fortune, and we didn't care much about the rankings, but this time is different, an extraordinary time, so the sect leader is paying extra attention. The sect leader asked our peaks to pick out a few disciples from the 9th level of Chi practicing stage from each peak to compete. Nowadays, on our Sunset Cloud Peak, there are 2 Chi practicing stage disciples with heavenly spirit roots, Han Feng and Jiang Chui Ro. In addition, it is you 4 earth spirit roots at the peak of the Chi practicing stage. This seat has decided that the 6 of you will represent our Sunset Peak in the battle, and together with the other outstanding disciples of our Yin Yang sect, how about fighting for a good ranking for the sect? Will you be willing to go? Disciple willing. Those 4 immediately shouted in unison. When Jiang Ziru was about to state her position, Han Feng suddenly pulled her hand, causing her to swallow her words again. This small action was seen in the eyes of the Siyu Palmistress, and at that moment, his eyes sank slightly, and a cold snort escaped from his nostrils. The Usually, Siyu's single could scare the hell out of the other headmasters. Han Feng watched his eyes and nose, not daring to say anything. What's wrong with you? Siyu Palmistress asked coldly. Han Feng said with a shameful face. Master, disciple fought with the thieves a few days ago, and escaped in the sea and under the siege of many sirens. I was really overly injured. I just went to visit Wang Coronation and was beaten up by him again. Look at the clothes on me. They're all rotten. I'm too injured to participate in next month's 100 Pride tournament. Siyu said slowly. Oh, is the injury very serious? But when this seat looks at you, you don't even have half a wound on your body. Are all internal injuries? The internal injuries are very serious and hurt the dantian. Han Feng said fervently. The little fox also nodded her head in a hurry and said, Yeah. He's hurt so badly. He needs a kiss from Sister Siyu. You shut up. Exasperated, Han Feng pinched the little fox's mouth and stuffed it into the bag. This guy doesn't have a mouth on him. Last time he said he needed a kiss from his Dao couple to get better. This time he even started hitting on his master's idea. A cold and playful mocking smile appeared in Siyu's eyes, and he leisurely said, What? You need a kiss from this seat to get better? No. Han Feng immediately conceded. On the side, Zhang Shuirou secretly gritted her teeth, pondering how to clean up this pair of living treasures. Han Feng and the little fox. When she returned, Siyu continued. This time, Zhang Shuirou will also go. Can you bear to let her be in danger alone? It's good if she doesn't go. Fighting and killing is the most meaningless. Cultivating at ease is the king. The people from the Blood Cloud Palace humiliated this seat a few days ago, and that disciple even provoked you in public. So aren't you going to fight back and help your master and yourself out of this bad anger? The sect master said that this time, as long as a disciple in our Yin-Yang sect is able to enter the top 10, no matter how many people enter, they will be rewarded with a foundation establishment pill. Masterful. Foundation pill? Han Feng's eyes bristled. What he lacked the most right now was the foundation establishment pill, but unfortunately there was no market for it, and he was so poor that he couldn't afford to buy it, and he hadn't been able to break through to foundation establishment. Master, disciple cultivated and grew up under the blessing of the sect. Now that the sect is in need, how can disciple stay out of it? If you are going to live and die in the clan, do you want to avoid it because of disaster or happiness? I am willing to join my fellow disciples in contributing to the sect's efforts to raise its reputation and cut down the rankings. Chapter 109, A Kiss for a Treasure. Looking at Han Feng's righteous and upright look, the mocking color in Siyu's eyes became even more intense. Oh, is the wound better now? A minor injury. It's not worth mentioning. How can it affect the major events of the clan? Han Feng patted his chest hard to prove how strong he was. Yeah, you don't want to be at home in the sun and planting flowers at this moment? It's fine to delay for a few days. The disciples will water it before they leave. A mere herb, how can it be compared to the prestige of the clan? I will certainly do my best to win the rankings and storm the Blood Cloud Palace to avenge my master's hatred and take a breath of fresh air. The disciples on the side were filled with black lines. Shame on you. If you say that, the ghosts will believe it. You are clearly there for the foundation establishment pill. Sure enough, the Don't Buy Lian who bullied the weak disciples in the secret realm and robbed people of their immortal spirit crystals hasn't changed at all. On the side, Ginger Crispy Zoe twisted her head away, feeling so humiliated. Han Feng felt that with his cultivation at the 11th level of the Qi practicing stage, he would be able to mix with the top 10. Anyways, even though those big clans had hidden tigers and dragons, and their disciples were all skilled, how many of them could reach the 11th level of the Qi practicing stage? As long as he was able to blend into the top 10 and get the foundation establishment pill, he would be able to get a better foundation establishment pill for himself by giving it to Zhang Shuirou. In this way, both himself and Little Crispy Meat could break through to foundation establishment. Metso, Palmistress Siyu snorted coldly, and her charming peach blossom eyes blinked Han Feng as she leisurely said, Unprofitable fellow, if you don't make it into the top 10 this time, this seat will personally remove one of your legs. This time, our Yin-Yang sect is led by Bai Lingyu. Today is the 10th day of the 6th month. On the morning of the 10th day of the next month, you will gather at Yin-Yang Peak. Before that, the royal family will announce the location and rules of the competition in advance, so you can just cultivate and wait at ease at home. Anyone who is injured, get your injuries back as soon as possible. If you don't understand anything in your cultivation, come and ask me, your master. More often, don't just know how to bask in the sun by yourself all day without thinking about progress. The last two sentences are a nod to Han Feng. After this guy worshipped the master, he never went to the master to ask for advice on cultivation, simply treating the master as a pose. Han Feng was silent, not daring to speak. After going back, Han Feng and Jiang Cui-ro went back to the small attic. Most of the time, it was Han Feng who came to find Jiang Cui-ro. The high and mighty goddess could seldom go to that courtyard of his. Humph. Ginger Crisp snorted coldly and walked into the door of the attic. Han Feng didn't say anything as his mind pondered what would happen in a month's time. Humph. Jiang Zero sat down and snorted coldly again, not looking at Han Feng. Han Feng sat down and held his chin in deep thought. Seeing that this dull-witted wooden head was so slow, Jiang Zuero was furious and once again aggravated her tone. Humph. What's wrong with you, little grunt? Han Feng was surprised. Not much. You're angry? I'm not mad. So what's wrong with you? I'm fine. Han Feng's head is two big heads. Is coaxing his girlfriend so big? Tell me what the rules of the 100 Pride tournament have been through the ages. Why should I tell you? Ginger Crystal twisted her head. The sunlight sprinkled on her face, exuding a holy light, but her mouth said in a conspiratorial manner, Aren't you injured? Don't you need Sister Siyu's kiss to get better? Go ahead. What are you doing here at my place? At those words, Han Feng snorted with joy, took Jiang Cui-ro's shoulders and laughed, saying, Little fox, joking words you also take seriously. This guy's mouth is just not a door. The brain does not work. Anything to say. You're the one who's not thinking straight. The little fox jumped out and stood on the table, pinching her waist and pointing angrily at Han Feng. The little fox isn't unintelligent. He's smart. It's just that he often has strange and bizarre ideas in his head. Han Feng hugged and kissed Jiang Cui-ro several times before the other party got annoyed and stopped getting angry. I don't know what the rules will be this time, but there have been deaths in the 100 Pride tournament over the generations. Although most of the time, the duel stops when the other side admits defeat. Occasionally there are people with a grudge on both sides who won't stop until they're dead, and the organizers can only do their best to avoid deaths. In that case, I see. Let's go buy some protective spells then, so that we can better preserve ourselves during the competition as well. Didn't you rob Yi Lon Yuan's storage bag? That guy must have taken quite a few protective spirit weapons when he was fleeing for his life. It's not enough for you? Oh yeah, I forgot about that if you didn't tell me. Han Feng hurriedly took out Yi Lon Yuan's storage pouch and dumped out everything inside. I have to say, this guy are really fat. That dazzling array of spiritual weapons, spiritual treasures, pills, spirit stones, and even Gong Fu aptitude. A whole lot. Countless. Even Jiang Cui-ro, who was on the sidelines, had her eyes wide open and salivated, exclaiming that she would share the spoils and share the spoils. Could it be that seeing the high and mighty fairy reveal her mortal emotions? Han Feng laughed and said to Jiang Cui-ro, Here, kiss a treasure and give as many kisses as you want. Jiang Cui-ro's beautiful eyes rounded and looked at Han Feng in surprise. Shame on you. Kiss or not? No kiss for you. Kiss. Ha 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 ha. Han Feng laughed and categorized the treasures, picking out all the good ones and giving them to Jiang Cui-ro, totaling over 200 treasures. Jiang Jiru looked at Han Feng's obviously unfair division of the spoils and frowned. You're giving me all the good stuff. So what are you using for yourself? It's okay. I have more. I have more. Han Feng hemmed and hawed, put away the rest of the stuff, and gave the little fox 2 pieces to hang on her, giving the little fox 2,000 spirit stones to eat as snacks. More than 200 pieces. You can kiss more than 200 times. Oh, come on. Han Feng smiled and said. Jiang Ziro's large eyes rose to a haze, and her eyes looked at Han Feng with complexity. You fool, when you have something good, you always think of me first and give me all the good ones. You're my Taoist partner. If I don't care for you, who will? Can't I go and hurt the little fox? Han Feng lifted the little fox and threw it out the window, holding Jiang Cui-ro tenderly in his arms. Ginger Crystal guffawed and kissed him playfully on the cheek, saying, Staging you back and kissing you once a day. After thinking about it, Han Feng said, It doesn't matter if you kiss once a day. The point is, I'm not talking about kissing your face. Ha? So where's the kiss? Kiss on the mouth? Ginger Crisp said with wide-eyed suspicion. Han Feng let out a bad smile, his eyes filled with bad humor. Jiang Ziro instantly came to a realization, followed by a reddening of her face. No, more than 200 times. Don't you dare. It's not up to you. Oh, what's promised is done. Han Feng hugged her and placed her on the big bed before lying down together. Looking at the smug Han Feng, Jiang Ziro gave him a fierce blank look, then helplessly opened her small mouth. Damn. I was just moved for nothing. Chapter 110 Rules of the 100 Pride match. After half a month, the royal side released the venue for the competition, which was on the sea in the east. The royal family had divided out an area that contained a total of 5 islands, and a large area of ocean, covering an extremely wide area, the kind that could not be seen at a glance. but it was also only the area that was announced. The rules of the competition and the conditions for winning were not announced, obviously to prevent others from preparing in advance. But having said that, the rules were, after all, made by the royal family and the elders of the other 4 great sects, and that wasn't letting the rats look into the granary. Although the Emperor of Min attached great importance to this matter and ordered 3 times that the rules should not be divulged, the elders of each sect went back and immediately called over the head of each peak and told them the rules, and the headmasters of the peaks immediately called the disciples who were going to compete and told them the rules of the competition. That's the inside track. That's the benefit of having a big power at your back. On this day, Han Feng and Zhang Chuirou, as well as the other 4 participating disciples, were all called over to the headmaster's side. Siyu waved her hand to form a spirit formation, and after soundproofing it, she said to them, "The rules of this competition have already come out. The venue, it's on the sea to the north of us. The location is roughly to the north of us and the south of Xiantian Sword Sect leaning to the east. It covers hundreds of thousands of acres. With your strength, even if you fly all the time, it will take you a full day's time to fly from the south end to the north end to be able to do so." Various elders and royals had already gone to build a large formation, which was a teleportation formation that was fully functional. After you enter the big formation, you will be randomly assigned to various locations in the arena, which means that even if you have formed a team outside, it's not certain if you will be able to meet them after you go in. Maybe you've been eliminated by someone else before you found your teammate. Of course, in order to avoid the disciples of the big powers from bullying others and affecting the fairness of the competition stipulated that each group should not have more than 4 members. When 2 teams are fighting, other people who are not members of the team may not participate in the attack, and may only wait until those 2 teams have finished fighting to determine the winner. Of course, this tournament, which looked at the final individual rankings, had nothing to do with the teams, so even among the same team, attacking each other was not prohibited. The rankings for this tournament, in reverse order, will be 2 separate lists, one for the beatdown list and one for the name list. The defeat list is how many people you as a person have defeated, and the top 100 will appear on the list. But it's another list that ultimately determines the rankings. Let's say there are 10,000 people involved in the contest and you are the first to be eliminated. That would be the 10,000th. You're the second to be eliminated. So you're number 9,999. At the end of the fight, the 10 people still remaining on the field were the top 10. If there are only 2 people left at the end, you and your opponent is defeated, then he is second and you are first. The reward for first place is very generous. Those are the rules of the game. Do you all understand? Don't get it? All 6 shook their heads in unison. Siyu felt a rush of headache and said, holding her forehead, "If there's anything you don't understand, hurry up." A disciple stepped forward and asked, "Headmaster, may I ask what the purpose of that defeat list is? Is it related to rankings?" "It doesn't matter, but the more people you defeat, the more you'll be able to gain attention and favor. This battle is one that has a lot of big and small forces gathered around. If you perform very well, you'll be taken in as a disciple by one of the big forces or another. The number of defeats only proves whether you are good or not. It has nothing to do with the final ranking. If you beat 20 people right at the beginning of the process and ascend to the top of the list, and then you're immediately beaten by someone else, you're still ranked 8,000 or 9,000. Disciple understands." That disciple retreated back, while Han Feng stood out again and said, "Then isn't this just a competition for who is more capable of staying alive? At the beginning, no one fights. Find a remote nook or cranny to the bottom of the sea. Never come out. No one can find. Mix can also mix to the top 10, right? Do you think that what you can think of? The organizers can't? That formation, which is constantly shrinking, has been continuously shrinking, and as long as someone touches the formation, they will be immediately teleported out, and be ruled eliminated. In total, after 3 days, the formation would shrink to only half a mile square, and it must be on the island. At that point, still want to hide? That would be delusional. And in order to encourage competition, the organizers have stipulated that the time at the bottom of the sea should not exceed 1 hour, and exceeding that is considered elimination. Of course, you can also surface when you're nearing the 1 hour mark. Take a breather, go back down, continue to lurk for another hour, observe the contraction of the formation, and just shift your position. The maneuverability under such a rule is great, depending on how the plays are arranged. Maybe while underwater you can meet the same enemies that are lurking? That's why it's not safe underwater either. Siyu finished her sentence and asked, "Any more questions?" Han Feng added, "The disciple still has questions. Why are you so doubtful?" Siyu gasped and gritted her teeth all over. "Hey, always have to ask clearly well. Let's say, some big sect disciples. The number of people is large. Hundreds of people gathered together, and then sent out to a team to challenge another team. The first team is about to lose and immediately exit the battlefield. The second team immediately follows and continues to fight against the enemy. Then in this way, the wheel war can also consume the other side to death. It's not fair. It can't be helped. Big powers just have the benefits of big powers. Otherwise, why would they all want to join them? However, the big power disciples also want to face, just like our yin yang sect. This time, we will not send more than 100 people. The other several families are similar, but the competition so far, the registration has been more than 20,000 people? The few hundred people from the big powers couldn't make much of a wave in these 20,000 to 30,000 people, and perhaps before they could gather, they would have already been broken up one by the people from other powers or by the scattered cultivators. So the advantage of the big powers isn't that great. It's mostly a matter of individual strength and luck. Any more questions? Yes, Han Feng said again. Then say it. Siyu's tone had begun to turn cold. How is it judged to be defeated? Killed? That's not. It's just like in the ancestor sacrifice mystery realm. Shouting out can teleport you out. But here, it's a token given to each person, which is crushed to automatically teleport out. Usually, when one side was about to crush the token, the other side wouldn't attack anymore, and whoever was fine wouldn't kill someone without a grudge, unless one has a deep grudge. If one kills a lot of people, they will also be considered murderous by other forces and won't want them, and the one who crushes the token, whichever one he is up against, or whoever attacked him last, then the defeat count counts on his head. Chapter 111 13th level of Qi practicing stage. On eve of the competition, the disciple understands it all and has no more questions. Han Feng retreated. Seeing that this prick finally stopped talking, Siyu then waved her hand and said, alright, all stand down. Half a month later, go to Yin Yang Peak and assemble. Yes, sir. The group left the Great Hall, and Han Feng and Jiang Chuiro returned to their own quarters. Ginger Crisp said, I think that I've already reached my bottleneck, and it won't take me more than a few days to cultivate to the peak of the 9th level of the Qi practicing stage. The entire Qi practicing stage grand circle kind of realm. I want to intensify my cultivation and raise my cultivation to that level before the tournament begins, to reach the strongest realm in the Qi practicing stage, to ensure that entering the top 10 is foolproof. What are you afraid of? I'm here. I'll protect you, but it's good to raise your cultivation level. An extra layer of power is an extra layer of protection. So hurry up and cultivate. I'll help you cheer and cheer. Han Feng said seriously. What do you mean I'm catching up on my training? Are you? Me? It's useless for me to cultivate. There's no way to enter already. I mean, won't you help me practice? Ginger Crisp looked at him with a languid gaze. Me? I can give you all my spirit stones and Qi condensation pills to help you improve. As Han Feng spoke, he was about to open his storage bag. You need to stop giving me things. I don't need them. Keep them for yourself. The help I'm talking about. Is that? Which one? Han Feng looked confused. That's the one. What technique are we practicing? What happened to the yin-yang harmonization of Qi Gong? The Sundance technique? And that method of dual cultivation in the room that I don't know the name of? Then come and practice. How do you practice? Zhang Ziro thought Han Feng was a nerd and couldn't understand her. But after suddenly seeing Han Feng's wry smile, she realized that this guy was deliberately bullying himself again. Son of a bitch. You seek death. Lie down for me. Ginger Crystal slammed Han Feng into the bed with a punch. In theory, Han Feng's favorite thing was still lying flat, and things like cultivation only needed to be handed over to his Taoist couple, and he would be able to improve as soon as his Taoist couple improved. But this time, Han Feng really worked hard, doing his best to help little crispy meat raise his cultivation level, practicing his gongfu, and coming out every day with his back covered and holding onto the wall. 10 days later, Han Feng was lying on a recliner with a face full of lifelessness, his pale face slowly regaining its blood color under the sunlight. I can't. These 10 days were just too much effort, far more than his previous workload, making him seriously overdraw his essence, exhausted and worn out. We can't go on like this. We can't go back to practicing. The laying down and not working hard persona is going to fall apart. Han Feng felt like he was about to become the dregs of the medicine that helped Zhang Zura raise her cultivation level. I have to give the chickens, nay, myself a break today. In the eyes of outsiders, like a fairy goddess, love but can not only admire, can only admire in the heart of the first beauty of the sunset peak Jiang Chuiro? Was at this time the Han Feng abandoned as if it were my shoes? Avoiding the less than. Han Feng felt that he was now a saint. Color is emptiness and emptiness is color. Without desire. Abandoning his worldly desires and becoming a true sage. But fortunately, his suffering came to an end. As Jiang Zuoro closed her eyes for a day and managed to raise her cultivation to the peak of the chi practicing stage, Han Feng's Dao couple, Jiang Chuiro, raises her cultivation to the peak of the chi practicing stage, and receives 10 times her cultivation back. Han Feng's current cultivation level, 13th level of chi practicing stage. Inside Han Feng's body, another majestic aura appeared, which was completely digested after he ran for a few weeks. That's great. There's a fucking 13th layer in the chi practicing stage. It's unheard of. He's getting stronger again, and it feels quite comfortable. Suddenly, a white-clothed fairy figure landed in the courtyard on a boulder to the side, and Han Feng twisted his head to look. Startled. Didn't you already break through? Why are you here again? Ginger Crispberry gave him a blank look and said, we're going to the competition soon, so I've come to pick up some herbs to refine some rejuvenation pills. That's good. That's good. Feel free to pick. Just don't pick me. Just give me a couple days off. What's that long, relieved look on your face? Jiang Zero sneered, walked over to Han Feng, narrowed her eyes, revealed a fake smile, and cried out in a voice that was as delicate as it could be. Husband Han Feng shivered and almost fled. Humph. So scared in the future you beg me I thought not to let you into my bed. Yes, don't let him go to bed. And from now on, little crispy sister will cuddle the little fox and sleep. The little fox took the opportunity to suppress Han Feng while jumping into Jiang Chuiro's arms. You're not allowed to go either. Color fox. Jiang Shiro placed it on Han Feng's body, and after picking some herbs, she went back to her residence to refine pills. Han Feng has many types of medicinal herbs here, and Jiang Zero likes to make pills, so this kind of freshly picked medicinal herbs have the best medicinal effect, which Jiang Zero likes very much. A few more days passed, and finally came to the day of the 10th day of the first month of the first lunar month. The disciples who were going to compete this time all gathered in the square on the Yinyang Peak. There were also some disciples and elders who had nothing else to do and wanted to follow along to watch the competition and see what good seedlings there were. This time, it was the headmaster himself who led the team, and the headmaster also went to several. After all, it was for the clan to select disciples. As for the contestants, they were led by Bai Lingyu. There were a total of more than 80 people competing on the Yin-Yang sect side, and they were neatly lined up in the center, most of whom Han Feng didn't recognize. But there was a guy in linen clothes and a mask wearing a bucket hat that caught Han Feng's attention. He always felt that the person's back was familiar, yet he couldn't see the other person's face. It's so strange. We are all disciples of the clan. We are all in the same family. Why don't we dare to show our true colors? Could it be some powerful disciple in seclusion? Curious as he was, Han Feng didn't inquire much. After all, he wasn't the only one who was curious about that person. The sect master came out, brought back some bagua breastplates, and had them distributed to the disciples. All of you put your badges on. All the disciples in our sect represent the Yin-Yang sect. Don't be ignorant of each other when the time comes. Help when you need to help. Be united. Remember, you represent the face of the clan. This competition, this seat attaches great importance to it, and I hope you can achieve a good result. Han Feng and Jiang Chuiro both hung their chest plates on their chests. They both knew that this was a talisman. When others saw that they were disciples of the Yin-Yang sect, they would weigh their options before striking, and they wouldn't dare to kill them even if they defeated them. After all, no one wanted to offend the behemoth that was the Yin-Yang sect, and if they dared to kill a Yin-Yang sect disciple, then they would have to endure the Yin-Yang sect's wrath. Of course, this was also a drawing card. There was no lack of outstanding disciples who wanted to hunt the disciples of big powers to show off their greatness and gain better favor. Alternatively, they could focus on taking out the big power disciples first, to ensure that their rankings could be raised, and that they wouldn't be faced with powerful big power disciples at the end of the day. Chapter 112, The Elephant Instrument Organ Box. After the disciples hung up their badges, several warboats flew over from the back of the mountain. Those warboats looked no different from ordinary sea boats, but had wind spirit crystals and wind control arrays to provide kinetic energy to be able to fly, and were really still able to fight. It's all over the big clans. The warboat hovered above the heads of the crowd, and the sect leader waved his big hand and drank, saying, "Boarding! Depart!" The disciples immediately flew up with their swords and flew onto the warboat, and the sect leader and several sect leaders as well as the elders also flew up. As a large clan, they were equally responsible for overseeing order and resolving unexpected situations. All of them flew up with their swords. Han Feng Jiang Chuiro flew up with her flying wings, while that hemp-clothed, cocked-hat mysterious disciple, however, directly stepped on the ground with his feet and leapt up to that tens of meters high warboat. After he jumped up, he landed heavily on the battle boat, a domineering gesture that drew sideways glances from the other disciples. Who the hell is this? So much noise, cannot fly up honestly, have to pretend to be a pussy to do? After the personnel arrived, The war canoe slowly traveled over to the northeast. Slow at first, gradually accelerating faster and faster into the sea. Han Feng stood at the boat on the deck, facing the sea breeze and spreading his arms wide to enjoy the feeling. "What's going on?" Ginger Crispin asked as she gave him a blank look. "Feel the spirit of the wind." Han Feng laughed. "Wind? What's so spiritual about it? Doesn't it just blow in your face?" "No, you don't understand. The wind is very active. The wind is formless and changing. The wind is soft. The spring breeze is refreshing. The wind is also violent, destructive, capable of destroying mountains, forests, and houses, and it can be in any form or be transformed into any force. The wind is a puzzling presence, felt with the heart, yet it is felt. One day, I'll transform into the wind and travel the world. Oh wind, heed my call." Vomit. Jiang Zero dry heaved and gave Han Feng a big blank stare. "It's so middle of the road." Han Feng didn't mind and pulled her over to stand in front of him, then lifted her arms so that she could come and feel the power of the wind together. That image, beautiful and ethereal, would have been even more romantic with the Titanic theme song. "Feel the wind surging?" "No, I just felt the people around us looking at us like we were idiots. Humph, not understanding. Not as romantic as a little fox." Han Feng let go of her before turning around and looking at the disciples on the ship. The disciples were in groups, chatting and forming teams, and only Bai Ling Yu was sitting alone in the middle of the deck, meditating with her eyes closed, silently cultivating without talking to anyone. After traveling for more than an hour, the warboat finally arrived at its destination. The Yin Yang sect and the Xian Tian sword sect were both on the east seacoast, so they also came the earliest. Han Feng saw a super huge and incomparable formation that stood above the sea, and even if they were flying above the warboat now, they couldn't see the end of it, and the whole big formation inside the fog. Visibility is not high. Do not know because the morning sea fog, or because the formation specifically so get. The top of the formation wasn't too high either, so I guess it was also to restrict the participants from flying too high to observe the entire battlefield. At least Han Feng could only see one island, and couldn't see any further in, and on the sea around them, there were quite a few boats docked, with quite a few people on them. Outside the formation, there was a small island, and that island was where the organizers were this time. The warboat slowly landed on the water, and the disciples of the Yin Yang sect stayed on the boat, waiting for the match to begin. Han Feng, there are delicious food for sale there. Let's go buy delicious food to eat? How can we have the strength to fight if we're not full? The little fox said, pointing to a patch of boats in the distance. Once every 10 years, the 100 Pride tournament always attracts many people to participate as well as watch. And where there are people, there is naturally no shortage of people doing business. With so many cultivators gathered here at this time, there would naturally be a lot of business people who would come over in their boats. There were those who sold treasures, those who sold elixir formations, those who sold spirit beasts, and naturally, those who sold all kinds of spirit food. Many of the casual cultivators who were going to compete would buy something from here to increase their hopes of winning. "Yeah, let's go check it out." Han Feng held the little fox in his arms and questioned Zhang Zero. "Going around together?" "Go for it." Together, the two came within that area, landed on a large boat, and wandered off. Those eats weren't expensive, so Han Feng bought some and gave them to the little fox and Zhang Chui Ro, and he himself took a bunch of spirit fruits and ate them. The little fox was happy. Take a look and see. A spirit beast at the 8th level of the Chi practicing stage can be taken away for only 5,000 spirit stones. A cultivator yelled, and in the cage in front of him was a snow-white psychic jade fox. That toneling jade fox's eyes were dull and numb, without a trace of vitality, staring blankly ahead with unfocused eyes. When the little fox saw it, he was all of a sudden in a low mood. "And it's so sad. You humans are so bad." Han Feng sighed and stroked the little fox's head. There was no way around it. There were thousands of spirit beasts in the world. They couldn't save them all, and they didn't have that kind of money to buy them. The little fox tilted her little face up and looked at Han Feng, whispering, "Han Feng, you're a good man." What's with the good guy card all of a sudden? If it wasn't for you, I'd probably end up in the same place as that psychic jade fox. It's okay, don't be afraid. You'll always be free with me. You're so sweet. You're my best friend. A smile appeared on the little fox's face. Ginger Crispin laughed. "So I'm not good for you? Why don't you compliment me? Little crispy sisters can be spoiled." The little fox said seriously. "But you're not like Han Feng. You just think of me as a pet, and he, as a friend." Zhang Ziro was stunned at his words, and then he seemed to be enlightened. No wonder the little fox would rather stay with Han Feng. This smelly man, every day, playing around with him and even getting beaten up, than being with itself, when it was clear that it was more pampered and gentle with it. Now she understood that what the little fox needed was not pampering, but respect and equality. Its relationship with Han Feng was like the relationship between Han Feng and Wang Coronet. Han Feng and Jiang Chui-ro continued to walk forward, when suddenly, a strange object caught Han Feng's attention. It was something like a backpack, an organ creation, with a wooden box in the center, and two pairs of wings sticking out of the outer extension of the box, one pair at the top and one pair at the bottom, and then on the backstrap side, there were lines to control it. Fellow Daoist, what is this? Han Feng asked curiously. The stall holder said, organ artifact, lower grade spirit treasure, elephant instrument organ box, can be used to fly or attack the enemy. Selling price, 5,000 spirit stones. Chapter 113, the little bargainer. Hearing this price, Han Feng was surprised and said, what? 5,000 spirit stones? You're selling an inferior spiritual treasure for 5,000. Why don't you go and rob it? You're so sweet. You obviously could have just robbed me. And you're still giving me an inferior spirit treasure. That stall owner sneered, and someone doesn't know what they're talking about. They're still a disciple of the Yin Yang sect. They don't even recognize the organ creation. Get lost. Don't get in the way of my business. Ginger Crystal suddenly asked, is it the kind of organ creation that doesn't need aura and can supply its own energy to maneuver? The little girl knows her stuff. All right. When this is put on, you can fly even if you don't have aura in your body, right? Ginger Crisp asked again. More than that, it's not only able to fly, it's also able to release flying needles, which have powerful anesthetics on them that can drastically slow down and weaken the enemy. But of course, if you guys want to be even more unethical, you can change it to poison as well. It's out of my hands. Hearing this, Han Feng's eyes lit up. He couldn't use this thing, but he could give it to Wang Coronet to use. Wang Coronet practiced martial arts and couldn't fly, so he was really at a disadvantage when facing an immortal cultivator. If we bought this for him, wouldn't it allow him to fly freely? As for the 5,000 spirit stones, Han Feng still had them, and they were even considered to be just a small amount of money. After all, he had robbed Yi Long Yuan, the big dog, but he pretended to be embarrassed and asked, but this thing is of little use to cultivators, but anyone who is an immortal cultivator will fly with a sword, and go wherever they want with a thought. This thing is so chicken shit. The stall owner sneered and said, don't you need to consume Reiki to fly with your own sword? When facing the enemy, every additional point of aura consumed is 1 point less of a chance to win. If you and your enemy are of equal cultivation and are both fighting in mid-air, and he consumes aura by flying with his sword, you don't need to consume aura when you have this treasure of mine. In the end, the first one to get worn out will definitely be the other, and you'll be able to kill him. Han Feng retorted. Who would fight until they run out of aura and still haven't finished off the other side? If it really comes to that, they don't have much aura left, and they're still being picked up by the other enemies? There are tens of thousands of enemies here. That's an extreme case. Can't you judge the situation for yourself? So this thing doesn't consume aura to fly. What does it fly on? Rely on the spirit stones. Doesn't that fucking consume aura? The stall holder glared. You want the horse to run and you don't give the horse grass. Where in the world is such a beautiful thing? Are you buying or not? If you don't buy, roll. Don't disturb my business. I'm just curious to see. This thing has been on display here for half a day, and no one has come to buy it. It looks strange and weird. It's a bit of a cockamamie, but it's kind of fun. How about this? 2005 spirit stones. How about I buy it? The side of the Jiang Chui-ro stared wide-eyed. But also Xing So cut the price? Directly cut the waste? The stall owner was also enraged and bellowed that what the fuck? $2,500 and you want to buy it? Delusional. This thing cost more than that. You don't care how much it costs. You just can't sell it, right? If you can't sell it, it's useless in your hands. So you might as well exchange it for spirit stones and be able to buy something else useful. 2,500. Okay? I don't have to have it. It's just rare. Upon hearing this, the stall owner's temper subsided a bit, and he patiently explained that the organs in here are all very subtle. There are also spell formations to provide wind power to help with flight. There are also energy conversion formations, and spell formations to protect the outer shell. And even the wood, which is made of 1,000-year-old black ironwood, is indestructible and resistant to the attacks of Foundation establishment cultivators. Just these items were expensive, plus the craftsmanship of the people's organ masters was exquisite, and they could also maximize the use of spirit stone energy. For one spirit stone, for normal flight, one can fly for a day and a night, and for extreme flight, one can fly for most of the day. And look at these control threads. Just stick them to the back of your neck and they'll be connected to your brain, and you can control it to fly back and forth, left and right, up and down, when you move your mind. It's better than even the sword royalty technique. Such a good thing. You want to buy it away for 2,500 spirit stones? Earlier, what you said is quite mysterious. 3,000. I'll give you 3,000 at most. I only bought a flying sword of lower grade spirit treasure for 15,000. 3,000 can buy two. Then look at something else, the stall owner said impatiently. Han Feng really went to look at something else, and a flowing 7-colored bead caught his attention. That bead is beautiful, gorgeous, and the little sea spirit, Anne, would love it very much. How do you sell these beads? 5 spirit stones. So cheap? What kind of spirit weapon? Lower grade spirit weapon. The cheapest kind. Han Feng nodded. The first gift he had given to Jiang Zura was a dagger of a lower grade spiritual artifact. And what does it do? It glows. And then what? It just glows. Nothing else? What else do you want to buy for 5 spirit stones? Take it home as a toy to coax that spirit pet of yours. The stall holder snorted. I'm not stupid. The little fox gritted his teeth. It's kinda pretty, but like that organ case, it's useless, but just kinda like it. Han Feng stood up and rubbed his chin. Ginger Crispus assisted by saying, alright, save your money, let's go buy something useful. It's time to start the race soon. Well then, he's full of useless stuff. No wonder he can't sell it. Let's go. With those words, the two were about to leave. The stall owner saw that they were really leaving and that they didn't particularly want to buy his stuff. They just looked rare. Thinking that once again if he can't sell it again it will really be in his hands. The stall owner said, ugh, come back. 3,000 is 3,000. Take it away, take it away. Han Feng laughed. Yo, figured it out at this point? But it's not like I want it too much. How about this? 3,000 spirit stones. Give me that 7-colored bead as well. I'll take it back to tease my spirit pet. Okay, 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 okay. The two sides traded, and Han Feng gave the spirit stones, got the 2 treasures, and took them back into his storage bag. The duo wandered around for a while longer and didn't find anything they needed. After all, they didn't lack anything. Coincidentally, the royal family and the people from the Blood Cloud Palace and the Myriad Sound Valley had come, and it was almost noon, so the two of them went back to their clan's warboat. This time, the people who led the team out from each family had sent out the head of each family, and the one who came from the royal family was still the King Jing from last time. After all the families had arrived, the heads of the 4 great sects all flew over as well. The head of the Xian Tian Sword sect was a middle-aged cultivator, while the head of the Blood Cloud Palace was an immortal old man who looked quite like a good person. The head of Myriad Sound Valley, on the other hand, was a graceful and beautiful woman, who did not speak or smile, had a serious expression, and her eyes were disdainful and domineering, very much like a queen. Chapter 114, The 100 Pride Match begins. Entering the Great Formation after all, she was a powerful woman who ruled a large clan. It was just this woman that the Yin Yang sect master was most familiar with. It's none other than his old former lover, Ching Ha. However, although the two of them had an awkward status, they were both in the position of being the sect leader, and they could not avoid meeting each other, so they were accustomed to it. At least the bright side is honest and comfortable. The crowd greeted each other politely in turn. Greetings to sect leader Qingxia. The Yin Yang sect master clasped his palms in greeting. However, sect leader Qingxia only nodded faintly and turned her head away, ignoring him. Sect leader Duanmu's face was embarrassed for a moment, so he turned his head away. A few people next to them were watching the joke on the two of them. Stop laughing. King Jing, hurry up and announce the rules to begin. Good. Then this time, let the old man announce the presidency. King Jing smiled and nodded, and then said to the people on the warboat below and on the island, first of all, welcome to the 100 Pride Tournament. We, the 5 major powers, warmly welcome you, and hope that all of you will be able to achieve a good result. Now, please ask the participating disciples from outside the 5 great clans to come over and receive their tokens. On the battlefield, if you are not defeated, you can crush the token and teleport out. Someone down there started handing out tokens, and those who were going to participate reported their names, and the tokens were handed out after checking over there. Also check their cultivation. As for the 5 great clans, they were all directly distributed by their own elders, and Han Feng Jiang Chui Ro had gotten them all. During this time, King Jing also announced the rules of the competition. It was exactly the same as what Han Feng had heard before. Nothing had changed. Finally, King added that our 5 powers, out of care for you, have placed many treasures on the battlefield. Among them, there were tens of thousands of various spiritual weapons, and 10 spiritual treasures, as well as some pills and other things that can help you recover from your aura injuries. The purpose was that even if someone was eliminated, it would not be a wasted trip to return empty-handed. and to take some spiritual weapons to strengthen themselves. All of these spiritual treasures, all of which we threw in at random, some on the island, some in the sea, and of course, there's a chance that they'll be eaten by the sea beasts in their stomachs. Ha 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 ha. You'll have to discover, find, and snatch all of this yourselves. Whether or not you get the treasure, and whether or not you get it good or bad, is all up to luck. Outside of this formation, there will be 2 lists of names, as well as many projections. The projections will show the highlights of some of the best disciples in real time, and if you perform well, you will also be projected. The list ranking is also announced in real time as the competition proceeds, and is absolutely transparent, open and fair. I ask everyone out there to share in the scrutiny. Anyone who violates the rules will be disqualified from the competition along with severe punishment. After those disciples took their tokens, they directly flew on their swords and waited outside the formation. Han Feng suddenly remembered something and immediately took out a watery blue bead and handed it to Jiang Chui-ro, saying, "This is Yi Lon Yuan's treasure." He relied on this to move underwater for a long time in the first place. It seems to be called something like Aqua Bright Pearl. After teleporting in a while, you'll go hide under the water first. Then we'll both transmit our voices and I'll go find you. So what do you use? I'll fly. How fast I am. Who can stop me? Han Feng laughed. Okay then, contact when you get in. Zhang Ziro placed the Aqua Bright Pearl inside her chest. Han Feng gifted his Taoist couple with a top-grade spiritual treasure, this Wei Mingzhu, and received a 10-fold return, and a lower-grade artifact, water-repelling golden pearl, which can form a large area of air in the water, unfolding its speed as if it were in the air and mobilizing the water current to manipulate it, an inferior magic weapon? Han Feng was shocked. He thought that the Aqua Pearl wasn't something good, but he didn't expect it to be a top-grade spiritual treasure. He knew that cultivators' treasures were categorized into the grades of spirit weapons, spirit treasures, magic weapons, and magic treasures. It's hard for a foundation establishment cultivator to want a spiritual treasure, and he even has a magic weapon now? He still understands the reasoning of the piker, and after that bead was collected, he hurriedly put it away. At noon, King Jing announced that the competition had begun and that they could enter the formation. Han Feng and Jiang Chui-ro, hand in hand, flew together toward the formation. The formation itself was a very large super teleportation formation, and after they entered, a stream of light flashed before their eyes, and Han Feng realized that he was in the middle of an ocean. It was foggy all around. You could see up to a mile away and nothing else. That's how to know what position you're in. Han Feng muttered. The little fox stood on his shoulder and said, "Quickly send a message to little crispy sister Ah, ask her where she is. You only have such a daughter-in-law. You have to protect her Ah." Han Feng nodded, then took out his voice transmission jade slip and said, "Crispy, where are you?" However, that one divine thought that should have been sent out was blocked in the jade slip. Can't send it out? What's going on? Han Feng tried a few more times, but it still didn't work. The little fox said with a serious little face and a serious tone, "I think that this might be a tactic by the organizers to avoid the disciples of the big clans assembling to bully others. After all, even if they were to teleport separately, the disciples of the large clans could still transmit their voices, say a location, and gather together to hold the group. The reason I don't tell you ahead of time is to prevent you from discussing where to meet in advance. And the fog is set up so that you can't see your own people too far away." You have a point. Except in that case, how do I get to her? Then don't look for it. Sister Little Crispy Meat is a heavenly spirit root and still at the peak of chi practicing cultivation. Not inferior to you at all. You don't need to go worry about her. All along, you've been a little stronger than her, so subconsciously you would think she's weak. But think about it carefully, the number one female disciple of Lakha Peak, could she possibly be weak? Little Crispy Sister is famous throughout the entire sect, relying on more than just her beauty, but also her qualifications. Hearing the little fox's words, Han Feng was dumbfounded and said, "You're right, don't bother worrying about her, we'll just try our best to find her. With her strength, unless she encounters the first disciples of the 5 great sects, no one can do anything to her, and she's got so many protective treasures on her body as well. Aha, why don't we go out in the ocean and pet some crabs? What's the point of touching a crab?" Looking for a little crispy meat, Han Feng put the little fox into his bag and was ready to go find Jiang Chui-ro. Suddenly, a man sprang out of the sea beneath his feet and stabbed at him with a sword. Han Feng was startled and immediately drew back while a sword viciously chopped down. That young disciple advanced instead of retreating, feeling that Han Feng was easy to bully, and even wanted to come forward to attack him forcefully. However, he was struck by Han Feng's sword and directly spat out blood and smashed heavily into the sea. Han Feng immediately drilled into the sea and directly grabbed that disciple, carrying him in a single hand. The guy was defenseless. Chapter 115. The one-blooded Emperor. Han Feng was also a bit confused. What's going on here? He just came in and someone ambushed him down on the water surface to sneak attack him? So far ahead of him? That young man also knew that he had kicked the bucket this time when he felt the majestic spiritual pressure on Han Feng. Originally I wanted to take advantage of people's defenses to sneak attack to get a blood open door read. I did not expect to come up to kick so hard. Spare your life. The young man trembled and begged for mercy. Han Feng grinned and said, crush the token yourself to exit. Don't do this. I've only just come in. I haven't had a good look around the place yet. Please spare me. I don't want to be too far down the list. I'm sorry. I'm not a generous person. You've sneaked up on me. Would you have spared me if I'd been successful in your sneak attack? Upon hearing this, the disciple, with all his thoughts, took out the token and crushed it. He was thinking of mixing up a good ranking in the 100 Pride tournament, but he had no choice but to land in a box. And right at this moment, the two lists on the great array in the outside world also changed. One was the ranking list, which appeared, Loose Cultivator Qin Hai, 27,852th place. There were only so many people in total, and he was last. The other is a defeat list. Yin Yang Sect's Han Feng, 1. That one beats the count. This scene greatly energized the Yin Yang Sect disciples outside, and they chanted Han Feng's name. After all, it's the one that took the first blood. It's a good way to open the door. Han Feng, as a disciple of the Wind Attribute Heavenly Spiritual Root, was considered a heavenly pride, and with the two previous events of the Secret Realm and the trial, he was considered to be a minor celebrity within the Yin Yang sect, and the other sects knew of him as well. Among the many projections outside, there were many disciples with greater and more exceptional reputations from before, including one of Han Feng's exclusive projections, and of course, those of Bai Lingyu, Zhang Suero, and the others. The disciples of the Yin Yang sect were very excited to see Han Feng defeat his enemy with a direct sword destruction. Inside, Han Feng was alert in his heart after he resolved that disciple. Sneak attacks are a thing that happens once or twice, and on this battlefield, with the old six everywhere, it's still a good idea to be very careful. He flew a little higher, trying to avoid being sneak attacked by the disciples lurking under the seawater. Han Feng first flew towards the due south. After flying for not even a quarter of an hour, he saw the formation barrier, which was slowly moving towards him. The formation was constantly shrinking, and as he flew towards the due south, he happened to see that the arc of the formation was moving in his direction, and then he also knew that he was located in the southernmost position of the entire battlefield. After knowing the directions, Han Feng turned around and flew north. Defeating the number was of little use to him. He didn't need to go out and excel to get the big powers to look at him. He was originally a disciple of a big power, and the number of defeats has nothing to do with the final ranking, which is based on who lives longer, and the longer they live, the higher the ranking. So he didn't bother to look for someone to fight. So he flew in mid-air, carefully looking for Zhang Zuoro. After flying for not long, Han Feng arrived at the first southernmost island. The island was still quite large, at least as far as the eye could see in the fog. Han Feng landed on the island with the little fox, and when the little fox saw that there were quite a few shell crabs on the seashore, she happily went to pick them up, wanting to bake them and eat them. Han Feng, on the other hand, was observing the terrain on the beach. Suddenly the little fox cried out, Han Feng, come look! I picked up the little whistle. It's so cute. The little fox's little paws held up a little bamboo-like whistle in joy. What's with the whistles in the middle of nowhere like this? Han Feng curiously walked over. The little fox smiled happily, and was about to speak when she suddenly turned pale and exclaimed that with malice. Han Feng immediately drew his sword, and not far away from the little fox, under the tide, three figures suddenly jumped out and grabbed at the little fox. In a hurry and in a panic, the little fox put the whistle into its little mouth and blew it towards the three disciples. Sharp whistles immediately erupted, and Dao sound waves appeared, causing the people around them to immediately feel their scalps numb, their heads aching, and stopping in place. Aside from the little fox itself, Han Feng and the three men all received a sonic shock. The little fox had no cultivation and had no way to control the direction of the sound waves attack, which could only spread out indiscriminately in all directions. Han Feng took advantage of this opportunity and immediately rushed over, taking the little fox into his arms and looking at the three disciples warily. The cultivation aura emanating from those three disciples was quite a bit stronger than the previous one, and Han Feng visually estimated that these three should be at the 8th or 9th level of the Qi practicing stage. Of course, those whose cultivation was too poor would not come to participate in the 100 Pride tournament, that is, to be abused. Those three young disciples, a fat man at the head of them sneered and said, "My friend, this whistling spirit weapon, we found it first come first served, shouldn't we return it to us?" Han Feng snorted and said, "It's true that you guys found this treasure before me, but you want to use it to attract the fallen and defeat, right? Just now, my spirit pet was going to come over to me with it. And when you guys saw that you couldn't sneak attack if you were any farther away, you immediately made a move to try to take my spirit pet. Now that you see that I am a disciple of the Yin Yang sect and you don't want to do anything directly, you want to intimidate me into giving you the treasure. Am I right? Hey, that's exactly right. Since your excellency is so sensible, and we don't want to offend the Yin Yang sect, how about handing over the treasures to us, and let's go our separate ways and be at peace with each other? The fat man sneered, his eyes leering. Obviously, they thought that the three of them could bully Han Feng, but what they didn't know was that Han Feng was able to fight comfortably under the siege of 20 disciples of the same realm when he was at the 9th level of the Qi practicing stage, and the current Han Feng was at the 13th level of the Qi practicing stage. Han Feng looked at the little fox holding the little whistle tightly, so he asked, like it? Love it? I'm going to wear it around my neck and from now on I'll blow the whistle when I'm looking for you and you'll come over when the whistle blows. The little fox said happily, like it. Han Feng raised his head and looked at the three disciples, saying blandly, this thing, my spirit pet likes it very much. While I'm in a good mood now, I'll forget about you guys sneaking up on it before. Get lost. Upon hearing this, those three disciples stared at Han Feng with wide eyes and faces full of disbelief. The fat man at the head of the group was all pissed off and laughing, and said in a conspiratorial manner that it's really worthy of being a disciple of a great sect. This talk is just tough, and it doesn't bother with us anymore. Awesome, awesome, completely disregarding us casual cultivators. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? You know what the three of us are called? For your information, we're known as the Peach Orchard 3. In the whole of Peach Orchard Street, the three of us brothers walk sideways. Come on, brothers, show this kid your hand. Let him see how awesome our buddies are. Chapter 116, Meeting the Mysterious Man Again. Big brother. This kid is a disciple of a big clan. After defeating him in a while, don't let him crush the token. Let him hand over the storage bag to us after canceling the imprint, and then eliminate him. Otherwise, we'll just keep beating him until he's willing to hand it over. Good idea. After saying their words, those three men rose up into the air and surrounded and killed Han Feng. Han Feng was also all pissed off and laughing. These three people really didn't know the heights of heaven. Not only did they want to eliminate him, they even wanted to rob him. The wings on his back unfolded, and he slashed his sword on the fat man in the lead. He used 7 layers of force, and he directly slashed that fat man's chest with a big bloody wound, and the fat man smashed heavily on the ground. After a sword seriously injured the fat man at the 9th level of Qi practicing stage, the remaining two were scared out of their wits and flew in the air with their imperial swords, neither advancing nor retreating. Han Feng didn't bother to say anything more to them and directly chopped out 2 swords, seriously injuring those 2 disciples and dropping them to the ground. Although killing an enemy was considered elimination, Han Feng's killing heart wasn't heavy, and the other party hadn't been guilty of a crime punishable by death, so he wouldn't go taking someone's life for no reason. It was a hand that made the crowd, outside the arena, roar. This time, not only the disciples of the Yin Yang sect, but also the disciples of other sects and the casual cultivators had noticed this scene. That guy's name is Han Feng? Why haven't I heard of him before? It seems like all the enemies this kid has encountered have been casually defeated with a single sword, and so far it's been 4 people, and none of them have been able to carry one of his swords. That sword technique is indeed powerful. If it wasn't for the 3 words Yin Yang sect written in front of it, I would have thought he was from the Shin Tian sword sect. Pull back. That's not a sword path at all. His sword is just his weapon. He didn't even use his divine ability. It's just a simple use of aura to slice out a sword. No frills, pure strength suppression. Peach Garden 3 GI know. We as city. These 3 guys are not good things. On the basis of a little cultivation. See the foundation establishment to kneel. See Qi practicing stage and mortals to bully. Our city can be quite a lot of people suffered greatly, but they do have the strength. 1 at the 9th level of the Qi practicing stage and 2 at the 8th level of the Qi practicing stage. No one else can do anything about them. The 9th level of Qi practicing stage is also a sword second? What exactly is this Han Feng's strength? The heavenly spirit root is actually so terrifying? I think his strength is comparable to the 5 sons of Manhwa, right? This is still a hidden heavenly pride. The crowd outside was buzzing, and Han Feng's excellent performance had brought honor to the sect leader's face. At this time, the other 5 sons of men hadn't even opened their doors yet, and Han Feng had already thwarted his strong enemies in succession. On the battlefield, on the southern shore of the island sea, Han Feng dragged a man with one hand to the fat man and threw him down. Hero, spare your life. The fat man begged for mercy. Han Feng looked at them from above and smiled slightly. Yes? Just now. What did you guys say you were going to do to me? Hero, we have eyes to recognize MT. Tai and looked away. Please spare us once. Please, we won't dare to rob others in the future. The fat man pleaded incoherently. Han Feng continued to say very patiently. What has it got to do with me if you rob others or not? I'm just asking you, what did you guys just say you were going to do to me? Do you want me to ask a third time? We said to defeat you. Then you erased the divine sense imprint of the storage bag. Then eliminated you. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started. Han Feng's eyes swept the fat man's storage bag. The fat man, full of bitterness, said, Big brother, you're a heavenly pride of the Yin Yang sect, and you still look at us, the three of us? A mosquito is meat even if it's small. I gave you the chance to get the hell out of here, but you came to find trouble with me. So who's to blame? Blame me? Or else, of course, the three of you can also try taking out the token and crushing it to teleport out while I'm not looking. Or you can try to see if your hands are faster or my sword is faster. No, big brother, we know how fast your sword is. We wouldn't dare. The fatty hurriedly picked up the storage bag, placed it on his head, cancelled the divine sense imprint, and handed it to Han Feng. The other two disciples rushed to do the same. Han Feng got his hands on the three storage bags, and after recognizing them as his masters, he took out the tokens inside and crushed them with one hand. 3 pillars of teleportation light came down from the sky, eliminating those 3 people. Wealthy, open it up and see what's inside. The little fox said happily. After Han Feng opened it and looked at it, he said, it only adds up to 2,000 or 3,000 spirit stones, and a bunch of broken copper and iron. So poor. A mosquito is still meat. Let's go happily robbing others to make a fortune, right? The little fox offered. You have a point. It's already extra legal for us not to kill them. Defeating them to take away the storage bag is also desirable, right? Han Feng laughed and placed the little fox on his shoulder as he got up and flew. Seeing this scene, the disciples outside were all filled with black lines. Damn you Yin Yang sect, great heavenly pride. In this kind of public attention, go to rob and bully other weak disciples. Really a little bit of billion do not want Where's your pushiness as a celestial pride? However, Han Feng had just flown up when the little fox said, with malice, where? 2 miles to the east. There's malice, but it's not directed at us. There might be a fight going on. Let's go and talk it out. Go on, take a look. Han Feng held the little fox in his arms and flew toward the distance. Just 5 people fighting over there. 4 guys beating up 1 guy. Those 4 young disciples, 3 men and 1 woman, all had the symbol of a red blood cloud on their chests. Clearly disciples of the Blood Cloud Palace. In the 5 great powers, the disciples of each family had their family's symbol on their chest. The Xian Tian sword sec was a sword. The Myriad Sound Valley was a lute. The Blood Cloud Palace was a blood cloud. And the royal one was a seal. For the Yin Yang sect, it was a Yin Yang twin fish bagua, the same one that was hanging on the chest of the disciple who was being rounded up. That disciple was none other than the mysterious person he had seen before, wearing a bucket hat and hemp clothes, with a Yin Yang sect symbol pinned on his chest, and was fiercely battling against those 4 disciples. It's a disciple of our clan. Let's go help him, the little fox said. There's no rush. Just watch for a little while longer. I want to see this person's true strength, making it so mysterious. It must be very strong. If he really can't beat it, then I'll make my move. After saying his words, Han Feng directly sat on the canopy of a large tree and leisurely watched the fight over there. The 4 Blood Cloud Palace disciples on the battlefield over there were in 4 directions, attacking the one in the center with their swords. The man in the center, on the other hand, was unarmed and unarmed. Chapter 117, The Mysterious Man's Strong Strength, only to see that mysterious disciple, facing the first sword to arrive, not dodging or avoiding, directly grabbing the sword with a palm, allowing the swords from the other 3 directions to slash at his own body, emitting ping-pong-pong banging sounds, and the mysterious man held that sword in his left hand, clenched his right hand into a fist, and directly smashed his fist fiercely on that sword. Only a click was heard, and the sword snapped in response. And then the mysterious man let go of his left hand and threw the broken sword in his left hand to the ground without even a drop of blood on his hand. This scene stunned everyone around them. That was a top-grade spiritual weapon. If the enemy was holding a spiritual treasure-level weapon, he would be able to break it with his full strength. But this person was bare-handed. This person's physical body was even comparable to a magic treasure? That Blood Cloud Palace disciple who had his sword path shattered drank in a cold voice. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Don't fight him in close combat, drain him to death. The four of them immediately pulled away and flew into mid-air, killing the mysterious man with a single sword blade. And at that moment, the mysterious man also turned around and killed towards one of those four Blood Cloud Palace disciples. Those four disciples were shocked by the situation and immediately drew back. The mysterious man leapt up and slammed his fist over, which was dodged by that disciple drawing back. However, instead of pursuing, The mysterious man fell in free fall downwards. The scene stunned those around them. What do you mean? Show us what you're made of by smashing yourself? However, Hanfeng suddenly came to a realization and immediately stood up with a grave expression on his face. Be ready to strike at any time. But he still didn't make a move. The mysterious man leapt up once again and killed towards that disciple. That disciple drew back again and dodged again. And the mystic, once again, fell to the ground, the bucket hat falling off his head. Seeing the mysterious man's eyes, Hanfeng confirmed it 100%. And that Blood Cloud Palace disciple laughed out loud and said, asterisk 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 s. This guy can't fly. He doesn't know the royal sword art. With such a strong strength, it's ridiculous that he doesn't even know a royal sword art. Make a move. I want to see how tough this guy's flesh is. They all struck out, attacking the mysterious man remotely. And the mysterious man, since he couldn't fly, could only dodge back and forth, dodging the other party's attacks without the ability to fight back. That leading Blood Cloud Palace disciple laughed out loud. Lousy thought how powerful you are. But also Yin Yang sect people, you damn have been refining the body. Even the cultivation realm does not improve it. What's your cultivation level now? 4th level of Qi training stage? You don't even know how to use the sword? If you're like this, then I won't hold back. It's really cool to beat you like this. It's similar to walking your dog. You can only be impotent and furious down there. It's hard to even think about hitting us. That Blood Cloud Palace disciple slashed out with another sword. Yes, run that way. Ha ha ha, what an obedient dog. Running whichever way he's driven. Brothers, don't be in a hurry to kill him. Play a little longer. Scrape him alive with one sword. Then take his life. The other Blood Cloud Palace disciples next to them followed suit and humiliated them. Low, 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 sip, sip, sip. Run this way. Ugh, what a good boy. Should I throw you a bone to eat? Come this way. Ha 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 ha. That's cool. The Yin Yang sect doesn't know how to go about thinking. But they even sent a disciple who can't even fly over to compete. The Yin Yang sect doesn't want to face themselves. So don't blame us for humiliating their people. They're humiliating everyone by sending a disciple who can't even fly over to compete. Watching the scene of them playfully humiliating the mysterious man caused the disciples of the Yin Yang sect outside to see it. And each one of them broke into curses, angrily scolding the Blood Cloud Palace for being shameless. Basing on the fact that he could fly, he bullied their family's disciple who couldn't fly so much. Killing people was nothing but a headache. To humiliate their Yin Yang sect disciples like this. Battlefield killing. Battle death can only be blamed on the skill is not as good as the others. No one can say anything. Even if the 4 of you to fight one, can only blame this disciple bad luck? Did not find a group, but as disciples of the same great power. You guys are humiliating the disciples of the Yin Yang sect so much. You can kill but not kill. Instead you go and humiliate people like walking a dog. You really don't give any face at all. However, just as the disciples of the Yin Yang sect were filled with righteous indignation, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed, only to see the mysterious man performing body techniques to dodge and dodge while watching the right moment, taking advantage of the time when the disciple who had humiliated the most fiercely wasn't paying attention. He leapt up and the whole person jumped up like a cannonball. The mysterious man rushed to that disciple's face with incredible speed, and then slammed his fist heavily on that disciple's stomach. Boom! Only a muffled sound was heard, followed by that disciple screaming out miserably and slamming heavily onto the ground. And the mysterious man, too, fell heavily to the ground. As if he was unaware of the pain, he directly rolled up in a roll and came in front of that disciple, hardening himself against the sword attack behind him and letting it slash at his body. The mysterious man slammed his fist towards the disciple's head, which was a direct gesture to run for his life. That disciple was shocked and immediately moved back to dodge as the mysterious man slammed his fist on his chest. That disciple once again spat out blood in a big mouth. His eyes rolled over, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. The mysterious man probably shared the same interests as Han Feng, and directly ripped off the other party's storage bag before stomping that Blood Cloud Palace disciple's greatly shocked head off with one foot. Han Feng nodded when he saw this scene, secretly saying that this was how it should be, to kill decisively, and to kill ruthlessly when faced with someone who humiliated them. Even Han Feng felt that it wasn't enough. He should do the same thing to the others, waste those guys and walk them like dogs as well in order to take out his anger. However, he still didn't make a move. Han Feng felt that such a humiliation should only be avenged by that person's own hands. If the guy can't beat it, he'll just strike again. Sure enough, the mysterious man was ferocious. Taking advantage of the 3 disciples' surprise and bewilderment, he once again stomped on the ground with his toes, and rushed towards the Blood Cloud Palace disciple with the fastest speed possible. And then his left hand grabbed fiercely, grabbing the disciple's neck, and then his right fist blasted over, and that disciple's head turned into a puddle of rotten meat on the spot. the mysterious man dropped again, falling to the ground and hitting it hard before he got up and removed that disciple's storage bag as well. Those two remaining disciples had also seen the terrifying strength of that mysterious person. They realized that they kept attacking as if they couldn't kill the other party. But as long as they were approached by the other party once, they would have to die. That's too low of a margin for error. Can't fight. Can't fight. Have to hurry. The duo immediately flew away, and the mysterious man didn't chase after them because he knew he couldn't. However, that duo had just flown away not too far when a person suddenly appeared in front of them. You too. This way is not possible. Chapter 118, The King's Coronation's Pride. Han Feng stopped the two Blood Cloud Palace disciples. If those two disciples were to fight, they wouldn't be able to beat the mysterious man. But if they were to run, the mysterious man wouldn't be able to fly and wouldn't be able to catch up. These four people from the Blood Cloud Palace had humiliated Han Feng's fellow disciples in such a way, so Han Feng naturally wouldn't let them escape. Those two were shocked when they saw Han Feng. They could not imagine at all what kind of speed could reach them so quickly. Get out of the way. Get out of Grandpa's way. That Blood Cloud Palace disciple cursed angrily. Without a word, Han Feng directly chopped out with his sword, knocking those two back. With that sword, he didn't use his full strength. If he had struck out with his full strength, those two would have been directly lifeless. He's intentionally not killing, leaving the opportunity for the Mysterons. It's better to do things like revenge with your own hands. But even though he didn't use his full strength with that sword, the two of them still had big holes in their chests from his sword, and fell to the ground, making it difficult for them to get up. This was, after all, just a few ordinary disciples of the Blood Cloud Palace, not some big family or heavenly pride, not that many defensive spirit weapons. After those two fell to the ground, the mysterious man immediately flew forward, leapt up, directly stomped on one head, and then bent down fiercely. Heavy fists fell, and with a single punch he blew out another head, crisp, clean, and decisive, without a hint of drag. The mysterious man took down the storage bags of those two people and threw them to Han Feng, saying in a hoarse voice, "Thank you, fellow Taoist. You're welcome, fellow disciples. It's only right to help each other." Han Feng grinned and said, "Actually, you shouldn't have just killed them. They humiliated me. Shouldn't they be killed? How can a person with a soft heart stand in this world? Do you really think you're a living god?" The mysterious man sneered, his voice still hoarse. Han Feng shook his head and leisurely said, "I just think that it's too cheap to kill them just like that. You should waste their dantian first, then tie a rope around their necks and walk them like dogs. Do unto them what they did unto you. Blood for blood, teeth for teeth. It's not too late to kill them when you're out of breath. Mystic, you're a fucking living hell." After he finished speaking, he clasped his palm toward Han Feng. "Thank you for your help this time. These two storage bags are payment for you. You and I don't owe each other. Farewell." After saying his words, the mysterious man was about to turn around and leave. "Fellow Taoist, stay back." Han Feng walked forward, and from his storage bag, took out that elephant instrument organ box, saying, "This item is for you, Taoist." "What is this?" Mystic frowned. "This object is called the elephant instrument organ box. It is a lower grade spiritual treasure. It can fly without the need for aura manipulation. I see that because you can't fly, you are too restricted when fighting and it is difficult to attack the enemy. So I thought of giving this object to you, so that in the future when you are battling against someone again, you will be able to fly and kill the enemy." The mysterious person looked at Han Feng's eyes that were full of laughter and suddenly snorted and said in a normal voice, "Son of a bitch, you fucking recognized me, didn't you? We've known each other for over 5 years, eaten and lived together. No one knows you better than I do. So why would you think that I wouldn't recognize you if you covered your mouth and nose?" Han Feng said in a hoarse voice, following Wang Coronation's tone just now. "Many thanks, fellow Taoist. These two storage bags are for you. Ha 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 ha. You of." Wang Coronet laughed and cursed, pulling off the face mask and revealing his true colors, and then he reached out and took the hieroglyphic organ box. "This stuff is of no use to you. You bought this especially for me. I won't say anything more about my own brother. I'll give you something good in the future." "Who said it was for you?" Han Feng rolled his eyes, then opened the two storage bags that one coronet had given him, and after looking inside, he said, "There's a total of over 2,000 spirit stones in here, as well as some spirit weapons, pills, and whatnot, with a total value of over 3,000 spirit stones. I bought that box for 3,000 spirit stones, so I'll consider it sold to you, and I've even made a little profit." With those words, Han Feng put away everything in his storage bag. For enemies, 2 storage bags for each of them. One coronet stepped aside and rubbed the blood on his feet on the muddy ground before sitting down on a large rock while Han Feng sat next to him. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming to the 100 Pride tournament?" Han Feng asked. One coronet gave a bitter laugh and said, "Because I'm poor, The 100 Pride ranking list is to select the top 100 heavenly prides, all of which have generous rewards. I'd like to mix it up and try to get a top 100 finish if I can get a good one. Maybe. You can even mix up some rewards and take those rewards to exchange them for some heavenly materials for body refining. Upon hearing this, Han Feng shook his head expressionlessly and said, "Pull back. Nowadays the mainstream is immortal cultivation. Most of the pills and treasures are cultivation enhancement. Physical cultivation is rare. Occasionally there are some pills that can enhance the strength of the physical body and whatnot, but they can only enhance the strength of the physical body a little bit, and it doesn't help you in the slightest to enhance your martial arts realm. Don't I know you? Can you really come here for that little reward? Can the 3 or 2 dates that the 5 major powers gleaned from you be more than what your master gave you? You came to the 100 Pride tournament for no more than 2 purposes. The first one is trying to find people in the same realm to fight against, to practice, even to sharpen your own martial realm. Martial artists are good at fighting. Only by constantly fighting can they improve themselves. The second one is trying to prove to myself that I'm no worse than anyone else." Han Feng knew that Wang Coronation was a very strong person. Don't look at the usual playfulness and love of talking, but he used to cultivate subsequently harder than anyone else, just in the way of qualifications and resources. The promotion is very slow, but the more he did, the harder he worked. His self-esteem was high and he didn't want to be worse than anyone else, especially after his cultivation was completely wasted. He became even more sensitive and his self-esteem was even stronger. Even after practicing martial arts, he didn't want to make himself worse than others. It was also because his pride was too strong. So when faced with the humiliation of the Blood Cloud Palace disciples, he would not hesitate to kill them. Han Feng also knew his character, so he intentionally didn't kill those 2 disciples, leaving them for Wang Coronet to kill. "You want to come to participate in the 100 Pride tournament? Why don't you tell me? Also specially masked, afraid that I would recognize you?" Han Feng asked. Wang Coronet gave a bitter laugh and said, "With your strength, you are going to compete for the top 10, or even the first place. And when I tell you, you will advise me that it's too dangerous in here, and won't let me come. Even if I had insisted on coming, you would have always protected me. I'd be dragging you down if I stayed, and I wouldn't serve to sharpen myself, so I might as well not say anything." Chapter 119, Meeting Sea Spirits and Mermaids. Again Han Feng smiled and said, "But now that I've come and met you anyway, it's only natural that I can't let you go off on your own again. Groups are allowed in here, and it just so happens that I'm the only one on my side. So let's form a team and break in together. It'll be safer too. I don't have a high goal. Just get into the top 10 and finish with a foundation building pill at the end. You team up with me, let's fight with them. You can make it into the top 10 as well, and we'll get the rewards together. Where's Ginger Crispy Zoe? Isn't she here too? Haven't found it yet, but it's fine. She's pretty strong too. Just meddle a bit to stabilize it. The circle will get smaller and smaller. You can always meet. We don't need anyone else on this team. Just the 2 of us, and if we run into Puffy, we'll add her too. If you add other disciples in advance to form a team, when you find her, it's not good to kick others out, so you just don't want others. With the strength of the 2 of us, we're basically the ceiling of this battlefield, and we can also break through." Wang Coronet also knew that after meeting Han Feng, the idea of going out on his own was definitely going to go out the window, but it was good to have a companion. He picked up the organ box and asked Han Feng how to use it, and once he learned how, he carried it directly on his back and attached the threads to the back of his head, and then with a thought, he flew straight up. "Yo wow windy, this is the first time I've ever flown on my own. It feels awesome." Wang Coronet laughed. "You get more acclimatized and practice your flying stance. There's more space and maneuverability in the sky." Han Feng also flew up. The 2 men searched this island for an enemy, as well as the little Crisps. Han Feng wasn't going to go looking for someone to brush up on his defeat count. Taking it didn't make sense to him, but Wang Coronet was wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to come and defeat some more enemies and sharpen himself. Han Feng was naturally indifferent, so he accompanied him. With his strength, as long as he didn't encounter a powerhouse at the level of the 5 Sons of Min, he would be able to handle it. Even if we meet, it's not certain who will lose or win. This island, which had been turned around by them, had only picked up 3 spiritual artifact treasures only, and had encountered 5 enemies. 2 of those 5 enemies were in groups of 2 or 2, and 1 was alone. Han Feng didn't even bother to make a move, leaving it all to Wang Coronet to deal with. He pressed Wang Coronation. The main focus was Wang Coronation, allowing him to exercise himself, and if he encountered a situation that Wang Coronation couldn't solve, he would then step in to ensure that Wang Coronation wasn't eliminated and was able to proceed with the exercise. Of course, after defeating the opponent, it is forcing the opponent to crush the token to be eliminated, and it will not injure the life of the opponent. nor will it waste the opponent. It will only snatch the opponent's storage bag. Sometimes those that are too late to grab are let go. After all, there is no grudge. As time passed, the number of people within the large formation had been decreasing by an even rate. The audience outside, however, had given the two of them the title of the double thieves who robbed the poor to help the rich because of Han Feng and Wang Coronation's behavior of robbing others. After all, Han Feng was the yin yang sect's heavenly pride, so he must be very rich, and always robbing others was just too shameless. There's no compulsion to be a strong man at all. After scavenging that island, the two of them flew towards the north. Along the way, it was basically a horizontal push-through, and as the numbers plummeted in the beginning, those who remained were smart. It was either lurking under the water or hiding on the island and lurking. It was kinda hard to find someone on this vast and boundless sea. Soon, Han Feng and Wang Coronet flew to the second island, cruising back and forth. They were looking for both treasures and opponents, as well as Zheng Chui Ro. Suddenly, they saw cries for help coming out in the distance. Help! Help! The cries for help came and went, and it wasn't quite the same. Like two little girls calling for help. Han Feng and Wang Coronet exchanged glances and rushed in the direction the sound came from. The fog is really annoying. You can only see a mile, and nothing further. Soon, they saw two little girls, fleeing towards them. A little girl of about 10 years old with blue hair and a blue dress, and another little girl looking 16 or 17 with blonde hair and a rainbow-colored dress, also looking petite and cute. The two of them were running and letting out crisp giggles as they ran, looking like they were having a great time. The blue-haired one, Han Feng was familiar with. Anne, come this way. Han Feng shouted and charged toward the little sea spirit. It was also at this moment that a few aura fluctuations suddenly came from the far side of the mist, sweeping across towards Anne. Han Feng immediately exerted his fastest speed and dashed to Anne's back, blocking that attack for her. Han Feng is here. Han Feng, you're so nice. I knew you'd come to save me, and danced around happily. And at that moment, inside the mist, 4 women also appeared. Those 4 women, all of them were as beautiful as flowers, and the one in the lead, Han Feng had seen each other before. It was none other than one of the 5 sons of the Min Kingdom, Myriad Sound Valley's heavenly pride, Raccoon Creek. Rumpelstiltskin held a lute in his hand and slowly walked over. Oops, the bad guys are coming over. The bad guys are going to bully Anne. Anne smiled and hugged Han Feng's thigh, tilting her little face up to beg for shelter. Han Feng's head was filled with black lines. He couldn't figure out how Anne, as a sea spirit, could still let a chi practicing stage disciple bully him when all around him was the sea. Anne, what are you doing here? Han Feng pulled her up and asked. Upon hearing this, Anne's happy little face immediately made a look of watering eyes, and said in an aggrieved manner, Boing boing, yesterday the mermaid sister got out of the gate, so we both came out to play together, and after we came here, we found that there were suddenly so many more beautiful little beads on the island and in the sea, as well as a number of other oddly shaped human treasures, and we happily collected and collected and collected and collected them, and we also saw quite a few of the human race fighting. Raccoon Creek, who was on the side, said with a head full of black lines, is grabbing it from me considered picking it up? And pouted unhappily and turned her head aside sheepishly. Han Feng probably understood what was going on. Before the start of this competition, the organizers had thrown quite a few treasures onto the battlefield, and there was definitely no shortage of bead-like items among them. And little Anne, who loved the sparkling beads the most, brought the blonde-haired mermaid sister next to her along to pick up the beads. When he saw that there were beads in the hands of others, Raccoon Creek was beautiful. He went to snatch them for them, and they must have been chasing after him. And then it just so happened that he met him. Is this bead expensive? Han Feng asked and said to Raccoon Creek. Chapter 120, Raccoon Creek. Deep in the trap of logic, Raccoon Creek snorted coldly and said, Dirtbag, you don't understand even if you say it. Although this bead is a lower grade spiritual treasure, it is something that our Myriad Sound Valley has taken out to contribute. Our Myriad Sound Valley's main cultivation is the sound wave attack of spiritual power. And this bead can enhance the power of divine sense and protect the sea of consciousness. So it is considered to be a relatively rare one. If she had seen it first, I wouldn't have grabbed it from her, but I've got it in my hands, and she's still coming to grab it from mine, so that's her fault. Han Feng smiled at his words and said, then you should know who she is, right? I know. Helling. So what did you think when you offended the sea spirit at sea? Han Feng found it a bit unbelievable. The sea spirit could summon countless great demons with a single song. Destroying the entire Min cultivation world would be a breeze. This Raccoon Creek dared to offend the sea spirit at sea. Aren't you afraid of losing your head? Raccoon Creek grunted coldly. It's not like I'm trying to kill her. I just want my stuff back. This matter has nothing to do with you. Yin Yang sect brat. I know that you know Hai Ling. I went to the trial of the Yi family before, and I know that you saved her. Don't mind your own business here. Hurry up and tell her to give me back the beads. Let's leave it at that or else. What else can you do? You can still bully sea spirits at sea? Han Feng asked rhetorically. Raccoon Creek was furious and grunted coldly, but she couldn't say anything. All An had to do was head into the ocean, and she could just not beat her opponent. Han Feng smiled, stroking An's little head and said, An, it's not right to rob people. You're still a child. You can't do such things. Oh, where's that bead? Upon hearing this, An pouted unhappily and took out the bead. The bead was gray and dull. This bead is so ugly. It doesn't look good at all. An, can I trade this bead with you? Han Feng took out the 7-colored bead that had been given to him when he bought the organ box earlier, and after inputting his aura, the 7-colored brilliant light immediately radiated out. It made An look wide-eyed. Wow, it's so pretty, and An likes it so much. An is willing to trade with you. An happily jumped up and took the 7-colored bead from Han Feng's hand, while later placing the gray bead into his hand. For An ugly gray bead for an eye-catching and gorgeous 7-colored bead was a blood moneymaker. As for Han Feng, a lower-grade spirit weapon worth 5 spirit stones for a lower-grade spirit treasure that could protect divine sense was also a bloody good deal. Win-win. Seeing that Han Feng had helped her get the beads back, Runsi's face eased a bit and she said proudly, Still count on you to be sensible and sensible. Know what people should be offended and what people shouldn't be offended. Give me the beads. Spare your lives. Get lost. Han Feng was surprised when he heard that. Why would I give you the beads? Raccoon Creek is a little confused. You asked for that bead. Not for me? Why should I give it to you? Do I know you? Do I owe you? Can this bead? It is the sea spirit snatched from my hand. Then go find Hai Ling. What are you looking for me for? But aren't the beads in your hands now? That's the treasure I traded with the sea spirit. What does it have to do with you? The scene was suddenly quiet. Raccoon Creek was running through the logic. This soup noodles for chow mein logic. After thinking about it, she looked at An again and said, What about you? Give me back my beads. I don't have the beads. What do you want from me? And raised her little face up savagely and crossed her arms in a very cute way. But you snatched it away. But it's not with me now. I can't do anything about it. At those words, Rumpel Creek looked at Han Feng again. Whoever robs you goes after you. On the side, Wang Coronet and the Little Mermaid, holding back their laughter so hard that their shoulders steeped, outside the arena, because Han Feng and Rumpelstiltskin were already the ones in the spotlight. When the two of them encountered each other, the projections also merged into one large projection. It's a projection of a meeting of powerful people, all of them larger. The spectators outside were all pumped up at the sight of Han Feng and Rumpelstiltskin facing each other, hoping that the two of them would fight so that they could see whether Rumpelstiltskin would win or Han Feng would lose. What? You're saying Han Feng will win? There's no such thing. Rumsey is the 5th son of Min. When they heard the conversation between Han Feng and Rumpelstiltskin, one by one, they all burst out laughing, exclaiming that Han Feng didn't want Billion to mess up the logic by leading the rhythm here. Poor goddess Raccoon Creek. Just getting wound up. It's open for betting. The Yin Yang sect's newest pride, Han Feng, is up against one of the 5 sons of the Min Kingdom, Myriad Valley Raccoon Creek. Who's stronger or weaker? So let's start placing our bets. The odds are 5-1. So hurry up and place your bets. Outside, some good people had already opened a betting board and led a group of people to start shouting and placing bets. It was also the first time since the tournament started most of the day that there was a spectacle of the more notorious characters facing off against each other. Although Han Feng's reputation wasn't as loud as the 5 sons of Min, his previous performance was considered a little famous, and he was said to be the one who could survive the hands of the Tsukiji. So more or less, he had to have some skills. When the people outside saw them open, they placed their bets, but most of them bet on Raccoon Creek to win, and very, very few dared to bet on Han Feng. All of them were gamblers who were taking a chance. Han Feng's odds are getting better. Outside, the people of the Zheng family had also sent people over to watch the battle, and the ones who came were people from Zheng Crispin's uncle's generation. After those people saw this scene, they sighed. Han Feng is after all a member of his own family. It is better to bet a little, a small support. Losing is nothing. If Han Feng is eliminated, Zhang Chuirou on the other side of the battlefield will have a hard time supporting herself. On the battlefield, Raccoon Creek was clearly infuriated. She didn't run through the logic, but it was clear that she was being bullied. Raccoon Creek's beautiful eyes erupted with fury as she pointed at Han Feng and said, Kid, you dare to trick me. I can't help Hai Ling, but I still can't deal with you? You'll be eliminated for today. So go outside and watch the match. Han Feng smiled faintly, took the bead, and placed it on his brow. He knew that this thing was to protect the divine consciousness, and the sea of consciousness was located at the center of his eyebrows. and when that bead was placed on it, it directly merged into the center of his eyebrows and entered the sea of consciousness. Han Feng said to Anne, take the little mermaid and hide to the side. I'll come and play with you after I take care of this bad guy. Wang Coronet, come with me. No, Ani is good too. Ani can fight too. Don't underestimate Ani. Yo, Anne said, waving her little fist. She wasn't a contestant, and Han Feng didn't know if asking her to help was considered a violation. Chapter 121 Goddess of Transformation Realm Big Brother? But Han Feng didn't stop An anymore. After all, if An was also counted as a participant, there were only 4 people on their side even if they counted the Little Mermaid, which wasn't considered to be more than the number of people. If we don't count the contestants, then what business is it of mine? Han Feng, if she, Hai Ling, beats people up, I'm still 2 for 4. At this moment, Rumpelstiltskin brought those 3 female disciples and killed over toward Han Feng's side, and immediately said excitedly, Duo sister, one of us, let's see who defeats their opponent first. Yo! After saying her words, she gushed towards the female disciple on the far left, waving her small fists, and the little blonde-haired mermaid answered sweetly. Han Feng was curious, and An looked to be the size of a 10-year-old. That little mermaid looked to be 16 or 17 years old, not much different from him, and her breasts were quite large. So how did she become a sister? Also, aren't mermaids fish-tailed? How come this little girl has 2 legs and her ears are similar to normal human ears? Han Feng didn't have time to think about it. At this moment, Raccoon Creek had already killed over, and Han Feng immediately raised his sword to meet the other side. After all, the other party was one of the 5 sons of Min. His battle power far exceeded that of an ordinary 9th level chi practicing stage, and he was also good at spiritual attacks. So if Wang Coronation was allowed to go on, he would most likely be directly seconded by the other party. And Wang Coronet, after looking at it, charged towards his second opponent. And this scene caused a furor in the outside world. Seeing Han Feng and Runny really fight, those bookmakers who had placed bets also hurriedly stopped placing their bets. And those who had placed bets all watched the projections with full concentration in anticipation of the ending. And more people were discussing whether or not the sea spirit's participation in the battle shadowed the rules. On this battlefield, Myriad Sound Valley was at a bit of a disadvantage. And the one who was most concerned about this matter was naturally Myriad Sound Valley's sect leader Qingxia. Qingxia said, frowning, the sea spirits and mermaids have also struck out against our Myriad Sound Valley people. Han Feng is breaking the rules by inviting foreign aid. However, sect leader Duanmu of the Yin Yang sect laughed and said, the rules of the tournament don't say that you're not allowed to invite foreign aid either. The law does not prohibit it, so if you have the ability, other disciples can also invite foreign aid. Qingxia was all but exasperated and laughed at sect leader Duanmu's shamelessness. What are you talking about? Then if Han Feng had asked the sea spirit to summon a large group of sirens to come over and participate in the battle, what would the chi practicing stage disciples in there still be fighting for? They'd just be swept away. That's also people's own ability. If you have the ability, you guys can also summon the sirens to help in the battle. Qingxia gritted her teeth in anger and pointed at sect leader Duanmu and said, good you old Duanmu thief. This is what you said about inviting foreign aid not being against the rules, isn't it? Then how about all of my Myriad Sound Valley's strongest men go out to help our family Raccoon Creek in the battle? We're not participating disciples anyway. We can be outsiders too. Then our Yin Yang sect isn't a vegetarian either. Watching the 2 of them fight, the Xian Heavenly Sword sect leader and the Blood Cloud Palace master both held back their sneer. Royal King covered his forehead with a headache and said, Alright, it's definitely not right for Han Feng to do this. The purpose of this competition is in giving the disciples a fair platform to select outstanding disciples to look at their individual fighting strength. Right now, there were 4 people on Han Feng's side, and 4 on Myriad Valley's side as well, so it was still fair. The sea spirits and mermaids didn't have much fighting power on the shore. Looking at them, they were at most at the chi practicing stage. How about this? As long as we don't besiege someone, we'll leave it alone for now, and when this fight is over, we'll personally go ahead and persuade Hai Ling so that she won't participate in the battle anymore, and won't affect the fairness of the match. What do you guys think? Qingxia pointed at the projection and angrily rebuked. No, go now. The 3 on our side have already lost, leaving Raccoon Creek still holding up. Indeed, on that side of the battlefield now, the fight was almost devastatingly over. The first one to settle his opponent was, surprisingly, the shy and cute little mermaid. The mermaid duo directly opened her small mouth and let out a musical note. And the female disciple in front of her rolled her eyes and planted herself on the ground to pass out. Duo had even been sitting on that boulder without moving. The second one was Wang Coronation. He didn't have much aura pressure fluctuating on him, making his opponent mistake him for a weakling, and under the slightest caution, he was directly bombarded by a punch on his chest from close range. and fell unconscious with serious injuries. The third was Anne, who was the one whose hair grew long straight away, becoming channels of watery silk that bound her opponent securely and placed her at her side. Hanfeng and Rumpelstiltskin had only just made a move, and the battles beside them were already over. Both were stunned alright. For a moment they stopped their hands and looked around in disbelief. And Anne's strength. Hanfeng is a better understanding. On the shore fighting power is not strong. Defense is also very weak. It is also able to fight with the 9th level of Qi cultivation stage. That female disciple should be the 9th level of Qi cultivation stage. Looks. Bian and caught off guard bound is also normal. Wang coronation is as long as close that is very strong. Sneak attack each other a punch to defeat is also very normal. If the other side early to prevent, pull away from the distance, then who loses and who wins is not certain. And that little mermaid, with a harmless look, just opened his mouth and sent out a musical note, without even moving, and directly made a disciple at the 9th level of the Qi practicing stage pass out. It was also at this moment that 5 silhouettes appeared in the sky, and they were none other than the 5 great sect masters from before. Okay, all stop for a moment. King Jing lightly drank, and after that, the 5 people landed on the ground. Surprisingly, all together toward Hai Ling, clasping their palms and saying, "Greetings Hai Ling," and smiled cheekily and pointed at sect leader Duanmu and said, "I remember you. I met you at sea more than 500 years ago. You were being chased by a sea demon at that time, and it was me who saved you." Hanfeng looked at An in surprise, secretly saying, "How old is this girl?" "Yes, it was thanks to Lord Hai Ling who saved me at that time. Otherwise I would have perished. I have not yet returned your great favor." "It doesn't matter. An has good friends all over the 9 realms, and has helped many people. Did you come here to see us about something?" Anne asked, wiggling her little feet. "Dare I ask Lord Hai Ling, how many layers of your strength are unlocked now?" "Not even 1 floor. Yo," and smiled cheekily. "That's good. That's the cultivation level of the Qi practicing stage. Then may I ask this mermaid girl, what is her cultivation level?" The sect leader looked at the mermaid again and asked. Dodger smiled coyly and said, "A while ago I was in seclusion to break through my cultivation, and now I've just reached the incarnation realm." The crowd couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths at the words, "Transformation God realm an existence that could slap everyone here to death with a single slap You're such a strong cultivator, and you still come here to bully your little disciple. Is it fun?" Raccoon Creek said, dumbfounded. "Then why were you just chased by us? You're in the spirit transformation realm." He, fun. Duo smiled sweetly. Chapter 122, a truly fair match. The crowd was all in the wind. It can be seen that an NN Duo is a child mentality, out to run and play, how to have fun, how to come. Hanfeng was also surprised, not realizing that this small, harmless-looking humanoid mermaid who fought alongside him would be a big shot at the goddess of transformation realm. And the sect leader and his master Siyu, they are only at the Yuaning stage. I can't know this kind of big shot? King Jing also stood out and said, with a smile on his face, "Lord Sea Spirit, Mermaid Senior, as I recall, we land people and your ocean demon race have always coexisted peacefully and not interfered with each other. How come you're meddling in the affairs of our human race now?" And said with a nod, "Is not interfere with each other. You human race kill each other, we do not care. We sirens jungle law you cannot control. We sirens can't massacre innocent human races, and you human races can't massacre our sirens. Small disputes don't matter, but as long as it's not a large-scale massacre, it's fine. Are you saying that I shouldn't care about the massacre of tens of thousands of mortals by one of your human races some time ago? They can all be inhabitants of the sea, fishermen who believe in me." No, we don't mean that. That incident was outrageous. You helped us deal with those evil people. We can't thank you enough. It's just that we're in a competition now, and all of us here are some Qi practicing stage disciples competing. And, in order to prevent accidental injury to our siren friends, we invited all the sirens in this area of the sea to other places in advance, in order to be able to give the disciples a platform for fair competition. Do you see that when you two came in, it affected the fairness?" And said, pouting, "What? Can't we come to the sea? There are so many beautiful beads here. Can't we pick them up? The ocean is our ocean, not yours. Are we not allowed to come in? You guys didn't put up a sign saying that and can't come in, either." Looking at Anne's unhappy and innocent look, the crowd felt a headache. How can I explain this to this little girl? Xingxia could only patiently say, "Hai Ling of course you guys can come and play, and you're always welcome. But this time, at the 100 Pride Tournament, it's about selecting the disciples who do excel. Since it's a competition, it's only fair if it's fair. But right now, you and this mermaid senior are both helping Hanfeng, and with your strength, you're able to crush the entire field, which would be unfair to the others. That way, Even if Han Feng won, it wouldn't be by merit. He's a good boy and a good man, and he deserves to beat his enemies and win by his own merits, doesn't he? After thinking about it for a moment, and suddenly realized that Owen knows, what you mean is that we, the two of us, are not allowed to help Han Feng fight? No, we are not allowed to help anyone fight. So let the little children of your human race fight on their own and see who is the best, right? Qingxia laughed and said, "You're so smart, that's what it means. Aha, and knows it, during the tournament, and won't strike out at the human race anymore. And if someone from the human race comes and bullies Anne, then Anne and her mermaid sister will run away in a hurry. That's what it means. Hai-Ling-sama is so smart." The crowd smiled in relief, only then did and let go of that Myriad Sound Valley female disciple. Then said, "I'm not going to hit you. Many thanks." The corner of that female disciple's mouth twitched before she hurriedly stood behind Raccoon Creek. Duo, in turn, spat out a note that awakened the fainting female disciple. As for the female disciple who was seriously injured by one coronation, it wasn't considered a violation of the rules since she was beaten by one coronation. Qingxia then sighed in relief and said, "Well, now you can have a fair fight. Let's go. Bye," and waved her hand sweetly. After the several sect masters left, here, again, only a few people who were going to compete were left. Anne and Duo sat on the boulder, wiggling their feet together, eyes full of anticipation for their fight. Coronet Wang, there are now 3 people on the opposite side. We have to take care of those 2 weak ones before we fight Raccoon Creek, Han Feng said quickly to Wang Coronet, for he had seen that Raccoon Creek, on the opposite side of the room, had picked up her lute again, and her eyes had become fierce. Clearly, the advantage is now with her. They were 3 against 2, and they had already figured out one coronation strength, so as long as they didn't get sneak attacked, they would be able to guarantee victory. "You two, go stall that man, and leave the rest of Han Feng to me." Immediately after Raccoon Creek finished speaking, she killed toward Han Feng while her fingers plucked the strings of her zither, and a wave of sound abruptly appeared, spreading out in all directions. That one sound wave rushed straight into Han Feng and Wang Coronet's minds, and the two of them felt a stabbing pain in their minds, and their eardrums were like they had lost their hearing. This kind of sound wave was a double attack on the physical body and divine sense. Myriad Valley's single combat power might not be very strong, but this dual attack allowed Myriad Valley to gain a foothold as one of the 5 major powers. And with a group of people attacking together, that sound wave was even more powerful. Han Feng forced himself to endure the excruciating pain as his wings unfolded behind him, abandoning Rumpelstiltskin and killing toward the other female disciple. He was extremely fast, and before the woman could react, Han Feng had bizarrely arrived in front of her eyes and directly slashed his sword onto the female disciple's body, shattering her protective spirit weapon and spitting blood as she fell to the ground. "Exit with your companion yourself and don't force me to kill you." Han Feng coldly put down a sentence and killed Raccoon Creek. That female disciple was deeply injured and knew that she wasn't Han Feng's opponent, and didn't participate in the battle anymore, but she didn't choose to quit either. Instead, she pulled her companion and ran underneath a large tree to secretly eat the spirit-restoring pill. Han Feng would first take care of Raccoon Creek's helpers and just leave Wang Coronet with one to practice on. Seeing that Han Feng was killing towards her at an extremely fast speed, Raccoon Creek immediately drew back and distanced herself from Han Feng, while her fingers quickly waved and flicked out waves of sound, which seemed to materialize as if they were in the form of 3 rhombus-shaped auras, attacking towards Han Feng. Han Feng shook his hand and threw out 3 feathery wind blades, shattering those 3 sound waves, while at the same time exploding in speed once again. Raising his sword and slashing heavily at Raccoon Creek, he cast Ask the Clear Wind this time, directly utilizing the power of the wind around him, and his speed skyrocketed. Raccoon Creek didn't expect Han Feng's speed to be so fast, and in the blink of an eye it reached her, so she could only hurriedly raise the pipa in her hand to fend it off. Only a click was heard, and the lute split into 4 pieces and shattered right to the ground. Raccoon Creek's face was shocked. Her treasure that was a top-grade spirit artifact couldn't even carry one of Han Feng's swords? Chapter 123, a big favor. Seeing that his opponent had no more weapons in his hands, Han Feng immediately capitalized on his victory and pressed forward, slashing his sword at Rumpelstiltskin's face. Rumpelstiltskin's face didn't change as a jade flute suddenly appeared in her hand, and she held it as a melee weapon as she swung it forward violently, colliding with the sword in Han Feng's hand. Dang! A crunching sound came from the jade flute, and a sound wave also radiated from it, knocking Han Feng back out, and that powerful force directly slammed Rumpelstiltskin heavily to the ground. Han Feng is only a few steps back, but Raccoon Creek is directly unable to fight. The 2 cultivation is better or worse. It is clear at a glance. How could you be so strong? Raccoon Creek's eyes widened in disbelief. It wasn't as if she hadn't fought with the 5 sons of Min, whether it was Fan Jian or Fang Yuanxin. She had challenged them, and even though she had lost in one, she hadn't seen such an outrageous cultivation level. She even felt like she wasn't fighting a cheap practicing stage, but a foundation establishment powerhouse. Han Feng didn't say much as he once again killed toward Raccoon Creek. Rumpelstiltskin immediately got up and was about to retreat when Han Feng directly coalesced a tornado and smashed it down, sending Rumpelstiltskin crashing to the ground again. She fell to the ground again, and at that moment, Han Feng had already killed again. The situation was critical, so Raccoon Creek immediately came out with a bead from her storage bag and crushed it in one hand. The bead steeply erupted into a large amount of smoke that covered a wide area. Han Feng lost Rumpelstiltskin as his target, but he still chopped down towards where Rumpelstiltskin was. Boom! With this sword, Han Feng chopped directly into the ground, splitting a deep gully in the ground, but there was no Raccoon Creek's figure. That heavy smoke was still filling the air, and suddenly, the sound of a melodious flute came from the smoke, and the sound of that flute reached his ears, and Han Feng didn't feel any pain at all, but instead was extremely comfortable. It was a comforting feeling that penetrated deep into the soul, like the lazy afternoons of infancy, when a mother hummed a lullaby and gently stroked one's back to drowsiness. Han Feng almost fell asleep. Suddenly, Han Feng awoke with a start and violently bit his tongue, the intense pain bringing him back to his senses. He shook his head, wondering if there was something wrong with the sound in the fog. He immediately threw out two sword chi and slashed towards the source of the sound, but it struck empty. It's useless. Oh brother Han Feng, obediently fall asleep in your sister's gentle land. He Rumpelstiltskin's flirtatious and seductive voice came out, attempting to seduce Han Feng into sinking back down. The mist entered Han Feng's body along his nostrils and skin, making him extremely comfortable and relaxed, and he couldn't help but want to give up all resistance. Han Feng also knew that he couldn't stay here in the mist any longer, and immediately flew upwards in a single flight, easily getting out of the mist's range. Han Feng was a bit puzzled as to what the use of this mist that couldn't trap the enemy was. It's fine if you're in a big formation and can't get out. This weapon that can easily slip out is useless as shit. I'm afraid the only thing it does is make the target invisible. But Han Feng always had a way. Only to see him waving his hand, an extremely violent wind appeared, and directly blew away those fogs like a wind swept away clouds. And he also saw that Raccoon Creek was squatting on the ground, playing a flute in her left hand and holding a formation flag in her right hand as she was busy. What are you doing? Han Feng asked. Raccoon Creek blushed a bit awkwardly and said, No, nothing. Are you trying to put up a big formation to trap me? No. Raccoon Creek received the formation flag into her storage bag, then picked up the flute and was about to prepare to blow. Suddenly, a white shadow leapt out of the ground, snatched the jade flute from her hand, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Han Feng. The little fox took the jade flute and said, invitingly, Here, for you. On the sidelines, An and Dodo cheerfully applauded. It's great, it's great. The little fox was behind Han Feng all the time, and when those mists appeared, not only was Han Feng affected, but the little fox was affected as well, falling to the ground and drifting off to sleep. It was just that Han Feng wasn't mentally focused at that time and didn't notice the little fox. He came overhead and blew away the fog, and the little fox woke up just in time to snatch the jade flute. You're awesome, just in time to give this to Crispy. You go ahead and play with and while I take care of this enemy. Han Feng took the little fox Nimbus and tossed it to Anan, and laughed as she caught it and stroked the little fox's head. And little foxes, so cute and smart and lovable. Raccoon Creek below gnashed her teeth in anger, pointing at Han Feng and drinking. Are you robbers? Give me back my treasure. That's a top-grade spiritual treasure. It's my life's treasure. Give it back. Han Feng wondered. I didn't rob it. What do you want from me? That's what your spirit pet grabbed. Then you find it. But my jade flute is in your hands now. That was given to me by the little fox. What does it have to do with you? Raccoon Creek always felt that this scene was déjà vu. The crowd outside the arena, on the other hand, has long since gone off the rails with laughter. He exclaimed that Han Feng was really shameless, and even if he did this kind of thing once, he even did it a second time. At this time, Wang Coronation had also defeated his opponent, injuring that female disciple and exiting the battlefield, while he himself sat on the side rubbing his intensely painful brain. That sound wave is a real headache. For this kind of opponent with no grievances, they had always just defeated them, rather than taking lives at will. Not to mention that the Myriad Sound Valley and the Yin Yang sect had always had a good relationship. They killed those 4 Blood Cloud Palace disciples also because they insulted Wang Coronet too hard. Han Feng, on the other hand, pointed his sword at Raccoon Creek and said, Still fighting? Are you going to quit on your own? Or am I going to grab your token and help you quit? Rumpelstiltskin's face changed. She now had no weapon. Her fighting strength was far worse than Han Feng. Her speed was not as good as Han Feng's, and she couldn't run away. so it seemed that there was no other way out except to surrender and admit defeat. And at that moment, an injured female disciple suddenly said, "Senior brother Han Feng, please don't eliminate senior sister Rongxi." She came to the 100 Pride tournament this time in order to fight against Bai Lingyu. She had wanted to compete with Bai Lingyu for a long time, but the other party had been in seclusion, so she didn't have a chance. Please let her go once. White Spirit Jade. Han Feng frowned slightly and asked, "How is Bai Lingyu's strength compared to mine?" "You haven't fought Bai Lingyu?" Raccoon Creek asked. "No, the first time I saw him was at the trial assembly, and I didn't recognize him at all," Raccoon Creek said, after some thought. "At least, it's impossible for Bai Lingyu to defeat me in 3 moves. In other words, not as good as me." Han Feng grinned. Raccoon Creek said seriously, "Han Feng, how about you let me off the hook once this time so that I can compete with Bai Lingyu once? And in the competition after that, I promise not to go against you and owe you a big favor?" Chapter 124 Cultivating Immortality as a Human Condition. Han Feng was curious when he heard that. "Do you have some kind of deep hatred with senior brother Bai? Why do you have to go and defeat him?" "Not defeat, but fight him, and of course, it's better to defeat. I don't really have a grudge against him. It's mostly an older generation grudge. Your Yin Yang sect leader Duanmu, and our Myriad Sound Valley's sect leader Qingxia, were loving Taoist couples in the early years, but he abandoned our sect leader Qingxia for the sect leader's position, and there was a grudge between the two. The older generation was naturally peaceful. We were all great clans of men, and we were all giving each other face, but we, as juniors, have to fight for the older generation. I'm the personal disciple of the Qingxia sect, and Bai Lingyu is the personal disciple of the Duanmu sect, so I want to defeat him to prove that our Qingxia sect is stronger than your Duanmu sect, and to prove that the Duanmu sect was wrong to abandon our Qingxia sect." Outside the field, Duanmu and Qingxia, who were watching the projection, both of them were embarrassed beyond measure. Originally, this matter, just a few people within them knew about it, but now, after Raccoon Creek said so, everyone knew about it. The gazes coming from below were like awnings, and there was no place for the two men's old faces to go. Within the field, Han Feng heard this and wondered, "Are you sure it was our sect leader who abandoned your sect leader, and not your sect leader abandoning our sect leader? Then it must have been your sect leader who gave up first. If he didn't want to give up, why didn't he come to our Myriad Sound Valley to be with sect leader Qingxia for a long time? Then why didn't your sect leader come to our Yin Yang sect to marry our sect leader? Since ancient times it's always been the woman who marries into the man's family. Where is there a man who enters the woman's family? All the men in our Myriad Valley are in the family." "No, aren't you too? Came into the family of someone else. The Jiang family. I checked your information when I went back that time. When did I go into the family? You don't want to spit Jiang family is my Dao couple's mother's family is right. I'm an orphan is also right. But it doesn't mean that I have to go into the family My clan appointed marriage formally married as a Dao couple. It is her to marry me, not I go into the family of her family. The Ginger family is the Ginger family. I'm me, and even though I say in-laws, I'm not a member of the family, okay?" Raccoon Creek then said, a little embarrassed. "In that case, then it seems I misunderstood. You've got it all wrong. It's a good thing I cleared it up today, or else I might have been rumored to be something else. The Kong family has been kind to me, and we're close, but it's not what you're making it out to be." Han Feng is again lying flat. That is also to face into the family this reputation to spread out. "He still live?" Raccoon Creek said. "All right, let's not talk about this. Just tell me, can you let me go this time? So that I can go and have a chance to engage Bai Lingyu. I owe you a big favor." Wan Coronet came to Han Feng's side and whispered, "Feng Zi, promise her. After all, there's no enmity. The two families are on good terms. There's no need to eliminate each other so early. The rankings are too low for Myriad Sound Valley's face. Eliminating her won't do us any good, but letting her go will also make her owe you a favor and make your relationship with the Myriad Valley better. So it's a good deal for nothing. Cultivation is not about fighting and killing. Cultivation is about human feelings." This reasoning, Han Feng also understands, to forgive, and nothing life and death feud. There is no need to see who are offended to death, to block their own way. When a person hangs out in the cultivation world, he or she is always bound to deal with all kinds of people. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and there are people. Alright then, let's just leave it at that. But if it really comes down to the final round and we have to fight for the top places, I won't be holding back when we meet. Okay, thanks a lot. If it really comes to that, and it's just you and me left on the field, I'll just admit defeat." After finishing her sentence, Raccoon Creek stretched out her slender jade hand and said, "Bring it? Bring what?" "My jade flute. That's my original treasure. How can I fight Bai Lingyu without it?" Raccoon glared. Han Feng was also surprised. "Who robbed you? Who are you looking for? Why are you looking for me? Raccoon Creek's brain buzzed, feeling like she was going to be alive with this dogman in front of her. If Jiang Chui-ro is here, surely empathize. This dogman's ability to gas people that is first class. She also knew that she definitely wouldn't get it back if she asked for it hard. Just tell me, what would it take to return the jade flute to me? This jade flute was given to me by my master personally. It's not just as simple as being my original treasure. It also has a very important meaning. Your master should have given you something as well. Are you willing to take it out and give it away? Han Feng said rightfully. Shed the meeting gift that master sent me I have already given to my Dao couple. The good things must be given to her first. I don't have any use for this jade flute. I'm going to give it to my Taoist couple. If you can come up with a treasure of equal value, suitable for a girl's gift, then I'll trade with you. Raccoon Creek looked deeply at Han Feng and sighed. I can see that you really love that woman called Jiang Chui-ro. The same as a woman. I really envy her. Can have you such a thing beforehand thought of her like a husband? Well then, I'll take out a top-grade spiritual treasure to give you. This one golden branch hairpin can be attacked or defended. Stay on your head. Can be used as a protective appliance to protect your circumference. Protect your divine sense. Hold it in your hand. It can also be enlarged to be used as a sword or a thorn to kill the enemy. From her own head, Romshi pulled off the hairpin that seemed to be carved like jade and handed it to Han Feng. Okay, it's kinda pretty. Han Feng returned the jade flute to Rumsey and took the hairpin. This hairpin is not only useful, but also has a nice overall shape. Very thin and delicate, with a phoenix with spreading wings and flying carved on it. Thanks a lot. We'll see you later. After clasping her palms, Rumpelstiltskin walked towards the three female disciples. They had recovered some of their injuries after taking the elixir, and with Raccoon Creek around, their full formation would usually not be messed with. Raccoon Creek took them somewhere else. Han Feng and Wine Coronet also headed toward Annan. Anne and Dodo are playing with the little foxes. They live in the ocean all year round and rarely see creatures with fur on land, and they all found it very cute to see the little foxes at this time. Especially the little fox's childlike personality. It was almost too similar to the lively Annan and the shy duo. Now that the three of them were together, even though none of them were human, they looked like a group of small children having fun. Raise it high, raise it high. When Annan saw Han Feng coming, she hurriedly gave the little fox to Duo, then raised her little arms for Han Feng to come and lift it high. Han Feng laughed out loud and picked Annan up in his arms, lifting her high above his head and flying in a circle with her. Little Helling can't fly, so he loves to fly. Chapter 125 Zhang Zero's crisis. After flying around, they landed on the beach. Wang Coronet and Duo also flew over. To be honest, Wang Coronation was a bit nervous. The most powerful person he had ever seen before was a Yuaning powerhouse, and the goddess of transformation powerhouses were all of the old ancestor generation, similar to the gods, and couldn't be seen at all. It was really tense now that there was a strong person of the god transformation realm around. As for the matter of Hai Ling Annan, Han Feng had told him about it, and even though it was the first time he had seen Annan, it was not unfamiliar. After she had had enough, and was then happy to play with her feet on the sand, bouncing and stomping on the waves, Han Feng asked curiously, Annan, you said that 500 years ago, you saved our sect leader, so just how old are you now? And sniffed, paused, chewed on her finger, and mused that though I don't know and has been living for a long time. People say things old into a strange. My years of life at least have 180,000 years? Is it 1,000 years old? Han Feng said with a head full of black lines. At this moment, Dodo came over and sat down on the beach, fiddling with the little fox, and said, I've heard our family elders say that before immortal Emperor Han swept through the 9 realms, the 9 realms were actually separate 9 worlds, each with oceans and land. Later, with great divine power, immortal Han made the 9 worlds merge together, and although the continents of the 9 worlds were not connected, the oceans surrounding the continents were all linked together. It was also at that time that the sea of the 9 realms, melting the power of the endless oceans, accomplished an ocean spirit. It is the sea spirit Annan now, by now then, and would be over 100 million years old. Over 100 million years old? Han Feng and Wine Coronet were shocked that Annan was such an old fart. No wonder he called the duo of the transformation god realm his mermaid sister. Duo was simply a small child compared to Annan, and said, with a petulant laugh, yes, you're talking about that immortal brother. He even came to see Annan when she was born and touched her hair to bestow blessings. He said and to always be the happiest and most joyful, carefree little sea spirit in the world. Ha ha ha, you've also met immortal Han? What does he look like? Han Feng asked. He is very gentle, very kind and handsome, all who are very gentle attitude. He also like Annan. He said that An and his sister when she was a child are very similar. He, and jumped to Han Feng's side and sat down. Looking at An's innocent and carefree appearance, Han Feng thought in his heart that immortal Emperor Han's sister must have been as cute as An when she was small. Right. Where's that Missy? Isn't Missy always with you? Why don't you see her? An asked suddenly. Oh yeah, she's come to this battlefield too. It's just that I need to ask An to help me find her. So see if you can help me find her. Well, if she's in the ocean, I can find her. So let me try. And jumped right into the ocean. Chanted. And then came back up. There is no her in these waters. She is not in the waters. And shook her head. It's probably flying around in the sky then. Let's keep looking. Han Feng said helplessly. It's okay, don't be in a hurry. We still have our mermaid sister. A ball of water appeared in An's hand, which coalesced into the appearance of Ginger Crispy Zoe, and said to Duo, the Duo, help find her. Yeah, Duo smiled slightly before leaping up and into the water. In the next second, she flew, and her appearance changed. Her 2 human ears became wide, flat sea beast ears, and from the navel down, her slender waist down became a perfectly curved fish tail, long and beautiful. This was the real mermaid, and the previous human form was just an incarnation of Duo. Duo came into midair and chanted a song, and the delicate voice soon spread throughout the entire battlefield. Soon after, Dodo said, found it. She seems to be in a bit of danger right now. There's over 100 people around her gawking at her, and a couple of others are fighting with her. She seems to be injured. What? Over 100 people? Han Feng's face suddenly changed, and he stood up in a flash. Where is she? On the second island in the north. Zhang Zuoro held that wind spirit sword in her hand, vigilantly looking at the 4 people around her, as well as the more than 100 people in the distance. At her feet, there were already 8 bodies lying, all killed by her. What happened? Was this, for Blood Cloud Palace disciples, put down a treasure and ambushed a trap, making people mistake it as a treasure thrown down by the organizers for people to pick up randomly. They ambushed and killed whoever picked it up, and Kong Crispy Row, alone, coincidentally came here and picked up that treasure. The 4 Blood Cloud Palace disciples immediately came out and engaged Zhang Chui Rou in battle. Those 4 disciples recognized Zhang Chui Rou and knew that she was the disciple of Siyu sect leader, and that the Blood Cloud Palace and Siyu sect leader had a deep and unresolvable grudge. They didn't have any grudges against the other disciples of the Yin Yang sect, but at this moment, when they saw the disciple of the Siyu sect leader, then they definitely wanted to kill to take out a mouthful of bad anger. They came right out and taunted Siyu for being a human whore, saying things that were insulting to the extreme, all of them of the vetting fail variety. Zhang Ziro extremely respected her master, and in the face of such insults, she, who had originally planned to flee, did not choose to leave, but instead chose to fight them to avenge her master's death. Let them know that the Yin Yang sect's headmaster was not something those little stinkers could humiliate. Zhang Ziro was very strong and killed one straight away. The remaining 3 people were struggling under the hands of Zhang Chui Rou, but coincidentally, there happened to be 2 more full formations coming around, also from the Blood Cloud Palace. When they saw that their people were besieging Zhang Zuoro and one of them died, they understood what was going on after exchanging words. They directed their tactics at once, one man joining the fray to keep their group at 4, while a few others went around and called for someone to come. The Blood Cloud Palace, as a large sect, also had more than 100 people entering the arena this time, and there were also many affiliated forces and clans that followed the Blood Cloud Palace's orders that also came inside the arena. After more than an hour of searching, they found more than 20 Blood Cloud Palace disciples and more than 80 disciples from affiliated forces, coming over to encircle the area. Tournament rules do not allow more than 4 people to be in a team. None of them were as strong as Zhang Zuoro in combat, but they were better than the number of people. As long as one person died in battle, then the next one would immediately fill in, reorganize the team, and continue to engage in a wheel-to-wheel battle with Zhang Chui Rou. Moreover, since Zhang Chui Rou killed the first Blood Cloud Palace disciple, the 2 sides were in an undying hatred. Chapter 126, then kill them all. Zhang Ziro put on a great display of power, killing 8 of the opposing team in a hard-fought situation where the enemy was constantly practicing wheel warfare and was always surrounded by 4 people. It also allowed the audience from the outside world to truly see what kind of terrifying strength this peerless woman who looked like a heavenly fairy had. This was the heavenly spiritual root, and this was the heavenly pride of the great sect. If an ordinary person were to go over there, even if they were at the 9th level of chi practicing stage, facing a siege of 4 people, there was absolutely no possibility of surviving. After all, those who dare to come to participate in the 100 Pride tournament are usually at the 8th or 9th level of the chi practicing stage, and there are very few people at the 6th or 7th level, and there aren't many people who aren't afraid of death, so coming here is just looking for death. As for Zhang Crispy Rou, She was able to kill 8 of them in such a wheel battle, and was now able to continue fighting with her enemies, so it was evident that she was strong. In fact, if the matter had been left alone from the beginning, it would not have developed into what it is now, but as more and more people died in the Blood Cloud Palace, the more they rode the tiger. If so many people can't kill a Yin Yang sect disciple, how can they still meet people in the Blood Cloud Palace in the future? How can they stay in the cultivation world? What a disgrace. The more people died, the more they hated Zhang Chuirou, and the more they wanted to kill her to gain face for the Blood Cloud Palace. On the other hand, on Zhang Crispin's side, although there were injuries on her body and her aura wasn't much left, she hadn't reached her limit yet and didn't choose to crush the token and teleport out. She still wanted to wait a little longer. Maybe after a while, the reinforcements from the Yin Yang sect would be able to find out what was going on here and would be able to come over to help. After all, this place had been fought for quite a while, and it must have attracted the attention of quite a few people from other forces perhaps before long. The Yin Yang sect side would know about it, and would also gather a large group of people to come over to save her. Even if she couldn't be saved, she wanted to kill a few more people and wait until she couldn't fight anymore before going out. At this moment, the 4 surrounding Blood Cloud Palace disciples, after a brief adjustment, once again killed towards Zhang Zuru. One of them stabbed at Zhang Chuirou's brow, one chopped at her neck, one pointed her sword at her dantian, and there was another one in the back aimed at Zhang Chuirou's heart. The moves were deadly, wanting to put Zhang Chuirou to death. Zhang Zirou was a wood attribute heavenly spirit root, with strong vitality and aura as well as recovery degree, naturally suited to fighting a long-lasting battle, and at this time, she was able to withstand the depletion of fighting against the enemy, only to see the Quan Xing wind wings on her back steeply unfolded and swung violently in all directions, bouncing those 4 swords away, and then the Dao Dao feathers were like sharp arrows, charging in all directions. Those 4 disciples immediately stepped back, protecting themselves while also immediately setting up their formation again, one at the top diagonally, another at the bottom diagonally, and 2 on the sides, surrounding Zhang Zuru. All around her were enemies. Even if Zhang Zuru wanted to use her wings to escape, she would be intercepted. After all, once she broke away from this side of the battlefield and chose to leave, then the next group would be able to strike at her. She had the aqua pearl given to her by Han Feng, which allowed her to enter the water and escape, but she was now on an island, so now she's still got to keep fighting. Suddenly, a heavy sword she slashed towards Zhang Zuru. The power of that sword was so strong that it directly struck Zhang Chuirou's arm, shattering her protective spirit weapon and splitting a deep, visible gash in her arm. Ginger Crispy Zoe was startled and turned her head to look, only to see that the enemy on her left had secretly changed at some point. The visitor was Zheng Quan, who had just arrived, and was also a minor celebrity in the Blood Cloud Palace, and was also a disciple of the Heavenly Spirit Root, at the 9th level of the Qi practicing stage, and was considered to be a heavenly pride second only to Wang Ai. After this person arrived here, he immediately replaced one of the Blood Cloud Palace disciples and personally struck out at Zhang Chuirou. Strike together, fight quickly, kill her quickly, don't let her have the chance to crush the token. Zheng Quan bellowed and snatched at Zhang Zuru. The remaining 3 disciples also immediately surrounded towards Zhang Zuru with all their might. If Zhang Chuirou was in her heyday, she would naturally be unafraid of Zheng Quan, but now that she was overly injured, coupled with an empty aura, she was also facing a siege, and then facing Zheng Quan. It would be difficult for her to win at all. She fended off the attacks while trying to take out the token from her storage bag and crush it to leave the battlefield. After all, rankings are not as important as little lives. However, Zheng Quan threw out his hand violently, and a whip appeared, directly bolting Zhang Chuirou's left hand firmly, leaving her with no way to fetch the token. Then with a fierce yank, he yanked Zhang Chuirou towards him, the sword in his right hand pointing straight at Zhang Chuirou's brow. Just in the nick of time, a figure suddenly landed in the sky above. The figure was as fast as a ghost, as if it appeared out of nowhere, and came directly into the encirclement, then kicked down, sending Zheng Quan to the ground with a vicious kick. Han Feng and Wang Coronet were brought here by Duo Duo and Inan. Duo Duo was a powerful person of the transformation god realm, and it would only take an instant to arrive here. Duo only promised not to help Han Feng fight, but he didn't say that he couldn't help Han Feng hurry ah. Han Feng came into the air and kicked Zheng Quan to the ground, and Zhang Zirou was pulled downward as well. Han Feng caught her and swept her into his arms. Han Feng? Ginger Zizu was overjoyed. With Han Feng around, she wouldn't be afraid of even more enemies. Wang Coronation, on the other hand, also killed, directly blasting an enemy to death with a single punch. Han Feng, Wang Coronation, and Zhang Chuirou stood in midair, and the surrounding Blood Cloud Palace and affiliated disciples were all on alert. So badly hurt. Han Feng looked at the injuries on Zhang Zirou's body and frowned in pain. I'm fine. I can't die. Only then did Zhang Ziro have the time to bring back the elixir and take it. These people are all from the Blood Cloud Palace? Han Feng frowned. Well, they set up a trap to ambush me and insulted our master. I couldn't stand it, so I fought with them. They didn't talk about martial arts and kept fighting me in a wheel battle before I killed 8 of them. It's been awesome. Han Feng's gaze turned grim as he looked around at those disciples and leisurely said, These people, are they the ones who want to kill you? Yes. Well then, kill them all. And at that moment, Zheng Quan also stood up from the ground. Kill us all? Ha 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 ha. Zheng Quan laughed and pointed at Han Feng and said, Han Feng, I know you, Yin Yang Sect's newest heavenly pride, right? But, also a waste of space, and brought a waste of space with you. Just 3 losers and you want to kill us all? You really don't know what you're doing. Who do you think you are? Even your families by Ling Yu wouldn't dare to say such things. We have more than 100 people surrounding you, and we'll be able to consume you even if we wear you out. Han Feng took out his royal wind spirit sword and pointed it at Zheng Quan, smiling sorrowfully, saying, What you should get straight is that you, 100 or so of you, are surrounded by me. None of you, not one of you. Chapter 127 Wife Protecting Fiend Old Devil Han. When Han Feng said this, the outside world was immediately in an uproar. This Han Feng is also too capable of bragging. I admit that he's very strong. Raccoon Creek isn't even his opponent. But even Fan Jian by Ling Yu wouldn't dare to say that he's capable of defeating more than 100 people on his own. Right? Young and exuberant, a bit of ability and then do not know the height of the sky. When I was young I was also as crazy as him. The years make people old. If you ask me, Han Feng isn't at fault. After all, there are fewer people fighting more people. And if he loses any more in terms of momentum, he'll really lose. Pull back, blowing out the bull will always turn into a slap and turn to slap their own face. I admit that Han Feng has the strength of the 5 sons of men, but too wild. Just as easy to break. Young man's blood, indelible. Young, if there is no stock of heart, it is difficult to be old and then go crazy? It's wonderful. I'd like to see how this Han Feng surrounds more than 100 people by himself. Looking forward, really looking forward. Dao couple being beaten up like this, any other man wouldn't be able to stand it. If you ask me, Han Feng will have to kill someone. Kill several people to make it work. That's right, if I were to change my Dao mate to be beaten up like this, I would have to go crazy. Not to mention, didn't Raccoon Creek also say that this Han Feng is very much in love with his Dao mate, and thinks of his Dao mate first when he has any good things? Che, if I had such a beautiful Daoist couple, I would also love them to the bone, the kind that doesn't get out of bed every day. This battle, because the scale was the largest, with over 100 projections combined together, the projection was also the largest, attracting the attention of everyone on the island. Han Feng, on the other hand, was in no hurry to help Jiang Chui Ro take revenge, only to see him turn around, take out a jade hairpin from his storage bag, and gently insert it into Jiang Chui Ro's hair bun. It's so pretty. I blackmailed this from Raccoon Creek side. It's a top-grade spirit treasure. It can protect as well as attack. When you wear it, it will protect you. You're so nice. Jiang Ziro smiled coyly, looking at the lover in front of her who thought of herself and everything. Her heart warmed. Han Feng gifted the Dao couple a top-grade spiritual treasure golden branch hairpin, which received a tenfold return, and a lower-grade magic artifact soul sentinel hairpin, which is used to protect the soul and enhance divine sense attacks. Are you getting it? Pick it up and thank Shinzu. In a blink of an eye, in Han Feng's hand, there was a navy blue hairpin, which was plain and ordinary looking, with a precious blue bead inlaid at the end. Why don't you bring this up for me then? The bun on Han Feng's head was just an ordinary silver hairpin with a silver hairband. Good. With a gentle smile, Zhang Shiro pulled off Han Feng's original hairpin and inserted this one. Han Feng smiled smugly and reached out to pinch Jiang Chui Ro's little face. This happy scene looked quite envious and jealous of the people around and the disciples outside, especially Zhang Quan, seeing that Han Feng hadn't been coming to fight after pretending to be a pussy, but instead showed love with Jiang Chui Ro. He was furious and gnashing his teeth. Han Feng, are you going to fight or not? If you don't dare to fight, crush the token yourself and admit defeat and get out. Zheng Quan cursed angrily. Han Feng ignored him and directly turned back and stabbed with his sword. His stance was like a ghost, and his lightning-fast sword pierced through Zheng Quan's brow. Before Zheng Quan could react, he died on the spot. The hunt, it's on. Han Feng took out the Xian compass that he had seized from Yi Qingyun earlier and activated it. A 1-mile square 8 trigrams formation appeared steeply, and the majestic power of suppression swept down, greatly limiting the speed of those people. Han Feng unfurled his extreme speed, his wings erupting aura behind him, and his body was like a ghost as he quickly swung his sword, beheading another Blood Cloud Palace disciple. And at that moment, Jiang Crispin and Wang Coronet also reacted and immediately killed towards the two disciples. Han Feng didn't wait for the other party to regroup, so he directly went towards the crowd to kill them. Four disciples immediately split out in that direction and met Han Feng, surrounding him. The four of them, plus the two that Wang Coronet and Jiang Chui Ro were battling, should be six, which violated the rules. But it wasn't a violation of the rules if Han Feng was treated as if he was in a separate team. This kind of ambiguous ruling causes the most headaches for the referees. But Han Feng didn't care. Even if all these people came together to attack him, he didn't care. The strength of the 13th level of the Qi practicing stage, comparing it to the foundation establishment, aside from not being able to directly fly in divine sense attacks, in terms of strength alone, it was already equivalent to the peak of the lower foundation establishment level. In this battlefield of Qi practicing stage, Han Feng was the crushing stance. He had come to participate in the 100 Pride ranking as a descending strike, so he didn't take this competition seriously at all. That's what you call a heavenly pride. That's what you call a strong man. Han Feng dodged the attack, and the royal wind spirit sword in his hand swept directly across the room in all directions, cutting those four people off. Han Feng used his full strength, and with four people, they couldn't block one of his swords. This scene stunned the enemies around them, as well as the spectators outside the arena. Han Feng's dry and unhesitant attitude towards killing shocked everyone. They didn't expect that they had only come over to cheer, and before they could even make a move against Jiang Crispy Ro, Han Feng had unleashed a massacre on them. Han Feng didn't care about any of this, and directly brought his sword forward, chopping out and taking the head of another Blood Cloud Palace disciple. Now, everyone was scared out of their wits and started to panic, all leaning towards the Blood Cloud Palace disciples. After all, it was the Blood Cloud Palace that made them gather here. Han Feng grabbed one of the disciples, and before the sword could chop down, the disciple cried out in pain and begged for mercy. Don't kill me. I didn't make a move on your Taoist couple. I was just called over by the people from the Blood Cloud Palace to make up the numbers. Han Feng sneered and asked, so what did you come over for? What did they ask you to do? Let me kill your dog. Ah, then it's not over. But I didn't kill it. I didn't do it. It wasn't my turn yet. I was just watching. No. If you came here and tried to kill her, then you deserve to die. She is my Taoist mate, and even if you didn't do it, you came here with a killing heart. You didn't do it, but you tried to kill her. Think, and you can't. Han Feng cut off the disciple's head with a crisp sword. This was Han Feng's attitude. You can't even think about something like hurting her. Jiang Chui Ro, who was battling the enemy on the side, heard this and had a soft heart that was completely conquered by Han Feng. She felt that it was worth it to have a Tao partner who protected her and loved her so much in this life. The crowd outside the arena was in an uproar. Crap, this Han Feng is not reasonable. People are just watching from the side, and did not do anything, on the traces regardless of the heart. He began to slaughter? Not even if you want to? So bossy? Crap, another massacre? Another 10 kills. Is he really going to kill all of these 100 or so people? Just because those people came over to surround his Taoist couple, he's going to kill them all? He's a wife protector and a devil cultivator. Chapter 128. Topping the defeat ranking 1. At this moment, everyone decided that Han Feng was a wife protector. After all, he hadn't killed a single person before. The first disciple to sneak up on him, he forced the man to eliminate himself, sort of taking a blood. 3 guys in the back mugged him, he counter-mugged those 3 guys, and then eliminated those 3 guys, and didn't kill anyone. When he encountered the 4 people from the Blood Cloud Palace insulting Wang Coronation, he also injured 2 of his disciples, allowing Wang Coronation to come and kill them in revenge. After that they challenged a lot of people to come and practice to fight against each other, and they were only eliminated and no lives were taken. Myriad Sound Valley's Raccoon Creek, condescending and overbearing, and calling him a bumpkin. He didn't even kill Raccoon Creek, and didn't even eliminate him, but instead gave a favor. People just felt that Han Feng, this person, had strength, but was quite kind and had a good temper. But now, Han Feng, who hadn't been killing anyone, didn't hesitate to go on a killing spree because a group of people wanted to kill his Taoist couple. Even by the rules, most people just watched and didn't do anything. But that won't work either. You mess with me, I might forgive you, at most, and pay you back what you messed with me. But you tried to bully my wife. No way. After Han Feng had handily slain a dozen people, he didn't stop at all and launched a killing spree on the others. He made full use of the rule that only a maximum of 4 people could come to kill him, and the others could only watch but not make a move. And as long as they dared to violate the rule, they would be teleported out and eliminated. And most people, for the most part, are still holding out. A Blood Cloud Palace disciple roared. Han Feng is obviously trying to kill all of us. Let's all get together and gather fire to exterminate him. It's better to be eliminated than to lose your life. Do it. After saying his words, he personally killed toward Han Feng. On the contrary, not all disciples think the same way. Elder brother of the Blood Cloud Palace, our clan sent me alone over to compete. I'm still counting on getting a higher ranking to go back and report the good news. I can't be eliminated so early. Farewell. Offending Han Feng's Blood Cloud Palace's people has nothing to do with us. We'll go on and mix it up a bit. Maybe we'll make it into the top 100. There's no need to strike out together to violate the rules and get eliminated together just to kill a Han Feng. It's not worth it. It's the Blood Cloud Palace that has a grudge against them. It's not like we have a grudge against them. Run around. I don't believe Han Feng can kill so many people. The disciples of those affiliated forces dispersed and fled in all directions. They were just people who had gathered temporarily to help support the Blood Cloud Palace, but they couldn't go to their deaths for the Blood Cloud Palace. They scattered and fled in all directions. Only 4 Blood Cloud Palace disciples remained, and they didn't dare to fight. Immediately flying in all directions, Han Feng targeted them and immediately chased after them, exerting all of his cultivation battle power and slashing out several swords, killing all 4 of those Blood Cloud Palace disciples. After killing the people from the Blood Cloud Palace, Han Feng still didn't stop, exerting that terrifying speed of his and chasing after them, his hand rising and falling with his sword, charging back and forth in this area, decimating all the enemies he could see. Those disciples were suppressed by the Xian Luo compass, and their speed was surprisingly slow. He was like a bolt of lightning in this area, always appearing behind those disciples by surprise, and those people didn't realize that Han Feng had come behind them until they were dead. Han Feng, do you have to drive us to extinction? We'll fight you. A disciple of an affiliated force roared angrily and killed toward Han Feng. He had thought that he would be able to call out to a group of people, but he didn't realize that everyone was sweeping the snow in front of their doors and no one cared about him. They didn't need to be faster than Han Feng. As long as they were able to outpace their companions, they would be able to delay Han Feng's speed and allow them to escape. Han Feng's speed unfolded to the extreme. The wind attribute heavenly spirit root plus the feathered treasures plus the 13th level of the chi practicing stage were enough to make his speed far exceed that of others many times over. Outside the arena, the spectators were counting how many people Han Feng had killed one by one, while the Blood Cloud Palace master's face was already gloomy to the extreme. He bellowed angrily. This son is so ruthless, killing so many innocent people. He is simply heartless. This is a devil cultivator. He must be eliminated to rectify the majesty of our immortal sect. Otherwise, if everyone has it, wouldn't the Min cultivation world become a purgatory, setting off a bloody storm? Sect leader Duanmu coldly snorted. This can be said by anyone. Just you Blood Cloud Palace can't say. Your Blood Cloud Palace is famous for its ruthlessness. Killing is not even forbidden in the sect. The disciples are all hostile, killing and exterminating at every turn. Which of your disciples in Blood Cloud Palace hasn't killed anyone? Besides, Han Feng wasn't some demonic cultivator, and throughout his entry into the tournament, he hadn't killed a single person who didn't have murderous intent towards him. Is it wrong to do to others what they do to him? Your Blood Cloud Palace is clearly trying to kill our clan's Jiang Chui Ro this time. How come? You're allowed to kill, but we're not allowed to kill back. You're allowed to surround a weak woman with 100 men, but we're not allowed to kill you? Don't you mind being ashamed at all? More than 100 people can't beat one person, being slaughtered by others like a chicken and a dog to almost finish. If I were your Blood Cloud Palace, I would have already found a piece of tofu and crashed to death. I have no face to see people. Hearing sect leader Duanmu's words, the Blood Cloud Palace master's eyes widened as he pointed at the other party's nose and angrily rebuked. You fart. Our Blood Cloud Palace is a prestigious sect. It's only sharpening the disciples more. Not to mention us. Let's just say that the current disciple. This Han Feng's speed and battle prowess is definitely not something that the foundation stage can possess. Yen Cha, I have reason to suspect that the Yin Yang sect has sent foundation disciples over to participate in the battle. You're the one who farted. When the sea spirit and mermaid helped out before, all 5 of us personally went inside and met Han Feng. Can't you tell if his aura fluctuation is foundation establishment or chi practicing? Old me doesn't have the divine sense to check. Without releasing it, how can I know whether it's a chi si or an abutment in the dantian in his body? Then how about after he finishes fighting? The 5 of us will go and check it out in person. Ha! I'm not afraid of shadows when I'm upright. And we, the disciples of the Yin Yang sect, are the chi practicing stage. Just go. Don't you cry when you get hit in the face. After a short while, it did hit the fan. Han Feng himself hadn't counted how many people he had killed, and he didn't have the time to do so, but there had been projections in the outside world, and defeating the count had always been remembered for him. Now Han Feng's defeat count had topped the list one. This kind of match has always been a big messy battle. The previous person just defeated the opponent. in the twinkling of an eye was defeated by another opponent. Under the elimination all the time, coupled with the heavy mists and limited vision, even if it is a powerful character, it is very impressive to be able to have 10 defeats, even at the level of the 5 sons of Min. They all beat the count by 20 or 30 at most. On Han Feng's side, the liver went straight to over 100. He had defeated dozens of people with Wang coronation before, and this time, he killed more than 80, scaring more than 20 of them into crushing their tokens and teleporting out. Chapter 129, The Years in the Bloody Races. There was no way around it. Their speed was far inferior to Han Feng's, and they could be caught up in the blink of an eye, so they could only take advantage of the others being killed and hurry to escape themselves, considered survivors. Han Feng also managed to get to the first spot on the list, far ahead. The audience out there rated him as far superior to the Min 5. False Tennessee, the 5 sons of Min. A true heavenly pride, a wife-protecting fiend. The first person in the chi practicing stage of the Min kingdom. Seeing that there were no more enemies, Han Feng flew over toward Jiang Crispin and Wang Coronation and their side, not realizing that just as he arrived here, those 5 powerhouses from before came back in. Disciple pays his respects to the sect leader and to all the seniors. Han Feng clasped his hands and said, "What's going on this time?" King Jing's several old faces were a bit unsettled. These words were said as if a few of them were intentionally looking for trouble from others. Han Feng. Sect leader Duanmu gave a dry cough and said, "Han Feng, you performed well this time and managed to top the defeat ranking list 1. Keep up the good work and stabilize your ranking. I honor the teachings of the sect master." Han Feng replied respectfully, then looked at the other party. "What the hell are you guys doing here? It's like this, Han Feng, because your performance this time was just too outstanding, causing the palace master of the Blood Cloud Palace, as well as many of the spectators outside the arena, to suspect that you were a foundation establishment powerhouse in disguise. Therefore, at everyone's request, we came together to personally probe your cultivation, which is also to convince everyone." "Oh, so that's okay then." Han Feng nodded. Divine sense detection could at most detect that abundant aura realm in his body. The 13th level of the chi practicing stage could not be detected. After all, it wasn't as if there was a notation for raising a level. Moreover, Han Feng knew that he couldn't resist if people wanted to detect it, and the power of divine sense of a Yuaning powerhouse wasn't something he was able to detect yet. Thus, those 5 Yuaning powerhouses released the power of their divine sense to probe Han Feng's Dantian. The Blood Cloud Palace master wondered. How strange. The aura within this Dantian is extremely majestic and powerful, far exceeding the average peak chi refining disciple. But the Dantian is all aura and no abutment. What's going on? Without an abutment, that would be the peak of chi cultivation. Is it hard to still be a Jindan? You didn't find Jindan either? Sect leader Duanmu coldly snorted. Suddenly, the little fox that N was carrying in her arms bellowed out that with malice. Just then, the imperial soul hairpin on top of Han Feng's head radiated light, apparently starting to protect. Han Feng's face suddenly changed as he glared at the Blood Cloud Palace master and drank. "What does senior mean? You're attacking my sea of consciousness?" He knew that the imperial soul hairpin protected the soul and the sea of consciousness. The Blood Cloud Palace master's face was embarrassed as he withdrew the power of his divine sense and said, "No, old me was just curious about your spirit root and soul, and wanted to probe a bit, but you obviously came here with malice in your heart." In the face of other people's malice, Han Feng was not giving face to anyone, just like when he had said in front of Zhang Cui-ro that Yi Longyuan was going to kill him. Can what this little spirit beast says be taken seriously? If this seat were to be malicious towards you, you would be dead in just a moment, and you'd still be here talking to me? The Blood Cloud Palace sect master explained, but Han Feng still ducked behind an in Duo Duo. He knew that Duo Duo was a transformation god realm powerhouse. Seeing that Han Feng had asked her to protect him, Duo also felt that she was trusted and smiled happily as she crossed her arms and looked at the Blood Cloud Palace master. The palace master of the Blood Cloud Palace forcibly redeemed himself by saying, "This seat does not have any malicious intent towards you. Instead, I am very appreciative of you and want you to switch to my Blood Cloud Palace only, so I want to investigate your spiritual roots and soul. You are young. You have a cultivation and battle power far superior to strong people of the same age. It is a pride of heaven that is rarely encountered. Staying in the Yin Yang sect is really condescending. If you come to our Blood Cloud Palace, this seat can personally accept you as a disciple, and can even let you be the next saint son of my Blood Cloud Palace, pouring all the resources into cultivating you. How about it?" Han Feng said without hesitation. "No need. Thank you senior for your kind words. The late generation has no intention of joining another sect yet. My master is very good to me. I don't want to worship anyone else as my master." "Oh, it's CU. That's just it then. However, whenever you figure it out or encounter any difficulties, you can come to my Blood Cloud Palace. My blood cloud palace welcomes a heavenly pride like you. The late generation knows. Han Feng perfunctorily passed. Sect leader Duanmu smiled in relief, then coldly glanced at the blood cloud palace sect leader and said in a conspiratorial manner, some people, don't want to poach outstanding disciples when they see them. Things like accepting disciples. You can't just look at people's conditions. You also have to look at your own conditions. Your blood cloud palace is fishy every day. It's not conducive to the growth of disciples. It's still better for our yin-yang sect. Two old guys, stop fighting. Go away. Go away. Don't affect the disciples' competition. King urged the men away. It was only after they left that Han Feng and the others landed on the edge of the island. In a rare outburst, the little fox said, damn it, that bad guy just now. He clearly came with malice in his heart. Stop it. Talking in here can be heard outside. Han Feng shook his head. He crouched at the edge of the sea, cleaning his sword in a small shallow pool. Anne, it's good to see you again. Ginger Zizzo came too and picked her up and lifted her high in the air, and lets out a cheerful laugh. And Missy, did you miss me? Of course I miss you. Ginger Crystal put him down again and looked at the human fishtail dodo on the side and asked, and this is? Han Feng laughed. This is Duo, a good friend of Anne's, and all a mermaid, the mermaid sister and always talks about. Thanks to her this time, I wouldn't have been able to find you otherwise. Thank you, kind Dodger. Ginger Crystal bowed her head toward Duo and thanked him. Duo smiled coyly, didn't say anything, and jumped right into the water, teasing the water with his fish tail, and jumped over too, making waves and playing with Duo. Looking at the two small children's cheerful appearance, the hostility in Han Feng's body dissipated quite a bit, and after washing his face, he stood up and asked, how's your injury? Much better. I'm originally of the wood attribute. As long as I can't die, recovery is quick. Ginger Crisp smiled gently. Han Feng nodded his head and looked at the blood on Jiang Zura's body and skimmed his lips, saying, TSK, 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 it's so dirty. Is it even possible? The little fox said, I think it's dirty, but it's kinda pretty, so I can still have it if I wash it. Jiang Ziro snorted and laughed, glaring at the two of them poutingly before jumping into the seawater to clean the blood on her body. Wang Coronet was also alone, washing his hands in silence. Han Feng, give us the little fox to play with, and shouted happily. The little fox immediately jumped over. Han Feng sat on the shore, basking in the sunlight that passed through the mist, blowing the sea breeze, watching a few little demons laughing and joking, and looking at the appearance of Jiang Zuro's beauty out of the bath. Surprisingly, he had a kind of lazy and peaceful feeling of the quiet years. Chapter 130, The Rules of the Competition Reset. Jiang Ziro came out of the seawater. The blood on her clothes were cleaned up, and her torn and tattered clothes were changed in the seawater and put away. She stepped on the seawater and walked towards Han Feng step by step. Her clothes were wet and plastered to her body, showing off her front and back figure to the fullest, a good picture of a beauty out of the bath, showing all the temptation. After Han Feng glanced at it, he directly raised his hand and waved out some wind, blowing all the water on Jiang Crispin's body dry. Heck, the little crispy body could only be appreciated by him, not for the grifters out there. Ginger Crispus skimmed him with a smile, sat down next to him, and asked that didn't Wang Coronation not say he wouldn't participate? How come he's here again? This guy sneaked in behind my back, afraid that I would know, and I ended up bumping into him not long after I came in. Ha 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 ha. Ginger Crispin nodded and said, that's good. Just now I saw that Wang Coronet's strength isn't too bad. His physical defense is stronger than even mine, and his attack power is strong. Probably the only drawback is getting up close and personal. Now it's just about time for the three of us to team up, and with more than a day having passed, I think there's at least half a dozen people missing from this place. With the strength of the three of us, we can basically walk sideways in this. That's true. Don't think about who your husband I am, how powerful I am. Han Feng pointed at Duo who was playing in the water with his fishtail and said, see that mermaid? That's Duo. She can sweep the entire arena with just one demon, including those Yuaning bigwigs outside the arena. Ha! She's so powerful? What realm? The realm of transformation. Transforming. Avatars? On the level of the clan's oldest ancestor? Ginger Crisp is wide-eyed and surprised as she looks at the girl in the distance who is swimming this way. I had the same reaction as you when I first found out. Duo came to the shore, and with a flip, his fishtail transformed into slender legs, bouncing to Han Feng, saying, you can't say I'm a demon. The mermaid race is classified as belonging to the orc race, and the orcs are also a branch of the human race. We're the human race that lives in the sea, so that's how it is. Then we're still of the same race. Han Feng laughed. Yeah, to be precise, the only demon here is actually just the little fox, and then is a little fairy, and we're all human. Duo sat down on the beach, picked up a small conch the size of a thumbnail from the ground, and then pulled down a piece of his own blonde hair that was very long, doubled up and braided it into a twist, doubled it up again, and then passed it through the middle of the small conch into the size of a bracelet and handed it to Han Feng. What is it? Han Feng wondered. This is an ordinary hair, and an ordinary conch, braided into an ordinary bracelet, representing the mermaid's blessing. Wishing you good luck and peace in the future. Duo smiled coyly and bounced off to the ocean again. The blonde hair looks great with the little blue conchos. Han Feng played with the small bracelet for a moment before handing it to Jiang Zero and said, "You put it on. Why are you giving me something that a little girl gave you?" Ginger Crisp rolled her eyes and said in a conspiratorial manner. Han Feng laughed. "What? Jealous? I'm not. The people chasing me can be lined up from the Yin Yang sect to the Xin Tian sword sect. I wouldn't believe that you'd go and pick up a fish." Jiang Jiru took the bracelet and brought it on Han Feng's hand, saying, "It's just a normal bracelet. It's someone's friendship for you, so just put it on and don't let them down. Just as long as you're not jealous." "Che, I would be jealous of you? You really can think highly of yourself." Ginger Crisp rolled her eyes again, and right at that moment, in the sky, a voice that resounded throughout the arena suddenly came. One day has passed since the competition, and the first disciple to complete the 100 people beating achievement has appeared. A disciple of the Yin Yang sect, Han Feng, who defeated hundreds of people on his own, becoming the first strongest person on the beating list, far ahead of all the disciples. I hope you will be brave enough to fight and perform well. Remember, all the sect masters and elders outside are watching you. In addition, a new reward has been added. The disciple who defeats the top 10 of the list will receive the same reward as the top 10 of the 100 Pride list ranking. A new rule has been added, where the number each person beats can be totaled to the person who defeated them. For example, if Zhang San defeats 4 and Li Si defeats 5, then Li Si defeats Zhang San. His defeat count will be 5 plus 3 plus the Zhang San he defeated, which is 10. Defeat list rules reset to cumulative. Current ranking. First place, Han Feng, 454. Second place, Wang Ai, 156. Third place, Fan Jian, 132. Fourth place, Bai Lingyu, 96. Fifth place, Fang Yuan Xin, 82. Sixth, Raccoon Creek, 81. In addition, the ranking list and defeat list will be displayed internally, and will be visible to all disciples within it. The fog will dissipate in an hour, so please prepare yourselves. That voice, it was clearly King Jing's voice. What is the meaning of this? Is it encouraging the disciples to fight and kill? Han Feng frowned. Coronet Wang stood up, walked over, and said, "The overall rules remain the same. It's still the ranking list that determines the rankings. Except that defeating the list is more evidence of benefit one's excellence and power. They've added rewards to the original rules and a more transparent and fair list to show us. It may seem like it's for our own good, but it's really to motivate the disciples even more to fight and kill ideas. Plus one that dispersed the fog so that everyone in the area could see far enough to see where there would be people fighting, and then go over there, and then hurry up themselves when the fight was over there. At this point, people basically fall into two categories. One kind is powerful, looking for people to fight everywhere. The other is not powerful, will hide at the bottom of the sea to hide, but the time at the bottom of the sea cannot be more than 1 hour, and the formation will continue to shrink, and finally shrink to the center of the island. All the people cannot hide, can only fight. Watch, before long, when the fog clears, a big melee will begin. Looking at Wang Coronet's grave expression, Han Feng laughed with unconcern and said, "What's the big deal? It has nothing to do with us. Our mission is to be in the top 10. We don't care about anything else." Then, do you think that others will let you enter the top 10 comfortably? Those people, even if they can't obtain the top 10 in terms of rankings, they still want to beat some more people to obtain the top 10 in terms of number of defeats. So what do you think is the easiest way to get a beat count? Well, find the one with the highest defeat count, defeat him and get his defeat count, Han Feng said. Chapter 131 Han Feng's bug capturing scheme. So who would you say has the highest number of defeats right now? Wang Coronet asked. Seems like me. Then, do you think that those high-minded heavenly prides, those 5 sons of men, will they be convinced when they see that there's an unheard of newcomer disciple whose ranking is actually higher than theirs? No. So will they come and fight you and defeat you to prove they're better than you and, in the process, take your defeat count? Definitely. Then no. We'll become very dangerous. Upon hearing this, Han Feng nodded and said, "It doesn't look as if there's any way for us to lay flat." Ginger Crispin rolled her eyes widely and said, "You're still thinking about laying flat. When the time comes to challenge your swarm, you'd better think about how to hide. Let's hide in the sea too." Why hide? Han Feng was surprised. What if you don't hide? Are you going to keep fighting? Going to brush up on your defeat count? No brushing off. Why do we need to brush the number of defeats? The sect leader only promised to give us foundation establishment pills if we could place in the top 10. What do we need a defeat count for? Then why don't we go hide? Why hide? Looking at the bewildered Han Feng, Zhang Ziro really wanted to go kick him twice and then peel back his brain to see what he was thinking. This dog man, is he just designed to piss her off? Han Feng laughed. Don't you see that this rule of his has a loophole? What loophole? That is, as long as the two full formations are fighting, then no one else is allowed to intervene. Yeah, it's not to protect fairness. Yeah, but if we get a really weak team and fight them all the time and don't beat them, and they can't beat us, we'll just be in a constant state of belligerence so no one else can come at us. Don't we just need to head to that island in the center, suppress those 4 opponents, and we'll be stuck with the rankings all the time? When Han Feng said this, the eyes of the crowd instantly lit up, and even Nin, who was in the distance, gave a thumbs up and said, Han Feng, you really are a little genius then. Han Feng laughed and said, thank you for the compliment. Let's just wait here for the fog to dissipate. It's been a day now. Those who can team up have basically teamed up. Let's just wait for the rabbits. Han Feng had the Xian Heavenly Compass, which was capable of suppressing enemies, and after defeating them, suppression would suffice. As long as he stays subdued, he stays belligerent. Metso, and coincidentally, since his side had not been in a fighting state, the projection had shrunk, and no one was paying attention to his side anymore. People are in fierce battles. The audience must be watching the battles. Who would have nothing to watch you chat? Didn't even wait an hour. Only a quarter of an hour had passed before they came across a very lucky team. In this lucky team, there were 3 men and 1 woman, all of whom were casual cultivators who had never seen Han Feng, and when they saw that there were only 3 of them in their team, they immediately felt that they were easy to bully, so they killed towards them. Han Feng saw these 4 lucky winners and greeted them warmly. Humph, you don't know the heights of heaven, and you're still smiling at us. Boy, you're ready to die. A male disciple at the head of the group said in a condescending manner. There were also quite a few spectators on their side looking over because they had started fighting. When those spectators saw those 4 bullish scattered disciples, each and every one of them couldn't help but burst out laughing. It's so newborn. Han Feng nodded and laughed. Well, then, Your Excellency, please make your move. This guy's not supposed to be an idiot, is he? The only woman there said, with a slight frown on her brow. Zhou, why don't we stop bullying them? It's not good to bully fools. Let's switch to someone else to fight. The youth named Zhou immediately whispered. No, we are all at the 7th or 8th level of chi practicing stage. Now that others have formed a team, each of them is stronger than us, and it's rare to meet one that isn't in a full formation. How can we not seize the opportunity? But it's not nice to bully people like that, the woman said timidly. If we don't bully others are going to come and bully us, and maybe even kill us, so how can we not get more beatings while we can? It's not like we're going to kill them, we're just going to eliminate them. These 3 don't look that strong. Sooner or later they're going to be eliminated. Instead of being caught and killed by someone else, it'll be their lucky day if they meet us who don't kill people. Han Feng painstakingly stifled his laughter and said, Yes, we are just so lucky. Don't you laugh. I'm going to get ready to kick your ass. The one called Zhou drank in color. I'm sorry fellow Taoist Joe, we are professionally trained, and we usually don't laugh unless we can't help it. On the side, Zhang Chuiro and Wan Coronet couldn't help but laugh as well. Shoulders shrugged and held back. That Zhou felt humiliated and bellowed. You guys are still laughing. See, you're not just 1 fool, but 3, just so I can help eliminate you before you get killed by the other bad guys. Thank you, you're a nice guy. Han Feng sincerely thanked him. Under Zhou's leadership, the 4 of them, together, killed toward Han Feng's trio. Wang Coronation and Zhang Chuiro didn't even move, which made Zhou even more certain that these 3 people were all fools. However, right at this moment, the big fool in front of them suddenly took out a compass, and immediately after that, the compass steeply became bigger, with a diameter of 10 meters, enveloping all 4 of them inside. The larger the area of the Xian Luo compass, the more the power of suppression was diluted, and the smaller the area, the greater the power of suppression. And it's also very much about the cultivation of the caster. As soon as this 8 trigrams array came out, it directly suppressed those 4 people to the ground, unable to move a single movement. Zhou's face changed drastically as he said, What is going on with you? How did you get so strong? Aren't you a fool? Stupid? Han Feng gently smiled, squatted on the ground, looked at that Zhou, and said, Look up there, see that defeat list? Tell me who the top name is. Zhou looked at it, and then his face changed dramatically, and he shouted in panic, And you are Han Feng? Han Feng narrowed his eyes and said, yes, that's right, exactly. So, that's why you just seemed to be filled with disinterest and kept smiling at us. Not actually because of stupidity, but because, well, we're so weak that you didn't give a damn about it, right? That's right. Oh, and they say others are stupid, but in the end, the stupid ones are actually the four of us. Jojo smiled to himself, his eyes filled with despondency. Han Feng pointed at those corpses in the distance and said, see those corpses? All of them were killed by me. 100 kills, and I was the first to accomplish it. Chapter 132, Changing the Rules for Han Feng. Jojo said with an ugly face, what do you want me to read this for? Kill or die as you wish. It's our fault for not recognizing you. We admit it. Do you want to die? I'm not afraid to die. I didn't ask if you're afraid of dying. I only asked if you want to die. Looking at Han Feng's smiling expression, Jojo was filled with doubt and said, who wants to die? You ask. Alright then, let's give you guys a chance then. Hand over all of your teleportation tokens to me and I won't kill you. Han Feng extended his hand. What do you mean by that? The woman asked. Jojo sighed. He probably wants to eliminate us with his own hands. Forget it, it's better than dying. Give it to him. Let's go out and go to another place to experience. Okay then. Han Feng released the power of suppression, allowing the four of them to take out their teleportation tokens before they all received them in their hands. However, just when Jojo thought he was going to crush the token, Han Feng suddenly received it into his storage bag. Jojo was shocked and surprised. And what are you doing? Doing what? I'm just tricking you guys into getting your tokens, so that you can't escape even if you want to go out. I'm going to ruthlessly torture you, so that you can't beg for life, can't beg for death. Jia jia jia. Han Feng's face was filled with a sinister look as he let out a strange laugh, portraying the aura of a great villain to the fullest. Those four people immediately looked as if they were dead, and the woman was even so frightened that she cried. Jojo cursed angrily. Han Feng, if you're still a man, give us a hard time. We have no grudges against you. Why do you have to torture us like this? Isn't your Yin Yang sect a famous sect? Why do you do such things? Because you guys called me a fool. It made me feel bad inside. You guys humiliated. Of course I have to humiliate you guys hard too. Ha 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 ha. That Jojo was furious and cursed. And the other three were all as if their hearts were dead. As if they had lost their lives. However, Han Feng just went straight to the ground and laid down in the sun. Very comfortable. This scene confused the audience outside, wondering what the hell he was up to. Han Feng wasn't going to humiliate a few strangers. He just wanted to get stuck in a bug and then lie down. How tiring it is to fight. Only fools fight. And he's kind of doing this team a favor by helping them move up the roster. Han Feng could stay as long as they wanted, and the longer they stayed, the higher their ranking would be. As for Jojo, after cursing for half a day, he realized that Han Feng hadn't moved at all, and was just suppressing them from moving around. Soon, an hour passed, and all the fog in the arena dispersed, the sunlight splashed down, and the situation within the entire arena was clear at a glance. Immediately, a team spotted Han Feng's side and killed over. He was about to do it when he realized that there were 7 people on the ground. Ha? What's going on? Why are there 7 people on your team? The visitor asked. It's not 7 yo, it's 9, and Duo came over as well. Grinning, Han Feng explained. The 3 of us are on the same team. These 4 are on the same team. Can't you see that we're in the middle of a fierce battle? You can't intervene. Hurry up and leave. So, what about these 2? These 2 are sirens, not crew members, and cannot participate in the battle. Han Feng was too lazy to explain an Duo to them and casually excused himself. Then forget it. Let's go. That group left. This scene, again, caused a furor in the outside world. People finally saw what Han Feng was up to. Damn. Han Feng is utilizing the rule that no one else is allowed to intervene when they are engaged. And as long as the 3 of them and the 4 on the opposite side remain engaged, no one else is allowed to intervene all the time. Crap. Such a good way. Why didn't I think of it? They just get stuck like this. Keep getting stuck without eliminating their opponents. And the rankings will keep going up. Or even if they just occupy the center point, and the formation keeps contracting, and other people keep getting eliminated, they'll be able to sit firmly in the top 10. When it's just their 2 teams left in the arena, they'll eliminate that one team, and Han Feng will directly sit firmly at the top of the ranking list. There's a loophole in the rules. To be stuck like that, how shameless. Old Devil Han is not only ruthless and murderous, but he's also tricky enough to come up with such a shameless method. Cow. What a cow. This son is extremely intelligent. He will become a great man in the future. Listening to the audience's comments behind them, the heads of the 5 major powers also had a headache. They had already gone down twice to get involved with Han Feng. Did they have to go down a 3rd time? The point is, Other people's Han Feng didn't violate the rules every time. It's their rules that are the problem. They had all changed the rules to target Han Feng, and had gotten rid of the mist, and even published the defeat list just to get people to beat Han Feng. Unexpectedly, Han Feng was still able to find a way to crack it. If they go down to Warn again, do they still want their organizers to lose face? This Han Feng, he's really good at messing things up. After another half a day, quite a few disciples were coming to challenge them, but they were all put off by Han Feng with the same reason. Finally, they saw the formation shrink over in the distance, and only then did Han Feng stand up and stretch, saying, "Let's go. Let's fly high in the sky. Calculate the center point of this racecourse, and then take the center point position. With the number of people who have seen us, I'm afraid that a lot of people are learning this method of ours, and we have to occupy the most central place in advance, lest we be occupied by someone else and will be passive." However, just then, King Jing's voice came from the sky again. In order to deal with the loopholes in the card rules of certain disciples who don't want the Bai Lian, the direction of contraction of the formation is now changed from a fixed contraction towards the center point to a random contraction in a certain direction, and the direction is changed every hour. In addition, when the last 100 people remain in the field, the rules of the tournament will be changed to a melee mode, and there will no longer be a rule of not interfering with others' battles. When these words came out, the remaining 10,000 disciples in the arena were all a bit confused. What does that mean? Why did the rules change again? Previously a rule was changed where defeats could be cumulatively stacked. That would basically mean that the longer you live, the higher the defeats, and at the end of the day, the winner would get everyone's defeats, which was bullshit enough to make the defeats list meaningless. And now they're changing the rules again? Shame on you. Can't we have fun anymore? As for Han Feng, he was also confused and asked in exasperation that who is it? Who is that disciple who doesn't want the billion card rule loophole? The rules that caused this have been changed so that I can't card the top 10. It's really infuriating. Don't let me catch that man or I'll beat him to death. Chapter 133 Roasted Fish is really good looking at Han Feng's righteous indignation. Zhang Chuirou and Wang Coronet each gave him a glance full of deep meaning before turning their heads away in silence. This dog man who specializes in exasperating people really doesn't have any self-awareness. Han Feng said, "Then since we can't get stuck at the center point, we don't need to grab it. Let's just stick to the edges of the formation. And whichever way the formation shrinks we'll just go. What a great idea. Let's come along for a boat ride and fish." And then happily cheered, and then raised his little hand, and in the seawater, a ball of water rose up, and then coalesced into an aquamarine-colored treasure ship, which also had decorations like starfish and shells. "Here, let's go boating," and jumped straight into the boat, and Duo followed closely behind. The three of them, Han Feng, lifted up that team of 4 and came to the ship to continue the suppression. The 4 are having a hard time. They all stared angrily at Han Feng. Han Feng laughed. "It's a pity. Originally I was planning to bring you guys into a top 10, but as a result, the organizers were shameless and changed the rules so that after 100 people you can have a big melee. So I can only bring you into the top 100. At those words, Jojo was surprised. "So, you suppressed us to actually bring us into the top 10? "Yes, our 2 teams are always at war, so no one else can come in and interfere. So we're always safe and don't have to worry about how the other enemy fights. Otherwise, do you think that with the strength of those of you who are at the 7th or 8th level of the Chi practicing stage, you would be able to enter the top 10? The first 10,000 are all bad enough, but now also line, take you into a top 100, also can get reward. 100 pride list well, is not to choose the ranking of the top 100 disciples well." Hearing Han Feng's words, the 4 of them were actually a bit touched in their hearts. "Thank you. It's us who misunderstood you and scolded you before. It's our fault. I apologize. It's okay. I'm not a careful person." Han Feng laughed out loud and headed for the boat, continuing to lie flat. Dodo and coalesced a pair of oars out of the current, and as they paddled the waters, singing "Let's swing our oars," small boats pushed back the waves. Sea rafting. The sun was just right and the breeze was not too dry to make you drowsy. Zhang Ziru lay beside Han Feng, resting on his arm, and said, "I do understand now why you like lying flat in the sun so much. It's really comfortable. That's for sure. I told you, just lay flat with me from now on." "That won't do. A life of ease is too demoralizing. I can't be like you and be lazy every day. I'm going to work hard to cultivate and support our family. I'm really working hard. Ha ha ha." Han Feng smiled dotingly and hugged Zhang Chuirou, flooding the boat with his eyes closed. Wang Coronet was filled with disgust and rolled his eyes greatly. He had wanted to come here to find someone to fight to sharpen himself, but now it was good that he had followed Han Feng and laid flat. It didn't matter though, he could still go to battle until after the 100. Thinking of this, Wang Coronet raised his head and bellowed, "Fellow Daoist, Stop. The two teams over here are fighting. Do not intervene. Leave quickly. What he was shouting about was the two teams that were coming this way. Those two teams were from the same family. Both were from the Xian Tian sword sect. Both wearing the Xian Tian sword sect's logo on their chests. They were planning on wheeling and dealing to beat their foes and get a ranking. However, when they saw Han Feng's team's maneuvers, they were dumbfounded. And fucking so? The Xian Tian sword sect's people were no fools, and immediately saw the true purpose of these two teams on the opposite side. And then, both of their eyes brightened up as they looked at each other. Both saw in each other's eyes the thoughts that were going through their minds. Senior brother Fu, prepare to die. Senior brother Gua, I'm not afraid of you. Cut them down. The two teams fierce fight together, banging and chopping each other. In fact, it is the spiritual weapons in the collision. A little aura is useless. When their two teams were playing, no one else could intervene, and without any surprises, these two teams would be able to securely enter the top 100 just like Han Feng. Han Feng's boat, their small boat, continued forward, and even Han Feng found two pairs of fishing rods from one of the captured storage bags, gave one to Zhang Cui-ro, and took one for himself, canoeing and fishing. And as the formation continues to shrink, the number of people who encountered them is also increasing. But there are also many people who saw this tawdry operation and their eyes lit up, learned this method, and rushed to find others, discussing fake fights and mixing the first 100. As time passed, the array grew smaller and smaller, and the number of people in the arena grew smaller and smaller. Han Feng's defeat ranking number 1 position had long since been snatched away by someone else. Soon, another day had passed, and there was only most of a day left until the end of the competition. And this method of Han Feng's to mix up the rankings spread like the plague, being learned by quite a few contestants. They had also all learned from the others that this method was Han Feng's original, and they all praised Han Feng in their hearts. What a strange man. Soon, the formation narrowed down to just an island and an area of sea to the east, but there were still thousands of people in the field. At least 100 teams, out of those thousands, were faking the fight. What's more, there were even 8 people sitting face to face on the ground, taking their swords to each other's swords. So much so, that the other contestants who wanted to fight couldn't find an opponent. Han Feng and the others were still wandering in the small boat when suddenly, a group of silhouettes sped from the distance and stopped in front of them. The person in the lead was none other than Bai Lingyu, and behind him, there was no one, so it was obvious that Bai Lingyu had formed his own team. Senior brother Han, senior sister Jiang, senior brother Wang, I finally found you guys. Bai Lingyu landed on the boat and looked at Han Feng, who was fishing, and greeted him. Han Feng had caught up quite a few fish, and the 4 of them, Wang Coronet and Zhou Zhou, directly made a fire and roasted the fish on this boat coalesced with water. Zhou Zhou was a disciple of the fire attribute and was directly able to create fire. Yo, senior brother Bai is here. Sit down, eat fish together. Han Feng greeted warmly, and then also picked up the grilled fish in her hand, her eyes squinting into a crescent moon as she smiled and playfully said, "The grilled fish is delicious." Bai Lingyu felt a rush of headache and said, "Senior Han, I mean, what are you guys doing here? Fishing and grilling fish? But this is the racetrack. Aren't we here to compete?" "Yeah, that's what we're competing in. We're in a fierce battle with this one team." Han Feng pointed at Zhou Zhou and the others. Zhou Zhou's 4 grinned a simple smile, their eyes filled with clear stupidity. Bai Lingyu, with her head full of black lines, said, "Are you guys at war? Competing to see who eats more grilled fish? You can't say that." "Senior White," Han Feng said seriously, "the grilled fish is really good. Don't you believe me?" Chapter 134. Certain disciples don't want Bilian. Han Feng's best skill was the main one of answering questions and pissing people off alive. Jiang Zero had a deep understanding that sometimes communicating with Han Feng could really make her so angry that she wanted to beat him to death. Bai Lingyu sighed and said, "Senior brother Han, I heard that this way of finding a team to fake a fight and then keep stalling to mix up the rankings was something you pioneered, wasn't it? Thank you for the compliment. Senior brother, I'm not talented. It's exactly what I first created." "Ah, Senior Han, I know that you're very strong. You're the first disciple to reach the 100 slaughter achievement, and with your strength, I think you're no better than me. But since we are representing the clan and have come to participate in the competition, we should be fighting for the glory of the clan. So to mix into the top 100 by dishonorable means like this, I'm afraid it's detrimental to the face of the clan and yourself." Han Feng thought for a moment and replied, "But when you don't care about face, it doesn't feel degrading. What's the point of needing something as vain as face? It's only practical to mix it up until the reward is in your hand." Bai Lingyu was obviously a very good-tempered and elegant eldest senior brother, and was still bitterly persuading Han Feng. "Can Han senior brother your strength? That is to enter the top 10 is also easy. I heard that you alone beheading the Blood Cloud Palace and affiliated forces of hundreds of people. No one is a match for you. Why do you need to use this way? Han Feng said lazily. Save your strength if you can. Ah, the Jianghu is not fighting and killing. The Jianghu is the human world. What's the point of fighting all the time? It's better to give each other face and hang out together. It's a pity that those awful old men from the organizers changed the rules. Or else I would have just grabbed the middle position and been in the top 10 properly. Isn't it still because of you that the organizers changed the rules? Bai Lingyu sighed and sat on the bow of the boat, her long hair flowing in the wind, saying, the organizers changed the rules twice. The first time was when the fog disappeared and the rules of the defeat list changed because you killed too many people by yourself. The organizers were trying to motivate the disciples to come and grab your defeat count. That's when the organizers wanted to eliminate you. The second time, it was changed to turn on melee mode after 100 people were left, also to deal with your tactic of faking a fight to mix up the time. And now, many of the disciples have taken after you, and they are in teams of 4, faking fights with another team to mix up the hours. As far as I can observe, there are at least 400 to 500 people in the arena who are doing this, and it is clear that this will not meet the standard of 100 that the organizers have said that the 100 pride ranking will not be able to select the true 100 heavenly prides, and if you change to a one-on-one approach, then you can still mix up the hours with that. So I think the organizers are about to change the rules. Change again? Shame on the organizers. Han Feng sighed. And outside the field, King Jing Blood Cloud Palace Sectmaster and the others were already storming. You're the one who's shameless. Aren't you? You little thief. You've been drilling loopholes in the rules, hiring outside help and faking fights. We originally made the rules seamless, and you found the loopholes hard and fast, and we all plus utilization. Now you're calling us shameless. Don't stop me. I'm going to cut this asshole to death. The Yin Yang sect's headmaster pulled King Jing to his death, or else King Jing would go and hack Han Feng to death. Don't go. You're a Yuaning powerhouse. Going to bully a chi practicing stage disciple? Isn't it a shame? And wouldn't it be even more shameful if you were killed back again? What? Killing me back? With just him, a chi practicing stage? But he has a bodyguard of the transformation god realm with him. Are you sure you want to go? Upon hearing this, King Jing stopped raging and said, then what to do? Just let him go on fooling around like this. Look at the field now. How many disciples are faking fights? At this rate, there is still ** King Heaven's pride chosen. One by one, they are all basking in the sun. The Xin Tian Sword Sect Master said, it's really not possible. Let's change the rules. Let's just have a chaotic battle. Love it or hate it, just fight. Whoever is strong wins, and those who are weak get out. Myriad Sound Valley's Qingxia Sect Master said. But in this case, we from the big clans definitely have an advantage. There are so many of us that we can join forces to bully the other casual disciples. What then? Go run the ring? Fight one-on-one? How long will that fight take? This is not good. That is not good. You guys tell me what to do? Limit the number of people in a group then? Then what's the difference from before? A clan's direct battle against each other. Stuck with the rankings would be fine. These high-powered bigwigs never thought that they would one day be forced to be helpless and anxious by a tiny chi practicing stage disciple. The Blood Cloud Palace sect leader sighed and said, for today's solution, we can only let go of all the restrictions and let the disciples mix it up. Winning or losing is all based on skill. Take advantage of the fact that the disciples of the various families have not yet united together. Let's mix it up straight away. There aren't too many people in the arena anyway. There's only about 1,000 or so, and there are only about 1 or 2 dozen left from each of our families. But in this way, I'm afraid that there will be a phenomenon where one clan will bag the top 10, or disciples who are obviously very strong will be eliminated too early. The one who wins in the end will definitely be the disciple of our great clan. This 100 pride ranking will end up being a farce. Hasn't it become a farce now? Well, without further ado, there is nothing more we can do, and it is true that this time there is a loophole in our rules, and we won't do it that way in the future. Let's have a show of hands. All in favor of a big mix-up. When he finished speaking, King raised his hand first. Sect leader Duanmu sighed and said, the fact that the number of defeats can be accumulated is the biggest failing. This way, no one will bother to actively use up their aura to defeat others. Anyway, as long as they survive to the end and go to defeat those strong ones, they can also snatch their defeats from them. But that's the way it has to be. The rules keep changing all the time and it's going to wipe out the credibility of our organizers. Better to mix it up and get this farce over with. When he finished speaking, he also raised his hand in agreement. Qingxia coldly grunted. Isn't this a good thing that Yin Yang sect's disciples did? That Han Feng, looking honest and simple and stupid, but in reality, he's a monkey, the best at playing dumb. I agree. King Jing nodded and said to the inside of the formation that this tournament, as time went on, appeared to come with a lot of unpleasantness. The old man announced that the rules of this tournament will be changed for the last time. All restrictions will be abolished, and the free melee will continue to determine the rankings according to the order of elimination, and there will not be any further changes later on. I hope that certain disciples will order Billion to stop being a bit smart and keep getting stuck in the loopholes of the rules, and behave themselves and do it all over again. Humph. Chapter 135, Two Great Alliances Appear. Who is he cursing? Han Feng wondered. I don't know. I don't think it's cursing you, Ginger Crispin said in a tone that comforted the fool. Bai Lingyu sighed and said, how? You see, you forced the organizers to change the rules again. Bah, really shameless. Their own rules themselves have loopholes, and now they say I'm shameless. Bah, in the end it's still going to be a big melee, so why don't we just have a big melee at the beginning? It looks like there's no rest for the wicked. Han Feng said this on his lips, but he still sat on the boat without moving and continued fishing. Bai Lingyu stood up and said, it seems that we can only let the disciples of the Yin Yang sect gather together first, so that we don't get broken one by one. We have to go find them and protect them. Han Feng smiled at his words. How many people are left in each of the 5 major powers now? Bai Lingyu said. There's just over 1,000 people left in the entire field, and there's only 1 or 2 dozen left in each house at best. Yeah, it's just a mere 1 or 2 dozen people. What are you afraid of? Just sit at ease. If it's really a melee, can you protect several of them? Or are you planning to let the Yin Yang sect take the top 10? Han Feng smiled leisurely and said, Senior brother Bai, what do you think will result if the people from several other sects go and join forces to frantically eliminate the disciples of smaller forces and casual cultivators now that this melee has been liberalized? After thinking about it, Bai Lingyu said, they will unite against the great powers, and either they will be removed first, or the people of the great powers will be removed first. Right. No matter whether it's a big power or a loose cultivator. There's no lack of smart people. The loose cultivators have a lot of people, but they are weak and scattered, and they know that the big powers will surely join together, bullying them for being fewer due to the fact that they have a lot of people. They will surely be the first to join forces and remove the big powers first, especially those who can secure a spot in the top 10, such as the 5 sons of Min and the like. Such people are the ones who pose the greatest threat. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingyu's face changed slightly and said, then aren't we in danger? The best thing to do now is to unite with the other 4 and form a big power alliance to eliminate all the loose cultivators first, and then fight it out on their own. Unfortunately, the 5 families are not united, and they still want to fight for supremacy amongst each other. The only way to make them united is to wait for those loose cultivators to hit them in the face and let them know the pain. So, according to you, we don't do anything now? Just keep waiting? Just wait. We're at the very edge of the area, still far from the center. Unobtrusive. Let them fight first, and then just sit back and wait for a few others to come over to us. Then you're not worried that those loose cultivators will unite to come after you first? Bai Lingyu looked toward Han Feng and said seriously. Han Feng snorted. The fishing rod in his hand didn't move as if it were a mountain, and leisurely said, a bunch of dirtbags. What's there to fear? At those words, Bai Lingyu gave Han Feng a deep look. He suddenly realized that this senior brother in front of him seemed to be somewhat unfathomable, rather like a worldly superior. Han Feng was right. When he came here, he was basically a descending blow, and there wasn't even an opponent worthy of his full strength. No matter how many people came, he would be able to use his speed advantage to pull away and then break them down one by one. Simple. As Han Feng had said, everyone was shocked when the news of the rule change was released. Several large forces immediately searched for their respective people and joined forces to prepare to strike at the scattered cultivators. And among the scattered cultivators, there was no lack of people with greater fame. They gathered together and encouraged the scattered cultivators, telling them that if they didn't unite, all of the top 100 rankings were going to be taken away by the big powers, and they wouldn't even be able to eat a single leftover, and that the best way to do it would be to unite and eliminate the big powers people first, and then they'd fight for it themselves. Moreover, they also promised to vouch for their respective honors that as long as they joined the alliance, no one could make a move against their comrades until the disciples of the great powers were removed, or else the group would rise up and attack them. The playing field wasn't much bigger than an island and an ocean, and they easily gathered hundreds of people to join together at the western end of the island. The scattered cultivators who didn't have the time to join forces were rounded up by several large forces. As for the disciples of the Yin Yang sect, after finding Bai Lingyu, Han Feng, and the others, it was as if they had found their backbone. Taking advantage of the other big forces going to round up the scattered cultivators, they rushed toward their side, gradually forming a force of nearly 20 people. After rounding up the loose cultivators, the disciples of the 4 families led by Fan Jian, Zhang Lingyu, Wang Ai, and Raccoon Creek were first very puzzled that they couldn't find the loose cultivators. And then when they heard that the loose cultivators were all assembled on the island, numbering in the hundreds, they all seriously stared. This made the four families, who were still planning to fight, have to solemnize themselves, put down their dry spells, and gather together to discuss their strategies. Raccoon Creek said, "There are only 80 or so people in our four families combined, and the scattered cultivators across the street have all joined together to crush us together in order to resist us. So what do we do now?" Wang Ai snorted and said, "It's not because you chased the scattered cultivators too closely, forcing them to unite, and now who's to blame?" Fan Jian frowned. "Wang Ai, you need to stop acting like it's none of your business. It was your blood cloud palace that killed more people before. If it was a melee at the beginning, our few families would be enough to clear out all the loose cultivators and not give them a chance to unite. But now that the playing field has become so small, and they've all united, we'll have to be wiped out by all of them if we continue like this. If I say, we several families, first do not fight, first united, the scattered cultivators all eliminated out of the Min 100 pride list, is our big clan's pride of the world, cannot be given to them. If we can't even make it into the top 100, our several clans, let's wait to be laughed out of the room." Fang Yuanqin hastily nodded his head and said, "That's what I think too. We're now a target. We have to unite and combine to eliminate those loose cultivators first. If only senior brother Ling Yu was here, we'd pull in the Yin Yang sect again and unite together." Raccoon Creek wondered, "Yeah, where's this by Ling Yu guy? I've been trying to find him to spar. Why can't I find him? Where did all the people from the Yin Yang sect go?" Wang Ai sneered, "Greedy and fearful of death. They've gone into hiding. Their calculations are loud and clear, letting us fight with the loose cultivators while they sit back and enjoy the spoils. In this matter, the Yin Yang sect couldn't stay out of it. They couldn't let them reap the benefits anymore. We have to find the Yin Yang sect's people and pull them in as well, so we can clean up those loose cultivators together." A Myriad Sound Valley disciple said, "I saw Bai Ling Yu and Han Feng there in the eastern waters earlier. They were on a ship with quite a few people around them. Let's go get them." Chapter 136 Alliance Showdown. A few of them clicked together and unanimously agreed that the Yin Yang sect must not stay out of this, and that the five powers should fight for face together. By this time, the projections on the large formation had long since disappeared, as the formation had been shrinking all along, and those spectators outside, flying in boats, had been following the contraction of the formation forward. Now that the 100 Pride tournament has only the last half day left, the array is already small, the projection is withdrawn, and the people outside are able to see the situation inside directly through the array. The people inside can also see what's going on outside. Han Feng had been at the edge of the formation the entire time, and even chatted with the other Yin Yang sect disciples who had been eliminated from the formation from time to time. Smilingly, the several Yuaning powerhouses in the sky were also quite tired after seeing the state of the field today. The rules they had set up for the four-player teams were originally thought to be a simple two-team sparring match, and after the winner was decided, the winner would be ranked and the loser would be eliminated, and then the sparring match would follow. As a result, the bug was stuck hard by Han Feng, and it was also followed by many disciples. They redrew the rules again so that they could have a big melee. Originally thought it was a swarm of people attacking each other, but I didn't realize that there were two major alliances divided up in this, the five major power alliances and the loose cultivator alliance, respectively. It's so heavenly. In fact, if at the beginning, the rules were to determine the rankings by the number of defeats, with no rules for smash, then everyone would be attacking everyone else to boost their defeat count. And it's also best if the defeat count is not cumulative. Defeating one person only counts as one person's, lest there be a situation where the previous person worked hard to defeat several people, got injured and then was attacked by old six, and then took away his defeat count situation, or he clearly only defeated one person, but ended up with a high defeat count. Only the more enemies you defeat with your own hands, the more you can show your strength. The other way is that the rules are still the same as the original, but add a clause that if an illegal team is formed, and the two teams can't win or lose for a long time in one piece, they will all be eliminated directly. There are many ways to solve the problem, but none of the organizers thought of it and made a series of dumb moves that led to the situation that has arisen today. Nowadays, it's only fair to say that there are no more restrictions on any of it, so feel free to play, as the organizers are laying down the law anyway, as long as there are no more mass deaths. Soon, the people from the other four families all flew to where the group from the Yin Yang sect was. Oops, there are a lot of people here, and looked up at the sky and smiled. The crowd listened down, and when the Blood Cloud Palace's Wang Ai saw Han Feng leisurely fishing and the people on the boat still eating grilled fish, he immediately sneered and said, "Oh, we're fighting to the death over there, and you guys are here on vacation? Each one of you is still eating and drinking. Really leisurely, ah." Han Feng lazily ignored this foul-mouthed idiot and continued to leisurely fish. Duo asked, with a slight frown, "Are you guys planning to outnumber us again?" When Wang Ai saw that a yellow-haired girl dared to speak, he immediately angrily rebuked. "Who are you? Also a disciple of the Yin Yang sect? Why don't you wear the clan symbol?" Duo was now in her humanoid state, so it was no wonder that Wang Ai would treat her as a normal human. Dodger said, very seriously, "I'm not a disciple of the Yin Yang sect, but it's not right for so many of you to come and bully the few with the many. Yo, use you to fart here? Shut your stinking mouth. Since you're a casual cultivator, get the hell out of the opposite camp, or we can just eliminate you." Hearing these words, the Blood Cloud Palace master outside had a moment of scalp numbness and immediately shouted angrily, "Wang Ai, do not disrespect the mermaid senior. Quickly apologize." Wang Ai raised his head to look at his own palace master who was raging outside the formation. His heart thumped, and he looked at Duo with a pouty face in shock. Who is this little girl? A mermaid? A senior? One who can be called a senior by a yuaning bigwig like the palace master? Could it be the goddess of transformation realm? Wang Ai immediately transformed into a good son who could bend and bend, and immediately bowed with both hands clasping his palms, saying, "Greetings to Mermaid Senior. Please forgive me, Senior." Duo pouted and said, "You're rude. Dodo doesn't like you and won't play with you." After saying her words, she made it to An's side and took An's small hand. Seeing that Duo didn't hold him responsible, Wang Ai then breathed a sigh of relief, and said to Bai Lingyu, "Bai Lingyu, right now those loose cultivators totaling 400 to 500 people have formed a bullshit alliance that wants to clear out our 5 big powers first. They said that the rewards taken out by the 5 families were rewarded to them, and if they were to go back to us, it would be no different from not taking the rewards, so they would have to eliminate us first and then go for the rewards. This bunch of mud-legged dirtbag things. Our clan's not giving us anything, do we go feed them? This time, even if we don't fight for the rankings, we still have to fight for our reputation. Let's join forces first, kill them all, make sure we can be ranked in the top, then we can go one-on-one, no one interferes, and decide the order of the top 10. What do you think?" Wang Ai's words were dirty and his eyes were hazy and vicious, but he had a point. Bai Lingyu, Han Feng and the others, they were just waiting for the other side to come looking. Bai Lingyu nodded and said, "It's hard to support a lone tree. We also understand this. We can join in, but say in advance, when our 5 families are dealing with those casual cultivators, we can't attack each other's backstabbing. If I know about it, I'll spell out my rankings not to want it, but I'll also kill the backstabbing ones first." Wang Ai nodded. "There's no need for you to make a move. When I find out about it, kill without amnesty and just cut off his dog's head." After he finished speaking, he looked at Han Feng again, sneered, and said, "Last time I wanted to compete with you, you put off and refused. So I said that I would compete with you again at the 100 Pride tournament. I heard that you killed hundreds of us this time? After dealing with those trashy loose cultivators, I'll compete with you one-on-one, both to divide high and low, and to decide life and death." Han Feng nodded, still not speaking, not even giving Wang Ai a proper look as he continued fishing. Seeing this arrogant attitude of his, Wang Ai's teeth itched with anger, and if it weren't for the fact that it wasn't the right time yet, he really wanted to bring his sword over and fight Han Feng. Bai Lingyu said, "Alright, everyone get ready, those people are coming over, let's get ready to meet them." The crowd looked up, only to see hundreds of people in the west, vastly killing their way over. The leader is a loose cultivator called Ding Wasted. In the Min country, loose cultivation community is still a little famous, known for ruthless but righteous. This loose cultivation alliance is also his hand pulled together to build. His goal was the first place reward in treasures, and the 5 sons of Min were his biggest obstacle. If it were normal times, he would never be able to defeat any of them, but the rules of this competition gave him hope. All he had to do was to get everyone to come together and defeat those 5 heavenly prides together. Then the first place since would be his for the taking. Chapter 137. Then, be a little more serious. Both sides knew what the other side was up to, and without saying a word more, they directly charged towards each other together. There were only about 100 people on the side of the 5 major forces, while there were a total of 400 to 500 people on the side of the scattered cultivators. There was a huge difference in numbers between the two sides, and from the very beginning of the battle, the big powers side was surrounded by the other side. The melee began. Juan Coronet was not willing to let go of this opportunity, and directly then rushed up to fight. This kind of close combat in a big melee was simply fantastic for him. Han Feng and Zhang Chuirou, on the other hand, were still sitting on the small boat, leisurely watching the people fighting above them. It's like this whole thing has nothing to do with him. Above, the fight is very intense, but both sides do not have any blood feud. Scattered cultivators are not willing to offend all the big forces to death, And the big forces of people are not willing to fall into a reputation of slaughtering the scattered cultivators, so they all beat the other party to seriously injure each other, and then let the other party crush their own tokens. But the people who can consciously crush the token, after all, is only a few big forces of the people on the other side do not dare to kill. Even if they are seriously injured, also do not withdraw, hide in the middle of the crowd to swallow pills. And when the casual cultivators saw the other side like this, they followed suit and retreated to the back to heal their wounds when they were injured. Both sides persisted for a while, but the Five Powers side fell as far as they could. Despite having the 5 sons of Min charging around like nobody's business, they still fell into an overall disadvantage. Jiang Zuoro looked at the battlefield above and frowned, saying, "Now it's always a stalemate. The injured home goes to heal. Few are eliminated. No one is willing to go and pinch their tokens. If we continue to fight like this, the side of the 5 forces is too much of a disadvantage, and when the fight is over, we will definitely have to start killing people. And once someone appears to die, then the ferocity of the others will be aroused, and then there will be numerous deaths and injuries. Another tragedy. After all, this was just a competition, not some planned firefight, and too many deaths and injuries would be sinful." Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up as he flung his fishing rod and threw a large fish off the boat. "Ha ha, what a big fish. This is a blessing. Are you even listening to me?" Ginger Crispus gritted her teeth. Han Feng laughed out loud. "Don't worry about it, I'll make a move." And then, he looked at the 4 Jojos and returned their tokens to them, saying, "You 4 are so weak. Just stay here. If someone comes to beat you up, just crush the token and go out by yourselves. There's no need to end up with injuries and lose your lives." Jojo took the token and said, "Thank you, Senior Brother Han. You're a good person. We've discussed it. After this is over, we'll go to the Yin Yang sect together to pay homage to the Master. You're from the Sunset Cloud Peak, right? Then we'll go to the Sunset Cloud Peak as well, and we'll give you a junior brother in the future. Let's save our lives first." Han Feng slapped that one big fish and took out his knife to start scraping the scales, and in the sky above, after the casual cultivators had gained the upper hand, that Ding Wasted laughed coldly and said, "Bai Lingyu, Wang Ai, you are now surrounded. If you don't want to die, crush the token and eliminate yourselves, and I'll take this first place in the 100 Pride tournament." Wang Ai gritted his teeth and said, "Dog thief, you are delusional. This time, I'll kill you first. Even if you manage to get away with it, there will be long days in the future. I'll keep hunting you down and let you know what happens when you offend the Blood Cloud Palace." Ding laughed coldly in vain. "Yo yo yo, in a hurry. What? When the disciples of your big powers can't beat others on the field, do you have to use your power to oppress others, bullying them based on your status and background? It's really funny. Is it you yourself who are like this? Or are all the disciples of your great powers like this?" Wang Ai gritted his teeth in anger and raised his sword, gathering up a mass of blood chi to empower the sword and slash at Ding Wasted. He didn't care about anyone right now. He just wanted to focus on finishing off Ding Wasted first. Ding Wasted's strength was not as strong as his, but the scattered cultivators were numerous and dominant, and were still relatively united, and had surrounded Wang Ai. Wang Ai gritted his teeth in anger and shouted angrily, "All of you give the old man some heart. Quickly solve these stinking insects. Usually each and every one of them is pretentious, and now when you meet some loose trash you all become soft-feet shrimp?" Rongxi's gaze swept across the field, seeing Bai Lingyu, Fan Jian, and Fang Yuanqin all sparring earnestly, and seeing Han Feng on the boat below, scraping the scales off a large fish, and gritting her teeth in anger. "Han Feng, what are you doing? Are you still a big power or not? Stop groping for fish and hurry over to spar. I know exactly what you're capable of." Han Feng replied, "Don't worry about it. I'm waiting for the right time to get in." "You're waiting until we're all dead. Do you want to take on those hundreds of loose cultivators alone? Don't think they'll let you go." Upon hearing this, Han Feng sighed and dropped the fish in his hand, then washed his hands in the seawater, stood up and stretched lazily, and said, "It's not the best time yet, but it doesn't matter." Then, be slightly more serious. Han Feng's wings unfolded behind his back, and he took out the Royal Wind Spirit sword in his hand as he said to Zhang Chuiro, "You protect yourself, call out to me if you're in danger. I'll come to your rescue." After saying his words, Han Feng flew straight up, circled around the battlefield, and arrived behind the scattered cultivators. Those loose cultivators also discovered him and immediately separated a few of them to kill toward Han Feng. Han Feng was extremely fast, arriving in front of those people in the blink of an eye before chopping out with his sword, a sword blade with a whistling wind sound in the shape of a half-moon, directly slashing into the bodies of those disciples. Ah! Those few people screamed miserably, and a hideous and gruesome wound appeared on their chests as they plummeted downwards. Han Feng, on the other hand, directly rushed to a loose cultivator and grabbed the other party while violently flinging himself toward the east. That loose cultivator's entire body was like a kite with broken strings as he was viciously smashed into the formation before being teleported out and eliminated. Han Feng, on the other hand, was on fire, grabbing, throwing, and occasionally kicking, throwing one loose cultivator after another onto the formation barriers. This formation was a teleportation formation, and crushing the token would cause a teleportation glow to appear, teleporting them away. And the organizers, in order to prevent some people, have been meticulously immobile. Let the formation has been contracted. As long as it is touching the formation will be eliminated, teleported out, forcing the disciples have to rush to the middle. That's what the formation was for. But no one would be stupid enough to actually be touched by the formation and then eliminated. They would all leave themselves a safe enough distance. It was just that he hadn't expected that this formation, which was supposed to scare the disciples, would be played out again by Han Feng. Isn't it better to kill people? Don't you all want to be eliminated by crushing your tokens? Don't you all want to get away with it? That's okay. There's a third way to eliminate. This was why Han Feng kept stuck at the edge of the formation to go inside. Chapter 138 Han Feng's constant sleazy maneuvers. Han Feng had been stuck at the edge of the formation because there were fewer people and he was able to save himself the trouble. And secondly, he was able to eliminate his enemies directly with the help of the teleportation formation. I don't need to kill you. I don't even need to defeat you and then force you to crush the token yourself. I just need to throw you over. The spectators and judges outside the arena were stunned. This Han Feng, why can he always give unexpected surprises? What is this guy's brain made of? Seeing that he is sometimes naive and often answers the wrong questions. But his brain is really useful when it comes to critical times. One brilliant idea after another. As for the disciples in the arena, after seeing Han Feng operate like this, they were all shocked and then came to a realization. Ding Wasted shouted in surprise. Quick! Learn that kid's method of grabbing and throwing the big powers out, and you'll be eliminated straight away. And Wang Ai and the others all shouted for people to throw out those loose disciples. Those loose cultivators were numerous. Several people grabbed one, pulled and ran towards the formation barrier, and then directly threw it out. Wang Coronation grinned darkly after seeing this scene, no longer holding back on the disciples who were close by his side, and one by one, he struck out with heavy punches, knocking them back. Suddenly, a sword struck the organ box on his back, causing Wang Coronet to nearly vomit blood and gasp to death. It's okay for you to cut lousy, but not this flying treasure of mine. He directly turned around and grabbed the person who had sneaked up on him, slamming his fist towards his head and knocking him out before carrying and throwing him directly towards the formation barrier. But suddenly, 3 more men reached out and grabbed at him, and he had to draw back. Wang Coronation, come over to my side. Let Han Feng take care of those loose cultivators. Let's just protect ourselves first and not get caught, Zhang Ziro said as she moved closer to Wang Coronation's side. At this moment, by her side, 2 Yin Yang sect disciples had just been grabbed and thrown out. She cut off an arm with her sword while forcing back the enemy. Wang Coronet nodded and said, "It's my carelessness. Now these people are just taking advantage of the large number of people and forcefully grabbing our people. We have to be careful." The two fought side by side, repelling the incoming enemies one by one. After Han Feng saw this scene, he secretly put his heart down. As long as there were no problems on both of their sides, his own side would be able to take those casual cultivators at will. He dodged through, not even using his sword, with full speed, and grabbed a casual disciple with his hand, who struggled desperately to slash Han Feng with his sword. The sword slashed at his body and couldn't even break his protective spirit weapon, but it also hacked Han Feng to distraction. Han Feng directly struck a merciless iron hand and slapped that disciple unconscious, carrying him and flying directly toward the formation and throwing him outward. There was no need to worry about drowning. There were deacon disciples from the 5 great clans outside who were responsible for urgently rescuing those who were eliminated. Nen and Duo, who were on the boat below, waved their hands toward Han Feng and cheered in succession. "Wow! Han Feng, you're great!" Having gotten the little girl's adoration and bragging, Han Feng smiled smugly and waved his hand toward them. After seeing this scene, Ding Wasted said angrily, "That Han Feng guy has already eliminated more than 20 people. Not even a quarter of an hour has passed. If this continues, we'll all be eliminated. Split up into 50 men and take him out with a full concentration of fire, dead or alive. Also, go down 10 men, and take out those 6 touchy-feely ones on the boat. 2, a mosquito is meat even if it's small, and up a bit to beat the count." When those loose cultivators heard this, they immediately ordered out 50 people to go together to siege Han Feng, while the remaining 300 continued to siege the disciples of the big powers. There were 10 other people, who killed towards and their side, and saw this and exclaimed, "Bullying children! Help! They're bullying the kids!" The 10 men saw this and stopped, all hesitating. It seems that bullying a 10-year-old girl is quite a big sin, right? Who could bear to take a shot at such a cute little kid? Dodger smiled coyly and said, "Me and her aren't contestants. We're just here to have fun. And the 4 of them are contestants. So you can attack them." Yo! Jojo was shocked. Duo-senpai, just selling out your teammates? Dead friends don't die poor. Duo guffawed. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Jojo bellowed. Come on, let's all hide behind her. All 4 ran and hid behind Duo. Dodger was so happy he couldn't keep his mouth shut. Damn, this yellow-haired one is adult enough to fight and beat them. The 10 men rallied their attacks toward Duo. However, their attacks didn't even hurt a single strand of Duo's hair. Duo was still holding the grilled fish and eating it. What kind of demon is this? 10 people are on the verge of breaking down. However, when they saw that Duo didn't make a move, they circled around to her back and attacked Jojo's 4 men, and cupped seawater in her small hands and splashed it at the 10 men. Milking the fierce bad man, bully the few with the many. Big bad man. The 10 men had a headache and didn't know what to do. Jojo laughed. Brother, don't mind us. We just want to mix up the top 100 only. We have no intention to make a move. How about this? When there are just 100 people left in the field, how about we crush our own tokens and eliminate ourselves? Never give you guys any trouble. How about it? Yeah, we all have 0 defeat counts. You just can't go up much in defeat counts if you beat us. The loose cultivator gritted his teeth and said, I'll listen to your bullshit. If those 4 places are not reserved for us, why should they be reserved for you? Fuck them. 10 people once again surrounded the 4 Jojo people. In the end, the 4 were outnumbered and were eliminated from the game and thrown out of the formation. Duo and were the only ones left on the boat. On the other side, after learning Han Feng's method, the casual cultivators maximized their numerical advantage. And the most common tactic was that 2 people would go to fight against a disciple of a major power, and the rest would sneak up from behind and hold the other person in a handful of hands, and a few of them would hold them together and rush towards the side of the formation, and then exert force together to throw them outside of the formation. There were even female disciples who were touched by each other up and down, taking advantage of the opportunity to mooch, and they all cried. The disciples of the major powers were getting fewer and fewer, their numbers plummeting, and on Han Feng's side, he was being chased by 50 disciples. Han Feng deliberately went running towards the edge of the formation, and the enemies behind him attacked him remotely, trying to blast him outside the formation. However, Han Feng was very fast and wandered close to the edge of the formation, dodging their attacks one by one and making those attacks all fall short. After all those people were attracted to the edge of the formation by him, Han Feng suddenly went at full speed and arrived behind them in the blink of an eye, before casting Ask Qingfeng to form an oversized water tornado in the sea. The tornado carried a large amount of seawater, causing the dark clouds in the sky to change color, and then, with a fierce push, Han Feng slammed this huge tornado towards those 50 disciples who were at the edge of the formation. Chapter 139, The Wife-Protecting Fiend is at it again. That immense and incomparable tornado swept through the seawater and brazenly slammed into those 50 loose cultivators, and then the seawater exploded steeply with the wind, and together with the wind, it formed waves that heavily slapped those 50 people away, and those 50 people, behind them was the formation barrier. Amidst the gurgling screams, those 50 people were all teleported out. The battlefield was quiet in a blink of an eye. One move, 50 people in seconds? Previously, people were skeptical about Han Feng's 100-man battle record, thinking that it might be that Han Feng had spent a full day constantly catching fallen singles. But looking at it now, Han Feng's strength was just too terrifying. It's straight up crushing this field. The Yin Yang sect's headmaster outside laughed out loud. See, this is the strength of our Yin Yang sect's disciples. The first place in this competition. I don't need to say much about who it is, right? Looking at sect leader Duanmu's godly and complacent appearance, the teeth of the other few sect leaders were about to be clenched. How come such a good disciple is not from our clan? And in the middle of the field, those loose cultivators all went wide-eyed. They, after a lot of hard work, looked to take down all the big power people. At this time the field is also only left in the 5 sons of Ningguo and Jiangchui Ro Wine coronation 7 people. These 7 people are too hard, cannot be solved for a time, and the other big power disciples, all by them to catch a single thrown out. They had originally thought that by sending out 50 people, they would be able to set fire to Han Feng and then take out these 7 people, and the top 100 or 10 would all be taken by their loose cultivators. However, he didn't expect that Han Feng would eliminate those 50 people with a single move. Is this still human? Seeing this scene, Ding Wasted shouted, "Don't mind him for now. How long will he have to scratch one by one? Let's not get close to the edge of the formation. Don't give him a chance. Let's go all out to eliminate these guys first, and hit those 2 Yin Yang sect ones first." After saying his words, He immediately led his men to surround Jiang Crisp and Wang Coronet. At this time, the other people in the field, except for Bai Lingyu who still came to help the two of them, were all individuals who cared about individuals, and no one would go to help anyone else. The casual cultivators were a scattered bunch, and how could the five powers be any different? Anyone who thinks that one less person around them will improve their ranking by one will not be able to save anyone else. This was why Han Feng was able to easily throw out person after person, because when he grabbed someone, the others wouldn't try to grab them, and at most, they would attack him. At this time, Han Feng still is one by one to catch over first punch, let the other party pain temporarily cannot lift the strength, and then thrown to the outside. Wang Ai and the others had also solved quite a few loose cultivators, but there was no way for them to compare their defeats to Han Feng's, who was way ahead. There were still around 200 people on the opposite side, but there were only 8 people left in total on the side of the five powers. In the midst of the great melee, instead of having the advantage, the great powers had fallen into a disadvantage. Han Feng saw a large group of people go to surround Jiang Crispin and Wang Coronet, and the two of them also had injuries appearing on their bodies and were staggering, so he thought that he wouldn't be able to hold on for a few moments longer before he would have to pinch his own token and eliminate himself. If you eliminate at this point, you won't even make the top 100. Han Feng secretly gritted his teeth and shouted at the casual cultivators. Hey, you trashy casual cultivators, are you just going to bully women? Will you just bully the few with the many? Today, I will bully the many with the few. If you have the ability, come and surround me. I can destroy all of you by myself. Garbage, trash, bedbugs, useless things, look this way and see how little master cleans you up. Those loose cultivators turned back and looked at Han Feng one by one, only to see Han Feng carrying a loose cultivator in his hand and blasted his fist on that loose cultivator's stomach, causing him to vomit blood in a wow, and then threw him directly outside the formation like a piece of trash. I'm a sweeper, specializing in cleaning up the trash on the field. Loose cultivators also had dignity, and when they were humiliated by Han Feng like this, each one of them was also enraged, and they all broke away from the battlefield to go and finish off Han Feng first. Seeing this, Ding Wasted cried out in a hurry. Don't fall for his agitation. He's fast, you can't catch up. He's there to save these people. Come back quickly. Finish off these people first. However, now that he was shouting, not many people were willing to listen to him anymore. These people were all enraged by Han Feng and were desperate to go after him. At this moment, there were only 3 people left by Ding Wasted's side who were still following him. Ding Wasted turned his head back with great difficulty and looked towards the several ill-faced celestial pride, seemingly realizing his situation. Without hesitation, he turned around and ran. However, how could Wang Ai, who hated him so much, let him escape just like that? Wang Ai erupted his blood chi with full speed and came directly behind him, reaching out an aura to wave out and yank Ding Wasted back before storming out with a sword that directly cut off Ding Wasted's head. S. Bedbug-like thing, staggering with old me for so long, really give you face. Wang Ai's eyes were filled with hostility. By Lingyu Fan Jian, a few people also resolved the remaining 3 disciples and threw them outside the big formation. Fang Yuanxin looked at Han Feng, who was dangling those 200 people like a kite high in the sky in the distance, and frowned slightly, saying, Han Feng must have intentionally provoked these loose cultivators and drew them away before he saved us. Han Feng is really a good guy. Upon hearing this, Raccoon Creek looked at Jiang Crispy Row and said in a conspiratorial manner, Princess Yuan Xin, you can't talk nonsense. Is he trying to save us? He was just being heartbroken for his wife. Now who does not know that Han Feng is a wife protection devil? Before blackmail from my hands over the golden branch hairpin, now have been worn in the head of people. Zhang Ziro. Han Feng, who had previously refrained from killing anyone, directly killed hundreds of people with his own hands when he saw the Blood Cloud Palace disciples besieging Jiang Jusua. At this moment and see that more than 200 people surrounded his little Taoist couple. People are even out of insults to provoke. Attract those people away. In order to make people's little Taoist couple safer. TSK, such a wonderful man, really can't be found even with a lantern. How come he's in that yin yang sect? If I can find such a good Taoist couple, I can really wake up smiling in my dreams. It's so true, the old adage that all the good men are someone else's. Fan Jian, who was on the side, smiled proudly and said, I can do that too, but only if there's a woman worthy of it. At those words, Fang Yuanxin quietly glanced at Bai Lingyu. Her cheeks slightly flushed, and she hurriedly turned her head away again. Surely our Lingyu brother can do it too. Bai Lingyu frowned. No matter who Han Feng is doing it for, it's true that he helped us get out of the trap, and now that Han Feng has attracted those people, but we can't really leave him alone to clean up those people. We can hang onto the back of those loose cultivators and throw them out one by one to extend the advantage before we do so. Chapter 140, Resolving all the dispersed cultivators. After saying his words, Bai Lingyu immediately killed towards those scattered cultivators. As for Jiang Crispy and Wang Coronet, they also followed without hesitation. Let's go too, Raccoon Creek said to the other two. Wang Ai sneered and said, blindly playing hero. I don't want to owe him a favor. He helped me once. I helped him to solve the enemy. It's considered to return the favor. When I face off with him, I won't keep my hands off when I kill him. After saying his words, Wang Ai also immediately rushed up, taking out his own blood sword and heading straight for the enemy. A few of them chased and fought behind the group of scattered cultivators, while Han Feng flew in front, hanging on to the disciples from afar, and occasionally turning back to swing out a few sword slashes to attack the disciples. When Han Feng saw that the people on his side had already followed him, his heart stirred and he immediately took out his Xian Luo compass, and a 1 mile wide 8 trigrams formation appeared on the spot, and the majestic suppressive force came down steeply, sweeping towards those disciples. The suppressive power of the Xian compass greatly suppressed the enemy's speed, and the speed of those 200 or so loose cultivators was hindered, and their pursuit of Han Feng was much slower. However, it would be impossible for Han Feng to suppress 200 people by himself, and the amount of aura he gave would be too much, and the enemy's attacks would be fed back to him. Seeing this, Fang Yuanxin also immediately raised her hand, and in her hand was an additional seal, which she threw high into the sky. That seal descended with radiance and suppressed towards the bottom. The strong suppression of the two treasures caused the scattered cultivators to slow down even more. Who still has suppression treasures? Come and suppress them together. Push them all out. We can't hold them for long. Fang Yuan's heart shouted. The characteristics of a large sect were that it had many treasures and resources, and these few people were the 5 sons of the Min Kingdom. So how could they not have suppressed treasures? I didn't use it before. I just didn't want to cheapen it by putting too much effort into it. At this moment, with Han Feng and Fang Yuanxin taking the lead, the other few people were no longer stingy. Wang Ai took out a blood-colored pagoda, and as soon as it came out, it was filled with a bloody aura, and the entire formation was filled with the smell of blood. Fan Jian, on the other hand, took out a giant sword, and after chanting a mantra, he sacrificed it up into the sky, and the majestic power of suppression swept down. Bai Lingyu sighed after seeing this scene. If you had taken out these treasures earlier, together with those of our brothers and sisters, why worry about destroying these loose cultivators? Wang Ai sneered. Humph, didn't you Bai Lingyu not take it either? Have the face to talk about us? I really don't. Bai Lingyu said seriously. Our Yin Yang sect is very stingy. Usually, except for the day of worship, we'll give the disciple a meet and greet gift. Other times we'll not give the disciple anything, are to rely on their own to earn to rob. If I remember correctly, this treasure of senior brother Han Feng's was also snatched. Your clan is so stingy? You don't give anything to your disciples? How can there be such a great power? Fan Jian frowned in disdain. Bai Lingyu was irrefutable, but Han Feng on the side replied seriously. Not really, our clan gives out wives, 1 for each. Zhang Ziro gave him a fierce blank look, and then came behind him, placing both palms on his back, feeding him aura to help him suppress the loose cultivator inside. The other sect leaders outside looked at sect leader Duanmu with questioning eyes, and he lowered his head in shame, and in a small voice, he defended himself. Getting what you want through your own efforts is the right way to go. How can you go on a handout? Sect leader Qingxia rolled her eyes and said, Humph, they're all still children. A bunch of chi practicing stage children. What kind of ability can they have to go and try to get it on their own? To go kill people? Go robbing? Or go digging for minerals? If the clan didn't give it to them, did they want them to starve to death? Let them be beaten to death in the face of the enemy? Shame on you for talking so high and mighty about being stingy. The Xian Tian sword sect master said. That's right, old Duanmu is a disgrace. We, Xian Tian sword sect, support you. Right, Qingxia. After a while, let's organize a fellowship meeting between our two sects, so that our disciples from both sides can get to know each other and improve communication. What do you think? Scram. Don't think I can't see what's on your mind. You're still early if you want a woman from our myriad Sound Valley. In the middle of the field, after the joint suppression of the 5 people, and the help of the others to assist, the 200 or so scattered cultivators were finally forcibly suppressed. And then, Han Feng bellowed, push hard, push them all out, quick. Several people exerted their efforts in unison, suppressing each other while pushing the entire grand formation outward. The loose cultivators inside, not being vegetarians either, were also fighting back desperately, resisting the force of suppression while pushing back against the big formation with their aura. The two sides were at a standstill, and for a while neither could do anything about the other. Han Feng looked at the large formation that was shrinking not far away and said, "At this rate, in another quarter of an hour, the big formation will shrink to our side, and at that time, we'll maintain the suppression treasures together and send these people out together, letting the big formation engulf them. A few of us stand back a bit so we don't get eliminated too." Wang Ai frowned at his words. "Then we don't want our treasures? It has to be sent out along with it. What are you afraid of? There aren't people from various clans out there? It wouldn't be better to have someone else help put it away first?" Han Feng frowned. This guy was so distrustful of his clan's people? Just as well. No one would dare rob me anyway. The two sides were at a standstill. The loose cultivators inside broke into a rage. Some were unwilling to endure such torture any longer, and they crushed their tokens to eliminate themselves from the game. And with the voluntary elimination of more and more loose cultivators out of the game, the inside of the loose cultivators also resisted more strenuous. More and more cannot see the hope of them, have crushed the token out. In the end, there were only a few dozen disciples left, still unwilling to go out, unwilling to be eliminated like this. Han Feng, on the other hand, was more than willing to give them a hand. Only Han Feng raised his hands and performed the Sundance technique, invoking the Sundance character on the Bagua position to maximize the power of the wind attribute. An invisible hurricane blew over steeply, lifting up tens of meters of waves, forming a wall of water like a tsunami, and slapping the dozens of disciples head-on. That terrifying distance made the disciples, who were already exhausted from the suppression, unable to resist at all, and they were directly slapped out by that wave, crashing into the top of the formation and being eliminated from the game. But their perseverance was not without reward. At least they all made it into the top 100. Even the two disciples who were slapped out at the end made it into the top 10 by a fluke. At this point, the top 10 of the 100 Pride list has settled, and the next step is to compete for the sorting of the top 10. In the field, there were still 8 people left. Together, they flew towards the center of the island, away from the formation. They all wanted to defeat their opponents with their real skills, and didn't want to be knocked out of the formation. Chapter 141, sitting on the ground and asking for favors. 8 people came to the middle of the island, and Fan Jian asked directly, "Gentlemen, what do you say? There are only 8 people left. Let's make our own rules and have a fair duel." The spectators outside all perked up and looked into the arena. It's finally time for the final duel. Ah, this is the real Heavenly Pride duel. Raccoon Creek said languidly. "What else can we do? The fairest way is 2 against 2. 8 people. 4 against 2. 2 against 1. And the winner is chosen. Isn't that enough? Don't forget, right now, here, the Yin Yang sect has 4 more people. If these 4 people unite and capture our single, we won't be able to fight." Indeed, the situation in the arena is now no different than it was before. Just like the previous siege of the great power by the scattered cultivators, the more dominant the party was, the easier it was to be targeted. Wang Ai sneered. "Then let's combine our efforts to eliminate the Yin Yang sects first." Fang Yuan Xin frowned. "Senior brother Wang, we can't do this. Yin Yang sects Han Feng and senior brother Ling Yu have done us a great favor and helped us. We can't be ungrateful. Ah, that's not good. We've all lived and died together. Why should we fight and hurt each other? So what do you say? Rock paper scissors to determine the winner?" Wang Ai said angrily. Raccoon Creek stepped forward and said, "The fact that I've been able to make it this far without being eliminated is all thanks to Han Feng. If it wasn't for him showing mercy in the first place, I would have been eliminated a long time ago, and I owe him a favor. And I've made sure that I won't take a shot at him during the finals. My target, all along, has been by Ling Yu. And the others, you choose yourselves." Wang Ai said at once, "I'm going to fight Han Feng. This is something that was agreed upon over a month ago. No one else is allowed to interfere." Fan Jian shrugged his shoulders and said, "Then Princess Yuan Xin and I's opponents will be senior sister Jiang and this senior brother Wang." Chanting, "Let's all just point and beat. No one should hurt anyone's life." The 4 of them had discussed it, but the Yin Yang sect side hadn't agreed yet. Han Feng raised his head and waved his hand toward the sect master above him. "Master, look over here. Can you hear the disciple?" Sect leader Duanmu frowned. "I can hear you. What's wrong? Is that what was promised last time? 1 foundation building pill per person as long as they made it into the top 10? Right." When the sect master finished speaking, he instantly widened his eyes and roared, "Han Feng, what are you doing?" In full view of everyone, Han Feng took out his token and was ready to crush it. "Yes, he's going to eliminate himself." "Stop!" the sect leader roared angrily, itching to come down and slap Han Feng to death himself. Han Feng was at a loss. "What's wrong? What's wrong? What are you doing?" "I'm going out. There are still enemies in the field. You haven't finished fighting yet. What's the point of going out now?" The sect leader blew out his beard in anger. Han Feng was surprised and said, but my task has already been accomplished. I just want to enter the top 10 to get a foundation building Dan on the line. This seat order you to go defeat your opponent and come back with a first place. Oh, so, Han Feng played with the token in his hand, smiled cheekily, and said, so what are you offering me? In front of so many people, being asked for favors by a disciple, the old face of the Duanmu sect leader immediately couldn't hang on. Looking at that profitless Han Feng, he really wanted to slap him to death. To fight for the glory of the clan is a duty incumbent upon every disciple. The clan has cultivated you. Isn't it only right for you to fight for the clan to come back first? Why are you still asking for favors from the old man? On the side, sect leader Qingxia immediately said, say you're stingy and you're still not convinced. You want to let the horse run and you don't give it grass. What a shame. The Xin Tian Sword sect leader immediately said, Han Feng, if you can take first place and are willing to join my Xin Tian Sword sect, this seat will accept you as a personal disciple and send you 3 foundation establishment pills, plus a lower grade artifact, a treasure that is enough for you to use under the immortals. What do you think about that? Sect leader Duanmu said angrily, old thief, do you want a face? Digging up our clan in front of me? Humph. You yourself are stingy and don't want to give good things. Who can you blame? Such a good seedling, not willing to give resources in your Yin Yang sect is also buried. Why don't you give it to our Xin Tian Sword sect? I see that Han Feng also uses a sword. He can be a sword cultivator. The Blood Cloud Palace master also said, my Blood Cloud Palace is also willing to take out the same benefits. It's also willing to give a chance to practice in the Blood Ancestor's secret realm. As long as Han Feng can take first place and join my Blood Cloud Palace. Of course, Han Feng, if you want to bring your Taoist couple and brother along, we at Blood Cloud Palace will accept them all as they are and give them the status of pro-disciple as well. King Jing also interjected with a smile. My royal family also loves talent. Enough. Shut up you guys. The sect master rolled his eyes helplessly and said to Han Feng, 1 foundation establishment pill can increase the success rate of foundation establishment by 30%, and you can take a maximum of 3. This seat promises you that if you can take first place, this seat will give you 3 foundation establishment pills, plus a lower grade magical artifact wind attributed divine sword, plus the opportunity to pick any Gongfu aptitude from the Tibetan scripture pavilion. What do you think? After Han Feng thought about it, he felt that 3 foundation establishment pills were indeed a safe bet, and he would be able to succeed in building his own foundation. Plus if he added the magic weapon, he now only had 1 blessed return of the water-shedding golden pearl, which was still a lower grade magic weapon. If he got the foundation establishment Dan and the magic weapon and gave them all to Jiang Zuoro, then he would be able to get even more returns. That way, they both advance 100%. Han Feng turned his head and said to Zhang Chui Ro and Wang Crown, I think we can go for it. Anyway, now that we're in the top 10, we'll be able to get a lot of treasures, pills and spiritual treasures and whatnot with the guarantee. If we do get a first place, then we'll have more foundation building pills. One coronation you took the foundation building Dan and it's useless. You can put it in the auction house and sell it for 100,000 or so spirit stones. It's excellent to go and exchange it for some body hardening treasures and pills. It's okay. Wang Coronet laughed. The rewards for the top 3 seem to be a bit more. Why don't the 3 of us rush for the top 3? Han Feng asked. Ginger Crisp said with a slight frown. If we go one-on-one, the 2 of us are afraid that we won't be a match for Fan Jian and Fang Yuanqin. That's fine. I'm here. Who wants to fight them one-on-one? In this way, Raccoon Creek is always wanting to fight Bai Lingyu. Then I'll take care of the other 3 first, and after Bai Lingyu and Rumpelstiltskin duke it out, I'll eliminate the remaining one. And won't we be the top 3? Han Feng said quite rightfully. However, no one in the room was deaf. When they heard that Han Feng was going to sweep all of them, each one of them widened their eyes. That's the 5 sons of Min. The existence of the peak of the entire Qi practicing stage. You want to pick 5? Hubris. Chapter 142 Splitting up into teams. Crushing Kings Ai Jiang Siwei and Wang Coronet were filled with black lines. Although the 2 of them had already mixed into the top 10, if they had to mix it up even more at this time, and had to get something for nothing, letting Han Feng fight for his life while they sat back and enjoyed the spoils, they wouldn't be able to do it. Ginger Crisp shook her head and Han Feng. It's the last battle. It's better to let Wang Coronation and I do it ourselves. The rewards for the top 10 and the top 3 aren't that much different. Didn't we come to participate in the 100 Pride tournament just because we wanted a chance to have a fair sparring session with the Heavenly Pride disciples of other clans? In the end, even if you will lose, at least you won't have any regrets. Otherwise, whenever I think of this incident in the future, I will feel that I am a loser and a coward who does not even dare to fight a fair battle with others. Besides, we are all disciples of the great powers of the Min Kingdom, and we are all friendly clans. I don't think it's possible for senior brother Fan Jian and senior sister Fang Yuanqing to kill us even if they defeat us, right? Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. That's natural. We're all friends. It's just a sparring match. There's no such thing as a deep grudge. Right, Senior Fan Jian? Fan Jian nodded his head condescendingly and said, I'll be merciful. Wang Coronet moved his muscles and said, I came here to train myself, and it's already an honor to be able to compete with the Xian Heavenly Sword Sect senior brother. Oh, then who is your teacher? What attribute is it? Fan Jian asked. My name is Wang Coronation, under the tutelage of Elder Pan Mountain, Granite Mountain Senior. Ah, I know. He's a martial arts practitioner, right? 100 years ago, when the four great sects exterminated the Cloudy Sky sect, Granite Mountain Senior used his body as a martial artist to harden a few Yuaning powerhouses. Since you are his disciple, I think you are also practicing martial arts. Also, I would like to see how much the disciple of the formerly world-famous Elder Pan Shan has learned of his skills. My name is Fan Jian. Please enlighten me. Fan Jian clasped his palm towards Wang Coronet before taking out his own native sword. Wang Coronet returned the salute, and the organ box behind him unfolded, charging towards Fan Jian. The two engaged in mid-air. Fang Yuanqing smiled gently toward Jiang Zuero and said, Senior sister Jiang, they all have opponents. That leaves us two girls. Why don't we just spar? Good. Princess Jen Xin please. The sword in Jiang Zuero's hand pulled a sword flower and fought with Fang Yuan Xin. On the other side, there was no need to talk about the feud between Raccoon Creek and Bai Lingyu, as the two fought at the northern end of the island, one with a sword and the other with a jade flute, exchanging fierce blows, and in the middle of the field, there were only two people left, Wang Ai and Han Feng. Wang Ai coldly grunted. Han Feng, now that there are no more bystanders, you and I can fight, right? Last time I asked you for a challenge, you talked about it and kept finding reasons not to fight. Now let's see if you can still run away. Only then did Han Feng ask, you always say you challenged me a month or so ago, have I seen you? Wang Ai was stunned at his words and said, last time at the Yin Yang Sect's Judgment Assembly, I said I would challenge you. Have you forgotten? Han Feng then remembered and said, oh, yes. At that time there seemed to be a person from the Blood Cloud Palace, who was not open-minded and kept provoking me. I was too lazy to take care of it, and I forgot about it afterward. So it's you. The main reason was that Han Feng had angrily choked Wang Ai at that time and hadn't suffered any losses, and if he had, he would have remembered it. Looking at Han Feng's careless and unconcerned attitude of contempt, Wang Ai gritted his teeth in anger and drank, saying, Han Feng, you insulted me too much. I can't keep you. After saying his words, he directly went out with two swords that had a strange appearance, like hooks and swords, giving people a very scary feeling. And then, he directly wielded his two swords and killed toward Han Feng. That Wang Ai's body was filled with blood qi, murderous, and as soon as he lifted his hand, two channels of blood qi chopped toward Han Feng. Han Feng's wings unfolded behind his back, and his speed was so fast that he easily dodged Wang Ai's attack. And then he raised his hand and there were two tornadoes, which slammed into Wang Ai's body at a very high speed, sending Wang Ai flying heavily out of the room. Wang Ai retreated a long way back and smashed into the ground before stabilizing himself, his eyes stunned beyond measure. He didn't realize that the two winds that Han Feng casually flung out were both much stronger than when he was at his full strength. Previously, when he saw Han Feng easily solving one enemy after another, he didn't pay much attention to it and didn't have much of an intuitive understanding of Han Feng's strength, and only now after these attacks hit his body did he truly understand how terrifying Han Feng was, not to talk about skillful aptitude or anything, just purely in terms of cultivation realm power. It suppressed him to death. After all, no matter how strong Wang Ai was, he was still at the peak of Qi cultivation and at the 9th level of Qi cultivation stage, and he couldn't break through this shackle to advance any further. Han Feng, on the other hand, was at the 13th level of the Qi practicing stage. Earlier, Han Feng was still able to fight hundreds of people by himself, let alone just singling them out now. That's naturally easy to suppress. Wang Ai climbed up from the ground and immediately drew back in the face of Han Feng's attack, while at the same time a sword chopped out and collided with Han Feng's sword. With each of the two taking a few steps back, Han Feng took off once again, transforming into a speedy wind, dodging to Wang Ai's back and slashing out with a heavy sword. Wang Ai wasn't able to avoid it this time and was struck by Han Feng's sword on his protective spiritual treasure, which emitted light and blocked Han Feng's sword. The reason why these heavenly prides given to them earlier were able to face the siege of the crowd of loose cultivators without being defeated. Strength was one aspect, and on the other hand, there were too many protective spiritual treasures and spiritual weapons. These protective treasures greatly safeguarded their safety. Although Wang Ai's spiritual treasure blocked Han Feng's attack, the force of the recoil still lifted him out, only to see him fall heavily to the ground. He immediately stood up again and roared angrily as he raised his sword toward Han Feng to kill him. Han Feng once again relied on his nimble stance to dodge Wang Ai's attack and slash his sword on his head. Wang Ai once again fell to the ground in a sorry state. This scene, watching the spectators outside bared their teeth. Who would have thought that the Blood Cloud Palace's heavenly pride, one of the 5 sons of the Min Kingdom, the incomparable Wang Ai, in the hands of Han Feng, would be in a situation where he was directly crushed. What the hell, Min was 5 sons? At this point, compared to Han Feng, they were just like trash. The Yin Yang sect's headmaster outside laughed out loud. This kid Han Feng, a few months ago, he was still a journeyman disciple. He's been holding back and quietly cultivating. Now it's amazing without a sound. And it's amazing without a flight. The Blood Cloud Palace master on the side couldn't hang on to his face and coldly snorted. Isn't this a good disciple taught by Siyu? What does it have to do with you, old Duan Mu? When he finished speaking, he bellowed at Wang Ai inside the formation. Wang Ai, look carefully, the Han Feng in front of you, that's Siyu's disciple. Think about the hatred between Siyu and our Blood Cloud Palace. You're only allowed to win this battle. You're not allowed to lose. Chapter 143 Blood Cloud Thunder and Tornado. Hearing this, Wang Ai also climbed up from the ground and said loudly, "Disciple, obey." After saying his words, Wang Ai took out one of his blood-colored pagodas and directly sacrificed it to the heavens. And afterward, an infinite amount of suppressive power swept down, suppressing Han Feng. The majestic force of suppression severely hindered Han Feng's speed, causing his maneuverability to be greatly reduced. Wang Ai coldly grunted, "Han Feng, aren't you fast? You're still arrogant. This time, I'll see how you can dodge," he roared, his body exploding with blood chi as he raised his twin swords high and chopped toward Han Feng. Han Feng remained silent and directly operated the sundown character technique, infusing the royal wind spirit sword with the power of the wind and slashing down towards Wang Ai. The sword that carried the power of the endless gale directly blasted Wang Ai heavily to the ground again. It was true that Han Feng was difficult to dodge, and even his cultivation realm was suppressed so that he couldn't use his full strength. But that didn't mean that Wang Ai would be able to defeat him. In terms of strength alone, Han Feng was still much stronger than Wang Ai. Seeing that there was no way to defeat Han Feng in this way, a fierce look gradually appeared in Wang Ai's eyes as he shouted, "Han Feng, you forced me to do this." Only Wang Ai flew up with his sword, his hands raised high, and endless blood chi appeared in his hands, rising up into the sky. That endless blood chi triggered the white clouds in the sky, dyeing them all the color of blood, and that red roiling blood cloud appeared as a majestic pressure swept down. Someone outside shouted in surprise that not good. This is the Blood Cloud Palace's secret technique, Blood Cloud Grand Technique. Once the blood cloud is formed, it is difficult to destroy, and it will generate blood-colored thunder to attack the surrounding enemies. There is no way to hide, no way to avoid it, and underneath the blood cloud, everything will be silent. I know this move. It's almost as if it's a forbidden spell. It hurts people. It requires strength from the caster, and it backfires on the caster. It can be said that once this move is made, if the caster fails to kill the enemy, he or she will enter a state of unprecedented weakness and be counter-killed by the enemy to death. Wang Ai is fighting Han Feng for his life. It's horrible. It's not like it's a life and death feud. For crying out loud. Come on, they won't kill anyone. They're just defeating it. Ordinary disciples die when they die. Disciples of this level really think that the sect leader and others outside are vegetarians. In Wang Ai's eyes, blood chi lingered, and thunder seemed to flash through. And under his manipulation, within the blood clouds in the sky, a rumbling sound of thunder appeared, with lightning flickering in between, seeming to condense heaven-destroying thunder. Han Feng's brows furrowed when he saw this, and even Zhang Chuiro, who was fighting with Fang Yuanxin in the distance, stopped her attacks and turned her head to look this way. Senior Sister Jiang, if you go back to caring about your little love interest, I'm going to sneak up on you while you're not prepared. Fang Yuanxin pulled a sword flower and said to Zhang Chuiro with a smile. Zhang Ziro's pretty face flushed, and she turned to Fang Yuan Xin, seriously sparring. In the sky, several thunderbolts struck down toward Han Feng's head. Han Feng immediately launched his fastest speed to dodge, but how could he be faster than lightning? Those thunderbolts, which struck Han Feng's body head-on, immediately caused Han Feng to feel intense pain and paralysis all over his body, and he couldn't even lift his strength. Wang Ai said in a sardonic voice, Han Feng, let's see how you can still hide this time. Blood chi thunder is the world's poisonous thunder, and when it enters your body, it eats away at your chi and blood like a maggot attached to your bones, so you can't avoid it, and you can't run away from it, so you can only obediently suffer death. And then, the thunder in the sky struck down toward Han Feng again. Han Feng immediately unfolded the Xian compass. An 8 trigrams array appeared above his head, and then, the Jin character on it lit up. Jin main thunder. All those thunder were attracted in by the array character and didn't strike Han Feng's body. Of course, this 8 trigrams formation was not unconditionally able to absorb all the power of the attack, and it was itself greatly shaken and somewhat shaky. After Han Feng blocked the thunder with the Bagua formation, Wang Ai leaped to the Bagua formation and slammed his fist down hard on it, screaming, "Come on out! Hiding under a turtle shell is nothing." "Rubbish," Han Feng sneered and said. "You're really rampant when you get what you want. Your mouth really stinks. You scolded me before, got beaten up by me and didn't dare to say anything. Now is it that you think you have the advantage again? Dare to clamor with me again?" Wang Ai sneered, screaming, "Humph! Yin Yang Sec's senior brother Han, let me ask you, do you have a way to break my blood cloud? So let me ask you, is a blood cloud a cloud? Nonsense! Of course it's a cloud. What is it if not a cloud? So let me ask you again, what is cloud's greatest fear?" "What?" Wang Ai was stunned at his words, but suddenly, Han Feng jumped up from underneath the Bagua formation and arrived at the location of the Sundance character, sending Wang Ai flying with a single punch before he himself slowly flew up. Using the Sundance character to invoke the Sundance character on the Bagua formation, Jin mastered thunder and Sun mastered wind, and steeply, an endless gale blew up around Han Feng. Han Feng was carried by this gale as he leaped up and arrived in the middle of that blood cloud. In an instant, all of the thunder within the blood cloud slashed toward Han Feng. However, it was dissipated into nothingness by the fierce winds surrounding Han Feng. "Han Feng, you dare to enter the blood cloud. You're looking for death." Shocked and delighted, Wang Ai got up and flew into the blood cloud, personally manipulating the thunder and roaring, "The Han Feng, you and see me, take the thunder, smash the darkness." What a fucking middle child, this guy is very sick. While Han Feng was bellyaching in his heart, he didn't talk nonsense to him and directly mobilized the strongest gale force, forming a huge tornado around his body. That tornado was the full force of the wild wind that Han Feng had mobilized with the sundown skill plus the increase of the Bagua formation. The endless astral wind swept in all directions, continuously tearing the surrounding blood clouds into pieces and turning them into nothingness. Those thunder and blood clouds were all torn apart and entered Han Feng's tornado, and as Han Feng manipulated the wind with both hands, the entire tornado turned blood red, with electric light flashing within it. Han Feng was surprised to find that the constantly rotating wind seemed to be able to absorb other people's attacks, borrowing power to fight off. With joy in his heart, he looked across to Wang Ai. At this moment, Wang Ai, still in extreme shock, saw his blood cloud being torn apart as much as it could be, and shouted impossibly, "Absolutely not." However, what answered him was Han Feng's tornado. The extremely violent tornado, transformed into a one-way gale, slammed headlong towards Wang Ai, and the enormous wind force steeply crashed into Wang Ai's body. The protective jade pendant around Wang Ai's waist exploded with a loud bang, and his entire body was slammed outside the formation almost in a flash, spitting out a large mouthful of blood and passing out. When Han Feng saw this, he secretly said that it was a pity that he had exerted too much force. He should have knocked him inside the big formation, knocked him out and snatched the storage bag. Chapter 144, The King's Coronet Who Never Gives in. It wasn't Han Feng's fault. It was really the first time he had used this move, and there was also the power of blood clouds and thunder inside the wind, and he wasn't familiar with any of those powers, so he smashed Wang Ai all over in a brainstorm. If it wasn't for the powerful protective spiritual treasure on Wang Ai, he would have been torn to pieces on the spot. Of course, Han Feng didn't want to kill Wang Ai, although he had killed a lot of Blood Cloud Palace disciples before. Those people combined were not as important as a Wang Ai. Wang Ai was a chi practicing stage senior brother, was the face of a clan. If Han Feng killed him, then Blood Cloud Palace would have to be immortal with Han Feng. Moreover, the Blood Cloud Palace master was watching from above, so if he were to kill Wang Ai, the other party would intervene. Similarly, although Wang Ai had a foul mouth and had been mouthing off about killing Han Feng, he was only putting out harsh words, he was only displeased and provoked towards Han Feng, and there was nothing to be gained in life or death. It was also impossible for Wang Ai to kill Han Feng, a heavenly disciple, in front of the Yin Yang Sec's headmaster. Still, the world of cultivation is a human world. It was just that he didn't snatch the storage bag, making Han Feng feel a bit regretful. Pity, this guy must be fat. The crowd, outside the arena, rose to their feet in a standing ovation. Although the battle between Han Feng and Wang Ai wasn't very long, it had staged a peak battle of the Chi Practitioner stage for them, letting them know that the original Chi Practitioner stage cultivators weren't just able to slash people with their swords, but also were able to strike out dazzlingly powerful spells and magical abilities that dazzled the eyes, especially since Han Feng had been pressing Wang Ai the entire time, barely taking an attack. This strong scene caused the crowd to roar in approval. They don't care who loses or wins. as long as the winner is more than deserving of respect and cheers. The Blood Cloud Palace Master let people go and carry Wang Ai for treatment without saying anything more. How could he not see the gap between Wang Ai and Han Feng's strength? Wang Ai was able to fight to this point. It was already very impressive. One can only say that this 100 Pride tournament, killing out a dark horse, Han Feng is too strong. After Han Feng finished resolving Wang Ai, he flew to an An's boat and sat down with an Nin and duo. Although Jiang Crispy and Wang Coronet were both fighting their opponents, Han Feng didn't intend to help. It was a cutthroat competition, a fair duel, and there was no danger to his life, and it wasn't like people were bullying his wife, so he didn't have any reason to strike. Even if Jiang Crispy Row really lost, it was just that her skills were not as good as the others, so she was willing to gamble and accept defeat. Moreover, the current Jiang Chui Row, although she had fallen into a disadvantageous position, there was no sign of defeat, and with the endurance and vitality of the wood attribute, she and Fang Yuan Xin were also fighting extremely fiercely. Jiang Ziro hadn't entered the 9th level of the Qi practicing stage for a long time, and she was also young, so there was still some disparity when compared to such long-established and powerful people like the 5 sons of the Min Kingdom. But Jiang Crispy Row wasn't weak. With her heavenly spirit root, she was often taught by Siyu Palmistress, and with the resources of the Jiang family, it gave her unnotable strength. On the other hand, the battle between Wang Coronation and Fan Jian was the most intriguing part. Fan Jian is a sword cultivator, is the most skilled at killing attributes. At this time the attack is extremely harsh, while Wang Coronation is a strong physical body, strong power, and fight with it. Fan Jian's attacks do not avoid hard against the other party's attacks, is to create the opportunity to get close. Wang Coronet didn't have many protective spirit weapons, which had long since been destroyed by Fan Jian, and he was basically able to break one with a few punches when he faced Fan Jian's protective spirit weapons. This high-intensity attack left both of them with scars all over their bodies. Fan Jian had a panda eye, his chest caved in, and his left arm was broken. Wang Coronet's body was covered in sword marks, and blood was constantly bubbling out, turning his entire body into a bloody man. The two fought for hundreds of rounds, but they didn't distinguish between a winner and a loser. On the other hand, Bai Lingyu did split the victory with Raccoon Creek. Within dozens of exchanges, Bai Lingyu hardened himself against Rumpelstiltskin's spiritual attacks, executing the most powerful thunderous killing fury to defeat Rumpelstiltskin. Raccoon Creek had no choice but to admit defeat after he was injured and defeated. Willing to bet, the loser has to crush the token to eliminate himself. Raccoon Creek wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth before crushing the token, and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Bai Lingyu, you're nothing more than that." Bai Lingyu frowned slightly and said, "Senior sister Raccoon Creek, it seems like you're the one who lost." "Yeah, but I still don't think you're awesome because Rumsey squinted at Han Feng, who was holding up an N and spinning in circles, and said, "It took you more than 50 moves to defeat me, while Han Feng, to defeat me, used only 3 moves." After saying his words, Raccoon Creek directly crushed the token and teleported out. Before she left, she even provoked Bai Lingyu and Han Feng, hoping that these two would fight. Bai Lingyu frowned slightly and turned her head toward Han Feng, but it didn't move. He could see that in this field, Fang Yuanqin and Jiang Chui Rou were not his opponents, while Wang Coronation and Fan Jian, at this point, were almost at the end of their 2 losses. Even if one side won and the other was eliminated, then the winning side would no longer pose any threat to him and Han Feng. Right now, the only ones who could engage in a peak battle for the title were him and Han Feng. He also wanted to come and fight with Han Feng, but there was no hurry in this matter. He didn't want himself and Han Feng to snipe at each other and let the other clans reap the benefits. Just as he was thinking, the field suddenly changed. Only Fan Jian suddenly distanced himself from Wang Coronet and said, "Senior brother Wang Coronation, you're an opponent worthy of my respect. You're very strong. Your martial arts are profound. Your moves are exquisite, and every move makes me unable to defend myself. This time, no matter who wins or loses between you and me, I hope that I can be friends with you and spar together again sometime in the future. Only now, I'll have to eliminate you, and we'll meet again sometime." The sword in Fan Jian's hand was suddenly raised, and channels of light condensed from the blade, forming a giant sword silhouette that slashed towards Wang Coronation. This move is called One Sword Opens the Sky. Even Han Feng tensed up as the huge sword blade, carrying supreme might, came down on his head. However, not only did Wang Coronet not retreat, but instead, he charged up against that sword. "I won't admit defeat to anyone," Wang Coronet roared, and with his own flesh and blood, he rushed towards Fan Jian. Fan Jian's pupils dilated, flashing a hint of panic. Wang Coronation slammed his fist into that huge sword. His right hand almost cracked in inches, and all the wounds on his body collapsed. but the flavor of that punch shattered the open sky sword. Wang Coronation spat out blood and slammed headfirst into Fan Jian's body as Fan carried him toward the formation barrier. You're crazy! Get off of me! Fan Jian felt like his entire chest was going to shatter as he hissed and roared, only to be eliminated by Wang Coronation as he pushed him directly against the formation barrier. Wang Coronet fell powerlessly towards the sea below and fell unconscious. His name is Coronet Wang, the one who never loses. Chapter 145, the final battle with Bai Lingyu. Han Feng immediately unleashed his fastest speed and rushed over to catch Wang Coronet. At this time, Wang Coronation was already unconscious from his serious injuries. Han Feng immediately fed him the spirit restoration pill. Although he couldn't recover without aura, the spirit restoration pill could still heal his injuries. At this time, the Siyu Palmistress flew over, outside the formation, and said, Han Feng, Wang Coronation is seriously injured and unconscious. He doesn't have the strength to fight anymore. It's already outstanding to get a 5th place. Give him to me. I'll take him and let someone heal his wounds. Thank you, Master. Han Feng thanked him, then held Wang Coronet and threw him to Siyu through the formation. Siyu handed it over to the disciples behind him and told them to take it to heal their wounds. At this point, there were 4 people left on the field. Han Feng, Bai Lingyu, Jiang Suiwei and Fan Yuanxin. As for Fan Yuanxin, she was also worthy of being the most honored princess of the Min Kingdom's royal family. With good qualifications and more resources, coupled with her age being 5 or 6 years older than Jiang Chuirou, and her long cultivation time, she ultimately defeated Jiang Chuirou. Both were not too seriously injured. And in the end, it was Jiang Chuirou's aura that was overwhelmed and she took the initiative to admit defeat. Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. Senior sister Jiang, you're very powerful. Your strength, even if you were to be placed in the chi practicing stage of our royal family, that would still be able to rank in the top 3. When I have the chance in the future, I'll go to the Yin Yang sect to find you to spar again. Ginger Crispin smiled and said, this is what you're letting me have. If you were to go all out, I'm afraid I would have already lost. And then, Zhang Zuero flew to Han Feng, smiled sweetly, and said, wife protector, your Dao couple is going to be eliminated. There's no way to fight with you anymore. It's fine. Just don't have any regrets. There are only 2 people left, and I'm almost finished, so when it's over I'll get my reward and go find you, and we'll split the foundation building pills equally. Go ahead and claim your top 10 rewards, and help me look at the king's crown on the way. Okay, I'll go first. Jiang Shiro hugged Han Feng, and afterward, flew straight out again toward the outside formation. In the middle of the field, there are 3 people left. Bai Lingyu looked toward Han Feng and said, Senior Han, in this game, the strongest are you and I. I want to compete with you for the title. How about you and I go one-on-one? Good. Then I'll ask eldest brother for more guidance. Han Feng said as he stretched his back. It's just that before you and I face off, it's still necessary to clear out the other people in the arena, lest you and I snipe at each other and let the others reap the benefits. Fan Yuanxin was stunned at his words and pointed to his nose, saying, that other person you're talking about, is that me? Is there anyone else here? Bai Lingyu said blandly. Hey, no. You 2 big men, want to bully me, a weak woman? What about the promised fair play? What about the promised 4 into 2 and 2 into 1? But there's only 3 of us left now. In terms of strength, you're not a match for either of us. Getting 3rd place is quite alright. That won't do. No bullying. The little princess huffed and puffed. Of course, you can choose to go out on your own, or the 2 of us can throw you out. Can't you be gentle? Then you're invited out. You. Fang Yuan's heart gnashed his teeth in anger. And then with a turn of his big eyes, he pointed at Bai Lingyu and said, to let me go out on my own. That's fine, but you'll have to answer a few questions for me. Could be. Bai Lingyu nodded bashfully. Do you have a dog? Fang Yuanxin blinked her big eyes, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Every adult Yin Yang sect disciple has a Dao couple, and naturally, I do too. So do you like her? My own Dao couple. I naturally like it. And do you love her? Bai Lingyu didn't know exactly what Fang Yuanxin meant, but she still answered truthfully and said, love. Love like Han Feng loves Jiang Chuirou? Han Feng was dumbfounded. What's it got to do with me? What the hell are you doing? Bai Lingyu's brows furrowed. She really couldn't understand what was going on in Fang Yuanxin's head. Why did he ask about these messy things? It had nothing to do with the competition. Nothing, just asking. So when are you 2 planning to break up? Bai Lingyu frowned deeper and deeper and said, we're too attached to break up. Really? This can't be said. The road of cultivation is long. It is inevitable to be sad and happy, or bored, or betrayed. I think it would be easier to throw you out. After saying his words, Bai Lingyu was about to make a move towards Fang Yuanxin. Don't need you to do it. I'll go on my own. Nuisance. Fang Yuanxin skimmed his lips and muttered as he left on his own. Bai Lingyu looked at her back and wondered. What a strange woman. Let her go, she won't go. Ask some nonsense. Have to scare her to go. What do you mean? Han Feng replied. I don't know. She probably wants to get to know your Taoist. Women are always so strange. Don't worry about it. All the spectators outside were filled with black lines, bellyaching about how these two dead straight guys found a date. Bai Lingyu turned toward Han Feng and clasped his palm. Senior brother Han. Senior brother has been in seclusion for many days and hasn't been paying attention to the outside world, so he didn't know that a celestial pride like you had come out of the sect. Now that I see that you are so good, senior brother is also honored with this, which is a blessing for our clan. In today's duel, I hope that senior brother will put forth his full strength to fight soundly with senior brother I will also put forth my full strength to see which one of us, you or I, is stronger or weaker. This little word tugging Wenzuzo. So that reading not much of the Han Feng do not know how to answer. So hold the palm of the road. So do I. Senior brother please. Bai Lingyu took out his sword in his hand, and electricity flashed on it. Apparently, Bai Lingyu was a rare mutated spirit root. A thunder spirit root that was not among the 5 elements. Wind and thunder are not among the 5 elements. Senior brother please. Han Feng's wings unfolded behind his back, and he took out his wind spirit sword in his hand. So he killed toward Bai Lingyu. A lightning bolt flashed in Bai Lingyu's eyes, and then his entire body rose up from the ground as a thunderbolt arose from beneath his feet, and his entire body was as fast as lightning as he swung his sword toward Han Feng. The spectators outside all stared at this wonderful duel with wide eyes. Among the 5 sons of the Min Kingdom, Bai Lingyu was the earliest to become famous, and was also recognized as the strongest, the first of the 5 sons. According to many people's preconceptions, Bai Lingyu was definitely going to take the first place in this competition. Han Feng, on the other hand, was a dark horse killed by the Yin Yang sect, and since entering the tournament, he had faced all of his foes with horizontal pushes and crushes, and even the likes of Rumpel Creek and Wang Yi were no match for him. Now that the 2 great celestial pride of the Yin Yang sect were facing each other to fight for first place, how could they not look forward to it? There were even some more bettors who started placing bets on who would actually win between Han Feng and Bai Lingyu. Only this time, most people bet on Han Feng. Han Feng and Bai Lingyu swung their swords and collided into each other, only to hear a loud bang as gale force winds and thunder exploded and swept in all directions. Chapter 146, Shocking Dramatic Change. The great demon of transformation swallowed Han Feng. Each of them retreated backwards. Han Feng turned around in midair and stabilized himself with the help of the wind, while Bai Lingyu, however, retreated backward a long way, nearly fell to the ground. The formation was still shrinking, and it was completely random, this time towards the ocean. The formation, at this point, had completely detached itself from the island and was only on the eastern sea, and it was only a mile away. In another hour or 2, they'd run out of space, so they needed to duel quickly. And Duo, too, rowed their boats outside the formation to the shore of the island, pulling the little fox to step on the beach and play. The other human spectators, too, had all landed on the island and watched the contest. Han Feng and Bai Lingyu were fiercely engaged in battle. Howling winds, lightning and thunder, not to mention whether it was awesome or not, the visual effect was really pulling out all the stops. With his speed, Han Feng dodged one of Bai Lingyu's thunderbolts and threw out an overwhelming number of wind blades that attacked Bai Lingyu. Bai Lingyu was also worthy of being the first of the 5 sons of manhwa. Even if he was at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi practicing stage, the combat power he exerted was very strong. The two fought fiercely for a quarter of an hour, with some injuries appearing on Bai Lingyu's body, while Han Feng was still almost intact. Seeing that he couldn't take Bai Lingyu in a short period of time, Han Feng immediately sacrificed the Xian compass, and the 8 trigrams formation appeared in mid-air, suppressing it down towards Bai Lingyu. Bai Lingyu was not ignorant of the 8 trigrams, and he immediately shifted to the Jin character position, forming a handhold with Han Feng in the Sun character position. The Jin character had little effect on Bai Lingyu's suppression, so Han Feng used the power of the Sun character to launch a fierce attack toward Bai Lingyu. The wild winds howled and swept away, suppressing Bai Lingyu and preventing her from advancing by half a step. Electricity flashed in Bai Lingyu's eyes as she lifted her sword and pointed to the sky. A dark cloud steeply coalesced and densely packed thunder split down toward Han Feng's head. Han Feng immediately condensed a tornado around him, trying to surround the thunder that was splitting down from the sky. But Bai Lingyu's thunder was different from Wang Aizin thunder. It was a young thunder that was the most rigid and strongest of all. Dang, it's devastating, splitting dozens of young thunder. Part of it struck the tornado and part of it struck Han Feng's body. Han Feng immediately felt a sharp pain and paralysis all over his body, making it difficult to exert his strength. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Lingyu's body exploded with thunder as he steeply killed toward Han Feng. He swung his sword through the gale and arrived in the eye of the tornado's formation, and his sword with thunder slashed directly at Han Feng's body. Han Feng was knocked backwards by his sword and nearly fell into the sea. Luckily, Han Feng used the wind to drag his body, and then he directly turned around and killed toward Bai Lingyu. With a single sword strike, he chopped Bai Lingyu into spitting blood and flying backwards. Han Feng's power realm was stronger than Bai Lingyu's, and he could miss many times, but Bai Lingyu would have to be seriously injured by Han Feng if he missed once. After Bai Lingyu flew out backwards, Han Feng gained momentum and directly condensed a wave of wind chi in his hand, which heavily bombarded Bai Lingyu's body again, nearly knocking him outside the formation. Bai Lingyu stood up, with his sword in midair, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and laughed. "And Senior Han, what a pain in the ass. I admit that I'm not your opponent in terms of strength and realm, but I still have one last move to make. This move is made. If Senior Brother can catch it, Senior Brother is willing to admit defeat." After saying his words, Bai Lingyu's body suddenly filled with raging thunder, condensing towards the sword in his hand. Seeing this, Han Feng said, "It's really enviable. You and Wang Ai both have crushing killing moves, and I'm the only one who doesn't. There's a lot of them in the hidden scriptures. Didn't the sect leader go and pick out a suitable divine ability for you?" Bai Lingyu asked as she condensed her killing moves. "No, it's not like you don't know how stingy that old man is," Han Feng spat, and the Duanmu sect leader on the island outside, in a sea of blank stares, lowered his head in shame. "Alright then, when we get home, I can take Senior Brother to pick out the divine abilities. Now, please get ready. I'm coming." The sword in Bai Lingyu's hand coalesced into a raging thunderous giant sword that chopped down toward Han Feng's head. Han Feng immediately condensed a tornado that filled his surroundings, lifting up endless seawater to ward off his opponent's attack. Since it was the final showdown and not a life and death struggle, there was no reason to go dodging. If you want to win, win with honor. That giant sword of thunder roared and slashed against the tornado, and the pervasive thunder instantly exploded, splitting all over Han Feng's body along the water current. Obviously Han Feng was unaware of the principle of water conducting electricity. Boom! After a loud bang, Han Feng's tornado splintered, and his entire body spat out blood and fell into the seawater. That blood, diluted along the waves of the sea, spread slowly in all directions. 10 miles away, at the bottom of the sea, there was a bipedal scaly jiao that was a mile long, and after smelling this scent, greed immediately erupted in its eyes, devouring this blood in large mouthfuls while swimming rapidly towards Han Feng. When Bai Lingyu saw that Han Feng was injured but hadn't lost his battle power, she also understood that she had lost. Senior Brother Han is skillful. Senior Brother is willing to bet and lose. In the coming day, after Foundation establishment, I'll fight with Senior Brother again. Bai Lingyu's voice was a bit weak as she turned around and flew outside the formation. Within the formation, only one person remained. Seeing this, King Jing took out a bead and took away this big formation, and loudly announced, "This seed announces that this Chi practicing stage 100 Pride tournament has officially come to a successful conclusion. The winner is." However, right at this moment, a monstrous pressure abruptly appeared. The pressure nearly crushed all the bones in Han Feng's body, making him unable to move in the slightest, and a life and death crisis surfaced in his heart, making his scalp numb. Run! Run! All of Han Feng's reasoning was telling him to hurry up and escape, but in reality, he couldn't move the slightest bit. A huge scaly dragon, breaking through the water from beneath the surface of the sea, opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Han Feng in one gulp. This scene stunned everyone in the arena. Jiang Ziro's entire body was struck by lightning and froze in place. "Help!" Siyu roared angrily and took the lead in killing, charging towards the scaly dragon. And Duo Enan, too, immediately rushed over. Immediately after that, the Yin Yang sect master and a group of other powerful people also lined up their defenses on the periphery of the island and attacked the Jiaolong. After all, behind them were their disciples and elders. After swallowing Han Feng, that scaly dragon let out a long roar to the sky, and when it saw that those humans on the island had dared to strike out at it, it instantly spat out a dragon's breath that sprayed toward all of the comers. The first to bear the brunt was Siyu. As that huge dragon breath swept in, a slender sword appeared in Siyu's hand, with dragon scale-like patterned runes on it, and between swings of the sword, a white lotus platform silhouette appeared, blocking in front of his body. Chapter 147, The Extreme Temptation of Han Feng's Physical Body After Feeling the Power of the Other Party. Siyu shouted out in shock. "Not good. It's a transformation stage demonic beast. I can't block it." The white lotus platform cracked open inch by inch, and at that moment, Duo also flew over, chanting songs and sending out waves of sound to ward off the dragon's breath. With the help of Duo from the spirit transformation realm, it was much easier for Siyu, and exclaimed, in a huff, "Falling scales, you nuisance." What are you doing? Release my best friend. After saying her words, and raised her hand and coalesced a sea wave, forming a large hand and choking the dragon's neck. The dragon's fallen scales roared angrily. Sea spirit, mermaids, are you going to help humans against your fellow sea creatures? Duo frowned and bellowed. We're not aggressive with land humans. I don't care what you want in the sea, but you can't hurt my friends on land. Hurry up and spit him out. Can't spit it out. It's already been digested. Falling Scales grunted coldly and turned to burrow underwater. Hearing this, Jiang Cui-ro, who was flying this way, had a blank mind and nearly fell into the sea. Han Feng, the little fox, who had been held by An, cried out in pain and hissed Han Feng's name. Dodo does not allow the augur to escape, chanting and attempting to hypnotize the augur. And at that moment, Han Feng stumbled down the augur's esophagus throat and fell into the augur's stomach. The dragon was just too big. That throat was as big as a cave. Much bigger than Han Feng. Han Feng crawled and forked and fell into the seawater in the Jiaolong's stomach. And the Jiaolong's stomach surged. And a huge spiritual pressure swept toward Han Feng. And a stream of stomach acid sprayed toward Han Feng. The little chi practicing stage was swallowed by a god transformation realm scaly dragon. And there was no possibility of him surviving. However, just at the moment when he was about to be killed in seconds, the small conch bracelet compiled from golden hair that he carried on his wrist suddenly lit up, forming a golden shield that protected him. Han Feng floated in that foul-smelling stomach, followed by the faint golden light from the shield, and looked around. All around were dark green sea water dyed green with stomach acid, and some stinky fish and shrimp demonic beast limbs. That stomach was still emitting a constant pressure, wanting to crush Han Feng alive, and the writhing walls of flesh looked extremely terrifying. Han Feng looked at the bracelet on his hand and muttered, "Is this that bracelet Duo gave me to protect me? Didn't she say it was just a regular little bracelet?" Obviously, Duo was lying to him. This bracelet, the friendship of the mermaid race, was also able to appear as a guard to protect him in times of life and death crisis. Strange. So many people he doesn't swallow. What's the point of swallowing me? I'm tastier than those yawning giants? This is a sure death. This is a big demon. It looks very powerful. How can I escape? Just then, an icy girl's voice came from the gift cast, which hadn't been vocalized in a long time. I warned you long ago that your bloodline is the ultimate temptation for some great powers and great demons. Your flesh and blood is too much stronger for them than any elixir in the world. You are the descendant of immortal Emperor Han. You have awakened the bloodline of immortal Emperor Han. This is a very great benefit to you. Otherwise, why should you be so much stronger than a cultivator of the same rank? But the downside is that every one of those great powers and great demons wants to eat you alive. They'll be watching you and won't miss a chance to munch on your flesh and blood. Xin Zhu's words made Han Feng's scalp tingle. He had heard of it before, but didn't think there was anything to it. After all, he was just a nameless little disciple in a remote corner of the world, which Big Brother could find him. And this time, he had truly encountered a crisis, and it occurred to him that it was his blood that had been left in the seawater, which happened to be sniffed out by one of the surrounding scaly dragons that wanted to come over and devour him. And it did work. Han Feng also understood how tempting the bloodline of immortal Emperor Han was to demonic beasts. It was just that he was still too weak to bring out the shock and power of the immortal dignity bloodline, and he was at his weakest right now. It seems that in the future, when walking in the world, one should be extremely careful, and if one can keep one's blood chi from being exposed, one should not expose it, assuming, of course, that they make it out alive this time. Ancestor Xin, I would like to ask you, for an existence as powerful as immortal Emperor Han, why would his bloodline heir be reduced to the point of becoming someone else's blood food? There is no tiger in the mountain. The monkey is the king. As usual, Sinzu loves hints. You're saying that immortal Han is no longer around, right? It's absent, not gone. Han Feng was stunned at his words and said no more. He spread his wings and tried to fly out the side of his throat. Maybe, he'll even leave you alive. You have to kill it. Otherwise it will keep chasing you. Even if it doesn't, it will go home and tell the other Jialongs of the falling Jiao clan about your blood and flesh. At that time, you will face the pursuit of the entire southeast falling Jiao clan, and there will even be immortal realm great demons, and at that time, your entire clan will have to be annihilated. Han Feng's heart thumped when he heard that and asked, Senior, may I ask what cultivation level this augur dragon is? The realm of the transfigured god. Dare I ask what my cultivation level is? 13th level of chi training stage. Humming. Han Feng seemed to be hearing a bit of snickering. Did you just laugh at me? I didn't. You just did. You're mocking me. I don't. I'm very professional and don't usually laugh unless I can't help it. Then don't just laugh. Tell me how I, a small chi practicing stage, was able to take out a spirit transformation realm augur. At your feet, deep inside the augur's stomach, there is a green bead. Find it. That is the key to killing this augur. When Han Feng heard this, he immediately activated the water-repellent gold bead, which radiated light and illuminated the dirty, smelly water. He rummaged around in that filthy stomach for half a day before he finally found it. He took the bead and asked, "Elder, what is this thing? Do you remember that the statue of Han Xianzuan was holding 8 beads in his hands?" "Remember." Han Feng nodded, and suddenly, his breath caught. It is said that that is the original artifact of immortal Han, the innate treasure, the unique spirit of the origin in the universe. Could it be that this one? That's right, those 8 beads, called the 8 wondrous beads, the most original supreme treasure of the endless universe. There is nothing more advanced than it. Those 8 beads, respectively, for the 8 trigrams in the Qian Koan Li Kanjin Burgundy Sun 2A, and this one in your hand is a high imitation fake of the 2A bead. Of those 8 beads, the smile on Han Feng's face and the greedy color in his eyes abruptly disappeared. Talking such a big game, but in the end it's a fake? Chapter 148, with a divine weapon. Slay the Jiao Dragon. As if she had heard Han Feng's heartfelt words, Xin Zhu patiently explained to him. This piece of the world, a total of 9 continents. The middle one, is for the yin and yang tai chi. Around the 8, is the position of the gossip. The way of the 8 trigrams is the way of the supreme origin of the 9 realms. Back then, I sent the 8 curious pearls into the 8 worlds to help immortal Emperor Han fuse the 9 worlds into one and achieve supreme God. And these 8 strange beads are still in these 8 continents. Among the 8 trigrams, Xian is heaven, corresponding to gold, and ranks in the south. Koan is the earth, corresponding to the earth, and is ranked in the north. Leaving is fire, which is ranked in the east. Can is water and is located in the west. Burgundy is a mountain, located in the northwest. Jin is thunder and is located in the northeast. Sundance is the wind and is located in the southwest. Tue is zephyr, which is located in the southeast, which is the Tianqing continent where you are. Each trigram has a property to which it belongs. Zephyr is a lake, a zephyr, where land and water coexist, giving rise to countless lives and vitality. Therefore, zephyr is wood. The Tue character bead, a wood attribute, has the most vitality. This one fake in your hand, even if it's just a high imitation, it's still at the level of a pseudo-divine artifact, and after refining it, the protection formed and the power exerted are able to be drastically increased. It's just that with your current cultivation, you won't be able to exert the power of a pseudo-divine artifact. Ancestor Xin, what level of treasure is a pseudo-god artifact? Is it considered a magic treasure of the same kind? Treasures are categorized from bottom to top into spiritual artifacts, spiritual treasures, magic artifacts, dharma treasures, immortal artifacts, immortal treasures, pseudo-godly artifacts, semi-step godly artifacts, and divine artifacts, which are equal to innate supreme treasures, the cosmic level supreme original source treasures. It's just a pity that you're of the wind attribute, and getting a wooden attribute artifact won't give you the greatest effect, and if you were able to get the Sundance bead, it would be just the right fit for you. I'm already satisfied. By the way, my Taoist partner is of the wood attribute. If I give this bead to her, won't I be able to maximize its effect? Immortals can't even utilize the maximum effect of a pseudo-divine artifact, let alone you, a small chi practitioner, who can only be more adaptable with her. If you give her the pseudo-divine artifact, you will receive a tenfold return of a half-step divine artifact, but if you give it away after you've built your foundation, you'll be able to get 20 times the return, both in terms of cultivation and the gift of the return. I see. Then I'll wait until after foundation establishment to give it to her, and I want to be one step ahead of her foundation establishment success so that after she breaks through her cultivation, she can give me back 20 times. That's true, but just now when you were talking about giving it to her, your mind didn't go to the return thing, and it's obvious that you really love her with all your heart. You're fine. Thanks a lot. So Shinzu, now can you tell me how I should get this augur dead? You will first recognize this pseudo-divine artifact Tue Zizhu by dropping blood. An immortal Han's bloodline will be able to activate a portion of the fake Tue Zizhu's origin power, empowering the Tue Zizhu. After all, the Tue character bead was immortal Han's original magic treasure back then, and this one was made in imitation of the original one. Meaning, after I drop my blood and claim it as my master, I can take it and defeat a transformation god realm powerhouse? Thinking of what beautiful things. You're just occupying the right place at the right time now. You take this bead and go find the Jiaolon's demon pill and put the bead on its demon pill. The demonic dan of a demonic beast was equivalent to a cultivator's dantian, the most crucial and fragile core place. This augur's bloodline was too inferior. The Han immortal dignity bloodline was the noblest bloodline in this world, and the elevated bitterness from activating his innate magic treasure with his bloodline was simply not something that could be absorbed by the demonic dan of a tiny transformation spirit realm demonic beast. It will be propped up by this powerful yet noble bloodline and beads, bursting the demon pills and sucking out the life force. I see. Thank you, Shinzu. One last question. Where is its demonic pill? There are 5 forks in the section 18 meters down. Choose the second from the left to get there. Thanks. Han Feng took the bead, bit his finger, forced out a drop of blood, and entered it into the bead, recognizing it as his master. Treasures above the magic treasure are able to recognize the owner. After recognizing the owner, no one else can use it. Han Feng tripped through the foul-smelling seawater and bile, and through the light, he began to fly along the excretory tract beneath the ogre's stomach in search of it. With the help of Duo's bracelet and the water-repellent gold bead, it allowed him to survive on the huge pressure and squeeze inside the ogre dragon. The dragon was moving all the time and shaking violently, so it was thought to be fighting. And I'm afraid that the only one present who could fight this transformation god realm demonic beast was the mermaid Duo. Han Feng knew that the people outside hadn't given up on him and were still trying to find a way to save him. Han Feng followed that passageway, turning around 7 times, and finally came to the ones that Xianzu said, over the fork in the road, going in from the second fork from the left, and clearly felt that all that seawater food and stuff had disappeared, and turned into majestic demonic chi and spiritual chi. Han Feng saw that the light on the bracelet was getting dimmer and dimmer, and with some anxiety in his heart, he accelerated his speed and headed towards the demonic pills. Soon, he saw a demonic Dan floating in that sea of chi. That demonic elixir. It was bigger than him. If this could be taken out and sold for money, it would surely be worth a lot of money, and I'm afraid there are not many people who can afford it in the whole of Manhwa. It was a pity that he couldn't possibly take out the demonic pills while the ogre dragon was still alive. He really thought that the other ogre dragon was soft. The closer he got to the demonic elixir, the more Han Feng felt that the spiritual pressure was becoming more and more majestic and powerful. He even felt that once this bracelet light shield shattered, then he would be crushed into powder in an instant. And at this moment, the ogre dragon also clearly felt the abnormality. In its own sea of chi, a foreign object suddenly appeared. How could it not discover it? Outside, falling scales, who was fighting a duo, a nun, CU, and an unknown old man, suddenly hissed violently before falling heavily onto the surface of the sea itself, rolling back and forth on the surface, wrestling himself. Dodger frowned, and droned on, delicately falling scales. Don't think we'll forgive you just because you beat yourself up. Hurry up and release our good friend. Fuck off. Fuck off. Get out. Falling Scale was obviously a bit panicked, and for some reason, a life and death crisis surged through its heart, making it want to spit out that human in its dantian, and crossed her arms and said, Falling Scale, even though you do bad things every day in the sea and steal baby starfish all the time, I'll forgive you if you release my best friend. Stubborn. What's the point of talking nonsense with it? Dare to kill my Yin Yang sect disciples? I'll kill you first. The unknown old man shouted angrily, raising his hand. A Yin Yang Bagua disc appeared in his hand, and he struck at the Jiao Long with a palm. Falling Scale screamed miserably and struggled even more violently. Chapter 149 Yin Ming, old ancestor of the Yin Yang sect. The unknown old man, Cu, Duo and Inan, were all violently beating up the ogre, and An quite had the feeling that some strength was unknown when it met strength. Before he was pressed by the bad guys in the chi practicing stage, and now he was able to ride on the head of the spirit transformation realm ogre and violently beat up the other party. Don't fucking fight. I've said it all. The man is dead. He won't survive if you kill me. I don't want to fight you. Let me go. The sense of crisis in Falling Scale's heart was getting stronger and stronger. It had a premonition that if it didn't finish off the person in the sea of chi, that person might be about to make a whole mess. Dodger said, No way. He's not dead. The bracelet I gave him hasn't broken yet. Let him go. Falling Scale opened his dragon's mouth and roared. I can't fucking let it out. Why don't you go in and drag him out? Well, you big bad boy, are you still trying to eat me too? I'm not going to fall for your tricks. Duo is not stupid at all. The surrounding disciples all hid far away. Zhang Zero looked at the scene nervously, and Wang Coronet also woke up and knew what had happened. Bai Lingyu, Wang Ai, Fong Yuanxin, and the others were also watching. They didn't worry much about Han Feng, but in this kind of battle between the human race and the demonic beasts, they still hoped that the human race would win. In the Sea of Qi, Han Feng was rolled back and forth, and he nearly vomited out his overnight meal. This ogre dragon was as crazy as hell, rolling around all the time and emitting aura to try to expel him. Ha, before you had to let me in, and after you came in, you had to let me out. Is this in and out fun? Yuck. Jagged dragon. Finally, Han Feng found an opportunity. He was thrown to the side of that demonic Dan. Han Feng's eyes were quick. He immediately threw out the fake 2AZ bead in his hand and threw it onto the demonic Dan. As soon as the fake 2A character bead touched the demonic Dan, it was like a red-hot iron ball hitting a sponge, instantly melting a large portion of the demonic Dan, and then continuously falling towards the center. The bloodline and divine artifact pressure on the fake 2AZ bead constantly destroyed the demonic pills, destroying them like a blazing fire melting snow, and the energy and vitality within the demon Dan were all being wailed away by the fake 2AZ bead. The entire demonic Dan, almost visible to the naked eye, melted and was absorbed by the fake 2AZ bead in its entirety. As soon as the demon Dan was extinguished, the falling scale, which was wailing in pain and struggling hard, suddenly stopped moving and fell down towards the seawater. Its dragon's head was lying on the shore, its body was in the water, and all the remaining vitality in its body was swallowed up by the fake 2AZ bead. The life and color in its eyes faded to gray as far as the naked eye could see. Died of gaslighting, trying to get what it couldn't afford. It was ultimately killed by its own greed. The correct way for Han Feng to consume it should be to split and refine it, extract the power of the bloodline, and absorb it little by little instead of directly swallowing it in one gulp. Han Feng, who was supposed to be food, swallowed the hunter instead. Han Feng finally settled down. He picked up the Duiz bead that had fallen within his Qi and felt the majestic vitality within it before putting it away and following the path he had come from. He began to fly. Is this dead? And looked at the auger at her feet in surprise, and carefully probed her nostrils again, realizing that it was really dead. Dodger looked at the old man and asked that you killed it? The old man was surprised, too. Didn't you kill them? I didn't kill it. I was just trying to hypnotize it. You're the one who's been going all out trying to kill it. See you, who was on the sidelines, said, maybe this auger dragon isn't much stronger. It's normal for it to be killed by our joint attack, and I don't know how Han Feng is doing now. Just then, inside the auger's gigantic nostrils, a person walked out. It was Han Feng. As soon as Han Feng came out, the crowd in the room was in an uproar. To be swallowed into the stomach by a great demon of the god transformation realm, and still survive for such a long time without dying? Is this a fucking human thing to do? For a moment, everyone looked at Han Feng with awe. Of course, they were only surprised that Han Feng was able to survive and not die, and no one would think that the god transformation realm Xiaolong was killed by Han Feng, a tiny Qi practicing stage. However, it was also true that the Xiaolong was not killed by Han Feng, but by the fake 2AZ Zhu. Wow! Han Feng, and is so happy to see you alive, and laughed and ran to Han Feng, dancing with her hands. Han Feng withdrew the bracelet's light screen and said to Duo, thank you for saving my life. If it wasn't for the bracelet you gave me, I'm afraid I'd already be dead. I thank you all for coming to the rescue and slaying the Xiaolong. This favor will never be forgotten by me. Ginger Crisp and the severely injured wine coronet also flew over, and the little fox jumped into Han Feng's arms, sobbing in a small voice. Han Feng, how are you doing? Ginger Crisp asked anxiously. I'm fine, just a little hurt. That's good. I was scared to death. You're a big catch. Siyu walked over, put away her sword, and asked, frowning, Han Feng, do you know why this scaly dragon wants to swallow you? I don't know. Does this demonic beast need a reason to eat people? It could be that I stood too far out, in the easternmost sea, closest to that auger dragon, so it ate me. That's probably it. Try to lean into more crowded areas from now on. Thank you, Master. When Han Feng saw the injuries on Siyu's body, and his tired look, he also knew that the other party must have been fighting the Xiaolong all along to save him. This icebird-like high-cold master, usually very arrogant, but something is really on really care about the disciple. For the sake of a Qi practicing stage disciple, she dared to fight for her life with a spirit transformation realm demonic beast. Han Feng's heart was very moved. Siyu said to him, Han Feng, this is the old ancestor of our Yin Yang sect and the founder of our sect. Old ancestor Yin Ming, come and pay your respects. Han Feng looked at the ordinary-looking old man with surprise and hurriedly clasped his palms and bowed, exclaiming, Disciple Han Feng, I pay my respects to the old ancestor and thank him for saving my life. Be excused. Your name is Han Feng, isn't it? The children are teachable. A good boy. The old man remembers you. If you don't die this time from a great calamity, I think you will be blessed in the future. In the future, you have to cultivate hard and become a great power at an early date. Thank you, old ancestor, for your teachings. Old ancestor Yin Ming nodded, then looked down at this auger dragon below and said, this time out, it's not without rewards. This corpse of a scaly dragon, all of its body is heavenly treasures. Take it to refining weapons and alchemy. It's all worth a lot of money. And then suddenly raised her head and said to old ancestor Yin Ming, the falling scorpions live in packs. Ha? What do you mean? By taking away its corpse and dividing and eating it, are you trying to make the falling Jiao clan and your Yin Yang sect immortal? And frowned a little. The falling Zhao clan is very small in number, but they are also very strong and united. They won't let up after you killed their clan. If it was an ordinary sparring match, losing would be no big deal, and they couldn't say anything. But if you insult a corpse, it's a blood feud. Chapter 150, The Wife Protector Gives Gifts Again. Anne's words silenced the crowd. The human race, who were present, frowned. The sirens and the human race are basically just well water. After all, the sirens can't possibly survive on land, and the human race won't run into the sea to reproduce. Without disputes over territory, resources and reproduction, the two clans would naturally not have any major conflicts. Occasional friction like this, with deaths and injuries on both sides, is normal, and no one is going to start a large-scale war. And truly, as Anne said, if this augur's corpse was taken to be divided and devoured to sell for money, that's not combat friction, that's called hunting, trapping. This kind of thing was intolerable to the high and proud augur. Then may I ask Senior Hai Ling, what should be done about this time? Yin Ming asked. I'll take the body of the fallen scales to the fallen scaly clan, tell them the original story. After all, this time it was the fallen scales that provoked the cannibalism in the first place, and it's just as well that they died when they were not as skillful as they should have been. I'll go back and reconcile the matter. Let's leave it at that, and you all go home. Don't worry, my face is still worth a lot. Looking at Anne's look of a young adult, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. This little sea spirit is just too cute. Well then, Anne, let's go home too. It's been a couple days out this time, Duo said as he took Anne's hand. Yeah, and waved her hand toward Han Feng and said, I will see you again at the end of the sea, my friend. The two entered inside the seawater, dragging and pulling the corpse of that augur dragon, which was gradually swallowed by the seawater. The 100 Pride tournament had officially ended. Only this time, the 100 Pride tournament had staged a battle between Transformation Spirit Realm powerhouses for the audience, making them look on with great joy. And Han Feng's name had completely resounded throughout the country, even radiating into the surrounding region behind it, pressing down the 5 sons of the Min Kingdom, winning first place, and surviving the belly of a spirit transformation realm demonic beast. All sorts of legends had made Han Feng so famous that he was even ranked as the #1 of the younger generation in the Min Kingdom. And along with his reputation as a wife protector, people said that it was fine for you to mess with Han Feng. He would at most beat you up, but if you bullied his Taoist, he would fight you to the death. The various forces and casual cultivators went back to their own homes and looked for their own mothers. Old ancestor Yin Ming went straight back to the Yin Yang sect. He had always been in seclusion and wouldn't go out easily. And this time, if he hadn't sensed the fluctuation of a battle at the transformation god realm nearby, he wouldn't have gone out. On the Yin Yang sect's warboat, the crowd retreated back slowly this time. There were only 4 people from the Yin Yang sect who made it into the top 100. They were Han Feng in first place, Bai Lingyu in second place, Zhang Chuirou in fourth place, and Wang Coronet in fifth place. Everyone else was a very powerful character. Just Han Feng and Wang Coronet, a few months ago, were still handymen growing medicines together. They're all famous now, too. The sect master gave them the rewards of the 100 Pride tournament that belonged to them respectively. All of them were some pills, spirit stones, and a spiritual treasure each, and Han Feng, as the first place winner, was rewarded with a medium-grade spiritual treasure, which was also a flying sword. It's an official reward. The following rewards, which were the main event, were the rewards promised to the disciples by the Yin Yang sect. Those who made it into the top 10 would each be rewarded with a master-grade foundation establishment Dan, and Han Feng, who had won first place, would receive 3 of them, plus a wind-attributed lower-grade magic weapon Excalibur, plus a chance to pick a divine power from the Tibetan scripture pavilion. The 3 foundation establishment Dan and the divine sword were rewarded on the spot, and the hidden scriptures needed to be selected when they returned. Han Feng had 3 foundation establishment pills in his left hand and a lower-grade magic weapon called the Drunken Willow Sword in his right hand. As for Jiang Crispin and Wang Coronet and Bai Lingyu, they all received foundation establishment Dan as well. Han Feng pulled Zhang Chuirou with gusto, made it to the bow deck, stuffed the things in his hand into Zhang Chuirou's arms, and laughed, saying, "It's all yours." Zhang Zirou was stunned at her words, and before she could say anything, a burst of derisive voices came from the surroundings. All the disciples of the Yin Yang sect, even the sect leader and Siyu, were looking at the two of them, their eyes playfully derisive. "Yo, the wife guardian is giving his wife another gift," Wang Coronation shouted out in a conspiratorial manner, causing the crowd to burst into laughter. Zhang Shiro blushed profusely and hurriedly stuffed all these things to Han Feng again, saying, "This is your reward. Why are you giving it to me? I don't want it. I have the foundation establishment pill, and you need to break through as well." Siyu, who was standing in the distance, grunted coldly. "Humble now? You just don't accept it." After a while, that magic weapon will also fall into your hands. Just like that pair of Quan Xing Windwings, which were handmade by this seat, given to Han Feng, after a few days, won't it be on you? Han Feng has what good things are the first to think of you, to give you, he is so, you should accept it, in the future to people better. Good return to people on the line. Ginger Crystal blushed even more and couldn't retort. The surrounding male and female disciples of the Yin Yang sect were also whispering, and many of the male disciples were being shaded by their Taoists, saying that they were not as good as a single hair on someone else's head. Han Feng, look at how people treat dogs. And Han Feng was also cursed by many people in their hearts licking dogs. Roll thieves, you roll your mother. Ginger Crispin's face turned even redder and she whispered, can't you just go back and give it again? Look at them all laughing at me. What are you afraid of? It's just to piss them off. I'm good to my wife myself. Let them envy me. Then if you give it to me, I'll have 4 foundation establishment Dan. While you don't have one. How about this? You just give me 1, 2 for each of us. Both of us will increase the success rate by 60%. What do you think? Let's exchange gifts. I'll give you my reward and you give me yours. Husbands and wives should give each other gifts, so that our relationship can be stronger than gold. With my strength, 1 is enough. It's more prudent for you to take 3. Then why don't you just give me 2? Why did you have to swap them with me? Rituals? You're too young to understand romance at all. Ha! Ginger Zizu laughed at once and exchanged gifts with him after giving him a blank look. This little man, he's going to have to get romantic. I don't want this sword. I'll put away the elixir. Only, Jiang Zero was giving Han Feng all of the rewards she had received on the official side as well, plus 1 of her foundation establishment pills. Han Feng gifted his Taoist partner Jiang Chui Ro with 3 master-level foundation building pills and received a 10-fold return of 3 grandmaster-level foundation building pills. Han Feng collected his foundation establishment Dan, thinking that if she doesn't want this sword, she can give it away after she breaks through foundation establishment, so that she can get 20 times the return. When the time came to give her the fake 2AZ bead along with the drunken willow sword, Han Feng was also looking forward to what kind of goodies he could get with a 20-fold return. The thought of it made him look forward to it with great anticipation. You can even get a divine power when you go back. So the future is promising. Chapter 151, Breaking Through Foundation Establishment. Han Feng would have to rely on giving things to Jiang Chui Ro often to get more returns, but if he always gave away too much, the other party would get suspicious and would wonder about his motives. Now he unintentionally set up a wife protector devil persona, so that others, including Jiang Chui Ro, think he is a very doting wife of a good man. His wife was bullied without hesitation on what good things immediately think of his wife first, so that in the future to Jiang Chui Ro send something, the other side will not feel abrupt. After all, people set up. Han Feng didn't feel that sending something to Jiang Chui Ro was taking advantage of her. In his opinion, 1 good thing to Jiang Chui Ro, he could get a better one. 1 becomes 2. It was simply a win-win situation, and it promotes bonding. If Jiang Zuoro knew about it, she would definitely support him as well. Of course, this is only for a sensible woman like Jiang Chui Ro who knows gratitude and has a conscience. Some women, the better you are to her, the more she feels that you should be insatiable at the same time, but also more and more look down on men, think you are a licking dog. The kind of woman to send a copper plate are not worthy. The warboat sailed and arrived inside the Yin Yang sect, and the disciples disembarked. The 3 of them, Han Feng, flew together toward Sunset Peak. As for going to the scripture pavilion, he planned to go there after foundation establishment. After foundation establishment, he would be Cuyu's personal disciple, and at that time, he would ask Cuyu to go and help him pick out a divine ability that suited him and was still powerful. Anyway, Cuyu's vision had to be better than his. Speaking of which, the fact that he was swallowed by a god transformation realm scaly dragon this time, and that Cuyu fought the scaly dragon for a long time with the power of a yuaning stage, also showed 2 things. For one thing, this master is very good and cares about caring for his disciples. Something is really on. Just like the last time they were chased by the Yi family, the master also rushed over personally. The second was that the master was by no means an ordinary yuaning cultivator. It is said that among cultivators, yuaning and huaxin are the biggest watersheds. Qi practice, foundation building, Jidan and yuaning are known as the lower 4 levels. Han Feng still knows this common sense. Qi practice stage might be possible to cross the level to challenge the foundation building, but yuaning can only be abused in front of huaxin. And Cuyu Palmseed was able to fight against the augur for so long without dying, even though she had the help of Duo and old ancestor Yin Ming. Her confidence in her own strength was also visible when she dared to go on. No wonder it was able to scare the other Palmseeders out of their asses with a cold snort. After returning to Lakha Peak, Wang Coronation went to look for Zhang Xiu. There were quite a few good things he obtained this time. but it didn't even help him as a martial arts practitioner. Perhaps infected by the wife-protecting devil, he didn't choose to sell that precious foundation establishment Dan either, but left it to Zhang Xiu for her to break through foundation establishment in the future. Upon returning to the house, Ginger Crisp said, "You have injuries on your body right now. Do you want to heal your injuries before you break through to foundation establishment? With injuries that make your cultivation unstable, it's risky to break through the foundation establishment. What about you? Do you heal before you break through?" Han Feng asked. "Definitely. I'm going to spend 2 days to heal my wounds and another 3 days to make a breakthrough. So I'll be in seclusion for 5 days this time." "Alright then, go ahead and go into seclusion then. Don't worry about me." Han Feng sent Jiang Chui Ro inside the attic and went to his own courtyard. He put the little fox on the table and said, "Little fox, I'm going to go into seclusion to break through the foundation establishment. You help me keep an eye on the outside. If someone comes over to find me, just tell them I'm in seclusion." "What? You're going into seclusion? Did the sun come out of the west today? The #1 slacker in Sunset Cloud Peak is actually going to cultivate diligently? What a thing to say. I've always been a hard worker alright." Han Feng rolled his eyes. "But you're all closed. Who's going to play with me? Go sunbathe yourself. By the way, remember to water my herb garden every morning, turn over the soil, and trim the dead leaves. I haven't been back for a few days, and the herbs are dying." "Ha, big brother. I'm just a fox." The little fox was filled with shock. "But you're no ordinary fox. There's water drawn down from the mountains over at Little Crispy Meat. Go fetch it yourself." After saying his words, Han Feng lifted the little fox and threw it out. The little fox fell heavily into a butt squat, rubbed his little butt, and went out resentfully. Tiny as it was, it looked pathetic as it struggled to haul buckets of water to fetch water and turn over the ground with a hoe that was several times its size. If it wasn't for the sake of the spirit stones, this fox wouldn't help him work. Han Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, and in his hands were 3 foundation building pills. It was a patriarchal grade foundation building pill, the best quality and highest rank among the pills. The results are definitely the best as well. Han Feng first operated his gongfu to regulate his aura meridians, and after running for a week, his cultivation gradually got into a better state. It was just that his cultivation still hadn't progressed half as much. If he wanted to refine his cultivation, he could only rely on his Taoist couple to break through to return his cultivation. And when he had enough cultivation realm, he could then rely on pills to break through. It was a good thing that his cultivation was now sufficient. Han Feng swallowed all 3 foundation establishment pills in one go. He didn't know if that was how he ate it, but it certainly didn't hurt to eat it anyway. The 3 master-grade foundation establishment pills entered the abdomen and were immediately digested. The majestic medicinal power entering the dantian. The unrivaled aura directly filling the dantian, nearly bursting Han Feng's dantian. With the help of this medicinal power, Han Feng immediately held his breath and condensed the abutment within his dantian. Unlike the previous ones that always failed, with the help of the 3 foundation establishment pills, the foundation platform within Han Feng's dantian gradually coalesced. It was an azure-colored abutment that looked like ancient jade, slowly taking shape. It was very vague, and even at first it was just a ball of gaseous state. Even though the foundation platform was gradually taking shape, the medicinal power of the foundation establishment pill was still evaporating and working, and Han Feng's dantian was on the verge of bursting. The majestic medicinal power was rampaging through his meridians, and Han Feng felt like his meridians were about to crack. Han Feng didn't even realize that his 7 orifices were bleeding. He was even less aware that this act of swallowing 3 foundation establishment pills in one breath was capable of causing him to explode and die. If not for the fact that he was of the Han immortal exalted bloodline and had strong flesh and blood, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it at all. But this medicinal power flushing over and over again also made his meridians expand and become more solid and stronger. The abutment within the dantian became clearer and clearer, which also represented the success of coalescence. This process of condensing the abutment alone took a full day before it finally coalesced into shape. It was an ancient jade-like azure-colored abutment that hid the power belonging to the wind attribute, lying quietly within his dantian. In the blink of an eye as the abutment coalesced into shape, all of the cleansing of Han Feng's body was completed as well. In a blink of an eye, Han Feng felt his body become incomparably lighter. With a movement of his mind, his entire body floated up. There were no flying swords, no sword riding techniques, no feathered treasures, and they flew directly out of the air. Chapter 152 Teaching and Entertaining Big Brother. This was one of the hallmarks of foundation establishment, being able to fly, even without any aids. Moreover, the aura consumed by flying was not much. Even absorbing the aura in the heaven and earth while flying was enough to maintain the consumption. And at the chi practicing stage, one wasn't able to fly for long periods of time because of the small reserves of aura. Congratulations to Han Feng for breaking through the foundation establishment stage. Excess cultivation in the Qi practicing stage is discounted to foundation establishment, and the excess 4 levels of Qi practicing cultivation are discounted to foundation establishment, and the current cultivation level is at the early middle level of foundation establishment. The previous return of Qi cultivation, according to the normal cultivation advancement, should be the foundation, so it is according to the foundation level cultivation return. Foundation building is divided into upper, middle and lower levels, with each level divided into middle and lower secondary stages, and is divided into 9 levels, just like the Qi cultivation stage. The 4th level of cultivation returns to the foundation establishment, so it is the early middle level of foundation establishment. Shinzu, you're so good at math. Han Feng wasted no time in flattering him. Obviously, Xinzu didn't care about this kind of licking and didn't bother with him. There was another sign of foundation establishment, and that was the divine sense leaving the body and exiting. When the divine sense left the body, the situation within a few miles could be seen at a glance, and even what cultivation level others were could be detected. As soon as he thought of this, Han Feng was eager to try, immediately releasing all the power of his divine sense within his sea of consciousness with the help of the soul sentinel. His divine sense went out and saw that the little fox was lying down on a recliner and resting. The hoe was thrown aside. The guy was being lazy. Again, he saw that the little crispy meat was sitting cross-legged in the secret room, meditating and cultivating with his eyes closed, and the dantian in his body was still a sea of qi, without an abutment. And then, Han Feng let go of his ego and let go of his divine sense to see Wang Coronation just coming out of Zhang Xiu's room, full of refreshing energy. While Zhang Xiu was saying goodbye behind him, Han Feng snorted. What not to give up? Directly move over to the back of the mountain to live with Wang Coronation. It's not like there is no house over there. Then, Han Feng continued to let go of his divine sense, releasing it towards the top of the mountain, and he roughly calculated that almost to the side of the inner disciple's residence was the limit of his divine sense, and the straight line distance was about 10 miles away. The other senior brothers didn't know what they were doing, but anyway, the first person Han Feng probed was senior brother Shang Yun. Suddenly, Shang Yun snapped his eyes open and droned that who was so insolent. Han Feng was startled, but immediately afterward, Shang Yun's face eased up. So it's senior brother Han. It seems that you've broken through to foundation establishment. Eldest brother, you can talk to me? It's so far away. Han Feng was surprised. Ha ha ha, the power of divine sense is wonderfully useful. Not only can it protect the soul, but it can also attack the enemy's divine sense. And it also has many auxiliary means. For example, divine sense probing, divine sense sound transmission, etc. Now you and I are not in the divine sense sound transmission, and the sound transmission jade slip, also rely on the power of divine sense to improve the paraphernalia is just. Senior brother has just broken through the foundation establishment. There are still many things he doesn't understand. Senior brother is just in time to popularize it for you. First of all, it's that this behavior that you're doing right now is very offensive and very dangerous. Putting out divine sense to probe someone without their permission can be seen as a provocation. After all, everyone had privacy, but not everyone had formations and treasures that could isolate divine sense. How offensive is it for others when you probe them in such a grand manner? Don't forget that everyone has the power of divine sense, and while you probe others, they are also able to know that they are being probed. Imagine how you would feel if you were taking a bath, or cultivating a secret scroll, or even double cultivating with a Taoist couple, and suddenly you were probed and saw everything. What eldest brother says is true. I did take offense when I didn't understand it the first time. Well, it's good to know that you can change your mistakes, and it's good to know that this time it's our own masters and brothers who have their divine sense outwardly probing. Imagine you are in a place where people are rare. Suddenly you see a person. You are careful. You want to know the other person's cultivation, so you put out your divine sense to probe. But I didn't expect that the other party was a yawning old monster who cultivated in seclusion. How powerful is the power of the divine sense of the yawning stage? Directly able to follow your divine sense and attack your sea of consciousness, annihilating your soul and letting you die. Hearing this, Han Feng was also greatly educated and clasped his palms, saying, "Thank you for reminding senior brother." Senior brother has remembered. Well, senior brother's character and heart are both superior. So I think senior brother will be able to do things in a measured manner. The place where I am is 15 miles away from your place, and your divine sense can spread to my side. So I think it's also because of the extraordinary qualification and extraordinarily powerful power of divine sense. Elder brother here has a divine sense avatar secret to gift to elder brother. This divine ability is called the sense of heaven skill, which allows you to freely control the power of your divine sense. Condense the power of your divine sense and specialize it in one direction, allowing for a longer distance. as well as being able to go to your divine sense to attack the enemy's divine sense. Unfortunately, it was a stumpy book, and senior brother only had cultivation methods below Jiedan. Well, elder brother has passed into your sea of consciousness. Feeling a new divine ability appear in his mind, Han Feng immediately checked it out and said, "Thank you senior brother for the grace of giving the Tao. Senior brother has helped me a lot." Senior brother remembers it in his heart. In the future, senior brother, but wherever there is a use for senior brother will do no harm. Oh, that's not necessary. They are all brothers in the same school. The older ones take care of the younger ones. This is the right thing to do. Your qualifications are much better than mine, and you also took first place in the 100 Pride tournament. Your future achievements will definitely be stronger than mine. Just cultivate well and don't disgrace your master. By the way, you're at the foundation establishment stage now, so I think senior sister John will soon break through as well. When you two break through, you'll be master's personal disciples. According to the sect's regulations, you are no longer allowed to live in the outer disciple area and need to move to the top of the mountain. This is the rule. If you all have built up your foundations and still live down there, it will put a lot of pressure on the other chi practicing stage disciples. If you can all live there indiscriminately, are there any rules to speak of? When you come in a few days, senior brother will help you choose a good courtyard, so you and senior sister Jiang can live together. Okay, got it. Thanks senior brother. After saying his words, Han Feng withdrew his divine sense, stood up, stretched, and walked toward the outside. Coming to the recliner, Han Feng grabbed the little fox and laughed. Little fox, slacking off again, are you? The little fox opened his sleepy eyes, and steeply stood up with white hairs all over his body, and shrieked in terror. And ghost, what's with the blind screaming? I'm Han Feng, not a ghost. Han Feng frowned. This ghost can even disguise itself as Han Feng's voice? The little fox fixed his eyes on it, and then said, "You're too scary looking like that. Hurry up and get cleaned up." Han Feng was stunned when he heard the words, and then his divine sense swept himself, only to be startled by this sweep. All he saw was dried blood all under his 7 orifices and sludge like filth all over his body. Chapter 153 Yin Yang Chaos Chopwell. The cleansing of the marrow is actually so powerful. The impurities inside the body are actually discharged. Have to quickly take a bath. Han Feng rushed over to the vegetable garden. His yard was right underneath that big rock in Jiangchui Rose attic, and that water source up there could be picked up and brought down as well. He pulled on the bamboo pipe, letting the water flow down, and began to bathe as soon as he took off his clothes. After taking a bath and feeling refreshed, Han Feng put on his clothes, then held the little fox and flew towards the mountains. After arriving outside the main hall, he wanted to see his master, but he was told by the maid that CU patron was not here and had gone to the main peak for a meeting. It just so happened that Han Feng was also going to the main peak, so he flew directly to Yin Yang Peak. After arriving at Yin Yang Peak, Han Feng landed in front of the square and raised his eyes to see that the sect leader was in a meeting with the 12 sect leaders, and he didn't know what he was chatting about. When the sect master saw Han Feng hovering at the door, he beckoned and said, "If it isn't Han Feng, our great champion is here. Come over here." Han Feng walked in and clasped his palms. "Greetings to the sect leader, and greetings to all the heads." The master laughed. He, what a good kid. This seat observes your breath. But you broke through the foundation building? Yes, thanks to the foundation establishment pill given by the sect master. Disciple was lucky enough to break through. Han Feng knew that the other party would be able to clearly detect his cultivation with just a sweep of his divine sense. But apparently, even the sect leader would not easily probe others with his divine sense, giving enough respect. Well, not bad. This time you won the championship, and together with Bai Lingyu, you swept the top 2, and even in the top 5, 4 of them are from our clan, so it can be said that the prestige and honor of our clan has greatly increased. We are discussing who to send to the 100 Pride Ranking Foundation Establishment Tournament in 3 months. You happen to have broken through now. Do you want to go to win glory for the clan again and go to take the first place back? Han Feng rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "Sect Master, disciple has only just broken through foundation establishment. His strength is low. I'm afraid it's difficult to bring glory to the sect." "That's okay, there's still 3 months to go. There's no rush. Take your time. The list hasn't been finalized yet. Is there something you want to do this time?" Last time, the sect leader said that disciples would have a chance to enter the hidden scripture pavilion to pick out divine abilities at will. Disciples have just completed their breakthrough and have nothing to do, so they want to go and take a look. It's just that I'm too talented and shallow to know what's good or bad, so I'd like to ask for master's help in picking one out. At that, Siyu stood up and said, "Let's go. This seat will take you to pick a suitable divine ability to go." The sect leader said that it was a casual pick, so we don't have to be polite. It's just as well to go and turn over those the divine abilities that he wouldn't spare for his disciples to cultivate even if he kept them to feed the rats. And take a look at them. The sect master sniffed and felt a pang of flesh, but didn't say anything more. It was just that the face full of heartache made people look angry and funny. The hidden scripture pavilion had a total of 7 floors, a tower, and Siyu led him into the tower, stepping onto the steps and walking upwards, Han Feng following behind. At this angle, he was able to see the shapely figure of his master teacher above him, who was wearing a tight-fitting bodice, with a shoulder made of the fur of an unknown demonic beast draped over her upper body. That slender waist, all the way down, the slim waist and fat buttocks and long legs formed the most perfect arc, looking at people's blood, especially when that walk, a twist of the small buttocks, so that people's hearts are following the rhythm of this beat, but also can be a man's soul or hooked away, even though master teacher wore a veil every day and couldn't see her real face. With this figure, she was the best on earth. If you stare at my seat's ass again, my seat will gouge your eyes out and throw them in front of Zoe. Siyu, who was in front, suddenly spoke. Han Feng sheepishly lowered his head and hurriedly forked the topic to ask, Master, aren't we picking out divine abilities? Where is this going? Pick what to pick, not the right one, only the expensive one, to pick surely the best one. Oh, could it be an earth-level divine ability? Han Feng was very interested. So far, he would only have 2 divine abilities. One was the soughing wind flying feather, and the other was the Sundance technique of asking for the clear wind. The first one was Shen level, while the second one had no level, the cosmic supreme origin Tao. In our world, even though there is a grading of kung fu aptitudes, even the best aptitudes are only powerful if you have the strength to perform them. Even a bad divine ability, even if it was at the yellow level, in the hands of a strong person, it would still be able to exert an extremely strong power. Of course, there were divine abilities that were simple and easy to learn, but also small in power, and there were divine abilities that were complex and difficult to understand, but when they were cast, they were also very powerful. But nothing is absolute, even the simplest sword art, fireball art, etc. If you study it and eat it through, it will be of infinite use. There were no poor divine abilities, only poor cultivators. However, this divine ability that I am going to take you to choose this time is an ancient art, and it is even the founding principle of the Yin-Yang sect. It is extremely powerful and suitable for any cultivator to practice. Didn't you complain before that people like Bai Lingyu and Wang Ai have tricks up their sleeves? I'm sending you a trick today too. This divine ability, it is an extreme grade of earth grade. You can forget about heaven grade. The entire Yin-Yang sect doesn't have it. When Han Feng heard this, his heart became even more curious and expectant. After arriving at the topmost layer, Han Feng saw that the jade slips on it were only in the single digits, and it was obvious that each one of them was extremely powerful, and Siyu's purpose was clear, pointing directly to a centermost jade slip, saying, this divine ability is called Yin-Yang Chaos Chop. It repels evil and wickedness, regulates yin and yang, breaks falsehoods, and cuts through chaos. Under one sword, heaven and earth opened up, yin and yang were born, and everything revived. Everything in the world has a yin and a yang, and can be broken by a single sword. Wow, that's awesome. I'll take it then. Well, take it back and cultivate it. It's a strong move. That old dog Duanmu can't even give it to me. You take it and put it down in your head before he reverses it. Yes, sir. Han Feng was very resourceful and immediately picked up the jade slip without hesitation, memorizing that extremely complex divine ability inside his head. Thank you, master. By the way, can I give this divine ability to my Taoist couple? Han Feng asked curiously. At those words, Siyu gave Han Feng an odd look and said, you're really a wife-favoring devil. You think of her first and everything, and you haven't even learned the avatar yourself yet. If you love her so much, why are you peeking at my ass? Han Feng was sweating profusely. This master teacher's temper was temperamental and his speech was too mouthy. Love of beauty, all people have it. Master so beautiful, like a fairy down to earth, who see not to see more than 2 eyes ah. If someone doesn't even appreciate your figure, master, is he still a normal person? He'd be blind. Disciple, this is also considered normal. The master is beautiful everywhere. It is simply like the most perfect work of art. It is a gift from heaven. Oh, what a talker, Siyu said with a light laugh. According to the clan's rules, whoever receives it can use it, but the avatar is in your head, so isn't it still up to you to give it to whoever you want? Don't say it's for your Taoist, or even for your master. Isn't that in you? Apprentice, you don't want your wife to know that you're peeping at other women outside, do you? Chapter 154 Master's mysterious life. Looking at the threat and playfulness in his master's beautiful eyes, Han Feng became even more sweaty. Disciples understand. Disciples know it all. It's just asking for the avatar. That doesn't matter. as long as it's not asking for your own body. After all, Han Feng knew all too well how tempting his flesh was to others. Well, that's good. Let's go. Siyu turned toward the bottom of the steps. After leaving the scripture pavilion, Siyu directly led Han Feng and flew toward the sunset peak. Han Feng, on the other hand, directly docked with Siyu's divine sense and transmitted the yin-yang chaos/'s divine ability to her. Master, with your strength and status, the sect leader won't even give you this divine ability? Han Feng asked curiously. If I want it, he'll give it, but it's a peak earth-grade divine ability, so if I want it, I'll have to owe him a big favor. A big favor to the yin-yang sect. Before the yin-yang sect saved me, I owe the yin-yang sect a big favor. Then when the Cloud sect came to attack the mountain gate, I killed 5 Yuaning powerhouses of the Cloud sect, and held off tens of thousands of the other side with my own strength. Then the counting of credits said it very clearly. I finished paying back the favor of the yin-yang sect. Now I'm all relaxed and I can go wherever I want. So I don't want to owe any more favors. Disciple understands. Just, where are you going, Master? We are all sad to leave you behind. Where I'm going depends on when my clan comes after me. And at that point, I'm going to have to make a run for it. Your family? Where is your family? Master, is it very powerful? Why do you run when someone comes from your family? You're meddling a bit too much. Not all people have families and not all families deserve to be called people. Keep out of this seat's business. You're still young. Well, Disciple understands. After returning to Lakha Peak, Siyu instructed him to wait until Jiang Zero had also broken through Foundation establishment. Then he would have the two of them report to the mountaintop together and change places to live. After Han Feng received the order, he went back to his place and headed to the recliner, instructing the little fox to go over the ground and water it while basking in the sun, then practicing his new divine ability that he had just obtained. It had to be said that the peak of the earth-level divine ability was really difficult to learn. The yin and yang chaotic meaning within it. Han Feng hard to study for a day, only barely comprehended the true meaning of 10% only. If one wanted to fully integrate the yin-yang chaotic / they were afraid that it would take a long time to do so. However, after Han Feng comprehended a layer of true meaning, when he performed this move, his pupils turned into the color of black and white double fish, as if everything in the world was able to be seen by him as yin and yang, and the yin and yang chi in the heavens and earth were even drifting by in wisps, as if it were a dream. Yin and yang did not belong to any attribute of energy, and were all powerful just like aura. Even Han Feng, who was now incorporating his yin and yang chi into the asking wind, was able to strike a different kind of yang wind and yin wind. Yang Feng destroyed the enemy's flesh. The gloomy wind gusts hypnotized the soul, attacking the enemy's soul directly. This yin-yang chaos chop, can not just a sword chopped out so simple? Inside the Tao of knowledge can be a lot. Han Feng was now becoming more and more interested in the way of yin and yang. He had been practicing this divine ability for the past few days. Happily, lying down is lying down anyway, just brain movement. This can be bitter bad poor little fox. Smollett had to take up the heavy responsibility every day to do the laborious work, and is hoeing and watering every day half dead, simply with the black slaves like. Han Feng, on the other hand, was like a ruthlessly exploitative slave owner, a damned capitalist, enjoying the fruits of other people's labor every day and taking pleasure in himself. Finally, on the 5th day, Han Feng sensed a strong aura coming from the attic next to him, the aura of Foundation establishment. Immediately afterward, there was an announcing voice in his head that Han Feng's Tao couple, Jiang Cui Ro, breaks through to the early stage of the lower Foundation establishment layer, bestowing blessings to return 20 times her cultivation, and Han Feng begins to break through. Han Feng immediately sat down on his knees, revolving his cultivation and beginning his advancement. His cultivation continued to climb, constantly breaking through the shackles, little by little, and as the aura ran through the circumference, the abutment within the dantian became more and more solid and bright. In the end, the breath climb finally stopped, and a small golden point of light appeared in the abutment within the dantian. That thing, Han Feng knew, was called Jindan. Those who practiced Qi used the Sea of Qi to build the foundation, and after the foundation was built, the Jindan was conceived within the abutment, and after the Jindan was molded until it was fully matured, then it could break through to the Jindan stage. Within the Jindan, on the other hand, it would begin to nurture the Yuaning, and when the Yuaning was fully matured and hatched out, it would be able to break through the Yuaning stage. The Yuaning, on the other hand, would also continue to grow and finally metamorphose into a Yuanshan, which would be the realm of transformation. It is a process of perfecting the cultivation of immortality through constant cultivation and transformation. Right now, there was only a small golden dot inside his abutment, and it was still early for the Jindan to fully mature. The return of blessings is complete. Han Feng's current cultivation level is at the early stage of the upper foundation establishment layer. Han Feng knew that as the realm got higher, the cultivation required to advance in each realm increased exponentially. The cultivation level that Zhang Ziro had grown by breaking through from the peak of Qi refining to the middle of the lower foundation establishment layer, multiplied by 20, would be enough for Han Feng to break through from the middle layer to the upper layer. Han Feng suddenly had a feeling, as his cultivation level grew higher and higher, and the multiplier of the bestowed blessings returned grew higher and higher, Zhang Ziro's progress would gradually fail to keep up with him, and he would even be pulled further and further away from him, leaving him far behind. But it can't be helped. As long as Zhang Ziro breaks through, Han Feng is returning dozens of times, and she will never be able to catch up with Han Feng. Now I only expect that the high-minded and proud Zhang Chuiro will not have her heart collapse in the future. After all, Han Feng was still very much in love with her. After Han Feng's side of the breakthrough was completed, he waited for a few more moments, and Zhang Zuoro came out of the secret room and flew down towards Han Feng's side. Again, no wings or flying swords, just fly. When Han Feng saw Zhang Chuiro, he didn't get up and directly stretched out his arms, meaning to let the other party fly directly into his arms. But I didn't expect to be cut off halfway. When the little fox saw Zhang Chuiro, immediately as if he had found a savior, threw the hoe in his hand to the ground, and with a stirrup of his little legs, he directly jumped into Zhang Chuiro's arms, bawling and crying, "Whoa, little crispy sister, you're finally here. I'm being bullied to death. This Han Feng is a big bad guy. He's a big bad guy He bullied the little fox. Let the little fox work every day, hoeing and watering every day. So big hoe, several times bigger than me. I really can't lift Sister Crispy, you have to do it for me." Watching the little fox tearfully complaining about her own misery, about the injustice of fate, and even more about Han Feng's brutality, Zhang Shuru's joy of the breakthrough just now was gone, replaced by endless anger. She looked at Han Feng lying on the recliner like a lord, and saw the little fox's dirty and pathetic aggrieved look, directly then rushed over, swinging his fist to beat Han Feng. Chapter 155, Returning the Blessings and Earning a Lot of Money. When Han Feng saw Zhang Crispy Ro's fist coming, he immediately reached out, grabbed it violently, and held her small fist, and then yanked it toward his side, and the entirety of the little crispy meat laid down in his arms, and Han Feng directly held her and the little fox together. "Get off me, you bastard. I'm not done with you if you bully the little fox like that. It's only so small. You let it do such heavy work. Can it do it?" The heartbroken little fox's little crispy eyebrows furrowed as she glared angrily at Han Feng. "It's just turning over the ground and watering it. How simple. I'm paying for it," Han Feng said playfully. The little fox said pitifully, "He only paid for 1 day's work. I've been working for 5 days, and he's behind in his payments." Han Feng raised his hand and plucked out 20 to 30 spirit stones and some fire spirit crystals and water spirit crystals, saying, "Take it and eat it." The little fox snorted arrogantly, "Don't think I'll forgive you for that. Eat it or not, I'll take it back if you don't." To eat. The little fox hurriedly showed a pleasing smile on its face, put away all the spirit stones, and took a piece of fire spirit crystal and nibbled on it. Han Feng suddenly remembered that the little fox had such good teeth that it could even chew on a spirit stone. So if it was a spirit weapon and spirit treasure, wouldn't it be able to chew on it as well? He took out a dagger-shaped top-grade spirit weapon and said to the little fox, "And don't just eat spirit stones. The nutrition is not balanced. Come and try this." "Ha!" The little fox was filled with shock, looking at the dagger, wondering what it meant. "Can I eat this stuff too?" "That's for sure. This is made of very powerful materials. How nutritious it is for you to eat it. It's all metaphysical iron. Maybe it can even enhance the strength of your flesh." Han Feng knew that the little fox was a nine-tailed sky-swallowing fox, and could even swallow the sky, so a small spiritual weapon was not a concern, right? Ginger Crisp frowned and little fox, "Don't listen to him. He's bullying you. Let's not play with him." Before she could finish her sentence, the little fox took a bite on the dagger, only to see that the dagger was easily given a large gaping hole. "Ha, it's kinda tasty." The little fox bit the entire dagger in 3 or 2 swipes and swallowed it into its stomach, and looked at Han Feng with 2 big sparkling eyes, asking, "Any more?" "No more. From now on when we go to fight again, you'll just bite the enemy's weapons and eat them all." "Good idea." The little fox smiled happily and gripped in Zhang Chuiro's arms, comfortably continuing to eat the spirit stones. Han Feng first helped Zhang Chuiro up, and after getting up himself, he said to the little fox, "Play here, little fox. I'll run some errands with your little crispy sister." "Got it." The little fox replied sweetly. Han Feng pulled Zhang Chuiro and came inside her attic, going up to the 2nd floor. Both master and eldest brother said that after the 2 of us break through foundation establishment, We should report to the top floor and move to the top of the mountain. Well, I know about it, but I've lived in this attic for years, and I'm quite attached to it, so it's strange to be moving out all of a sudden. Let's wait until tomorrow, and then we'll move. Well, I have a few things to tell you. Han Feng pulled Jiang Chui-ro to sit on the bed while saying, after I broke through the foundation establishment, eldest senior brother gave me a divine ability, which I am now transmitting to you. A divine ability called the Sense of Heaven technique, which I am now transmitting to you. Good. Jiang Ziro knows that things like the avatar, not treasures, not given away and gone, can be practiced by both people. After Han Feng transmitted the knowledge of the heavens skill to Jiang Chui-ro, a broadcasting sound came from his mind. Han Feng gifted Dao couple with the knowledge of the heavens, Earth grade scroll, and received a 20-fold return. The complete advanced version of the knowledge of heaven technique. Heaven grade ordinary avatar, knowledge of heaven blade. Using divine sense as a blade to cut through evil and delusion. Han Feng had gotten a heaven level divine ability, and this was still his first heaven level divine ability, which made him very happy. This sense of heaven skill is really good. Being able to cultivate the power of divine sense. At least we won't have to worry about others being able to attack us with divine sense in the future. Ginger Crisp said with delight. Well, the first is done. Now the second. Han Feng said with a straight face. Ha! And, Ginger Crystal was surprised. A few days ago, after my breakthrough, I went to visit my master, who took me to the Tibetan scripture pavilion, and directly claimed our clan's most powerful founding aptitude, called the Yin-Yang Chaos Chop, which is based on the Yin-Yang harmonization of Qi technique. Our foundational technique, to perform. This is a peak earth level divine ability. It's very powerful. If both of us will learn it, we'll even be able to cast it together, and it'll be even more powerful. Okay, then you give it to me. Ginger Crispin nodded. Han Feng transmitted the Yin-Yang Chaos Slash as well. Han Feng gifted Dao couple with the peak earth grade divine ability Yin-Yang Chaos Slash, and received a 20-fold return, and the peak heaven grade divine ability Yin-Yang Life and Death Disc. Another Gongfu was transmitted to Han Feng's mind. This was a divine ability that was far more complex than the Yin-Yang Chaos Slash, and it was a ranged attack divine ability that focused on suppression and abrasion. Another heaven grade divine ability, and it's still a peak heaven grade The avatar grading is the toughest and top of the line within it. Han Feng was overjoyed in his heart. This time he had really made a fortune. Okay, now for the third thing. Han Feng said to Jiang Chui-ro. Jiang Chui-ro, who was immersed in the wonders of the avatar, once again opened her eyes in surprise, and, Han Feng took out the bestowed lower-grade magic weapon, the Drunken Willow Sword, and said, this sword is for you. You still don't have a magic weapon until now. This sword is thin and slender, and it is quite soft. I tried it, and it doesn't work well. It's simply a woman's weapon. The palmist is intentionally taking this to be angry with me. You take it and use it. Han Feng said as he acted like he was disgusted. Ginger Crispin looked at him with complicated eyes and said, in the end, you still have to give this sword to me, but you don't have a magic weapon either. The main weapon you're using now is still a wind-attributed flying sword of a mid-grade spirit treasure. This was a magic weapon. Even if it was only a lower-grade magic weapon, it was still the main weapon used by powerful people such as Yuaning and Huashan. If you give it to me, you'll lose it yourself, and I can't have it. I don't like it. If you don't want it, throw it to the little foxes and eat it. Han Feng turned around with his sword and got up. However, Jiang Ziro didn't have the slightest intention of retaining him. Instead, she even looked at him with interest. She knew he was teasing her. Tell me first, what do you use for yourself when you give it to me? I have better. Take it out and I'll read it. Jiang Ziro stretched out her small hand for Han Feng to take it out, but she hadn't received the gift yet. So where would Han Feng go to return it? Han Feng smiled and said, little crispy meat, will you accept this gift and promise me one condition in exchange? Chapter 156, Divine Weapon Delivered to Little Crispy Meat. Conditions? What conditions? Ginger Crisp was curious. Never mind the conditions. It's just any condition. I'll ask you to do something. Whatever it is, and you can't refuse. A lower grade magic weapon for an offer that cannot be refused. I think it should be worth it. You shouldn't be. A playful and badass gaze appeared in Ginger Zizu's eyes. She seems to have gotten the wrong idea. Alright then, I promise you. This sword belongs to me. And I promise to never refuse any of your conditions. Deal. Han Feng placed the Drunken Willow Sword into her hand. And then the announcement came. Han Feng gifted Dao couple Jiang Chui-ro the lower grade magic weapon Drunken Willow Sword, and received a 20-fold return of the upper grade magic weapon. Fu Feng Ke. In Han Feng's mind, a folding fan appeared, which was 1.5 feet long, and was considered to be a larger origami fan, with some ink drawings of landscapes and a large bird of a demonic beast of an unknown species on the paper. You gave away a sword and returned a fan? Han Feng was a bit curious. Ginger Crisp said. Well, now you can say what your terms are. Han Feng smiled faintly, looked at Zhang Zero's eyes, and said seriously, my condition is that you can't refuse anything I give you in the future. Ha! Zhang Zero was stunned at her words. She was planning to take off her clothes, but she didn't expect Han Feng's condition to be this. He comes up with an offer in exchange for a gift for himself, and the exchange does, indeed, involve more gifts for her. This man, who had been doing nothing but being nice to her, a condition that had to be agreed to, and instead of taking the opportunity to ask for what was good for him, to do what was good for him, he was trying to be better for her. Ginger Zizu's big eyes suddenly misted up. The heart was touched to the core. Why? Why say such a condition? Han Feng smiled gently and gently took her hand, saying, because we're a Dao couple, a husband and wife, a family, and you're the one I care about the most. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. But you've always been clear with me about what's yours and what's mine, and that's ours, that's our families. I'm really tired of having to cajole you, to persuade you, to push and shove with you every time I give you something. It's really annoying and tiresome. If I give it to you, you take it. When I need to use it, I will naturally go and ask you for it. So yeah, don't push back in the future. Looking at Han Feng's affectionate eyes, Zhang Zero's heart was about to melt with emotion. She nodded, hugged Han Feng, and said, okay, I know, we're family, it's my fault, I used to be too clear with you, you're much more sober than me. When we move to the top of the mountain, we'll live together and truly be a family. That's good, be good and listen to your husband from now on. Well, I'm a good boy, and no more stink faces for me, either, not anymore. The high-cool iceberg beauty was finally tempered into a good girl. Han Feng patted her back and let go of her while saying, next, then, is the fourth thing. Ha, and, Zhang Zero was shocked out of her wits by this barrage of blows. Han Feng smiled faintly and said, before I give you the fourth gift, I'm going to quiz you about the cultivation world. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zero smiled proudly and said, Che, you're even testing me? I grew up in a big family since I was young. I've read a lot of books. I'm much more knowledgeable than you. So if you want to test me on anything, feel free to do so. Okay, first question. What are the grades of treasures used by cultivators? Han Feng kept his divine sense outward when he asked, so that if someone's divine sense peeked this way, he would be the first to notice. After thinking about it, Ginger Crisp said, from low to high, they are spirit weapons, which are usually used by chi practitioners and foundation establishment cultivators. Then there were spirit treasures, which were usually used by foundation establishment and Jiedan cultivators. The next one is the magic weapon, which is usually used by Yuaning and Huanshan cultivators. So for the sect leader to give you a lower grade magic weapon is already very impressive and bloodthirsty. In the back are the magic treasures. Those are used by the mighty ones. Further back were immortal weapons and immortal treasures, said to be used by legendary immortals. Further after that, there are divine artifacts. It is said that divine artifacts are also divided into pseudo-divine artifacts, half-step divine artifacts, and innate supreme treasures. But that's all legendary stuff now. It's used by really supreme powerhouses who are cosmic level through the heavens and the earth. It has nothing to do with us. That kind of level is too high. We can't touch it yet. Han Feng gave a thumbs up and laughed. Awesome. As expected of a knowledgeable Missy? Just awesome. That's for sure. Then the next question is the second one. We are from the Yin-Yang sect, practicing the Yin-Yang way. Yin and Yang derive from the 4 elephants, the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams. These are our basic feats and the basic laws of the cosmic world. So can you name the attributes corresponding to the 8 trigrams and the 8 trigrams? Of course you can. It's all basic common sense. Xian is heaven, which corresponds to gold. Koan is earth, which corresponds to earth. Li is fire. Kan is water. Jin is thunder. Burgundy is mountain. Sundance is wind, which is your attribute. And the last one, Dui is zephyr, which corresponds to wood, which is my attribute. Well, then, you are a wood attribute spirit root. So if you have a wood attribute treasure, then you will be able to utilize it with better power, right? Ginger Crispin nodded and said, yeah, are you going to give me a wood attribute treasure? I definitely won't refuse. Guess right. Han Feng took out the fake 2AZ bead and sent it to Zhang Chui Ro's hand. Whoa, what is this? What a powerful wood attribute power. What a majestic vitality. This doesn't look like the power that a magic weapon can possess. Is this a magic treasure? Zhang Zero was surprised as she felt the divinity inside. Nope, a little bolder. Is it difficult to be an immortal weapon? Nope, bolder. Immortal treasure? No, let go of your imagination and be bolder. Han Feng said with a smile. and it was at this time that Jiang Zuoro stopped being shocked and sneered, saying net bragging, can it still be a divine weapon? However, Han Feng, who was in front of him, slowly nodded his head. Jiang Ziro's eyes instantly widened as she knew that it was impossible for Han Feng to lie to her, much less have a reason to. This one pseudo-divine artifact is considered to be the lowest level within the divine artifacts, but that is also a divine weapon. Where did you get this thing? This is too precious. Even if it is immortal, I'm afraid it will be crazy to rob it. This stays in our hands. We are afraid that we will die without knowing how to die. The reasoning of the piker is not a crime. Jiang Zuoro still understands. If they let others know that they had a divine weapon in their hands, they were afraid that it would cause a bloody storm in the entire Nine Realms cultivation world. Chapter 157, The Address of the True Two-Way Character. Han Feng smiled and said, then what do you say? Let's throw away this pseudo-god artifact? Throw away. But this is a divine weapon. Throw away and a little reluctant to give up. Jiang Ziro looked at this one bead in her hand, the dark green light glittering, the majestic vitality contained within it, making her mesmerized. Forget it, let's stay. We'll tell no one. Keep our mouths shut, and keep this secret to the death. Perhaps this pseudo-divine artifact will become our most powerful weapon in the future. You put it inside your sea of consciousness, so that it can protect your sea of consciousness and your soul. And secondly, it won't be easy to be discovered. Thirdly, the majestic and endless vitality inside can almost let you stand in the land of immortality, and can greatly enhance your combat power. It's what attribute characteristics, and you are very suitable, and can even say, you even cultivate to the immortal. It is enough to be used as your original weapon. In here, it has the entire lifeblood of a god transformation realm augur. Augur? Ginger Crispus was alarmed and said, are you saying that the augur that swallowed you was drained of its vitality by this bead? How else do you think that augur died? Don't underestimate the power of the artifact. Now that it has been activated by me, you can use it if you hold it. Put it away. Han Feng said with a smile. Ginger Crisp sniffed, put her hand back up and said, this is too valuable for me to take. It's better if you keep it for yourself. After all, you found it. Han Feng's face, all of a sudden, went cold and said, what did you promise me just now? You promised me that you can't refuse anything I send you in the future. And you have to be good and be an obedient good wife. This turn of the eye is going to back out, isn't it? No, it's just that this is too expensive. More expensive than my life. You just sell me cannot afford to buy a. Before Jiang Crispin had finished speaking, she was pulled over by Han Feng and climbed onto his cross-legged lap. Her upper body was lying on Han Feng's lap, her arched buttocks puckered high, and Han Feng raised his hand and gently slapped it on her buttocks. Behave or not? If you don't behave, I'll beat you. After saying the words, he slapped her on her little ass again. Q-bounce feels so good in your hand. Shamed and annoyed, Jiang Ziro's face reddened with anger. She said, get off me. Don't you dare hit me, you domesticated man. Get off me. Yo, I can't teach you a lesson if you don't listen. I even hit After saying his words, Han Feng gently kneaded his small buttocks and pretended to fight again. Don't fight. Shame on you. I'm not a child. Oops, I'm obedient. Let go of me. Only then did Han Feng stop, but he didn't let go of her, allowing her to roll over and lie on his lap. Take it. You are of the wood attribute. This will be useful to you. Well, thank you, husband. It's good to have you. Jiang Ziro looked up at Han Feng and was touched to the core. This man, really, if there's anything good, no matter if it's worth expensive or not, he has to think of her first and give it to her. Even artifacts don't skimp. Han Feng, for the rest of my life, I'm yours. I love you till death do us part. Jiang Ziro looked at Han Feng with two misty eyes. Han Feng laughed and kissed her small mouth. Love to the depths of the natural pop. Soon, this pair of like glue to the young couple, entangled together, loved to do things to go. After the song was over, the two lay together, enjoying the afterglow and holding each other. Only then did Jiang Ziro pick up the pseudo-2A word bead and said, can this really be received inside the sea of consciousness? Of course it can. It's a divine weapon. Try it. It's almighty. It's old and powerful. Jiang Ziro placed it onto her brow, and afterward, that 2AZ bead, unexpectedly, automatically entered her brow and came inside the sea of consciousness. In a blink of an eye, Jiang Zuoro felt that her soul was wrapped around her, and her body was all full of vitality, and that was without manipulation. Of course, an immortal couldn't even utilize the full efficacy of a divine artifact, let alone her as a tiny foundation stage. The sea of consciousness was the only place where other people's divine sense couldn't detect it, and the 2AZ bead was the safest to place in the sea of consciousness. What's more, if we didn't say it was a divine artifact, who would have guessed it? Right at this moment, A broadcasting sound came from Han Feng's mind. Han Feng gifted the pseudo-artifact fake 2AZ bead to the Dao couple and received a 20-fold return. Han Feng was beaming with joy, expecting the true 2A word pearl to be returned to him so that he would have a divine weapon as well. It was an innate treasure, the treasure of the universe's origin, the address and specific location of the innate supreme treasure, the true 2AZ bead. The smile disappeared from Han Feng's face. A false divine artifact that only returns true divine artifact addresses? How was he going to get this thing if it was in the hands of a mighty man? Soon, a picture appeared in Han Feng's mind. It's bottom up, like the camera is slowly advancing. The first thing that appeared was an altar. Through the altar, Han Feng saw a dark green bright bead with a rune on it suppressed underneath the altar. There are 2 short ones on top, broken in the center, and 2 long ones on the bottom. Qian San Lian, Kuan 6 broken, Jin Yang bone, Burgundy overlapping bowl, Li middle void, Can middle full, 2A upper missing, San lower broken. Because there were thin horizontal lines underneath the rune as markers, Han Feng was able to tell that the 3 bars of that rune were broken on top, and it was the 2A character bead. If it says break below, it's the Sundance character. In other words, the 2A Zhu is underneath that altar, and as he saw more and more, gradually, he saw that around the altar was a sea of blood and countless corpses and bones, and the earth was black and full of holes. Those corpses are only left with fragmented bones, long gone flesh and blood. Surrounded by a lot of scavengers, there are flying vultures, bats, there are also drilled out of the ground rats, geckos, lizards and other species of the color of the miserable white lizards and so on. All of them are demonic beasts, vicious and venomous kind. And above this earth, instead of the sky, it is still the earth. It's an underground world. It was winding like a cave, and there were many stalactites on it that gave off a faint glow, and as Han Feng's viewpoint got higher and higher, the entirety of that underground world and its complex terrain were all visible to him, and he also saw several entrances into the underground world, and out of the underworld. Above it were some mountains. On the peak of the mountain, there were many crumbling ruins of buildings, like they hadn't been lived in for many years. And then, Han Feng saw quite a few cultivators wearing royal standard clothes guarding those mountain peaks. In the last image, Han Feng saw a collapsed mountain gate pagoda with 3 large characters that had been damaged. Cloud Sect. Chapter 158, The Past of the Cloud Sect. Why did you fall asleep properly? Jiang Ziru looked at Han Feng with some confusion. Han Feng had just been looking at that one image with his eyes closed, immersed in it, and Jiang Ziru thought he had fallen asleep. Not asleep. Han Feng wrapped his arms around her and asked, Little crispy meat, how much do you know about the cloud soaring sect? Just a few decades ago, how could you not understand it? Why are you suddenly remembering the cloud soaring sect? It's fine. It's just that I suddenly remembered that a few days ago, Master said that she had also participated in the battle of the cloud sect, so I was curious as to why this once very powerful sect was overthrown. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziru patiently explained, the cloud sect, as you said, was once indeed very powerful, and once upon a time, the Min Kingdom sect was not the 4 strongest today, but rather the cloud sect was dominant. The cloud soaring sect was the most powerful sect in the Min Kingdom, and there were 2 transformation god powerhouses alone. At that time, none of our 4 clans were as powerful as others. The cloud soaring sect's location was 1,000 miles south of the capital city of the Min Kingdom, which was considered the most central and prosperous location of the Min Kingdom. Later on, I don't know how, it was said that it seemed like the cloud sect had gotten an evil object. No one knew what that evil object was, but it could make people very strong and their cultivation became powerful. But this kind of getting stronger comes at a price, and that's a living blood sacrifice. In order to gain even more power, the 2 god transformation ancestors of the Cloud Sky sect went on a rampage in their neighboring territories, capturing civilians and bringing them back to the sect for blood sacrifices, and no less than 10 million civilians were sacrificed in blood alone. That's already equivalent to 1% of Min's population. When the royal family learned of this, they were furious and ordered the Cloud sect to stop this behavior. But instead of restraining themselves, the Cloud sect was going to wipe out all the sects in the Min Kingdom in one fell swoop, and they were going to kill and blood sacrifice all of the cultivators who were not from their own sects and feed them to that evil creature. Their first target is our Yin Yang sect. They had a god transformation ancestor lead the group. Half of their disciples poured out, and their first target of attack was our Yin Yang sect. In that battle, our Yin Yang sect's blood flowed into rivers, and under the leadership of old ancestor Yin Ming, our sect leader, Master Siyu, and old ancestor Pan Shan, we swore to resist to the death, sacrificing many strong men before barely repelling the Cloud Sky sect's attack. However, we also know that the Cloud Soaring sect has not done their best, and if they make a comeback, our Yin Yang sect will be in danger of extinction. Thus, our old ancestor, and the sect leader, asked the imperial family to invite several other sects to gather at the national capital to discuss the great matter of destroying the Cloud Source sect. With our efforts, several other families have also learned of the Cloud sect's ambitions, and if we don't unite, each family will be broken one by one, and the Cloud sect, which has obtained more blood food, will become even more powerful, and no one will be able to match it. When the nest is upset, no egg is left intact. Thus, the imperial family led our Yin Yang sect, Shin Tian Sword sect, Myriad Sound Valley, and Blood Cloud Palace, a 5-family army, to kill the Cloud Sky sect. With the full assistance of all the clans, they broke through the mountain gate of the Cloud Soaring sect, and the Cloud Soaring sect also showed its true strength. Not only did they not only have their 2 goddess of transformation ancestors break through to the late goddess of transformation stage, but they also had their protector divine beast, a Qilin, break through to the goddess of transformation as well. That battle was fought for several months, and the ally forces of the 5 families narrowly won, wasting a great deal of effort to eliminate the Cloud Soaring sect. They also found many mass graves underneath the Cloud sect, filled with tired white bones, all of which were commoners who had been blood sacrificed. After eliminating the Cloud sect, they didn't find out what exactly that so-called evil thing was and could only return without any success. After a few more years, quite a few loose cultivators and whatnot wanted to go to the Cloud Soaring sect's ruins to hunt for treasures and break into the chance. However, because the blood chi was so prevalent there, it bred quite a few evil demonic beasts, and many cultivators in the foundation establishment and chi practicing stage died. The royal family had no choice but to send people to blockade the place in order to protect them and to prevent the so-called evil thing from reappearing in the world. And some cultivator soldiers were stationed there, and there was even a Yuaning and a few Jindan, preventing anyone from entering. After that incident, the various sects and the people of the country were all abhorrent to such things as blood sacrifices of mortals. That was why the Yi family's murderous alchemy and killing of tens of thousands of people some time ago was able to cause such a big uproar in the country. Because of the suffering this country has gone through, and a lot of people have survived from that time, it is abhorrent and extremely sensitive to this kind of thing. After hearing this, Han Feng nodded his head deeply, and then said, "Then since there is this matter, why didn't they mention the Cloudy Sky sect when they judged the Yi family in the first place? Wouldn't it have been more effective if they were given this big hat? Because the Cloud sect is taboo. Many people have experienced that period and have watched their fellow friends and loved ones die under the Cloud sect's sword, and have also personally been to the Cloud sect and seen the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The 3 words Cloudy Sky sect were an indelible shadow to their hearts. We didn't live through those times, but we must respect them and not expose their scars. This kind of thing, no one would take the initiative to mention it. But if you take 2 jugs of wine with you and go to a foundation establishment disciple or a Jidan elder over 100 years of age, and ask him about it, he would be able to drink while narrating the past events he once had to you. Of course, most people nowadays haven't experienced that era, not even my father. He wasn't even born yet when the Cloud Source sect was at war. Alright, I see. That means that there are many strong people suppressing and guarding the Cloud Soaring sect side, so outsiders can't enter, right? Yes, but this kind of restriction is to protect the cultivators. After all, there are too many demonic beasts down there, although their strength isn't much, but their numbers are so high that fewer people can't carry them in the past at all. Then why don't you go and exterminate the demonic beasts? Why go through all that effort? Ginger Crisp said, since her eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Why do you seem to want to go to the Cloud sect so badly? I'm not going. That place is so dangerous. Han Feng smiled and didn't say anything more. That place is guarded by a Yuaning Jiedun powerhouse, and there are so many big evil demonic beasts down there. It is simply a dragon pool and tiger's den. It seems that we have to wait until we are a bit more powerful in the future before we can plot against the 2AZ bead. Han Feng now had good reason to suspect that the so-called evil object was the 2A character bead beneath the altar, because this fake 2AZ bead was able to easily suck out all the vitality of a spirit transformation realm Jiaolong. If it was a real 2AZ bead, it would be normal to blood sacrifice millions of people in order to activate the power and provide it with vitality. Perhaps those people didn't have the Han Xianzuan bloodline and couldn't activate the power of the 2AZ Zhu correctly, and if they wanted to be elevated with the help of this ancient artifact, they could only build an altar, dig a 10,000 man pit, and provide a blood meal in order to make the 2AZ Zhu work for them. Chapter 159, Attack of the Falling Jiao Clan. After knowing that he couldn't go to the Cloud Soaring sect's ruins just yet, Han Feng became less worried and continued to be quiet, waiting for his chance. Han Feng likes peaceful days. He moved with Ginger Crisp. After they broke through the foundation establishment, they were automatically promoted to be CU sect leaders' personal disciples, and were considered to be the most honored among the disciples of Sunset Peak. The 2 of them were Dao couples, and with the 2 pro-disciple statuses, They were also assigned to a very large compound behind the main building, with a dozen or so houses, a small two-story attic, a large piece of yard in the center, and a small backyard. Han Feng liked it here, and this yard was much bigger than his. The two of them divided the work clearly, letting Jiang Chuirou set up the house, and the two courtyards were set up by Han Feng. Han Feng left a few paths, and all the other floor tiles were warped and thrown out, transplanting the herbs and planting them in the ground. New seeds were also planted in the back. The little foxes went and found a water source and they drew the water over to be used for bathing and watering. Han Feng was enjoying himself immensely when he was doing this. He loved the feeling of farming and felt a great sense of accomplishment. He worked in the fields at sunrise and sunset, and his wife practiced at home and took care of the children, the little foxes, and had a nice and happy little life. It was just that the many senior brothers and sisters, led by Shang Yun, each had a headache after seeing their courtyard. They also advised Han Feng to cultivate hard and not to indulge in farming and play with things. Han Feng all nodded happily in agreement, and then everything went on as usual. Do only 3 things a day: farming, sunbathing, spending time with my wife. A small life lived beautifully. After a month, Zhang Zuro broke through a small realm, from the early stage of the lower foundation establishment layer, to the middle stage, and Han Feng also received a 20-fold return as expected, elevating to the late stage of the upper foundation establishment layer. There is still a long way to go before the Great Circle. After all, the cultivation required to raise a small realm at the upper level could be far more than breaking through one at the lower level. Han Feng wasn't in a hurry and often accompanied Jiang Chuirou in her dual cultivation, doing his best to help her improve. Hiya, he's working so hard that his layaba persona is falling apart, funny face. However, it was on a sunny, cloudy day that something suddenly changed. To be precise, it was sunny one second and suddenly cloudy the next. Dark clouds rolled across the sky, sweeping towards the Yin Yang sect, covering the sky. A voice bellowed out, "Yin Ming, see you, and Han Feng of the Yin Yang sect, come out and die." Many of the Yin Yang sect's disciples were shocked as they looked into the sky, only to see a dozen or so scaly dragons, appearing from the dark clouds, hovering in the sky above the Yin Yang sect, each with a strong aura and bared teeth. Han Feng, who was basking in the sun, immediately rolled up from his recliner, and Zhang Zuoro also ran out from the house. "What's going on?" Han Feng grimaced and said. "Killing the little one comes the old one. It's the falling Zhao clan coming over to collect the debt. Didn't An say that she would set this right? Obviously she didn't handle this well. The falling Zhao clan is still here. Little crispy meat, take little fox, fly north, fly lower, go to the sea, blow this conch. We can only rely on An to help us now." Han Feng shoved the conch into Jiang Chuirou's hand. "What about you? The enemy is coming for me, and if I go with you, it will harm you. I'm a little safer here, with old ancestor and master protecting me and slowing them down. You get over there, don't dawdle, hurry." When Jiang Ziro sniffed, she picked up the little fox and quickly flew towards the bottom of the mountain. And at that moment, Siyu Palm Leader, and old ancestor Yin Ming, Duanmu Palm Leader, and the others, all came out. "Han Feng, stay behind me and don't move." Siyu Palm Leader led him towards Yin Yang Peak. Old ancestor Yin Ming flew into the sky and shouted, "Falling Jiao clan, you're a sea demon race, and you don't interfere with our land human race, so why did you come to commit a crime against my Yin Yang clan?" In the sky, that most powerful grey auger dragon, with its reddish dragon eyes, said angrily, "Why did I come? Don't you know in your own heart? You killed my son, Lock Scale, and today I want you to pay for your blood, and make your entire clan bury my son with you." When these words came out, the following Yin Yang sect disciples were in an uproar. They all knew that during the 100 Pride tournament last month, a giant dragon suddenly appeared and swallowed Han Feng into its stomach. It was only after the old ancestor and Siyu Palm Seat, as well as the sea spirit and the mermaid surrounded them, that they were able to kill the dragon, and later rescued Han Feng. I didn't expect that after a month had passed, the falling Zhao clan had come over to look for trouble. Old ancestor Yin Ming frowned and bellowed, "Humph. I don't know why you guys are coming now, but I think you know the course of events. We held the tournament on the surface of the sea without harming any of the sea beasts, but that falling scale of your clan appeared out of nowhere and swallowed our disciple into his stomach. You started this war. Do you want us to sit back and wait for it to happen? Do our Yin Yang sect disciples deserve to be swallowed by you and become your blood food? Should we, the strongest of the human race, stand by and watch our children being eaten and do nothing? Your falling Zhao clan's child is a life, but our human clan's child is not a life anymore?" That falling Zhao clan shouted, "Put your fart. That disciple is just a cheap practicing stage. Something like a stink bug, not as strong as an ordinary sea beast. His life is more cheap than a crab. How can he be compared to my son?" Han Feng was furious when he heard this. Damn it, Isn't a minion's life a life? Obviously. Old ancestor Yin Ming was extremely protective as he pointed at the other party and shouted. Then, according to your logic, if you're strong, you can do whatever you want, right? And you can disregard the peace between the human race and the sea race, right? Then, your clan, the Falling Jiao clan, is not as skillful as us, so you lost. Why are you still looking for trouble? That body, didn't Helen give it back to you? Humph. If it's really a peer-to-peer fight and deaths and injuries are inevitable. It's just that. But where did my son's demonic pills go? Wasn't it taken away by you guys? That was a demon pill of the god transformation realm. Even if the falling scale died and gave the demon pill to the other falling Jiao, another god transformation realm demon beast could appear within a few years. If the demon pills are still there, the strength of our clan won't be greatly damaged. And for the sake of the sea spirit, I won't bother coming to trouble you. But if you take the demon pills, that's not a fight. It's a massacre. A desecration of our clan. What demon pills? What are you talking about? Old ancestor Yin Ming frowned. Back then, there were hundreds of thousands of humanoids watching the battle, and there were also sea spirits and mermaids testifying. We only defeated Falling Scale and accidentally killed him. How have we ever taken its demonic pills? We didn't even break his skin. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. You can ask Hai Ling. Chapter 160, better to be broken than to be broken. You fart. Then where did my son's demonic pills go? Wasn't it stolen by you guys? Did it blow itself up? The head of the mother fell scallop is obviously very angry. After all, the calf love. Their son died. Change which do mother cannot stand. Then how would I know where to go? We didn't go to your son's stomach. So many people are watching. Can't the old man lie? You're just trying to use this opportunity to invade our land and declare war on our land people. Old ancestor Yin Ming was not timid at all. Even though the other party had several augur dragons emanating the aura of the transformation god realm. But at this time, standing in the position of the human race, how could he bow down to the demon race? You didn't enter my son's stomach, but that Han Feng did. Let that Han Feng come out. The mother augur's gaze swept across the room. At this moment, it was no wonder Han Feng didn't step in. Don't go back. See, you pulled Han Feng's wrist and frowned as she reminded him. It's okay. I'll just stand here and talk. Han Feng nodded toward his master before raising his head and clasping his palm, saying, disciple of the Yin Yang sect, Han Feng, pays his respects to senior of the Falling Jiao clan. I wonder if senior has any doubts that I'm willing to answer. Is that how my son swallowed you in the first place? Yes. You're a tiny chi practicing stage, being swallowed by a god transforming demon. I'm afraid you'll instantly be turned into a puddle of mud. So why were you able to live for so long without dying? It's because the late generation had a protective treasure gifted by senior human fish, and that treasure allowed the late generation to survive for so long. Fine, then I'll ask you again. Where did my son's demonic pills go? Were they taken away by you? That Falling Jiao gritted his teeth and said. Han Feng frowned. Senior, the demonic pills of a great demon of the spirit transformation realm. Is it something that I, a small chi practicing stage disciple, can get close enough to collect? Other than that, even a great demonic pills of the spirit transformation realm after death can crush me alive as a small chi practicing stage. Right? This was true. Even a demonic Dan after death was not something that a small chi practicing stage could resist the pressure approaching. But what others didn't know was that Han Feng was relying on the pseudo-divine artifact activated by the Han Immortal Dignity bloodline to resist at that time. After a moment's thought, Falling Jiao said, but you are clearly at the upper level of foundation establishment. If the chi practicing stage can't carry it, can't foundation establishment carry it as well? When these words came out, the following Yin Yang sect disciples were in an uproar. You know, at the time of the last month's big competition, Han Feng was still at the chi practicing stage, and this was only a month later, and he was at the upper level of foundation establishment? This cultivation is rocketing upwards. How can it be so fast? Han Feng said, Elder, it's true that I'm at the upper level of foundation establishment now, but at that time, I was indeed at the chi practicing stage. That match was the 100 pride match for chi practicing stage. If I was foundation establishment, there's no way that people would have allowed me to participate. At that time, it was personally probed by 5 Yuaning powerhouses from different forces, and it would never be fake. I broke through foundation establishment after that incident ended. When I won first place and the sect leader rewarded me with 3 foundation establishment pills, and I came back to break through. Then you say, where did my son's demonic pills go? Falling Jiao hissed angrily. This latecomer is not clear. After being swallowed by your son, the latecomer stayed in your son's stomach and lingered on until after your son's death, when he crawled out of his esophagus and did not see the demonic pills. Dare I ask, senior, after your son's corpse was sent to the Falling Jiao clan by the sea spirits and mermaids, did you check it out immediately? Of course not. I was in closed-door cultivation before, and I only realized this matter today when I came out of closed door. Or else I would have come over directly to find you guys. Why would I have to wait until today? No wonder it took a month for things to pass before the other side came looking for trouble. Hearing this, Han Feng then said, Elder, after defeating your son that day, Hai Ling said that he would respect the corpse and would not allow anyone to harm it, insisting that he would bring it back to the falling Zhao clan to give you an explanation. In full view of hundreds of thousands of people, Heling dragged the body away. I guess it's impossible for the sea spirit, who has always demanded respect for corpses, to remove the demonic pills, right? The sea spirit is a deity in the ocean, and it's impossible for her to covet the demonic pills of a demonic beast. In other words, the body was still intact when she sent it to the falling Zhao clan. A month later, you came out of seclusion and the demonic pills were gone. This matter, isn't it worth pondering over? Upon hearing this, that mother falling Zhao's eyes narrowed as she looked toward Han Feng and leisurely said, You mean to say that it was my clan that took the demonic pills? I don't know about that. After all, I didn't see it with my own eyes, and I'm talking about something that a lot of people have seen with their own eyes. As soon as he said this, the other fallen Zhao clan panicked and hurriedly assured this female fallen Zhao that she had never taken the demonic pills herself. You have to go back to your own home to talk about things in your own home. And it was obvious that this mother fell Zhao's anger hadn't subsided yet, and she gritted her teeth at Han Feng and said, Then my son's death was also caused by you guys. At that time he swallowed you. If you had died straight away, he would have left, and he wouldn't have stayed to fight with the human race, let alone end up dead. Everything started because of you. I do not wish to go to war with the human race, so come with us yourself and go before my son to cut yourself down in thanks. Hearing this shameless logic, the Yin Yang sect disciples below each gritted their teeth. This is too much of a bully, Yin Ming said with a frown. Fellow Daoist, you're being overbearing, aren't you? Your falling Zhao clan's life is a life, but our human clan's life isn't a life? It's really outrageous. This matter was originally your son's fault. He wanted to kill our human race first. We naturally had to resist. Now how did it turn out that this victimized disciple of ours is guilty? Yin Yang clan, I've already made a big concession. Hand over Han Feng and let him die to thank you for his sins. Otherwise, don't blame our falling Zhao clan for bloodily washing your Yin Yang clan. I'd like to see if a mere transformation spirit realm in your Yin Yang sect can withstand the attacks of our falling Zhao clan. Humph, deceitful. Old ancestor Yin Ming flew up and shouted, I, Yin Yang sect, would rather be broken for the sake of jade than for the sake of tile, and you, the falling Zhao clan, are so powerful that you want to intimidate us and take away our disciples today. In the coming days, when other forces, again, threaten my Yin Yang sect, are we still going to let them take it away? A clan that couldn't even protect its own disciples. What face would it have to stand in the world? Falling Zhao clan, if you guys are determined to fight, then let's fight. Our Yin Yang clan will never yield to any enemy. You destroyed our Yin Yang sect, and there are other human races to avenge us. As long as there is still a Yin Yang sect disciple alive, our Yin Yang sect will continue. We would rather die standing up than send our disciples out to keep the peace. There are no cowards in the human race. Hearing the words of the old ancestor, all the disciples of the Yin Yang sect present had group anger and fighting spirit in their hearts. With a clan like this, why worry about cohesion? It's better to be broken than to be broken. Chapter 161, Sacrificing One's Life for Righteousness. Betraying the sect. Listening to the shouts of the disciples around him, he looked at the old ancestor who stood in front of him, like a mountain to protect his safety. Han Feng's heart was filled with mixed feelings. This clan, everyone, seems to be so cute. They unite, help each other, respect the older ones and help the weaker ones. This is his home, the home where he has lived for more than 5 years. Han Feng, who had always been a little transparent in the past, at this moment, suddenly felt a great sense of identification with this sect. But the enemy is too strong. Should they be left to die at the hands of the enemy? This time, the mischief was not his fault, but was caused by him. His blood had provoked that great demon. Since it started with him, it will end with him. Han Feng stood out and said to the falling Zhao clan, I'm willing to go with you guys. I don't have any relationship with the Yin Yang sect. If you want to kill, just kill me. It has nothing to do with the Yin Yang sect. Han Feng. Siyu gritted her teeth and stared at him angrily. Han Feng turned around, stood on the ground, and kowtowed to his master. The master, please allow my disciple to call you master for the last time. Please forgive my disciple for being ungrateful and not being able to serve you. I am grateful for the cultivation of the master and sect leader, as well as the blessings of the old ancestors. The disciple could not bear to see the life and death of the clan. Today, it is announced that you will rebel against the sect, and what you do in the future will no longer have anything to do with the Yin Yang sect. Han Feng kowtowed 3 times on the ground, kneeling to the master. kneeling to the headmaster, and kneeling to the sect. And then he stood up and flew toward the falling Jiao clan, saying, "You can take me now." Han Feng wanted to go for a fight, fighting to be able to protect the Yin Yang sect while also fighting for his own survival for once. He also had a mermaid bracelet, and a disposable random teleportation array that he could find a chance to randomly teleport away from, then go incognito and stay away from the Yin Yang sect, not bringing trouble to the Yin Yang sect. 2. Protect those who are bent on protecting him. Looking at Han Feng's lone back, each of the Yin Yang sect's disciples had mixed feelings. This disciple wants to sacrifice him alone to preserve the entire clan. But this matter, it is not his fault. Obviously it is the enemy is too overbearing and strong and aggressive. What's wrong with him? He's always been a victim. He even nearly died in the mouth of a demon. Senior brother Han Feng, come back. We're with you. Senior brother Han Feng, we're not afraid to die. I'd rather die standing, nor live on my knees. Senior brother Han Feng, you are the pride of our Yin Yang sect, having fought for us with great honor. How could we abandon you? Let's fight them. They're just some little long snakes. Fuck them. Fight them. Protect senior brother Han Feng. At this time, Wang Coronet also finally rushed over, and when he saw that Han Feng was going to sacrifice himself to preserve the clan, he angrily yelled, "Han Feng, come back. If you dare to go and let the enemy take you away, I will kill myself in front of you. If you come back to fight alongside us, I'm willing to die with you. Come back." Suddenly, old ancestor Yin Ming stepped in. He raised his hand and grabbed Han Feng back while throwing him to the ground, pointing at him and shouting angrily that Han Feng, I don't need you to pretend to be a great sacrifice of yourself. I, Yin Ming, am an old ancestor of the Yin Yang sect. If they want to kill, they should kill me first. I'm not dead yet. Is it your turn to die as a junior? You want to rebel against the Yin Yang sect? I'll tell you, the old man won't allow it. You were born a member of my Yin Yang sect, and you will die a ghost of my Yin Yang sect. Who gave you permission to rebel against the clan? Old ancestor Yin Ming's domineering words moved Han Feng to blur his eyes. The sky parted down the scaly Jiao hissing and roaring. Yin Ming, you can't get off the stage you're given. You're just refusing to do it until you're punished. Aren't you? Yin Ming's face was grim, and that one of his instinctive swords appeared in his hand as he angrily said, all of the Yin Yang sect, listen to the order. Prepare for battle and defend the clan. Yes, sir. Hundreds of thousands of Yin Yang sect disciples bellowed in unison. Killing. Well, you're good, Yin Ming, just in time to kill all of you and avenge my son. The female fallen Jiao, with its bloody mouth open, slammed into old man Yin Ming. However, right at this moment, a majestic and loud dragon roar came from the sky. As that one dragon's roar came, the dark clouds in the sky, surprisingly, all receded, and then, people all saw, under the sunlight, a huge white dragon, circling towards the bottom. That white dragon, it was completely different from those fallen augurs. Falling Jiao's head was born with a single horn, bare, and underneath its body, there were only 2 claws that were gray and black, ugly as hell. As for the white dragon, its white scales glistened in the sunlight, emitting a holy light, and on its head were 4 pairs of dragon horns in the shape of antlers, which were very beautiful, while underneath its belly were 4 dragon claws. This was a real dragon, not one of those augur dragons with a refuted bloodline. That white dragon roared angrily at the group of fallen augurs. Those dozen or so originally aggressive falling scaly heads, one by one, directly coiled up and shivered. The dragon clan's innate bloodline suppression of the Jiao clan made these fallen Jiao clans unable to raise the slightest bit of resistance. Greetings to the supreme immortal dragon clan for their descent. That female fallen augur shivered and said, and it was only then that people could see clearly that the cute little sea spirit, Anun, was standing on the head of the white dragon, pinching her waist and glaring angrily at these scaly dragons. Han Feng let go of his heart when he saw Anun. That's steady, and is finally here. And then, the white dragon in the sky, with a flash of light, transformed into human form. It was a woman with white hair, tied in a nice bun, wearing a white dress and white shawl, with 3 red marks on her brow, large eyes, a sharp chin, and a rounded face that was as noble and refined as could be. Just now, that mother falling Jiao called her up to the immortal dragon clan. Could it be that this dragon clan was of the immortal realm cultivation? Just as Han Feng was puzzled, old ancestor Yin Ming took the lead and clasped his palm. Yin Ming of the Yin Yang sect, greetings to the supreme immortal. Holy shit, what a fairy. The disciples below were shocked, and their gazes were all cast on that dragoness. This was the first time they had seen the legendary immortals. Ah no, the fairy dragon. The dragon lady ignored him, pulled in and looked at those augurs, and said, slowly, Southwest falling Jiao clan. I just checked, you seem to be The side branch of the Green Dragon Clan, side branch of the Green Jiao Clan, side branch of the Falling Jiao Clan, belonging to the lowest Jiao Dragon bloodline, right? Back to the upper Immortal Dragon Clan. We are precisely the most despicable and refuted Jiao Clan, who luckily got a little bit of the Dragon Clan's bloodline. The Falling Jiao Clan, which had just been high and mighty, could be described as lowly to the extreme at this moment. Demonic beasts could pay more attention to bloodlines than the human race. Oh, a mongrel Jiao Clan from the corner of the world dares to run into the territory of the human clan and flaunt its power? You're really deceiving the human race to have no strong men. Have you forgotten the days when you were the human race's mounts? How come now? They're all so drifted? Chapter 162, Immortal Dragon Clan. Dragon Lady Ao-chun, the lower clan does not dare. The lower clan does not dare. Just the lower clan, my son, was killed by these people. The heart of grief and indignation. So I came to seek justice. That female fallen augur could be described as fearful to the extreme and humble to the extreme. Oh, justice? The Dragon Lady's speech was slow, but her voice was beautiful, ethereal and distinctive. The kind that one could remember at first hearing. What justice do you have to seek? I've heard all about your matter from Anan. And hasn't Anan already mediated for you? Hasn't your Falling Jiao Clan promised not to pursue this matter any further? What? While Anan went to the Demon Emperor continent to play with me. Do you guys think that because Hai Ling isn't here, you can disobey her and not follow her orders? I don't care how you bully the human race, but as the same ocean demon race, you dare to disobey the sea spirit. Is there any need for your race, then, to exist? Lord Immortal, spare your life. Lord Immortal, spare your life. We won't dare to do it again. We will definitely look up to Lord Hai Ling from now on. We won't dare to disobey him anymore. Well then, you mongrel demonic beasts from remote areas don't know what the significance of a sea spirit really is. So I'll tell you, without this one kind ocean spirit, the Siren realm would have long been a bloody mess of endless conquests, and lowly and weak races like yours would have long since fallen into slavery and blood food for the powerful races, and even the dead races would have been possible. She has always worked to restrain the strong and protect the weak, and it is your race that she protects. But now, you guys think you're strong enough to disobey her and bully the weaker people, right? Going to go and take a mole-like human race and force them to sacrifice themselves to protect the pack now, are you? You guys can do it. Those dozen or so fallen augurs, trembling, didn't dare to have the slightest word, didn't even dare to say anything to beg for mercy. The dragoness took in small hand and said, "What do you think, Anne? What should we do to punish them?" After thinking about it, Anne said, with a smile, "Punish them by sending them home. Is that punishment on your part? If you don't punish them this time, more sirens will dare to disobey you in the future." And took her hand and pouted as she, Sister Dragon Lady, just forgive them. They already know they're wrong. Then you are also a siren, you also have to listen to an. Then let them all go. Ugh, you. The Dragon Lady nodded in Anne's forehead, sighed helplessly, and said to those falling augurs that since the sea spirit has already spared you, then you can leave. And remember, don't make any more mistakes in the future, or else, I don't mind showing you what is meant by the might of the Dragon Clan. The lower clan doesn't dare. The lower clan doesn't dare. The lower clan will roll now. After saying the words, the dozen or so falling scaly heads returned to the sea at the fastest speed possible. After they left, the Yin Yang sex crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Although they have just been best prepared to fight to the death with the enemy, but this strife, to be able to resolve it without hands or death is undoubtedly the best ending. And said happily, as she took the Dragon Lady's small hand, "Sister Dragon Lady is the best, and likes you so much, come on, kiss, I want a kiss," and jumped up and gave the dragoness a kiss on the cheek. "You child." The Dragon Lady gave her a pouty blank look. Han Feng had often heard Anan say in the past that she had two best friends, Sister Dragon Lady and Sister Mermaid. Last time, I met the mermaid duo of the transformation realm, and this time, I met the Dragon Lady sister of the immortal realm. I have to say, Sister Dragon Lady is just bossy. Didn't say a single harsh word. The tone was always very slow and soft, but it just scared those fallen Jiao Clan who couldn't raise a single emotion of resistance. "Sister Dragon Lady, he's Han Feng, the good friend I've often mentioned to you," and enthusiastically introduced her best friend. "The Han Feng, this is Dragon Lady Ao Chen. It's Sister Chen Chen. She's the princess of the first line of the White Dragon Clan of the Dragon Clan. Yo, it's awesome." Han Feng immediately clasped his hands and said, "Greetings to Senior Dragon Lady." The Dragon Lady gave him a faint look and didn't say anything. A tiny foundation stage human molecule could not yet enter her eyes. And right at this moment, Zhang Zuro finally rushed over with the little fox in her arms and stood next to Han Feng. When Anne saw the little fox, she immediately jumped over and cuddled with it. Han Feng did not attract the Dragon Lady's attention, but instead, The little fox made her look twice more, and slowly said, "Interesting." Han Feng's heart was on alert. Could it be that the dragon lady could see that the little fox's bloodline was extraordinary? Luckily, the dragon lady didn't say anything more as she turned her head towards Yin Ming, the old ancestor of the Yin Yang sect, and slowly opened her mouth to say, "I didn't expect that there is a Yin Yang sect here as well. Are you a branch of the Yin Yang sect of the immortal spirit continent?" Yin Ming gave a bitter smile and clasped his palms. Back to the words of the supreme immortal. The latecomer was just lucky enough to obtain a yin-yang harmonization technique. How could he dare to climb the high branches of the immortal spirit continent's yin-yang upper sect? Yes, I haven't heard that the yin-yang sect has opened a branch. You also take this name. But it's a bit like trying to touch the porcelain. But the yin-yang sect has always been generous. And I'm afraid that they are also too lazy to pay attention to you. The dragon lady's eyes, which had steeply become stern, as if she wanted to see through Yin Ming, asked, "Why is there an extraterrestrial and bizarre aura, if any, on your body?" At those words, Yin Ming was surprised and said, "Extraterrestrial shenanigans? It can't be. The late generation has never come into contact with those existences. Could it be that they have seen them unintentionally at some point and didn't realize it?" The dragon lady nodded and said, "Maybe I'm wrong about that. Extraterrestrial weirdness kind of thing. Even I have trouble distinguishing it. But remember, that is the great enemy of all the living beings in our 9 realms. Once you encounter it, or if you meet any anomaly, you must report it immediately and destroy it. Understand?" The late generation understands. Yin Ming clasped his palm. "That's just it. This matter has been settled. I should also go back. Anun, are you going to the Demon Emperor continent?" Dragon Lady Ao Chen looked at Anun and asked. "Anne's not going. Anne's going to play with Dodger's sister," Anne said happily. The dragon lady frowned. "And then go back to the sea now. Shall I leave you alone on land? The people are dangerous. Watch out for them to have bad intentions for you." "Well then," and pouted unhappily. She also knew that the siren was too protective of her. The last time she sneaked out to play on a human island, she was almost victimized. She placed the little fox back into Ginger Crisp's arms, while waving them off. Bye Missy, bye little fox, bye Han Feng. The ends of the earth and the corners of the sea. We have to remember to meet each other. Well, thank you this time, Anne. Next time I'll come visit you with a gift." Han Feng waved at Anne. The dragon lady left with Anun. But the mystery in Han Feng's mind was growing. Chapter 163, the statue of Ancestor Xin and the Yin Yang sects past that outsiders have all left. And this great crisis has been resolved. Looking at the way the falling Zhao clan was scared shitless, I thought that they wouldn't dare to come back to the land to find trouble with the Yin Yang sect in the future. The many disciples, all of them, cast gazes of admiration toward Han Feng. Previously, Han Feng's act of sacrificing his life for justice had greatly gained their respect. The Yin Yang sect's disciples, in regards to Han Feng's feelings, were changing all the time. From the very beginning of the trip to the secret realm, they had sympathized and recognized Han Feng because they were all disciples from ordinary backgrounds as well. And the bullying that Han Feng had been subjected to was what they had experienced as well. Later on, in the 100 Pride Tournament, Han Feng battled the group of heroes and easily won the 100 Pride Tournament Championship, striking a crushing advantage. And at that time, the Yin Yang sect disciples' attitude towards him was one of respect for the Heaven's Pride powerhouse. And now that Han Feng had sacrificed his life for the sake of the clan, willingly sacrificing himself, their attitude towards Han Feng had changed to one of admiration and respect, treating him as a good senior brother who was wholeheartedly for the sake of the clan and for the sake of his disciples. In the cultivation world, the strongest are honored, and Han Feng's upper foundation establishment cultivation is enough to be the senior brother of the vast majority of disciples. The disciples clasped their palms at Han Feng, and Han Feng returned their salute. And then, "It came to see you in Zhang Chui Ro, Master." Han Feng grinned. "See you," grunted coldly. "Didn't you rebel against your master? Why are you still calling me master? I don't deserve to be your master. How powerful you are, great higher Han. How unfavorable it would be to be my disciple." Hearing his master's eerie words, Han Feng smiled sarcastically and said, That is not the old ancestor did not agree. So I agreed? Have you ever questioned me and asked for my opinion? I'm the one who is your master, your teacher." Humph. After saying his words, the Cu Palmistress gave an arrogant cold snort and flew directly towards the falling cloud peak. She didn't know what she was angry about. Angry that this disciple didn't respect her? Or was she angry that he didn't take himself as his master in his eyes and broke away from the division without her consent? Or, gasp at this fool, to sacrifice himself all by himself? Ginger Crystal was a little confused as to what was going on. When Han Feng was about to speak to her, old ancestor Yin Ming, who was on the side, suddenly said, "Han Feng, you come with me." "Ha!" Disciple obeys. Han Feng clasped his palms, then reached out and touched Zhang Zuoro's hair, saying, "Take the little fox and go home first and wait for me. I'll go back after I see the old ancestor." Good. Han Feng followed old ancestor Yin Ming and flew toward the back of the mountain. After he left, Zhang Zuoro found Wang Coronet and asked, "What just happened?" The place where old ancestor Yin Ming lived was on the second peak counting behind Yin Yang Peak. That peak wasn't very tall, but it was extremely steep, and on it lived the old ancestor alone. The old ancestor lived like a savage in a cave, which was called a cave, to be precise. Entering the cave on top of the mountain, Han Feng saw that it was illuminated by night pearls, and through a corridor, there was only a piece of house about the same size as his place. Inside the house, 2 idols were enshrined. That one tall one, Han Feng recognized it. It was the statue of immortal Emperor Han. Beside the statue of Han Xianzuan, there was also a statue of a young woman. The woman statue looks young and pretty, tied with a double ponytail, a doll face, happy and smiling, looking very youthful and lively. Han Feng was curious. What was this woman's status as a character that could be at the side of immortal Emperor Han? Han Feng, come kneel with me to worship our ancestors, old ancestor Yin Ming said. And then, he knelt down and kowtowed to the 2 statues. Han Feng also immediately knelt down. Old ancestor Yin Ming kowtowed with 5 bodies and said in a loud voice, "The ungrateful descendants of the Yin Yang sect pay their respects to ancestor Han and ancestor Xin." At those words, Han Feng's heart, instantly agitated, violently raised his head and looked at the statue in disbelief. Shinzu? That statue is Shinzu? That Shinzu who blessed himself and taught him to cultivate? That's what she looked like. Han Feng's gaze was dead set on the girl statue, as if he wanted to imprint that lookalike deep in his heart. Shinzu, that is you? Han Feng asked excitedly in his heart. It's me. Remember my reminder. Don't tell anyone you know me. Don't let anyone know you're related to me. Get up. Old ancestor Yin Ming stood up and sat down on a futon to the side before pointing to the futon across from him and saying to Han Feng, "Sit down." Han Feng sat cross-legged across from old man Yin Ming. Old ancestor Yin Ming sighed and said, "Han Feng, in your heart, there must be many doubts." Yes, old ancestor. Disciple has 2 doubts. The first is, what is the immortal spirit continent Yin Yang sect? The second is, what is the extraterrestrial guile? Han Feng said truthfully, "These 2 questions, I can answer you together. The Yin Yang sect that you are in is actually considered a fake Yin Yang sect." Old ancestor Yin Ming leisurely said, "Fake?" Han Feng furrowed his brows and looked at him incredulously. "Yes, fake. The real Yin Yang sect is not here, but in the immortal spirit continent." Old ancestor Yin Ming said slowly, "You should have heard that this world of ours, the name is called the 9 realms, and you should know the origin of the 9 realms." "Yes, I know. The 9 worlds used to be 9 worlds, but then they were merged into one by immortal Han, and the oceans around each continent are connected to each other, and the continents are in their original position in relation to each other, 8 around them and 1 in the center, and the Tianqing continent, where we are, is the southeast direction, and our Yin Yang sect is also in the southeast corner of the heavenly star continent, which is considered the most remote place. Well, it's good that you know, and what I'm about to say is the origin of the Yin Yang sect. The Yin Yang sect, which predates even immortal Han's era. Immortal Emperor Han, back then, was only a disciple of the Yin Yang sect. Old ancestor Yin Ming's words stunned Han Feng. What the hell? Our Yin Yang sect's origin is so dickish? Old ancestor Yin Ming continued. Originally, only 4 of the 9 realms were the territory of the human race, who practiced the martial way, but immortal Emperor Han, who was born on the immortal spirit continent, uniquely opened up the way of the immortal way, embarked on the immortal path, and also opened up the way of immortal cultivation, which can be practiced by all. Before he attained enlightenment, immortal Emperor Han started the Cloud Martial Hall, where he taught and taught. When one man gets a government position, he gets a government position. After immortal Emperor Han became the true god of the 9 realms, the Yin Yang sect's status rose, becoming the center of the universe, the point of origin of the immortal way, and the most powerful force in the 9 realms. The Yin Yang sect. Ah, it's too powerful. Even nowadays, there are as many immortals as dogs and saints all over the place there, and any existence that casually comes out can easily crush our Min cultivation realm. One can imagine how powerful the 3 words, Yin Yang sect, are. Chapter 164, The Old Ancestors' Long-Cherished Wish. Then since the Yin Yang sect is so powerful, why do the other several families seem to not respect us at all? Han Feng wondered. That's because there are too many deceivers in the world, and there are self-proclaimed Yin Yang sect clans in remote corners all over the world to borrow people's reputation and grow themselves. A few others, too, just thought we were also just a bunch of bullies and didn't take us seriously. the old man went on. So don't interrupt. Back then, immortal Emperor Han resolved the great enemy, and the human race ruled the 9 realms, officially opening the immortal cultivation era. And then, after many years, Xianzhuan Han, with his sister, Xinzu, left this world to explore the world beyond. His story should have ended here, but after millions of years, Xianzhuan Han and Xinzu returned. After they returned, the first thing they did was to have the entire 9 realms prepare for war. Extraterrestrial shenanigans to come. I don't know what happened after that. Anyway, Immortal Han never appeared in the 9 realms again, and those extraterrestrial weirdnesses didn't come down to the 9 realms on a large scale. In his absence, Xinzu became the leader of the 9 realms. It was difficult for the extraterrestrial weirdness to descend to the 9 realms in their true form, but occasionally there were those who were able to do so, and more often than not, they chose to parasitize and possess. Spooky has no logic, no rules, the instinct is to take over and devour and evolve. They don't even have names. We don't even know what kind of race they are, and because they are so bizarre, they are bluntly called bizarre. Weirdness, the great enemy of the entire 9 realms. Ancestor Xian led the strong men of the 9 realms to destroy those descending shenanigans and defend the 9 realms, and she was a great hero of the human race. She's a big hero. When he said this, old Ancestor Yin Ming's eyes were filled with pain. But 1,000 years ago, the Yin Yang sect side of the immortal spirit continent, all of a sudden, accused Xian Zhu of being a traitor and betraying the 9 realms, and those upstart mighty masters combined their efforts to expel Xian Zhu. Xian Zhu was helpless and unwilling to hurt them, so she could only helplessly choose to leave, not knowing where she was. They still honored Xianzhuan Han, but they trashed all the statues of Xinzu, spurning this Xianzhuan Han's sister, this guardian deity of the human race, as a villain. However, there was still a part of the people that had a conscience in their hearts, firmly believing that Xian Zhu had not betrayed the human race, had not betrayed the 9 realms, and I, an ordinary disciple of the Yin Yang sect, was one of them. Those of us who still believed in Xinzu were also expelled and left to fend for ourselves. Even they won't leave us alone, and some of them want to hunt us down. I had no choice but to abscond all the way, escaping from the Yin Yang sect, escaping from the immortal spirit continent, crossing the mountains, rivers, and seas, and coming to the Tianqing continent, and coming to the corner of this world to live and die. Although they expelled me from the aura, in my heart, I still deeply love the Yin Yang sect. It's my home, it's my sect, it's my favorite hometown. So, here I am again, rebuilding the Yin Yang sect and establishing a fake Yin Yang sect. After listening to old Ancestor Yin Ming's words, Han Feng's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He also finally understood the origin of the Yin Yang sect, and what the so-called extraterrestrial weirdness was. It also answers the doubts in the mind. Xinzu is really a bitter person. As the younger sister of immortal Emperor Han, the noblest in the entire universe, she had fought for hundreds of millions of years for the human race, only to be falsely accused of being a traitor in the end, and those who were protected by her drove her away. It was no wonder that Ancestor Xian would cultivate him because he had the bloodline of immortal Emperor Han and was his descendant, and also because, now that Ancestor Xian didn't have her own forces anymore, she needed to cultivate strong people to continue to be used by her to fight against the weirdness. As for words like Xian Zhu really being a traitor, Han Feng didn't believe it because from start to finish, Xian Zhu had always helped him, and without Xian Zhu's blessing by marriage, he wouldn't be where he was today. Helping a relative, Han Feng would stand on Xian Zhu's side without hesitation. Many thanks for the explanation. Old ancestor, disciple understands. Han Feng clasped his palm and said. Yin Ming sighed and continued. Han Feng, these are things that no one from the Yin Yang sect knows about, and I called you here to tell you this because I see in you the qualities of sincerity, bravery, and kindness and fearlessness, as well as your qualifications, your spiritual roots, which are all superior. You have a great future ahead of you. As for me, I have only one wish, and that is to return to the Yin Yang sect of the immortal spirit continent and become a disciple there, to continue to serve the sect, to defend the 9 realms against foreign enemies, and to have no regrets despite my death. But I'm old. Transformation God realm cultivation, life expectancy is only a mere 2,000 years. If I don't break through, I'm afraid that in a few years, I'll have to end my life. I may not be able to go back, but you are still young. You are a disciple of the Yin Yang sect. A small country of men is not your home. Your ambition is vast. Eagles should spread their wings and fly. They should go to farther places to see. I hope that if one day, I die, you will be able to fulfill my last wish and take the yin-yang harmonizing qigong that you have cultivated with you and return to the immortal spirit continent within the yin-yang sect, to go inside the largest sect in the 9 realms, to cultivate, to grow, to work for the human race, and to fend off the enemies of the outside world. Can you do it? Disciple understands. If things work out, Disciple will definitely go back to that legendary immortal cultivation holy land, that truly orthodox yin-yang sect. Well, if it's really not possible, I want you to bury my ashes inside the yin-yang sect as well, or even outside as well, so that I can look at it as well. Looking at it as well. The people there, have changed and are no longer as pure as they used to be. When you get there, remember not to mention Shinzu or me. Just say that you are a believer in Han Shinzuan. Mentioning Shinzu will bring you trouble. Han Feng now also finally understood why Xin ancestor had explained to him not to tell anyone that he was related to her. Shinzu, this is for his protection. However, the next words of the old ancestor shocked Han Feng once again. Oh Han Feng, if one day, you see me turn into a monster, remember, don't look back. Run as fast as you can. Don't come back. Don't care about me. As long as you're still alive, there's still hope that my long-cherished wish will be fulfilled. And that's, sort of, the only thing you can do for me in return. Old ancestor's kindness in saving his life is not something that I can repay. But what is this monster you speak of? Han Feng frowned. Just now, the dragon lady said that I have an extraterrestrial bizarre aura on me. Do you remember? Disciples remember. Do. Han Feng's pupils quaked as he looked at the old ancestor in disbelief. That's right, I have been parasitized by the extraterrestrial weirdness, and maybe, I can defeat the weirdness. And even if I can't, I can pull it down with me. Chapter 165, A Chance to Save Old Man In Ming. Han Feng left the old ancestor's cave and flew alone toward Sunset Peak. He was soulful, frowning all the time, pondering in his mind what old ancestor In Ming had just said. Old ancestor, truly a good man, went to a bloody battle with the great demon of the transformation god realm in order to save him. A chi practicing stage disciple, and in order to protect him, with the whole clan would rather be shattered for the sake of jade than for the sake of tile. Such a favor. Han Feng has to return, has to fulfill his long-cherished wish, but he likewise didn't want his old ancestor to die, to be infected by a weird parasite and take over his body. Ancestor Xin, are you immortal Emperor Han's sister? Han Feng asked in his mind. Yes. Then, when you said that I have the bloodline of a deceased person before, it's also because you and immortal Emperor Han are siblings. That's why you're helping me, right? He and I are not siblings. I'm over 1 billion years older than he is. It's just that I was a little kid when he adopted me, and he raised me and protected me, and he's the most important person in my life. It's like, the little fox is much older than you, and don't you treat it like a sister? Senior understands. Then was what old ancestor In Ming said just now true? It's true. To outsiders, I'm a traitor. Why is that? Kids don't pry. This is a game between me and Creepy. You're not at that level and shouldn't know too much. Even the ones you just knew. It's too early to know. You're still too weak. Alright, then Disciple won't inquire blindly. Disciple just wants to ask if there's any way to eliminate the weirdness and save old ancestor In Ming. There are many ways to get rid of the weirdness, but I can't help you, and you should be able to understand the situation I'm in. If it's you who does it, there's only one way to do it, and that's to get the innate supreme treasure 2AZ bead, activate it with the Han immortal bloodline, and make it your innate treasure to suppress and destroy the strangeness within In Ming's body. Then shall I go to the Cloud Sect's ruins now and take that 2AZ bead? No, there are many guards there and many demonic beasts. I can't fight them, but I can tell Elder In Ming to take me there, destroy those demonic beasts, and directly take out the 2AZ bead. Are you looking for death? Money moves people's hearts, not to mention ancient artifacts and innate treasures. If you tell him, he'll take the 2AZ Zhu for himself and kill you. Divine artifacts all have the ability to erode a person's mind. Think of what the Cloud Sect has been eroded into. Do you think that a In Ming who has been infested with weirdness can resist this temptation? What's more, if In Ming, a strong harmonized God realm practitioner, made a move, the harmonized God realms of the other forces would immediately notice, and they would also know that there was something good there and would make a move to grab it as well. Could a single In Ming hold off the other 4 harmonized gods? We don't know who the deer will be when the time comes. But, if I take the 2AZ Zhu, I still have to go and help him remove the weird he will still find out. If he wants to take it for himself, he will still take a shot at me. It's not the same. After you recognize the 2AZ Zhu as your master, you can hide your breath and not tell him that it's a divine artifact. In Ming dominates the body and will help you suppress the weirdness and suppress it. After you help him destroy it, you can immediately run away before In Ming comes after you. But if you tell In Ming to take you to the Cloud Sect ruins first, the weirdness in his body will be the first to notice and take advantage of the opportunity to make a grab for it. 2AZ Zhu. Only you can go and get it. No one else can touch it, and you must never let anyone know about it. Then how about if I propose to the sect leader to organize a group of disciples and elders to go to the cloud-soaring sect to practice and clear out the demonic beasts there? And I'll take the opportunity to secretly open the altar and take out the 2AZ bead? Why should the sect leader listen to you? Why send disciples to such a dangerous place? So, what am I supposed to do? At this moment, Han Feng had already returned to his own courtyard, where he sat on a recliner and looked at the sky with lifeless eyes. He really wanted to save old ancestor Yin Ming. He was a person who made a clear distinction between grudges and how others treated him. There are favors to be repaid and revenge to be taken. Old ancestor Yin Ming has done him a great favor. Be patient. The opportunity will come soon. After finishing her sentence, Xianzu snuffed out the connection and no longer paid any attention to Han Feng. Will the opportunity come soon? Han Feng was uncertain and didn't know what Xianzu meant by the opportunity in his mouth. Zhang Ziro held the little fox and walked out. The little fox jumped onto Han Feng's stomach and hopped around, looking happy. What are you so happy about? Han Feng frowned, his face filled with suspicion. I'm happy that you didn't die, the little fox said happily. Han Feng was dumbfounded as he picked up the little fox and lifted it high. What a simple way to make this little guy happy. Zhang Ziro picked up the little fox and laid herself on Han Feng's body. Han Feng gently hugged her and tenderly stroked her little head, his fingers running through her hair, the little petite wife in his arms looking gentle and well-behaved. Han Feng, ah, what you did. I've heard all about it from one coronet. You've become a big hero today. That's for sure. Your man, I'm awesome. It's awesome. Almost made me a widow. Ginger Crispberry gave him a blank look and said, I can't say you're doing anything wrong if you want to play the hero, and it's because of the dedication and sacrificing you that I'm looking at you. It's just that. I'll tell you just one thing. No matter out of any circumstance, if you die, I won't live. So in the future, when you do something again, whether it's for the sake of someone else or for me, think first. Want to drag your wife to her death with you. You girl. Han Feng smiled and rubbed her hair. What's up? You're rubbing my head like I'm your little pet. Ginger Crisp muttered in dissatisfaction. No? Han Feng was surprised. I'm your pet? And what is it? Ginger Crisp asked, pointing at the little fox. It's my best friend. A little sister. Han Feng pulled over the little fox's paw with a smile. The little fox was also smug, pointing at Zhang Zuoro and saying, from now on, the two of us are the masters of this house, and you're our little pet. Yo, you're looking for a fight. Ginger Crisp grabbed the little fox and spanked it. Han Feng, she dared to hit me. You quickly clean her up and avenge me. This woman really can't tell the difference between the big and small king. It's time to let her know who's the boss in this family. The two and the fox laughed and joked, filling the yard with laughter. There is no happier time in the world. Only, before they could play around until evening, there was a transmission from Master Siyu in the Sea of Consciousness. You two, stop playing around and come over to the main hall in front. This seat has something to explain to you. Chapter 166, here's a chance, isn't it? It's Master calling us. Only then did Zhang Shiro let go of Han Feng, and afterward, the two of them went to the main hall in front of them together, hand in hand. When they arrived inside the main hall, Han Feng saw several old acquaintances, none other than their fellow senior sisters and brothers, a total of 5 people present. Each of them Han Feng recognized, namely Yao Lang, Du Pua, Meng Qian, Hong Man and Zhao Man. It is worth mentioning that Hong Man's male, who is very handsome and elegant looking, is kind and treats his juniors well. He was on bad terms with senior sister Zhao Man, but would often argue and even fight over who exactly was Man. But the two of them are dogs, so sometimes Han Feng couldn't tell the difference between the two of them, and he didn't know if they were fighting for real or not. The two of them don't seem to be on good terms, but they are very affectionate. Master Siyu was sitting on a chair, crossing her legs, and that one snow-white, heaven-defying long leg was exposed, tantalizing the heart. Ugh, leprechauns! Han Feng spat in his heart while ruthlessly criticizing with his eyes. Siyu's demeanor was languid, her face still dreaming of a veil, and Han Feng still didn't know what his master looked like. This time, I've called you all here because I have something to announce. It's still the matter of the 100 Pride ranking. Last month, the 100 Pride rankings Chi practicing stage competition has ended, and our Yin Yang sect got the championship, and in a month or so, it would be the 100 Pride ranking for the foundation establishment stage. This time, we still have to select the best disciples for the competition. This seats disciples. Only a few of you have the highest cultivation in the foundation establishment stage, so we, Sunset Peak, are prepared to allow a few of you to participate in the 100 Pride ranking. Do you have any objections? The disciple has no objection. The 5 senior brothers and sisters immediately clasped their palms and said. Han Feng and Jiang Chuei-ro didn't say anything. Siyu's gaze, which landed on Han Feng's body, lightly hummed. Han Feng smiled coyly and said, Master my disciple's cultivation is shallow, and I just broke through the foundation establishment not long ago, so it really isn't suitable for me to go and participate in that kind of intensity of battle. And it was only in the morning that a group of big scaly dragons came to terrorize the disciple, and the disciple was so frightened that he nearly went into the devil, and now he is in need of conditioning his cultivation, and I am afraid that it is only in 3 months that he will be able to condition it. You, scared out of your wits? I didn't see you scared when you went to your death alone. Upon hearing this, those 5 senior brothers and sisters snorted and laughed. Han Feng blushed a bit awkwardly and said, The aftermath is strong, Master. No one was afraid of death in the heat of the moment, and it's a heartbreaking moment to think about it. The corner of Siyu's mouth hung up with a playful smile as she leisurely said, Alright then, forget it if you don't go. Jiang Ziro has to go. She's this seat's personal disciple. She has to go to win honor for this seat. Han Feng hurriedly pulled Jiang Chuei-ro behind him. Master, she's only at the lower foundation establishment layer. The least that can go to the competition is an upper foundation establishment layer. It's just too dangerous for her to go. That's definitely dangerous. The venue for this competition is much more dangerous than the sea last time. This time, the place, there are a lot of bloodthirsty demonic beasts in it, and there is only one rule. That is to kill the demonic beasts and take their heads, and whoever takes more heads will be the first place. There are no other rules, and there won't even be a projection for outside viewing. All the disciples put in and fight as much as they want, and when it's finally over, it's just a matter of who takes out the most demonic beast heads. But are demonic beasts any good? Those demonic beasts all live in the dark and bloody ground, each one bloodthirsty and violent, and if they are not careful, they will die. There would even be Jiedan-stage demonic beasts present inside, making it very dangerous. Of course, the rewards this time were also very generous. For the top 10, the rewards were 10 times that of the Qi practicing stage competition. Moreover, the sect leader is still promising that as long as our people can enter the top 10, after returning to the sect, each person will be rewarded with an additional Xian Yuan Dan. Xian Yuan Dan? The crowd's eyes lit up and their breath caught, especially those 5 senior brothers and sisters, who had been stuck at the foundation establishment stage for many years, and were bent on breaking through to Jiedan, but were unable to do so. If one could get a Xian Yuan Dan that could increase the chances of conjugating a Dan, that would flat out increase the success rate by 20%. The effect of Xian Yuan Dan was similar to that of foundation building Dan, both of which were able to increase the chances of breakthrough and nourish the Dantian, but the value was dozens of times that of foundation building Dan. Moreover, the foundation establishment pill was able to raise the odds threefold, while the Xian Yuan pill could only raise them twofold. Previously, when Han Feng broke through, it was because his cultivation time was too short, and he didn't have the time to warm up his Dantian to break through the foundation establishment, and he was hardwired to rely on the foundation establishment Dan to break through. Right now his need for Xian Yuan Dan wasn't that great. The grain of Jin Dan in his body was still too small. It needed time to warm up and grow. It couldn't be rushed. He had the Han immortal Dharma bloodline, innate wind body, and excellent qualifications. Other than not being able to raise himself, other things like the speed of conceiving the Golden Dan was far faster than normal people, but it takes time to get there any faster. Unlike the other few senior brothers, their Jin Dan had matured long ago, but they were just suffering from the fact that they had not been able to hatch, and the risk of not being able to break through was too great. Zhang Jiru tugged on Han Feng's sleeve and whispered, "Don't go. It's too dangerous. We're not very strong now. It's not worth it to go to such a dangerous place for a Xian Yuan Dan. When we want to make a breakthrough in the future, then we'll think of a way to get Xian Yuan Dan." Han Feng replied in a small voice as well. "You could have sent me a divine message." Everyone else heard it. When Jiang Ziro saw that everyone around her was looking at her with wide eyes, she couldn't help but blush. At this point, Yao Lang stepped forward and asked, "Dare I ask, Master, where is the location of this competition?" Siyu replied blandly, "Ruins of the Cloud Sect." As soon as those words came out, Han Feng's eyes instantly lit up. No wonder Xinzu said that the opportunity would come soon. Isn't this coming? Previously, he was worried that if he went to the Cloud Sect, he would be stopped by the royal powerhouses from going there, and it would be very dangerous to go in and face too many demonic beasts. Right now, the royal family was hosting a competition in the Cloud Sect, and had to send a lot of people to hunt demonic beasts. Isn't that God's help? Thus, Han Feng said righteously to Jiang Chuei-ro, "Senior sister, we can't think like that. We mustn't give up this chance to bring glory to the clan just because of the danger. The clan nurtured us, gave us shelter, raised us, and taught us to cultivate immortality. Master teacher. He even sacrificed his life to protect me many times. Such a great favor. How can I not return the gift? Zhang Zero was dumbfounded, not knowing what Han Feng was on about. Han Feng clasped his palm towards Siyu and said with a straight face, Master, as a member of the clan, I, Han Feng, should share the clan's pain and suffering, and go through fire and water for the clan, throwing my head and spilling my blood without hesitation. Siyu's face was filled with odd colors as she looked at Han Feng and sneered. Come on, tell me, what made you, a lazy man who only knows how to lie around and sunbathe, suddenly so active? What kind of temptation can attract you so much? Chapter 167 Sister Siyu's long legs. Han Feng said righteously, of course it is the earnest teachings of Master Teacher, the grace of Master Teacher's cultivation and protection of the way, and Master Teacher's example of being a teacher. You're not talking about that as much as my legs appeal to you, are you? Siyu sneered. The little fox behind Han Feng scurried out and said seriously, it's like this, he's so desperate to touch Sister Siyu's long legs. Shut the fuck up. I knew I couldn't bring you here. Han Feng picked up the little fox while giving it a kick to fly out. The 5 senior brothers and sisters beside him, with their heads full of black lines, didn't know for a moment how to describe this guy who had the audacity to dare to molest their master. However, Siyu's eyes narrowed and her smile turned into a crescent moon as she leisurely said, Boy, do you really think so? No, disciple wouldn't dare to offend master. Han Feng hurriedly explained. The little crispy meat on the side had a murderous aura all over it. Humph, colorful, or an unprofitable guy. I don't know what attracted you this time. Since you're going, prepare more when you get back. There's still more than a month to go, so try to improve as much as you can, and that is, I hope that when you have the time, you can privately approach this seat and give this seat a good explanation of how you broke through from the cheat practicing stage to the upper foundation establishment stage in a month. Han Feng twisted his head sheepishly and I'm well qualified. Humph, back off. This seat has to cultivate as well. Siyu waved her hand, and everyone immediately saluted and retreated. Walking outside, the little fox sat on the ground with a resigned look. Ginger Crispin picked it up heartily and said, Does it hurt? It hurts too much. Han Feng is a big bad guy. He bullies me. Little crispy pork sister, please beat him up to help me out. The little fox was pitiful, his big eyes full of tears. Ginger Crisp held it in her arms while she slapped the little fox hard on its butt. I'll let you talk nonsense. Han Feng is going to be screwed over by you. Whoa, you hit me too. You're all bad people. I'm going to run away from home. Run away from home. So you can't find me and live with the guilt every day. The little fox growled angrily, but to no avail, and was taken anyway. When she returned home, Zhang Zuoro sat down in front of the coffee table and while making tea, she said, Do you really want to go to that cloudy sky sect? The other day you asked me how the cloud soar sect was, and I even told you that it was very dangerous there. Originally, you didn't want to go to the 100 Pride tournament, but why did you change your mind as soon as you heard about the cloud soaring sect? Because I had a reason I had to go, I guess, to return the favor. Han Feng sighed and explained. The divine artifact made his heart flutter, but it wasn't to the point where he had to have it. But in order to save old ancestor Yin Ming, he had to go and participate in it once and face the danger. He didn't have the same goal as those people, who were going for the rankings, but he was going to get the 2A Zhu. The 2A character bead was useless in other people's hands, but only useful in his hands to save old man Yin Ming. Don't want to say it again. There are so many secrets on you. I'm now wondering if, behind your back, you have another master who has been secretly teaching and cultivating you. Ginger Crisp rolled her eyes and took the little fox, gently rubbing its butt. Han Feng smiled, changed the topic and asked, Do you know where they sell heavenly materials that can refine the body? It's the ones that can increase the strength of the physical body. How come you don't want to increase your martial arts cultivation? Ginger Crystal skimmed her lips and said, You're trying to help Wang Coronet, aren't you? There are treasures to increase the strength of the physical body, but those are treasured by all the great clans, and no one is willing to take them out and sell them. After all, those treasures work for cultivators as well. I do have some at my house, so just come with me to see my father and ask him to go to the Zhang family's coffers and get some out. Alright, tomorrow first go to the bottom of the mountain to sell some useless treasures for some spirit stones. I'll go up to the Zhang family to buy some to come. Bye. Treating yourself like an outsider again, aren't you? Do you think my father would take your money? I can't take too much advantage for nothing. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't necessarily sell it to me. Okay, what kind of polite words? Just take it as I want it. Wang Coronation is quite hard-working. His qualification in practicing martial arts is not bad, and he is also your good brother. His future achievement may be unlimited. Our Jiang family is considered to have made an early investment in making friends with a future mighty one. And don't get carried away. Really, what's wrong with finding a Taoist with a strong background and having a soft meal once in a while? Let's not talk about this. This 100 pride tournament. It's still quite dangerous. Will you go with me? Of course, there are blessings to be shared, Ginger Crisp said in an undeniable voice. Okay, let's go together then. You and I. We have to be together for everything. Han Feng laughed and pulled Zhang Chuiro's small hand, placing it on his face, and with a cheeky smile, he said, but, you have to hurry up and raise your strength. A cultivation of the lower foundation establishment layer is too disadvantageous to go there. You have to break through to the middle foundation establishment layer anyways. Together with the help of the pseudo-divine artifact, you should be able to at least bring out the combat power of a peak foundation establishment, and when that time comes, the two of us will go on a journey together and be invincible. And no one will be our match. Almost. There's still more than a month to go. I'll work harder and have my family send some good pills over tomorrow, trying to break through to the middle level of foundation establishment before the competition starts. By the way, let them send over the heavenly materials for body refining again. But I want to tell you, people are all the same. You take my family's things, feel embarrassed. Wang Coronation, he is equally unwilling to accept your charity. Wang Coronation, this person do not look at his cheeky. In fact, the heart of the lonely and proud. You know him better than I do. He is the kind of extremely tough, never give in to defeat. The last thing he actually wants to lose to is you. It's good that you two have a good relationship, and you compete with each other to make progress fast. If you two have a bad relationship, I'm afraid you'll be life and death enemies. It's only fair that you be more considerate of his feelings when you give him things. 2. After listening to Zhang Crispin's words, Han Feng also felt that she had a point. He himself was unwilling to accept the favor and charity of the Zhang family, and Wang Coronet was equally unwilling to accept his. The guy's got a big old ego. It's not like Han Feng, who was called a waste for 5 years and has a thick skin. Forget it, don't want to think about those. Big deal. I'll take the treasure and sell it to him tomorrow. This guy has money now. He just wants to buy it with no place to buy it. Han Feng picked up the little fox and put it inside the nest in the outside house, then came back, pulled up Zhang Chuiro, and said with a serious face, we don't have much time left. We have to hurry up and cultivate as much as we can, to raise our cultivation level. Effort? Those 2 words can come out of your mouth? Zhang Ziro gave him a flirtatious blank look before she started to take off her clothes. Chapter 168 Cultivation Breakthrough. Preparation for expedition. Early the next morning, Zhang Ziro sat on a futon and cultivated, while Han Feng rubbed his back and went outside to the yard, taking a hoe and starting to turn the ground. In the corner of the yard, there was a pool covered with water spirit crystals that produced a steady stream of water, while the little fox grabbed a small iron rowan with its paw and dug channels to draw water to the ground. This was the scene that the beautiful imperial lady in a long dress saw when she walked in. Egu, how did my absolute heavenly good brother-in-law turn into a farmer? Han Feng looked at the shifty and scratchy demonic bitch in front of him, and after thinking about it for a moment, he remembered who the other party was based on the other party's name for him, and the other party's looks. Greetings, senior sister. Han Feng clasped his palm and said, calling senior sister? So raw. How do you call Zoe at home? Ginger Enine twisted her water snake waist and walked in style. Well, call elder sister Han Feng answered truthfully. In fact, it's called sister in front of people, and little crispy pork afterward. TCH? What a boring man. Suffering my sister. Ginger Crisp's voice came from the house, and the day is their own life. Good or bad, we live in our own happiness on the line. Why need to be in the unexpected people's opinion? Outsider? You dead ninny. Now your sister is your outsider, right? My sister-in-law walked towards the inside of the house, her little ass wiggling. Han Feng felt that his sister-in-law had a good figure and was also plump and mature, but twisted too deliberately, as if she was expressing that she was slutty. There was absolutely no natural charm of the kind of naturalness that the master teacher had, and every move and every smile was so perfect. Of course, the best is our little crispy pork. The sister-in-law came to the house, saw Zhang Zuoro sitting on the futon, a high and mighty goddess, guffawed, deliberately sniffed in the air, and said leisurely, and yo, what's that smell? Smelled it out. It's the smell of smelly men, and that, something ya. It turns out that my sister, too, is not a fairy who doesn't eat earthly fire, but also enjoys the pleasure of fish and water, and experiences the joy of human life. Zhang Ziro's pretty face turned red, stood up, pointed at Zhang Yin and said, you're still an older sister. Do you talk like that? What are you doing here? What am I here for? Wasn't it you who asked your family to come and deliver the herbs to you? It just so happens that I haven't seen you in a while, so I came over to bring it to you. Jiang Yining took out a storage bag and handed it to Jiang Crispy Row. Are you not ashamed to be a married woman who still meddles in her mother's family's affairs every day? I'm not ashamed of it. My in-laws and my mother's family are my family, and I will always treat my loved ones as family. But there are women, thin and unsympathetic. Since the door will not go back to sea, really married out of the daughter splashed out of the water, cannot be collected back none of your business. As Jiang Ziro spoke, she opened her storage bag and took out the body refining pills, ointments, and whatnot inside. Alas, these ointments are applied externally. Don't be foolish enough to swallow them in your stomach. They'll kill you. Got it. You take these spirit stones back and give them to the family. Jiang Ziro took out a storage bag and stuffed it into Jiang Yinyan's hand. What are you doing? This is the money for the body refining pills. I know, but, before Jiang Yinyan could finish her sentence, Jiang Ziro nudged her mouth toward the outside, signaling Han Feng outside. Jiang Yinyan suddenly realized, then guffawed. The corners of her mouth turned downward, and then said, alas, this farmer boy of yours, how can I put it? Sort of a hero. The things that happened to him, just any one of them is amazing. I saw what happened yesterday. It was really something. That's for sure. My man is just better than yours. Ginger Crisp smiled proudly. Look at you complacent. You then candidate family. Is not also forced to helpless move? Also really let you pick up the treasure. Hey. Jiang Ziro guffawed and pulled Jiang Yining to sit down, while then leaned her little head on her shoulder and said, sis, I think I'm, right now, happy. Just be happy. Your brother and I, we are most relieved to see you. He's better than you and my brother now. Got it. The sisters spoke for half a day in a physical manner before Jiang Yining left, and then, Han Feng went to the back of the mountain with Jiang Chui Ro and looked for Wang Coronet. Han Feng gave all these treasures to Wang Coronet, and by this time Wang Coronet and Zhang Xiu had moved in together, both living in this part of the back mountain. Han Feng gave the treasure to Wang Coronet, and after some haggling, it was finally sold for 2,000 spirit stones. What Wang Coronet didn't know was that Han Feng had taken 20,000 spirit stones to buy these. Han Feng asked Wang Coronation if he was going to the 100 Pride ranking at the foundation establishment stage, and Wang Coronation said that he would go if he could break through to the 7th grade martial artist before the start of the tournament. Back then, it took 30 years for Elder Pan Shan to break through to the 7th grade from not knowing martial arts. Coronation Wang is going to challenge this achievement in 3 months. This was the difference between someone with a belt and no one with a belt, and it was also the reason why Wang Coronation had cultivated the purest ancient martial arts techniques. Coupled with the fact that Wang Coronet was extremely tough in his cultivation, almost all of his time was spent on cultivation, and every day was a hellish devilish training. Of course this also made Wang Coronation's muscles become very strong, a little taller than before. A tendon meat looks very powerful, full of masculinity. It is a woman's favorite figure, but Han Feng says that if Wang Coronet keeps practicing, she's going to become a man's favorite figure. Proper fitness attracts women and excessive fitness attracts men. After parting ways with Wang Coronet, Han Feng and Zhang Chui Ro returned to their home. Because they had taken on the task of the 100 Pride tournament, Han Feng and Zhang Chui Ro could not go on missions for the past 2 months and were able to cultivate in peace. Little pasty meat diligently cultivated every day, and Han Feng basked in the sun every day, planted flowers and raised grass, played happily with the little fox, and tangled with little pasty meat, living the good life of doing at sunrise and sunset. He even collected a lot of beautiful beads and ran out to sea specifically to call out and play with and for most of the day. And a crescent-shaped hairpin he entrusted in to give it to Duo. Duo had saved his life. He couldn't repay them. He could only send a gift to show his appreciation. Fighting is only an occasional thing, and uneventful days are the norm. After a month, Jiang Zuoro made an effort to break through to the middle level of foundation establishment. She knew that her foundation was unstable, and she couldn't force a breakthrough in the near future. She had to stabilize her foundation to be able to do so. As for Han Feng, after Little Crispy Meat's breakthrough, he gained a 20-fold return, and his cultivation level came to early stage of the top layer of foundation building. It was the first time that Han Feng knew that behind the lower, middle, and upper layers of foundation establishment, there was a top layer, which was simply similar to the 13 layers of Qi practicing stage. One would think that in order to fabricate these non-existent realms, the Xin ancestor had gone to great lengths to do so. Chapter 169 Ruins of the Cloud-Soaring Sect. Open just let Han Feng is puzzled. He obviously are the top of the foundation establishment early stage. The abutment within the grain of gold Dan. Why only grew a little bit? Dare I say that this thing doesn't grow with cultivation? It still depends on time. Han Feng Zhang Chui Ro made a smooth breakthrough. Her strength had increased greatly, and she was full of confidence in this trip to the Cloud Sect. Half a month passed quickly. Han Feng counted the days. It was almost October now. The weather was gradually getting colder, and it was time to set up a heat preservation array for the herbs. After everything was ready, Han Feng brought Jiang Zuru and Little Fox, along with 5 fellow senior brothers and sisters, and headed over to the main peak together under the leadership of Siyu's headmaster. The Yin Yang sect didn't send many people this time, probably less than 100, all of which were Foundation Establishment disciples. Han Feng met Wang Coronation and Bai Lingyu. What surprised him was that Bai Lingyu had also broken through to the middle level of Foundation Establishment and was also going to participate in this 100 Pride ranking. Senior brother Han, hello again. Bai Lingyu arrived in front of Han Feng and nodded her head in greeting. Senior brother Bai, are you going to participate this time as well? Yes. Originally, I wanted to shut down at home and cultivate properly, so that in the coming days I can fight with senior brother Han again. However, the last time I heard that Senior Han had broken through to the upper level of Foundation Establishment, I realized the gap between me and you, and that there was no hope of surpassing you in this life. This tournament, it's kind of a chance to get in there and grind it out. It's just that Senior Han, you have to be careful this time. You've become a target in the eyes of the other sects after winning the championship last time. The 5 forces on the surface harmony, but the truth is that they are fighting. The dark current, who do not want each other forces, the emergence of heavenly pride, and then grow into a great power, will try to find ways to kill each other prematurely. So for this tournament, you have to be careful and pay attention. There's no projection and it's all rule-less pandemonium. While being careful of demonic beasts attacking, you also have to be careful of enemies from other clans. Okay, thanks for your concern, Senior brother Bai. I'll take note of it, and you should be careful too. After all, you're our Yin Yang sect's senior brother. Bai Lingyu's concern was genuine, and Han Feng would naturally be polite. Soon, people will arrive. This time leading the team is the Siyu Zhaosha. Unlike the last time so laborious, each family only sent a Yuaning powerhouse a few Jidan cultivators to prevent emergencies on the good. The Yin Yang sect didn't send any Dan, only letting Siyu bring a group of foundation builders over. After all, this time is not the sea area. The sea area is not the territory under the jurisdiction of the human race. There are more emergencies. Be doubly careful. It was like that last time when the kind of auger dragon suddenly appeared in Han Feng. It was an unexpected situation. The Yin Yang sect didn't even use a warboat this time. After all, this time they were all Foundation Establishment stage and able to fly for long periods of time. Siyu directly led them towards the west. The ruins of the Cloud Soaring sect were located in the middle of the Min country, and they arrived at this area after flying for 2 or 3 hours. As the once strongest sect in the Min kingdom, the Yunxiao sect covered a vast area, and at this time, although it was in ruins, it could be seen how brilliant the Yunxiao sect had been in the beginning. Looking at the place that was exactly the same as in his memories, Han Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he recalled in his mind the terrain of that underground world. He knew the exact address of the Tue Zhizhu. There were thousands of altars down there, but the Tue Zhizhu was only under one altar. Han Feng only waited for the competition to begin before muddling his way to that altar. Soon, the other 4 forces, and some scattered Foundation Establishment cultivators, also arrived here. This time the host is still an old acquaintance. King Jing stood over the ruins of the Cloud Soaring sect and said to the people around him, "Gentlemen, the Cloudy Sky sect of the Min country, I'm sure you're all familiar with it, and you're all aware of how big of a crime this sect once committed in the Min country. They were compelled by evil objects to massacre mortals to practice qi and blood, and they also attacked the Yin Yang sect with the intention of wiping out our Min cultivation community, and their crimes are too great to list. Back then, our 5 families, even with many of our colleagues in the Min kingdom, combined their efforts to eliminate the Cloud Soaring sect and sealed off this sinful land. However, it's underground, also because of the excessive blood qi, breeding a lot of demonic beasts, so we do not allow outsiders to enter. In fact, in order to protect you, for this 100 Pride tournament, after our deliberations, we decided to open up the Cloud Soaring sect to allow many of our fellow travelers to come. For one thing, it would allow those young disciples of the new generation, people who had not experienced that battle back then, to look at the battlefield back then, to understand the cruelty of the war back then, and to know the preciousness of peace. Secondly, it was to remove the demonic beasts inside, so that those demonic beasts wouldn't go out and harm people, and to protect the safety of the cultivation world and the people. Thirdly, it is to take this opportunity to hone and select the young disciples for the 100 Pride tournament at the Foundation Establishment stage. This time, there are no rules, no projections, and it is designed to sharpen the disciples. So I hope that you will put aside your preconceptions and work together to destroy the demonic beasts and reduce the number of killings with each other. In the end, The one who brings out more demonic beast heads will receive a higher ranking. Alright, the old man declares that the match begins. King Jing didn't say anything more than that the demonic beasts were inside the underground world. And as for the entrance to the underground world, the disciples would need to come and find it on their own. Han Feng and the many disciples of the Yin Yang sect saluted See You before flying downward together. Yao Lang said, "Senior brothers and sisters, some time ago, I inquired about the location of the underground entrance to the Cloud Soaring sect. I'll take you in." "Thank you, senior brother." More than 100 people from the Yin Yang sect followed Yao Lang, and after going over several peaks, they landed between a valley. Within the mountain stream, a small river rushed down and fell into a fissured abyss between the valleys. It was dark within the abyss, and as the crowd continued to fly downward, they finally saw the small river falling into the underground river, and on the cliff face, there was a cave. Above the cave were many stalactites stained by aura and blood chi, and those stalactites had turned red and emitted light, illuminating the entire cave in a blood-red color, making it seem quiet and eerie. The space within the cave was not large, and the people did not fly. Han Feng knew that this underground world was large. It was crisscrossed inside and was much larger than even the Yin Yang sect. There are thousands of mass graves alone. "Look, what's that?" After the crowd had walked more than a mile away, a female disciple pointed ahead and exclaimed. The crowd looked, only to see that on the ground, there was a huge crater. Inside the pit were countless tired white bones, dismembered limbs, broken arms, and skulls, scattered inside, were extremely terrifying. And right next to this mass grave, there was a four-sided trapezoidal altar with many runes on it. So scary, so many bones. A female disciple of the Yin Yang sect nervously pulled her Taoist's hand. "It's okay, it's just some corpses, there's nothing to be afraid of." However, just at that moment, there was suddenly an eerie bared sound. Chapter 170 Proposed detachment. With the sound of bared teeth came the sound of clicking, followed by clicking, clicking, clicking. The sound was coming from inside that pile of bones. "Husband, they're not coming to life, are they?" The woman who had just spoken, nervously took her husband's hand. Not afraid, oh, good boy, husband is here, I will protect you." Her dowser hastily patted his hand to comfort her. The surrounding people were all filled with black lines. Did this pair come over to specifically discuss them? Yao Lang directly released his divine sense, checking towards those corpses and bones, and his face abruptly changed greatly. "Not good, there are tons of demonic beasts down here." At these words, the crowd immediately went on guard. Han Feng took out his Fu Feng Ke, and Zhang Zuro also took out her drunken willow sword. On full alert, a Yin Yang sect disciple snorted. "This is clearly a good thing, right? Don't forget that the rules this time around. There is only such a rule as the number of demonic beasts to be hunted. So naturally, the more that come, the better." Indeed, the rules, this time, are simple and straightforward. Because of the last time Han Feng stuck a bug, the organizers, on their side, found a problem. That is, the more and more complex the rules, the more loopholes, and conversely, the simpler the rules, the fewer loopholes. So this time, the rules were simply reduced to one, and the rest went free. Right at this moment, the pile of bones suddenly exploded, and countless lizard-like blood-red demonic beasts erupted out of the pit, coming towards them. Under the dim red light, the dense group of demonic beasts, the sense of oppression was still very strong. The disciples immediately struck out and fought the demonic beasts. The fan in Han Feng's hand gently waved, and the portrait of the unknown demonic beast on the fan's surface brightened, and a strand of wind-attributed power transformed into a style blade that chopped at those lizard demonic beasts. The powerful wind blades were devastating to these demonic beasts, and none of them were able to get close. Most of these demonic beasts are chi practicing stage, not very strong. The people here are all foundation establishment powerhouses. Dealing with these weak demonic beasts is naturally a handful and a breeze. There were tens of thousands of these chi practicing stage demonic beasts, and they were easily killed by the people. But it's clear that things won't end so easily. Soon, foundation establishment stage demonic beasts began to appear below. The lizards in the chi practicing stage were only half a man size, but the ones in the foundation establishment stage were already comparable to tigers. Those lizard demonic beasts, rushing horizontally, each of them with crimson eyes and a blood-red glow emanating from their bodies, bared their teeth and bit toward Han Feng and the others. Zhang Suiwei and Wang Coronet followed Han Feng's surroundings in death. No one would risk acting as a hero in this situation. But fortunately, the number of demonic beasts wasn't too many, and behind them came in some more teams of casual cultivators. Those people saw that the Yin Yang sect was fighting with the demonic beasts, and also followed along to fight or something, taking the cold to decapitate a demonic beast, and then hurrying to put it away. They don't dare to rob the demonic beasts that Yin Yang sect kills. They come over to get a piece of the pie. Yin Yang sect is also too lazy to care about them, and the two sides get along harmoniously. After all, this time, there was no ranking list to defeat the list, and the number of enemies defeated would not give a ranking. The focus was still on killing demonic beasts. Han Feng was groping for fish while taking cold snaps to kill a demonic beast, and anyway, he just didn't put out too much effort. Suddenly, those lizard demonic beasts in front of them, one of the biggest, hissed, and then those lizard demonic beasts backed up a few steps in unison, lined up in a dense formation. All of them opened their mouths, and a stream of green mist gushed out from their mouths, heading straight for the crowd. Not good. It's poisonous mist. Retreat! Yao Lang bellowed and retreated towards the back. But there wasn't much space here, and the poisonous fog spread quickly, approaching the crowd. No one who didn't know how much damage this poisonous mist could do dared to let it get close. Just in the nick of time, Han Feng opened the fan in his hand and slammed it, and all of a sudden, a fierce wind appeared and swept toward the poisonous mist, blowing all of that poisonous mist back. And then, Han Feng swung his fan and maneuvered the hurricane, blowing all of those poisonous mists out along the passage from which they came. Seeing this, Yao Lang exclaimed with delight that good job senior brother Han. Everyone, make a move and kill all these demonic beasts while you can. The crowd combined their efforts and finally, all the demonic beasts in this mass grave were killed. Bai Lingyu stepped forward and said, "Fellow brothers, these demonic beasts, they were all killed by all of us working together. Exactly who killed how many? Why don't we all split them equally?" Senior brother Han has made a great achievement, blowing away the poisonous mist with a hurricane and saving us all. How about giving senior brother Han a big head? Everyone had no problem with it, and after counting the number of demonic beasts, one person was given about 100 of them, and Han Feng was given 200. Everyone is too lazy to go and chop off heads one by one. Bringing the head out is the same as bringing the body out. Who doesn't have a spare storage bag? Soon the place was all cleared out. The bones in that mass grave are all spoiled. 2. Yao Lang looked at the corpses, sighed, and said, "They've been dead for many years. Dust to dust. It's better to let them go into the ground." Senior sister Zhaoman, you're of the earth attribute. You're able to manipulate a portion of the land. Bury them. Zhaoman nodded and raised his hand. 2 auras flung out, sweeping the surrounding earth, lifting up the partial soil and filling up this mass grave. The crowd split dirty and continued inside. Along the way, they also encountered some small groups of demonic beasts, but the number was so small that they were basically gone as soon as they struck. Han Feng had been following the large troop. Going on like this wasn't a solution. His goal wasn't those demonic beasts. So he stepped forward and said, "Senior brothers, it's not a solution for us to keep walking in a group like this. All we've encountered are small groups of demonic beasts and not all the mass graves have demonic beasts in them. The element of chance is just too great. Occasionally, we encountered some demonic beasts, and it was simply not enough for us to share. If we get together, we're safe, but we can't get results. We can't hone ourselves, and we can't get a high ranking to bring glory to the clan. Why don't we split up the group? Split up into smaller teams to be able to search more areas and take care of each other. And it's also capable of transmitting sound in here. So whoever is in danger can transmit sound and ask for help from the nearest fellow disciple. What do you guys think?" Han Feng's proposal was immediately recognized by the crowd. Being able to be sent to participate in the 100 Pride tournament. Which one is not a high-minded and proud generation? Anyone who wants to go to prove themselves. The people in the foundation establishment period, all of them have been cultivating for decades. There are many masters. Which period of time there are people. Not like the Qi practicing period. A group of small children. No blindly worshipping by Lingyu and Han Feng. Chapter 171, The Head Girl of the Myriad Valley. In the end, the nearly 100 Yin Yang sect teams, divided into a dozen or so teams according to their respective good or bad relationships, split up to explore the fork in the road ahead. This place was huge, and the power of divine sense of the foundation establishment stage was only a few miles at most. Only Han Feng's is a bit bigger. Just building the foundation has a range of more than 10 miles, to now is able to reach 30 miles. However, releasing divine sense at full strength was a great consumption of divine sense, and no one would go and idly keep releasing divine sense unless they wanted to pass out from the overdraft of the power of divine sense. Han Feng didn't bring anyone with him, only Jiang Crispy and Wang Coronet, and headed all the way into the depths. Little fox, I'm telling you, you have to give me your full attention. Get your spirits up. If there's a sudden attack of enemies or demonic beasts, you have to hurry up and alert, so that we can take precautions. Got it? Han Feng said as he placed the little fox on his shoulder. Why? I thought you wouldn't be able to use me once you had divine sense. It's so tiring to keep releasing my divine sense all the time. I'm just an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. I can't maintain it for much longer. Then how many spirit stones are you prepared to spend to hire me? There are no spirit stones, but you can avoid being beaten if you work, and I'll beat you if you don't. Bastard! You bastard! You're the beast, I'm the man. I may not be human, but you're a real dog. Cut the crap. Behave better this time. When we go back I'll go to Spirit Beast Peak and find you a long and handsome male fox to be your dowmate. Han Feng. Deceive me too much. When the little fox heard that Han Feng was going to use those despicable demonic beast bloodlines to taint himself again, he was furious on the spot and punched and kicked Han Feng's head. Ginger Crisp rolled her eyes and a light beating that will make you mouth off every day. Han Feng hemmed and hawed and proceeded to fly forward quickly. In fact, Han Feng still kept his divine sense on, but only maintained a range of 1 mile so that he could maintain it for a longer period of time. Caution! There is malice. 5 miles ahead. The little fox said suddenly. Han Feng immediately raised his spirits and his divine sense swept into the distance, only to see that 5 miles away, there was a huge demonic beast that was fighting with 5 myriad Sound Valley female disciples. The two sides fought extremely fiercely. The demonic beast was clearly at peak foundation establishment cultivation, crawling on all 4 limbs, covered in scale armor, and behind it, its long tail had a large chunk of bone wrapped around the scale armor, like a heavy hammer, and with a violent fling of its tail, it smashed a myriad Sound Valley disciple out of the air. This matter had nothing to do with Han Feng and the others, but the point was, that place was the intersection of the cave passages, and they would have to pass through there if they wanted to continue deeper. It's fine. Let's keep walking. It's a few myriad Sound Valleys that are fighting with the demonic beasts. Let's leave them alone and let them continue fighting. We're just passing by. Han Feng led them and continued onward. In these 5 miles, a few more small demonic beasts were killed in passing and received in the storage bag by hand. Soon they passed through the 7-turn tunnel and came to the confluence. At this moment, that huge scale-armored demonic beast was still fighting with the disciples of Myriad Sound Valley. Han Feng unfolded his speed and wrapped the 3 of them in wind power, sticking to the walls of the cave and trying to go around. However, when they wanted to go over, those few Myriad Sound Valley disciples didn't want to let them go over. A few senior brothers of the Yin Yang sect, can you help out and come to decapitate this demonic beast? And after it's done, we can share some demonic beast blood. Flesh and scales and armor with the demonic pills going to us. How? Han Feng was too lazy to bother with them. This demonic beast had an extremely strong defense. It was obviously not that easy to kill. These 5 people could not even kill it by attacking it together. He didn't want to waste time here. Han Feng continued to circle around, wanting to hurry past. However, one of the women, instead, rushed toward Han Feng and their side. Han Feng frowned at the sight and directly condensed a powerful wind, preparing to try to knock her back. Don't hit me. I'm hurt. I'm just trying to run. I mean you no harm, the woman said in a panic. Upon hearing this, Han Feng stopped. The other guy doesn't mess with him, and he doesn't want any trouble. However, just as the woman rushed to the nearest point, she suddenly took out a demonic beast egg and ruthlessly smashed it towards the wall. The demonic beast egg instantly shattered, and all the egg liquid inside flowed out. And even though Han Feng immediately waved his hand to block it, those egg liquids still splashed onto the 3 of them. Han Feng's face instantly turned gloomy. The woman smiled smugly and sisters, let's go. Leave this trouble to the strongest of the Yin Yang sect. The demonic beast smelled the flavor of the egg liquid and hissed angrily as it charged toward Han Feng's trio. Those 5 disciples of Myriad Sound Valley turned around and were about to escape towards another cave. They had stolen quite a few demonic beast eggs, which angered this demonic beast and attacked them desperately, chasing them wherever they went. So they chose this spot, this 4-way passage to fight, just waiting for some lucky person to come by and wreak havoc so they could escape. It's just that they didn't expect to mess with a tough guy this time. Han Feng didn't want to cause trouble and delay, but he wasn't afraid of trouble. The other party had bullied his head. Could he tolerate it? Han Feng immediately unfolded his fastest speed, his wings spreading out behind him as he exerted his fastest speed, arriving behind those 5 Myriad Sound Valley disciples, and with one hand, he directly threw them back into the surroundings of the demonic beasts again. The female disciple's face turned blue as she angrily shouted, Han Feng, you despicable villain, how dare you use us to fend off demonic beasts for you? Are you still a man? What a lowlife. At those words, Han Feng was furious and laughed. It was clear that he was just passing by and the other party was trying to cause trouble, but in their mouths, it became that he was a shameless villain. This woman's ability to move things around is extraordinary, another female disciple said while attacking the demonic beast. Humph, what can he do if he throws us back? They have the demonic beast's egg liquid on them. The demonic beast will definitely chase them. Let's go another way. This kind of villain, dying in the mouth of a demonic beast is his retribution. Han Feng sneered. A few of you have really opened my eyes. I was just passing by, and you caused me to be attacked by demonic beasts, and now it's my fault instead? Otherwise, we are women. Shouldn't you help us? You are a man. Isn't it natural for a man to protect a woman? Letting you come to attract the demonic beasts is to look up to you. If it were someone else we wouldn't have given them a chance. You don't even know what to do. How lowly. Disgusting. How in the world could there be such a lowly man? Fine. In that case, you'll all keep company with the demonic beasts together. Han Feng raised his hand and executed the Yin Yang Life and Death disc. A huge Yin Yang 8 trigrams disc that appeared in this field, filling the entire space. Chapter 172, Little Crispy Meat. The professional milkmaid that huge Yin Yang plate of life and death had just appeared and suppressed the entire scene. It was a giant Yin and Yang double fish, black and white filling the entire field, slowly rotating as a Tao rhythm of life and death appeared, suppressing this demonic beast and the 5 myriad Sound Valley disciples while also continuously wearing down their life force. Yin Yang Chaos Chop is a killing aptitude, is considered to be the same as a great killing move, a sword to determine victory or defeat, powerful, consumes spirit chi is very huge. The Yin Yang Life and Death disc, on the other hand, was a divine ability that suppressed, consumed, and attacked on a large scale. The two served different purposes, but the Yin Yang Life and Death disc was a heaven-level divine ability. When this Yin Yang twin fish appeared to grind, Zhang Chuiro and Wang Coronet on the side were stunned. What kind of divine ability is this? How come I've never seen Han Feng cast it before? Ginger Crisp frowned and whispered. Wang Coronet nodded his head in a daze. I suddenly feel that we're all fake Yin Yang sect disciples, and only Han Feng is real. Looking at the great Yin Yang twin fish, this is the first time I've seen such a divine ability. Zhang Ziro came to Han Feng's side and said, you suppress them. I'll make a move to settle this one big demonic beast. It just so happens that I want to try out my current combat power. Can I fight with the peak of Foundation Establishment? Okay, go ahead then. I'll help you suppress it. Wang Coronet said. Then I'll deal with these bitches. After saying his words, Wang Coronation immediately flew over and swung his fist towards the 5 women. Zhang Shiro held the drunken willow sword and also fought the large demonic beast to a standstill. Those 5 myriad Sound Valley women, when they saw Wang Coronation killing over, immediately cursed angrily and said, another underhanded man who bullies women. Sisters, kill him and let these underhanded men know how powerful we are. Yeah, we women are not to be messed with. Wang Coronation let out a cold snort and blasted a woman in the stomach, blowing her dantian out and sending her flying. Humph, you guys have a mouthful of lower head men. You don't even look at what kind of goods you are. We were just passing by. We have no grievances or enmity with you, yet you caused us to have to fight with the demonic beasts. You guys are the most despicable and shameless of them all. The woman at the head of the group shouted angrily, just because we let the demonic beasts beat you doesn't mean we're trying to harm you. It's just a matter of being clear. Besides, facts aside, aren't you guys even a little bit wrong? We are women, alas. What can be wrong with women? Instead, you're the ones in the wrong for not letting us go and for stopping us. Really brazen. I can't stand it. Wang Coronet gritted his teeth in anger and directly rushed forward, punching and kicking, fighting with the group of women. He had already broken through to the 7th grade martial artist, and the anger added to Wang Coronet. At this time, his fighting strength multiplied, punching a little bitch and beating them to tears. Wang Coronation blasted these women out with a few punches, and then leapt up and stomped on the stomach of the woman with the most foul mouth, who let out a heartbreaking cry. Seeing Wang Coronation raise his fist to smash down, the woman hissed and shouted, don't kill me. You can't kill me. I'm a woman. I'll fuck you up. Wang Coronation directly blasted his opponent's head with a punch. That woman also finally did stop screaming. You're a woman. Not my woman. Why should I spoil you? After saying his words, Wang Coronation went to attack the other myriad Sound Valley disciples. It had to be said that Wang Coronet, who had refined his physical body, was really cool at bullying these cultivators' little brittle skin. One punch and one kick straight to the other side can't even move. On the other hand, the fierce battle between Zhang Zero and the great demonic beast also unfolded. Zhang Zero was originally only at the early middle level of the Foundation Establishment stage, but with the help of the pseudo-divine artifact, her combat power directly soared, and at this time, she was not at all disadvantaged when faced with a great demonic beast at the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage. The drunken willow sword in her hand swung continuously, attacking the large demonic beast. The demonic beast was defeated by her and hissed angrily. Suddenly turning around, the tail sledgehammer behind it threw itself fiercely towards Zhang Zero. With a beautiful aerial turn, Zhang Zero dodged the blow, and then landed on the demonic beast's body, ruthlessly slashing down with her sword, shattering a piece of the scale armor on the demonic beast's body, revealing the flesh and blood. Seeing this, Han Feng immediately said, little crispy meat, That thing I gave you is capable of sucking the life out of other creatures. When Jiang Ziro heard this, her eyes lit up, and she immediately put the sword in her hand and ruthlessly stabbed it inside the exposed piece of flesh and blood, and then unleashed the pseudo-2AZ bead inside her sea of consciousness, opening up the power of devouring. The vitality of that demonic beast was continuously sucked up by Jiang Chuiro and entered her body. Part of it stayed in her body, and part of it entered the pseudo-2AZ bead. The pseudo-2AZ bead can store vitality and release it when needed. Han Feng manipulated the Yin-Yang life and death disc, and the forces of life and death constantly shifted, wearing down this great demon. As Jiang Ziro devoured more and more vitality as well, the suppressed demonic beast below became more and more difficult to resist, and gradually, it was drained of its vitality and died completely. And at this time, Wang Coronation also killed those myriad Sound Valley women and took away the storage bags from them. Each of them collected their divine abilities, and Jiang Zuoro said to Han Feng with delight, I have so much vitality in my body right now, it feels like I can't even fit it in my meridians. Vitality is the best energy for healing injuries. Are you injured yet? I'll heal you. Han Feng laughed. I'm not hurt, but Wang Coronet has a bit of a bruise on him, so you take him and experiment. Good. Jiang Ziro raised her head, and a pure green vitality energy entered Wang Coronation's body, and those superficial wounds on Wang Coronation's body recovered at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Han Feng laughed at the situation. That's amazing. Worthy of my daughter-in-law. We'll have a therapist on our team from now on. Heal while you fight, and as long as you don't get killed outright, you can recover back quickly and drain and exhaust the enemy. Daughter-in-law, you're amazing. Han Feng took Jiang Chuiro's shoulders and barred a kiss on her face. I didn't expect this to be so powerful either. Ginger Zizu smiled coyly, her eyes bright, and she looked in a good mood. Fighting with its own nurse. Let's see who dares to say that our little crispy meat is useless in the future. The once #1 beauty of Lak Ha Peak has finally become Han Feng's little follower, and is very well behaved. Han Feng still liked her old untamed look. Han Feng pointed at this demonic beast corpse on the ground and said, Coronet Wang, the scale armor of this demonic beast is very hard. Looking for a refiner should be able to create a set of body armor out of it. Wear it on your body. It will make your body harder and your attack power stronger. This demonic beast's blood and flesh is also said to be able to strengthen the physical body and increase martial cultivation. So take it all. Wang Coronet nodded his head. Nonsense. I don't need you to say that. I can need this kind of hard and non-toxic great demon too much. I don't have much use for the contents of these storage bags, so I'll give them to you. Chapter 173 finally arrived at the destination. Wang Coronation gave all 5 storage bags to Han Feng, while he himself took the corpse of this one demonic beast. Han Feng knew that Wang Coronet didn't want to owe him, and Wang Coronet also knew that he owed Han Feng quite a lot actually. Neither said anything, and after dividing up the dirty, they set off again. It's all over the place. Which way do we go? Ginger Crisp asked. Han Feng's divine sense scanned the surrounding area, and then judging his position based on the map in his mind, he pointed at the second cave and said, Go this way. Okay. The 3 of them made their way over there, killing a few more demonic beasts on the way. They also encountered some cultivators, but when they saw Han Feng, they didn't look for trouble, and both sides were well watered. Coming to another intersection, Han Feng led them into the mouth of the 3rd cave without hesitation. Along the way, he walked past a dozen mass graves and killed some demonic beasts, but Han Feng walked with a hurried gait without the slightest intention of stopping down, and each time, he was able to find the road with precision and go by the shortest path. After taking a dozen or so forks in the road, Jiang Zuoro frowned and said, Han Feng, aren't we here to kill demonic beasts? We're pretty deep into the center now, and the likelihood of encountering a large demon is going to get higher and higher. We can't go any further in. In that mass grave just now, I see that there are quite a few chi practicing stage demonic beasts. Let's go and kill them all so that the ranking can be higher. However, Han Feng immediately shook his head and said, No, we have to hurry over there. We can't waste any more time. Go over? To where? All this way? I always feel as if you have a strong sense of purpose. You came to the Cloud Sect. I'm afraid it's not as simple as just participating in the 100 Pride tournament, right? Jiang Ziro narrowed her eyes and walked over to Han Feng, her arms wrapped around her as she leisurely said, Last time, you suddenly asked me to tell you information about the Cloudsour sect, and some time ago, when Master asked us to participate in the 100 Pride tournament, you shrugged it off, but as soon as you said that the location was the Cloudsour sect, you made a big turn in your attitude, and immediately agreed to do so. This time, when we arrived, you led us directly again, with precise route finding and no hesitation to go in a certain direction. Han Feng, this Cloudsour sect, what exactly is it that attracts you that you became interested a few months ago? At those words, Han Feng also narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he looked toward the other party. Jiang Chui-ro didn't wimp out in the slightest, glaring back at Han Feng with the air of "I won't leave until you make it clear." Han Feng suddenly pulled her into his arms, and then slapped her on that little arse, saying viciously, "And against the grain, isn't it? How dare you disobey me and go wherever I tell you to go? And how dare you question me as your husband? That's it. Can't tell the difference between a big and a small king anymore. Clean her up." The little fox followed suit and helped. After saying his words, Han Feng turned back in a dashing manner and continued to walk forward. Jiang Jiru gritted her teeth. Anger rose from her heart, and evil grew from her heart, helping to run over and kick Han Feng's ass with a flying kick. Ouch! Han Feng and the little fox fell out in unison and plopped onto the ground. Behind him, Wang Coronet laughed so hard that he couldn't even straighten his back. Jiang Ziru walked over and grabbed Han Feng by the ears to pull him up, gritting her teeth and saying, "Say, who's the boss?" You are. You're my boss," Han Feng hurriedly coaxed with a smile. "Humph." Jiang Ziru picked up the little fox again, grabbed his ears and mentioned it in front of him, and viciously said, "And you, say, who's the boss? Why are you bullying the little fox? Is it because little foxes are easy to bully?" The little fox said seriously, "I told you to say who's in charge. You ask. Of course, is as beautiful as heavenly fairies, gentle and virtuous on the hall under the kitchen, unrivaled in the world, looks as beautiful as a flower, people see, people love flowers, see flowers bloom, of the 9 worlds first beauty, little crispy sister, ah." Ginger Crystal's heart blossomed, and she rubbed its little head, and so good. Han Feng patted the dirt on his body and continued to walk forward, saying as he did so, "I have to go get something, and as for what it is, don't ask. It's important anyway. It's not too late for us to kill the demonic beasts after I get my stuff." Han Feng was right. When he got his hands on the 2A character bead, his power would increase dramatically, and he would even get the power of the true cosmic origin 8 trigrams 2A. So wouldn't it be twice the effort to kill the demonic beasts at that time? Sharpening the knife is not a bad idea. "Che, there are so many secrets on you. You won't even tell me." Jiang Ziru skimmed her lips and followed Han Feng as she continued to walk forward. This underground world is very large, winding, infested with demonic beasts. It is simply not fast to fly. If in the sky, such a small distance, directly flying in the blink of an eye can pass. Han Feng and Jiang Chui-ro Wan Coronet walked all the way forward, trying to avoid friction with others, and walked through a dozen more mass graves before finally approaching their destination. Of course, these dozens of mass graves were only the ones they had encountered on their route, and there were many more large graves in other places. They were walking through the tunnel when suddenly, Han Feng stopped in his tracks. "What's wrong? There are people in front of us. They're from the Blood Cloud Palace. They're fighting with some demonic beasts. Let's go over later and wait until they're done fighting," Han Feng said. His divine sense probed that outside that altar, inside a wide space, a dozen or so disciples of the Blood Cloud Palace were fighting a large group of demonic beasts, and both sides were fighting hard. The demonic beasts were getting stronger and more numerous the further inside, and these dozen Blood Cloud Palace disciples, having fallen into a disadvantageous position, were shrinking into a ball, maintaining the defense line and decimating the demonic beasts. As for why Han Feng knew that it was the Blood Cloud Palace over there, it was because he saw an old acquaintance, King Pass. Wang Ai also broke through. After the end of the Chi practicing stage 100 Pride tournament, this batch of their heavenly pride, they also completed the task. Before they had been stuck not to break through, just to participate in the 100 Pride tournament, with the strongest strength, to help the clan to get the ranking and get the rewards. When the fight was over, they returned to the sect and immediately broke through. Han Feng, Jiang Chui-ro, and Bai Lingyu were like this, and naturally, Wang Ai was as well. It was only that Wang Ai, who had previously been the Blood Cloud Palace's #1 heavenly pride in the Chi practicing stage, was now like a little follower in the Foundation establishment crowd, with little presence. It would have been, he had just broken through and was only at the lower level of Foundation establishment. His cultivation was much worse than the other veteran Foundation establishment, so naturally he could only be a follower. This time, he came here just for the sake of practicing, and didn't intend for him to get much of a good ranking. Han Feng stopped inside the cave and said, "Let's not rush over there. Let the people from the Blood Cloud Palace fight with those demonic beasts first. Help us destroy the demonic beasts, and when they're almost dead or the demonic beasts are almost dead, then we'll go out and fish for our own profit." "Good idea. Let's wait and see then," the little fox said happily. Han Feng's divine sense had been probing over there and saw that there were demonic beasts constantly coming out of the mass grave, but in the depths of that large pit, there was an impenetrable black shadow, which made Han Feng's heart a little wary. Chapter 174, Jeden Great Demon, Eldest Senior Brother. "There are too many demonic beasts here. We can't kill them all. What should we do?" Wang Ai frowned and shouted anxiously. The big brother in front of him said, "What are you afraid of? I've already sent a message to the surrounding fellow disciples. Soon they will come over. Let's hold on and don't get discouraged. Let me tell you a hidden rule. The organizer did not say. A foundation stage demonic beast. On top of 10 chi cultivation stage. A Jiedan stage demonic beast. On top of 100 foundation stage. The organizers were worried that we would risk going to the trouble of the great demon and be swallowed and eaten to death or injury too much. That's why they didn't tell us. There are so many foundation establishment demon beasts here. They're all ours. Kill them all and we'll be secure this time." Upon hearing this, Wang Ai's eyes lit up and said, "No wonder. I was thinking before, on what grounds killing a chi practicing stage and killing a foundation establishment stage can only be counted as one. So there is still this rule. Don't kill the one in front. Leave it for me to practice." Wang Ai excitedly killed towards a bat-like demonic beast. Han Feng, who was hiding outside, frowned at the words. If more people from the Blood Cloud Palace came in a while, then I'm afraid it wouldn't be a good idea. This hidden rule, however, was quite interesting. Those foundation establishment demon beasts they had killed earlier could become valuable. Han Feng waited for a few more moments, and sure enough, as more and more of those demonic beasts came out, the Blood Cloud Palace disciples were getting more and more overwhelmed. With so many demonic beasts, if Han Feng were to kill them, he wouldn't be able to finish killing them even if he was exhausted. Soon, some other canals also had Blood Cloud Palace disciples appearing one after another, as well as some people from the Xin Tian Sword sect and the Myriad Sound Valley, and finally even 7 or 8 from the Yin Yang sect. When they saw that there were so many demonic beasts here, they immediately rushed towards the side of the big pit to help share the pressure with the people from the Blood Cloud Palace. However, instead of appreciating it, the people from the Blood Cloud Palace even cursed angrily. "And would you people from a few families please get lost? This is the place that our Blood Cloud Palace discovered first. And you guys still have the face to come over and rob it? In this underground world, there are 1,000 mass graves and altars, each of which is filled with a large number of demonic beasts. So why do you need to come and grab them from us?" The Xin Tian Sword sect disciple on the side sneered. "The Blood Cloud Palace's Taoist friend is wrong. There are so many demonic beasts here. Your Blood Cloud Palace family can't kill them all. If you lose and fall away, won't these demonic beasts fight for nothing? Instead, wouldn't it be nice if several of our families fought together, and whoever kills them takes them, instead of killing all these demonic beasts and preventing them from going out to scourge the people?" Upon hearing this, the disciple of the Blood Cloud Palace laughed coldly and said, "Humph, you guys feel free to do as you please. Anyway, we have more people on our side. When we finish killing the demonic beasts, then we will finish you off. You guys helped us fight the demonic beasts for so long for nothing, and you still have to die. Don't say that we, the Blood Cloud Palace, haven't reminded you of that. Ha ha, that depends on how hard-headed your Blood Cloud Palace is." The people from the Xin Tian Sword sect similarly returned the greeting. "Seeing that there are so many people here, the battle is a mess, and the fish are mixed up, so it's a good time to fish in troubled waters." Han Feng was delighted in his heart and immediately said, "Let's go. Let's also pretend that we're going to help fight the demonic beasts, and then quietly move towards the altar. What I want is underneath the altar." The three of them immediately shifted that way, and soon arrived in the middle of this clearing. They had planned to go quietly to fish in troubled waters, but they didn't expect the sharp-eyed Wang Ai to see them at a glance. "Han Feng, you're even here." Wang Ai was pleasantly surprised when he saw Han Feng. "You've come at the right time. After destroying these demonic beasts this time, I'm going to fight you in a fight. I'm going to make a clean sweep of the previous shame." Han Feng didn't bother with this idiot and rushed over with his fan, fighting the demonic beast to a standstill. When the disciple of the Yin Yang sect saw Han Feng, he hurriedly beckoned and said, "Is that senior brother Han Feng from Sunset Peak? Come to our side. We'll protect you." Han Feng flew over with the two of them, killing a few demonic beasts along the way and collecting them. "Senior brother Han, we're disciples from Spirit Beast Peak and Chaoxia Peak, and it's only been half a day since we parted ways, and we're seeing you guys again," that senior brother said with a smile. Han Feng laughed back. "You guys are going pretty fast. You've gotten this far in depth in so long. Hey, those on the periphery are too weak. We were too lazy to compete with them, so we thought we'd come to the center to try our luck, and we didn't expect to meet you." Han Feng was about to speak when he suddenly saw a vulture-like demonic beast coming from behind the other party, and immediately swung out a hurricane, decapitating the vulture. "Senior brother, be careful. It's quite dangerous here." That disciple glanced behind him with palpitations before picking up the vulture corpse and laughed, saying, "Thanks to senior brother Han, you killed it. It's yours." Han Feng smiled and put it away. And then, he winked at Jiang Zhuo 1 coronet. and the three of them pretended to be chasing a demonic beast and quietly shifted to the back of that altar. Those people in front were fighting the demonic beasts. No one paid attention to this side. Han Feng gave a silent gesture to the two of them before he intended to blast the ground and dig a tunnel down. However, right at that moment, there was a sudden shaking of the ground, and the entire cavern space was shaken. Then came a deafening hiss, only to see that in that huge mass grave, the bones of the corpses burst open steeply, rising up to the sky and spilling all over the ground. And then a bipedal monster that looked like a lizard climbed out. Han Feng's three hurriedly flew up to the altar, only to see that the monster was 3 feet in size, with a pointed head. Its body was like white bone, and its body was also all bone-like, with only 2 front limbs, trailing a long bony tail behind it, and through the white bone, one could also see a blood-red demonic Dan inside its cavity. It crawled out and took a bite of a Foundation Establishment disciple, and crunched and swallowed it. That Blood Cloud Palace's Foundation Establishment disciple couldn't even put up the slightest resistance. The Blood Cloud Palace's eldest senior brother's face changed drastically as he said, "Not good. This is a bone lizard from the underground demonic beasts. Very strong. Fast speed and strong power. Looking at the size is bound to be a Jidan cultivation. Let's all make a move together and kill it. This bone lizard is full of treasures. It's a good material for refining weapons. It can be worth much more than a Foundation Establishment demonic beast. The weak point is its demonic elixir. As long as we can destroy his demonic elixir, it will surely die. Let's all go together and dismember him. Even if each person takes a piece of bone, going out would be comparable to the price of a lower-grade spirit treasure." Fortune moved people's hearts, and instead of being afraid, the crowd became even more excited at the sight of the Jidan Great Demon. This would be a fortune to take out. Don't look at Han Feng and Jiang Chui rose numerous treasures, but most of those were obtained by chance and blessing returns. For ordinary disciples, especially Foundation Establishment disciples, a lower-grade spiritual treasure could be used as a lifelong treasure. These people swarmed up and killed towards the Jidan Great Demon. Han Feng, also eyes bright, secretly said, "Good opportunity. At this time do not take the word redemption beads. Wait for a better time." Chapter 175. Tuaz beat Han Feng immediately got down from the altar and said, "You two stay here on guard. I'll dig. After I take the treasure, we'll leave immediately. Not to get entangled here. It's not much deeper down here. I'll be quick." "Okay, hurry up then." Ginger Crisp nodded her head. Han Feng raised his hands and coalesced a tornado in front of his body with several wind blades. The tornado was like a drill, drilling a large hole in the ground. Soil and rocks were blown out by the wind. Han Feng went all the way down, searching for the two-way character bead. The two-way character pearl is an existence that cannot be detected by divine sense. If it could be detected by divine sense, back then, when the 5 major forces annihilated the Cloudy Sky sect and arrived down here, they would have long ago discovered it and taken it away. But it was also the fact that divine sense couldn't find it, and Han Feng had to search for it himself. Han Feng knew a general direction, which was a few hundred meters below the altar. Not even a mile. It was in the middle of the location. However, just after Han Feng had entered more than 100 meters underground, he ran headlong into the top of a formation. This formation was what the Cloud sect had provided to the two-way character bead back then in order to absorb blood chi and vitality. This formation served as some sort of isolation, and Han Feng dug down while searching for loopholes in the formation. This formation hasn't been maintained for decades. There's no way it's still intact. Han Feng circled around this formation, digging and digging and digging in the tiny underground. He was very fast. Hurricane digging was simply not too convenient. Seeing the flurry of soil from above, Zhang Ziro immediately used her aura to help intercept it and transport it to the side so that no one else would notice. But soon, it was too much to hide. Wang Coronet looked at the mountain of earth and spat out. Is this guy digging up the ground? What's the point of digging so much to find something? This altar is already starting to collapse downwards. Indeed, as Han Feng dug out more and more, the foundation of this altar began to collapse downward, risking a complete collapse at any moment. It's fine. He's a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Can he still be stoned to death? The little fox said in disbelief, while jumping up to help stomp on the dirt. Han Feng kept digging underground, and finally, he found a loophole in this formation and immediately dug in. He first explored the location of the altar above with his divine sense, then found the middle point and dug down more than 200 meters, finally coming to the depths of the underground and finding the bead that emitted a faint green glow. Han Feng's eyes lit up. He had originally thought that this search for the DUIZ bead would take a lot of twists and turns, and that he would only be able to get it after 1,000 hardships and 981 difficulties. After all, this is the most precious treasure of the universe, an ancient artifact. Not to increase the difficulty a little more, where did the compulsion of this two-way word bead But what he never expected was to get it so smoothly by merely eliminating some demonic beasts and not even getting injured. Han Feng looked at the two-way Zhu bead on the ground with that one rune on it, smiled, and whispered, "Ancient divine artifact to be obtained by me. If this is given to little crispy meat and receives a 20-fold return, will it give me back a Sundance bead that suits me?" With those words, he reached out to get the one two-way Z bead. However, right at this moment, in Han Feng's mind, there came the voice of Ancestor Xin. "If you want to die, you can just take it with your hand, or give it to your Dawn Guard if you want her to die a violent death." At those words, Han Feng withdrew his hand with lightning speed and was surprised that Shinzu. "What does this mean? Is it dangerous? This 2AZ Zhu is one of the supreme treasures of the universe, representing the supreme origin of the universe. Is not something that you, a small foundation stage, can afford. I let you come to take it because you have the bloodline of the Han Immortal Father, and your bloodline can help you to gain the recognition of the 2AZ Zhu, and to be able to withstand it. As for what would happen if an outsider got hold of the 2AZ bead, you can refer to what happened to the Cloud Soaring sect. Zhang Ziro doesn't have the bloodline of Han Xianzun. Even if you refine the 2AZ bead with your bloodline and give it to her, she will still be unable to use and refine it once it is integrated into her body. She will die a violent death, or something even more horrifying than death will happen. Han Xianzuan's 8 wondrous pearls. Only Han Xianzuan's descendants are worthy of possessing them. Others? No. That one pseudo 2AZ bead is already enough for Zhang Ziro to cultivate to the point of being used by a saint as an innate magic treasure. Being too greedy will get her killed. Ancestor Xin, I understand what you mean. I'm just kidding. I still need to rely on it to help old Ancestor Ming purify the shenanigans. How can I give it away? The bloodline I'm using to refine it is to just drop my blood onto this bead, right? Han Feng bit his finger and squeezed out 2 drops of blood, which dripped onto the 2A character bead. Suddenly, the 2A character bead in front of him glowed greatly, enveloping this underground Han Feng in an instant. In the next second, Han Feng's head became a little drowsy, his eyes fighting, and a wave of sleepiness came over him, wanting to fall asleep. Before he slept over, he vaguely heard Shinzu's reminder. "Remember, you are to be its master, not its slave." Who? Han Feng, why are you still sleeping? Get up quickly, today is the day you marry your daughter-in-law. How can you sleep at this hour? A voice that was gentle with a hint of reproach came and awakened Han Feng. Han Feng opened his eyes and saw that in front of him, a beautiful-looking woman, wearing an ordinary linen dress with a wooden hairpin on her head, was sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at him with a smile on her brow. "Mother." Han Feng looked at his mother in front of him, and for a moment, tears hazed his eyes as he reached out and grabbed his mother's hand, disbelief in his eyes. "You child, why are you looking at mother like that? As if I'm leaving you? Why are you crying?" Han Feng's mother let go of his hand and reached out to stroke away his teardrops. "Mother, didn't you guys not want me anymore? Didn't you guys send me to the Yin Yang sect when I was 13 years old and then leave home? How come you're back again?" Han Feng sat up and looked at the familiar layout of the hut around him, his eyes somewhat confused. "You child, what nonsense are you saying? When did we send you to the Yin Yang sect? How can our family be a disciple of a great sect? Hurry up and get up. Are you dreaming?" Looking at his mother's doting yet gentle smiling face, Han Feng said, I seem to be dreaming. I dreamed that I was in the Yin Yang sect, met one coronation. I planted the land every day, planted herbs, planted for 5 years, and then married the Taoist couple. It was the Jiang family's Jiang Crispy Roe. She is very nice. Let's just say you're dreaming. You were farming in the village, and when you get to someone else's big clan, you're there to cultivate immortality. If you still have to farm when you get there, isn't this cultivation in vain? Chapter 176. Han Feng marries Jiang Chui Ro. Just then, a man suddenly burst through the door with a hurried step. "Han Feng, why haven't you gotten up yet? Everyone is waiting for you. I know you drank a little too much last night. That's not happy. You." One coronation was about to say, "Your father, I'm not even drunk," but suddenly saw Han Feng's mother and stiffly swallowed his words. He can't say he's someone's father in front of their mother. "Coronet? How do you know where my house is?" Han Feng wondered. "What do you mean I don't know? We're from the same village. We grew up with bare asses. Can I not know where your house is? I even know the corner where you hide your coins. Hurry up and get up. How many drinks did you have to get drunk like this? You're marrying your daughter-in-law today. Have you forgotten?" As Wang Coronet spoke, he pulled Han Feng up and took the groom's big red clothes aside and put them on him. Han Feng asked as he put on his clothes, "Take a daughter-in-law? Marry who?" It looks like it is still not awake. The village west head of the old ginger head of the family's youngest daughter Ginger. "We are a piece of growing up. You kids since childhood to touch people's ass, but also said that after touching the people will only be able to marry you. cannot be married to someone else. I've made people cry a couple of times. You two have grown up to be in love with each other. Old Jung too is a good man. He didn't break your legs and let you marry his daughter. You're really lucky. Hurry up, get dressed and marry the bride. Wang Coronet pulled Han Feng and was about to walk out. And when he saw that Han Feng was still stunned in place, he laughed and said, "Do you marry? If you don't, I'll marry for you. She's the prettiest girl in the village, so she's blind to you. Fuck off. I can't make you marry if I don't." Han Feng smiled and came outside with Wang Coronet. Although their family is poor, but some should have the etiquette or have also decorated the wedding room, invited the gongs and drums of the guy things, rented a sedan chair. It's just that they couldn't afford a horse, so they had to go there on foot. Walking down the road, Han Feng felt more and more that the previous experience was like a dream. Yes, he was just an ordinary farming family. His father was a farmer, and he was just a small farmer. How could he go to someone else's yin-yang sect, that kind of big immortal cultivation sect, to cultivate? People can't see him either. Besides, if he really went to the immortal cultivation sect, how could he still be farming? It was clear that he only knew how to farm, and didn't know anything about immortal cultivation at all. That was his knowledge blind spot, so he didn't know how to cultivate at all. As for what marriage blessing, what little fox, what big heavenly pride, just a dream, but a poor rural boy's fantasy. After all, which young man has not fantasized about walking across the world with a sword? Han Feng smiled to himself, but the dream was still strangely real, and in the dream, he really married Jiang Cui-ro. It was just a pity that in his perception, Jiang Cui-ro was the most beautiful woman in the world, so in his dream she still was, but now that he thought about it, people's great clans were immortal and there were countless fairies, so with Jiang Cui-ro's looks, how could she possibly be worthy of the number one beauty? Soon, the groom, Han Feng, and the best man, Wang Coronet, walked to the west end of the village with the sedan chair. Here comes the groom. If you don't drink, you won't be able to get in today and marry the bride. Great Uncle Jiang Huayang, dressed in rough clothes, stood in front of the house, smiling and yelling loudly. Wang Coronet, worthy of being a good brother, immediately stepped forward and said, "Brother Yang, today is Han Feng's big day. It's not good to drink too much and misbehave. He drank too much last night and now he's still confused. I'll drink for him today. You're good too. 3 bowls and you'll be over it." "Okay, I'll drink." Wang Coronet picked up the bowl of wine and gulped it down. It drew hoots and hollers from all around. Looking at the joyous atmosphere, Han Feng also smiled heartily. That's so nice. He managed to get to the house and saw the bride wearing a red wedding dress and a red cover. And although the face was already incredibly familiar, he couldn't help but want to uncover it to have a look. Han Feng walked up to her and tried to lift the red head off, but Jiang Cui-ro hit her hand. "What for? You haven't married yet. You can't just look at me like this. You have to carry me in a sedan chair and carry me to your house first, before you can lift the cover at night." Hey, good. Han Feng scratched his hair awkwardly. What an idiot. Ginger crisp snickers with a pout. Han Feng carried Jiang Zuro on his back, exited the room, and placed her inside the sedan chair. "The bridegroom has taken the bride," Coronet shouted at the top of his lungs. On the side of the old ginger head, "That old farmer," said to Han Feng in a serious tone. "Han Feng, my daughter, I'll leave it to you. You're the one I've watched grow up. Can after? You're a grown-up. To be like a man. To carry the responsibility. To stand up to the sky. I don't say anything about whether my daughter is aggrieved or not. As long as the two of you can live a good life, I'm relieved. And if there are any difficulties, just come over here. Although I'm not very capable, your old father-in-law may help you with all his might. Don't worry, father-in-law. I'll be sure to treat her well." Han Feng smiled coyly. The team went back to Han's house, and Han Feng's parents, sitting on chairs. Han Feng looked at his parents who were still in their early 30s in front of him and looked exactly the same as they did when he was 13 years old. Why is it that other people's parents, who are old, look so young? After worshipping heaven and earth in the high hall, Han Feng's father stood up and said, "Han Feng, you also become a family. In the future, this family, we have to rely on you. Our family has nothing valuable, just this heirloom. To you, you put it on." Han Feng's father was holding a necklace, or to be precise, a rope with a bead tied to it. The bead was dark green and had 3 runes on it, and Han Feng didn't know what they meant. "But it looks like emerald. It should be worth a few dozen taels of silver. Not bad for a family heirloom. Father, I will take good care of it. It's only good if you wear it close to your body. And remember, don't let it leave your body." "I know." Han Feng took his bride and went back to his wedding room. The bride was sitting on the edge of the bed, and the people in front of her were eating the mat. When Han Feng came over with a plate of pastries, and said, "Zoe, are you hungry? Eat something first to pad out. When the guests leave, I'll make you something delicious." "I can't, the bride is not allowed to eat until the evening. Ginger Crisp is still wearing the red head." "What do you care? If it wasn't for the fact that on the wedding day, outsiders can't see the bride's face, I would have taken you out for a big meal. There are no outsiders here either. No one to gossip, so eat." Han Feng directly lifted up Jiang Chui's red head, looking at the flawless and delicate face, and for a moment he was infatuated. "Silly, can't you get enough of seeing it since you were a kid?" Chapter 177, Zhang Zirou's Death. Han Feng's demonization. Han Feng sat on the edge of the bed, and Zhang Zirou snuggled into his shoulder, her face full of happiness. This man's really loved himself. He hadn't been wrong about anyone. Newlyweds in love. Han Feng then had sex with Jiang Chuirou that night to do the deed. Since then, Han Feng carried that one bead every day. The bead looked ordinary, nothing strange. Han Feng thought it was quite beautiful. In the following days, Han Feng went back to his old life, and when there was work in the field, he went down to work with his father. Because there are 2 laborers in the family, the work is also faster. At home, Han Feng's mother and daughter-in-law, they do female labor here, cooking and feeding chickens and whatnot. There was not work in the field every day, and when he was idle, Han Feng went up the mountain to cut firewood, and after cutting firewood in the morning, he could rest all the way in the afternoon. He liked to lie down on a recliner and bask in the sun, and usually at this time, Zhang Zuira would carry a small bench that Han Feng had made with his own hands and sit beside him, nailing the soles of his shoes and chatting at the same time. Han Feng closed his eyes and leisurely said, "Daughter-in-law, today I went up to the mountain to cut firewood, and I saw the immortals again. Those immortals are about the same age as me, but they are all very powerful. They were flying around in the sky with swords under their feet." "You said, how come I can't fly when I step on our hoe?" Ginger Crisp sniffs and laughs, saying, "Don't think about all those things. People are immortals. Surely they can fly in the clouds." "Ah, you are not an immortal. You just honestly plant the land. We are doing quite well now, aren't we? Although we are not rich, at least we have our own land, our own home, food and clothing. Alas, the only bad thing is that it's been a year since I got married and my stomach still hasn't moved. So you'll work harder at night and try to conceive a child sooner. What's the hurry? You see, Wang Coronation are not married yet. We are not in a hurry to have a child. And then save some money, save some food, and then regenerate, so that the child can live a good life." I, for one, proceeded to think about becoming immortal. "You say, how nice it would be if I could become immortal just by lying down." Looking at Han Feng's face that was full of witticism, Zhang Zirou pouted and gave him a blank look. "You lazy bastard. You just love to lie around. Not to mention becoming immortal. You can't even keep the harvest in the ground." "Hey, you don't say. If I become an immortal someday, I'll turn this hoe of mine into gold, and use the gold hoe to hoe the ground." Envying Wang Coronation and the whole village. Virtue. The young couple sat until the evening before cooking and eating. A family of 4 was so happy that Han Feng felt he was the happiest man under the sky. Early the next morning, Han Feng should go to turn the ground a little, but his father yesterday afternoon to help people build a house, fell on his leg, red and swollen, cannot get off the ground. He went ahead by himself. His family's land and Wang Coronation's land are next to each other, and the 2 of them were hoeing the ground while chatting. It was almost noon when Coronet said, "Han Feng, today my family is matchmaking for me. I have to go and see. Hoe yourself. Do I need to call your mother for you to bring you food?" "No, I've brought my own mixed grain nest, and when I get to the head of this acre of hoeing, I'll be able to eat it right out of the creek." "Okay, I don't care. I'm going back. Go go go." Wang Coronation also went back, and with the blazing sun in the sky, Han Feng was the only one left still hoeing. After midday, Han Feng was sitting at the head of the ground, holding stream water and nibbling on a nest. Although tired, he was happy. The future is promising. Han Feng looked at the village in the distance while eating. Suddenly, a large dark cloud coalesced in the sky above the village, and a black-clothed silhouette descended from the dark cloud. The man raised his hand and a gust of black air descended towards the village, and right at this moment, in the Yin-Yang sect in the east, 2 immortals flew over, and that immortal fought with that black-robed man, fighting extremely fiercely. Every move they made carried the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The heavens and the earth were shaken, and the mountains trembled, and the small, frail village below bore the brunt of the destruction of the Tao spirit wave. When Han Feng saw this scene, his entire body was like an ice cave. He stood up in a panic and ran towards home. He looked at the village that had been reduced to rubble, and ran frantically on the soft ground, and fell, and still had the uneaten nest in his mouth and hand, but he couldn't even be bothered to spit it out. He stood up and continued to run back, shedding tears and hissing loudly in grief as he did so. Han Feng himself didn't even know what he was shouting. All he could do was run desperately, just hoping to get to the village a little earlier. But he was only a mortal. How much faster could he be? The three immortals in the sky, fighting and walking. Han Feng saw the appearance of those three people, firmly in mind. By the time he ran back to the village, the entire village was in ruins. Rubble fell in large swathes, and the ground was covered with corpses. It can be a chicken and a dog. Wang Coronation's family lived at the entrance of the village, and Han Feng saw Wang Coronation collapsed on the ground in the yard of his house, surrounded by several other people, all of whom were dead. King Coronet, Wang Coronet. Han Feng slapped Wang Coronet's face, but the other party had already died of gas. Han Feng ran to his home like a madman. The house also collapsed, and Han Feng saw the bodies of his parents, collapsed in the doorway of the woodshed, and then saw the doorway of the house, where Zhang Ziro was lying on the chaise longue that he lay on every day, his eyes closed, and black blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. Zoe! Han Feng ran to her side, calling out her name, but his beloved wife had already been dead for a long time. Han Feng knelt on the ground, grief and indignation roaring up to the sky, crying loudly. That mournful voice startled the ground to gnaw, pecking the corpse of the vultures. All spread their wings and flew away. Why? You immortals are fighting. Why are you killing us? Why are you killing our whole village? Why? We didn't mess with anyone. We're just planting a field. Why are you killing us? Why are you killing us? Han Feng didn't understand that they held those immortals who were able to fly through the sky and disappear from the earth in high esteem. They even worshipped incense and made offerings day and night to pray for peace. But it was in favor of these immortals they believed in. That killed everyone in his family's entire village. Everyone Han Feng cared about was all gone. The dark green bead on his chest gave off a little bit of light, and Han Feng didn't see that his eyes became blood red, while his originally black hair gradually became snow white. Do you want revenge? A voice that entered Han Feng's mind. Who is it? I ask you, do you want to take revenge? Do you want to have the most powerful power? Those people slaughtering mortals, hypocritical cultivators. Through to kill all. Chapter 178, Heaven and Earth. I am the only one. The voice was indistinguishable from male and female, and as if many people were speaking in unison. It carried an endless air of seduction, yet it was filled with an eerie and evil feeling. Of course I want to. I want to kill them all and avenge my family. I want revenge. Han Feng knelt on the ground, muddled, his mind blank, with only one thought remaining. Revenge. I can help you. Let you become the supreme strongman. Let you have unrivaled power in this world. Let you kill all the cultivators in this world. But the price is that when it is done, you will be my slave and you will sacrifice your soul to me. Okay? I promise you. As long as you can let me get my revenge. As long as you can. Make me the strongest person. Alright, now I can help you. You take me. First absorb the blood and chi of all the people in this village. All of them. I'll convert it into power for you. The more you absorb, the stronger the converted power will be. I know. Han Feng stood up, picked up a hoe, and plowed a hole in the yard. What are you doing? The beads on his chest asked. Let my family into the ground. I'll let you absorb the chi and blood from their corpses. Pearl's tone steepened to sternness. No, at least, not to absorb them. Han Feng shook his head and continued digging. He dug 3 grave pits and buried the bodies of his father, mother and Jiang Chui Ro, respectively. He carried a hoe again, went to the king's house, and buried the king. Only after doing this did Han Feng take the beads and absorb all the other corpses in the village. All of them. Those chi and blood transformed into power and entered his body. And Han Feng could finally fly. There's another village to the south. Go kill all the people there and absorb them all. The beads' words made Han Feng for a moment. And after a moment's thought, he said, but by killing innocent mortals to increase my cultivation, what difference is there between me and the cultivators who killed my loved ones? Of course there's a difference. Those people just accidentally spilled into your village when they were fighting and inadvertently killed your loved ones. And you're different. You go about deliberately killing people, actively devouring innocent people to increase your cultivation. You're a bit worse than them. Then don't you want to get stronger? Don't you want to avenge your family? Don't you want to gain higher power? Are you willing to let your family become shovelfuls of dirt, and let the people who killed them go free? I don't want to. Then what are you hesitating for? You don't know these people, and their deaths are of no concern to you. Pearl's voice grew harsher. Okay, I'll kill. Han Feng flew toward the south and arrived over that village. Lifting his hand, endless chi and blood appeared, devouring downward and killing all the villagers. Those villagers, all of them became his blood food. Han Feng was like opening the Pandora's box, and from then on it was out of control. Under the bead's compulsion, he went on a killing spree and devoured all the living beings he could see in this great land, and all of those living beings became his blood food and turned into part of his cultivation. Han Feng kept on killing, not knowing how tired he was. That feeling of his cultivation constantly skyrocketing intoxicated him, made him obsessed, and made him want to obtain higher, stronger power. However, this kind of doing of his also attracted the attention of those great powers, drawing those people to surround him. Han Feng had fought those famous sects in bloody battles, and he had learned how to utilize the power of the 2A character bead. The 2A character bead was able to enhance his power and perform his innate divine ability. Among the 8 trigrams, 2A is Zay. He was able to change a large swath of zephyr out of thin air, enveloping all of his enemies in it, and he was even able to summon the great demons within the zephyr out to help him in battle. That one big demon, he couldn't see the appearance. It was blurry, and he didn't know what form the other party was in at all. But the great demon is fierce and very powerful, and can devour many people in one bite. Moreover, the piece of zephyr he summoned was also capable of suppressing and binding his enemies, and could even directly devour their vitality. That zephyr, it was his domain. Within his domain, he is invincible. Han Feng kept killing and devouring as he grew stronger and stronger, until he became the strongest person in the heavenly star continent, and he also devoured all the living beings in a continent. He moved on to other continents. Outside the universe, in a void of space, a sweet girl with a double ponytail sat there on the edge. Looking down, she saw Han Feng, completely addicted to the illusion created by the 2A Zizhu, and saw Han Feng become a killing machine without intelligence, the same as those in the cloud sect back then, becoming a lackey slave of the 2A Zizhu. She shook her head in disappointment and murmured that alas, it's been 1,000 years, and after I was expelled from the 9 realms, I couldn't go back, so I could only choose some children with potential to be nurtured to fight against the weirdness. 1,000 years had passed and there were only 12 of them, and this 13th, I'm afraid, is going to fail. To get through the test, there was only one way, from the beginning, to resist the temptation, hold fast to his heart, and become the lord of the divine artifacts, and he now, having sunk too deep, could only be the slave of the divine artifacts. It's just that, since he can't stand the test, he'll sink and die, and I can only, then, pick someone else to cultivate. She sat in the void, surrounded by endless dead silence, as if she was the only one existing inside the endless world. She tilted up that round doll's face, her delicate countenance looking upward, and there seemed to be tears glistening in her eyes. Brother, enemy is too strong. Can Xiner really defeat them? Brother, what should Xiner do? Shiner misses you. You must have it harder than Shiner. Han Feng finally became the supreme universe, the master of the 9 worlds, the heaven and the world, the only existence. For there is no longer any other living being in this world that exists. Only he is left. He walks through the world feeling endlessly lonely and lonesome. He had traveled to many places and, in the end, had returned to that small village. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and the small village had long since returned to dust, leaving only the empty lot with 3 small bulging earth bags. Han Feng sat in front of the grave, holding the wine in his hand and drinking it in large gulps, not knowing what kind of immortal brew he was drinking. Zoe, I am back. I have avenged you. I am now the strongest person in the world. But why am I not happy? I should be happy. I miss you. Han Feng looked at the tombstone in front of him, looked at the small dirt bag, and muttered. Chapter 179, it's nice here, but I should go home. Yeah, you should be happy, but why aren't you? The beads on his chest asked. Remember what you promised me? I'll help you become the strongest in the universe and help you avenge your death. And you, in return, will sacrifice your soul to me? I'll take you to the middle of the world of the undead, where your wife, your parents, everyone you love is. When you go there, you can be reunited with them and live the happiest life in the world. Upon hearing this, Han Feng smiled and said, You're fine, but I should get back. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Aren't you clear yourself? This place is simply fake. Everything here is nothing more than an illusion you made. Upon hearing these words, Xin Zhu, who had originally been ready to give up on Han Feng, suddenly condensed her gaze and redirected her sights to him. The beads were silent for a long time, and said, What makes it so? Because this world you created is too fake. Let me ask you, I'm already the supreme power of the universe. Why don't I know any divine abilities yet? And why can't I control the origin of the universe? Why do those people never flinch when I'm in the middle of a fight? It's like they're rushing to get me to devour them. They are human beings, And as human beings they have feelings and desires, and they are afraid and they flinch. It is natural to seek good fortune and avoid evil, but in your illusion, everyone seems to have no spirit. They are all puppets on strings manipulated by you. From that point on, I knew that this was a fake world within a fake world. I just haven't found a way out of here yet, and I don't know what it takes to get out of here. Maybe as you said, it takes killing everyone. I then thought, it's okay to play along with you, it's just for fun anyway, but I thought that after I killed everyone and I became the supreme of the universe, I would reap the rewards of joy. And isn't joy the most important thing in playing? But when I was done, I realized I wasn't happy. I am not, by nature, a bloodthirsty and brutal person, and killing does not make me happy. The kind of happiness I want is probably the kind where the love of my life is right next to me. My best friend is right next door, and I'm lying in the sun every day, gardening and laboring, chessless or not, but it's happiness, it's my happiness. You don't know me, and if you make a false impression like the one I'm talking about, I might actually sink. Why? Doesn't everyone want to become a cosmic supreme? Doesn't everyone want to be like immortal Emperor Han? Doesn't everyone want others to submit before him? Of course not. There are countless beings in the world. Millions of faces. How can they all be the same? Everyone's quest is different. Han Feng smiled leisurely and took the wine in his hand and drank it all in one go. The beads were silent for a long time, then added, I can also create a world for you just the way you want it. A world where there is no strife, no bullying, just happiness and goodness, where your wife is there for you, and where you can love your family and friends dearly, and be happy and joyful forever. After saying the words, the entire world changed and returned to its former self. The ruins disappeared and became a peaceful and beautiful village. The graveyard bags also disappeared. The father was not far away chopping wood. The mother was cooking on the stove, and Zhang Ziro was sitting beside him, napping the soles of her shoes while smiling at him, her eyes full of happiness. Han Feng laughed, but that's still not her. The her I want is the one who's high and cool and aloof, but also a little lively and spirited, who likes to play around with me and has her own ideas, instead of being a puppet on a string. All behavior is at my mercy, all according to my will. It's like in reality. I asked her to nip the soles of her shoes and she dared to stick me with a needle. Isn't the ideal partner for a man the female version of himself? It's himself who is most in tune with himself. Forget it, it's not the same. If I keep sinking in here, out there, I'll die, and she'll be sad if I die. Han Feng looked around at the happy look of the area, saw happy parents and wives, and saw his good brother Wang Coronation running over to share with him that he had a good girl on a blind date today, and that he was going to get married some other day. He smiled slightly, picked up the bead around his neck, and said, Thank you for letting me see my mom and dad again. It's been nice here, but it's time for me to go home. The surrounding scene, once again, changed, and everything disappeared into nothingness. You still Haven, T become my slave after all. How can I, the heir to the bloodline of immortal Emperor Han, the husband of the first beauty of Sunset Peak, give you a dead thing as a slave? To do that, I'd have to be your master. But I'm an artifact. Even if you're a divine artifact again, you're still an object. Back then, did you dare to make immortal Emperor Han your slave? Think about it. When you get out, you're just you, and you'll never be able to manipulate anything or even communicate with me in any way again. You will be my master, and I will be your nativity. But you will have to face the cruel world where everyone has a mind of their own. There's nothing wrong with that. Life and death are each in their own way. I'll just do the best I can, and that's it. Okay. Han Feng's consciousness, once again, blurred. Gradually, he woke up. Consciousness awakened. Congratulations to Han Feng for passing the test and becoming the owner of the 2AZ bead, and henceforth obtaining the world's heavenly pride sequence number, sequence 13. Sequence number? What does that mean? Shinzu? Han Feng asked in his head. Meaning, in the world today, the 13th world-class heavenly pride, one of the best and most promising young men. Oh, that would be great. I'd love to meet those other 12 like-minded friends sometime. Friends? No. You will become mortal enemies. They won't let go of the chance to snatch your chance to devour everything you have. The sequential celestial pride will be prompted when it gets too close, at which point you'll have to kill the other person at all costs and steal everything he has. Or, killed by the other side. How do you feel? A bit like raising a parasite? Han Feng was a bit speechless. He could probably guess that the young people that Xianzu had cultivated were not just him. After all, he was an old ancestor. So many years must have cultivated the young people, and he was not one of the most special ones. Moreover, there were countless beings in the 9 realms, and to be able to pick out a dozen or so people with the greatest potential from so many living beings, each of these people must be a dragon and phoenix amongst people. He was ranked 13th, a sequence that he had just become. Those 12 in front of him, They must have gained the creation earlier than him, and must have been much stronger than him in terms of cultivation. It was even said that Han Feng was recognized as a series only after he obtained the divine artifact, the two-way Z bead. Would those 12 people in front of us, then, also fulfill this condition? A handful of artifacts? Chapter 180, The Little Fox Has Good Teeth. Run. It's catching up again. In his days, Han Feng heard Jiang Chui Ro's cries and the sound of the wind whistling in his ears. What's going on here? Han Feng opened his eyes and saw that Wang Coronation was carrying him on his back, fleeing forward, and then he turned his head to look again, only to see Jiang Zuero behind him, running and releasing divine abilities to attack the back. Put me down! Han Feng broke free of Wang Coronet's arm and flew up himself, turning around to Jiang Chui Ro's side. He saw that bone lizard, that Jiedan great demon, charging through the cavern passageway and rushing towards this side with its teeth and claws open. He also saw that Jiang Chui Ro was bruised all over her body. Her spirit was depressed, her qi and blood were insufficient, and she was in a sorry state to the extreme. There was no time to speak, as Han Feng directly killed towards the bone lizard, and with a violent flap of the fan in his hand, a hurricane so fierce that it appeared, directly knocking the bone lizard out of the way. Han Feng, you're finally awake. Jiang Ziro's dirty little face was full of joy, and even the little fox behind her smiled happily. What's going on here? Why is this bone lizard after us? Han Feng asked. I was going to ask you. Originally that bone lizard was still chasing the enemy, but suddenly, the piece of ground you were on directly collapsed, and the altar smashed down, and you were buried alive underneath. That bone lizard also do not fight others, directly to the ground to drill. I and Wang Coronation hurry to plow the soil to save you. Finally a good risk before that bone lizard swallowed you before you saved you out. After that we just kept running away and that bone lizard just kept chasing us. I asked my master for help, but he said this is a competition and we can't ask for outside help. So we can only keep running, and it's been almost 3 days now, and we still haven't found the way out. It's like a maze here. 3 days? I was in a coma for 3 days? Han Feng said incredulously. Yeah, it's going to be 3 days soon, and in another hour, the tournament will all be over, and we're still at the bottom of the rankings. I had thought that after another hour, when the game was over, Master would be able to come and save us. I didn't think you'd wake up. Jiang Ziro looked at Han Feng, her tone slightly complaining. But more than that, she was elated, her eyes shining brightly. I still like you the way you are. Looking at her with a vivid and emotional expression, Han Feng smiled and pinched her little cheeks. Ha! Ginger Crispus was uncertain. Let's kill this bone lizard first, and then we'll go and grab the demonic beasts that the others have hunted well, and try to move up the rankings a bit more. After Han Feng finished speaking, he charged toward the bone lizard once again. The bone lizard opened its bloody mouth, and the tongue in its mouth was all bone tips that looked like snake letters, which were bared and flung toward Han Feng. Han Feng lifted his hand, and the two-way character bead in his sea of consciousness was unleashed, and in the middle of this cave, a zephyr abruptly appeared. There were mountains and water, trees and demonic beasts in that zephyr, and the birds and flowers made Jiang Crispin and Wang Coronet look dumbfounded. Immediately afterward, the bone lizard was deeply sunk into a swamp, and it was difficult to break free, so it could only hiss and roar. Han Feng, what's going on here? Did you make this? Ginger Crystal was surprised. Yeah, that's what I came here for. Look, a great Jiedan demon was easily suppressed by me. Han Feng smiled faintly. Of course, he had only bound his opponent, and was still far from killing him. He thought before he got the two-way Ziju that the process of obtaining the two-way Ziju by himself was just too simple, and he obtained it without much danger or twists and turns. Now it seems that there really is no free lunch, and you have to go through as much as you can to get as good as you want. The test was not before obtaining the two-way character bead, but after obtaining it, the illusion he experienced nearly made him a slave of the two-way character bead, becoming the same bead-raising slave as the previous Cloudsoar sect. The entire clan of hundreds of thousands of people did not resist the temptation to kill tens of millions of people in blood sacrifice, so you can imagine how great this temptation is. The other test was that during his coma, he was chased by that bone lizard of Jiedan strength, and Jiang Chuero and Wang Coronet had only been able to escape for 3 days by virtue of the narrow terrain, which was worse than death. You're awesome. Ginger Zizu complimented him. Coronet Wang came over and said, I'm still trying to figure out what kind of shit can put you in a coma for 3 days at a time. That's it. Han Feng pointed at the zephyr without explaining too much, and directly charged upward toward the bone lizard. Bone lizards couldn't attack from afar and belonged to the category of demonic beasts with strong defenses but insufficient attacking power. Otherwise Jiang Crispin and Wang Coronet wouldn't have been able to survive until now. But because of the same, Han Feng and Jiang Chuero, after fighting for half a day, hadn't injured that bone lizard even a bit. Even if Han Feng was now beyond the cultivation level of foundation establishment, plus the 2AZ true divine artifact. He couldn't hack and wound this demonic beast. Han Feng felt that he was now able to battle Jiedan, but he just couldn't break through this bone lizard's defense. And if he didn't kill the bone lizard, it was really hard to swallow this breath without revenge, and it was obvious that because he had taken away the 2AZ bead, he had angered the bone lizard, and the bone lizard wouldn't let him go. Han Feng gritted his teeth. It's come to this. I can only be forced to make a desperate move. Oh, what stunt? Ginger Zizu's eyes lit up. The little fox clapped his hands, too looking forward to it. It's going to be a big stunt. Jiang Shiro, Wang Coronet, and Little Fox all watched the scene expectantly, waiting for Han Feng to release his big move. Nevertheless, in the next second, Han Feng directly carried over the little fox and landed on the back of the giant lizard, saying, "Foxy, bite it." Ha! The little fox looked confused. Big brother, I'm just a fox without any cultivation. Ah! The little fox was enraged. This is a Jiedan great demon. Ah! It is also too difficult for this fox. Its mission is just to be cute. How come you need it for things like killing the enemy? But you have good teeth. You can even bite and shatter a magic weapon spirit treasure. What is a mere Jiedan demonic beast? Bite it. 50 spirit stones. Deal. Seeing Han Feng agree so painfully, the little fox immediately felt that she had lost a lot of money. That bone lizard was on the swamp, opening its mouth to tear back and forth, trying to break free. The little fox found the location of the demonic Dan, and on the cracks of those bones, opened its little mouth and bit down hard. The hard bones that made it difficult for Han Feng to break through the defense even with all his might were easily bitten under the little fox's mouth. The little fox crunched and crunched, while spitting out the yuck yuck yuck. It's so faggy. It's not good at all. The bone lizard twisted wildly in pain, trying to wrestle the little fox down. Han Feng grabbed the little fox with both hands and made the little fox bite with its mouth facing down. Soon, a fist-sized hole was bitten out of that piece of bone, and Han Feng immediately reached in and yanked out that one demonic elixir hard. Chapter 181 Shocking Changes. Yin Yang Sect Dangerous. The demonic pills of the conjunct demonic beasts. Alas, this time I've gotten rich. I can sell quite a lot of money by taking it back. Han Feng laughed as he looked at the demonic pills in his hand. Ginger Crisp nodded her head, and it's indeed worth it. Especially this kind of demonic Dan that's full of blood chi. I know that there are several Dan formulas for Xianyuan Dan, and one of the best ones is the one that's refined using the demonic Dan of the conjugated demonic beasts as the main ingredient, and the effect is also the best. Oh, so you can refine it? Han Feng was surprised. Me? I'm not even close. I'm only a mid-grade alchemist. It takes at least a master-level powerhouse to make a Xianyuan Dan, and the other materials aren't easy to find. But if we manage to win the top 10, we'll get the Xianyuan Dan rewarded by the clan, and we won't have to refine it ourselves. Looking for a master alchemist to refine the Xianyuan Dan, the materials are self-provided, and you have to take another 10,000 spirit stones of hard work fee before someone is willing to refine it. Then keep it for now and go back. It's not too late for us to go out now and rob a group of enemies and grab some demonic beast's bones. Wait a minute. This skull lizard's corpse is also a good material for refining weapons. It's very hard and can be sold for money, and it can be disassembled to refine quite a few weapons as well, Ginger Crystal said as she pointed at the corpse of a large lizard. At this moment, Han Feng had already put away his great Zephyr domain, and the corpse of the bone lizard had fallen to the ground. When Han Feng was about to put away the corpse, Wang Coronet suddenly said, "Wait a moment first, I think this arm bone is quite suitable for me to make a weapon. It just so happens that I'm short of a weapon, so let's take it." The big arm bone of that bone lizard was so thick that it was hard for a person to hold it, but the small arm bone was thin and long. The joints at both ends were like sledgehammers, while the center was so thin that it was just enough for one hand to hold, and the length was about one person's height, which was just right to be used as a weapon like a stick or a hammer. Why do you have to use a bone when you don't use so many sharp weapons with swords and axes? Han Feng expressed a great deal of incomprehension. How cool to use a sword. Or use a fan like him and transform into a refined boy. Awesome. Wang Coronet laughed. Those weapons, they don't have a strong sense of power. I think, the demonic beast bone stick looks only formidable, letting people see that this person is not to be messed with. It's fierce, and a bone club smashing someone is more powerful than a sword. I like the rugged beauty of it. Come help me remove this arm bone. The three people together forcefully chopped the joint connection. Originally thought that this demonic beast is dead, plus again is the weak point of the joint connection. It should be better to get, but did not expect, that the bone is hard. The three people froze and did not hurt the slightest. This thing is so strong. It's a heavenly material for a weapon. There's no time to delay. Little fox, go! Han Feng grabbed the little fox again and let it gnaw on those two joints. The little fox was full of reluctance. but it also knew that it didn't keep wastes in this house, much less idlers other than Han Feng, and it had to work hard to show its value. The little fox opened his little mouth and gnawed 2 joints in the bone lizard's arm bones. Yucking and choking and coughing, Wan Coronation took that one bone rod and waved it around for a bit, feeling very smooth. Han Feng also put away the corpse of the bone lizard. After the great harvest, the 3 people and 1 fox flew towards the outside. They were too far into the underground world now, and it was covered with hard rocks, so it was good that Han Feng knew the route and was able to lead them out of here. On this fast flight, they traveled through many curved caves and passed through many mass graves, and saw many demonic beasts. But now there is no time to kill. In another half an hour the game will be over. It is better to rob others to earn a little faster. What's that saying? It's better to search a city than squat a person. But strangely enough, they hadn't encountered a single person in this underground world. Han Feng thought that it was probably because everyone had gone out to see that the game was almost over, so they had to speed up. With the power of the hurricane, Han Feng led them through quickly and soon found the nearest exit, coming directly into the valley and flying toward the sky above. However, the Yunxiao sect's ruins, which should have been very lively, did not have a single person in the sky at this time. Even Master Siyu, who was supposed to stay in the sky, waiting for the disciples to come out, and several other great powers, had all disappeared. Ha! Where is everyone? Did we get the time wrong? Han Feng twisted his head to look at Zhang Cui Ro and Wang Crown and asked, "Are you guys sure I was out for 3 days instead of 4? Definitely. How can we remember this wrong? Why don't I ask Master?" When Zhang Ziro was about to take the sound transmission jade slip, suddenly, not far away from the ravine, 2 loose cultivators flew out. Those 2 loose cultivators were still holding a few treasures in their hands, which were obviously searched out in the ruins of the Cloudy Sky sect. Alas, 2 fellow Taoists, where are all the people from the competition? Han Feng asked the 2 casual cultivators. The 2 young casual cultivators looked at them and said, "You guys are from the Yin Yang sect, right? I think I've seen you guys before. Something big has happened. The match ended early." "Ha? An early finish? What's going on?" Wang Coronet exclaimed. "I don't know. This morning when the great elders suddenly summoned all the disciples and told those disciples to immediately go back to their respective clans, and the scattered cultivators also hurriedly dispersed, and took the demonic beast corpse bones to judge the rankings on another day. Then, the Yuaning powerhouses of the 5 powers immediately flew towards the east, like something's had a big change of heart." One of the casual cultivators finished his words, then the other one hurriedly said, "It seems like the major powers are going to gather strong men and go together to attack the Yin Yang sect." "What? Attacking the Yin Yang sect? How did our Yin Yang sect them?" The 3 Han Fengs were greatly alarmed. The first casualty hurriedly shook his head again, and it doesn't seem to be. "It seems like they're going to rescue the Yin Yang sect." "I heard rescue. Isn't it an attack? Is there a foreign invasion?" The 2 casuals debated on their own. The 3 Han Fengs couldn't be bothered to listen to them and immediately took out their own sound transmission jade slips one after another. It was found to have a number of transmissions in it. Ginger Crisp was the first to point to her transmission. It came from her father. "Zoe, something big has happened to the clan. The old ancestor has turned into a monster and kills everyone on sight. You must not come back when you're out there. We are now fighting against the old ancestor with the clan elders. Zoe, run, don't ever come back. The old ancestor doesn't know how. The entire clan is shrouded by him. There's no way to get out. Zoe, this time, we may have to lose. The Jiang family will be finished. The clan will be finished. You have to live well." Jiang Ziro only received these 3 transmissions. However, this transmission was like a large stone that ruthlessly smashed into the hearts of the 3. The 3 of them turned pale, and all of them had the feeling that they were in great trouble. Chapter 182, Strange Appearance, Great Enemy of the 9 Realms. Han Feng only received 1 transmission, which was from his master. "Han Feng, something has happened to the clan. I have to rush back now to see what's going on. You guys come out and quickly return to the clan, but don't act rashly." Apparently, this was what Siyu had sent to Han Feng before she left, and at that time, she still didn't know what had happened. Inside Wang Coronation's voice transmission jade slip, it was sent to him by Zhang Xiu. "Coronation Wang, the sect has suddenly become so chaotic. A big monster appeared in the sky. I don't know what it is. Old man Pan Shan went to fight that monster. I'm so scared. Wang Coronation, that monster seems to be eating people. I want to run out, but the whole clan is trapped. I can't run out. I'm hiding in the mountain pass behind our house, the place where we often go to play. If you come back, remember to come here to find me." The 3 of them glanced at each other, and each of them had a chill through their bodies, and without hesitation, they immediately flew towards the east, as fast as they could. Where else could Han Feng not understand what was going on? It was clear that when he left the clan and came to the cloud sect to look for the 2AZ bead, the old ancestor just couldn't suppress the parasitic weirdness in his body anymore, and was taken over by the weirdness, becoming a monster. That is to say, the old ancestor is likely to be dead. If he was still alive, if he still had a spirit, he definitely wouldn't let that weirdness slaughter this clan that he had created. He hated so much in his heart, hated why the 100 Pride tournament wasn't held earlier, hated why he didn't come over earlier to get the 2AZ bead, hated why the old ancestor knew that he was possessed by the weirdness, but still stayed in the clan and wreaked havoc on so many people. He hated himself even more for not telling this matter to the sect leader, so that the sect leader could evacuate the disciples, or expel the old ancestor from the sect. But this kind of thing was something that no one could have predicted, including old ancestor Yin Ming. No one could have imagined that there would be a day when it would suddenly be impossible to suppress it. It's a fluke for anyone. Yin Ming thought he could suppress it. Han Feng thought he would be able to catch up in time. Even if he told the sect leader wouldn't necessarily kick Yin Ming out, because once the Yin Yang sect was without the protection of a transformation god powerhouse, the other 4 families would definitely salivate over the Yin Yang sect. Because of a fluke, a mistake was made and the whole clan was harmed. The 3 of them flew very fast, already putting their best foot forward. Han Feng even used the 2A character bead to enhance his cultivation and strength, running up the Sundance character technique, wings spreading out behind him, flying at the fastest speed possible. More than 2 hours later, they were finally back in the Yin Yang sect. However, at this time, the Yin Yang sect had changed drastically, only to see the entire clan plunged into a blood-colored monstrous sky, a huge monster. Above that cloud, the monster didn't look like any known demonic beast or any other creature, and at the top of it, was the upper half of a human, the human head and upper half of Yin Ming's old ancestor. The head was still Yin Ming's, but the eyes had gone blind, but his bare upper body was full of densely packed eyes. The upper half of his body was only as big as a normal person, but the lower half of his body was bigger than the area of a dozen or so peaks of the entire sect put together. The lower half of his body was all tentacles, octopus-like monsters, hundreds of them, and on each of them, there were also densely packed eyes, and scattered tentacles. The tentacles could still be seen in the hundreds, and the tentacles were almost as if the number of hairs of tens of thousands of people had been added up. Those uncountable number of eyes filled with bloodlust and brutality looked bizarre to the extreme. Horrible, disgusting, indescribably a big monster. If bizarre was an adjective, then the monster in front of him was the best visualization. Han Feng also finally realized why this kind of thing was called bizarre. The Yin Yang sect has hundreds of thousands of disciples and millions of people under the mountain. And now, it was all dead inside, half alive, only corpses all over the ground, being rolled up one by those tentacles and sent inside the eyes of the tentacles, devouring them one by one. How did this happen? How did this happen? Jiang Zirou's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at this scene in disbelief. Her teeth clenched. Here, the home she grew up in, containing her father and mother, her brother and sister, her closest relatives. Han Feng's heart was also dripping blood. 2 months ago, when he was threatened by the falling Jiao clan, those disciples hissed and roared one by one that they would rather be broken for the sake of Jade than for the sake of Tile in order to protect him, and it was still fresh in his mind. But now, those fellow disciples who had protected him like family had all died. Wan Coronation was even about to rush straight up to Zhang Xiu, but he was stopped dead in his tracks by Han Feng. Don't go over there. The Yuaning powerhouses are no match for you. So what else can you do if you go over there besides sending yourself to death? Zhang Xiu doesn't want to see you die. Han Feng pulled Wang Coronet to his death, and Wang Coronet howled. There's no shame in crying, because he's not the only one crying here. Those Yin Yang sect disciples who had gone out to participate in the competition, Yao Lang Bai Ling Yu and the others, had also returned long ago at this moment, and they gathered together, looking at the scene in here, and cried bitterly. The Yin Yang sect was a sect that treated its disciples very well. With Elder Tai Lian, that iron-faced and selfless law enforcement hallmaster, the disciples of the Yin Yang sect were sheltered. At least they were able to unite as one to drive the strongest people out of the sect in the face of the big clans bullying them. So the disciples are cohesive and have a strong sense of belonging. At this moment, seeing that the sect had become like this, all of them were in pain. Han Feng, Zhang Chuiro and Wan Crown flew toward them. Master Siyu stood at the forefront, frowning, protecting them. As for the outside of the field, there were 4 powerhouses of the God Transformation realm that were constantly attacking the inside. Those attacks were all blocked by an invisible shield. Those outside can't get in. Those inside can't get out. Master, Han Feng came to Siyu's side and asked, what do we do now? Can we kill this one big monster? Siyu shook her head and said, if we are able to break through this layer of protection and we are able to go in, A few powerful people of the God transformation realm, with their combined efforts, will be able to destroy the physical body of this bizarre existence. But creepy cannot be killed, and even if their physical bodies were eliminated, they would not die, but would be able to continue to possess others and continue to hibernate until they awakened again. Creepy existence lurking time can be long or short. This kind of devouring type of creepy is still relatively good to deal with. These creepy spirit is not high, only instinctive devouring, timely elimination, able to wreak havoc on the region is not big. There are bizarre, able to contaminate a large area. Those who go in, it's like entering a ghost domain, can only be contaminated by it and assimilated into bizarre. Nowadays there are still quite a number of such ghost domains in the 9 realms, and none of them have been purified yet. Chapter 183 Weird Rules. Han Feng's Choice. There are also bizarre ones that won't reveal anything even if it occupies the host's body. It occupies your best friend's body and stands beside you without you even realizing it. And he'll take advantage of your unpreparedness to suddenly attack you and turn you into his doppelganger as well. Creepy are rule-based monsters who follow the rules and play with them. And it is said that the most terrifying weirdness is the ability to make rules. And within its rules, it is able to strengthen and weaken people unconditionally. It will set up some rules, and as long as you fulfill its requirements, as long as you complete a certain task, it will be able to raise your cultivation level out of thin air, much more powerful than our cultivator's enchantment technique. It's this kind of formless and intangible rule that's bizarre in the extreme, because you can't even discover where it is, what kind of being it is. It's like the supreme god of weirdness. Hearing this, Han Feng suddenly had a creepy feeling. What Master said, that weirdness of accomplishing some kind of task and conforming to some kind of rules, it really seemed like the blessing that Shinzu had given him. Combine that with the fact that 1,000 years ago Shinzu was wrongly accused of defecting from the human race and was expelled, and then began to train the young people of the human race, and he was the 13th. Thoughtfulness. However, he still maintained his trust in Xinzu. Without Xinzu, he wouldn't have known how many times he would have been killed by Yi Long Yuan at this moment, and he wouldn't have his current cultivation level. Moreover, Xin ancestor had always helped him, giving him opportunities, cultivation, treasures, and solving his problems, so there was no reason for him not to trust Xin ancestor. Most importantly, he was now clear, not half tainted by the weirdness, and the Xin ancestor had said that the weirdness was her lifelong enemy, a great enemy shared by the 9 realms. See, you didn't see Han Feng's dissimilarity and was still explaining. So, this devouring type of weirdness, it's kind of a simpler one. For it to devour, it needs to have a carrier to hold it, and as long as its carrier is eliminated, even if it can't eliminate the weirdness itself, that will still be able to let it live in peace for a long time. Of course, the devouring class also has a terrifying point. That is, if you don't care about it, it will keep on devouring everything until it is so powerful that it is able to devour the entire world. By the time it's over, no one will be able to solve this weirdness, and the world will be left with just this one being. Another so familiar feeling. Isn't this what Han Feng experienced inside the illusion before? He also, like the devouring class creepy, went on to devour the entire world's living beings, and in the end it was the only one left in the world. That illusion was created by the Tweety Pearl. It's hard to believe that the 2AZ bead is also a spooky type of thing? That shouldn't be the case. It was after all Immortal Han's original treasure back then, so maybe it created the illusion because it knew too much about weirdness? A lot of things, all of a sudden at once, were confusing. Outside, there were many people from other great powers. There were a full 4 transformation god realm powerhouses, dozens of Yuaning powerhouses, and countless Jiadan powerhouses, all of which were from several other families. In contrast, on the Yin-Yang sect side, there were only these 180 people left. The Yin-Yang sect of Min has, in fact, died. Right now, Han Feng's main concern was still how he could resolve that bizarre existence. Ginger Zizu's main concern is how many of her family members are still alive. Juan Coronet's main concern was whether Zhang Xiu was still alive or not. From the west, King Coronet left alone and traveled to the north. The place where he practiced was in the back of the northern mountains, under a waterfall, and he wanted to go there to have a look. Whether he could find it or not would all depend on fate. Han Feng didn't notice where Wang Coronet went as he pulled Zhang Chui Ro and kept his gaze fixed dead center on the bizarre presence in front of him. Ancestor Xin, I'm sorry to bother you. It's really 100,000 times more urgent. Is there any way to eliminate that creepy head and save old ancestor Yin Ming? However, the Xin ancestor, who used to call out 100 times and could answer him at any time, was not half as loud at this moment. I don't know what's going on. Things are getting counterintuitive. Han Feng let out a bitter smile. People Shinzu, and not his nanny, there was no obligation to be at his beck and call. Right at this moment, the Blood Cloud Palace's old ancestor in the sky shouted out, Gentlemen, if you have any underhanded skills, use them all. This is not the time to hide. Creepy is the great enemy of the entire human race. We should work together to eliminate it. You are well aware of the devouring class's shenanigans and how serious the consequences are once they are released. If we can't destroy it, then the entire Min Kingdom will be devoured by it. And by then, even the 7 clans and 3 tribes of the Heavenly Star will have a headache over it. When it grows up, the 7 great clans and 3 great clans are afraid that it will be difficult to eliminate it. The Xian Heavenly Sword Sex old ancestor slashed out with his sword, landing on top of the invisible barrier, only to be viciously bounced off again. He frowned. The old man has tried his best. The other party's physical body isn't much stronger, but it's protected by weird rules in its domain. We can't break through it at all. When it devours all the living beings inside and devours the trees and mountains, it will be so strong that we can't even resist it. Everyone, who has any methods, think fast. Today is the day to fight for our lives, but also to eliminate that weird otherwise our clan, our disciples, will be wiped out by it. The elder of the Myriad Sound Valley, an old crone, who held a flute in her hand, exclaimed, I, Myriad Sound Valley, specialize in sonic attacks. I can make that one great killing move, but my cultivation is not enough to break this protection. I need you to transmit your cultivation to me and help me. Aren't you afraid we'll sneak up on you while we're at it? The royal old ancestor narrowed his eyes and looked at the Myriad Valley old ancestor and said, the crone sighed and said, things have come to this, do we have any other methods? I'm willing to trust you guys, and if you guys really disregard the consequences and come to sneak up on me, I'll admit it. The Blood Cloud Palace's old ancestor said with a big wave of his hand, man since you have said so, this cultivation of the old man, you can take it and use it as you please. If the old man has the slightest mischievous thought, the heavens will strike him with 5 thunderbolts. The 3 of them came behind the Myriad Sound Valley's old ancestor and transmitted their respective cultivation levels to each other. The 5 major powers of the Min Kingdom, colluding, each wanting to make themselves stronger and not wanting the other to become stronger. There were even occasional wars and friction that arose, but at this time when they were facing a great enemy, they chose to put aside their old grudges and cooperate. One who was willing to trust someone else and let them manipulate power into her body despite what she said. She would die if the other person had even the slightest mischief. The other 3 chose to pass on their cultivation, even if they would become weak. Han Feng looked at his palm and fell into deep thought. He remembered that Xian ancestor had said that the bloodline of immortal Emperor Han was the nemesis of the bazaar, and that he alone suppressed all bazaar existences, and that he couldn't go down to the world in person in his real body, so he could only choose to possess it, and his original divine artifact was the most restraining bazaar existence. Perhaps Han Feng would be able to break through this protection, but once he did, others would know how extraordinary he was, and afterward, he would face extinction. Shinzu said, those existences will not let go of any opportunity to eat your flesh and blood.